Well, I was just looking at this part, and the way that the main character handled the situation was so interesting. If it were me, I might have taken a completely different path. But that's what makes their writing so unpredictable.
Stick with me here. This story starts with pure nightmare fuel. Heavy breathing in the dark. Tuyet Huy is completely battered, pale, and losing his vision. Through blurred eyes, he watches two survivors desperately fleeing. He looks down at his own wrecked body. Standing up to run? Impossible now. A sword draws in the dead of night. That sound alone brings absolute chills. One blinding swing, and those two runners are sliced down instantly. A desperate thought echoes in his mind. I want power. Whoever I face, I refuse to go down this easily. The monster who just slaughtered them slowly turns toward him, blade dripping with fresh blood. It is none other than the Mount Hua sect elder, Xich Tung Min. Facing this cold-blooded executioner chopping people down like nothing, Tuyet Huy is absolutely terrified. He knows fighting a master like this means guaranteed death. He clutches his ruined arm. Blood is still gushing out, soaking his clothes completely red. Now watch this carefully. He tries backing away on pure dying instinct, facing an unbeatable final boss. Absolute despair flashes in his eyes, but there is still raw stubbornness there. Maybe he has to die right here to actually grow stronger. He tried so hard, yet Elder Xich Tung Min stands right over him. Pushed to the absolute brink, he can only accept his fate. He leans against the rock, gritting his teeth, and glares at the old man. His whole body shakes violently. Pain or pure terror? Unclear. He groans, coughing up blood. So unfair. I refuse to die here. I promise to make a glorious name, not end up this pathetic. The agonizing pain suffocates him. He is forced to tilt his head back against the stone, his heavy breath hanging like fog in the air. He tightly grips his totally wrecked, bleeding arm. A bitter thought hits him. If I was just more vigilant from the start, I could have. His eyes go completely dull. Pale skin. Breathing becomes impossible. Am I actually dying? Why am I seeing this nonsense right now? Suddenly, a strange, blurry blue panel pops up in his vision. Is he hallucinating? The floating text slowly becomes clearer. Please select an option. Continue from saved location. Or, start over from the beginning. He tries to use his fading consciousness to pick one. He feels it so clearly. His strength fading. His life force draining away. The system cursor slowly moves, following his sheer willpower. It hovers over return to save point, then finally stops at start over from the beginning. His breathing speeds up, leaving only a weak, dying gasp. Eyelashes fluttering shut as the pain finally fades. He sinks deep into a heavy, suffocating, pitch-black void of nothingness. Deep in his subconscious, he feels closing his eyes means remembering it all. I refuse to die. I want to live. That desperate scream echoes through the endless night. What did those words in front of his eyes mean? I know what you are thinking. Game over, right? But his final choice to start over was accepted. What exactly did he go through? Everything resets right back to before his private meeting with Taihong Kok Chow. Back then, he had absolutely no way of seeing this coming. A sudden light flashes in the dark void. He is floating on water, face totally blank, body stiff as a board. Our guy Tuyet Huy literally traded his own lifespan just for a chance to cultivate martial arts. He joined the demonic cult, learned absolutely nothing, got sent scouting for years, and then died tragically in that horrible place. Still dazed, with nothing but pure despair left in his eyes, he mutters, "Life is unfair." Suddenly, brilliant light floods the space, snapping him awake. Completely naked, Tuyet Huy runs a hand through his black hair, sighing softly. Wait a second. He finally realizes something is totally off. If I died, I should be in hell. Does the underworld really have this much light and feel this insanely realistic? He grunts in confusion, slowly opening his eyes. Things are blurry, but they quickly snap into focus. The very first thing he sees? The exact same familiar ceiling he is so sick of. Tuyet Huy is absolutely stunned. Eyes wide open, mind still totally hazy, he lets out a panicked gasp. He shoots up instantly, gripping the bedsheets for dear life. Pure horror flashes across his face. Shocking realization this is his old training ground. Sitting on the bed, he frantically looks around the massive familiar room, panting heavily from pure fear. His head is ringing, sweating bullets. His mind is spinning with a million questions about this crazy anomaly. How is this even possible? He remembers that desperate moment so clearly. The blood, the horror, the utter helplessness of facing death all floods his brain. He knows it in his gut. I definitely died. He throws on some clothes, leaning on the wall, stumbling forward. This is way too shocking for him to just casually accept. Tuyet Huy covers his face, trying to hide his absolute panic and confusion. Is he dreaming? You and I both know it is real. All right, stick with me. We are diving straight into some intense bad blood. Just thinking about that guy makes his blood boil, veins popping on his face. That absolute demon, the Grand Emperor Kakcha. The old man's words are still burned into his brain. All you have to do is scout the perimeter. The 9 provinces will handle the actual strike. He rubs his neck, frowning, desperately digging through his memories. Wait, how did this play out again? Right as he is still wandering around completely dazed, someone suddenly appears right next to him. The voice finally snaps him back to reality. What are you doing out here? Tuyet Huy turns around, completely out of it, and blurts out the guy's name in total confusion. Tik Min. Just a normal name drop, right? But the 2 guys standing there freeze in shock. The muscular bald dude next to Tik Min tenses up, while Tik Min himself just lets out an amused gasp. Zero hesitation. Without waiting for a single order, the massive meathead marches straight toward our main character. That is Truk's son, a brutal Black Moon enforcer from the Grand Emperor's personal guard. He glares with a low growl, his dark face leaking pure killing intent. Before Tuyet Huy can even react, his stomach gets hit like a freight train. Just a heavy, terrifying impact. Wide open and totally off guard, he takes the full punch. His eyes roll back, gasping in pure agony. Truxon's strike is an absolute beast. He drives his fist so hard into the MC's gut that the sheer force blasts him flying backward across the dirt. After dropping that absolutely devastating blow on him, he acts like it was an accident. He rubs his bald head and smirks. Oops, my bad. Hand just slipped. But then he crouches right down, getting right up in his face. Tuyet Huy is still clutching his stomach in agony, sprawled out on the ground looking totally pathetic. Truk's son spits out a taunt. Captain Tuyet Huy of the Flying Guest Squad, are you feeling a little more awake now? Standing right in front of you is Commander Tik Min of the Black Moon. Ah, so that explains the violence. Our boy just casually dropped the boss's first name with zero respect. That severe lack of hierarchy is exactly why those 2 reacted so aggressively. Our MC grits his teeth, glaring up at them while gasping for air. But honestly, the situation shocks him way more than the actual punch to the gut. Now pay close attention here, because things are about to get wild. A weird flash of memory hits him. Same exact place, same scene, same words. Captain Tuyet Huy of the Flying Guest Squad, are you feeling a little more awake now? Standing right in front of you is Commander Tik Min of the Black Moon. Tuyet Huy literally cannot believe this. He props himself up on one hand, sliding back as his mind races. He has definitely, 100% lived through this exact moment before. If he is not mistaken, the next sentence should be about his lack of strength. And yeah, his gut feeling is dead on. Truxon's rough and totally mocking voice rings out crystal clear. If you don't have the power, at least use your brain a little. Tuyet Huy is stunned. His prediction was that flawless. The insane feeling of deja vu gives him major goosebumps. He cannot even hide his absolute terror right now. Jaw completely dropped, eyes wide open, drenched in cold sweat, his heart hammering in pure panic. Meanwhile, Tik Min casually steps right up to him, hands folded behind his back. With the calm face of a martial arts master, he casually drops a brutal insult. You idiot. Tuyet Huy forces his pride down, staying totally silent for a long moment before finally asking, what do you need? Tik Min glares at him with ice-cold eyes, and his next words feel like they are dragging the MC straight to hell. The Grand Emperor Kakchao summoned you. Tuyet Huy freezes in shock. Tik Min just turns his back and impatiently tells him to hurry up. Suddenly remembering something, he lets out an ah. He looks back over his shoulder, dripping with heavy sarcasm. Oh, and by the way, it seems like you have some pretty great luck. He runs a hand through his hair, flashing a deeply suspicious hidden smile. Tuyet Huy has no clue what the hell that smile means. He just stares blankly. Truxon follows right behind his boss, glancing back to mock Tuyet Huy as he struggles to his feet. Our MC curses under his breath. Truxon, you absolute bastard. He scowls at the damn bald meathead, who is literally sticking his tongue out and making a throat-slashing gesture just to piss him off. Your rank is lower than mine, yet you act so tough just because Tik Min is here. Seriously, try touching me again. I will kill you. But wait, Tuyet Huy squints, totally confused by the floating text above their heads. You seeing this too, right? Over Truxon's head it says life +1, and Tik Min says life +2. He wonders what the actual heck is hovering over these guys. Despite his mind spinning in circles, he forces himself to follow them to meet the Grand Emperor. Absolute disbelief is still written all over his bruised face. Everything that just happened felt way too real to be a dream. But his memory of being brutally murdered felt just as real. Every single move they made matched the past perfectly. Tuyet Huy mutters to himself, shivering with absolute disbelief. The events of the past are literally playing out right in front of him all over again. He rubs his chin in deep thought, totally failing to understand how things ended up like this. Is he just having some crazy nightmare? A vivid flashback? No. This is reality. Everything around him points to one insane truth. In the blink of an eye, our MC arrives right outside the Grand Emperor's study. He speaks up with complete respect. Tuyet Huy requests an audience. "You summon me, my lord." From inside, a rough, old but intensely commanding voice echoes out. "Come in, and trust me, you and I are about to watch an epic revenge arc." After all those weird fragmented memories, Tuyet Huy realizes the truth. He has regressed back into the past. Let's dive right into this. Entering the study, he realizes Taihong isn't alone. There's also a bald, heavily built old man sitting right there with him. Stepping inside, the harsh truth finally hits him. The monster who pushed him to his death was none other than the demonic Taihong. This was all his fault. Tuyet Huy glares at the old man in blood-red robes who is just casually sipping his wine. He freezes, quickly closing his eyes to hide that burning, murderous hatred, and speaks in a completely flat tone. "I am Tuyet Huy. You summoned me, my lord." He carefully sneaks a glance at the mysterious man sitting directly across from Taihong, thinking to himself, it is exactly like his past memories. The ruthless leader of Ngutien Kakchao is actually here too. The demonic cult's absolute #1 branch leader, Hong Man-win. These faction leaders are absolute martial arts monsters. The demonic Tai Huang has perfectly mastered fire chi, a terrifying lethal technique that can literally incinerate an opponent's flesh and bone into pure ash with just a single punch. His personality is totally twisted. If you even slightly displease him, you die instantly. He tortures people like stray animals. It is hard to swallow. But right now, I can only bow my head and submit to him. Tuyet Huy lowers his gaze, hiding both his raw fear and boiling fury, his fists clenched incredibly tight. The moment he spots our main character, Tai Huang immediately introduces him to Hong Man-win. This here is Tuyet Huy, the kid I was just telling you about. Hong Man-win takes a sip of his wine, looking completely uninterested, and lets out a loud, totally fake laugh. "Is that so? Seems like you were right. He actually looks capable enough. But his manners are pretty terrible, aren't they? I just got a half-hearted nod from him. Now watch closely here. Facing that deadly, knife-like glare and those mocking words, pure, suffocating terror completely floods his chest. Tuyet Huy's eyes go wide. He's sweating bullets, his heart hammering like a war drum. Throwing his pride away, he immediately drops to his knees, head literally glued to the floor, shouting with every ounce of his survival instinct to save his life. "Please forgive my gross disrespect. Lord Tai Huang told me that a quiet, simple greeting inside the study would be perfectly fine." The old lord coldly glares down at our main character. "Ha ha ha, please don't be like that, Ngutien Kakchao. Always interrogating people like this makes things really awkward for me." Tuyet Huy desperately adds, "I simply did not know the proper etiquette before the great Lord Nuog Thien." But deep inside, he finds this extremely ridiculous. What an absolute joke. Just 4 short days ago, this exact same guy gave him those exact same orders. He remembers the old lord's previous words perfectly in his head. Just a quiet, simple greeting with your eyes is more than enough. Back then, Tuyet Huy obediently replied like a loyal dog, "Yes, sir." Only after getting Lord Tai Huang's direct command to stand up, did he finally dare to move his body. Even while bowing so low, his eyes shoot invisible daggers at the old lord. That raging fire of pure fury burns intensely deep inside his chest. Gritting his teeth, he angrily asks himself, "Is this fun for you? Humiliating me so skillfully like this?" Tai Huang casually sips his wine and says, Alright then. I plan to assign you the secretary position over in that Thien Nut." "You and I knew this was a trap," Tuyet Huy mutters. "That Thien Nut?" while internally scoffing. His true ugly colors are finally showing. Taihong continues with a totally sinister tone, his deep, raspy voice making every single word feel 10 times heavier and more threatening. "I noticed you desperately want to train your martial arts, so I paid special attention." Tuyet Huy watches him warily. "Using that as bait, huh? That Thien Knot holds countless legendary martial arts manuals." But right then, the old man's incredibly venomous and ancient voice rings out through the room again. "To get that position, I have a special mission for you. Hearing this exact demand, Tuyet Huy violently flinches. His whole body goes stiff, his expression becoming completely chaotic. Horrifying memories from his past life instantly flood back, running away from death like a pathetic rat, only to brutally die in complete and utter despair. He clenches his fist tightly. Scouting the Huashan sect, he is basically commanding me to go die. This is an absolute God-given chance to dodge this suicide mission. He remembers the floating text that appeared before him, the source of everything, bringing him back right before facing Taihong. I refuse. Suddenly, the atmosphere inside the study turns incredibly eerie, heavy, and downright dark. Both of these incredibly powerful martial arts masters are now staring down, waiting for an answer from a weak nobody like him, fully ready to kill him again. His eyes show pure, unshakable determination. His facial expression instantly turns completely dead serious. Tuyet Huy glares at the two old men coldly and speaks with extreme caution. I have something to say. Gag! Suddenly, an invisible, crushing force violently chokes his throat, silencing him completely. That strange system panel suddenly pops up right before his eyes. Accept the given mission, request a different mission, or chop off your own right hand. Time remaining, 9. Tuyet Huy stares in absolute horror at these bizarre, glowing words. Everything is just way too confusing, and in this incredibly messed up situation, his panicked brain is only getting foggier by the second. Pure, unadulterated shock is painted across his face. Wait, he literally cannot move at all. That is when he realizes, way too late, that some crazy unknown force is completely controlling him. His entire body is frozen solid. He cannot even twitch a single finger. Not a single sound escapes his mouth either. But it is not just him, everything around him, from the people to the flowing water, is completely frozen and covered in a dead gray filter. Are you seeing this? What on earth is going on? Did time literally stop? Clearly, this is no dream. A truly terrifying thought flashes through his mind, making his whole body tremble. His eyes overflow with absolute dread. Alright, stick with me because you and I are about to dive into a wild regression story. Our guy just died and jumped back in time. But wait, what is that flashing light? Turns out, there is a glowing number at the bottom of his vision, and it is dropping insanely fast. It is a crazy countdown. Hold on a second, is this a timer? The system is forcing a choice. Tuyet Huy panics, breathing incredibly heavy as he stares right at the selection panel with absolute pure fear in his eyes. He has to pick before time runs out. He actually scrolls down to the option to chop off his right hand, but instantly realizes that is insane and quickly switches. He cannot lose an arm, nor accept the current quest. Finally, his cursor stops firmly on requesting a totally different mission. He locks it in. Suddenly, an insanely blinding light flashes, completely blurring out his entire field of vision. When everything goes back to normal, the gray filter lifts and the world starts moving again. Out of nowhere, Tuyet Huy blurts out the exact words from that choice. I want a totally different mission. Tuyet Huy is absolutely stunned. He does not know whether to be terrified of his system-controlled mouth, or the fact that he just said that in front of two insanely terrifying martial experts. His whole body shakes from a bone chilling cold as the two old men stare at him with wide, shocked eyes. Tuyet Huy quickly covers his mouth, pure terror rising deep inside him. He feels horribly suffocated. His heart is pounding wildly, and his entire body just keeps trembling non-stop. Absolute horror is plastered on his face. He frantically asks himself, what did I just say? Why would those stupid words leave my mouth? Taihong jumps to his feet, his dark voice booming. What? I have not even told you the mission yet. You insolent brat. You dare ask for a different one? Massive killing intent rolls off the old man, heavy, oppressive, and totally terrifying. Blazing fire energy is instantly summoned, erupting all around the study and trapping Tuyet Huy. A perfect reflection of the elder's absolutely ferocious rage. Let's watch what happens next. The main character is absolutely terrified, stumbling backward as Taihong slowly advances. That insane pressure makes him collapse straight to the floor in total terror. His whole body quivers violently under the invisible weight the old man projects. This killing intent is just too monstrous. He gasps for air, his eyes showing deep, undeniable panic against the fierce authority radiating from the elder's body. Even his tightly clenched teeth are chattering together out of sheer dread. This is the legendary fire energy technique. The old man's killing intent feels exactly like a giant, blood-red python slithering right through the air, snapping its jaws directly at his throat. It uses its massive head to viciously bite down on his neck, as if trying to block his airway and suffocate him to death. Tuyet Huy desperately grabs his neck, struggling to breathe while his heart beats like crazy. Things are looking incredibly bad. Facing those horrifying eyes and the incredibly blazing aura from the old man, his chest suddenly feels as heavy as solid lead. His breath is totally choked out, his face going pale white while his hand still clutch his throat. His heart pounds so fiercely, he actually thinks he might die from a heart attack. The elder's gaze suddenly turns even more terrifying and dark, as if a single look from him is enough to instantly kill someone. A devastating attack strikes with so much power it pierces a bloody hole straight through his shoulder. Everything happens so fast that Tuyet Huy is completely stunned. He blurts out a totally confused sound. "You dare disrespect me?" The elder Taihong shouts with immense authority. "I know what you are thinking, game over, right? But hold up. That brutal attack was just a mental illusion caused by his extreme stress. The actual reality? There is just a razor-sharp dagger pressed dangerously tight against his throat. The person pointing it at his neck is a female assassin with a deadly wrist blade. His head is ringing like crazy. Frowning at the knife hovering mere inches from his skin, he mutters in total disbelief. Since when was she there? If I was even a fraction of a second slower, my body would have been torn completely apart." His incredibly tense nerves finally relax just a little bit. His throat still carries that awful, suffocating feeling. His breathing remains extremely heavy, and his hand is still instinctively gripping his neck. His eyes lock tightly onto the blade. Her weapon hasn't even touched him yet, but he genuinely thought his head had already been sliced clean off his own body. She is a shadow assassin sent by Taihong Kak Chow. The old master sits back down in his chair and sternly demands, "Now, tell me this." Stroking his long white beard, the elder drops a devastatingly casual threat. "Do you want to keep living, or do you choose death? Go on, make your choice." Even though he sounds just like an ordinary old man, his words carry unnatural weight. It completely crushes our MC's chest, creating this overwhelming invisible pressure. His pupils shrink instantly, and the dark circles under his eyes deepen, exposing his raw, unfiltered terror. Right now, agreeing means walking slowly toward his doom. But refusing? That guarantees he gets slaughtered right here on the spot. What the hell is he supposed to do? Tuyet Huy throws himself to the ground, screaming for his life, his voice shaking so badly you can hear the absolute desperation. "Sir, please do not misunderstand me. That is not what your subordinate meant at all. I just wanted to be assigned a different mission. I have absolutely no intention of acting on my own." He honestly thinks this pathetic, humble explanation will somehow calm the old master's raging dissatisfaction. But no, Taihong Kak Chow does not care in the slightest. He coldly asks, "So what?" Trust me, you need to watch him use his past life knowledge to completely escape this impossible, deadly situation. I recently heard rumors at the Hanam border that the Hua sect is gathering to rebel. Tuyet Huy silently calculates his next move. He knows that giving this old man exactly what he secretly wants is the only way he makes it out alive. He looks right up at Taihong Kak Chow. "Therefore, completely wiping out the Black Hua sect is also my duty. Haven't you frequently mentioned this exact goal before?" Boom! He just played the ultimate trap card to save his life. The old man's face darkens completely. He asks coldly, "So what is your point?" "Stick with me here, because this tiny probe makes our guy want to jump for absolute joy." Tuyet Huy cheers internally. He got a reaction. Fueled by this massive burst of fresh courage, his voice booms with confidence. He swears that he will absolutely seize this golden opportunity and complete the mission to the absolute best of his abilities. Now is the exact time to focus on scouting and hunting them all down. He says, "This time, you just need to tell me exactly when you require expert backup. Whenever that happens, I can show up with my elite squad ready to fight." Pure determination and a desperate thirst for survival flash right in Tuyet Huy's eyes. Cold sweat still completely soaks his pale face, matting his dark hair down in heavy clumps. Taihong Kak Chow just strokes his long beard, staring at him with deep, calculating eyes. Our main character watches him cautiously. He is so tense that his heart refuses to calm down, even though the immediate danger is slightly gone. He silently prays in his head, "Please, please, just accept my offer right now." Before Taihong Kak Chow even gets a chance to speak, the booming laughter of Tien Nat Kak Chow Hong Ma Nguyen suddenly echoes out loud. Ha ha ha! His words carry a super heavy hidden meaning. Somewhere up high, it seems the headquarters' top secret information has already been completely leaked out. Even if that is not true, how on earth could a mere squad leader hear about those wild rumors? Taihong Kak Chow pays close attention to those words, then slowly turns his head back to our boy. Now watch this tension. His eyes are an endless abyss, absolutely impossible to read. Facing that pure death stare, Tuyet Huy is too terrified to even take a single breath. Cowering like a trapped mouse, he carefully watches the old master. Tai Hoang Chow suddenly chuckles, looking weirdly relaxed. Tuyet Hui's insane gamble actually worked, the old man says. How fascinating, and perfect timing too. I am officially assigning this mission to you. Just like you said, the cult leader's personal forces will actively join the fight there. So first, you must scout the entire terrain with extreme caution. His incredibly toxic, wicked smile perfectly reflects in the rippling cup of wine. He issues the strict command. Go scout the exact terrain out there and find out exactly who is stationed at the Hamcock Pass. Observe every detail closely, then report everything straight back to squad leader Bach Kak 2. Even after magically pulling off this insanely dramatic survival gamble, his heavy heart still does not feel one single bit better about this mess. That ultra-tense, near-death feeling of terror has not faded away from him at all. Still, he forces himself to stay perfectly calm, bowing respectfully as he accepts the order. Hearing this satisfying answer, the old man instantly turns and leaves, his face completely changing. He casually drops one final cold order. All right, you may leave now. Tuyet Huy finally pushes himself up. Even though his legs are completely numb from fear and kneeling forever, he somehow staggers up, rapidly escaping that literal hellhole of a room. His inner voice screams in joy. I am alive, I survived. But right as he stands, Tuyet Huy sees Hak B already waiting right there. He flinches for a split second, but quietly walks right past her like absolutely nothing happened. Yet, that deep gripping terror still violently clings to his very soul. Our main character simply cannot hide the intense confusion in his wide-open eyes. You saw that too, right? He cautiously looks back at her, recalling that system panel from before. Floating right over Hak Bai's head right now is a glowing line of text that literally reads, Life points +4. Catching Tuyet Hui's highly suspicious glare, she immediately reveals a super confused look on her face. Meanwhile, our boy is totally stunned, silently wondering, life points +4? Who knows when sunset actually fell, but one single conversation somehow took half the freaking day, truly way beyond his expectations. After escaping Tai Hoang's scary study, Tuyet Huy finally stops by a quiet lake inside the city. He scoops up freezing water and violently splashes his face. His mind is still totally spinning with crazy thoughts about the unbelievable events that just went down. Everything that just happened is completely insane, but he absolutely has to accept it as reality now. The crystal clear lake reflects his currently super serious face. What in the actual world is happening to him right now? Turns out, he can see not just those enemies' stats, but even his very own points. One single point. One absolutely final chance at life. Tuyet Huy slowly walks forward, his trusty sword strapped tightly to his hip. He angrily recalls the heavy orders Tai Hoang Chow just handed down. Go scout the exact terrain out there and see who is at the Hamcock mansion. Observe every single detail, then report it back to squad leader Bach Kak 2. Remembering this, Tuyet Huy loudly grinds his teeth in secret disgust. What an absolutely shameless old bastard. But why hasn't anyone showed up yet? There isn't even a retreat route. Is he seriously destined to just die out there? Thinking about his utterly tragic fate and the super bleak future ahead, he simply cannot stop himself from letting out a massive, heavy sigh. Tuyet Huy looks up at the massive landscape of rivers and mountains ahead, his heavy breath exhaling into a thin, transparent puff of white smoke. Should I just run away across these plains? But right after that thought, he instantly uses sheer willpower to force himself to snap out of it. No, escaping is never that easy. I will adapt to this mess. He stares right down at his blood-stained hands, currently radiating an intensely dark, evil energy. This insanely brutal and toxic dark aura is impossible to hide, no matter how hard he genuinely tries. Tuyet Huy totally clenches his fists with raw, burning determination, a fierce, unbreakable resolve flashing deep inside his eyes. So what do you and I think? Those righteous faction soldiers at Daonyan sect will definitely sense this incredibly violent energy coming for them. Stick with me, you are about to watch how fast they got hunted down and destroyed. Tuyet Huy steps forward steadily under the fading evening light. It genuinely feels like no matter what happens or which path he takes next, absolute certain death is completely unavoidable for him. Just when Tuyet Huy is sinking into a madness-inducing depression, a familiar, highly annoying voice suddenly echoes out, violently pulling our guy right out of those super dark and twisted thoughts. Looks like you have a massive responsibility on your shoulders this time around. Why exactly did you go searching through Tai Hoang Chow's private office in the first place? Better be careful. The owner of that voice is Truck Son. The guy is smiling with absolute mockery, tightly hugging his short sword like an arrogant jerk. His face is just as punchable and fake as ever. Even the literal words coming out of his mouth, "Oh, my bad. I was just talking to myself. Don't tell me you were actually eavesdropping? If you heard me, just give up. You can't handle it." Tuyet Huy just stares at him in dead silence. A sharp, intense seriousness completely wraps around his body. He is no longer that old, weak version of himself who would tremble in absolute terror. With an extra life in the bank, this fool keeps his mocking attitude, totally clueless that the guy standing right in front of him is a completely different Tuyet Huy. A light evening breeze brushes past, making his hair flutter. Suddenly, the traumatic memory of his own brutal death and that weird line of text flashes right back into his mind once again. Tuyet Huy lets out a heavy breath. He has to make a choice, just go do the mission and die. Dying like that during a mission. Standing at this impossible crossroads makes his heart incredibly heavy, his eyes sinking into deep, dark thought. And if not, his cold gaze slowly shifts, locking onto the short sword resting neatly at his hip. Tuyet Hui's deep voice rings out, weirdly suppressed and low. "Hey, you!" Truxon keeps his careless attitude, completely failing to notice the massive shift in the atmosphere, and arrogantly snaps back. "What is it? What do you want to say?" Our main character doesn't even care. He lowers his head, stepping closer inch by inch, while continuing to speak in that spine-chilling, eerie tone of voice. "I just need to confirm something. Now watch closely, because this is the exact moment the bully finally realizes the heavy, suffocating aura radiating from him." Truxon tightly grips the sword in his hand, defensively shouting out, "What the hell?" Tuyet Huy doesn't answer. The slow, steady rhythm of his footsteps echoes as his face stays lowered. The heavy thud of his boots against the ground slowly digs deeper into Truxon's rising fear. His mind goes completely rigid like a drawn bowstring, anxiously waiting for what happens next. Suddenly, Tuyet Huy grips his sword hilt and instantly lunges at him with raging killer intent. His eyes are dead cold, carrying the pure will of someone ready to send their opponent straight to hell. Truxon jumps up in pure panic, frantically unsheathing his blade to block the incoming strike. The two blades violently clash. Even without an explosion of supreme energy or space tearing sword aura, the impact force is still so savage that the surrounding wind twists into a massive vortex, violently whipping against everything in the area. Facing Tuyet Hui's overflowing murderous intent, Truxon roars like an angry, provoked beast, green veins popping wildly all over his incredibly annoying face. He roughly screams, "You bastard! What the hell do you think you are doing?" Tuyet Huy stays silent, only unleashing a storm of kicks toward Truxon. Every single strike is heavy and packed with overwhelming pressure. The close quarters combat is absolutely brutal, but the one being pushed into a total disadvantage is Truxon. The sword in his hands barely manages to block two more attacks, but by the third strike, it gets completely knocked away. Seizing the perfect opening, Tuyet Huy instantly unleashes a slash right at his body. Truxon's solid thigh gets ripped open with a deep gash, bright red blood immediately spraying out. While his body completely freezes, he stares blankly at his own brutal injury and roars. "Damn it! You would expect him to finish the job right here, right?" Instead, Tuyet Huy holds back for an interrogation, his deep voice cutting through the battle. "I am asking you, why did you go searching through Taihong Kok Chow's manor? I was just wondering if I rummaged through that place, I might actually find something useful." He grips his sword tightly, raising it while lowering his center of gravity, totally ready to attack again. "I want to become stronger, but even if I found something, there really wouldn't be any other options for me anyway." Tuyet Huy widens his eyes, frowning so intensely that he looks absolutely terrifying right now. The killing intent radiating off him feels exactly like an invisible blade, slowly creeping right up to Truxon's neck. A relentless barrage of slashes forces him into a defensive panic again. Aside from desperately trying to block Tuyet Hui's sword strikes and constantly backing away, Truxon has absolutely no other options left to survive. Even though his massive body is almost twice the size of our guy, he is clearly getting completely dominated in this intense one-on-one sword duel. He has to grip the sword hilt with both hands just to withstand the kicks. Eyes wide, teeth gritted in sheer struggle, his sweat is pouring down like a waterfall. Tuyet Huy lightly flicks his blade, standing tall and watching him tremble and shrink back like a tiny, pathetic rat. The moment he meets that absolutely freezing gaze, Truxon stiffens up and blurts out, "Damn you, you crazy psycho. You think touching me means you will get out of this safely?" Deep inside Tuyet Hui's eyes, absolute resolve and pure fury are crystal clear. He grits his teeth until his veins pop, yet his chest remains calm like still water, no longer shaking with fear like when facing Tai Hoang Kakchao. From now on, I just do not care anymore, and trust me, you and I will not forget the way he charges forward, his body and blade moving together as one unstoppable weapon. Stick with me. You and I are about to witness survival instincts forged in countless past life battles. Tuyet Huy shows zero mercy, crossing swords directly with Truk Sun, jaw clenched tight. His eyes are bleeding pure murderous intent right now. He thinks to himself, I fought so hard to get here, and it ends now? No way. I have to find a way out. I refuse to die a second time. Desperate to break the lock, Truk Sun puts everything into a heavy swing, violently deflecting our main character's blade away. It takes every ounce of strength in his wrists just to pull that off. He lets out a massive roar, immediately bringing his sword crashing down. But too bad for him. Tuyet Huy easily dodges by dropping low. He launches himself high into the air, spinning beautifully mid-flight, pulling one leg back to deliver a brutal kick. With lightning-fast reflexes, he lands a devastating spinning back kick straight into his gut. The impact is so insane it sends him tumbling hard into the dirt. Truk Sun takes the full force to the stomach, mouth gaping wide, spit flying everywhere. You can practically feel how agonizing that strike was. Truk Sun clutches his stomach, hands still desperately gripping his sword. The shockwave sends him skidding all the way across the ground. After landing that epic blow, Tuyet Huy touches down and instantly drops back into a combat stance. Now watch closely. His cold eyes lock dead onto Truk Sun. Right above his head, a glowing system prompt. Life +1. You see that too, right? He is completely desperate to survive. No, he has to do this. He slowly shifts into an offensive posture. Legs spread wide, center of gravity lowered. Sword grip tight in an incredibly solid, unbreakable stance. Tuyet Huy creates an attack form that is both flawless and deadly. His blade is perfectly parallel to the ground, while Truk Sun barely manages to raise his weapon in a pathetic last-ditch effort to survive. His face remains locked in that same freezing, deadly, emotionless glare. Sensing something truly terrifying, Truk Sun raises a trembling hand, his voice violently shaking as he stammers out one final, desperate threat. You bastard, if the young commander finds out about this. Meanwhile, up on a nearby branch, a pitch-black little bird quietly watches this entire bloody scene unfold. Since the fight began, its eyes have reflected our hero's burning resolve. Tuyet Huy finally makes his move, launching himself like a missile straight at Truk Sun. The guy can only scream in pure terror as blood suddenly sprays everywhere, completely startling the black bird and sending it flying away. The thick, metallic stench of blood quickly fills the air. In a split second, our main character's sword pierces completely through his enemy's chest. The massive internal shock makes him cough up fresh blood, his eyes losing all focus as his life force instantly drains away. Even with blood spraying and that familiar metallic scent all around him, his gaze never shifts. Cold, brutal, completely stripped of any emotion. Truk Sun's sword clatters to the ground, echoing with a sharp, piercing ring. And right after that, his massive body collapses heavily into the dirt before Tuyet Huy's blood-stained blade. He just casually glances down, dead. Truk Sun has completely lost his life to our guy's sword. He died with his eyes wide open, a bitter end at the hands of someone he constantly looked down on. His voice rings out, ice cold. There is no turning back for me now. The dark night slowly begins to swallow the blood-red sky. Splash, a heavy object is hurled right into the water, turning the perfectly still surface into violently churning ripples. It is a corpse wrapped tight in cloth like a mummy, the dead weight dragging it straight to the bottom, vanishing without a single trace. The body was tossed right off a boat floating quietly on the lake. Tuyet Huy just coldly watches the bubbling water where his enemy sank. You and I both know there is no going back now. He just committed the ultimate sin, destroying a body and adding another vengeful ghost to this insanely cruel world. That absolute zero chill is engraved in his eyes. Honestly, he is just intensely staring down at his own dark reflection in the rippling water. He flashes back to the fight. The exact second Truk Sun died, that floating text above his head totally vanished into thin air. Even with all that, nothing has actually changed for me. Reflected in the water, he sees himself from that moment. The rippling surface shows his current score is still stuck at one single point, right alongside a massive warning sign, final chance. Tuyet Huy grips the boat's edge in total panic. The glowing numbers reflected on the dark water slowly start to blur, wavering with the dark waves, or maybe transforming entirely. A flash of pure horror hits his face when he realizes his points actually changed the exact second he murdered Truk Sun. 2 points. A second chance. With sweat pouring down, he mutters in absolute shock. What is this? The silent night is lit up by a perfectly round, mystical moon. Tonight feels incredibly gloomy, with dark clouds threatening to swallow up the entire sky. Down on a river section, completely surrounded by massive, towering cliffs of solid rock, a fast boat tears across the surface, violently ripping through the current and charging forward through the dead of night. On board, a group sits in perfect silence, just waiting. Every single one of them is on high alert, and yep, that includes our main character. He is totally analyzing the terrain, vertical cliffs and raging rapids. Honestly, this is the absolute perfect spot for pulling off a stealth mission. He remembers Taihong Kokchau's orders. Scout out the area and figure out exactly who is hiding at Hamcock Manor. Observe every little detail, then report back directly to the captain of the Phi Kok squad. It seems like this place is not totally unfamiliar to him, so we finally made it here. Tuyet Huy sits by the edge, fists completely clenched with pure determination. And trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Stick with me, we are about to watch him leave the manor, his mind still stuck on the Black Moon captain. Staying there was a pure death sentence anyway. Tich Min would have slaughtered him. Shortly after, their boat finally hits the shore. It is a wildly dangerous part of the river, but his squad wastes zero time stepping onto solid ground. Right then, he cannot stop himself from staring down at the water, checking his own reflection on the surface. The floating text is still there, changed right after he killed Truck's son. It is like he literally stole the guy's life force, going from 1 point to 2, changing from a last chance to a second chance. Tuyet Huy stares at it, completely deep in thought. After taking out Truck's son, the system text above his head shifted completely. But honestly, he still has no idea what these glowing words mean. Suddenly, a super strict voice snaps his attention. Hey you! It is none other than Thien Thuc Tan, captain of the Flying Guest Squad. She steps right up to Tuyet Huy, asserting her authority. Our guy immediately shows respect, bowing his head fast. Yes, captain, he replies. Thuc Tan crosses her arms, looking deadly serious. Mount Hua soldiers are patrolling nearby, she warns, so do not move around too openly. Once you figure out their numbers and map the local terrain, get straight back to this exact spot. Tuyet Huy listens quietly to her orders. She might be a woman, but her raw talent and crazy strength are absolutely undeniable here. She commands 3 whole squads of the Flying Guests, so as a captain, she stays behind the scenes. Thuc Tan radiates the intense aura of an elite master. Even raising her voice for a basic command completely flexes her total authority. What are you waiting for? Get moving! Looking totally awkward, Tuyet Huy has zero choice but to obey her direct orders. He signals his subordinates instantly, ordering them, "Follow me." Arms still crossed, she watches his squad sprint deep into the dark forest with Tuyet Huy leading the charge. Now pay close attention here. Her strict eyes track them as the whole scene accelerates, bushes and trees blurring past them at crazy speed. Rapid, silent footsteps echo through the trees. Under his absolute command, the scout team slices through the dense forest to map the enemy area. Sprinting ahead, his mind is racing. Back in my past life, I lacked experience, he thinks. This time, I need to be way smarter. Right now, they might have literal demon orders. Just thinking about that makes him grind his teeth in pure anger. Veins pop on his jaw. Using his past life knowledge, Tuyet Huy instantly barks a new order. We are going down to the right. His entire squad freezes up. One guy literally gasps in total shock. Wait, what did you just say? They cannot believe it. Zero explanations given. Tuyet Huy just turns and roars. I said go down, move! Every single team member thinks this new order is completely stupid and insane. Still running behind him, they start whispering. Were we not supposed to go left instead? Yeah, why is he taking us that way? The squad keeps shooting through the dense woods like arrows. You and I know he is keeping secrets, but going off script right here, it is actually saving their lives. His past life memories flash back. At this Mount Hua ambush point, they attacked me like they knew exactly where I would be. So there is absolutely no way I am dying like hunted prey out here today. He recalls his brutal training days and the pure exhaustion of scouting missions. I wanted this path, avoiding that doomed delegation at all costs. Point 2. A second chance. Is this really my second shot? Because if I fail, this second time is definitely my last. Suddenly, Tuyet Huy spots something directly ahead. He stares intensely, hyper-focused. He instantly throws his hand up, signaling a full stop. Everyone gets the message, danger is near. Their eyes go wide with pure shock. But thanks to years of brutal sect training, they drop into a crouch instantly. The whole squad stays low, erasing their presence behind the brush. Dead ahead sits a random building, a basic 2-story house, just standing completely alone between the clearing and the Mount Hua forest. It gives off seriously creepy vibes. 2 guys right behind him look incredibly stressed. They glance over, whispering, "Oh man, what do we do?" "You think someone inside just spotted us?" Tuyet Huy is honestly surprised by their panic. He grits his teeth, looking absolutely annoyed by this mess. Cursing mentally, "Damn it, why right now? If we ignore this outpost, the others might suspect me." He has no choice but to push forward. He looks back at his squad. "I am going in alone. If you hear my signal, rush inside immediately." With the plan set, he uses his epic footwork, slipping through the leaves. 2 steps later, he is glued to the outpost wall. His mind calculates the threat level. Buildings like this are almost always observation posts. If it is a basic guard, easy win. But if it is a real sword master, trust me, there is an 80% chance he dies right here. Tuyet Huy creeps around like a total thief, then carefully peeks inside through the wooden window frame. He is praying non-stop, "Please be empty." But trust me, you and I are about to see his eyes fly open in pure shock. Just what kind of enemy is waiting in there? After finishing his quick check, he signals for his squad to move up to his position. The whole group casually gathers right in front of the outpost, without showing any fear at all. What is going on here? Turns out this is just an abandoned guard post. Following orders, a squad member checks the perimeter and quickly reports back. It looks like absolutely no one is inside the building right now. Tuyet Huy crosses his arms and just mutters in response, but an unexplainable flash of sheer terror suddenly crosses his face. His eyes are completely losing their calm, shaking non-stop. Sweat pours down as every single cell in his body practically trembles. Behind that mask, his heart is absolutely overflowing with pure fear. What should he do now? As expected, he really needs to head toward the Trung Nguyen region. If he goes back to base, Truc Son is already dead. His brain is stretched tight as a violin string facing this twisted situation. Returning to base means getting killed, but staying right here means facing the exact same deadly danger. What in the world is the right move here? Seeing his frozen state, the squad members can't help but start whispering among themselves. Something seems incredibly off about their squad leader today. They keep shooting him these highly suspicious, calculating looks from the side. Yeah, it definitely looks like something bad happened. The blonde squad member quickly speaks up. "Since we have to return soon, we should hurry up and scout the terrain right away. And then we have to head back and report," squad leader Tuyet Huy. But our main character doesn't even respond to that suggestion at all. He just stays totally silent, staring blankly at one spot, making the confused guy call out again. "Squad leader?" He can't answer any of his team's questions right now. The only thing he can do is stare, because a system choice panel just popped up right in front of his eyes. Now watch closely, because you and I both know this bold headline hits him hard. An enemy has appeared. What is your choice? Do absolutely nothing. Fight back. Or, first try to resolve things by starting a conversation with the enemy. Cannot win, so use all your strength and run away. A countdown timer starts dropping from 10. Tuyet Huy rests his chin on his hand, staring at it deep in thought. Pure hesitation and conflict are completely obvious on his face, as he just glares at those floating words right in front of him. The second this weird choice panel dropped, a million blurry questions instantly exploded in his head. What is the reason for this? When exactly is the enemy going to jump out? Is the time outside frozen right now, just like it was back in Tai Hoang Cha's study room? Even if enemies are inside, even if they've spotted them already, shouldn't he have felt at least a tiny drop of their killing intent by now? And that is exactly what makes him so shocked. If that system panel hadn't shown up, Tuyet Huy probably wouldn't even know there was an enemy lying in ambush around this place. Watching the numbers on the choice board drop at lightning speed, a massive wave of anxiety starts rising up inside his chest. Tuyet Huy is stuck in a trap. Time is almost completely gone. He stares intensely at the choice panel with a deadly serious expression. Honestly, this is an insanely difficult choice when he doesn't know who the enemy is or how strong they are, but he has to decide fast. Even so, deep down, he still doesn't believe an enemy will appear, because it's way too quiet. I know you're wondering the same thing. Is there actually an enemy here? Well, there's no other way out to survive anyway. Just hoping there's a little killing intent, he makes his choice. First, resolve this by starting a conversation with the hidden enemy. Proceeding with the choice. The time outside the space immediately starts running again, the exact second that system notification pops up. The blonde squad member who just gave his suggestion curiously asks his squad leader Tuyet Huy again. Even though he feels absolutely zero killing intent, He still knows for a fact an enemy is lurking around here. His super-guarded voice rings out, "Come on out right now." The squad members standing around him instantly freeze up. The whole team quickly forms a tight circle, putting their backs together so they don't leave any weak spots open. They had already gripped the hilts of their swords tightly, creating a rock-solid defensive formation, but all four sides remain completely dead silent. Absolutely no ambush happens, and nobody shows up either, just the dark night and the sound of rustling forest leaves. When he realizes absolutely nothing is showing up, our main character finally lets out a tiny sigh of relief. His heart, which was hanging by a literal thread, slowly starts to relax. He speaks up with a relieved voice. "Yeah, there's no reason for anyone to be here." But right at that exact moment, an impressed voice rings out. Not bad at all. A figure with pure white hair suddenly appears right behind his back. The old man blends perfectly into nature, showing up without making a single sound, moving at speeds basically like a lightning bolt. The old guy actually praises him out loud. "There is someone pretty good here. It is absolutely unbelievable that he could easily pierce the team's entire defense just by appearing right inside it." The whole squad scatters instantly, hands squeezing their sword hilts. Lowering their center of gravity, they watch the old man carefully. Maybe because of the horrifying memories from his past life, pure terror instantly covers the main character upon seeing that figure. His face goes completely pale, his pupils shrinking and shaking in absolute horror. His breathing becomes heavy and frantic, acting like this is the very first time he's seeing the old man again. Oh man, what now? The scariest opponent, the absolute symbol of power, a high-level master holding the plum blossom sword technique. His white robes flapping in the wind. "Trust me, you and I are not ready for this fight. Stick with me here, meet Mount Hua's legendary elder." He stands under the moonlight, wind howling, eyes burning with pure killer intent. Seeing Tieu Lin's terrified face, the old man smirks. "What is this? That panicked look on your face, you know exactly who I am, don't you?" Facing the demonic cult's absolute worst nightmare, Tieu Lin's heart pounds like crazy. He can barely even breathe. Pure terror is completely frozen on his face. In a flash, his whole body locks up. He can't move an inch against this old monster. Trauma from the guy who literally murdered him in his past life. How the hell is he here? As the elder slowly steps closer, Tieu Huy is paralyzed, rooted to the spot, completely unable to fight back, while cold sweat completely drenches his hair. His mind races. Ever since sneaking past the main gate, he hasn't stopped moving, rushing deeper and deeper underground. He even avoided areas completely unrelated to the mission. Running into this boss right now? An absolutely cruel joke. His aura flares up like a cornered beast. Tieu Huy roars in pure rage. "Why? How could you possibly know we were hiding out here?" The elder just scoffs. He looks at our guy like he just heard the absolute dumbest joke in the world. "What are you babbling about?" The master is relaxed enough to casually explain. "You trashes dared to enter my patrol zone. Who are you?" Now pay attention, because our main character just realized he made the absolute most fatal mistake you can imagine. Tieu Huy freezes in absolute shock. Patrol zone? What the hell is going on? Did this absolute monster just say this is his patrol route? The Mount Hua elder is completely out of patience. He grips his sword, voice dropping to a deadly growl. "Let us skip the chatting. I do not care why you bugs scurried in here. You pathetic little demonic cult rats." Slowly, he draws his blade. That cold metal scraping against the scabbard? Enough to give anyone massive goosebumps. The bare steel flashes out with a blinding, terrifying aura. Just hearing that sound sends chills down your spine. Imagine being the guy standing right in front of a legendary master as he unsheathes his weapon for the kill. The elder stares at his blade and casually drops a heavy death sentence. "I will just slaughter you all." The entire squad goes completely pale. They already have their weapons out, desperately preparing to fight this old demon. Pure terror is painted on every face, yet their hands grip their swords without a single flinch. Facing this absolute nightmare, a dark realization hits Tieu Huy. "I finally get it now. You saw this coming, right? This life is ending exactly like his last one. Early or late, the result is death." Still, he raises his sword. Even as his mind breaks in front of this absolute powerhouse. Even though this miserable life gave him nothing, he endured everything, hoping things would finally get better. He waited patiently for a breakthrough. Now, his squad completely surrounds the Mount Hua elder. Everyone is super tense and careful, totally contrasting the old man who just looks casually majestic. He treats them like absolute dirt, fully confident he can wipe out the entire squad without shedding a single drop of his own blood. Right at death's door, a blazing desire to survive explodes inside him. He refuses to die. "Run away!" Tieu Huy screams like a wild beast, using every ounce of courage against this brutal hunter. The shout sounds determined, but his eyes only show pure terror and despair. He desperately wants to live, but fate is too strong. 2 lives, ruined by the exact same guy. His squad members freeze in shock at the command. Massive confusion on their faces, but they do not ask questions, they just immediately turn around. Boots scraping hard against the dirt, the whole squad scatters in the opposite direction to escape this terrifying old demon. The second they turn their backs, they trigger their movement techniques, sprinting frantically behind their captain, pushing their limits just to stay alive. The Mount Hua elder just stands there watching, looking quite annoyed. He clicks his tongue in disappointment. Too slow, you pathetic brats. In a single step, the elder turns into a blazing red blur, tearing straight through every single squad member before stopping right at Tieu Hui's chest. One seamless slash, fast as lightning and perfectly clean, landing a direct, devastating hit to the heart. Internal organs completely shredded. The metallic taste of blood floods his throat as Tieu Hui coughs up pure crimson. 1 strike. That is all it took to steal his consciousness and basically end his life. But Tieu Hui is not the only victim. Every single team member got sliced by that blade, with fresh blood splashing everywhere across their bodies. They don't even know where they were cut. Meanwhile, the elder hasn't even used his left hand once. He keeps it tucked behind his back, easily holding the scabbard. He literally never saw them as actual opponents. So what do you and I make of this? A total massacre, while his cold eyes just glow bloody red. Let's dive right in. The old man rips his sword out. The blade completely dyed in the main character's crimson blood. With nothing to block the gaping chest wound, blood just keeps spewing out like a fountain. Tuyet Huy collapses to the dirt, completely powerless. His lungs are pierced, making every single breath absolute agony. He can't move a muscle. His head spins from massive blood loss, while a deafening ringing takes over his ears. The elder of the 9-sect alliance steps closer to his helpless body. He starts mocking him right away. Am I weak? That so-called general is basically a god out here. What can I even say? The elder's stiff expression finally breaks. A sarcastic smirk creeps onto his face, his eyes dripping with pure contempt. Tuyet Huy glares up at him. He stays quiet for a second before he absolutely loses it. Using his last ounce of strength, he weakly asks, "You already knew, didn't you?" The elder totally plays dumb, brushing off the accusation. "What in the world are you talking about?" Our guy gasps for air, desperately clinging to life. His vision blurs from the dizziness, but a massive wave of defiance still surges inside him. Tuyet Huy forces himself to repeat it. "We came here, saying anything else is useless." The elder clicks his tongue, acting like he has no idea what this kid means. "What the hell are you rambling about?" Suddenly, he grabs the kid's hair and violently yanks his head back. One eye is swollen shut. Now pay close attention here. He leans right into his face, looking far more terrifying and murderous than when he wiped out the entire squad. Dropping the innocent act completely, he growls, "You, how exactly did you find out?" His messy long hair and glowing red eyes make his heavy aura feel absolutely oppressive. Anyone else facing this insane killing intent would have passed out. The elder rests his bloody sword on his shoulder. He keeps gripping Tuyet Hui's hair, lifting his head high. That fake, calm patience from before? Completely gone now. "Speak," he barks. "I asked how you knew." But Tuyet Huy is entirely out of gas. He can't even lift a single finger to fight back. His chest wound throbs in pure agony, and with his head yanked back like this, his scalp feels like it is tearing off. He just lets out a groan. The thought just popped into my head out of nowhere. Tracking the scent was way faster than normal thinking. Without knowing exactly who was getting ambushed, you never could have shown up here perfectly on time. Hearing this, the elder finally gets it. He lets out an amused laugh. "What? If you figured it out early, you should have just told me. Think about it. Getting better ranks is great, and wiping out these crude fools is a bonus. Isn't that a massive win-win situation for both of us right now? Looking closely, you are actually a pretty interesting guy. You even dared to disobey direct orders." Tuyet Huy grinds his teeth at the insult, blood pouring freely from his mouth. "What an absolute piece of trash, old man." The elder keeps on with his mocking interrogation. Suddenly, dark red blood drips right down from the top of the kid's eye. Tuyet Huy scowls hard, his eyes going completely bloodshot with intense hatred. Bitter tears of blood roll down his cheeks. With clenched teeth, he glares at his enemy. "You all see where this is going, right?" The elder sneers. "Is a demonic energy user like you totally drained?" He drops him. His words cut deeper than any physical blade. "Actually, I should really thank you. Because of your squad, my combat rank is going to skyrocket." Without warning, he raises his blood-soaked sword high into the air. The blade stands out sharply against the dark night sky. He is definitely about to end this. He speaks calmly. Well, it is time for me to go. Facing imminent death, pure terror swallows the captain whole once again. His face is terrifyingly stained, and his vision turns completely crimson as thick blood flows steadily from his eyes like tears. This exact scene, same awful setting, same brutal enemy. Deep down, he starts praying for a miracle. I am counting on you. The sword slashes down to take his life, and he does not have an ounce of strength to dodge. Dying like this is just too unfair. Please, just give me one more chance. Just one more time. Suddenly, text lights up above his head. Point 2. Second chance. Desperate desire completely floods his mind. Tuyet Huy clenches his jaw, his eyes blazing with absolute refusal to accept this tragic end as the lethal blade reaches his neck. In that split second, he desperately prays for the system selection panel to finally appear. The sword slices through his neck with terrifying power, dragging him straight back into that freezing, dark void with dim light. He is floating in water again. And trust me, his desperate system wish just got answered. Stick with me here. That same choice panel pops up again, and it looks like our guy finally understands how this crazy system works. The system gives him 3 options: start over, continue his present life, or summon a save point. Time remaining? Just 109 seconds. Tuyet Huy, who literally just got killed, stares blankly at the glowing panel. Reality hits him hard. His brows furrow, and a fierce, intense determination flashes in his eyes. He carefully starts calculating his absolute best next move. Starting over is a no-go. Even if he regresses, there is absolutely zero guarantee this nightmare won't happen again. So, he chooses to summon his saved point instead. Instantly, a completely new system window pops right up in front of his face. But his save slots are completely empty. He freezes in pure shock as another message appears. This time, it's not white text. Blinking red letters flash like a massive alarm, warning Tuyet Huy that he literally has no saved memories. Going back to the main screen? What does that even mean? With zero time to think, he panics and selects continue living in the present. Tuyet Huy is sweating bullets. The timer is basically at 0, and he just locked in his current life. But then, that terrifying red text flashes across his vision once again. Cannot continue. The enemy's martial arts are too overwhelming, and talking won't work. So, continuing is fully blocked. Tuyet Huy stares daggers at the system warning, a nameless rage bubbling inside him. He snaps, absolutely baffled. What? Now pay attention here, because this is wild. His only option is to restart. And suddenly, the Mount Hua sect elder, Ku Tong Min, appears right inside his personal space. The projection of this old man is terrifyingly realistic. Pure nightmare fuel. It even repeats his sarcastic praise perfectly. So there really is someone decent here. Right after that mock, a detailed stat screen pops up. The enemy's attacks are broken down into 5 styles. Plum Blossom Sword Art, 54 million damage. Plum Blossom Follow-Up is 22 million. Western Sword Art does 75.7 million. Hurricane Sword Art, 35 million. This stat panel leaves him completely paralyzed. Honestly, he is absolutely terrified of the monster who killed him twice with those insane damage numbers. But it doesn't stop there. The system actually projects Tuyet Huy's own figure right in front of him, showing his specific attack types and exact damage numbers too. Squad Captain Tuyet Huy has 2 attack styles. Demonic Heaven Sword, a pathetic 102 damage. Black Demon Sword, 1,524. Just looking at the movesets proves the massive gap between them. And the damage difference is literally in the millions. Absolutely brutal. Tuyet Huy quietly observes and analyzes the gap. Actually, he's just shell-shocked. He never expected the system to do this. Then, another message reads, "No matter what martial arts you use, this enemy cannot be beaten." The screen flips back to the start. Pure despair slowly infects his mind. Despite giving it everything to dodge this fate, he is right back at square one. You and I both know what this means, right? He has to restart. A look of total helplessness flashes across his eyes. This is the one option he absolutely dreaded. Is there really nothing else? With 0 alternatives left, he forcefully accepts his grim fate. That familiar text appears again, exactly like the very first system message that kicked off this whole chaotic nightmare. Returning to the moment he met Taihong Chow, the void instantly fades. His mind spins like a crazy roller coaster ride. The final destination? His past self. Tuyet Huy snaps his eyes open, completely stunned. His pupils are shrinking in pure panic. His vision clears up, revealing that familiar white ceiling from his first regression. He sits up fast, but he isn't blindly panicking this time, because now he actually understands how these weird, floating words operate. Weirdly enough, he feels a strange sense of relief wash over him. This isn't some dark hell, it's just the literal starting line. Tuyet Huy just lets out a helpless laugh. Surviving 3 lifetimes and getting killed twice by the same dude definitely fried his brain. Honestly, none of this feels real to him. With wild, terrified eyes, he clutches his head and mutters like an absolute madman. Ha! Am I actually cursed by a ghost? That might actually be better, as long as he survives. Pure despair chokes him like a beast. Fate already decided he dies no matter what option he picks. So, what on earth can he even do? His eyes show nothing but absolute defeat. If this deadly loop keeps repeating, he is definitely going to lose his mind completely. But trust me, our guy absolutely refuses to just give up here. Even drowning in peak despair, Tuyet Huy clings to one tiny spark of hope. He calms himself down, plotting his first moves for life number 3. He knows he can't stay paralyzed like this. If he keeps laying here, those enemies are going to find him fast. Let us jump into this wild Regression Manhwa. His face drops, dead serious. That crazy, unhinged look in his eyes, completely gone. Just like his previous life, Thich Minh and Truc Sun arrive at his spot, delivering orders straight from Taihong Kok Chow. Their heavy footsteps echo loud against the floorboards. But when these 2 lackeys finally get there, Tuyet Huy is absolutely nowhere to be found. While Thich Minh stays dead quiet, that total meathead Truc Sun just scratches his bald head. He looks confused, mumbling, "What in the world is going on here?" They swore he was right here. Both guys just stare blankly at his empty bed inside the training room. Truc Sun looks around like an idiot, asking where they should go next. But these 2 fools have zero idea someone is watching their every single move from the shadows. Tuyet Huy had already slipped out of bed, hiding himself perfectly in a dark corner. He watches them in absolute silence, clearly plotting some kind of wild master plan. The floating text above Truc Sun is totally gone now. Did killing him in the past timeline erase it? If so, you can clearly only farm 1 extra life per target. Makes sense. And if that is how the system works, he is down to his very last life. Now pay close attention here. Just like he guessed, floating above his own head is a status window reading point 1, his absolute final chance. Tuyet Huy clenches his fists tight. He needs to get stronger, way tougher than before. The faces of the disgusting enemies he hates flash rapidly through his mind. Gripping his hands even harder, his frown deepens. Pure, ruthless determination burns in his eyes. He refuses to let himself die again. No matter what happens, he is going to survive. Those glowing crimson pupils flash, the initial despair and raw madness completely gone, replaced by an intense burning will to live that rages inside him like an unstoppable wildfire. That exact system message from his final moments flashes right back into his memory, the prompt telling him to start completely over from the beginning. Before he can even put on a shirt or grab his shoes, Tuyet Huy sprints wildly out of the training grounds, dodging his first literal death flag. But human stamina has a hard limit. Exhausted, he stops somewhere deep inside the city limits, resting his hands on his knees, gasping for air. His absolutely shredded physique is clearly reflected in a large mirror sitting right beside him. Only now does Tuyet Huy actually notice the glass is even there. Still exhausted from running, he glances over. The mirror shows his muscular frame and tense face, but also reveals those bright green status letters hovering right over his head. Point 1, final chance. Seeing that makes his entire body tense up. He bites his lip, mind racing as the brutal reality of having one single life sinks in. But thinking it through, he quickly realizes that freaking out and stressing over it will not change a damn thing. His stiff muscles finally relax. Tuyet Huy stops sprinting and just starts walking at a slow, steady pace. He lets out a heavy, depressed sigh. Man, how does he even handle this? What is the next move? Looking up at the city pavilions, he analyzes his terrible situation. Enemies are everywhere. Running away is completely pointless at this stage. His only option is facing them head-on, even knowing his chances of winning are absolute zero. That crushing wave of total despair washes over him again. Just picturing that helpless feeling makes his face instantly drop into pure, heavy gloom. But no matter what, he has to find a solution. Our main character's burning desire to live simply will not let him give up right now. Lifting his lowered head, a fresh wave of total confidence and sheer determination shines through. His calm walking suddenly shifts right back into a sprint. I know what you are thinking. Where is he rushing off to? Straight back to that painfully familiar study room. He decided to stop running and just face the music to find another way out. His voice echoes through the massive room. Captain of the Flying Guest Squad, Tuyet Huy, Taihong Kok Chao summoned me. Thanks to his past life memories, he is definitely not letting that old man play his twisted little games anymore. Tuyet Huy drops to his knees instantly, bowing with deep respect before Taihong Kok Chao and Hong Mang Nguyen. He shouts his greeting like a total peasant lucky enough to meet the mighty emperor. The old man stays silent at this display. He seems genuinely shocked that his usual mind games are not working on the kid at all today. Our main character is secretly cheering on the inside. A tiny spark of hope flares up as he waits for that crucial selection screen to pop up. Since this exact moment is the start of everything, the ultimate answer just has to be hidden right here. Tuyet Huy remembers the specific system prompt he got back when he chose to restart everything from scratch. The weird part? That so-called starting point was actually right before he accepted the old man's proposal, meaning he returned to this exact meeting with Taihong Kok Chao. Even while groveling like a scared little mouse, his eyes still flash with an absolute, unshakable core of pure determination. He secretly promises himself, "I am not running away." The old man's exact words and actions are still identical to the previous terrifying timeline. Stroking his beard, the old villain laughs and talks to Hong Mang Nguyen beside him. I already mentioned this to you earlier, right? This kid right here is Tuyet Huy. Hong Mang Nguyen laughs out loud. Oh, is that so? So what do we take from this? Instead of criticizing his greeting like the past life, this time, the villain actually drops a completely sarcastic compliment. Not bad. The old man turns, smiling at Taihong Kok Chao. He looks thrilled. This kid actually has some real potential. The dialogue completely changed. From a kid with a little potential to one with a lot of potential. Let's dive right in. Did Tuyet Huy changing his attitude and acting respectful actually trigger this completely new reaction? Hearing this, Taihong Kok Chao's mood actually seems to improve a bit. Ho ho, is that what you think? This bizarre and unfamiliar scene leaves Tuyet Huy completely stunned. Their words and actions? Totally different from before. He frantically thinks to himself, why did the situation suddenly play out so differently this time? Was it simply because he kneeled down and bowed respectfully right from the start? He isn't even hearing those mocking insults anymore. Pushing that thought aside, Taihong Kok Chao takes a slow sip of wine and speaks up. Here is the deal. I'm planning to assign you the secretary position over at Thien Not Mansion. The details changed, but that death trap offer is exactly the same. Tuyet Huy panics. He's terrified that if he makes the wrong choice again, he'll end up brutally dead just like the last few times. He swallows hard to clear his dry throat, clear panic and hesitation written all over his pale face. Now watch closely. After dying twice already, you and I both know he had to prepare for this exact moment. Suddenly, Tuyet Huy lifts his head high, lets out a strained grunt, and slams his forehead directly into the floor. Boom! A massive thud echoes. Just hearing that impact makes your skull ache. Tuyet Huy is pouring every ounce of his energy into finding a way to survive. Impossible. Lord Taihong Kok Chao, how could a lowly servant like me ever dream of such an honored place? That high position absolutely doesn't fit me. So this time, he's using rejection to escape the trap. But honestly, those two old monsters don't even look surprised by his excuse. Taihong Kok Chao just casually sips his wine, sitting in deep silence for a while before asking, is that so? Meanwhile, Hong Mang Nguyen strokes his chin, staring at him while letting out a highly suspicious hum. Even though he flat-out rejected the bait, the old man's true goal was locked in from the start. He can't use a fake promotion to blind him anymore. So he just drops the act. Ah, well, fine then. Honestly, I was planning to give you a specific mission this time anyway. But before the old man can spit out that terrifying scout mission, Tuyet Huy interrupts him by desperately calling out his name. Actually, there is something I must confess. Tuyet Huy stops bowing and looks straight up at the old man. His eyes are dead serious, his face completely pale. He's standing at the ultimate crossroads. This single moment will decide if he lives or dies. Just one more wrong choice, and this final extra life is permanently game over. I've been waiting. His pupils shrink down rapidly, shaking. He's clearly bracing himself for something huge to trigger, and what he's waiting for? The system's choice menu. You and I both know what's coming. Accept the mission, ask for a different one, or completely sever his own right arm. The choices are identical. This is his make or break moment. The space around him instantly freezes dead. It gets so brutally quiet that you can actually hear his heart violently hammering against his chest. It's racing with pure adrenaline and terror, beating like a ticking time bomb, forcing him to hurry up and lock in his final decision. His brain goes into overdrive. He already picked option 1 and option 2 in his past lives, and guess what? Both led straight to a brutal death. Because of that, those 2 options are instantly trashed without a second thought, leaving only one, the absolute most ruthless choice on the board. Tuyet Huy pants heavily, staring down the system screen. He grits his teeth hard, forcing himself to be brave. He hates it, but it's his only shot. With that dark realization, the selection cursor quickly slides down. It stops dead on the 3rd line, sever his own right arm. Trading an arm just to stay alive? Man, this world is an absolute nightmare. The exact second he locks in his choice, frozen time immediately resumes. Following the system prompt, Tuyet Huy clenches his right fist. He lifts his head and declares with absolute resolve, "I will sever my own right arm." Even after dying 2 unfair deaths to this exact same guy, and surviving the crushing pressure of the Taihong study 3 times over, pure, suffocating terror still drowns him at the thought of hacking off his own limb. His heart is beating like wild war drums, and complete helplessness totally floods his spinning mind. There are 0 other paths left. If this crazy gamble fails, then it's truly game over. Tai Hoa Kok Chau's eyes don't even twitch. Despite hearing such a horrific, bloody proposal, the old man just looks mildly curious. He asks, "Why so sudden?" Even with absolute determination to survive, this is still a massive gamble where he's betting his own flesh and blood. Tuyet Huy thinks to himself, "I can't escape this twisted fate anyway. I need to see the result of this final, desperate choice with my own eyes." Ignoring his violently pounding chest, Tuyet Huy looks up and explains himself with extreme caution. "Recently, I took a hard look at my actions. Out of pure desperation to learn more advanced martial arts, I admit I spoke with foolish arrogance. I even dared to sneak into your personal study to dig through the sacred texts. That arrogant thought actually crossed my mind." Facing Tuyet Hui's bold confession, the old man just lets out a deeply unpredictable hum. "So what do you and I make of this?" His eyes are completely dead calm, like he knew about this the entire time. "Stick with me, you and I are about to see exactly how far someone will go to survive." Tuyet Huy completely loses his cool, slamming his head against the floor to beg for mercy. He screams out his apologies, crying that even dying 1,000 times over would never be enough to truly pay for all his unforgivable sins. He prays Tai Hoa Kok Chau sees his desperate loyalty. But surprisingly, the first guy to speak up isn't Tai Hoa Kok Chau at all. It is Hong Man Nguyen. The old man lets out a massive laugh and praises him. He says Tuyet Huy is way more entertaining than the rumors led him to believe. Meanwhile, Tai Hoa Kok Chau just sits there, slowly tapping his fingers against the table. That steady, annoying sound fills the heavy silence. He stares down at the boy with those cold, calculating eyes, his classic habit whenever he is plotting something dark. Suddenly, the tapping stops. He has finally made his decision. Tai Hoa Kok Chau tosses a sharp dagger right in front of the main character. It hits the stone floor with a sharp, terrifying clank. The second he sees that blade, Tuyet Huy freezes. Absolute, undeniable terror washes completely over his pale face. He slowly looks up at the old man, his skin turning completely white. Even though he already knows exactly what this twisted test means, he still needs to hear the order out loud. Tai Hoa Kok Chau rests his chin on his hand, looking down with a mocking smile. His eyes practically glow with a sick, cruel excitement for this tragedy. "Then go ahead and prove it to me." His heart is pounding so hard it echoes in his ears. His trembling hand slowly reaches out toward the dagger. There is simply no turning back from this nightmare now. He forces himself to breathe. Just one strike, he thinks. One clean cut is all it takes. Tuyet Huy grips the heavy dagger and presses the razor-sharp edge directly against his right shoulder. His lips are quivering in pure dread at the thought of losing his arm. If he can just survive this single moment of pain, no matter the horrible cost, he will finally carve out a path to his future. He lets his right arm hang completely dead, while his left hand grips the blade tight, ready to sever flesh. Biting his lip hard, his eyes lock in with absolute, undeniable resolve. Watch closely now, because things are about to get insane. The main character actually starts slicing that cold steel straight into his own arm. Blood instantly sprays everywhere, splashing right across his face. That thick, heavy smell of iron punches him in the gut and makes him sick. But the nausea is absolutely nothing compared to the mind-numbing agony of literally hacking off his own limb piece by piece. Tuyet Huy grits his teeth, letting out a choked groan as the pain peaks. Bright crimson blood gushes out like a fountain, completely soaking his black clothes while he screams. The unimaginable pain completely whites out his vision. His pupils shrink down to tiny pinpricks, his entire body trembling violently. His eyes go totally dead as he feels his arm tearing away from his torso. Desperate to end this absolute torture, he gathers whatever strength he has left and slashes down. The sharp blade practically grinds against the stark white bone inside his shoulder, destroying every last ounce of his self-control. He screams out in pure agony. But right at that split second, just before the arm completely drops, Tai Hoa Kok Chow barks out a harsh command stop. The very second he speaks, a sudden force smashes into the dagger, knocking it right out of his hand before it can finish the terrifying job. Absolute shock floods into the boy's exhausted eyes. Tuyet Huy snaps back to reality, looking up in pure disbelief. It turns out the person who saved his arm is Hak Bai. Moving at lightning speed from just a single word by Tai Hoa Kok Chow, she stepped in to block his completely suicidal and crazy gamble. The heavy dagger, now completely soaked in thick, dark blood from blade to hilt, clatters uselessly onto the cold floor. Tuyet Huy is still totally frozen in shock, just staring up at Hak Bai. He is gasping for air, half his face absolutely coated in his own blood. He watches the girl stand up straight after disarming him, his scrambled brain trying to process the crazy reality. Did this girl seriously just step in and save my limb? But he instantly shakes that thought away as pure, unbelievable relief washes over him. He survived this crazy nightmare. Floating right above Hak Bai is that same wild +4 life indicator. The nightmare is over, and miraculously, his right arm is still fully attached to his body. Tuyet Huy desperately grabs his slashed shoulder. It is drenched in blood, and even the slightest touch sends shockwaves of pure agony through him. Still, he has to grip it tight to stop the massive bleeding, letting out another painful groan. He secretly checks his body, the arm is there. But wait, why cannot he move it? You and I both know that was completely unhinged, but guess what? Those two old monsters are absolutely loving it, treating his brutal suffering like top-tier entertainment. Tai Hoa Kok Chow points right at him and laughs, saying, "You saw that, right? Is this crazy kid not the most entertaining thing ever?" Hong Man-win does not even try to hide his twisted amusement, laughing and totally agreeing. These old monsters are casually chatting while our boy is bleeding out. Tuyet Huy takes in heavy, ragged breaths, his head spinning out of control from massive blood loss while his useless arm throbs in pure pain. They claim that since founding this entire place, they have never seen anyone quite this extreme. They just keep laughing, calling him an incredibly fun little toy. Suddenly, a dark token is tossed right onto the blood-stained floor in front of him. Tai Hoa Kok Chow drops his smiling act, his face turning incredibly stern and dangerously cold. He speaks up, offering the deal one more time. He asks if Tuyet Huy is still serious about wanting to work over at the Tien Not mansion. Then go. It is absolutely wild that sacrificing his own arm. So what do we take from this? Sometimes you have to risk it all to get that prize. Ignoring the blood, Tuyet Huy snatches the small token without hesitation. Let's dive in. Is this it? Tai Hoa Kok Chow jokes right before kicking him out. Yeah, don't forget the stomach god. But Tuyet Huy tunes him out completely, his mind drowning in some heavy, unnamed emotion. Out of all those insane questions, the final one was his actual ticket to survival. His life literally depended on those 3 final choices. He slowly stands, excusing himself over their mocking laughter. Something dark and bizarre creeps into his chest just like a raging fire. This just confirmed one very brutal fact. His left shoulder throbs. The bleeding stopped, but the agony, unbearable. Their sick laughter echoes all the way to the exit door. Hearing that laughing, it makes his absolute hatred burn hotter than ever before. He makes a silent vow, "I will never forget this. Those two are dead men." He can't even hide the sheer rage. Gritting his teeth, he shoots them one last glare, eyes practically dripping with vengeance, hand still clutching his bloody shoulder. Phu Thien Not is a sky-piercing tower with totally wild architecture. A cold voice echoes in the registration room. Name? Tuyet Huy. Age? 27. Your experience? 8 years in the guest group. The guy interrogating him is this middle-aged man with a nasty scar across his cheek. The old man checks the info sheet and spots something interesting. Oh, at Thien Huang 2. Primary education department out of 1,000 people. You rank 12th? Tuyet Huy stays completely cold. His bloody clothes are finally gone, and that wrecked shoulder is fully bandaged up now. The scarred man scrutinizes him closely, letting out a small gasp of genuine surprise. He just stands there in silence. His sunken, dark eyes are dead tired, staring completely out of focus. Watch this, even in this dump, he is somehow highly valued. Suddenly, the guy spots his limp arm, scoffs a little, and asks, "What happened to the right arm?" Gripping his crippled arm, he pauses for a second before giving a simple excuse. An accident. An accident? He checks the paper again and hums. Turns out, the word demon is written right at the bottom. meaning Samko actually recommended him. Luckily, the guy stops digging. He turns around and barks, "Follow me," thinking to himself, "Whatever, it's really not my problem anyway." Tuyet Huy watches his relaxed back, silently judging this man from behind. He follows him down a massive, endless-looking staircase. They enter a bright study room. "This is your workplace. You will manage every single book in here. You and I know what's next." He looks around and is absolutely speechless at the scale. Massive bookshelves stretch out everywhere, perfectly organized. Just one look at the shelves proves this collection is insanely huge. He hasn't even counted them yet. The scarred man keeps explaining the job. "Beyond cleaning, if you break anything here, you take absolute full responsibility." Seeing him so quiet, he snaps, "Why aren't you answering? Got a problem?" Tuyet Huy quickly replies, "No sir." He walks over to the only desk, giving him super detailed instructions on everything. Start by categorizing the biggest books first. He keeps talking, totally unaware our guy is just scanning the room. Tai Hoa Kok Chow and Nuthien Kok Chow definitely had zero clue about this place. These endless rare books mostly contain lost martial arts techniques and their legendary origins. No way a place like this casually holds top-tier martial arts manuals. But he doesn't need god-tier stuff anyway. He glares hungrily at the scarred old man currently lecturing him. "Duhong, I just need something, anything, to take this guy down completely." Above his head, text flashes life +1. Seeing that, he locks in. Even if he dies now, next life changes. Who knows what insane level his martial arts are at? Rewind just a few minutes, when he nervously called out to Duhong. Sir." At that exact moment, he inexplicably feared his own reckless decision. His heart pounds wildly, screaming in pure terror. A sudden massive doubt stops him cold. Can he even win this fight? With his right arm completely crippled like this? Weapon hidden, but being crippled brings doubt. So what do you and I think? Will he actually risk game over right here? Should he bet everything on a gamble with only a 50% chance of winning? Let's dive in. Duhong turned around with a curious grunt. His eyes? Totally cold, like he couldn't care less about the world. He probably never expected a complete rookie to just snap and ambush him like this. Tuyet Huy went all out. Grabbing the dagger hidden in his chest, he plunged it straight into Duhong's stomach without a second thought. He gritted his teeth, pupils shrinking like crazy. The sheer temptation of a second chance had completely hijacked his rationality. Instantly, a massive wave of pain hit, leaving Duhong completely dizzy. Panicking at the sudden strike, cold sweat poured down his face as he cursed Tuyet Huy out. "You bastard, how dare you try pulling a stunt like this on me?" Clutching his bleeding stomach, he unleashed a brutal kick, sending him flying back to create some distance. His voice was furious, but shaking the guy was clearly an absolute agony. Tuyet Huy got knocked backward, but his grip on that blood-soaked dagger stayed tight. His feet skidded across the floor as he braced himself. He knew if he didn't finish Duhong off right here, he'd be digging his own grave. No turning back now. Tuyet Huy gritted his teeth, sizing up the dire situation. He figured this shallow punk was just another weakling trying his luck. Duhong gasped heavily for air, one hand tightly clutching his bleeding gut while the other fiercely gripped a knife to block the incoming strike. Even though he was backed into a corner, his mouth just would not stop running. "You little piece of trash, what are you doing?" Before he could even finish his sentence, Tuyet Huy dashed forward with lightning speed. He had to end this fast watch closely. Things are escalating. Dragging this out was a bad idea. Relying entirely on his left arm, his attacks were sharp and relentless, aiming strike after deadly strike straight at Duhong. But sadly, his opponent was no pushover. Every single lightning-fast stab was perfectly dodged. Duhong's eyes stayed wide open, calculating every single move in this deadly, high-stakes clash. Surprisingly, Duhong slipped right past Tuyet Huy's relentless offense with total ease, lunging forward and locking his arms right around his waist. Sure enough, fighting with only one good arm was a massive handicap. Tuyet Huy froze in absolute shock, his jaw dropping at the sudden counterattack. He cursed internally. Trying to use his injured right arm right now would completely expose his physical weakness. Duhong slammed Tuyet Huy brutally into the floor. Dazed by the impact, the dagger slipped right out of his hand. Just like that, the upper hand shifted. Duhong was now the one completely in control, taking a heavy impact against the hard floor with zero leverage, plus the crushing weight of Duhong pinning him down, was brutal. Tuyet Huy let out a pained groan. He gritted his teeth, glaring up at the guy pinning him down. Suddenly, his fierce eyes shrank in pure, unadulterated terror. Turns out, Duhong targeted his injured right arm to torture him. Flashing a wicked smile, he crushed down on his shoulder, making Tuyet Huy feel pain so intense his soul almost left his body. He howled like a wild beast. After fully restraining him by viciously squeezing his wound, Duhong didn't hesitate. He raised the blade high in the air, ready to strike. His bloodshot pupils shrank as he stared death right in the face. There was no reset button this time. Nothing was coming to save him, because this was his absolute final chance. The razor-sharp blade plunged deep into his body without mercy. Fresh blood sprayed like a geyser, splattering all over Duhong. But it didn't stop there. To completely obliterate Tuyet Huy, he didn't leave him a single breath, ruthlessly stabbing his body over and over again. An absolutely tragic scene. Blood pooled all across the cold floor. His arm hung lifelessly as dark blood soaked both their clothes, filling the whole room with a heavy, metallic scent. Tuyet Huy furrowed his brows in pure dread. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. Did he just die? Nope, all that was just playing out inside his head before he attacked. His eyes squeezed shut, terrified by the vivid illusion of his own brutal death. Right now, there was absolutely no way to guarantee a win. Tuyet Huy opened his eyes, hesitating completely. He was terrified of dying, refusing to throw himself into a deadly gamble when he already knew the horrific outcome of losing. He quickly hid the dagger back inside his robes just as Duhong turned to ask, "What's wrong with you? If something is bothering you, just spit it out." The explosive killing intent from earlier vanished instantly, replaced by a fake, goofy smile. Tuyet Huy pulled out some silver coins from his pocket, playing the ultimate suck-up as he spoke to Duhong. "Oh, it's nothing. I'll just be relying on your great guidance from now on. The weather is getting cold, and you've worked so hard. Please accept this small token of my respect." Duhong stared silently at the silver, his eyes so insanely calm that nobody could possibly guess what he was thinking. Suddenly, he shot him a sharp, ice-cold glare, his voice echoing with authority. "What exactly is the meaning of this right now?" Tuyet Huy seriously jumped at that intense reaction. He wondered, wait, does bribery not work on him? But Duhong didn't disappoint. He was exactly the kind of greedy guy he predicted. Without hesitating, he snatched up all the silver. That cold, serious expression instantly melted into a massive, highly satisfied grin. He praised him, saying, "You're quite clever, very good at treating people right. Just ask if you need anything." "So what do you and I learn from this?" Tuyet Huy just chuckled warmly, hiding every single ounce of his killer instinct. Sometimes playing the fool wins. Stick with me here. If that guy knew he was just handed a literal death threat instead of pure silver, how would he react? Looks like the silver bribe worked perfectly, buying him some much-needed good graces from Duhong. The guy turns around and asks, "Right, you said your name was Tuyet Huy?" Tuyet Huy immediately replies, "Yes, my lord. And to pay him back for that silver." Duhong drops some serious survival advice. He thinks for a second, then says, "If you can help it, keep your head down and stay completely off the radar. That is, if you want to live." Tuyet Huy freezes in place, totally baffled by Duhong's cryptic warning. He just stands there long after the guy leaves his workspace, dropping one massive piece of intel before vanishing. Apparently, actual monsters are known to wander around these exact halls. Tuyet Huy goes dead silent, his face totally shadowed in deep thought. To reach his goal and get absolute revenge on those scumbags, he has to survive at all costs. But what can he even do with this broken body? Could he ever beat Duhong? Shaking it off, Tuyet Huy gets straight to work, dropping down in front of a massive, messy pile of books on the floor. Before long, the sun starts rising, casting a harsh crimson light that paints the entire massive pavilion in a really gloomy, heavy vibe. Hours pass, but the books are still stacked up like an endless mountain. Tuyet Huy slumps down on the stairs, leaning against the railing and letting out a heavy, exhausted sigh. Phew! He is holding some weird, titleless book in his hand, trying to sort it out. What is this thing anyway? What the heck? Without hesitating, he flips it open to find some answers. Tuyet Huy mutters to himself, "It is something hidden deep beneath the flowing currents. What exactly is buried that deep?" Suddenly, Tuyet Huy reads a super shady passage. His entire face flushes bright red, his mouth drops wide open in pure shock, and the whole vibe in the room gets insanely awkward. Once he realizes exactly what kind of wild stuff this book is about, he instantly shoves it into his shirt, his face still burning a bright, embarrassed red. He yells out that it is under the river. But suddenly, the system sends a really bizarre notification. Now watch closely, because things get crazy here. It asks, which martial art do you want to learn? Tuyet Huy freezes completely, his hand stopping dead in midair. Out of nowhere, one of the books he needs to sort starts glowing with this faint, eerie blue light. Every single time that system panel pops up, Absolute disaster follows close behind. So, honestly, Tuyet Huy overreacting and being completely terrified right now makes total sense. He stammers out in total confusion. What is this? Why did this just show up? That is when he finally notices the book right beneath him, radiating that pale blue glow. A system window hovers right over the cover, like the book itself summoned it. Even though he is completely shocked and utterly confused, he still reaches out and grabs the book to see what it actually is. No turning back now. Tuyet Huy tells himself he has to take action this time, because time is not going to stop for him. The glowing book looks incredibly bizarre. Curious, Tuyet Huy reads the title out loud, the Tam Thuy manual. Right then, the system panel flashes again, making him jump in absolute shock. Which martial art do you want to learn? So Huy demonic art available. Dick Van demonic art unavailable. So Quoc demonic art available. Tuyet Huy's jaw literally drops as he reads the insane list of techniques the system offers. He quickly analyzes it. Out of these skills, the So Quoc demonic art's demonic energy is ranked as top tier, cultivated by Taihong Kok Chow at the main sect. And that Dich Van demonic art is definitely connected to the former leader of the sect. It is widely known as an incredibly powerful defensive martial art. Tuyet Huy grips the glowing book tight, then looks back up at the system window, absolutely certain that this manual is connected to it. I know what you are thinking. He just hit the absolute ultimate jackpot. Pure joy totally washes over him. Tuyet Huy bursts into hyped laughter. Ha ha ha, I finally found a secret manual. Even so, he is still super curious about all those choices marked as completely unavailable. Staring intensely at the system screen, he asks, but why can't I pick them? Let's try selecting the So Quoc demonic art and see. Instantly, the system gives him the brutal reason. Right arm paralyzed, unable to practice this martial art. Now Tuyet Huy finally understands why he is locked out of it. He groans out in total frustration. The absolute best one is locked just because of my crippled body. It infuriates him, but Tuyet Huy quickly calms himself down. It is fine, there are still other options. The So Han demonic art. Even though I have no clue what it is, among all these popular techniques, it has to be pretty damn useful. The exact second he selects the So Han demonic art, an info panel pops up. You have chosen the So Han demonic art. Please look below and choose your desired method. Sword style available, fist style available, guard style available. Turns out, picking the art was not enough. He actually has to decide exactly which fighting path to take with it. Tuyet Huy thinks hard. He never expected this extra choice, and he is a little salty about it. If he could just learn everything, he would not even need to think. Let's start with the sword style. The moment he taps the sword option, a new notification flashes right in front of him. You have chosen the sword style. Please watch the following animation. A million question marks pop up in his head. He mutters in total confusion. An animation? And that is where we leave it, trust me. You and I are going to want to see exactly what gets summoned right in front of his eyes next. Alright, you and I are about to see something wild. Wait, what is this? Tuyet Huy looks absolutely stunned by whatever just popped up in front of him. For an ancient guy like him, seeing a glowing screen is basically pure magic. A towering human silhouette holding a sword just materialized right before his eyes. It looks exactly like a living shadow standing tall instead of just laying flat on the ground. Tuyet Huy is totally speechless. A shadow? Suddenly, this 3D hologram actually starts moving, sliding its feet across the floor to set up a heavy combat stance. He watches closely, his eyes full of both heavy suspicion and pure curiosity. A dummy just randomly appeared out of absolutely nowhere. It doesn't just move blindly. It starts by carefully adjusting its combat posture with absolute perfect form. Firm footing. Breathing so realistic you can actually see bone-white mist near its mouth, and sword swings that scream absolute, terrifying mastery. Tuyet Huy's jaw literally drops at how insanely lifelike this thing is. He is just standing there wondering, how the heck does this thing operate to perfectly mimic a real martial artist? The shadow demonstrates every single powerful move of the So Huy demonic arts, step by step. Without waiting for any commands, the phantom effortlessly unleashes a series of sharp, powerful, and ridiculously solid sword strikes right in front of him. It flips through the air and lands with total dominance. The swordplay is beautifully and dangerously lethal. They mapped out the whole thing for me. Those incredibly skilled, terrifying strikes leave him stunned, but wild joy explodes in his chest because he is actually going to be able to learn this insane martial art. Then suddenly, another system alert pops right up, a special technique board for the demonic supreme sword, plus some mysterious unknown skill. Tuyet Huy stares at the window, looking completely lost like a country kid seeing a big city. He repeats the ultimate move's name with pure curiosity, the Supreme Sword. Now here is where it gets interesting. He thinks these symbols make absolutely no sense, but I am certain about one thing. He doesn't just sit there quietly watching anymore. He stands right up, planting his feet on the ground with steady, incredibly heavy steps. Tuyet Huy grips his weapon tight. The blade waits quietly in its sheath, ready for its master to draw it. This is his golden opportunity, his one chance to fight back and challenge them again. He pins the weapon under his crippled right arm just to draw the blade out. And thinking about his revenge, his head burns red hot with absolute hatred, his heart pounding like crazy. Every single cell in his body is screaming for a totally brutal fight. I do not even know why this crazy miracle happened to me. The empty scabbard drops from his hand, hitting the cold, hard floor. To get his revenge, to survive, his left hand raises the sword to perfectly match the shadow's angle. Wait, is Tuyet Huy actually mimicking that massive pitch-black phantom? He furrows his brows, fierce determination filling his gaze while his pupils quietly glow with a highly dangerous, bloody, threatening red light. A hungry fire burns in his chest. I will use this system for all it is worth. With the Sohoi demonic arts fully backing me up, victory against Taihong is totally guaranteed. Tuyet Huy locks into the exact same stance, raising the blade right to his chin, perfectly mirroring the phantom. It is like he literally became its shadow, totally syncing up with every tiny little detail of the combat stance. Meanwhile, at the Tien Not mansion, inside his dark, book-filled study room, a rat is sneaking around the dark corners, just trying to find a snack. It hunches down, squeezing through the cracks in the bookshelf. But right as it chews on some crumbs, a massive boom rocks the room, violently shaking the whole entire place to its core. You saw that too, right? Turns out, that crazy massive shockwave was simply caused by Tuyet Huy's bare palm strike. With just a single aura-infused thrust, he completely collapsed a heavy inner wall of the room. His face is totally drenched in sweat, showing off some seriously hardcore, non-stop brutal training. Seeing the raw, destructive power of that hit with his own eyes, pure, uncontainable excitement washes right over his entire face. He cannot even hold back his loud laughter. Ha, the Sohoi demonic arts. Who knew I could hit this insanely hard using just my one good arm to strike? The bookshelf is completely obliterated from his palm strike. Splintered wood and shredded papers are blasted everywhere, wildly fluttering through the dusty air of the room, packing enough kinetic force that the solid back wall takes serious damage too. A literal fist-sized hole punches right through, spreading massive spiderweb cracks all around it. Even though the attack is over, sword aura still wraps quietly around his blade, feeling incredibly heavy and dangerously intense in the silent room. Tuyet Huy is so totally shocked he actually stumbles back a few steps, staring down at his own sword grip in disbelief. He mutters in total awe, "This is insane." It has been 1 full month since he first comprehended those demonic sword techniques. He stopped swinging his sword for now, shifting his focus to hardcore physical conditioning. Despite the massive handicap of his crippled right arm, he throws incredibly solid, bone-crushing palm strikes with raw power. Lowering his stance with an absolute rock-solid base, it looks like literally 0 attacks could ever knock this tough guy over. Tuyet Huy pauses, pressing his hands together like a monk praying. He lets out a slow, heavy breath to center his focus. He gathers his energy, bending his knees down. Angling his body 45 degrees, he extends his left hand forward, his face dead serious and ready for war. He shouts out, his eyes narrowing sharply as a fierce, unyielding fire of pure determination burns, yet he remains terrifyingly calm. He starts practicing the Sohoi physical arts, throwing everything from heavy uppercuts to devastatingly brutal elbow strikes right there in the empty room. So what do you and I take from this? Sweat flings into the air, yet he relentlessly grinds away like he does not even feel fatigue. Stick with me here, you're about to see some insane martial arts. With just one hand, he blasts strikes so powerful, the air literally compresses into a wall, leaving massive shockwaves after every single hit. His speed keeps climbing, faster and faster. The tremors in the air are getting way more intense too. Sometimes they scatter everywhere. Other times they focus right into a single, devastating point. He figures if he can master the sword, then training his fist techniques and defensive skills is going to be a whole lot easier. But honestly, no matter what method he tries, nothing is anywhere near as ridiculously confusing as the ultimate sword technique. Because if you read the reference guide, the left-hand part makes sense, but the directional stuff? Completely impossible to wrap your head around. The moment the system announced his special skill, it gave him a literal step-by-step tutorial board. It says, please refer to the directions, front, back, up, and down. Land right, land left. A is right hand, fly left, C is right foot, and D is left foot. Tuyet Huy finally sits down for a lunch break after training. Chewing on a piece of bread, he stares deep at the manual. What a shame, he mutters. If only he could actually use that ultimate sword technique, things would be perfect. Even so, a random thought suddenly crosses his mind, making him burst into completely excited laughter. His deep red eyes literally glow with pure hype, even with breadcrumbs still stuck to his face. He just randomly acquired a legendary martial art, something he'd probably never get the chance to learn in his entire life, in the most unbelievable way possible. Tuyet Huy suddenly remembers that extra +1 life value he has sitting right there. He secretly makes a firm promise to himself. Who knows, he might actually be able to take down Du Hong. Every single time he thinks about having a literal insurance policy for a second chance at life, Tuyet Huy just can't stop laughing like an absolute maniac. Ha ha ha! If anyone walked by right now, they'd definitely think he completely lost his mind, just sitting there cackling to himself. But in the blink of an eye, that wild laughter cuts out completely. His hyped-up mood crashes right back down to reality. It looks like he's scheming something, blurting out, "Just to be safe, I really need to sort all this out carefully." Now that his personal training is officially done, it's time to get started on the actual real work. Tuyet Huy plops down on the floor, totally surrounded by massive, thick stacks of books. This boring job makes him let out a super heavy, exhausted sigh. Ha, this is so boring, so annoying. Holding a book in his hands, he reads through to categorize it, mumbling to himself without even realizing there is a literal shadow standing right behind his back. When is this ever gonna end? Since I'm already here, I should probably check out some of these basic training manuals. Who knows? Maybe that 3 Water 8 manual actually has something that could be useful to me. While he's busy talking to himself, that mystery man steps closer, his feet touching the ground without making a single sound. Now pay close attention here. Just how godlike is this guy's footwork to walk right up on Tuyet Huy without him noticing a single thing? Sporting dark green hair, the guy spots our boy and casually goes, "Oh wow, there's actually someone here?" Absolute, pure terror instantly flashes right across Tuyet Huy's face. His heart literally stops from the sheer pressure radiating off just that one sentence. He carefully turns his head, eyes full of caution, and lets out a gasp. Huh? The guy's super casual voice echoes out again. Wait, why is he acting like that? Suddenly, as if he just saw a demon, his pupils shrink and his eyes go wide. Extreme caution and raw fear completely swallow his entire body. Tuyet Huy totally forgets how to breathe, his body frozen stiff staring at him. The guy's face finally comes into full view. A ridiculously handsome dude with dark green hair and a beauty mark right under his chin. Seeing Tuyet Huy's completely twisted, panicked expression, the guy looks confused and asks, "Is there something on my face or what?" Right at that exact moment, Du Hong's strict warning before leaving loudly echoes inside his mind. Think carefully before you speak. Do not draw attention to yourself if you actually want to live a long life. His heart is pounding out of his chest in pure fear, his face turning visibly pale white, eyes wide open in pure shock. I know what you're thinking. And yeah, Du Hong was right. A literal monster just appeared right in front of him. This dark green-haired guy standing calmly right there with his hands clasped, he casually has a massive +10 life value. Even that black demon, the one who literally made him feel the icy breath of death, only had a +4. This guy is more than double her level, even though his attitude is super laid back and his aura feels totally light. If Tuyet Huy didn't have the system's broken abilities backing him up right now, he'd have absolutely zero clue that the guy standing in front of him is a terrifyingly overpowered expert. He instantly jumps to his feet, awkwardly bowing and greeting him just to save his own life. No, it's nothing like that, sir." The mysterious guy just chuckles, casually raising a hand and speaking gently. "Haha, you really don't need to be so overly formal with me. But hey, what should I call you to be polite?" Tuyet Huy is panicking so hard he doesn't even dare to look up. He just keeps his head bowed, insane tension written all over his face. He introduces himself. "Please, just call me Tuyet Huy." Inside, he's frantically calculating. Trust me, we're in for a wild ride here if fighting that evil black-clothed demon gave him 4 extra lives. What will this monster bring? Let's dive right into this. If this guy can actually grant extra lives, his status must be absolutely off the charts. The green-haired man just smiles. He puts on this gentle look and speaks in a completely calm, chilling voice. He asks Tuyet Huy what exactly he is doing here. Tuyet Huy immediately bows his head, answering super politely. He explains he is just following the head librarian's orders to clean up the bookshelves. The man replies casually, noting that he is just cleaning. But then, he suddenly looks around the room and throws a completely unexpected question at him. You are doing a great job. So, mind if I ask you a quick question? Still clutching a book tightly to his chest, Tuyet Huy bows extremely low. He respectfully tells the man to go ahead and ask absolutely anything he wants. The man's gaze sweeps over him, deeply analyzing. His eyes are so dead calm it is impossible to read his thoughts. Then, he finally reveals his true goal. There is a specific book he really treasures, the Three Waters Manual. He asks with a smile if Tuyet Huy has happened to see it anywhere around here. Every single hair on Tuyet Huy's body stands straight up. Pure spine-chilling terror washes right over him. Just one gentle question is enough to absolutely terrify him. His heart drops all the way to his stomach before pounding wildly in his chest out of sheer panic. Tuyet Huy squeezes the book in his arms tighter. His face turns completely pale. What? His pupils shrink down to pinpricks in pure, unadulterated fear. Now watch closely. He never expected this absolute monster to come looking for the exact same book he needs. Tuyet Huy slowly lifts the book he is holding. The words Three Waters Manual cruelly stare right back at him. Yeah, he is literally holding it. Right at that moment, the system choice panel suddenly pops up in front of his shocked eyes. It tells him to read and pick one of two options below. Option 1, I have never seen that book. Option 2, I have already mastered its martial arts. These choices are absolutely cursed. They leave him with almost zero way to pick and actually keep his life. The space around them instantly freezes dead in its tracks. Tuyet Huy grits his teeth hard. An invisible pressure violently crushes down on his very soul. They want the exact same book? He begs himself to snap out of it. Things have already reached this breaking point. Amidst the pure panic, Tuyet Huy forces himself to stare at the system choices. Just thinking about the deadly consequences makes his face go completely pale. One single slip of the tongue here, and he could literally lose his life right on this very spot. Tuyet Huy grips the book tightly, the one offering him the chance to learn demonic arts. His mind races, constantly guessing the true motives of the monster standing before him. Why on earth does this guy want to find that specific book so badly? Actually, no. Worse than that, why did the system choice have to appear right now? He absolutely cannot admit to already memorizing the martial arts written inside this manual. No matter how you look at it, he really cannot pick that option. Pure terror and panic completely swallow him whole, as if trying to drag him right down into total darkness. He grits his teeth, glaring hard at the system panel and its absolutely insane choices. His already pale face turns completely sickly. His heart trembles inside his chest, beating wildly out of control like crazy. You and I both feel his panic. What on earth should he do? The timer the system gave him is slowly ticking down to 0, piling even heavier pressure onto his shoulders. His mind is an absolute mess, and he is completely running out of time. No matter what, he has to make a choice. And the worst part is, there is literally only one terrible option left in front of him. Sure enough, he decides to play dumb. He locks in the choice, saying he has never seen the book, and the system immediately processes it. Time instantly starts flowing normally again. The green-haired man is still standing there, smiling as he waits for an answer. That smile is so completely sinister and unpredictable. It seriously gives you instant goosebumps. Sweating bullets from the insane tension, his voice trembles slightly as he finally says he has never seen a book like that around here. Miraculously, the green-haired man accepts his answer way too easily, completely defying all expectations. He casually replies, "So you have really never seen it before?" Tuyet Huy focuses his entire being on watching the man's reaction. He bites his lip, waiting just like a tiny trapped animal praying the hunter will simply let him go. Luckily, the guy does not even notice the actual book sitting right in his hands. He just walks right past and scans the library, wondering out loud where he left it. Having barely escaped death's door by an inch, Tuyet Huy cannot help but finally let out a massive sigh of relief. Exactly how insanely stressed out was he just now, that his heavy breathing literally turned into thick, visible white mist. In that exact moment, he does not even dare to turn his head back to look at him. He just silently prays. The guy is gone now, right? Still, is there no way he knew? Tuyet Huy finally scrapes together some much-needed calm and logic. He immediately looks for an escape route by using his librarian cover, quickly offering to try and search for it. The man turns back to look at him, flashing a gentle smile with those narrowed eyes. He says, "Oh, so you will help me look?" He admits he cannot really remember where he put it either. The second he gets permission, a stiff, awkward smile creeps onto Tuyet Huy's face, and his wildly beating heart finally starts to relax just a tiny bit. The green-haired man casually goes back to strolling around the library room, looking all over the place, while Tuyet Huy silently creeps away, still tightly clutching the exact manual the man is desperately searching for in his own hands. Once he is totally safe, he breathes. Trust me, we all needed that exhale. Stick with me here, because this gets wild. He finally started relaxing, color slowly returning to his pale face. But then, the guy clapped his hands, his voice dropping low as he said, "I remember where it is." Tuyet Huy immediately froze up, nerves snapping tight. He locked his eyes onto that back, not daring to look away. Even blinking felt impossibly hard right now. Clutching the book tight against his chest, his face completely drained of color as he carefully stuttered out, "Wait, where is it?" Suddenly, the entire room went dead silent. It was incredibly quiet, almost like the heavy atmosphere was pushing his anxiety straight past the absolute limit. The man stayed silent for a long time before finally turning around. All that gentle, easygoing energy, gone. That unpredictable smile he had before completely vanished from his face. Watch closely now. Things are getting tense. He looked dead serious, cold eyes glowing as his deep voice dropped, dripping with absolute killer intent. "You are the one holding it right now." Tuyet Huy felt his hand shaking violently around the book. Cold sweat soaked his palms completely as his eyes shot wide open in pure terror. He gritted his teeth hard. Cold sweat rolled down his jawline, and his face went totally numb. His heart hammered in his chest like crazy war drums. He was totally busted. The green-haired man started stepping toward him. He dropped that totally casual vibe from earlier. Instead, every single step he took felt incredibly heavy, giving off this massive, overwhelming pressure. His heavy footsteps echoed loudly against the floor, syncing perfectly with the frantic heartbeat pounding in his ears. Cold sweat just kept pouring down his jaw. Trapped in this absolute nightmare, Tuyet Huy totally forgot how to breathe, cursing himself out in his own head. "I made the wrong choice." His eyes were wide open, tracking every movement of the man in front of him, showing pure panic and extreme stress right now. What am I supposed to do now? His entire body went totally rigid under the insane pressure radiating from the guy. His legs felt like they were literally nailed to the floor, completely unable to move. He could only stare helplessly as this absolute monster stepped closer and closer. The guy looked deadly serious, eyes calm but burning bright like a literal demon. It was totally impossible to tell if he was furious or feeling anything else, and there was no way to guess his next move. Running from this beast is impossible, so should I just fiercely deny everything right now? Tuyet Huy clenched his jaw tight. His mind was in total chaos, trying to figure out how to survive this exact moment. I know what you are thinking. His brain ran through hundreds of plans to dodge death, because staying completely silent would not fix anything here. So he desperately tried to speak up about that, but suddenly, the green-haired man stopped right in front of him, letting out a laugh as his shoulders shook. "Ha!" He burst into this super amused laughter, leaving Tuyet Huy staring blankly. 1,000 question marks popped up in his head over this completely confusing situation. The man literally laughed until tears rolled down his face. That deadly serious expression from before vanished, replaced by an easygoing grin. He explained, "I am just joking. I just wanted to mess around a bit." Tuyet Huy was completely stunned. The heavy tension from that near-death moment was still choking him. And this guy is saying it was all just a massive prank? If that was actually true, this was one completely twisted joke. He stood there dazed and blurted out, "Wait, what?" The green-haired guy went back to being super relaxed and friendly again, introducing himself while Tuyet Huy was still totally lost for words. "Oh, this is your first time here, right? I am Bo Not Kai." He tilted his head, acting incredibly friendly, and then casually followed up on his previous request. After saying that, he spun around and kept walking deeper into the library. Before going far, he actually looked back to remind him, "So let us go find that book." Even though the danger passed, Tuyet Huy did not dare drop his guard around this wildly unpredictable dude for a single second. He frowned, watching him super carefully, secretly wondering to himself. That laugh was insanely annoying, and it was impossible to tell if his actions were intentional. Tuyet Huy closely watched Bo Not Kai searching for the exact same book he was secretly holding. He asked himself, who the heck is this guy anyway? Meanwhile, that jar of cookies Tuyet Huy left on the floor got completely devoured by the library mice, leaving absolutely nothing behind. Time quietly ticked by. Bo Not Kai, who had been quietly searching for the book, finally broke the silence. The man held a book and casually struck up a conversation with Tuyet Huy, who was also pretending to search right beside him. "And you came here specifically because of Taihong Kokchow, right?" Tuyet Huy immediately stopped what he was doing, stepping a bit closer before replying, "Yeah, you could say that." That news seemed to genuinely surprise him. His deep, rumbling voice echoed out, "Wow, that is honestly way beyond my imagination. That old man is definitely not the type to ask others for favors." But Tuyet Huy did not care about the words themselves. He was shocked by how he addressed Taihong Kakchao. Old man? Seriously, how insanely high is this guy's rank to casually disrespect Taihong Tai Thuong Kakchao just like that? Tuyet Huy forced a really stiff smile, awkwardly lying. "Not at all. He actually treats me extremely well." But Bo Nat Kai immediately shut that lie down. He already saw right through the disguise just by analyzing his rough physical condition. His tone sounded totally casual, but you could feel the absolute peak of pure disgust buried right underneath it. "Trust me, you are going to want to see this. Ah, treated so well you wrecked your right arm. Getting brutally called out by Bo Nat Kai like that. All right, stick with me here." He completely froze, absolutely shocked that this guy noticed his paralyzed right arm just seconds after they met. Tuyet Huy's eyes shot wide open, desperately trying to keep his racing heart under control. Bo Nat Kai just stared dead ahead. He didn't even bother to glance at him, silently dropping a massive question. "Do you know who I am?" Realizing his tone was way out of line and totally suspicious, he quickly tried to backtrack and apologize. "Ah, my bad. I really didn't mean to interrogate you about your background. I'm just curious about the guy working here as the librarian." One second he is apologizing, and the very next, he is interrogating him like a total criminal. Even so, why aren't you answering my question? Anything is better than the hell he came from, even eating dirt, but still, he bluntly told him to give up on learning any divine martial arts. Tuyet Huy could not stand the pure nonsense. The stiff smile on his face completely collapsed, his eyebrows twitching in pure annoyance as he thought to himself, "This guy is practically begging to be exposed," but he still had zero clue about Bo Nat Kai's real identity. He only knew one thing for sure: do not mess with this man. He asked himself, "Who exactly are you?" Anyone who dares to call the demon an old man must be a massive big shot. Suddenly, he snapped the book shut and dropped another confusing question. "You still cannot figure it out, right?" Tuyet Huy obviously missed the hidden meaning. Hiding his pure frustration, he awkwardly stammered out, "Wait, figure what out exactly?" It was like he could literally read his mind. Bo Nat Kai flashed a super mysterious smile and replied, "A young guy who dares to call Taihong Kakchao an old man." This realization made his face turn completely pale, his heart skipping a massive beat from pure terror. Cold sweat started pouring down his face. Every single hair stood up in pure horror. The mind-reading technique. Realizing this guy's magic power was insane enough to use a technique like that, Tuyet Huy instantly cowered, bowing as low as possible like a total coward and muttered, "No sir, I would never dare." But his cowardly rambling was brutally cut off by Bo Nat Kai. Surprisingly, he wasn't even mad about all those secret thoughts, and just casually said, "Do not worry about it. It is completely normal. Now you can finally speak up." Another confusing sentence that totally messed with his head. What did he even mean by speaking up? Tuyet Huy's entire body went completely stiff while still bowing super low. Suddenly, Bo Nat Kai named the exact martial art he just got from the system, the Sohoi demonic art. "How far have you actually practiced it? Now watch closely, this is where the tension spikes." His voice was super quiet, but it carried an insane, crushing pressure. Just a casual glance from him was genuinely terrifying. Having his biggest secret exposed in seconds completely froze him. His eyes bugged out, staring straight at the floor. His head started spinning so fast that his entire vision instantly blurred. All he could hear was his own violently pounding heartbeat while his hands dripped with cold sweat. What kind of monster was this guy? And how did he know? Even after getting caught red-handed in an empty room, he still tried to deny it with absolutely zero hope. "I have no idea what you are talking about." Suddenly, Bo Nat Kai shifted. He smoothly turned his steps right toward him, casually saying, "Oh, is that right?" He completely brushed right past him, replying in a super chilling tone, but the crushing tension inside Tuyet Huy's chest still refused to drop. His eyes were completely wide open while his chest felt totally crushed, unable to breathe. Even without leaking a single drop of killing intent, the guy completely backed him into a hopeless corner. Shaking uncontrollably, he used his paralyzed arm as a pathetic shield to survive. "Yes, I cannot even move my right arm. With a broken body like this, how could I possibly train in martial arts?" Bo Nat Kai slowly circled right behind him, flashing a completely unreadable, chilling smile. He placed a heavy hand on Tuyet Huy's freezing shoulder and actually laughed out loud, breaking the heavy silence. Then, he leaned right into his ear and whispered, "I know already. What is wrong? You really do not need to sound so incredibly tense. You and I both knew he was faking it, right?" Suddenly, his voice dropped to a terrifying whisper. His pupils shrank, and that smile turned totally savage, dropping a heavy threat soaked in pure killing intent. However, if you are lying to me right now, you just made a massive mistake. Tuyet Huy desperately fought to stop his entire body from shaking violently in front of him. Even though he was stressing out so badly that he was completely drenched in cold sweat, his face pale white. Looking totally lifeless, his heart was practically stopping from the insane pressure Bo Not Kai was throwing out. A single bead of sweat rolled down his jaw, hitting the floor with a loud drip. Bo Not Kai finally stopped messing with him. He casually clasped his hands behind his back and walked away, simply tossing back, "You have worked hard." Even though the terrifying grip on him was gone, Tuyet Huy stayed completely frozen in place, staring straight down at his shoes. He quietly watched Bo Not Kai walk away, listening to the heavy, steady rhythm of his terrifying footsteps fading into the distance. Only when he was absolutely sure the monster had completely left the room did he finally let his guard down, his racing heart finally slowing down to normal. Tuyet Huy let out a massive sigh of relief. Phew, he thought to himself. His heart seriously almost jumped right out of his chest. But wait, Tuyet Huy instantly noticed something super wrong. Bo Not Kai totally froze mid-step before walking out. He panicked, thinking, why did he stop? Right at that exact second, the blue system panel flashed on screen once again. Tuyet Huy immediately shot a hyper-alert glare straight at it. Trust me, we are not ready for this. Just as he predicted, the system dropped enough nightmare fuel to give him an instant heart attack. Stick with me here. He just escaped death, but the system drags him right back. The prompt reads, select an option below. You are the Demon Lord, fourth disciple of the Heavenly Demon. Or maybe, I actually learned the Return Demon art from the exact book you are looking for. Seems like you and I are in the exact same boat, right? His pupils dilate. He stares at the choices in pure shock, his face going completely pale. This is literally jumping back into the grave he just escaped. Shaking with absolute rage, he wonders, what is this? The words Heavenly Demon Disciple flash clearly, making him shudder. The fourth disciple of the Heavenly Demon was only a myth, ranked 30th in the demonic cult, a master at the absolute peak. This guy right in front of me is a total monster. Even though the enemy stands perfectly still because of the system, his dark, vicious aura is still exploding outward. It creates this heavy, crushing pressure on absolutely everyone standing nearby. He is thrown into a state of absolute, sheer panic. He turns to look at the system choices, eyes wide with raw terror. The massive dark circles under his eyes only make him look completely and utterly hopeless. His heart and lungs feel crushed under a massive weight. Breathing becomes incredibly heavy and difficult. He pants so hard mist forms in the air. Glancing over in horror, he just has to pick one line from this glowing menu. He thinks fast. The second option is a complete no-go. If I say I learned the Return Demon art, it is basically admitting I played him for a fool. Option 3? Absolutely not. That line is a literal death sentence. No thinking required. He makes his choice. You selected You are the Demon Lord, fourth disciple of the Heavenly Demon. Desperate, he figures there is no other way. The system resumes, dropping him right back into reality. Now pay attention. Things are getting wild. He speaks the system line. The enemy stops dead in his tracks. His face looks calm, but those eyes are glowing bright crimson. He actually seems intrigued by this, letting out a low hum. Wow, not bad. Trying to survive after spitting out such an offensive question, he carefully studies the man. He secretly wonders, what does that even mean? The monster turns to face him, his voice surprisingly gentle. I do not know how you knew, but nothing is going to change. Right now, I am just a guy who got pushed aside in the endless war for ultimate power. He gives this bitter, sad little smile. His eyes are full of sorrow, and even his voice drops to this unusually low, heavy pitch. Realizing this situation might actually be salvageable, he does not hesitate for a single second. He drops straight to his knees like a total coward, screaming with all his might, "Please forgive me. I was foolish and completely out of line." Inside, he cheers, "I am going to live. I survived." Thank goodness that choice was skippable, but the enemy just stays completely silent at his begging. He seems pretty unhappy with the pathetic display. Our guy starts calculating silently in his head. What if there is a specific reason the Demon Lord's existence cannot be exposed? That would be the absolute worst-case scenario right now. He carefully peeks up to gauge the reaction. Cold sweat pours down his face from the sheer, overwhelming tension of the moment. The monster turns away and says, "It is fine. Just do your job." Realizing he was spared, he stays kneeling on the dirt, exhaling a massive sigh of pure relief. Phew. He looks up to check the footsteps, finding it super weird that the guy has stopped walking away. It is bizarre. Everything around him suddenly freezes again in this unnatural way, even though he already made his system choice. He frowns in pure anger. His pupils cloud over with absolute despair, like he just witnessed something truly, incredibly horrifying. You saw that coming, right? The same menu pops up again, but his previous choice is gone. Select an option below. Or maybe, I actually learned the return demon art from the book you are seeking. Seems like we are in the exact same boat, right? He stares in despair, cursing the system mentally. Why does it keep appearing? Does he literally have to pick what it wants for this miserable nightmare to finally stop? Thrown into extreme panic, his eyes widen as he wonders, I literally just chose. Why is it making me choose again? He grits his teeth. All that built-up tension has completely morphed into pure, crushing despair. He groans and curses. Damn it, this wretched system obviously wants him dead. With 0 options left, he forcefully picks the second terrible choice. You have selected, actually. I learned the return demon art from the exact book you are looking for. Resuming operation, time flows normally again. Still kneeling while the man walks away, he speaks the selected line completely against his will, like a mind-controlled puppet. Actually, this lowly one has already learned the return demon art from the book you are searching for. Suddenly, he stops, falling weirdly silent, then coldly replies, Is that so? He slowly turns around. His voice sounds like a demon straight out of hell. That means you have been playing games with me. The absolutely terrifying death threat that the monster gave him earlier flashes vividly right through his mind. Trust me, we know this ends badly. That terrifying face and pressure return, twisting his stomach. The dark threat replays loudly in his ears. Stick with me here, you're about to see things get wild. You've been messing with me. His foot smashes the floor, launching his entire body upward with a terrifying voice. So you want to die right now? His green hair whips wildly in midair, while his blinding sword is already pulled straight from its sheath. Tuyet Huy is absolutely terrified. He can't even breathe or put up a guard, instinctively stumbling back just to avoid immediate danger. But then, boom! That familiar system panel flashes right in front of him again, and this time, there is only a single option left to pick. Please choose from the questions below. Your situation isn't much different from mine, is it? The countdown begins at 500 seconds. Right now, only the absolute worst choice is left sitting on the system board. Bonat Key's body suddenly freezes completely in midair. Meanwhile, his bloodthirsty blade is locked right against our main character's throat. If it wasn't for the system, Tuyet Huy would definitely be dead from that strike. He had 0 time to defend himself. It would have meant game over, his true death, and losing his very last chance. Pure, murderous intent explodes inside Bonat Key's eyes. In just a fraction of a second, he dashes from the door toward Tuyet Huy with insane, godlike speed. His whole body is frozen, suspended in the air. That cold, serious face is completely different from his previous friendly act. Narrowly escaping death, Tuyet Huy is violently panting directly facing the blade. He stares at it with pure despair and fear, his pale face totally bloodless. Now pay close attention here. Choose from the questions below. Your situation isn't different, is it? The timer drops 500, 499, 498. He locks his eyes on the newly spawned option panel. At the exact same moment, the massive 500-second timer begins ticking down beat by beat. Select the answer below. Your situation is no different from mine right now, correct? 497. Driven by pure prey instinct facing a predator, his body visibly trembles, face completely ghost white. Absolute terror is clear in his eyes. He gulps dryly while staring down the deadly blade, and Bonat Kai's overwhelmingly dark, murderous expression. His face is completely shadowed, pupils burning with killing intent. Even though everything around them is paused, the heavy pressure radiating off him is still literally suffocating. Tuyet Huy side-eyes the system panel that has been hovering next to him this whole time, deep annoyance written all over his face. At this point, it is not even a choice anymore, it is straight-up coercion. This is a trap forcing him to pick the absolute worst possible option. Please select the answer below. Your situation is practically identical to mine right now, isn't it? 491. That is when our main character finally realizes the time limit is unusually generous this round. 490. A massive question mark pops into his head. Wait, what? Why is that? The time given for this specific question is completely different from the previous ones. It has jumped up to 3 whole digits. Tuyet Huy carefully studies the choice board. Honestly, his racing heart still has not fully recovered from the massive shock of almost dying for real just seconds ago. In the blink of an eye, the timer slides down to 471. Tuyet Huy kneels on the ground, staring wide-eyed at the glowing panel. His brain kicks into maximum overdrive trying to figure out the reason behind this. He secretly deduces the situation. Does this mean the long timer is actually giving me room to find the logic here? Yes. There has to be a way out. Even in this crazy life or death situation, if there is a way to escape, there has to be some kind of hidden prerequisite condition. 439. After untangling his own confusion, Tuyet Huy looks at the panel right in front of him and completely revises his initial assumption. The single prompt hovering before his eyes must actually be the ultimate best answer, not the worst one. I know what you're thinking, game over, right? But watch this. He grits his teeth, eyes flashing with annoyance mixed with pure survival instinct. After being forced into this, he finally cracks the system's hidden rules. This is exactly how it has been operating from the very start. If that is true, then this specific question is clearly the most optimal move. There is barely any time left. When did it suddenly drop from 500 down to 353? With the crushing urgency breathing right down his neck, our main character has no choice but to use all his brain power for a logical answer. Let's think. This guy is a disciple of the heavenly demon, someone who brutally exposed the schemes of others. So how exactly do I convince him? What's my play here? The sheer anxiety inside him is obvious, his heart pounding so frantically against his chest that even he can hear the wild rhythm. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashes through his mind. Maybe this could actually help him survive this mess. If I just stay completely silent, will he figure out my real intentions? He quickly recalls Bo Not Key's exact words and tone of voice when mentioning Tai Hoang Kok Chow. Surprisingly enough, that old master wasn't the brutal type when asking someone for a favor. He analyzes it. The demonic cultivator's speech definitely did not show much goodwill toward Tai Hoang Kok Chow. Then he remembers exactly what Bo Not Kai said the moment he got exposed as the heavenly demon's hidden disciple. I have no idea how that old man found out. He is just a total loser who got violently shoved out of the entire power struggle. He desperately questions himself. Is it really true? Is it a fact that he doesn't care about the brutal struggle for supreme power? Time remaining is 186. He suddenly remembers the exact line the system forced him to say, "Your situation is no different from mine right now, is it?" Piecing absolutely every single clue together to reach his final, life-saving judgment. So what do you and I take from this? Opposing what the question shows, it means his attacker is actually trapped in the exact same situation. Alright, you and I are about to watch him figure out a man who is absolutely desperate for raw power. Right now, there is only one single way to soothe this guy's raging fury. Clenching his fist in pure determination, he knows he just has to figure out how to feed him even more strength. Time remaining, 121. He remembers Ku Tong Minsh's final words. Raise your own achievements on one side, while completely crushing anyone who dares to stand in your way. He cheers out loud with pure excitement. Ku Tong Min. Time remaining, 66. He recalls the exact question Ku Tong Min threw right back at him. When Tuyet Huy asked why the old man knew he was coming, the guy just smirked and asked, "How did you know?" He starts piecing everything together and analyzing the clues. The guy taking Ma Bu's mission actually went and colluded with people from the Trin faction. Suddenly, a familiar figure flashes in his mind. The exact same person who pushed him to death's door twice and completely crippled his arm in the past. Tai Hoang Kok Chow. Something violently explodes in his head, leaving Tuyet Huy completely stunned and numb. He remembers that sinister smile from before. Time remaining, 33. He finally realizes exactly what is happening here. Tuyet Huy goes terrifyingly quiet. It has to be this. There is no other explanation. His eyes gleam through his hair, burning with a massive storm of emotions that even our main character cannot fully describe. He does not hesitate to pick the only option left. Your situation is really no different from mine right now, is it? He decides to keep moving forward. Right after hearing that question from Tuyet Huy, Bo Not Kai instantly freezes. His foot slides aggressively across the wooden floor, making a sharp sound like wind slicing through the air. The blade stops millimeters from his throat. Bo Not Key goes completely wide-eyed and snaps, "What?" Now pay attention here, because the murderous aura he is releasing makes it seriously hard for Tuyet Huy to breathe. His face violently contorts while his blue eyes shrink in shock. Tuyet Huy gulps hard, desperately trying to soothe his bone-dry throat. He looks up at him, absolutely terrified, his face pale as a ghost. He throws everything into overdrive, desperately using his mind and words to save his life that is hanging by a literal thread. The Demon Lord and the other Heavenly Demon disciples simply cannot bridge the gap after receiving the Heavenly Demon's ultimate choice. One by one, every single disciple has shattered their chains in a single step. You must have struggled so much no matter how hard you tried. Even though our main character's words genuinely shake the guy, that freezing blade stays firmly pressed against his neck. Bo Not Kai coldly demands, "Stop beating around the bush. What exactly are you trying to say right now?" Right now, that incredibly sharp blade is literally deciding his life and death. But what Tuyet Huy really notices is that Bo Not Kai did not just chop his head off, he is simply using the sword as a threat. He feels a massive wave of relief. The enemy actually wants to hear him out. Despite the intense killing intent, he still wants answers about this. Tuyet Huy calls his name directly without any fear, boldly pitching his idea. "Demon Lord, please pull Taihong Kok Chow over to your side." Even with a pale face, his voice does not shake at all. His eyes are perfectly steady, completely stripped of any lingering fear. After hearing this bold offer, Bo Not Kai slightly flinches. It seems those exact words really struck a nerve deep inside him. You and I both know our main character is watching his face like a hawk. There is absolutely no way he misses a reaction like that. The Demon Lord's gaze finally shifts. Tuyet Huy bows down, hitting his head against the floor to fully explain the reasoning behind his crazy idea. Taihong Kok Chow is the absolute core branch of the Red Demon origin. If we get him, you can easily take down the Red Demon origin, a major stronghold of the entire Union. Is that not exactly why you came looking for me? Bo Not Kai's body trembles slightly. It looks like our main character just perfectly exposed his true hidden motive. His calm eyes finally waver for a second. And just like that, the sharp blade pointed at his neck is slowly pulled back. Even looking down, Tuyet Huy feels the crushing, murderous intent vanish into thin air. Gathering all his courage, he glances up at him with an extremely cautious look. He continues explaining the exact reasons that led him to this wild conclusion. You did not visit the Three Words Origin Library, because if you did, you would have looked for a book before leaving. As he speaks, his voice grows much steadier. I have thought about it. Why would a noble disciple of the heavenly demon come here in the first place? Bo Not Kai just stands there, silently listening. Tuyet Huy keeps pushing the analysis. What possible reason do you have to follow a lowly nobody like me? After thinking it over, I realized something. To be perfectly accurate, it is because someone who might actually know Taihong Kok Chaw's critical weakness has come right here. Facing Tuyet Huy's brutal exposure, Bo Not Kai stays completely silent. He looks deep in thought, wearing a cold expression that feels exactly like a mask. Maybe he is just burning with curiosity right now. He cannot understand how these tiny clues let the boy predict his entire plan from start to finish. Finally, he asks one single question, completely ignoring whether the prediction was right or wrong. Why would you even think like that? He uses his own past experience to deliver a perfect explanation, desperately trying to keep the enemy's fragile interest alive and burning for just a bit longer. So what do you and I make of this? Is it not too convenient that I was randomly removed from that scouting mission given to the assassin group? Stick with me, you and I are about to watch a masterclass in survival. In his mind, he quietly calculates. A whole month has passed since arriving at that Tien Knot. Going by his memories, his entire assassin squad is already dead. Sure enough, the Demon Lord already knew about this. Tuyet Huy continues speaking. From your perspective, I honestly thought it was someone completely unexpected. After piecing together memories and pure survival experience from 3 entire past lives, he finally reaches one single, undeniable conclusion here. If that was actually the truth, the Demon Lord would have had absolutely zero reason to seek him out in the first place. Even if he was just randomly passing by, there was no need to pay this much attention to him. This whole thing was clearly a setup from the start. Suddenly, a slow, echoing laugh breaks out. In an atmosphere already stretched tight as a wire, that laughter sounds absolutely savage. Ha ha ha, Bo Not Kai cracks up laughing, acting like he just heard a story so wildly entertaining that it literally left him utterly speechless. That familiar, completely fake smile creeps back onto his lips as he finally decides to speak his mind. You really are a genuinely hilarious guy. I finally understand exactly why the demons absolutely despise you so much now. So what, that works. Let us just keep it like this for now. Still flashing that exact same smile. But his eyes? No longer calm. They are literally sparkling now, completely filled with raw, intense energy, instead of that usual cold indifference. He points a finger straight at him, kneeling on the ground. So you are the one who will create that opening, right? Tuyet Huy instantly confirms it. Yes, that is exactly right. Hearing our main character's bold answer, that fake smile completely wipes off Bo Not Kai's face. Pure, dead serious intensity takes its place. Now pay close attention here. The tension is insane. He demands, "What is it?" Tuyet Huy stays silent. His face turns pale, clearly not fully prepared for this moment. desperately scrambling to figure out how to persuade Bo Nat Kai. Seeing this, he waves a hand mockingly. What is it? Can you not think of anything? A tough talker like you, choking up now? Tuyet Huy swallows the insult in absolute silence. He thinks for a long, heavy moment before carefully speaking up. If I actually do exactly what you command, what do I get in return? Wild, right? He is literally using his own life as a bargaining chip, offering to be Bo Nat Kai's loyal dog just to strike a deal. He is completely locked in on this choice. Those glowing red eyes stare back recklessly, even though his mind is still on super high alert. Bo Nat Kai actually goes silent at that question. He looks genuinely caught off guard. He frowns. For the very first time, that handsome face shows genuine emotion, breaking the endless cycle of fake smiles and cold glares. He just blurts out, "What did you say?" Tuyet Huy does not flinch at all, staring right up at him from the ground. Pushing his logic, he says, "I am putting my literal life on the line here, so I firmly believe I should get what I rightfully deserve." But Bo Nat Kai just tilts his head slightly and drops an incredibly sarcastic, cold response. Do you really think your pathetic life is worth that much? Despite the heavy doubt and pure disrespect thrown his way, Tuyet Huy fires back without a single second of hesitation. Yes. If I save you massive time and effort, or at least help you grab a priceless opportunity, does that really not hold any value to you? I know what you are thinking. Bold move, right? He is trying to leverage his future value to level the playing field, but honestly, that alone is just not enough to shake a monster like him. Bo Nat Kai asks, suddenly curious, "My time and effort?" Our main character's face turns even paler, yet he desperately pushes forward, trying to sell his worth. Yes, Bo Nat Kai stays quiet. He turns around, seemingly weighing the offer. Meanwhile, our main character is just thanking his lucky stars that the guy is hesitating instead of instantly shutting him down. Bo Nat Kai throws him a deeply intense, calculating look. When his voice finally breaks the silence, it literally makes the main character jump. Very well. He looks up, realizing the sword is finally back in its sheath. The voice turns commanding. "If the information you bring actually benefits me, I swear I will reward you exactly as you deserve." The second he hears that agreement, the massive weight crushing his chest finally lifts. Absolute relief washes over him. But the guard stays up. Tuyet Huy simply lowers his head. The raw fear is gone, totally replaced by a fleeting moment of hesitation. Finally, he reveals the massive secret he deduced back in the system space. Tai Hoang Kakchau's critical weakness is none other than the Ku Tong Min of the Hoa Sun sect. But right now, that is just empty talk. Bo Nat Kai crosses his arms, tilts his head, and asks, "So where is the hard evidence proving this grand conspiracy?" Sadly, he has absolutely zero solid evidence to back up a claim like that. And he definitely cannot confess that he figured this out by dying to Ku Tong Min twice already. So, he instantly pivots to a completely different angle. Tai Hoang Kakchau is not the kind of old fox to leave easy clues behind, sir. Bo Nat Kai switches his tactic, asking, "So this is just your gut instinct talking?" Tuyet Huy fires back fast. "For me, yes, it is pure instinct. But for someone like you, it could be entirely different." A spark of genuine curiosity flashes in Bo Nat Kai's eyes. He does not fully grasp the hidden meaning behind those bold words yet. Tuyet Huy carefully lays out his ultimate testing method. "If we narrow down the target list to just one person, can you turn my raw instinct into actual, undeniable proof?" In his mind, the gears are turning. With countless factions constantly watching the Demon Lord's every move, the absolute truth of this mess will inevitably get dragged into the light. Chances are, this guy still has a ton of insanely powerful hidden experts waiting in the shadows. He confidently tells himself he has what it takes. Hearing Tuyet Huy's full pitch, a slow smile creeps back onto his lips as he finally speaks. And that is where we leave it, trust me. The next move is going to be epic. Let's dive right in. Just one single word was enough to completely shatter him. He jolted backward, his heart hammering against his ribs in absolute terror. In the middle of all this chaos, he just wondered, would he actually agree? Suddenly, Bo Nat Kai stepped right up to him. After all this time, he finally bothered to ask for his name. "What did you say you were called again?" Our main character looked up and replied, "My name is Tuyet Huy." Surprisingly, the Demon Lord dropped to his knees right in front of him, muttering that name. "Tuyet Huy, huh?" Being face to face with Bo Nat Kai at such a crazy close distance made his anxiety spike. He did not even dare to blink, straining his ears to catch every single word. I mean, he had to make absolutely sure he heard him right. "However, you have to do something for me first," Tuyet Huy asked cautiously, his eyes still shining with pure, undeniable fear of the monster standing before him. What is it? What do I have to do? Suddenly, Bo Not Kai mentioned the Black Moon captain. Tik Min, kill that guy for me. Tuyet Huy was completely shocked. The very first mission the Demon Lord handed him was to assassinate that arrogant, hated guy who was basically worth 2 whole lives. And this was despite knowing exactly how messed up our guy's current condition was. Seeing our main character's twisted expression, Bo Not Kai asked, "Well, you do not want to?" Tuyet Huy could only ask for the real reason why he wanted Tik Min dead. I did not mean that. As for the reason, Bo Not Ki did not hide anything. He bluntly stated, "If you want me to trust you, you have to start by proving yourself first. Prove whether you and Tai Hoang Chau are truly cut from the exact same cloth. Now watch closely." The smile on his lips turned so terrifying it would make anyone shiver. His eyes? Totally ruthless, practically radiating pure, savage madness, proving his absolute loyalty through a straight-up murder mission. It turned out Bo Not Kai was way more cold-blooded than he had ever originally imagined. The Demon Lord asked with a hint of total disdain, "Can you actually pull this off?" Tuyet Huy was so stressed that cold sweat poured down his face. He kept his deeply sunken, exhausted eyes glued right to the monster, violently clenching his left fist with absolute, undeniable determination. Whether I can do it or not doesn't even matter anymore. I just have to. Fueled by that unbreakable will, Tuyet Huy did not hesitate for a second. He swore an oath on his honor. "I will bring victory back to you. I am Tuyet Huy, captain of the assassin squad." Bo Not Kai gave a sinister smile, a crazy, bright crimson light erupting deep in his eyes. That creepy smile ripped almost ear to ear hearing Tuyet Huy's resolve-filled words. "Tik Min, I promise you, I am going to end his life." Despite the cold sweat dripping right down his jawline, his determined gaze did not waver or flinch for a single second. That was an absolute vow. No matter the cost, using whatever dirty tricks necessary, he had to complete this mission just to keep his own head. Night finally crashed down on the city, with thick, heavy darkness completely swallowing every single corner of the Tien Not mansion. Tuyet Huy fully geared himself up. The sharp blade at his waist was secured tightly, making a soft clicking sound every time his hand brushed against it. His firm, incredibly decisive footsteps slammed heavily against the ground. He looked exactly like a man marching straight into an all-out war. That messy initial look was completely gone, swapped out for the official uniform he used to wear in the assassin squad. A cheap red-themed outfit paired with a scarf tossed casually over his shoulder. Honestly, it looked totally bizarre for the current weather. His face locked into a dead-serious expression, eyebrows furrowed tight as his boots carried him forward with a steady, unstoppable rhythm. I know what you are thinking. How does he win? Well, our guy suddenly recalled his chat with the Demon Lord. Listen up, Tuyet Huy. I will be waiting on the 12th floor of the palace. Once you finally slaughter Tik Min, come find me up there. Bo Not Kai had dropped that insanely heavy, pressure-filled ultimatum on him, and just walked away without even bothering to glance back once. A cold breeze swept by, making his tied-back ponytail sway gently in the night wind. Tuyet Huy silently fired up his resolve. "Demon Lord, you probably think there is absolutely no way I can kill Tik Min, right? In the eyes of a heavenly demon disciple, maybe that is true. But even so, my class has totally changed now." Tuyet Huy muttered with smooth confidence. Status window. A glowing holographic system panel instantly popped up right at his command. It really seemed like after surviving all that absolute hell and extreme physical exhaustion, he had become way more skilled and efficient at using his system than ever before. The status board materialized crystal clear before his eyes. Status: Tuyet Huy, captain of the lowest tier organization, right arm crippled, movement heavily restricted. Health points sitting at 105 out of 105. Internal energy at 240. Main core sword technique skills: Heavenly Sword Technique, Northern Demon Sword Technique, and Sohoi Demon Art. Weakness strike skill. Surprisingly, the system did not just display his own stats. It actually went ahead and completely analyzed the enemy's current condition too. Target status: Tik Min, a high-level elite leader belonging to a directly related enemy organization. Normal condition: health, 1404. Internal energy, 1560. Sword skills possessed include the Nameless Divine Sword and the Wind Strike. Just taking one quick glance was enough to prove that the massive stat gap between our main guy and Tik Min was ridiculously huge. But thankfully, his enemy's actual moveset was not really that diverse. Tuyet Huy quietly calculated his next tactical move. The only possible way I can survive against a guy with such a ridiculous skill gap is by relying on my Sohoi Demon Art. Under the moonlight, he crossed the bridge, heading straight for his target. Trust me, you are going to want to see how this crazy fight unfolds next. Stick with me here. We are about to witness the wildest assassination ever. When do people feel most relaxed? Eating? Hanging out? Sleeping? Nope. Our main character stops in front of a weirdly isolated little wooden shack inside the estate. The door even creaks, shut right in front of him. A rough wooden sign hangs loosely from a nearby tree, swaying back and forth. Yep, his grand master plan to ambush Tick Min is literally inside an outhouse. He opens the door and sneaks right in. Luckily, it is completely empty. Tuyet Huy thinks to himself, I have spent way too much time planning this. Bored? Fight. Miserable? Fight. Even with terrible luck, I just kept fighting. So how exactly do I kill that absolute scumbag Tick Min? He steps right up to the toilet hole, staring down at it with pure hesitation. It looks like he is about to make the hardest decision of his life. Crazy enough, he even memorized his enemy's bathroom schedule. That guy always takes forever to do his business. Tick Min will let his guard down completely if someone hides inside the toilet to strike. Turns out, this absolute madness is the genius strategy he finally came up with. Tuyet Huy glares down at the pitch black hole, radiating an absolutely terrifying aura. A wave of hesitation hits him. He really needed maximum willpower just to get this far. Wrapping a cloth tightly around his nose, he hypes himself up. Sure, it is filthy and totally miserable, but doing this once is enough. Just endure it. No matter what happens, I have to survive this mess. Once I survive, I will totally dominate all of you. Right at that moment, hurried footsteps echo loudly from just outside. The main character instantly knows. He flinches. He is finally here. Peeking outside, he immediately spots a long-haired guy clutching his stomach, rushing straight toward the outhouse. Tuyet Huy thinks that scumbag Tick Min always comes here to do his heavy business at this exact time. Now pay attention to this wild prep work. He actually analyzed his enemy's exact bathroom schedule just to pull off this foul-smelling master plan. Tick Min stumbles toward the toilet, holding his stomach with a deeply uncomfortable look. Tuyet Huy does not hesitate at all and jumps right into the hole. Luckily, it is just wide enough to fit one person, and the bottom is flat ground instead of a disgusting, mushy pile of liquid waste. Even he feels secretly thrilled about that small mercy. He cheers internally. So lucky. It is surprisingly clean down here. Looks like this toilet was actually emptied out pretty recently. With footsteps getting louder and closer, our guy has zero time to care about cleanliness anymore. He cautiously tilts his head to look up. Through the gap in the hole, he gets a crystal clear view of Tick Min desperately rushing over, looking like it is a massive emergency. Tuyet Huy watches him in total silence, on high alert. Tick Min drops his pants, completely clueless that a deadly assassin is chilling right beneath him. The stomach pain makes him groan out loud. Honestly, makes sense. Who in their right mind expects a crazy dude hiding inside a toilet? Rustling sounds echo in the dark. Right underneath him, the main character takes his fighting stance, tightly gripping his razor-sharp blade. He tells himself, just one time, only one strike. The sword in his hand suddenly erupts with brutal energy, letting out a sharp ringing sound. Tuyet Huy glares straight up at Tick Min's exposed rear, waiting for that exact vulnerable moment when he pushes hard, pointing his blade up, ready to stab his target. This is the perfect moment, but suddenly, a highly suspicious squelching sound echoes out. His enemy's toxic payload drops right in front of his face, just one single inch away from landing directly on his head. I know what you are thinking. So gross, right? Tuyet Huy mentally screams. Even though he prepared himself for a little filth, there is absolutely no way he can let that horrifying stuff hit him. He desperately uses all his strength to dodge out of the way. He literally has to combine martial arts and footwork just to dodge the deadly payload falling from the sky, groaning from the sheer exhaustion. Ugh, this time he is totally committed. Even if his precious blade gets dirty, whatever. He aims right for the dude's backside and thrusts upward. But then, the system suddenly chimes in with great news, activating Supreme Sword Technique. The main character's eyes widen in pure shock, and right after that, another system notification pops up on screen. A precious opportunity has found a critical enemy weak point, ready to deal massive damage. Tuyet Huy stares blankly at that message, mentally blurting out, "Wait, what?" The raw sword aura gathering on his blade suddenly gets insanely powerful. His entire body even starts moving completely on its own, without him consciously controlling a single muscle. This leaves Tuyet Huy absolutely speechless and amazed, eyes wide open as he watches. He tries to understand this bizarre phenomenon, thinking, my body is moving by itself? Tuyet Huy swings his sword, firing a massive wave of energy shaped like an arc straight toward Tick Min, specifically, right at his bare bottom. Only now does the guy realize something is wrong beneath his behind. The space below suddenly glows brightly, making him grunt in total confusion. But it is way too late. The strike is already right up in his face. Even in his wildest nightmares, he could never imagine losing his life in such a familiar place. Dying completely humiliated, stuck in that embarrassing pose, while his payload keeps dropping. The quiet night sky and the dark space around the toilet suddenly violently shake from a deafening explosion. The tiny outhouse is obliterated by a glowing strike shooting straight up. So what do you and I learn here? Always check the toilet first. Stick with me here. We are about to witness an absolute masterclass. He holds his strike stance, looking up in complete and utter shock. Tieu Linh takes the surprise hit head on. The blast completely wrecks him, making him cough up a massive mouthful of blood. His pupils glow a terrifying bloody red. Thick veins bulge violently all over his neck. He grits his teeth, hissing out a furious curse. Damn it! A literal god-tier strike. The enemy just took 1,404 damage. Tieu Linh totally collapses. He crashes face first into the dirt, his lower half completely exposed. Our main character grips his sword tight, staring him down as insane sword aura radiates everywhere. His eyes go wide looking at his blade. The crazy part? The energy flowing around it looks completely silent, but the raw, destructive power is absolutely off the charts. He stands frozen. He looks from the sword down to Tieu Linh's lifeless body. His mouth is covered in blood, eyes rolled back, completely dead. Above his head floats the text, 0 out of 1,404 health. Later, Tuyet Huy drags himself over to a nearby river. He strips off almost everything to wash up. He scrubs his face and body hard, trying to get rid of that absolutely disgusting stench clinging to his skin. Water drips slowly down his face, but even the cold river cannot wash away the massive wave of confusion building up inside him. He gasps heavily for air, like something is crushing his chest. His hot breath turns into thick white mist in the freezing night sky. His reflection ripples gently on the dark water. The life force value from Tieu Linh just transferred directly over to him right after making the kill. He is no longer sitting on his very last life. The counter just ticked up to 3 points. He now has a third chance. Tuyet Huy just stares blankly at the glowing number floating above his head. He collapses backward, crashing heavily onto the grassy riverbank. He literally bursts out laughing like a complete maniac, running a hand through his wet hair in total disbelief. Ha 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 ha. And then, total dead silence. You and I are probably thinking the exact same thing right now. After all that trauma, has our guy finally just completely snapped? The main character mentally calls out for his status window. It instantly pops up right in front of him. Status: Tuyet Huy, captain of the lowest rank, right arm completely crippled, movement severely restricted. Stats show health 105, internal energy 240. Core skills include Demon Heaven Sword, Black Demon Sword, and Return Demon Arts. The main attack skill is currently locked onto the Wind Sword. He is still at a huge disadvantage. Everything looks exactly the same as before. The only difference? A brand new martial arts ultimate skill menu just unlocked. The signature technique panel for the Return Sword style appears alongside some glowing instruction text. Our main character rubs his chin, falling into deep thought. He studies the ultimate sword skill. How exactly do I trigger this? And wait, even after swinging that blade, my internal energy has not dropped a single bit. Energy still maxed at 240. He quietly schemes. If I can figure out how to freely spam this insane power, my strength will absolutely skyrocket. Just thinking about that potential makes him literally shake with excitement. An unstoppable smirk spreads across his face, his eyes burning with pure determination. He clenches his fist tightly, but suddenly, he aggravates something, and his entire face violently twists in pain. It is his right shoulder. The exact spot where he slashed himself in Taihong Kak Chao's study is now screaming in pure agony. Tuyet Huy reaches up, tracing the deep scar. He lets out a painful grunt. He grips his useless right arm, eyes full of bitter regret. But in this life, my right arm is already gone. And if anyone finds out I was the one who killed Tieu Linh, things will get incredibly dangerous. Now watch closely. He knows he cannot get stronger with that crippled arm, so you and I are watching him plan for his next life. He is seriously thinking about throwing away his current run just to respawn into a brand new life with a fully working, uninjured body. Sitting on the grass, Tuyet Huy carefully weighs his next move. Should he take a huge risk and pay a visit to Quan Ma? No, wait, I need to think this through very carefully. He quietly runs through all the different scenarios in his head. I still cannot trust that guy at all. There is absolutely no way to predict how someone like him will react to this mess. Tuyet Huy sits in total silence. He finally figures out his ultimate play, grabs his clothes, and stands up. Cut to a grand hall. He drops straight to his knees in the most pathetic, submissive posture, speaking with deep respect. Secretary of the Seventh Heaven, I humbly request an audience with Taihong Kok Chow. It is absolute madness that he risked coming to this old monster, especially since the guy barely spared his life before throwing him out. Taihong Kok Chow stares down with eyes like absolute ice. Even this legendary boss thinks our guy has totally lost it. Are you completely out of your mind? Do you not know what fear is? How dare you step foot inside my private study? What on earth are you thinking? And why do you reek of total garbage? The old man coughs heavily, veins popping on his forehead as he coldly spits out his words. Turns out, that awful bathroom stench he caught earlier is way too strong. No amount of river water could actually wash it off completely. Tuyet Huy suddenly speaks up. I had absolutely no other choice, sir. Tai Hoang Kak Chow looks totally confused, clearly thrown off guard. Excuse me? Unbelievably, our main character straight up confesses to killing the Black Moon leader right to the boss's face. What on earth is going through his head to pull off a literal suicide move like this? How could he possibly take down a general like Thich Minh with a permanently crippled right arm? That blunt, straight-up confession leaves Taihong Kok Chow absolutely stunned. The old boss flinches slightly, glaring down at him with an icy gaze. Trust me, you and I are gonna want to see what happens next. The boss steps forward, radiating a crushing aura as his booming voice echoes out. All right, stick with me here. The old man sneers, wondering how a weakling like him killed his target. Just hearing those heavy footsteps approach. Our guy has faced this insane aura twice before, but honestly, you never really get used to this kind of crushing pressure. His heart hammers in his chest as the old demon steps closer. Panting heavily, he realizes the terrifying Tai Hoang Kak Chow is now standing directly in front of him. The old monster grabs his hair, forcing him to look up into that incredibly dark, twisted face. Those glowing, demonic red eyes. Murderous intent pours out of the old man, completely drowning him in pure despair. Then, the threat drops. Who exactly did you meet? Just from one tiny confession, this old beast instantly guessed the entire situation. Absolutely terrifying instincts. Tuyet Huy decides to play dumb. Even though he is absolutely terrified, he refuses to cut the only lifeline that could help him escape this psycho. He puts on a completely clueless face, stammering out, "What do you mean?" Big mistake. That only makes the demon even more furious. He yanks the hair harder, making him grit his teeth in agony, barking, "Do not glare at me." His eyes shoot wide open in pure horror, sweating bullets under the insane stress. The old man's absolute authority echoes with a deadly promise. If you dare to say even one wrong word here, you are dead. Those blood-red eyes and dead serious tone make it crystal clear. This is definitely not a joke. Now pay attention, because here is where it gets crazy. Our main character predicted this exact scenario and instantly flips the script on him. Forget who I met. What Taihong Kok Chow is hiding is way more important right now, is it not? Hitting that secret taboo is like flipping a switch. The old man flinches, roaring back. What did you say? You must be out of your damn mind. If you really want to die, just say the word. Face to face with the brutal and terrifying Taihong Kok Chow. Our guy does not back down, veins popping on his jaw. Showing zero fear, he actually screams right back at him. Do you not always want to kill me? Glaring straight back, his panic vanishes, completely replaced by burning rage. He does not hesitate, spitting out the truth about that library meeting. If you are so curious, fine. I met the Demon Lord. That is the exact person who sent me here today. Tai Hoang Kok Chow goes completely silent at this bold confession. Meanwhile, our boy stays shockingly calm. It is obviously a massive lie, but right now, getting caught does not even matter anymore. Right now, digging up the truth takes priority. The old man finally lets go of his hair, his voice returning to normal. He mutters, "Is that so? If that guy helped you, then killing Thich Minh actually makes perfect sense. So, what exactly did that disciple want to know?" He stares straight at Tuyet Huy. Hiding nothing, our guy drops the real reason he came here today. He just asked me about the 9-sex alliance and shared some random gossip. The old demon is stunned by this intel. Looks like the 9-sex alliance really is the massive taboo he desperately wants buried. You and I both feel the tension here, right? How exactly will he contact the righteous faction? Whatever the reason, he has to play his role perfectly inside the demonic cult. After brooding for a second, the old man double-checks. That heavenly demon disciple really asked that? Tuyet Huy instantly fires back. Yes, absolutely. Surprisingly, Tai Hong Kok Chow relaxes a bit. Instead of getting angry, He actually gets super curious. Did he ask anything else? Our guy carefully watches him. When and where is the next meeting? This old devil will never guess that the person who actually wants to know is not the demon lord, but him. It is all just a web of lies to survive. Realizing his excuse is too weak, he curses internally. He needs to push the limits even further. To bait this guy into dropping actual useful intel, he adds heavy dramatic flair to his perfectly crafted lie. Sir Kak Chow, listen closely. The demon lord has agonized over this exact question for a very long time. That is why I am giving you the absolute truth. Facing that answer, the old demon just stays dead silent. But that silence creates an invisible, bone-chilling pressure that crushes the entire room. Honestly, our guy should probably be celebrating right now, because his risky interrogation totally worked. He finally forced out the most crucial piece of intel. Royal Mountain. I have decided to meet at Royal Mountain early next month. Pure excitement flashes across his face, lips curving up, eyes shining. Got him! Right at that epic moment, a weird glowing light flashes from the floor, grabbing his attention. Wait, what is this? He leans down, staring completely shocked at the glowing system panel. Wait, absolutely nothing? Trust me, we are not ready for this next twist. But instantly, the text pops up, and it does not disappoint. Acquired Taihong Cha's secret map, he gasps, hyped beyond belief. A secret map? Stick with me here. The system instantly flashes a choice, asking if he wants to see the details, yes or no. Tuyet Huy does not even hesitate. Of course he clicks yes. Instantly, the detailed description pops up right in front of him. The map highlights all the famous locations that Taihong Cha absolutely loves to visit. It even shows the Royal Mountain layout, plus his very first meeting spot with the Mount Hua sect. Every single quarter, they gather at this exact location just to share their darkest secrets. Plus, the book also reveals a patched-up map of the entire Central Plains. Tuyet Huy stares at the highly detailed UI in total shock, thinking to himself, how is losing this even possible? Then, another system alert suddenly pops up. Items created: 1 medicinal herb, 1 red bean bread, a secret manual, and 1 map. As this brand new interface opens up, reality officially turns into a literal video game where our main character can just hit the reset button. But since he is a guy from ancient times, he has zero clue what he is looking at. He just stares awkwardly as a million question marks float around his confused brain. He mutters, what in the world is all this stuff? But suddenly, Taihong Chow speaks up, snapping his attention right back to reality. The old man growls, so that is how it is. For the 4th time, when exactly did that disciple teach you martial arts? The relaxed vibe around the old man instantly drops into pure, heavy darkness. Tuyet Huy nervously answers, picking a timeline he desperately hopes sounds believable enough. Yes. Well, he actually taught me just a few days ago. Hearing his stuttering and nervous excuse, the old demon keeps interrogating him like a criminal on death row. When did you meet? Tuyet Huy replies, he came to the 1st heaven realm, and that was the very first time we ever crossed paths. The old man's eyes are completely freezing cold as he stares him down. He lets out a soft sigh and says, oh, is that so? I sent you there recently, and you already earned his trust to learn martial arts? And then you murdered Tik Min for him, did you? Facing Tai Huang's intense glare and that incredibly bizarre question, he just stays completely silent, watching the old man with extreme caution. Suddenly, the old man closes the distance, stepping right up to him. Is that why you were sent here? To spy on us and gather intel? Am I right? The soles of his shoes slam against the floor with heavy thuds, bringing an absolutely suffocating wave of invisible pressure. Even though he is not leaking any killing intent at all, the atmosphere inside the room becomes terrifyingly dark and incredibly hard to breathe in. His survival instincts are screaming at maximum volume right now. Our main character turns completely pale and quietly whispers yes. Now watch this closely. Out of nowhere, the old man moves at lightning speed and plunges his bare hand straight into his heart. The only thing Tuyet Huy feels is his chest being violently ripped open. Blood splatters everywhere as that terrifying old demon brutally tears through him. Everything happens in a single, devastating flash. His eyes widen in absolute horror as the agonizing pain finally hits his brain and shreds through every single cell in his body. He coughs violently from the massive physical shock, his mind completely failing to process the brutal execution that just went down. Taihong Chow frowns in pure anger, his pupils burning with absolute killing intent. His deep, terrifying voice echoes right in his ear. Did you really think you could read my expression, you little brat? Chow's hand is dripping with thick, warm blood. That dark crimson liquid just keeps pouring out, dripping down onto the dead, silent floor, leaving terrifying bright red streaks across the polished wood. Why was I even born? Our main character asks himself while aggressively coughing up blood. Why am I here? Why could I kill people so casually back then? And why did I desperately want to become stronger in the first place? Everything seems to start with the question of why. Tuyet Huy slowly lifts his head, staring at the old man with glassy, lifeless eyes as the massive blood loss completely dizzy him. But you and I know what happens next. That question changes into why do I always hide behind the strong? That has to be the real reason I am so furious with this arrogant old man right now. Through his fading vision, the terrifying image of the old demon glares back, his white eyes glaring, eyebrows furrowed with crushing pressure and killing intent that wraps around our boy just like a giant suffocating snake. The old monster leans his face incredibly close to the trembling, groaning boy. Do you want to know exactly why you lost this game? You see, the heavenly demon never teaches martial arts to anyone. He strictly uses the techniques passed down by his ancient master and nothing else. His dark, terrifying voice brutally rips apart the lie that cost him his life. He just keeps his head down, listening as cold sweat relentlessly pours off him. So that was the fatal flaw the old fox was targeting with those bizarre interrogation questions. What an absolute fake old fox. But suddenly, the corner of Tuyet Huy's mouth twitches up into a mocking smirk, and he actually lets out a quiet scoff. Right before the final seconds of his third life officially end, he stops cowering before the old man and just straight up curses right in the bastard's face. Honestly, you and I both know, this old devil never expected the pathetic guy who always bowed down to him to suddenly snap back with this much pure, unhinged hatred and absolute disrespect. Even while gasping for air and clinging to his last breath, his voice is packed with laughter. He looks up and says, "You really do not know anything, do you?" Taihong is completely stunned. What? Tuyet Huy just chuckles at that priceless reaction, repeating himself one more time with a voice dripping in absolute pure contempt. You seriously do not know? You and I are jumping right into a wild death scene. The old master is wrecking his brain trying to figure out Tuyet Huy's final words, but there's no way he could know the secret. Even staring death right in the face, his bloodshot eyes don't twitch or show an ounce of fear, even as blood pours from his mouth. Yet that smirk on his lips is purely mocking. His voice rings out absolutely rock solid. You've already lost to me. Hearing that bold claim, the old man's face instantly twists into pure rage, his slanted eyes burning with intense, murderous light. He wants to laugh it off, maybe out of twisted curiosity, but the kid's confidence is too real. The old guy can't even force a chuckle. Right before his life completely fades, Tuyet Huy proudly curses him out. You bastard. Taihong is absolutely furious now. He coldly yanks his hand straight out of our guy's chest, sending fresh blood spraying everywhere. Tuyet Huy's consciousness completely fades, the light in his eyes just vanishing, leaving behind absolutely nothing but a blank, lifeless stare. His already bloody lips get coated in another heavy layer of thick, metallic crimson. It really seems those final words got under the old monster's skin. His teeth grind together, eyebrows locked in pure fury as fresh blood splatters right across his face. But right at that exact moment, the system notification he was waiting for finally pops up. You have restarted. Now watch closely, because here's where it gets crazy. Just like before, Tuyet Huy suddenly snaps his eyes open, staring at a very familiar ceiling. His pupils shrink. He hasn't totally shaken off the brutal shock of dying at the hands of Taihong. He shoots up from the bed in his old training quarters. But this time, no panic, no laughing like a maniac, and definitely no rushing to run away. Tuyet Huy just stares straight ahead, a new maturity written all over his face. He calmly thinks to himself, I'm really back. He lifts his right arm to test it, the one completely crippled in his previous life. Realizing that limb isn't useless trash anymore brings him an insane amount of joy. Even his arm is fine. Tuyet Huy sweeps his messy hair back, muttering with a heavy sigh of regret. Do I really only have 2 lives left? Right on cue, the glowing system panel pops up again. It's his status window. His stats definitely went up, but the reversion demonic art completely vanished from his skill list. Status Tuyet Huy, captain of the absolute weakest squad. Condition normal. Stamina at 118 out of 120. Internal energy maxed out at 250. Skills include Heavenly Demon Sword, 10 Demon Daggers, and Weak Wind Sword. Tuyet Huy rubs his chin, intensely analyzing his own status screen. I still don't get why my right hand is perfectly healed, while my stamina and internal energy actually went up a bit. He mutters to himself, the reversion demonic art is gone now. even though I still perfectly remember the exact form of that technique. From his lower body stance to his pivot foot, the sword grip, and that explosive aura, it's all literally carved into his brain. So clear and so real. Yet the system wiped it when he restarted his life. But suddenly, a strange new notification chimes in. You and I know system rules are weird, right? You acquired reversion demonic art. Tuyet Huy frowns, so stunned he mentally gasps. Huh? The skill list instantly updates itself. Skill window. Main skills now show Heavenly Demon Sword, 10 Demon Daggers, and Reversion Demonic Art. After all that bizarre stuff happening back to back, Tuyet Huy quietly figures out how this skill menu really works. I guess if I remember it, the system counts it. And get this, the inventory he unlocked right before dying to Tai Hoang Pavilion didn't disappear either. It's floating crystal clear right in front of him. Items herb +1, nutrition bar +1, map +1. He just stares at it in absolute silence. Last time, everything was way too frantic and stressful for him to really look at it. Only now does he actually have a chance to breathe. Is this new? How am I even supposed to use this? No matter how smart Tuyet Huy is, this inventory system is still way too confusing to figure out. Pure confusion is plastered all over his face. Rubbing his chin, he subconsciously mutters the word, map. He literally just said it by accident. Who would have thought? The system prompt instantly changes. Do you want to summon the map? Accept or reject? Obviously, Tuyet Huy is going to select accept. Boom! Right after that, a physical paper scroll suddenly materializes right in his hand, leaving our main character wide-eyed in total shock. Once his brain processes what just happened, the corner of his mouth twitches into a stiff little smile. He can't help but praise it. Well, that's pretty convenient. Obviously, he's not just gonna hold it and stare at it all day. Tuyet Huy rolls it open and says, "Let's take a quick look." On the surface of the parchment, the entire mountain terrain is mapped out with insane detail. It actually makes him laugh out loud with excitement. Tuyet Huy thinks to himself, the map of the royal mountain that old bastard Taihong mentioned is right here. He still can't hold back his curiosity, so he immediately moves on to check the other items sitting in his inventory. He's totally wondering what the rest of them do. The herb description clearly reads, a common medicinal plant that can easily grow literally anywhere. Effect, increases your stamina by 2 points. He slowly finishes reading, takes a really long breath, and then shifts his eyes straight to the very next item. Nutrition bar description, food made from boiled red beans dried on a wooden floor, then mixed with wheat and pure honey. Effect, also increases your stamina by 2 points. This is probably the very first time our main character has ever heard the name nutrition bar, so his curiosity immediately peaks. What the heck is a nutrition bar? Now, you and I know it's basically a sweet Korean red bean jelly, but to him, total mystery. Highly intrigued, Tuyet Huy instantly summons it out to take a closer look. A long, rectangular bar suddenly materializes right in front of his eyes. Alright, let's jump into this wild system manhwa together. Tuyet Huy eagerly catches it. Peeling the wrapper, he spots a transparent brown center just like a chocolate bar, which totally thrills him and makes him gasp in awe. Oh ho, without a single second of hesitation, he eagerly brings it up for a taste. The rich flavor of that epic nutrient bar instantly floods his entire mouth. His eyes blow wide open in pure shock, a highly satisfied hum escaping his lips. Staring at the nutrient bar with a glowing face, he secretly whispers to himself, "This is just way too damn good." Right at that exact moment, the system chimes in. Stamina recovered by 1 point. Stamina 119 over 120. Tuyet Huy stares at that sweet notification, letting out a chuckle before saying, "Ho ho, if I just eat all this right now, I will definitely gain 3 stamina points, but I would really rather save it. I wonder if I can actually stash it back inside." He stares deeply at the remaining bar in his hand. Would you actually like to return this exact item back to the inventory? Our main character literally laughs out loud with absolute delight. When he heard that crazy prompt, he honestly thought storing a half-eaten snack was totally impossible. That half-eaten nutrient bar in his firm grip suddenly flashes with a very strange blue light. The item has been successfully saved directly to the inventory. Getting that clear message while staring blankly down at his totally empty hand right now, Tuyet Huy simply cannot hide his massive joy breaking into a huge smile. With his cheeks completely flushed and eyes practically glowing with hype, he tightly clenches his fist and shouts out, "Perfect!" But that epic hype vanishes almost instantly, quickly replaced by pure, deadly seriousness as his tone drops way lower. Well then, I guess we should move out. He leaps right out of bed, acting fast before the Hack and Guyet agents track him down. Tuyet Huy sprints straight to the Thien Nhat library, halting at the 12th floor, the exact spot Kan Ma claimed as his personal domain. Tuyet Huy announces himself loud and clear towards the inside. Thien Ma, it is Tuyet Huy. I am the assassination squad captain, officially requesting an audience with you. Now pay attention right here. Tuyet Huy stares tensely at those perfectly closed doors, until suddenly a chillingly familiar voice from inside makes him jump completely. Who exactly did you say you were? Tuyet Huy quickly repeats his secret alias directly to Vo Nat Kai. I am just a low-rank captain serving under Taihong. Because we were never assigned a specific zone, we are simply called the assassination squad. Kan Ma coldly replies from inside the study, is that really so? It seems this guy has zero intention of showing his actual face to Akma Sao Quiet's foot soldiers. Exactly as predicted, this guy is absolutely going to probe Tuyet Huy's real motives before doing anything else. But why exactly did you come looking for me? Vo Nat Kai could never in a million years guess that our MC already knows his hidden ambition, and that is the exact reason why he showed up right here today. He calmly speaks up and says, I came here carrying intel that could be extremely useful for your massive dream of finally becoming a great general. The inside of the study goes absolutely dead silent, completely dragging even the guy standing outside into that suffocating tension. Nobody knows how this monster will actually react to such insanely juicy bait. After an agonizingly long stretch of silence, a heavy and deadly serious voice finally echoes out from inside. Come in right now. Tuyet Huy flinches slightly from the insane pressure, but deep down his inner gamer totally rejoices, because his wild master plan is actually starting to work. He slowly slides those heavy, closed paper doors wide open. The grand interior of the study instantly hits his vision, revealing the imposing silhouette of Kan Ma standing absolutely like a boss at his desk. Even though the circumstances of their meeting totally changed, his exact evaluation of our boy remains completely identical to before. You are actually quite the interesting one. That terrifyingly fake smile remains completely plastered across Vo Nat Kai's face. He skips the small talk entirely and gets straight to business. Alright then. So where exactly is this supposedly useful intel for my grand dream of becoming a general? Tuyet Huy nervously locks onto every single micro-expression on Vo Nat Kai. Exhaling heavily to gather his guts, his breath forms a misty cloud floating right in the middle of the air. Tuyet Huy then fearlessly presents the literal map he almost traded his own life to secure, holding it right in front of Vo Nat Kai. Naturally, the boss has zero clue what this item is and gets curious. Tuyet Huy smartly avoids explicitly saying this is the Royal Mountain Map, the exact place where Taihong, Kok Chau, and Kutong Min will finally meet, but simply hints to Kan Ma. Read it and you will completely understand. Vo Nat Kai stares quietly at the mysterious scroll in Tuyet Huy's hand, and heavily driven by his massive curiosity along with the bold impact of that challenge, he absolutely cannot refuse. He takes the scroll and rolls it open. You saw that coming, right? Just reading some random text could not possibly kill him. But the literal second his eyes scan those explosive contents, his expression instantly and aggressively darkens, completely warping into a shockingly intense and incredibly heavy frown. That face twists so hard and heavy, it literally makes our MC flinch, violently cranking the inner tension of the room to an absolute maximum level. His deep voice echoes out, dropping super low and sounding genuinely terrifying right now. Are you absolutely completely sure about this? All of that casual arrogance completely vanishes from his eyes, swiftly replaced by pure, deadly seriousness. Our boy clearly feels that massive aura shift in the room. His whole tone just changed completely. Tuyet Huy carefully answers, I swear it on my own life. But things loop right back to the start, hitting him with that same hyper-arrogant question. What actual value does your pathetic life even hold to me? Completely prepared for this exact moment, our MC sharply fires right back. I vow to become the strong right hand of Thien Ma. Hearing that, Vo Nat Kai stays completely silent, because those words do not actually prove his real worth, they merely expose his raw ambition right now. Trust me, you and I will definitely want to see how this wildly unpredictable villain reacts next. Stick with me, you and I are about to watch our guy face an impossible choice. He demands his true ambition. What do you want with it? Tuyet Huy hesitates. Head down. He pauses, stutters a bit, but then, after thinking it through, he kills the fear and looks right up. Staring into the heavenly demon's freezing eyes, he confidently states his ultimate desire. He wants to become stronger than absolutely anyone else. Hearing that raw hunger, Vo Nat Kai just stays quiet, slowly stepping right up to him. Step. Step. The heavy boots sync perfectly with his racing heartbeat. Tuyet Hui's face goes completely numb before burning up with intense, nervous heat. He grips the scroll tightly, holding the crucial intel right in his hand. If this information checks out, I will give you everything. He leans in close, whispering into his ear like an absolute devil. His eyes, totally wild and crazed. That usual smirk twists into something terrifyingly twisted. Cut to another room, our guy is pacing back and forth, desperately telling himself he'll survive. 3 agonizing hours have passed since the heavenly demon left to verify the intel. Yet he still can't shake this suffocating dread. Even knowing full well the stuff he handed over was legit, top-tier information he literally risked his own life to steal, he's chewing his nails to the bone. All those massive factions, Demon Vault, the Temple, Taihong, and countless others. How could he possibly decode their tangled politics? The only thing known as Taihong clashes with the heavenly demon, using blood demon disciples instead. Now watch closely. After an absolute eternity, Bo Not Kai finally walks back in. Tuyet Huy locks onto him instantly. He's been waiting forever for this. The demon asks calmly, "You are Tuyet Huy?" His heart hammers against his ribs. It feels like standing right under a guillotine, pure panic spiking straight through the roof. Tuyet Huy replies super carefully, "Yes." Meanwhile, his brain is screaming, "What if I fail this?" Right then, a completely unexpected notification flashes in front of his face. Save progress? Tuyet Huy literally gasps in his mind. Then, the system spits out even more text. Which file do you want to save to? His eyes go wide with pure shock. Why is this popping up now? He stares silently at the glowing screen, frowning hard at this crazy situation, when another prompt drops. Heavenly Realm 95, Chapter 2. The Heavenly Demon offers 3 distinct paths. Your progress has been saved. After a brief debate, he decides to lock it in, even though he has zero clue why this specific moment is so critical to the timeline. Bo Nat Kai's stern voice echoes exactly like the prompt. Choose one of these 3 options. Become an elite warrior of the Heavenly Demon, turning into a vassal. 2-star difficulty. Become his personal aide, but only after surviving private training by Elder Luke Trung Quang. You'll be his closest right-hand man. 3-star difficulty. Or become his elite swordsman, tasked with assassinating a major VIP, straight up 5-star difficulty. Everything completely freezes. Let that sink in for a second as we watch. This time the descriptions are way more detailed, and they even threw in difficulty rankings. He cries out in total disbelief. Wait, each choice leads to a completely different life. That 5-star rating hovering right there proves just how brutal this journey is going to be. Forced to pick the exact crossroad for his ultimate destiny, heavy nausea and fear hit him hard. He glares intensely at the screen, pupils shrunk, face pale, lips pressed completely tight. Without blinking, he carefully reads every single detail of his potential new paths. Facing a massive decision that changes everything, terror basically paralyzes him. The military is the Academy's core hub, directly monitored by Legion commanders. The first thing catching his eye? The 2-star choice, becoming the Heavenly Demon's elite frontline warrior. He silently calculates the odds. The talent center is where ruthless supervisors train the rookies. Every year, they only pick 3 or 4 guys out of a whole 100. I could boost my inner energy in martial arts, but surviving that place isn't guaranteed. Then he glances down at the 3-star route. Heavenly Demon's aid. Survive Elder Luke Trung Quang's personal hell, and become the boss's closest shadow. Elder Luke ranks 94th in the whole academy. Getting mentored by him is the absolute best way to master dark arts. However, enduring that guy's violently explosive temper is going to be incredibly tough. Worst case? Crippled. But as he weighs that hell, a new question hits, and trust me, we definitely want to see what happens next. Let's dive back in. Wait, if it is him, can we actually assassinate the Grand Emperor? Obviously, that depends entirely on the situation, and the guy himself would need serious skills. He stares down at the absolute last option. 5-star demon tier difficulty. Become the Heavenly Demon's most elite swordsman, and pull off an assassination on a strictly top priority target. Absolutely insane. For that final choice, who exactly does he have to kill to trigger this kind of option? The difficulty level is way higher than the others. Seriously concerning stuff here. Tuyet Huy crosses his arms, racking his brain to figure out his next move. He lets out a heavy, thoughtful sigh, face completely twisting in stress. Looks like he finally made his choice. His eyes snap wide open with pure determination as he glares at the system panel. But in the end, he actually decides to go with the easiest option on the board. You have chosen to become the Heavenly Demon's elite warrior. Guided by the system, Tuyet Huy firmly speaks his final decision directly to Khan Ma. Hearing his choice, the man just coldly replies, "All right, fine." Tuyet Huy carefully runs the numbers in his head. No matter what, staying alive is my absolute top priority. Because no matter how bad the situation gets, if I just have one extra life, I can completely flip the board. And right now, the greatest weapon Tuyet Huy has is his ability to respawn. If he can fully exploit that broken power, he will absolutely create some massive shockwaves, just like how his entire life took a wild, unpredictable turn not too long ago. Bo Not Kai folds his hands and casually instructs him. "Anyway, you still have 6 days before joining the Legion. I will talk to the secretary on the first floor, so just wait down in the basement." Tuyet Huy immediately bows his head, voice completely full of deep gratitude. "Thank you so much, sir." Bo Not Kai turns around and waves a hand. "It is nothing, do not worry about it." Suddenly remembering something, he glances back. "Oh, by the way, there is a book down there called Tam Thuy Vien. It probably contains some martial arts that you might actually find pretty useful." Tuyet Huy freezes in absolute shock hearing the name Tam Thuy Vien. Now watch closely, because this is completely different from that brutal interrogation he had with Kan Ma before. He seriously never expected this guy to just willingly hand over that exact book. Tuyet Huy suddenly flashes back to the exact question Bo Not Kai asked him in his past life. "Have you ever read this Tam Thuy Vien book?" Only now does he look back at that question with heavy caution. Turns out, the guy's true intentions were never quite as simple as they originally seemed. Wait a second. If that is actually the Tam Thuy Vien, his pupils instantly shrink down. He finally realizes a massively important detail. Bo Not Kai turns to leave, but makes sure to warn our main character one last time. "Prepare yourself well for the next 6 days." Tuyet Huy immediately bows his head. "Yes, sir, I will." His face is totally flooded with pure excitement and joy. The corners of his mouth curl up into a super thrilled grin, and his eyes are sparkling like he just received the ultimate god-tier gift. After politely seeing Bo Not Kai off like a total pro, Tuyet Huy does not waste a single second. He immediately bolts straight down to his old workspace from his past life. Pure joy is written all over his face. Tuyet Huy cannot hold back his smile, cheeks literally flushed red. His mind is screaming, "Tam Thuy Vien! Now I can finally master the whole thing. I still have 2 martial arts techniques left to learn." Tuyet Huy clearly remembers the 2 other techniques written in that book. Because his arm was ruined, he could not learn them before. Tai Quyen Ma Kong and So Kwak Ma Kong. Before long, he arrives right at the Tang Thu Tien Knot library. Tuyet Huy instantly dives straight into the massive piles of books scattered across the floor. He happily hums to himself. It has to be around here somewhere. He aggressively flips through book after book, totally trashing the floor until he finally spots the Tam Thuy Vien. His deep red eyes practically glow as he tightly grips the brightly colored martial arts manual in his hands. He anxiously waits for the system notification to pop up. So Hoi Ma Kong learned. Tai Quen Ma Kong unlocked. So Kwak Ma Kong unlocked. Perfect. You and I both know how massive this is. Those 2 techniques he was physically blocked from learning before, they are finally unlocked, and he can master them right now. Our main character cannot contain the sheer joy inside him. Amazing. He smiles with absolute total confidence, gripping the manual tight, the Grand Emperor's special footwork, and that insane demonic art too. I can learn absolutely everything. Looks like he plans to check out both skills right now, starting things off first with the legendary Tai Quyen Ma Kong. The selection panel quickly shifts. Tai Quyen Ma Kong, So Kwak Ma Kong. This technique seems totally different from the So Hoi Ma Kong. You do not even need to choose a learning method. He rubs his chin, analyzing it while raising his perfectly healed right hand. This time, no extra choices pop up on the screen, probably because this specific martial art strictly requires using your hands. The moment Tuyet Huy has been eagerly waiting for finally happens. A live animation triggers. A shadowy figure appears, looking exactly like the one from his So Hoi Ma Kong training, but no sword this time, just hands pressed together like a Buddhist monk praying. After a month of training, Tuyet Huy is incredibly familiar with it. He even treats this system shadow like a real friend, literally greeting it out loud like a living creature. "Haha, great to see you again, buddy." But suddenly, a totally blinding light erupts from the shadow figure, making our main character instantly shut up, staring hard with wide, shocked eyes. The shadow's inner energy explodes. "Trust me, we need to see what comes next. Come along with me for this absolute madness." It looks like a tiny sun is hiding inside, painting its whole body in a blazing, bright red dawn. Turns out, this is the exact inner energy stance for this legendary martial art. The shadow throws its hand forward, unleashing blinding energy and a crazy wave of heat. A massive, roaring fireball erupts right from its palm, burning like an absolute disaster unfolding right before our main character's eyes. The sheer impact of that strike triggers a massive explosion inside the study. A fierce gust of wind sends his ponytail and cloak whipping wildly through the air. Tuyet Huy is completely stunned, eyes wide, jaw on the floor, his messy hair blown back to reveal his forehead. He is absolutely shaken to his core by this insane sight. All he can do is let out a loud laugh, completely hyped out of his mind. Even though he is still totally overwhelmed by the attack's sheer destructive power, just thinking about mastering this technique makes every cell in his body buzz with pure joy. He silently analyzes the Supreme Fist Demon Art. It is an incredibly bizarre and absolutely devastating skill. His eyes burn with intense excitement at the thought of unlocking these brand new techniques. Holding up the manual, he says, "Next up is the Blazing Fire Demon Art." He watches the shadow, which is no longer pitch black, but glowing a deep, dark red. Even just standing there holding a sword, the overwhelming aura it gives off is heavy enough to make it hard to breathe. This time, the inner energy does not gather in the stomach like before. Instead, it flows straight into the heart. Now pay attention here. The demon art used by Taihong was famous at the academy. Power he could not even imagine in his past life. Boom, boom. Wicked energy erupts from the shadow, violently blasting outward with heavy, deafening sounds. It swings the sword, thrusting straight forward. Just one thrust completely shatters the opposite wall, leaving a massive, cracked hole. This martial art is on a totally different level from his previous skills. Seeing this, Tuyet Huy cannot hide his hype. His face lights up, eyes shining with pure thrill and excitement. He cannot even control his expression, breaking into a massive grin before bursting into loud, manic laughter. Absolute confidence fills him. He just knows he can learn every single one of these martial arts. His eyes are locked in with determination and pride, a bright smile on his face. All right, let's switch it up. For the next 6 days, he grips his sword hilt, looking unstoppable. I am going all out. Soon, fierce crashing sounds echo endlessly from inside the study room. Crash. Boom. After totally destroying the study desk and leaving it in splinters, Tuyet Huy drops to the floor, panting hard. He casually tosses his sword to the side. The system panel pops up. Illusion Demon Art, simulated. Supreme Fist Demon Art, simulated. Chu Kingdom Demon Art, simulated. He checks the screen and realizes something. Even though he learned all 3 skills, his execution still is not exactly like the Shadow's perfect moves. He checks his inner energy again, only 80 out of 250 left. Let's pause for a second. His energy is nearly empty. The capacity is just too low. Once he recovers enough power, he can definitely use it. Tuyet Huy frowns, staring at his clenched fist with pure, burning determination. Refusing to give up, his eyes show absolute grit, even as an uncomfortable feeling rises inside him. No more overthinking. He throws the sword over his shoulder and yells, "Let's keep going." In a flash, 6 days pass. Enlistment day is finally here. Tuyet Huy adjusts his uniform, his trusty sword neatly strapped to his hip. And that iconic red scarf he always wears is perfectly wrapped around his neck. Hearing footsteps behind him, he tilts his head back. I am done training. But he freezes, realizing the person approaching is not Kanma at all. The guy looking for him is a middle-aged man with a shaved head, a dark goatee, and a completely cold, serious look in his eyes. Hands behind his back, he asks, "Are you Tuyet Huy?" Seeing a stranger, our MC gets curious. "Who are you?" The man introduces himself instantly. "I am Q Van. The heavenly demon sent me to escort you straight to the army." Tuyet Huy bows. Yes, but how? Before he can even finish, Q Van holds out a golden pill right in front of him. Take this. Tuyet Huy is completely shocked. His eyes go wide, staring intensely at the dull gray pill. The system instantly pops up, summarizing the item's name and its crazy effects for him. You received an inner energy amplifier, the immortal pill. It radiates a quiet but insanely powerful aura. Q Van explains its use, completely unaware. Tuyet Huy already knows it is a divine item. One pill grants 10 whole years of inner energy. Dropped right into his lap like a gift from the heavens, Tuyet Huy obviously does not refuse, politely taking it with both hands. He thinks to himself quietly, so what do you and I make of this? A full cycle equals 60 years, meaning his current power is only at 3 years. Let's dive into this wild world. 10 years of energy is massive here. Think 60 years of pure power based on the traditional time system. But he can't just snatch it up immediately. He plays it cool, pretending to hesitate. How could I ever accept something so incredibly valuable? Classic acting. Ju Won simply replies, do not refuse this. You are absolutely going to need it to survive in that brutal legion. The moment he hears this involves his own survival, plus a free power-up handed right to him, only a total fool would let this massive opportunity slip away. He instantly tosses the precious golden pill into his mouth without a single second of hesitation. Just one swallow, and his internal energy violently skyrockets straight into the 4 digits. The system status board instantly flashes. Your stats have massively increased. Stamina goes up by 85 to 205, and internal energy jumps by 2,000. Shui Hui stares in absolute shock. Thanks to just one pill, his body becomes incredibly muscular, radiating a wildly terrifying and powerful aura all around him. He can literally feel every single muscle fiber shifting and evolving. His inner core pulses with raw power, and he cannot even hide the massive grin on his face. His cheeks flush with pure excitement, his lips curl into a hugely satisfied smile, and his eyes absolutely sparkle with energy. Riding this insane high, he literally cannot hold back from cheering wildly inside his own head. What kind of insane luck is this? Stamina barely moved, but his internal energy just shot up by a massive 2,000 points. Then, another system alert pops up. Passive skill unlocked, you have learned, mind reading. Absolutely unbelievable. Just one single golden pill granted him such a crazy, overpowered skill. Shui Hui rejoices internally, completely stunned by this drop. Wait, what did that say? Here is where it gets really interesting, so pay attention. The system instantly drops the full details for simulated mind reading. It massively boosts his vision and exposes anyone's hidden status. He rubs his chin, deeply analyzing this broken new skill. He quietly figures out exactly how he unlocked it. It is probably because my internal energy skyrocketed, he thinks. But looking at these crazy new conditions, it seems like I just acquired a much higher tier ability than normal. Another system prompt flashes right before his totally stunned eyes. Thanks to your mind reading, you can now actively view character status boards. Even though this guy is not an enemy to eliminate, the status board for the Heavenly Demon's envoy appears right in front of him, just as promised. Target status, Ju 1. One of the Heavenly Demon's personal escorts. Current condition, completely normal. But the info is heavily restricted, only showing a tiny fraction. He feels slightly disappointed, thinking, it is not much, but at least I can catch a quick glimpse of his stats. He glances over at Ju 1, who is just standing there waiting, and lets out a really confused, soft gasp. Suddenly, our main character's face completely twists in pure shock. His eyes shoot wide open, his eyebrows pull together tightly, and he visibly grits his teeth hard. Shui Hui literally cannot hold back and gasps out loud. No, that is impossible. Just what kind of terrifying secret did he spot on Ju Wun's profile? Shui Hui stares at him in absolute horror, thinking to himself, the Heavenly Demon's escort is actually a spy? You and I both saw that coming, right? The status board had way more hidden details. Right above Ju Wun's head, the screen exposes his true identity. His hostility is sitting at 77%. System warning, first-generation disciple of the Ghost Sect, a total double agent, a spy. Even though his mind is completely spinning from this insane reveal, he has to hide everything. He silently follows Ju Wun's lead straight into a dark, shadowy forest. Shui Hui just glares right at those massive, glowing red letters hovering above his head. 77% hostility? He secretly wonders in his head who is the real master this guy actually serves. There is no way this is real, right? Suddenly, Ju Wun stops dead in his tracks, forcing Shui Hui to halt. He instantly goes on high alert, watching his every single move. Turns out, he brought him to the Legion's gathering spot. Ju Wun points straight at a massive, towering building in the distance and says, "We have arrived." He turns around and casually tells Shui Hui, "My escort mission is done, I am leaving." Our main character stays completely silent as Ju Wun brushes past him. The heavy thud of his boots against the ground feels incredibly urgent, rushing him. Those glowing red eyes quickly glance sideways to watch the traitor's back. It looks like our guy just came up with another completely insane idea. I wonder if that will happen again. Boom, a choice window suddenly pops up right on cue. Is the system trying to force him into another impossible dilemma, exactly like that brutal conversation with the Kun demon in his past life? The effect of the wind dragon pill you got from the Heavenly Demon. You are hiding something from me, aren't you? A wicked little smirk. Shui Hui stares at the system choice, then glances right back at Ju Wun's retreating figure. Wind dragon pill? Didn't I just get the immortality pill from him? This is not just simple dialogue. It is literally acting as a behavioral response. With the timer running out, he grits his teeth hard. Caution is written all over his face, his heart racing from the system's intense, invisible pressure. He just silently stares at it. You selected you are hiding something from me, aren't you? The scenario immediately resumes. The gray pause instantly vanishes, and Ju-won freezes right in his tracks upon hearing the question. His previous calm, indifferent act completely vanishes. It is instantly replaced by a dead serious expression and eyes burning with pure, unhidden anger. He growls out his response. Our main character is sweating like crazy, but his eyes are dead cold. And that is where we leave it, trust me. You need to see what happens next. Stick with me here, because things are about to get intense. Despite the crushing pressure, Tuyet Huy doesn't back down. You are hiding something, right? The tension between them is thick enough to cut. But a double agent like Kuvan, he never lets his mask slip that easily. He instantly goes on the defensive. What do you mean? Tuyet Huy's face darkens as he covers his tracks. Just a bit confused. Kuvan glares at him, his face completely unbothered, and drops a cold question. About what exactly? Tuyet Huy isn't ready to blow the guy's cover just yet. So, he blames the military's crazy strong monsters to talk his way out of this absolute mess the system created. The military brass are smart. They train the heavenly demon, so they clearly know where my power level stands. And the fact you gave me that pill proves I am going to have a brutal time surviving here. Hearing this solid logic, Kuvan just gives him an indifferent look. Tuyet Huy locks eyes with him, pupils glowing blood red. He finally voices the exact same question that's been eating him alive for days. Am I really going to be okay like this? Can I seriously survive just by grinding my internal energy? Kuvan just quietly stares at him, processing that real anxiety. The silence makes the room feel incredibly heavy and completely terrifying. Finally, the guy lets out a deep, thoughtful grunt. After a long pause, he actually speaks up with some advice. Yeah, it definitely won't be that easy for you. Suddenly, he pulls out something weapon-shaped and tosses it over. Here, take this. It's a short sword with an unusually long hilt. Our main character catches it, unsheathing the blade with a super awkward smile. He really didn't expect this spy to hand over such a top-tier gift. Short sword, stamina +2, internal energy +2, attack boosted by 5%, speed +2%. Special effect makes the user feel absolutely unstoppable. Now pay close attention here. You'd think the gifts end there, but nope. Kuvan actually drops some crucial lore about his next destination. The military base is locked down. Only people handpicked by the core branches ever get in. You will master skills through missions and dig into classified books back at the academy. The heavenly demon already sees you as that kind of talent. Hearing that name, Tuyet Huy's eyes snap wide open. Talk about pressure. But then, Kuvan's whole vibe instantly flips. His voice drops into a dark growl. That calm face vanishes, teeth grinding together so hard the veins on his forehead look ready to burst. Pure killing intent floods the room. Every single word drips with rage, so do not ever forget to show him your gratitude. With that kind of hardcore loyalty, who'd guess he is secretly a spy? Tuyet Huy plays it incredibly safe. Understood, sir. Wrapping up that stressful chat, he heads out and quickly arrives right outside the massive military core gate. Honestly, he looks totally ridiculous right now. A sword strapped to his hip while awkwardly carrying a second blade in his hand. He looks up at the massive token hanging over the entrance, his anxiety hitting the roof. You and I know there is no turning back now. He is here, and this place will literally rewrite his entire destiny. He steps into the compound, immediately hit by this invisible, heavy aura of total oppression. He raises the short sword Kuvan gave him, checking it out before suddenly stopping in his tracks. Gripping the weapon, he mutters to himself. He seems decent, but I should probably hide this away just to be safe, right? Running survival calculations in his head. If I am caught carrying a high-tier treasure like this, some greedy guy will absolutely try to steal it. Smart move. He instantly triggers his brand new inventory skill to stash away the blade Kuvan just gifted him. The sleek system tool panel pops up right in front of our main character. Herb +1, nutrition bar +1, half-eaten, starting map +1, short sword +1, brand new. Item successfully sent to the system inventory. With his loot securely hidden, he smacks his own cheeks to wake up. All right, gear sorted. Time to go. He exhales a long, determined breath, pure confidence sparking inside his glowing crimson eyes. Entering a study room, he spots a man resting his chin, just waiting. Tuyet Huy freezes, pupils shrinking in pure shock. His guard shoots up instantly. An invisible, heavy force crushes against his chest, making it ridiculously hard to even swallow. The guy sitting right across from him is an elder, the official base instructor. Just sitting there staring intensely is enough to radiate insane pressure. This old man is a military VIP overseeing every single test here. His authority is literally second only to the Supreme Emperor. Still, an instructor can't disrespect the academy. The old man looks at him coldly. Tuyet Huy, correct? Yes, sir, he bows. But suddenly, a strange sound echoes, and trust me, you'll want to see what's next. All right, stick with me here. Tuyet Huy looks up and sees 4 bamboo slips sitting right on the instructor's table, each marked with a single character. The old man tells him to pick one. He quietly reads the words written on them: body, speech, writing, and judgment. Tuyet Huy carefully weighs his options in his mind. Breaking down their individual meanings, these 4 words basically stand for literature, eloquence, writing skills, and pure judgment. Picking just one of these 4 choices will probably lock in the exact type of military exam he has to face. Body probably means some kind of physical action test, and speech is definitely going to be something related to talking. Out of pure habit, Tuyet Huy starts rubbing his chin, his classic move whenever he is thinking hard or about to make a seriously tough choice. Meanwhile, the instructor just sits there, quietly waiting for his answer. He keeps analyzing those specific characters in his head. Does writing mean he has to draft some kind of essay? And for judgment, does he have to make some kind of ruling? But right at that exact moment, the instructor speaks up, completely cutting off his train of thought. You have to do all 4 of them anyway. Hearing that sudden instruction, Tuyet Huy just falls completely silent. Even though it was just a simple sentence, our main character reads a totally different meaning into it. Is the old man saying there is literally no point in thinking about it? Tuyet Huy immediately points right at the body bamboo slip and says, "I will take this one." The instructor instantly swings his arm and tosses the body slip straight at him. "So you have chosen body," his voice echoes out as an official announcement. Meanwhile, Tuyet Huy is still awkwardly fumbling to catch the flying slip. The instructor finally starts explaining the actual contents of his exam he needs to collect 6 different bamboo pieces with the character 10 carved into them. Just like this exact piece. You have exactly 1 day. You will pass if you manage to finish by this time tomorrow. Tuyet Huy stays dead, silent, carefully listening to every single detail the instructor is laying out for him. The old man continues his instructions. The exit is the right door behind me, and you can also use that exact same door to come right back here. Now pay close attention here. Behind that door is everything from skill books to hidden treasures and heavy weapons. You can grab absolutely anything you want inside. Tuyet Huy cautiously stares at the wide open door behind the instructor. It is radiating this heavy, invisible pressure, and his eyes completely blank out with an emotion he cannot even name. The second he gets the harsh command to leave immediately, our main character does not hesitate for a single second and dashes straight toward the doorway. The instructor just stays glued to his seat, letting the kid rush past him and charge right through the glowing portal without looking back. It is only when his silhouette completely disappears that the old man finally turns his head to look back, his eyes full of deep mystery. The heavy, thumping sound of his footsteps echoing on the floor proves just how frantic he is. He only has exactly 1 day to track down 6 command tokens in a place packed with monsters. Honestly, it would be weird if he was not rushing. Tuyet Huy silently calculates all the massive disadvantages and the crazy requirements to survive this exam. There will definitely be other people who got the exact same win conditions as me. I have to snatch 6 bamboo pieces from them, which is basically the exact same thing as killing them. His face grows even more cautious. And it is not because our guy is scared of taking a life. After all, he is someone completely willing to end someone else just to save his own skin. The one thing he is actually worried about is the raw power levels of the enemies he is about to face. The further he sprints, the brighter the space around him gets. But watch his eyes here, his pupils suddenly blow wide open at what he sees. Turns out, that doorway led to a specialized mini-zone deep inside the military grounds. And the very first thing that hits his eyes is this towering, majestic, ancient-style manor. Tuyet Huy is in pure shock. His eyes bulge out and his jaw drops open, cold sweat completely soaking his hair until it sticks to his forehead. So this is the testing ground. It is packed with layer after layer of massive manors, crammed tightly together right in the middle of these lush green forests. Looking at these gorgeous estates, he realizes something. The longer I wander around here, the higher my chances are of finding items that will give me a massive edge. Tuyet Huy quickly ducks down, pressing himself tight against a massive boulder nearby to completely mask his presence. But moving around like that also severely increases the chances of exposing my position. If I want to get the good loot, I have to stay constantly on the move. I need to survive, but I also have to get stronger at any cost. His expression hardens instantly, his eyes burning with absolute resolve and deadly killing intent. That is definitely not the face of someone who is going to just give up and collapse in this brutal trial. However, the environment around him is weirdly quiet, way too quiet, and that instantly makes him super suspicious. Because logically, this whole place should be absolutely echoing with the sounds of candidates fighting to the death. Seriously, this area is way too dead. Did I somehow arrive here too early? I cannot sense a single trace of anyone else's presence at all. Tuyet Huy stays completely silent as he carefully scans the terrain all around the exam zone. Then he locks his eyes onto a red-tiled building sitting just a short distance away, thinking to himself, I am heading straight there, as fast as possible, before I get caught. With his target locked in, Tuyet Huy instantly explodes off his feet. He channels all his raw strength into his legs, getting ready to launch himself directly at that front mansion. With just one explosive jump, he instantly clears a massive distance from where he was originally hiding. The dirt right where he just stood is completely torn up, as a violent blast of wind kicks up, practically giving him an extra mid-air boost. Moving like a total beast toward that red roof, his footwork is insanely smooth. And that is where we leave it for now, trust me. You and I are about to see this scouting experience pay off big time. Stick with me here. Leaves rustle, and in a flash, our guy is glued to the mansion wall. His boots grind hard against the dirt, kicking up a massive trail of wind as his hands brace to kill his speed. He hits the brakes perfectly. Tuyet Huy does not waste a single second, pressing his entire body flat against the cold stone. He lets out a tiny breath, but his guard? Still way, way up. Our main character scans the whole area, double-checking that nobody is hiding in the shadows waiting to jump him. Finding absolutely zero life signs anywhere nearby, he finally lets his shoulders drop and mutters out loud, Phew, thank God nobody is here. But then, his pupils violently shrink. Goosebumps explode all over his arms. A wave of pure, absolute terror washes right through him, and his heart literally skips a heavy, painful beat. The reason he is freaking out this badly. A sudden, glowing system alert popping up out of nowhere. Warning, an unknown enemy has found your fatal weakness. How do you wish to proceed right now? It is completely unbelievable that an assassin is lurking right here to kill him, yet he cannot sense even a single drop of their presence. Meaning this guy has incredibly high cultivation, an absolute monster. It feels exactly like that time he faced the heavenly demon in the library. Zero life energy. It is like the guy literally melted into the surrounding air itself. Now pay attention, because here is where it gets crazy. Time literally freezes around him. He is forced to pick one of the system options right now. Tuyet Huy gasps in shock. What? A glowing menu appears. Option 1, face him. Option 2, dodge. Option 3, run away. Time remaining, 9 seconds. He stares at the flashing text, his face dropping in absolute disbelief as panic floods his eyes. Somebody already found my weakness? I have never seen these choices before in my life. What am I supposed to do? While his brain scrambles for a solid plan, the clock keeps aggressively ticking down. Just 2 seconds left. Our main character has to lock in a choice right this instant. The insane time crunch makes his stomach tie into knots. He growls through gritted teeth. I am totally out of time. Cold sweat drips down his face as he violently clenches his jaw. Ugh. With no other choice, he clicks the most cowardly option just to stay alive. You selected run away. The scenario will now resume immediately. Instantly, the frozen world snaps back. The gray filter shatters in a blink, leaving our guy completely locked up in a tight defensive stance right there on the spot. He immediately activates his movement technique. Without hesitating, he blasts himself straight up into the air, following the exact escape option he just locked in. With a single powerful leap, his body shoots 3 or 4 stories high, easily clearing the red tile roof of the giant mansion. Pure shock takes over his face. He goes completely pale, jaw dropping wide open, unable to speak a word. Again? My body is moving on its own, just like when I killed Xich Min. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupts right behind him. You see this coming too, right? Tuyet Huy glances back at that bright light in absolute, utter terror. A deadly sword aura slashes right at him while suspended in midair. Tuyet Huy grits his teeth. He violently jerks his head sideways to dodge, eyes squeezed totally shut in horror, his body turning perfectly stiff. Even though he barely avoided the main strike, that terrifying energy wave still easily connects with him. Our guy flinches and lets out a painful groan. Cold sweat flies off him directly into the open air. Gravity pulls his body straight back down to earth. Luckily, he still manages to stick the landing perfectly, despite taking a massive surprise hit. But that attack definitely left its mark. Bright red blood gushes out, dripping heavily onto the dirt and staining the ground beneath him. The metallic smell of blood hits the air, Finally, his hidden attacker steps right out into clear view. He lands smoothly, sword drawn, speaking with an annoyingly casual and disappointed tone. "Ah, my bad. I really should have killed you before you even noticed I was here." His face comes into focus. A young guy with messy blonde hair, a wide smirk, and flat nose. He stares down with absolute boring contempt. A glowing status window instantly pops up. Target name, completely unknown. Condition normal, stamina at 680, and energy at 470. Unlike before, this guy's stat screen is way more detailed, showing exact, specific combat numbers. At first glance, his stats are honestly pretty average. Definitely not a 4-digit monster like Xich Min was. But the terrifying part? This guy can perfectly mask his bloodlust, blending into the background for a totally flawless surprise attack. Without that system warning, our hero's head would have been sliced clean off his neck before he even blinked. The blonde guy smirks, watching him bleed out on the dirt. Tuyet Huy groans in pain, clutching his wound as the blood just keeps pouring out. Glaring back in pain, he grits his teeth. Trust me, you and I will love what happens next. Stick with me here, his status screen just popped up, and those stats are completely tanked after a single hit. Xich Hui, Pursuit Team Captain, normal condition. But look, health 103, down by 102. Internal energy massively drained too. This blonde guy just stands there, glaring with absolute contempt. Meanwhile, our main character is forced to his knees. His shoulder is gushing blood, sending a dull, agonizing pain through his entire body. It is insane that just one strike wrecked his stamina this badly. His health is barely hanging on right now. Xich Hui grits his teeth, fighting off a massive dizzy spell with a heavy groan. He is desperately thinking of a way out to clear this test. Just comparing their stamina bars, it is completely obvious he cannot outlast this guy in a long fight. But wait, his internal energy stats are actually way higher, all thanks to the Heavenly Demon's generous boost. Xich Hui calculates his odds, he barely survived that hit, and the injury is brutal. Our MC pushes himself up to face his enemy. Luckily, this guy completely looks down on him. He sneers, completely dropping his guard, and arrogantly says to stop dragging things out. Now watch closely, this guy's sheer arrogance is exactly what our MC needs to win this. Ignoring his shattered shoulder, Xich Hui draws his blade and coldly replies that he feels the same. He glares back with pure hostility, his entire body tensed up and on high alert. The sharp pain triggers cold sweat. His skin is literally going numb from the sheer amount of blood loss. He still does not know the enemy's true strength, so he checks his own board again. Pursuit Captain, health critically low, internal energy still decent. He compares it to the enemy. Unknown identity, health maxed out at 685, but internal energy only 470. The MC immediately notices that massive gap in internal energy, which means this blonde punk isn't a real threat anymore. The guy is still acting tough, mocking him with a finger wag and saying, "Bring it." From the very beginning, Xich Hui didn't give a damn about the utter disrespect. Only one thought remains: he can win. Before the villain even takes a stance, our MC points his blade and launches like a tornado. The ground simply explodes under his feet as he charges forward with a massive gale. That insane speed instantly terrifies the blonde guy. He completely freezes up. He cannot believe the bleeding kid he just slashed is suddenly right in his face after just a single, lightning-fast dash. Xich Hui swings his sword down hard, while the enemy barely manages to raise his blade in time. His body flinches back clumsily, his stance completely thrown off balance. The first word of his demonic arts literally means absolute frost. A relentless combo strikes before the guy can even twitch or adjust his footing. All he can do is hold his sword up to block, grunting loudly through gritted teeth. I know what you're thinking, this guy is absolutely getting destroyed by our MC. He keeps pressing the attack. His sharp eyes radiate a freezing, dominant aura, and icy mist escapes his parted lips. His every breath literally creates frost in the air. Suddenly, the blonde punk starts shivering violently. His face goes completely pale despite the blazing sun shining down. He doesn't even understand what is happening. He stammers in shock, wondering what is wrong with him. Only the MC knows the frost is slowing him down, and it is working perfectly. His body grows stiff from the freezing mist pouring from Xich Hui's mouth. His senses dull, and that amazing agility from earlier is completely neutralized. Xich Hui gives him absolutely zero chance to turn things around. His blade finds an opening, slicing across the guy's body clean and fast. The arrogant blonde just stares wide-eyed. His throat chokes up, unable to speak a single word. Even his sweat cannot fall fast enough to match that strike. Blood erupts from the massive slash, instantly dyeing his pale face and clothes deep red. His eyes glaze over from severe blood loss as cold sweat mixes with bright crimson. So what do you and I take from this? He definitely regrets picking this fight, absolutely terrified by the MC's true power and his own incoming death. The blood-soaked blade completely stops right in midair. While the arrogant guy's body erupts like a bloody waterfall, Tieu Huy glances back, still channeling his freezing demonic arts. I am not missing this chance. Let's jump right into the madness. The blonde punk drops dead instantly, totally lifeless now that his brain and head were just completely sliced off. Our MC coldly flicks his blade, splashing blood off the steel. With just one strike using his newly boosted chi, he can actually feel the massive upgrade in his cultivation level. Not fully mastered yet, but it's insanely fast and strong. His freezing killer gaze casually sweeps over the fresh corpse. He grabs the red scarf around his neck, his breath still blowing out like absolute ice. Checking his status window, his chi and stamina have both taken a slight hit. Stamina is 101, dropping 2 out of 205. Chi is at 1200. Barely a scratch on his current stats, but it makes death feel just a little bit closer. Bending over the blonde kid's corpse, he searches his pockets for the bamboo tag, muttering whether this is actually a good or bad thing. After a bit of digging around, he finally pulls out the guy's bamboo tag, flashing the exact same character as his. But watch closely, he just spotted something else entirely. He gasps in pure surprise. Oh, so he didn't just take the tag. He casually looted every single useful item the guy had. He lets out a satisfied hum, holding up a little gourd bottle. Instantly, the system window pops up, confirming exactly what he just scored, a healing item acquired. He totally lights up, whispering to himself a special wound healing potion. This is exactly what he desperately needs for his constantly bleeding shoulder. Tuyet Huy just can't hold back a massive, loud laugh. Pure excitement takes over his face. Inside, he's practically screaming he totally hit the jackpot. Over in another mansion during this brutal enlistment test, Tuyet Huy is tightly wrapping a piece of cloth around his totally wrecked shoulder. The medicine burns deep into the cut, making him groan in agony. Ugh! With his body wrecked, he ducks into the house. You know the drill: time to hide, patch up, and get his strength back. Medicine applied and bandage tightened, he lets out a heavy sigh and leans back against a cabinet. Checking his current stat, stamina is 96, chi is 1220. Even while doing absolutely nothing, his stamina is still slowly draining away over time. He quietly analyzes the situation, stamina dropping, but thankfully the bleeding has stopped. A cold shiver flashes in his eyes. Just imagining what would have happened if he hadn't stopped the blood or found that potion is terrifying. He mutters, I would be dead for sure. Tuyet Huy grits his teeth, gripping his aching shoulder. He wants to use more potion, but right now, caution is absolute key. If he unluckily runs into a stronger martial arts master, that healing item won't save him anyway. He needs to keep his mind razor sharp. Our MC remembers the disgusting faces of the two enemies who constantly pushed him into a corner and mercilessly mocked him. Taihong and Kok Chow. Trust me, he's totally going to slaughter those bastards before he ever thinks about leaving this twisted world. Tuyet Huy opens up his inventory panel, desperately hoping to find something else to heal his wounds. Inventory screen. Herb +1, energy bar +1, map +1, short sword +1, and the new healing potion. The pain makes his head spin and tense up completely, his fierce eyes. Stick with me here. You are about to watch our main character panic through his inventory, praying he finds a literal lifesaver. He spots the herb +1 and thinks, could this actually work? The second he selects it, the system chimes in herb activated. Suddenly, a weird glowing green light completely wraps around his battered body. That basic starter herb he got from opening his inventory? It is putting in massive work right now. Exactly what he needed to survive. Stamina boosts from 98 up to 205. The bleeding? Completely stopped. Smiling like a madman, he rips off his bandages. 0 blood left, and the nasty wound is already sealed shut. He chuckles, realizing the insane utility of this item. But wait, rustling footsteps echo through the mansion. Someone just walked in. Startled, he immediately ducks behind a heavy wooden cabinet. He checks his current status window, going completely silent as a wild idea hits him. Tuyet Huy carefully peeks out to see exactly who just crashed his party. He glares at the intruder, his mind clicking as he recognizes the guy. Is that actually Thak Hao? A 30-something guy with gray-blue hair tied back. He looks absolutely terrible, panting heavily with a totally pale, exhausted face. For context, Thai Hoang Pavilion has 7 main branches: Earth, Sun, Moon, Fire, Water, Wood, and Metal. Just add black to the front. He quickly approaches a fresh corpse on the floor, ready to loot any useful gear from his own recent kill. Just as expected, the body gets completely stripped. A strong hand lifts a shiny piece of armor. Yup, definitely Thach Hao. He laughs like a maniac, treating this newly looted armor like an absolute priceless treasure. Completely oblivious to the intense, cold stare tracking his every move from behind, Thach Hao heads the Black Fire branch. He has fought the Black Moon leader before, so this guy is no regular mob. Now watch this closely. He presses against the door, teeth gritting, brain running at maximum speed to plot a flawless assassination. The enemy stats are way higher. To win, it has to be a one-shot kill. He desperately remembers the combat evaluation board from his previous ambush against Xich Min. Perfect opportunity triggered. Finding an enemy weak point guarantees a massive, heavy damage strike. He curses under his breath because the notification is missing. Can he really not use it? He does not know how to trigger it. The guy is totally distracted right now. Why isn't it popping up? What better chance exists? He carefully watches the laughing idiot, his mind spinning with a dozen frustrated questions. Meanwhile, Thach Hao excitedly flexes his new armor, shamelessly muttering about enjoying such premium loot all to his greedy self. Tuyet Huy decides to ditch the system. He will launch the attack himself. Time is up. Even just injuring this guy guarantees some insane top-tier gear drops. But right at that exact second, the long-awaited notification finally flashes. Perfect opportunity. Weakness detected on the Blackfire leader. How will you respond? It literally spawns the moment he decides to sneak attack, leaving him totally shocked. The selection board instantly pops up. All options focus entirely on killing the opponent. Attack. Use martial arts, use tools. Then, a brutal 9-second countdown begins. I know what you are thinking. Even the main character cannot get used to this system bullying. He blankly asks, what is this nonsense? Seeing these brand new choices with that classic stressful time limit spikes his anxiety fast. Tuyet Huy frantically hesitates on the best attack method. Which one? The clock mercilessly hits 3 seconds. He glances over. Thach Hao is completely frozen in place by the system's choice board. Utter silence. He finally locks in his decision, selected attack. Rewinding time by 3 seconds. Move right now. He thought he picked the safest bet. But he is absolutely stunned. This choice literally rewinds time. Tuyet Huy is speechless. 3 seconds? But there is zero time to panic. Instantly, reality snaps back, matching exactly what that crazy choice board just described. Thach Hao's greedy voice echoes identically to 3 seconds ago. It chills him to the bone. Enjoying this premium loot, he zeroes in on the enemy's exposed back. Suddenly, the reality of this timeline shift clicks. He smirks, whispering to himself, so that is it. Cannot waste this godsend opportunity. Exploding upward, toes gripping the floor, his hand locks onto the hilt. Ready to draw instantly, he dashes straight at Thach Hao, who is busy equipping the armor. The target? That exact split second, the fool picks up the gear and drops his guard entirely. His eyes flash with absolute ice. It is the terrifying, serious face of a true survivor. Thach Hao's smug smile freezes forever as a sharp blade violently pierces his chest. Blood sprays everywhere, and that is where we leave it. Greed killed him. Now, his only reward is blinding pain and absolute terror. He coughs up a mouthful of blood and groans in absolute agony. His eyes roll back completely blank, proving his willpower has totally shattered. Stick with me here, because dying for greed without even seeing the face of the guy who stabbed your heart is a wild way to go. The system immediately pops up, flashing his current status for our guy to see. His health was capped below 1,685, so just one single stab completely drained his life force. Right now, he is literally nothing but a lifeless corpse stuck right on the edge of that incredibly sharp blade. Right after killing a guy like this, our main character just lets out a happy laugh at the result. His eyes are shining super bright, and his cheeks are actually flushed. Smiling happily, he pulls his sword out and lets the limp body crash to the dirt. Zero mercy whatsoever. Honestly, he is just completely overjoyed on the inside right now. Alright, Shui Hui obviously is not going to skip out on free loot. He quickly searches the enemy's corpse to grab absolutely everything that could be useful. Looting the body reveals 5 bamboo tags, but then our guy suddenly freezes up when he finds something else hidden right on him. Looks like it is not just one item, but a massive pile of useful.
Well, I was just looking at this part, and the way that the main character handled the situation was so interesting. If it were me, I might have taken a completely different path. But that's what makes their writing so unpredictable.
Gear. He just received the Heavenly Grace Divine Armor, the Moon Fragrance Dagger, some heavy-duty healing pills, and a rare blood poison antidote. Tuyet Huy cannot even hold back a loud gasp of pure excitement. He is absolutely thrilled because not only did he gather enough bamboo tags to easily pass the test, but he just scored so many incredibly useful items too. Wow, so much gear. The system definitely recognizes this as a massive jackpot, immediately announcing that multiple high-value items have just been successfully collected. His whole inventory interface gets a massive upgrade too. All the tools are neatly divided into clearly visible categories. We have got medical tools, red bean stones, healing medicine, a brand new blood poison antidote, and heavy armor equipment. The Heavenly Grace Divine Armor, a spirit sword, and a dagger. You guys seeing this? His jaw is literally on the floor as he happily checks out his crazy new stash. The interface looks way cleaner now. Dropping everything right into the toolbox actually makes a lot of sense, right? He instantly downs the healing pill, he just gotta fix up his condition. Health increases to 107 out of 205. A bright healing aura quickly wraps completely around his body, rapidly restoring our main character's lost strength. When the toolbox pops back up on the screen, the contents inside have already changed completely. Smiling, he rolls his freshly injured shoulder and laughs with total satisfaction, thinking to himself that this is great, the pain is completely and entirely gone now. Then his eyes lock onto the armor section showing the Heavenly Grace Divine Armor. Yeah, the exact same gear that the enemy was literally treasuring like absolute gold earlier. Crossing his arms, he stares at the tool panel and wonders, can I just equip this right now? The very second he selects the Divine Armor, it immediately equips onto his body. But instead of looking like bulky normal gear, it transforms into a super thin, transparent veil tightly wrapping around his upper torso. Tuyet Huy stares at his own body with wide, shocked eyes. He quickly pulls his shirt open to check inside, but he cannot see any actual armor plates at all, even though his body can clearly feel the heavy, distinct presence of the gear protecting him. His eyes sparkle with pure amusement, face lighting up like a kid in a candy store. Haha, I can wear it immediately. Wait, a structure that makes the armor totally invisible from the outside? He laughs in pure hype, eyes wide and full of joy, absolutely marveling at how magical this tool is. But suddenly, a red warning flashes on screen. His entire expression drops, skin going visibly pale in an instant. Warning, an unknown enemy found an opening. Now watch closely. What is he gonna choose? Frontal attack, defense, or just run for his life? Our hero is so tense he is literally grinding his teeth, cold sweat dripping down heavily. Even the air around him feels incredibly heavy and suffocating. Damn it, this is huge trouble. He got way too hyped and completely dropped his guard. How is he even supposed to fight back right now? He doesn't even know who the enemy is, way too reckless. If he runs, he could get critically injured just like before. He clenches his jaw so hard the veins pop. Pure stress and the agony of this impossible choice are painted all over his face. But then, the absolute panic in his eyes is suddenly completely replaced by an eerie, unnatural calmness right before this massive ambush hits. Finally, he makes his choice and locks in the defense option. The system immediately announces it will ping the enemy's location, telling him to stay fully focused. Tuyet Huy completely freezes up, letting out a mental gasp at the alert. Real time instantly resumes. Our main character is still standing right over the dead body on the ground, but the surrounding space feels completely frozen, solid. Waiting for the attacker to reveal himself suddenly, a pale-haired guy with a sword dashes straight from the doorway, charging at him with absolutely terrifying, lightning-fast speed. Even though he notices and spins around with pure terror in his eyes, the brutal strike still violently slams into his body with overwhelming, crushing force. A dead center hit right to the chest, perfectly landing despite the attacker moving like a literal arrow. Tuyet Huy gets violently blasted completely backward by the sheer explosive impact. He lets out a painful grunt. Just one single palm strike, but it feels like it could level this entire place. Thick clouds of heavy dust violently kick up into the air, completely swallowing up our main character's figure. We're about to find out how bad this is. No visible outer cuts, but the sheer force of that strike just absolutely devastated his internal organs. Tuyet Huy violently spits out blood, coughing up a heavy breath that reeks of iron. Just one single, devastating hit instantly dragged his health bar straight down to rock bottom. Stick with me here, we are dropping right into pure chaos. Stamina at 39, down 166 from 205. He pants heavily, glaring at his attacker with tired but fierce eyes. Just blocking one single strike nearly broke him completely. The enemy closed the gap while he tried to retreat. A massive shadow slowly steps out from the thick dust cloud. Even now, our main character is still desperately trying to analyze this monster's true power. No, this guy attacked way faster. The only real difference was that going on defense helped him track the enemy's position. Thank goodness he had his divine armor activated just in time. Every single step echoes slowly as the attacker approaches. His dark, chilling voice rings out exactly like the Grim Reaper coming to collect a soul. You look way too relaxed. Not even gonna draw your weapon? Using special gear, huh? It is a huge, towering man. Light hair tied back, revealing a dark face radiating pure, suffocating bloodlust. And in his hands, an absolutely massive broadsword ready to strike. Just one look and the heavy, crushing pressure he brought into the room was enough. He could instantly feel that this guy's strength was straight up on a monstrous, unbeatable level. Compared to every single enemy he had faced up until now, the guy's lips curl into an incredibly cocky, overconfident smirk. A status window suddenly pops up right in front of him. Even if his power does not rival veteran fighters, his actual stats are completely blocked out. The only thing visible is his name, Ma, Master of the Red Demon Clan. Body status normal, but stamina levels are completely hidden from view. Internal energy hidden too. Now pay attention here, this is where it gets crazy. Pure despair hits his face. The absolute worst enemy found him while his body is already in this totally wrecked state. His eyes widen in shock. A bone-chilling freeze makes the hair on his neck stand up. Cold sweat is pouring down his soaking wet face, fresh blood still dripping from his chin untouched. Ma casually rests that giant sword on his shoulder, laughing with twisted joy as he walks over. Meanwhile, our hero is just collapsed on the ground, his body completely shattered by that earlier brutal attack. He quietly analyzes the enemy's status screen, comparing it to his own, desperately searching for even a tiny fraction of a chance to win a fight that already seems totally doomed. Looking at those stats, the enemy's health and internal energy are just miles ahead of his. The outcome feels super obvious since Tuyet Huy could not even block that very first strike without taking massive damage. The scene playing out right in front of us looks exactly like a powerful apex predator staring down its bleeding, shivering prey after landing a fatal blow. He forces out heavy, painful breaths, secretly trying to calculate the monster's true power. Even combining Xich Min and Thien Ho would not be enough to beat this guy. What is wilder? Floating right above his head is a life value showing he only has exactly one life. That really sparks his curiosity. Why would someone this crazy overpowered only have a single life? He breathes out heavily, the thick metallic smell of blood filling the air, and stares back with weirdly calm eyes. Ma just keeps on laughing, totally entertained by this whole thing. He is super hyped for this deadly game. Now watch closely. You and I know what comes next. He growls, "Stop looking around, you're dead anyway." Tuyet Huy stays completely silent against that incredibly arrogant threat. Nobody knows what is actually going through his mind, right before being knocked all the way back to square one. After a really long, heavy pause, his choked-up voice finally speaks out, dripping with pure bitterness. "I have suffered so much in this lifetime too." He complains bitterly in his heart, completely breaking away from his usual perfectly calm and calculating self. It is just so unfair. Obviously, Ma has absolutely no idea what he means. Instead, he just bluntly snaps back. "What the heck are you muttering about over there?" Tuyet Huy just softly smiles. Maybe at the exact moment his hard work turns into a sandcastle washed away by waves, he feels intense rage. It really seems like his mind is slipping. He has truly gone completely insane to be smiling right now, saying these exact words to the very monster who is about to end his entire life in this timeline. Yet everything is absolute garbage. Deep down, he secretly curses the twisted, cruel fate that pushed him all the way into this totally hopeless corner. "I lived, and then I died over and over again. I gave absolutely everything just to survive." Even with a furious fire burning deep inside his heart, his actual voice comes out weirdly gentle. "I actually thought I finally had a real chance, but the power gap is just this massive. It is totally unfair." Ma stays completely silent at our main character's bitter complaints, genuinely feeling like this whole pathetic situation is incredibly laughable. He cannot hold back and drops a deeply mocking remark. "You're about to die, so you've just gone completely crazy." Hearing that cold insult, our hero does not even deny it. He instantly agrees. "That is right, I am crazy." No matter how messed up this life is, he still refuses to give up. He tightly grips the sword hanging at his waist, ready to launch an all-out desperate attack against Ma. His eyes go wide with pure, absolute madness. He screams out with a voice full of deep, bitter hatred. "I am crazy, you lucky, damned bastard." An unshakable determination rises up inside him. Even if he dies here, he is going down fighting with everything he has left. Tuyet Huy charges straight at him without hesitation, an enemy easily 100 times stronger than him. And trust me, you are not going to want to miss this. Where he stood is now just echoing wind. White light demonic magic explodes as he raises his sword high. Alright, stick with me here. Pale green energy explodes out of his body. His eyes widen with pure resolve, roaring like a cornered beast defending its absolute last safe territory. But facing that intense strike, Ma just laughs it off with a totally arrogant, mocking sneer. His brows furrow, and his expression turns completely pitch black. He firmly raises his massive blade high overhead, effortlessly blocking our guy's heavy downward slash with an absolute display of raw physical power. Tuyet Huy immediately fires back at him, launching his epic Bach Luong Thien technique. The exact second their two huge blades finally clash together, boom! A blinding explosion of shockwaves completely and violently rocks the entire room. Even the mighty Thien Ma gets pushed way back by this heavy blast, desperately digging his heels into the ground to stop his sliding momentum. Finally regaining his balance, Thien Ma looks absolutely furious. Sweating heavily and grinding his teeth, he glares right at Tuyet Huy in total, raging disbelief. Over on the other side, our boy Tuyet Huy isn't doing much better. He is bleeding, but still fighting through the intense pain. Seeing the massive destructive power of his own Bach Luong Thien strike leaves him totally stunned for a moment. Right at that moment, Thien Ma's system status window pops up. Health points at 4,055, dropping 450 out of 4,650. Inner mana at 5,380. Thien Ma cautiously asks, "What martial art is that?" Tuyet Huy completely ignores his question. Breathing heavily, his mind is racing at lightning speed right after that crazy intense sword clash. Now pay attention here. A genuinely wild idea suddenly flashes right through his head, and honestly, it is definitely worth risking everything for. He starts thinking deeply about a specific extreme yin energy technique. It is an ultimate demonic art that only the absolute top elites in the entire squad can ever hope to fully master and use. It is a powerful skill, strictly designed for women, definitely not for guys who rely purely on yang energy. But because it is so insanely powerful, men and demons desperately wanted it, so they created completely new spin-off techniques from its core. Staring at his blade glowing with raw inner aura, Tuyet Huy smirks, his brain still working in total overdrive. He truly believes that his Bach Luong Thien must be one of those exact variants. After all, his body lacks the polarized meridians needed for energy to easily flow through. Cold, frosty breaths of air literally start escaping from his mouth now. He keeps wondering how he actually managed to comprehend this demonic art so easily. There is simply no other logical way to explain this crazy phenomenon at all. Seeing Tuyet Huy radiating this mysterious aura, Thien Ma starts panting heavily, furrowing his brows in serious panic. Tuyet Huy quickly checks his own status window too. Inner mana at 910, dropping by 310. Seeing those exact numbers, he bites his lip in deep thought. His heavy attack definitely worked, but the overall situation still does not look very good. Unable to wait any longer, Thien Ma swings his blade and violently charges right at the distracted Tuyet Huy. No time to think. The massive enemy blade violently slashes down. Tuyet Huy quickly leaps backward and ducks low to dodge the heavy blow. Thien Ma relentlessly keeps swinging at him, but our guy flawlessly weaves and evades every single strike while completely keeping up. Following his insane speed is not easy, but he can clearly track it. The very second Thien Ma goes for another massive slash, Tuyet Huy thrusts his sword out to block it. Both blades violently clash together, instantly shooting out blinding bright sparks everywhere. You and I both feel this crazy tension, right? Now, face to face, they are absolutely giving it everything they have to destroy each other. But in that split second, Thien Ma is faster, swinging his heavy blade again. Taking full advantage before Tuyet Huy can even react, the massive brute lands a nasty kick straight to his gut, aggressively shouting, "Stop playing your stupid tricks!" Taking that devastating kick from Thien Ma, Tuyet Huy groans in deep pain, quickly jumping backward to create some safe distance. Right then, his own status window flashes a brutal alert. Stamina at 19, dropping 17 out of 205. Seeing this terrible condition, he tightly grinds his teeth just to hold on. Thien Ma confidently walks right up to him, flashing a totally arrogant and condescending smirk before saying, "Your pathetic little parlor tricks actually helped you survive for quite a while." Watching Thien Ma slowly approach, real panic finally starts creeping in. Tuyet Huy frantically realizes that he might still completely lack the raw power needed to defeat him. But right at this incredibly critical and dangerous moment, a sudden glowing system notification pops up to completely turn everything around. Bach Luong Thien proficiency has increased. Imitation skill is now at beginner level. Just staring at those glowing system words, Tuyet Huy completely freezes up in total disbelief as his mind races. Beginner level? What exactly is this? His health and raw strength definitely won't magically recover. But did his martial art technique seriously just level up right now? Fully grabbing onto this desperate chance, Tuyet Huy intensely glares at Thien Ma with razor-sharp eyes. With zero hesitation but no reckless rushing either, he instantly bursts forward from his spot to launch a proactive attack. For now, he will absolutely do whatever it takes to survive. With just one single epic slash, he violently knocks that massive gorilla backward, leaving the huge villain clumsily struggling to block the devastating attack with his giant blade. That incredibly crazy strike even whips up a massive violent windstorm sweeping across the entire room, forcing even a veteran master like him to groan in pure struggle. Gah! Out of absolutely nowhere, blood violently bursts right out of his huge body. Countless deep slashes suddenly spray crimson blood into the air, leaving him standing there completely paralyzed in total shock. Ma's arrogant brain literally refuses to process the impossible reality that some incredibly weak kid just completely shredded him and left him severely wounded like this. I know you are just as totally mind-blown right now as our main hero is. Stick with me, we're diving right back into the madness. His eyes go wide, mouth dropping open in pure shock. Am I seriously this fast now? But there is zero time to stand around looking amazed. His brain instantly shifts gears, calculating the exact next moves needed to win this fight. With that thought, Tuyet Huy charges straight at Ma, completely fearless, zero hesitation. He lets out a massive roar, hyping himself up for the clash. And honestly, that crazy aura actually shakes the enemy, making him grit his teeth in panic. Sparks fly as their swords violently slam into each other yet again. But this time, our main character is the one pushing the aggressive offensive. He clearly refuses to stay locked in a brutal test of strength where he is outmatched. Plus, he definitely learned his lesson from the guy's dirty tricks last time around. Without wasting a second, he leans back hard, creating a safe distance between them. Right now, Ma is absolutely losing his mind in total confusion. He is overflowing with questions about how this little punk got so insanely strong in a flash. He immediately snarls, demanding answers. What the hell did you do? How is this possible? Tuyet Huy totally ignores the frantic questions being thrown at him. Instead, his eyes are locked onto every single movement the enemy makes. And right then, a tiny crack on the enemy blade catches his eye. Now watch closely, this is where things get wild. The system window pops up, freezing time completely so our boy can make his move. The absolute perfect opening. System prompt, you have discovered the weakness of the Heavenly King team leader, Ma. How will you proceed? The options quickly flash right in front of him. Attack, use martial arts, or use item. Tuyet Huy is not even surprised by this anymore. Honestly, he fully expected the system to step in during a life or death moment. His expression turns dead serious, his heart pounding as he mutters to himself. There it is. He starts analyzing the whole situation to pick the absolute smartest route. He is just not sure a basic attack can actually finish this guy off. Changing his strategy from the ambush on Thak Hao, he adapts to match Ma's actual power level. This time around, you have chosen to use martial arts. Check the list below. Use martial arts. White light demonic art locked. Fire fist demonic art unlocked. Summoning demonic art locked. He doesn't even know if you can call this a real choice when literally only one technique is unlocked. Tuyet Huy quietly runs the quick math in his head. 3 options popped up, but I cannot select the white light or summoning arts. It has to be because my internal energy level is just too low. Just like that, time snaps right back to normal flow. His palm is already planted firmly and solidly against a chest, ready to unleash hell. Specifically, Ma's chest, right before the guy can even process it or defend, casting crimson fire palm. His pupils shrink down, his eyes glaring with absolute savage determination, his face turning incredibly grim and intense. He lets out a ferocious, beast-like battle cry. Instantly, the special attack of the Fire Fist demonic art is completely unleashed. His hand becomes a literal flamethrower, blasting a massive, roaring wave of fire straight at Ma. That devastating strike quickly roasts him into a charred lump of meat. His dark, pale skin turns a burnt copper color after taking on that unbelievable, searing heat. Even his life force gets drained by those brutal flames. HP reduced by 4015. His powerless body collapses hard to the dirt. Well, Oma's burnt corpse does. After finally wiping out the absolute toughest enemy in this entire exam, the MC drops to his knees on the ground, gripping his own arm and groaning in pain. He immediately pulls up his own status window to check. HP drops to 10 out of 205, energy down to 882. Releasing a massive, large-scale attack like that clearly forced him to take some heavy backlash damage too. Luckily, he has just a tiny sliver of HP left to stay alive. Tuyet Huy struggles to take heavy, ragged breaths, his exhales turning into a cold mist floating in the air. He weakly cheers to himself in relief. I actually beat him. But almost instantly, he pushes those hyped feelings aside to coldly analyze his current messed up condition. You and I both know that was way too close. I beat him, but my HP and energy are totally drained. Without that weakness window, I probably would have lost. Remembering that this brutal exam has barely just begun, Tuyet Huy instantly forces himself back up in front of Oma's charred remains. He tightly grips the sword at his hip and mutters, "I need to move now. I will actually die if another enemy shows up here." But of course, he doesn't forget to loot all the useful items off Oma first. Medicine obtained 1 blue pear lotus. Medicine obtained 1 red spider lily pill. Secret letter, you got a stealth manual. The glowing red dawn breaks, gradually casting darker, moody shadows over everything around him. The vibrant orange of the early morning acts like a veil over the sun, dyeing it a deep golden hue mixed with the dawn's orange. And through that orange glow, a heavy sigh echoes out. Phew! The guy letting out that exhausted sigh is none other than our main character. He is currently hiding out completely concealed beneath a large tree inside the exam zone. With the sunlight hitting his face, Tuyet Huy whispers, "Is it already morning?" After using the golden medicine to recover, I hid out in the forest, laying low. I actually completed the exact requirements of the test and grabbed the 6 bamboo pieces. Tuyet Huy exhales a breath of cold air, forming a lingering mist. I totally planned to save the items from that demonic bird for my next life, but the inventory box straight up rejected it. This item cannot be stored. It is basically like the system wants to delete anything that gives me an unfair advantage. He checks those 2 golden pills. The red spider lily. That is where we leave it. Stick with me, guys. We're looking at a crazy artificial elixir made from pure mountain energy that permanently boosts max HP. Then there's this legendary blue lotus pill. Brewed from 1,000-year-old seeds, it gives a solid upgrade to his max internal energy. Our MC looks at his inventory system. At first, he hesitated, but now he knows he has to plan this out perfectly. Because if he pops these pills now, dies, and regresses back, they're gone forever. Total waste of elite loot. He needs something permanent. Enter a top-tier secret manual, an ultimate stealth technique once used by an absolute legend, the exact guy who protected his master over a century ago. The rules are straightforward. Max comprehension equals perfect invisibility. But if you take a single step, the stealth breaks instantly. No limits. He realizes something huge martial arts locked in his brain will carry over between regressions. It's an absolute steal. He instantly hits use, and a brilliant system light completely engulfs his entire body. System prompt. Stealth technique learned. Honestly, the system's auto-learn features are getting more broken by the day. No more decades of brutal, back-breaking training. Just click a button, and boom, he instantly masters the skill. Breathing techniques, execution methods, every single detail instantly downloads into his brain. If he uses this manual right when the boss dies, the advantage he'll get is absolutely massive. He flashes back to a crucial system notification he triggered during that intense fight. Perfect chance unlocked. You found the commander's fatal weakness. How will you proceed from here? Leaving his cover, he steps forward. The long grass rustles softly as he walks right through it. It's all clicking together now. He decides to squeeze out every drop of luck he has to grab all the loot. If he exploits this cheat system to the max, reaching the absolute top won't just be a pipe dream anymore. He walks toward the exit door. Suddenly, flash! A blinding glow erupts right in front of him. What is this light? Now pay close attention here. He reaches out toward that weird, mysterious energy. Could this be another lucky drop? A system text floats right out of the light. Save your progress? Without missing a beat, he makes a hard choice. 3 separate save slots pop up right in front of him. A literal video game save point in real life. Slot 1, empty. Slot 2, empty. He stares quietly at the floating menu, closing his eyes with a heavy expression. But plot twist, he actually hits cancel. The prompt flashes, progress has not been saved. He casually walks right out of the testing zone. 0 regrets. He knows exactly what he's doing. You guys see his galaxy brain play here, right? He's gambling that by not saving, he can just regress later and farm all the other hidden treasures he left behind. He shoots one last glare back at the entire testing arena, eyes practically glowing like a cold-blooded killer. His expression? Dead serious. Back at the desk, he slams down his collected bamboo tokens. Absolute proof that he cleared the brutal physical trial. The proctor just sits there, resting his chin, giving him a deeply suspicious stare. But our guy doesn't even flinch. Zero fear in his eyes. He locks eyes with the old man. Is there a problem here? The examiner instantly deflects, changing the subject to dodge the awkward tension. Just like he warned before, things are moving fast. He completed the requirements perfectly. The old man glances down at the messy pile of carved tokens. Pick your next trial category. Unlike his very first time picking a token, he just frowns at the 3 remaining options on the desk. All that hesitation from earlier is completely gone now. He sighs internally. He has to clear every single one anyway, so who cares about the order? He reaches out and grabs the speech token. Since the rules were already laid out, the proctor skips the boring lecture. He simply points to the door on the right. Speech it is. The MC just nods, offers a quick bow, and confidently marches straight toward the entrance. All that nervous, frantic energy from the physical trial has completely vanished. Instead, he's getting seriously bad vibes from how dead quiet this area is. Where the heck are the other candidates? He heads down the dark, spiraling staircase toward the speech testing grounds. Scanning the vast, empty halls, the only sound is his own echoing footsteps. It's enough to send chills straight down his spine. Soon enough, he's standing right at the door marked speech. He slaps his cheeks, reminding himself to lock in and ignore the distractions. He forces all the paranoia out of his head. As long as he clears this brutal trial, nothing else matters right now. Face hard as stone, looking like he's marching to war. So what do you guys think? He stares down the door to his next real battle, wondering what insane trap awaits him this time. Stick with me here. We are kicking off this recap as he pushes the wooden door. But instantly, a brutal voice screams, "You damn bastard!" The guy screaming is a middle-aged man with wild, messy brown hair falling right over his face, completely hiding his eyes. Wearing pale, simple clothes, he is sitting cross-legged right on the desk, arms folded, staring him down with a dead serious look. The guy looks absolutely furious, clicking his tongue in pure annoyance. Seriously, the very second our main character stepped into this testing room, a terrifying enemy spotted him instantly. He shrinks back in total fear, pupils dilating in pure panic. His face goes pale as freezing cold sweat starts pouring down his skin. But honestly, that is not the only thing making him panic. What is really terrifying him is this familiar smell hitting his nose the second he entered, mixed with the intense cultivation power of this messy man. There is actual bloodlust lingering here. It is so overwhelmingly strong, his stomach is literally churning. This guy has unmatched power. And wait, what in the world is that? Right above his head, a weird line of text pops up that our main character has never seen before, an unknown +1. The man has been watching him this whole time. He peeks through his messy hair and growls, "You dead dog, what are you looking at?" Knowing this is definitely not someone he can act cocky around, he immediately shrinks down and bows respectfully. He is so insanely stressed that his voice starts stuttering completely out of control. "I am here to take the military examination test. Now watch closely, because the second he finishes talking, the room drops into dead silence. That silence pushes his anxiety straight to the absolute limit while facing an overwhelmingly superior fighter. Tuyet Huy does not even dare look up as he speaks again. "I am here." But the messy man's rough, gritty voice suddenly echoes out, totally cutting him off with pure, ice-cold hostility. "If you babble that absolute nonsense one more time, I will kill you right here." The air around them instantly turns brutally heavy and dark the moment that threat drops, fueled by the insane killing intent he is radiating. With just one single threat, his entire body feels like it is drowning under thousands of pounds of pressure, making his vision completely fade to black. Sweat pours down like a waterfall, soaking his dark hair as he gasps for breath in this suffocating air. The killing intent is overwhelming. The sheer boss aura radiating from the man leaves his body trembling. His arms lock up completely, shaking non-stop in absolute, total terror. Right now, only his brain is working at max capacity. What should he even do? Is this insane pressure also part of the exam? Clinging to that thought to stay sane, Tuyet Huy clenches his fists to stop his fiercely shaking heart, telling himself with total determination if he cannot even handle the testing phase, he is going to fail and get kicked out instantly. He absolutely has to do something. He desperately scans the room and furniture, praying to find anything at all that can help him escape this horrible situation. But let us be real, the room looks completely empty. Is there absolutely anything that could give a hint about the exam? Suddenly, a green teacup catches his eye. Tucked inside, there seems to be some kind of white object. Wait, it is a piece of paper. Paper? Tuyet Huy takes a massive risk and approaches it, his heart pounding out of his chest because it is right behind the man with unmatched martial arts skills. He nervously checks his reaction, but seeing the guy not even bothering to look, Tuyet Huy thinks to himself, does he really not care what I am doing? Anxiously, he grabs the white paper from the porcelain cup and reads every line. Suddenly, a system window pops up right in front of him, summarizing everything. Question number 1. You are on a secret mission, and you have received orders to eliminate the middlemen. Situation description. Walking deep into the forest, you find an abandoned house. Inside, you spot the 3 men you are looking for, and they are completely ready to leave. All 3 men know martial arts. One is stronger than you, one is equally matched, and the last one is physically weaker than you. Besides that, ignore the outside environment. How exactly do you plan to proceed with this? Tuyet Huy rubs his chin, thinking hard about the given scenario as doubts fill his mind. Is this really the actual test? A selection panel quickly appears before him. This time there are more than 3 options, plus a really weird choice he has never ever seen before in his life. Launch a surprise attack to kill the enemies, or disguise yourself as a martial artist and talk to them. Wait near the house until something happens, or choose nothing. He rests his chin, staring at the options panel, looking totally awkward and incredibly hesitant. His brain is working in overdrive, trying to figure out how to solve this situation and actually satisfy the terrifying man. The examiner is sitting right there. What is even the point of adding an option to select nothing at all? A surprise attack is way too hasty, and starting a conversation is pretty dangerous. So, you chose to wait near the house until something actually happens. Tuyet Huy flashes a highly confident smile, bravely speaking his choice out loud without any hesitation. I will wait here until something happens. The safest way is definitely the best way. The very moment he hears that answer, the messy man suddenly lets out a really dark, mocking smirk. And trust me, you and I are not ready for his next words. The guy speaks, completely freezing Tuyet Huy in absolute bone-chilling terror. Damn it, I am pretty sure I already warned you. Stick with me here. Nausea twisted his stomach as that terrifying aura hit him, leaving his chest heaving and his heart absolutely pounding like a massive drum. Our main character spun around instantly, throwing up his guard. He gritted his teeth, his entire body trembling violently under the overwhelming pressure. His face went dead pale, but his enemy gave him 0 time to react. A cold, long blade sliced clean across his neck, moving with impossible lightning-fast precision. His glowing red pupils shrank in pure shock. Dark red blood sprayed like a fountain from his severed neck. He did not even have time to process what just happened, or why his head was suddenly falling off. Damn it! Hot crimson blood violently erupted from the massive wound across his throat, painting his absolute terror in bright red, soaking his clothes completely in his own blood. Tuyet Huy was instantly killed in a single strike. Then, in a flash, everything rewound to his last save point. Year 95, Chapter 2. You will regress in time. Kanma's handsome face flashed right before his eyes, his voice echoing perfectly calm. Now pay attention. This is where everything changes. He is facing 3 choices that will literally alter his entire destiny, while the whole world just freezes around him in time. Tuyet Huy stayed silent. Rage boiled deep inside him. He was furious at his own weakness, completely helpless against that seemingly sloppy man's overwhelming power. Gritting his teeth, a burning fire ignited in his chest. He clicked his tongue in frustration. I regressed back again. His eyes flashed with pure resolve, his expression turning terrifyingly cold. He made the exact same choice as before. You have chosen to become Kanma's main warrior. The second he locked in his answer, he got the same exact praise from Kanma. Good choice. He just listened quietly, holding back his bitter anger over repeating the past. Everything played out identically. The tone, the gaze, the gestures. That guy even mentioned the 3 Principles book again. After Kanma finally left and his shadow completely vanished from sight, Tuyet Huy nervously reached up to touch his own neck in horror, the exact spot where his head got sliced off and blood sprayed everywhere. He froze, thinking, I could not even react before getting attacked. I am still way too weak. That brutal reality made him grind his teeth, rage making his head feel incredibly heavy. His mind spun. If I want to survive, I must prepare much better. He stared seriously at his system inventory screen. Medical items. Nutrition Col 1, Golden Medicine 2, Iron Blood Antidote 1. Pills. Crimson Fire Flesh Pill 1. Blue Pear, Lotus 1. Weapons equipped. Short Sword 1. Lunar Scent Dagger. Secret Manual. Stealth Calligraphy Technique. This manual will vanish someday. He glanced back, calculating his next move. You and I both know how these systems work, right? If he steals something from Kanma's study and stashes it away, it safely crosses over into his next life. He scanned Kanma's room with incredibly greedy eyes, desperately wanting to snatch anything that would make his next life easier and a lot more peaceful. Tuyet Huy instantly began tearing through the bookshelves. Inside 19h-He's study, completely determined to find something highly useful for his future life. His face turned dead serious as he prepared to steal something incredibly valuable right out of Kanma's private office. Suddenly, something caught his eye. Tuyet Huy looked up and noticed a mirror in 19h-He's room, displaying glowing text floating right above his own head. 2 points, 2 chances left. He stared at it silently, calculating how many lives he actually had remaining. Adding the extra life he earned from killing No Ma, he now only had 2 tries left. Tuyet Huy mentally calmed himself down. This was not his final chance just yet. Finishing his search there, he turned away, muttering to steady his shaking nerves. All right, I am still okay. Get it together, man. He even started digging through 19h-He's personal wardrobe for loot. Over an hour passed. I have searched every single corner but found absolutely nothing useful. I have to find at least one good thing here. Tuyet Huy pushed the blue robes aside and suddenly spotted something that immediately spiked his intense curiosity. Whoa! He never expected to find something weird hidden inside the wardrobe. A long slash ran down the back, creating a secret groove hidden behind the green clothes. He reached out to sneak a touch at the crack, extremely curious. What the heck is this hidden groove? Suddenly, an unexpected system alert popped up. Ultimate Secret Manual. You have obtained the 4 Empresses Wind Magic. Tuyet Hui's eyes went wide with absolute shock. His pupils shrank as the Ultimate Manual's item description appeared before him. 4 Empresses Magic Description. Martial arts passed down by the heavenly demon to disciples. A legendary collection surviving nearly 200 years, containing absolute magical essence, created from 4 elements: earth, water, fire, and wind. The peak magic of the wind attribute was originally granted to Kanma. He stared at it, breathing heavily like an absolute madman. So what do you and I make of this? Cheeks flushed with hype. He just scored one of the 4 ultimate magics passed down to Kanma. Stick with me, you and I are about to watch an epic upgrade. He's smiling, eyes shining with pure hype. Did he just strike pure diamond? Having grabbed exactly what he needed, he packs up fast and bails from the master's study immediately. His next stop? The secret basement under the main study. Panting hard, he sprints to his old training ground. Our guy practically treats this hidden spot like his own personal epic dojo. Hands on his knees, he gasps for air, completely exhausted. But that priceless manual he just swiped from someone else's room? It has his heart racing like absolutely crazy right now. He can't even hide the thrill, flashing a massive grin while his eyes glow bright. Checking his newly updated inventory, there it is. The Supreme Secret Manual of the 4 Empresses Magic Wind. The text literally sparkles. It really is the Supreme Manual. He is so hyped he clenches his fist and lets out a massive cheer, totally rewarding himself. Yes. His brain still cannot even process that this insane heist was real. Pushing his hair back, he shouts, "Wait, is this real? I have literal goosebumps right now. This is the real deal." He drops to the ground, still grinning. His heavy, excited breathing literally turns into a thick mist wrapping around his body. He just laughs out loud. Ha ha, in total absolute shock. Panting on the floor, he smiles like a madman. Slowly, the crazy grin fades, and his wildly racing heart finally calms back down to a steady beat. Sitting up, he seriously checks his system panel. HP 118, Mana 250. His stats used to be in the thousands, but now they are totally basic since he hasn't snagged the golden pill yet. Rubbing his chin, he thinks, my numbers are straight up garbage. I definitely need to claim the flying dragon pill this time. Now watch closely. This is the exact moment he realizes why he died so uselessly last time. Playing it safe will not get him the best loot. If the military has stockpiled treasures, his life is on the line. To survive fighting true masters, he has to level up at absolutely any cost. He looks at the epic elixirs he saved from his past life's physical test. 1 red fire muscle pill, 1 blue lotus. His only option is to consume every single elixir he has right now. Zero hesitation, he immediately taps his stash of rare pills. 2 pills and his stats skyrocket into 4 digits. The system chimes, you have used the red fire muscle pill. HP boosted by 1000. He pops the Blue Lotus next, and boom, his health jumps another 200 points. Mana shoots up past 1,000. A bright blue system light quickly wraps around him. Absorbing the massive buff, he opens his eyes with pure determination. He thinks, this is way beyond my wildest expectations. His shirt is gone, showing off ripped, rock-hard abs, with his lower clothes locked in by a stark red belt. I know what you're thinking. Stats changed his whole body? Oh, absolutely. He can literally feel the physical transformation happening. His previously skinny frame bulks up fast, swelling into an absolute beast of solid, chiseled muscles and raw power. Flexing, he realizes his muscles are way bigger and tougher. He even thinks he grew a few inches taller. He grins as a pale blue aura radiates off him. Finally, the system delivers the amazing news he was waiting for. You have mastered the Supreme Manual. This god-tier power could literally level a building with just a simple finger snap. Time to test drive this brand new, super jacked body. Without wasting a second, he crosses his arms to channel the technique. Wild wind energy explodes around him, clothes violently flapping. But right then, a brutal system alert pops up, completely killing his hype. Locked! He freezes instantly. His eyes snap wide open, his face screaming one massive, confusing question mark. Wait, what? Stuck in his battle stance, he stares blankly at that bold, insulting word. Locked. He looks totally lost. How did he just master it, but still cannot even use the skill? Then the explanation drops. Skill locked. Requires at least 30,000 HP and 50,000 mana. Talk about an insanely strict requirement. That alone proves how completely broken the original owner was. His stats must have been on a literal god-tier level. Groaning in realization, he aggressively runs a hand through his hair. Looks like I really cannot use it just yet. 30,000 HP and 50,000 mana. Wow, long way to go. That is dozens of times higher than his current pathetic stats. So what do we learn here? You never give up. He puts it aside. With his current status, he might as well squeeze every drop out of this crazy lucky streak, right? Let's jump right into this insane regression story. Our guy knows exactly what he needs to survive this time. He isn't aiming for some random basic skill, he's going straight for the legendary Grand Pearl Sword, the ultimate special move of the White Light demonic art. It is a terrifying technique that only unlocks if he meets a very specific condition from his past. The exact moment he plans a deadly ambush against his enemies. He closes his eyes, trying to perfectly recall every single sensation from that exact moment. How his breathing felt, the exact rhythm of his heartbeat, the flawless combat posture he had painstakingly built. He knows this incredible sword art won't let his inner energy go to waste. It is the absolute best skill his lucky second chance brought him. Without hesitation, he draws his weapon. The cold steel blade gets completely drenched in a brilliant blue sword aura. With a dead serious expression, he silently vows to completely unravel the hidden secrets behind this overpowered skill. And before long, the dreaded military enlistment day finally arrives. Everything plays out exactly like his previous life. Not a single detail changed. Kuvan shows up to fetch him, introduces himself, and hands over the golden pill prepared by Kanma. I am Kuvan. Master Kanma personally ordered me to escort you into the army. This right here is the immortal pill. Consuming just one will boost your inner energy by 10 whole years. Our main character doesn't even flinch at these aggressively repeated scenes from his tragic past. Instead, he just quietly memorizes every single one of the guy's actions. Now pay close attention here. The timeline seems identical to his past life. He meets Kuvan again and gets the exact same elixir. But there is one massive difference you and I need to notice. His base stats are already way higher. Your stats increased. Health up to 1,405. Inner energy boosted by 2,000. Your martial arts proficiency has officially leveled up. The Fire Fist demonic art simulation has now reached the beginner tier. Tuyet Huy immediately bows his head low, loudly thanking him for the gift. As Kuvan turns his back to lead the way, our boy can't help but crack a hyped little smile. Seeing those insane stat boosts makes him incredibly excited inside. Honestly, it is a truly mind-blowing and incredible upgrade. Just look at that massive inner energy boost. Even though he is only at the beginner level right now, with stats like these, surviving the brutal military camp will be a total breeze. Just like his past life, Kuvan leads him out until the massive military fortress finally comes into view. He points his finger straight ahead. The base is over there. Then he turns around coldly. My escort mission is officially done, so I am leaving right now. Tuyet Huy closely watches his footsteps, locking the moment in his brain like writing a diary. So far, absolutely everything is perfectly mirroring his miserable first life. But then, suddenly, a glowing blue system choice panel pops up right in front of him. The timing of its appearance is flawlessly identical to his past life. He has been waiting for this exact moment for ages, immediately hyping up as it finally activates. Tuyet Huy stares at the glowing panel, presenting two distinct options. The first one? Confront him and demand the flying dragon pill you received from Con Ma. A sly smirk spreads across his face. He pouts, analyzing the holographic panel. Did the second choice vanish just because that short sword is already safely stashed inside his inventory? You and I both know System Quests love playing games, but surprisingly, our guy actually locks in the very first option without hesitation. System confirmed. You have chosen to demand the stolen flying dragon pill from Con Ma. The second time resumes, he speaks up under the system's prompt, calling out to Kuvan, who is actively walking away. Hearing the demand, the massive guy snaps his head back, glaring aggressively as he grunts. What the hell did you just say? Our MC replies completely deadpan. I haven't received it yet. Clearly, that blunt statement hit a major nerve. Kuvan stays dead silent for a long, tense moment before finally snapping. What? But Tuyet Huy smoothly pivots the dangerous conversation back toward Master Con Ma. Con Ma explicitly said he would give me one immortal pill and one flying dragon pill. I just wanted to ask you about the second one. Kuvan just glares at him in terrifying silence. The dark, oppressive aura around the veteran almost makes him think he used the wrong excuse. But he is already in too deep to back down now. Rubbing his neck, he boldly uses Con Ma's terrifying name as leverage to force the greedy bastard to cough up the stolen pill. Oh, you haven't received it yet? Well, my apologies. It was going to take a little while, but I guess I will just hand it to you directly. Before he even finishes his sentence, his massive hand reaches out, revealing the glowing golden pill sitting right there in his palm. He cracks a wickedly satisfying smile looking at the golden pill radiating raw, potent energy right out of Kuvan's huge hand. Deep down, he proudly thinks to himself, just exactly as I thought. The greedy rat had it all along. Tuyet Huy pretends to be totally innocent, happily taking the pill from him, acting completely clueless that the guy was hiding it in his pocket this whole time. So you really did have it on you. Thanks a lot. Kuvan silently watches this entirely fake, dramatic act. His voice drops into a dark, threatening growl. You little Tuyet Huy curiously turns around hearing him call out. Boom! Without any warning, he takes a completely devastating punch straight to the gut from Kuvan. It is blindingly fast. The guy just could not swallow his anger, exploding with pure murderous intent. Tuyet Huy desperately clutches his stomach, collapsing hard into the dirt. That gut-wrenching blow leaves his entire body violently shaking in pure agony. But the brutal assault doesn't stop there. The massive beast viciously stomps down on his head, forcing out a painful groan. Ack! Kuvan's face turns completely black with rage. He violently stomps on the poor kid's face over and over with devastating force. Tuyet Huy's agonizing screams echo out. Ugh! It is absolutely brutal. He coldly tramples his face without a single ounce of hesitation, staring down at the miserable, pathetic sight. Kuvan leans his massive frame down, whispering a completely chilling sentence right into his ear. A weak rat like you should just die right here. Tuyet Huy lies there battered, glaring up with pure, unadulterated hatred. His ears are ringing, but he hears that murderous threat perfectly. And trust me, you and I already know this means an absolutely epic revenge arc is coming. But if you somehow survive this, I will kill you myself. Stick with me here, because his face right now is absolutely terrifying. Those eyes are glowing with pure murder. The heavy, dark aura pouring off this guy is literally suffocating our boy. And he doesn't just stop at threats. He completely crushes our main character's pride, spitting right in his face with absolute pure disgust. His bruised cheek is covered in spit, but our guy just has to swallow his anger. He knows damn well he can't beat this monster right now. After mocking him relentlessly, Kuvan stands up, laughing his head off. That ugly, monkey-like face of his twisted into pure, sick enjoyment. He turns and walks away without a second thought, leaving our hero behind, face bruised, his self-respect completely dragged through the absolute dirt and shattered. Tuyet Huy struggles to his feet. He shoves the flying dragon pill he just stole into his mouth, chewing it with pure rage. Kuvan, if I make it out of this, you are the very first person I'm killing. There is no way he is letting this slide. You are going to pay. His eyes are burning with pure hatred, locked onto Kuvan's fading shadow. Deep down, he is making a silent vow, fueled by all the massive rage boiling inside him. Now watch this carefully. The second he swallows that golden pill, His stats and martial arts mastery instantly explode through the roof. Stats increased. Health is 7,408. Internal energy hits 6,800. Your martial arts mastery leveled up. The white light demonic art jumps straight from the beginner level all the way up to normal. Fire fist demonic art also levels up from beginner to normal tier. The summoning demonic art triggers. Simulation is now at the beginner level. Your mind reading mastery has officially increased. The passive mind reading skill simulation is now sitting right at the beginner level. He grits his teeth, swearing internally, "Just die by my hands." Thanks to this crazy level up, he can finally see Ku Van's hidden skill board. Ku Van's status, one of the Demon Kun's escorts. Physical condition is totally normal, but his hostility level is sitting at 77%. Warning, health 15,000, energy 12,000. System note, 10,000 equals tier 1, 100,000 is tier 2, a million is tier 3, 10 million is tier 4. Just like his past life, he steps into the military camp and stands face to face with the test instructor. And honestly, the old man doesn't even seem to care about his heavily bruised face. It is the exact same 4 bamboo tags: body, speech, writing, and judgment. Then comes the instructor's familiar, impatient demand. Just pick one. Tuyet Huy stares quietly through his swollen eyes. Without hesitating, he makes the exact same choice as before, picking the body test first. The instructor's rough voice echoes out. "So you chose body. Go collect 6 different bamboo tags with the word body carved on them. Just like this one. You have exactly 1 day. If you finish by this time tomorrow, you pass the test." He quietly listens to the old man's identical instructions. But this time, he finally asks the burning question he carried from his past life. "I am actually a little curious about something here. I am definitely not the only person taking this exam right now, am I? Judging by the numbers on these bamboo tags, there have to be others. So why is there absolutely no one else standing here? You and I both know that silence means trouble." The instructor says nothing, making Tuyet Huy incredibly tense. His heart is pounding, his face burning hot with sudden anxiety. He completely glances at the old man resting his chin, secretly panicking. Did I just do something wrong here? This guy is a senior instructor. Normally, absolutely nobody would dare speak to someone of his high rank like this. Whatever, I should just go. After waiting forever with 0 answers, he decides it is best to just move on with the trial. He walks right past the old man, heading for the heavy doors of the body test area. Suddenly, the instructor speaks up. A person's vision must absolutely keep looking higher and higher. He completely dodges the question, just leaving our guy with this super cryptic riddle right before Tuyet Huy walks away. He turns his head, giving the old man a wildly curious look, but the instructor doesn't even bother glancing back at him once. Tuyet Huy secretly analyzes those hidden words. There is 0 doubt now, there are definitely other recruits hiding inside this military camp. However, the fact that he can't see them means one of 2 things. They are arriving later, or entering from a totally different zone. So who exactly is already in there? Whoever they are definitely fighting for their lives right now, desperately trying to get stronger. Does looking higher mean the guys who arrive late are actually the absolute strongest? Honestly, it doesn't even change anything for him at this point. If he has to clash with them anyway, his best bet is to finish fast. Grab the huge advantage by looting as much as he physically can. With that wild plan in mind, he immediately starts sprinting full speed toward the body trial zone. But he is not excited this time. He is on ultra high alert. Soon enough, he is back at the exact same garden that cracked his skull open and nearly ended his life in his past timeline. Tuyet Huy mutters to himself, "I am finally back, and pretty soon, this whole place is turning into a massive bloodbath." His eyes scream pure determination, face dead serious, while a crazy, indescribable feeling violently surges inside him. If he doesn't collect those bamboo tags fast, he will absolutely have to risk his life fighting elite experts like Ngo Ma, or maybe even worse. So what do we expect next? He charges the red-tiled building again, but trust me, this time is entirely different. In his past life, he got brutally ambushed near that hall. But this time, he is going to be the one launching the absolute surprise attack. Let's jump right into the action. He's hiding behind a rock, keeping his eyes glued to the red roof mansion, waiting for that blonde kid to show up. But seriously, this guy's stealth skill is absolutely top tier. He wonders to himself, where in the world is he? Pacing around this massive hall won't help him spot the guy. The longer he stays waiting out here, the higher the chances of getting totally ambushed. Too bad. He grips the blade at his hip tightly and starts walking right around the red roof mansion. Tuyet Huy glances around, acting completely weak and totally clueless. It is the perfect bait to draw his enemy out. Alright, time to drop his guard and step right out into the open. At that exact moment, the system warning he was waiting for finally flashes on screen. Warning! An unknown enemy has successfully located your weak point. What is your next move? He breaks into an excited smile, absolutely cheering on the inside. Here it is. The choice panel pops up right in front of him. Attack the guy, block the hit, or run away. Remembering exactly what he chose last time and the brutal ending he got, he instantly crosses it out. In his past life, he chose to run away and got a brutal slash right in the back. Maybe he hesitated too much, but that attack was definitely avoidable. I definitely don't need to block this enemy, considering his level is not even that high anyway. Right now, he can easily crush this guy. He picks the first choice without a single second of hesitation. You chose attack. The script will now continue. Following the system's guide, Tuyet Huy looks up at the towering mansion and finally spots a dark shadow up there. It is that blonde kid. His eyes widen the second he spots this sneaky little rat hiding up there. He immediately pivots into a ready combat stance, his eyes completely locked onto his target. Right where the guy is standing, the ceiling suddenly cracks open with a bizarre gap. Now pay close attention, because here is where it gets crazy. With one wild jump, the guy rushes straight down at him, blade firmly in hand. Meanwhile, Tuyet Huy is already in a perfect combat stance just waiting for him. The enemy probably never imagined he was falling straight into a deadly trap. The main character smirks in amusement, glaring back with absolute predator eyes. His double trap worked perfectly. He unleashes his martial arts right as the guy strikes mid-air, sending his entire body flying violently backward from the heavy impact. Turning back to drop a quick sarcastic remark is practically effortless for him. Tuyet Huy gracefully draws his own sword the exact second the blonde guy hits the dirt. There is a massive gap between our skill levels right now. The enemy quickly grabs his sword and struggles to his feet. He grits his teeth, growling at the main character with pure rage. His face is completely painted with intense fear and raw stress. It is a total shift from his incredibly arrogant attitude back in the previous life. It is way too obvious by the way he is looking at him. Suddenly, the warning flashes again. An unknown enemy found your weak point. What will you do next? He quickly drops into a battle stance and deeply coats his blade with an intense aura, especially right when that crucial weak point alert pops up. He flashes a highly triumphant smile. His eyes show pure determination while he stays sharply vigilant of every single thing in his surroundings. Tuyet Huy casually readies his sword to face off against the blonde kid. This is the exact same guy who left him with a brutally deep wound in his past life. On the flip side, his enemy looks incredibly tense. He is gripping his sword with both hands and heavily growling at him. Tuyet Huy just smiles. It is a totally calm and relaxed smile. He silently thinks to himself, this current life is actually getting really fun. And not just because he finds joy in a killing spree. The blonde kid stares back with extreme tension. His eyes are practically bulging, dripping with cold sweat like he is facing an absolute legendary master. His mood right now is absolutely fantastic. That is probably the only reason he even has the time to casually think about these things. You and I both know the skill gap here is wild, and he is honestly thrilled realizing just how far ahead he is. The system choice panel pops up again, and he chooses attack without a single second of hesitation. Tuyet Huy smiles, his eyes practically burning with pure, sheer excitement. This is the first time he has felt this kind of hype during a fight. He is completely enjoying the moment. In this life, he firmly knows he can easily win no matter what option he picks. He already tried out the attack and martial arts options. Let us see exactly what this final choice can actually give him right now. You have chosen to use an item. You will be explicitly instructed on how to properly use it exactly one single time for this battle. He quickly opens up his inventory panel to grab the perfect item for this exact situation. He looks ridiculously calm doing it. The inventory list clearly shows 1 nutrition potion, 2 golden medicines, 1 iron blood antidote, and for his equipment, he has exactly 1 short sword and a special moon fragrance dagger. These are all the available potions and items. You are allowed to choose just one from the list below. Tuyet Huy is completely stunned by this. His eyes go incredibly wide, and his lips part, but the shocked gasp only echoes deep inside his own head. Everything around him is literally frozen in time. And this is not even the official choice scene playing out yet. This time, freeze feature is seriously broken and convenient. He has all the time in the world to read and pick without stressing about the enemy's attack. The calligraphy book vanishes completely, leaving only his potions and gear on screen. So what do you and I make of this? It probably only displays the stuff he can actively use right now. Going with equipment is definitely his smartest play. He checks the gear tab, which basically turned into a weapons section since it is loaded with nothing but blades. Stick with me, you and I are about to see this system get crazy. Xich Hui chooses the short sword over the dagger, and another prompt pops up. You selected the short sword. Where do you want to equip it? Example, right hand. Xich Hui stares hard at the glowing text, a bit confused. Where? Right hand. The second he makes his choice, the system immediately locks it in with a brand new notification. The paused situation resumes. In a flash, everything around him snaps right back to normal speed. That blonde punk completely freezes, glaring at him with pure caution while desperately keeping his sword raised and pointed straight forward. Suddenly, a short sword literally materializes in his right hand like absolute magic, completely shocking even our main character. Then, his expression instantly flips into a super excited, confident smirk right on his face. His eyes literally sparkle as he thinks to himself, I get it now. This is going to be insanely useful if my main weapon gets lost or broken. But of course, that definitely won't be an option when the weak point window actually appears. Xich Hui raises his brand new short sword just in time to block the blonde punk, who comes screaming in like a madman ready to strike. His gaze instantly shifts, completely burying his excitement behind a dead, sharp glare. Our guy stares the punk down like an absolute mortal enemy, with zero mercy left. While this arrogant idiot charges aggressively forward, raising his heavy blade for a massive downward strike, opening his foul mouth to scream for him to drop dead, spitting literally everywhere, Xich Hui just brutally counters with a lightning-fast thrust straight through the chest, ending him instantly. He lets out a totally freezing smile, his eyes full of pure mockery, and drops the coldest insult, way too slow. The blonde punk drops dead instantly after taking that fatal chest strike. Xich Hui just looks down at the absolute trash in pure disgust. He casually flicks his blood-soaked blade to shake off as much of the filthy mess as possible. Now pay attention, because the real hunt begins here. After finally avenging the guy who ruined his arm in his past life, he instantly scales the mansion rooftops to stay hidden and track his next prey. He starts wondering just how many enemies are still lurking in this military camp, and what kind of epic treasures are hidden inside. With so many mansions around, he bets the massive ones hold the absolute best loot. Thankfully, he can completely mask his presence using his stealth technique. Stealth mode active. Warning, drains internal energy over time. Xich Hui gently pushes open one of the massive mansion doors, thinking to himself that even though he is wildly stronger now, it is still entirely relative. He still absolutely cannot guarantee a single thing right now. He hops inside the mansion with extreme caution, his face incredibly serious as he scans every single corner of the room. I have to be careful. He instantly starts tearing through everything in the room to see if there is any epic loot to swipe, checking everywhere from the tiny drawers to the massive cabinets. But unfortunately, every single one is completely empty, with absolutely zero valuable items or hidden treasures for him to take. This seriously leaves our main character totally frustrated. He crosses his arms, deep in thought, absolutely zero treasure anywhere. Honestly, he figures it makes sense that good loot would not be easy to find. But suddenly, a massive noise echoes out, instantly jolting him into high alert. It is the heavy sound of stomping footsteps echoing from right behind him. Xich Hui whips around defensively, realizing someone is quickly closing in. He instantly presses his body completely flat against the wall, preparing to ambush whoever is walking his way. His crazy intense vigilance does not drop for even a single second. Xich Hui carefully peeks one eye past the wall to silently observe the situation outside. You saw that too, right? He realizes that before, he never could have heard footsteps from this far away. The stealth technique is insanely broken, letting you hear even the tiniest sounds happening anywhere around you. He thinks to himself, yeah, it is definitely thanks to this skill. The guy walking straight toward his direction is a man wearing blue robes. Xich Hui quietly evaluates the threat. The stealth technique is originally just meant to completely hide your presence, but apparently, a hidden part of it also helps you track down enemies. Finding out it has this kind of crazy extra effect really is not that surprising. Suddenly, the man abruptly stops in front of a room down the hall and heads inside. Xich Hui immediately sneaks right up to the exact room that guy just entered. Let us try to force the weak point window to pop up by stalking this dude. He presses his ear flat against the heavy wooden door to catch any movement inside. Listening in dead silence, he quietly calculates every single action his target takes. The guy is definitely moving around, but I have absolutely no clue what he is actually doing in there. If I stay out here in the hallway without any cover, I could be in massive danger. Should I just burst in and attack him right now? I have to avoid the absolute worst case scenario, especially getting stuck fighting someone out here while also dealing with the guy on the inside. After a tense moment of thinking, Xich Hui finally decides to take a massive gamble. He slightly cracks the door open, using one eye to spy on his enemy. Deep down, he firmly believes in the absolute power of his stealth technique. He drops the hiding act completely, kicks the door open, and charges straight inside. It turns out the guy is busy tearing the place apart looking for valuables, exactly like he was doing. The exact second he notices Xich Hui entering, he whips around in total shock and completely freezes. System status pops up, 9th Thought, Demon Sect Commander. Condition normal, hit points 2205, internal energy 1820. Turning his head, the enemy violently growls, glaring at him with heavy defensive caution. So what do you and I take from this? Never hesitate. Xich Hui wastes zero time, charging forward like a crazed bull and funneling explosive power into his legs to maximize speed. Stick with me, Tuyet Huy moves so fast he is practically flying at him. He draws his sword in a flash and brings it crashing down. His face, absolutely demonic, full of pure rage. He aims straight for the kill, but unfortunately, the enemy actually manages to block this strike. Tuyet Huy grits his teeth so hard his veins are popping out. He pours all his raw strength into his arms, pushing the blade down to completely crush his opponent. Kuniem goes completely pale. It is obvious he is struggling big time trying to match this monstrous level of raw power. Knowing he is going to lose this clash, he desperately jumps backward to create some distance. A pathetic groan slips right out of his mouth as he retreats. Just from that single clash, his stats completely plummet. His health drops down by 103, and his internal energy takes a massive hit, falling by 108. That alone proves just how ridiculously overpowered our main character has become right now. The strength difference is just insane. But here is the absolute worst part for Kuniem. In his panic to back away, he makes a fatal mistake. He completely missteps, and his foot wildly twists to the side. A loud, sickening crack echoes through the air. The twisted ankle hurts so badly he screams out in agony. His wide eyes instantly fill up with thick red blood vessels. He crashes flat on his back before our guy even does anything else. Honestly, even Tuyet Huy just stands there for a second, totally stunned by how embarrassing this is. Now pay close attention here, he does not let that surprise distract him for long. He lets out a ferocious, animalistic roar, mentally telling himself that this is the exact perfect opening he has been waiting for. Without hesitation, he drives his sword straight into the enemy's chest. It is a fatal strike that leaves him gasping in so much pain he cannot even scream. Blood splatters everywhere, soaking both his body and the cold steel of the blade. The system immediately flashes a prompt, a devastating critical hit. His health drops massively by over 2,000 points, and his internal energy plummets too. Even though it is a direct stab to the chest hitting the heart and lungs, somehow, it still isn't quite enough to take his life in one hit. Tuyet Huy keeps his blood-soaked sword buried deep right inside his enemy's chest, panting heavily as he watches Kuniem dying right under his blade. Blood is pouring out everywhere. He coughs up a huge mouthful of it, his entire body trembling in pure agony, face completely pale and totally lifeless. However, what our main character really cares about right now is that his actual goal isn't complete yet. He thinks in pure shock, wait, what? Why didn't the weakness window pop up this time? Kuniem is barely holding on to life, yet in this exact moment, he doesn't even beg for mercy. Instead, he just weakly whispers like a dying man, telling him to just end his life. Honestly, the pain and suffocation are probably so intense right now that he just wants to let go of this world and finally find some peace in death. He quietly stares at his opponent's status window and secretly starts putting things together, guessing that the weakness window won't show up for someone who has completely lost the will to live. Plus, Tuyet Huy isn't exactly some cold-blooded psycho who enjoys torturing people. He looks down and mutters, "Guess I should just finish this right now." But right as he is about to grant Kuniem's final wish and end his life, his eyes suddenly catch something. An item sitting perfectly in that exact same drawer the guy was frantically digging through earlier. Tuyet Huy stares right at it and wonders, is that a medicinal item? He quietly keeps his eyes locked onto it, completely focused on the discovery. Suddenly, he stops what he is doing. Instead of killing him, he turns and demands to know, "I am curious. What exactly took you so long to find?" Thinking about it, it is super weird. The medicine was right there the second you opened it. So why was he rummaging around in there for so incredibly long? But the guy cannot even answer him. The pain was just way too much, and he totally passed out. Tuyet Huy stares at him, absolutely speechless, and groans, did this guy seriously just faint? And yeah, it looks like he has absolutely zero intention of waiting around for him to wake up and talk. The blood-stained sword is pressed right up against the enemy's throat once again. His voice drops into this casual but completely terrifying tone, as cold as the Grim Reaper himself. Thinking that someone else might suddenly ambush him, he decides he really needs to wrap this up quickly. Now here is where things get completely wild. You are going to want to see this. A system window suddenly pops up with a brutally dark question: kill or torture? Tuyet Hui's eyes widen in absolute shock since he has never faced a situation like this before. He gasps out, "What is this?" Suddenly, a weak voice interrupts his train of thought. It is the exact same guy lying helplessly on the chopping block, waiting to either be executed or horribly tortured. He groans, "Why didn't you just kill me?" Hearing this, Tuyet Huy simply stays calm and replies, "Oh, so you are actually awake?" He glares at him with zero emotion, while a seriously ruthless idea suddenly sparks right inside his head. Based on his past experience, in situations exactly like this, torturing the guy gives way better benefits than just ending him. Our main character stares down like a cold-blooded killer, his dark, steady voice echoing through the room. I am pretty sure you already know the answer to that. Even though he totally knows what's coming, Kuniem pretends to be clueless, desperately hoping for just a tiny bit of mercy. What in the world are you talking about? But ultimately, Tuyet Huy makes the absolute darkest choice available. He decides to torture him. He violently grabs onto Kuniem's shoulder, throwing the guy into pure, terrified panic, and starts channeling his internal energy, crushing his shoulder like he is trying to grind the bones to dust. His glowing red energy is expertly forced into the enemy's body, making Kuniem scream like a wild, tortured animal. Ah, bon displacement technique. So what do you and I take away from this? He amplified the guy's pain receptors, then twisted his bones for the absolute worst agony imaginable. Stick with me. You and I are about to witness the most brutal, bloodless torture method in manhwa history. Just listen to those terrifying screams. Yeah, even the people outside the mansion can probably hear his absolute agony echoing through the halls. Round 1 is over. Our main character immediately stops to demand his answer. Speak. Junian is gasping for air, his soul basically crushed, weakly asking, "What answer do you even want?" Shuihui just frowns, warning him in a dark, cold voice. "I'm pretty sure you already know." But apparently, all that suffering wasn't quite enough to break him, because he still has enough energy left to scream and curse. "You bastard." Seeing this arrogant attitude, Shuihui simply raises his hand to threaten him. "Want me to do it again?" Junian stares at his hand in pure terror. Looks like that earlier pain really did traumatize him to the core. Gritting his teeth in fury, he shouts out, "Fine, I have it." Of course, our MC has absolutely zero idea what he means. He gets curious and asks, "What?" Junian just weakly repeats himself, "I have it." Shuihui is completely out of patience now, bluntly demanding the truth. "I heard you the first time. What do you have?" But Junian still won't say exactly what the item is. He just tells the MC to lift up his headband. Shuihui stays silent and follows the instruction, lifting up the soaking, wet, dark blue headband tied around his hair. Suddenly, a notification pops up. You have obtained a treasure map fragment, 1 out of 7. It shows the locations of 10 hidden treasures scattered around the military camp. Shuihui happily grips the piece of paper tight. A satisfied smirk forms on his lips, his eyes sparkling with pure joy. Talk about getting lucky. Having given the MC what he wanted, Junian just wants to die. He just wants to be freed from this endless, agonizing torture. "Please, just let me die in peace." Shuihui smiles, raising his arm as a blood-red aura wraps around it. He drops a freezing line. "That's easy. I'll execute you instantly with your dead blood." Now watch closely, this is where the system completely changes the game. Choose an option, kill him or torture him more. Shuihui silently stares at the floating system panel, trying to figure out why this notification suddenly popped up again. Meanwhile, Junian has his eyes squeezed shut, trembling as he waits for death. The MC's gaze turns incredibly sharp and cold. His expression darkens instantly, and that excited smile from the first notification completely vanishes. He curses inwardly. "Ha! This absolute bastard. He's not just hiding one thing." Shuihui is beyond furious. Veins bulge on his face as he cracks his knuckles, getting ready to beat Junian to a pulp for hiding secrets. Whack, whack, whack. The brutal sound of flesh getting pounded echoes through the room, terrifying enough to make anyone walking outside turn pale. After a brutal, violent round of intense torture, he finally achieves his real goal, stripping Junian of absolutely everything. Who would have guessed this guy held every single map fragment? You have received a treasure map fragment 7 out of 7. The MC lets out an exhausted sigh, dusting off his hands before glancing at Junian's pale corpse. The guy literally ascended to heaven after that savage beating. His eyes are rolled back, completely out of focus, drool dripping down his chin. Shui Hui clicks his tongue, realizing that Junian wasn't the only one suffering through this ordeal. Disgusting bastard. I know what you're thinking. Hiding loot in your shoes or underwear? Fine. But stashing it in your butt is absolutely wild. The system quickly delivers the good news. Complete. You have gathered all fragments. The military camp treasure map. Those tiny little scraps instantly restore themselves, forming one perfectly complete map right in his hands. Our MC opens it up to take a look, suddenly lighting up with surprise. He shoots a confused glare toward the box that Ju Nian was desperately rummaging through earlier. He stares into the completely empty box, finding nothing but a single ration bar inside. Shua Wei immediately drops to his knees to inspect the cabinet, calculating internally. If he's right, a treasure should be in this drawer. He glares at the corpse. Oh, so there is actually nothing in here, even though there definitely should be. This guy got totally played. Shui Hui grabs the ration bar, silently trying to figure out who swiped the actual treasure. Someone clearly stole the item and left a cheap ration bar just to mock him. Shui grips the map tightly. Deep down, he makes a solid vow to snatch up every remaining treasure before whoever pulled this dirty trick gets to them. I have to move lightning fast before that bastard takes all the loot. He immediately dives straight into the treasure hunt, completely forgetting he's supposed to be taking a trial. The system chimes. And that's where we leave it. He just scored a telepathy manual from a totally random brick. Let's jump right into this. Marked perfectly so it couldn't be missed, Tuyet Huy discovers a manual. Opening it up, he lets out a massive sigh of relief. Sound transmission secret art. This is treasure number 1. Tuyet Huy instantly summons the only thing he owns, his brain too lazy to think right now. Reading an entire martial arts manual normally takes ages, so, in situations like this, carrying a physical book around isn't really practical or helpful at all. But then, right after that, the system's bright glowing light completely wraps around his body, instantly downloading the manual's entire contents straight into his brain. New skills unlocked. Stealth art and sound transmission. Sound transmission mastered. A huge, excited grin spreads across Tuyet Hui's face. His eyes literally sparkle thinking about the massive advantage he just scored. He tells himself silently, I am completely different now. Meanwhile, over at another mansion, hidden deep behind a massive wooden barricade, lies a small alcove hiding yet another martial arts manual. Treasure number 2, secured. For anybody else right now, this thing would basically be trash. They'd just pocket it and wait until they had free time to actually practice it. But for our main character in this exact moment, this is absolute gold. The manual he just found is a guide for crafting the demonic iron poison. The system quickly chimes in with a prompt. You have received the demonic iron poison manual. He stares at it and mutters, so this one is a poison crafting guide. Tuyet Huy thinks to himself, I don't really need this right now. Then the system chimes. You have mastered the demonic iron poison. Even so, he plays it cool without hesitating at all. Tuyet Huy quietly justifies his own sneaky behavior, figuring that learning it really couldn't hurt anyway. Suddenly, a massive, violent crash echoes out, violently shaking the entire mansion where he's currently standing. Now pay attention here, because Tuyet Huy himself actually caused that. Using his sword, he completely destroyed part of the ceiling, sending tons of wood shards raining down along with something white. The object crashes into the rubble on the floor. Tuyet Huy throws an arm up to block the dust while inspecting the new treasure he just scored. It's a pair of gauntlets wrapped in pure white leather. The hand sections are reinforced with steel plating, radiating an absolutely insane amount of raw energy. Watching the exact moment it slammed heavily onto the ground, he can't help but marvel. They must have worked incredibly hard to hide this up in the ceiling. Treasure number 3. He picks the gauntlet up, carefully inspecting every single detail. High tier. You've obtained the demonic combat gauntlets. Tuyet Huy is getting used to the system, but he still gets super curious about the weird terms it throws at him. High tier? I mean, it's a treasure, but what does high tier mean? This thing looks pretty special. Should I put it on right now? He quickly slips the pair of gauntlets onto his hands. It fits perfectly, like it was custom made by a pro. The sharp claws rest flawlessly right over his fingertips. Out of nowhere, a brand new notification pops up, making his eyes widen in pure shock. You and I know skills take forever to learn, right? Well, just by equipping these gauntlets, he instantly picked up abilities he thought would take ages. You have learned the basic wind skill. Your proficiency with the flaming red palm has leveled up. Right then, the item's description panel pops up to answer the burning questions in his head. Demonic combat gauntlets. High tier treasure description. the absolute favorite weapon of Elder Luke Trung Quang, ranked 34th in the Demonic Academy. The second he reads that notification, pure, unstoppable joy instantly takes over his entire face. Tuyet Huy stares at the gauntlets on his hands, laughing out loud in pure hype. In his mind he screams, "This is so good!" Elder Luke Trung Quang? He is definitely thinking of that old guy who represents the military units. More importantly, that guy is literally one of the absolute top VIPs at the entire academy. I really wonder if he invested all of this stuff just for the new batch of students. You know, the ones who always have to be prepared to die. Tuyet Huy tests the feel of his hands after equipping this super tier item and mutters, "So I have grabbed a total of 3 treasures now." He unrolls the treasure map he swiped from Ku Niem earlier and says, while someone else has only found one. He thinks with intense determination, "I need to hurry up before somebody else snatches the remaining treasures." Tuyet Huy quickly rolls the paper back up, his eyes showing fierce resolve with a dead serious expression. He turns around, leaving the messy battlefield he just created behind him. Muttering urgently, "I should get out of here. Treasure 3 of 10. Tuyet Huy calmly walks down the stairs when a massive argument explodes nearby. Even if he didn't want to, he has to pay attention. He quickly sneaks up to the noisy room, hiding behind the wooden door frame, peeking in with one eye to see what's going down. Inside the room, it's not just 2 people facing off. There are 4 people, split into 2 sides. One side wearing red, the other in yellow-brown. They're all growling, pointing swords at each other like stray dogs fighting over turf. Right at that moment, a new feature pops up, Status Summary. The system chimes, making Tuyet Huy widen his eyes in absolute surprise. Trust me, you're going to want to see this. Turns out, reading multiple people at once expands his mind reading range. The first group stats he checks out is the red team. They grit their teeth and yell something totally cowardly. "Why don't you get lost and go fight somebody as strong as you?" Let's dive in. That shouting guy is Vo Kin from the True Demon Sect. Health 2305, Energy 2510. His teammate chimes in too. This handsome guy with neatly tied hair fiercely screams out, "Only by mastering the dual sword combination technique can we even stand a chance to fight against you." That speaker is Cam 2 from the 7 Dragon Squad. Health 3203, Internal Energy 2920. Meanwhile, their opponents rocking the yellow and brown outfits obviously refuse to back down in this heated shouting match. The bulky guy totally mocks them. "Looks to me like you weaklings are from the True Demon Sect. Don't you guys know their famous dual sword combo is absolute garbage?" That huge guy is Tai from the Red Demon Sect. Health 2910, Energy 1620. The other dude on their side jumps in. "You guys are totally dead meat. One wrong move and you are completely screwed." The guy with all those freckles on his face who just spoke is Sat Du. Demon Dragon Squad. Health at 4500. Internal Energy 4670. True Demon and Red Demon are literally 2 of the 4 massive pillars supporting this entire demonic academy. Taihong and the Divine Sect Leader both serve the Red Demon Sect's absolute upper echelons. And that is exactly why they are way, way stronger than Xichmin. Sure enough, just glancing at the raw stat points on screen, you can see the Red Demon side completely dominating. Tuyet Huy calculates silently. Every single one of these guys is leagues above Xichmin, the captain of the Black Moon Squad. And now these absolute monsters are clashing. Here's where it gets crazy. Why is the ultimate treasure here? That dark brown chest right on the table completely grabs his attention, even with the insane tension going on. Health 7306, Energy 6800. He quietly wonders what his next move should be. His raw stats are way higher than theirs, but his current low status definitely doesn't let him fight them head on. Realizing this, Tuyet Huy firmly grits his teeth, completely throwing all his anxious worries away. He presses his ear right against the cold door frame, listening closely with pure determination. I could easily analyze their combat style a bit if they pulled out a special trick, but honestly, I bet my life they won't use one unless completely forced to. Tuyet Huy tightly grips the heavy sword at his hip, his brain working on overdrive, just trying to find a clever way to steal that treasure. I really want to capture all of them, but is there even a way? Suddenly, something absolutely massive happens inside the room, making his eyes widen in pure shock. Turns out, the guys from the True Demon Sect and Red Demon Sect have already launched into a brutal, all-out war, while our main character is still secretly watching. He gasps in excitement. They're actually fighting. Theoretically, mapping out a smart strategy beforehand is way better than just charging blindly into danger. But there is no way I am just walking away from this epic loot. If you don't take massive risks, you will never actually get stronger. That's the hard lesson I learned after literally dying and coming back to life multiple times. The flow of the battle is obvious from the very beginning. The true demon sect fighters absolutely cannot hold their ground against the red demon. They collapse hard to their knees, desperately clutching their bleeding shoulders while groaning in pain. You and I both saw that coming, right? Tuyet Huy stares in shock as a glowing system prompt flashes. Perfect opportunity. He just uncovered the critical weakness of Cam 2 from the Seven Dragons squad. What will you choose next? Attack, unleash a demonic art, use a specific item, or move in super close to your brand new opponent. Tuyet Hui's eyes shoot wide open, loudly cursing in his head. Oh, damn it all! He furiously grits his teeth at the glowing option screen, feeling incredibly annoyed. I was only thinking for a tiny second. I definitely should wait until that Cam 2 guy gets totally defeated first. Wait a minute. What if he gets completely knocked out right this very second? This is way too troublesome. Is there seriously nothing else popping up? Move in close to your new opponent. Suddenly, the countdown timer for his decision drops to just 5 seconds. A sickening wave of pure anxiety washes over him from pressure. He practically roars inside his own mind. I don't have any other options left. I absolutely must pick something. If I choose to use martial arts, usually only one guy gets taken down, but there are 4 heavy-hitting enemies in there. Plus, the exact second I trigger my internal energy, every single one of them will instantly rush me. 2 seconds left. His pupils violently shrink in pure panic. Facing this agonizingly familiar trap, he clenches his jaw so hard the veins pop out, his chest burning with an absolute raging fury. In the end, he says screw it and blindly picks an option from the system prompt. Damn it all. Whatever happens, I am just doing this. You have chosen to get super close to your opponent. Which specific direction do you want to move? East, west, south, or north? The exact locations suggested by the glowing system light up completely, heavily surrounding the spot where Cam 2 collapsed for him to pick. Seeing this insanity, Tuyet Huy is completely stunned. He stares intensely into the room, screaming in his head, "What the hell?" He nervously looks at the 4 massive light pillars and arrows, realizing the system is forcing a choice. Ha! Please don't tell me that just picking one of these glowing spots will literally trigger an instant teleportation skill. If that crazy theory is actually true, just thinking about the absolute madness is enough to make me completely shiver. He tightly grips his weapon, hands shaking. An instant teleport straight into a brutal death trap surrounded by elite enemies? Trust me, you're going to want to see this. Alright, stick with me, you and I are about to watch the ultimate system brain play. Thank God time is frozen right now. So here is the layout. Sat Shu is standing directly south of Cam 2, and Cam 2's teammate holds the west. That leaves Vo Kin. The east and north are much safer, keeping him far away from Sat Shu and Tu Tai. Plus, it spaces out the teammates. He needs to eliminate as many random variables as possible here. Tuyet Huy coldly scans the enemy positions. His strategy? Kill exactly 2 guys, 1 from each squad, right at the same time to cut down on distractions. With only 1 fighter left per team, they will not just blindly rush him anymore. Why? Because paranoia kicks in. They might just turn on each other. He exhales sharply, fully locking in for the fight ahead. His eyes snap wide open. Pure, calculated determination flashes in his gaze, his face completely tense and dead serious. The system chimes north selected. The script resumes. Just as he predicted, he is teleported directly north of Cam 2. The exact split-second time unfreezes. It literally happens in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, he is right next to Cam 2. The guy turns his head just 1 breath too late. Tuyet Huy does not hesitate for a microsecond, thrusting his blade straight forward. Game over. That devastating strike pierces right through the enemy's chest in an instant. The raw momentum blasts his body backward as a system alert suddenly pops up. A total game-changer strike. Critical damage dealt, shredding 2,631 HP. Cam 2 health status updated immediately. His eyes roll back completely. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he chokes out one last gasp before instantly meeting his maker. You seeing this? Everyone left on that battlefield is just staring at him in absolute frozen shock. It happened way too fast to even process. Cam 2's lifeless body collapses at his feet, while Tuyet Huy just glares down coldly. He used to think his odds of winning this clash were high. No, scratch that he knew it. Because somehow, the luck granted by the gods went way beyond his wildest expectations. A massive wave of system buffs appears. In that 1 split second of pure chaos, every single enemy completely dropped their guard. Weakness found for Vo Kin, weakness found for Tu Tai, weakness found for Sat Shu. That system scan just handed him an impossibly huge advantage. Surrounded by enemies, Tuyet Huy drops his center of gravity. He locks into a rock-solid stance. His blade erupts with an intense sword aura, while his face stays cold as a serial killer. The absolute perfect opening. A confident smirk crosses his face, his eyes lighting up with pure thrill. Who knew he would actually enjoy a crazy one versus all showdown like this? The system immediately fires off a prompt. What will you do next? Wasting absolutely zero time, Tuyet Huy activates his movement skill and blitzes toward the next target. Time to execute his master plan and leave one man per squad. His target from the Xich Ma sect is that skinny dude covered in freckles. System confirmed Xich Tung from the Ma Long team selected. I know what you're thinking. Watching this guy rush you at lightning speed? Terrifying. Xich Tung is still totally frozen in shock. No hesitation this time. He triggers a martial skill, and his blade instantly glows with a blazing blood-red aura. The tip of the sword points dead at Xich Tung, ready to pierce him through. Tuyet Hui's glowing red eyes glance up at the martial arts selection panel the system provides. A look so sharp and ruthless it would make absolutely anyone else shiver. Trio Quang Ma Kong or Hoa Hong Trong. The sword radiates an intense blood aura, already right up in Xich Tung's face while he just stands there paralyzed. At the very tip of the blade, a massive surge of fire energy swirls together, charging up an incredibly devastating blast. So instead of his usual Bach Quang Ma Kong, our guy decides to go all in with Hoa Hong Truong. That condensed fire energy at the tip finally blasts straight towards Xich Tung like a literal death laser. A critical hit pierces right through his chest, blasting him completely backward and leaving a gaping hole in his body. The ultimate game changer. He spits out blood, screaming in absolute agony. His breath is instantly cut short. Those lungs are completely beyond repair. One strike, and he is dead. Xich Tung minus 4,500 HP. Xich Tung collapses after that scream. It was practically over the exact second his life force was drained by that attack. Meanwhile, Tuyet Huy holds his battle stance perfectly, the sword in his hand still blazing blood red, never relaxing for a second. He stares at the bloody corpse with a hole blown right through it, casually muttering, "Now that is some terrifying power right there." So what do we learn here? That's how you perfectly divide a squad. Chan Ma and Xich Ma are both down to 1, but that attack took a heavy toll. Health drops, and internal energy drains to 3,600. Alright, stick with me here. Our guy checks his status board and literally gasps out loud. One single move just drained 3,200 internal energy points. That is exactly half his mana pool gone in an instant, but for that kind of massive damage, totally worth it. The last guy from the Red Demon sect, Tu Tai, screams like an absolute idiot, charging forward with his sword for a desperate sneak attack. But too bad for him, our main character spots him the exact second that loud, obnoxious yelling starts ringing out. He should have just kept his mouth shut and stabbed him quietly instead of roaring like a wild gorilla. Honestly, a silent strike might have actually hit its mark right then. Even so, his ambush is halfway successful because our main character is totally caught off guard and relaxed right now. Tuyet Huy instantly spins around to face the sudden threat, mentally kicking himself for being way too distracted by the previous enemy falling dead. Dodging is impossible now. That deadly blade is already inches away, completely ready to slice right through his physical body. Tuyet Huy grits his teeth, staring down this incredibly close brush with pure death. Cold sweat flies into the air as he violently twists his body, his eyes burning with pure, unadulterated rage and fury. Too bad for the attacker. He uses the high-tier treasure gauntlet he looted to violently deflect the incoming sword away. The Demon Battle Gauntlet. His glowing gauntlet erupts with massive energy. Tu Tai drops his jaw in pure shock, screaming out loud in absolute total disbelief. How did you block that? But he instantly shuts up as a blinding light flashes before his face, his eyes going incredibly wide with absolute terror. Unlike his panicked enemy, Tuyet Huy remains completely cool and collected. You are going to want to watch this closely. While his enemy's arms are completely thrown off balance, he steps right into his face, gritting his teeth, perfectly positioned for a crushing punch. Veins bulge on his neck as he unloads a vicious, powerful uppercut. His heavy battle gauntlet supercharges the strike, completely transforming that punch into a massive, domineering aura shaped like a giant glowing fist that violently slams directly into Tu Tai. The guy gets launched skyward. His head snaps violently back from the insanely powerful uppercut hitting a critical weak spot. But the absolute brutal beatdown does not stop there. His body is violently thrown straight out the nearby window, helplessly falling down from thousands of meters up in the empty sky. Splash! Blood erupts exactly like a geyser the absolute second his broken body hits the ground, creating a seriously gruesome and terrifying scene. Dead instantly. Tu Tai health 0 out of 2,901. After finishing off the third guy, Tuyet Huy lets out a deep, tired sigh under the completely horrified gaze of the very last enemy remaining on the battlefield. Luckily, that strike did not drain too much internal energy. Health 7,306, mana 3,400, reduced by 200 out of 6,800. Vo Tam stares at him with absolute, undeniable terror, shakily raising his heavy sword up to try and defend himself. Tuyet Huy speaks incredibly softly, making the guy violently flinch in fear. I think I have already collected all the bamboo tags that I needed to gather here, right? He glares with razor-sharp eyes, a powerful aura actively gathering on his fist. Knowing he is absolutely dead anyway, Vo Tam raises his sword, screaming out loud for courage, and blindly charges forward in a completely stupid attack. Facing that completely desperate attack, Tuyet Huy simply smiles back at him, casually resting his long sword right over his shoulder. You dealt a fatal blow. The opponent heavily loses 675 points of health. Critical hit. Your terrified opponent loses 552 points. Another critical strike hits. Your opponent takes a massive 1,078 points of damage. Vo Tam health 0 out of 2,305. He lies dead on the ground after taking a brutal sword thrust to the chest from our lead. You saw that coming, right? With the final remaining enemy completely defeated, Tuyet Huy finally relaxes his tense body. Wiping the heavy sweat off his forehead, he exhales deeply and finally mutters out, "All completely done." And obviously, it is finally time to thoroughly loot all of their dropped gear. His inventory menu just keeps growing longer. You obtained 1 legendary 9 turns heart pill. You got 1 god demon holy pill. You also obtained 1 blue symbol spear. You successfully secured 1 flying leaf dart. The loot is absolutely insane. You have obtained 1 8 emperor's body armor. You also acquired 1 highly valuable crimson bloodblade. Staring closely at the massive list of epic premium items he just scored, he grins wide with pure, unadulterated excitement. Haha, that is a whole lot of loot. He holds up a handful of newly acquired bamboo tags, quietly muttering to himself, "All right, I can easily pass the test with just these 6 bamboo tags alone. I have absolutely zero intention of using this spear or that crimson blade, so I will just toss them. But I really should check out these medical pills, right? 9 turns heart pill. Crafted perfectly from mystical grains and ash, this special pill increases health by 300 points, and it apparently tastes quite incredibly sweet. God Demon Holy Pill. A deeply complex pill forged from countless rare herbs. It boosts internal energy by 270 points, though it tastes rather horribly bitter. Tuyet Huy crosses his arms, carefully reading the item descriptions, and immediately starts complaining out loud about the disappointing stats. Is this really it? I honestly expected way better loot from them. What about this one? He clicks the 8 Emperor's body armor. You have successfully equipped the armor. Instantly, a sleek, powerful reddish-brown layer of magical armor materializes, completely wrapping itself securely around our main character's entire body. Tuyet Huy is so incredibly hyped, he cannot even hide his smirk, his eyes literally sparkling with absolute fascination and pure excitement. He laughs out loud, totally impressed. Looks way better than the old gear, but trust me, you and I need to see its true hidden stats next time to be sure. Thanks to the system, his red-brown armor quickly turns completely transparent right on his body. Stick with me, nobody can even tell he is wearing armor. After wiping out the Crimson Demon and True Demon sects, our main character turns back. He stares right at the treasure box sitting in the middle of the room and finally speaks. Time to check the most important loot of the day. He pops the treasure box open, feeling super curious. Will there actually be anything good inside this time? Let's find out. Tuyet Huy's face instantly twists up in pure disappointment. The second he sees what is resting inside the box, he just blurts out in total shock. Yep, congratulations. You found a basic ration bar. Turns out there is literally just one single ration bar sitting right there in the middle. Tuyet Huy groans in frustration. Oh man, not this again. He grabs the dry ration bar, wondering to himself, seriously, why do these treasure chests keep giving me random ration bars? That bizarre sight suddenly triggers a very familiar memory right in his mind. Sweating like crazy, Tuyet Huy tries his hardest to figure out if this specific memory belongs to his current life or his past life. A basic ration bar showing up right where an epic treasure should be. Did someone deliberately leave this here? Suddenly, his eyes snap wide open as a truly terrifying truth hits him right in the face. This is the exact item he worked so hard to collect back in the past. Right then, a dark shadow abruptly appears behind our main character. It seems like he has not even noticed the guy yet. The guy lurking behind our main character is none other than Wu Ma, the exact same guy he defeated during his past life's brutal trial. Now watch this part closely. Acting just like before, he raises his massive greatsword, completely ready to strike our main character down with lightning speed. But right at the very moment that giant blade and its massive sword aura are about to crash down onto him, well, it is a pity. The main character easily uses his sword to knock that attack right up into the air, leaving the guy just growling in deep frustration. Realizing his little sneak attack totally failed, Wu Ma instantly leaps backward, quickly putting a good amount of distance between him and our main character. This time, Wu Ma is not acting cocky like when they met in his past life. Instead, he mutters that his luck is absolute trash for running into such a tough opponent. Xich Tung stares at him, totally stunned, his eyes going wide as he blurts out, "Who are you?" Wu Ma's incredibly tense face appears right in front of him, along with his stat panel. It is the exact panel he once evaluated as belonging to a true expert-level fighter. Leader of the Crimson Demon Sect's Heavenly Domain Squad, Wu Ma, Health 4350, Chi 5950. Seeing the main character's strange reaction, Wu Ma gets curious and asks, "How do you know me?" Xich Hui stays silent, glancing over at the completely empty treasure chest next to him, quietly connecting all the dots in his head. "I think I finally figured out exactly why this chest is completely empty, and why there is randomly a dry ration bar left inside it sometimes. If my theory is completely right, the item that was supposed to be in here is the foundational medicine for my massive growth in this life. What should have been sitting right here is the red skin fire muscle and the blue tear marrow lotus. Before, his health was 4650, now it is 4350, down by exactly 300. Suddenly, Wu Ma completely breaks the heavy, string-like tension between them. His voice sounds super cautious, totally different from that insanely arrogant boss tone he used in the past life. "You and I saw that coming, right? Look, let's just fight each other later." He cowardly makes this suggestion with an annoyed face, desperately trying to beg Xich Hui to spare his life. "I seriously just got here, so I have absolutely nothing good on me. You cannot kill me right now." Xich Hui listens in total silence. This attitude is miles away from his past life. Turns out the guy he risked everything to kill is actually just a massive coward. He lets out a stiff smile, thinking deeply to himself. So my suspicion is totally correct. In my past life, I came to scout this area many hours later than I did right now. There is no way Wu Ma could kill all 4 people here by himself. After their battle ended, they definitely must have shifted their targets onto him. Suddenly, Xich Hui speaks up, making Wu Ma jump slightly. His voice echoes out completely calm. "Let me ask you one thing. Tell me, if you leave here, where will you go? Is it not better if our paths simply never cross each other ever again?" Sweating heavily, he hesitates, totally unsure if he should reveal his actual travel route to the main character. Finally, feeling that Xich Hui's point about crossing paths actually makes sense, he reluctantly answers, "I will head to the Golden Roof. I think it will be a bit easier over there." Hearing that answer, the main character rejoices internally. "Just as I thought, I ran into Wu Ma right at that exact place in my past life." Xich Hui shakes his head and says, "Yeah, there is no reason for me to waste my energy killing you. However, I am heading there too, so you should go somewhere else." He looks right up at him, his gaze incredibly sharp, like a deadly knife. His voice stays completely flat without any extra emotion, but it carries a strange, heavy pressure. "Do you understand?" Of course, Wu Ma instantly agrees, wanting absolutely zero conflict with him right now. He turns his body stiffly, answering just like a broken puppet. "That is not hard. But trust me, we are not done. The main character will not let him leave just like that. I want to ask you one more thing." Wu Ma tenses up instantly, his heart pounding like crazy as he cautiously asks, "What is it this time?" "All right, come along with me." Tuyet Huy finally drops the question that has been eating at him for a while. He looks right at him and asks, "When do we fight the actual strong guys?" He basically points out the obvious fact. "I am not seeing any real heavy hitters around here." Ngoma stares at him like he just grew a second head. He fires back, "Are you actually joking right now?" Then he drops a line that leaves our main character completely confused. "I am guessing you showed up here without doing your homework. Look, I admit you are a pretty weird dude, but this piece only lasts until tonight. Once tomorrow hits, people on a completely different level of power are showing up. If you do not scramble to hoard as much loot as possible before then, you are going to have a seriously hard time surviving." Tuyet Huy goes dead silent at this massive news bomb from No Ma, but he quickly bounces back and asks, "What power level are we talking about?" No Ma answers while already turning to leave, "We are talking commander level." probably a core member of some major faction, or even a leader representing an entire martial arts sect. Hearing that, Tuyet Huy instantly shifts into high alert mode. He swallows hard. An invisible, crushing pressure suddenly weighs down on his chest. It sounds like those guys are the kind of absolute monsters that he should definitely avoid messing with at all costs. After answering all of our main character's questions, Ngoma does not dare to stick around a dangerous guy like him any longer. He literally teleports away in a flash, tossing out a quick see you later before vanishing. With the guy gone, Tuyet Huy tilts his head up at the sky. He lets out a heavy sigh, deep in thought. The top commanders of the 5 sects and 9 academies are all hardcore elite members of the Demonic Academy. These are peak, master-level fighters who look down on people like us. There will definitely be insane experts like that in the incoming group. If I want to survive, I have to get way stronger. He relaxes his face, closes his eyes to center himself, and maps out his exact next steps. Once his game plan is fully locked in, his eyes snap wide open, glowing a fierce blood red with an absolutely dead serious expression. Time to move. 9 cycles heart pill. This specific pill is completely crafted from special grains and rare spirit ashes. It boosts health by 300 points and tastes pretty sweet. God Demon Pill. This one is refined using a massive variety of different herbs. It boosts internal energy by 270 points and tastes super bitter. The system confirms he consumed both pills. Tuyet Huy quickly ditches the mansion, sprinting toward other hidden loot spots to stack up every possible advantage for himself in the upcoming brutal trials later down the line. Especially for the massive trial hitting the very next day. His expression turns completely freezing cold and hyper-focused. He clearly has absolutely zero intention of using this current life as a stepping stone for his next reincarnation. His status window pops up. Health 7,600 plus 300. Mana 3,800 plus 200. Meanwhile, back at the golden tile house where he previously rested. Suddenly, a massive crash echoes out, making the fancy chandelier hanging from the ceiling violently shake. Someone's lifeless body collapses right onto the floor, landing exactly at the feet of a guy wearing black boots with red bandages, the exact same style as our main character. Now pay close attention here. Tuyet Huy is hiding right behind the doorframe, watching this entire brutal scene unfold. He smirks to himself. Just as he predicted, this place is exactly the same as his past life. Thien Hao is panting heavily after just ending a life right in front of our main character's eyes. It looks like he is desperately waiting for something to spawn, constantly calling out in his mind. Come on, come out already! Instantly, the perfect opportunity system prompt flashes right in front of our main character, making him smile like a total villain. His eyes flare up with pure viciousness. The system asks, "Perfect opportunity, you have successfully located the enemy's weak point. What exactly will you do next?" Without hesitating for even a single second, our main character chooses to close in on the enemy at point-blank range. A blinding blue aura erupts from our guy, completely wrapping around his body. Tuyet Huy flashes a terrifying smile, looking like he is absolutely loving this insane setup. You saw this coming, right? In a flash, Tuyet Huy teleports directly behind Thien Hao. The guy's eyes bulge out of his skull the second Tuyet Huy's feet hit the ground. He instantly senses the main character's terrifying presence behind him. Panicking, he violently spins around. A freezing chill shoots straight up his spine, giving him massive goosebumps as cold sweat flies through the air from his sudden turn. The main character's dark, icy voice speaks up super casually. "Stop whatever you are doing right now, because if I wanted you dead, I would have already done it." His lips curl into a savage smirk. His eyes glow with pure killing intent. With just one single sentence and one deadly look, Tuyet Huy completely crushes Thien Hao with absolute overwhelming pressure. The guy instantly maxes out his stress levels, feeling totally trapped and suffocated in this incredibly heavy, bloodthirsty atmosphere, while cold sweat nervously drips straight down his jawline. His pupils dilate in pure shock. He does not even dare to blink once, absolutely terrified that the monster standing in front of him will slice his head off at any second. It is super ironic, looking exactly like how our main character used to cower in his past lives. With zero options left, he just stands frozen, groaning in total defeat. Seeing that pathetic reaction, Tuyet Huy just casually glances down at the dead body the guy just dropped. Silver heavenly armor. Exactly as I thought, history is repeating itself perfectly. Any loot I left behind before is spawning right back in when I return. Thien Hao spots the greed in his eyes and nervously asks what he wants. And trust me, you are going to want to stick around to see what happens next. Thien Hao shows minor injuries. Health 2,300, internal energy 1,100. Alright, you and I are about to watch the tension in this room absolutely skyrocket. He ignores Thien Hao completely, brushing right past him while being watched with extreme caution. His real goal? The exact reason he even came here in the first place. The Bach Thien Giap armor. Tuyet Huy immediately crouches down, looting the corpse of the guy Thien Hao just killed, leaving Thien Hao staring in pure, utter disbelief. System alert, you got the Bach Thien Giap. Snatching up this incredibly juicy prize, Tuyet Huy cannot hide his joy, flashing a super satisfied smirk. Sweet, I finally got the Bach Thien Giap back. I collected all this stuff before, but ended up not even needing it anyway. These things. Tuyet Huy raises his hand, holding up 2 bamboo tags. He glances over at Thien Hao. The guy is still just standing there frozen, too scared to stop our main character from looting. Then, Tuyet Huy asks in a deadly serious tone, "You came from Taihong, right? Are you the leader of the Hack DM squad?" Thien Hao stares back with super cautious eyes, answering slowly and hesitating hard. "Yeah." Tuyet Huy tosses the 2 bamboo tags at him, speaking generously. "Take them." Thien Hao flinches hard, hurriedly catching them with both hands. Even in his wildest dreams, he never expected this terrifying guy to just throw him something so ridiculously valuable. But of course, nothing comes for free in this world. There is always a catch. Looking up with ice-cold eyes, he says in a low voice, "Just answer one single question for me, and I will let you keep them." Thien Hao quietly looks at him, his face completely mixed with awkwardness and pure fear. He hesitates. Should he actually listen? Watch closely, because this exact gamble you and I are witnessing changes everything. Thien Hao decisively says, "Ask away." Tuyet Huy stands up to ask about the remaining trials. "Do you know anything about the speech, writing, and knowledge tests?" Thien Hao's reaction is exactly the same as Noma. The very first thing he blurts out is absolute shock that our guy has literally zero clue about this information. Even though he is already here, he looks at him like he is staring at an alien. "You came all this way without knowing what this place even is?" Tuyet Huy immediately acts totally clueless. "Is not this just a normal place for taking a test?" Thien Hao is so shocked he actually barks a laugh. "Haha, how could an expert like you not know what this test is about? But honestly, I actually understand exactly why you chose to do the physical test as your first one. But obviously, the info he is offering comes with a major string attached. If I tell you now, will you actually let me live?" Tuyet Huy dodges a direct promise, replying coldly, "If your answer is good enough, then yeah, I will." Thien Hao grits his teeth, ready to risk it all and explain everything just to keep his own hanging life intact. "Look, there is a very specific order for taking these military tests. If you do not follow that exact sequence, you literally cannot pass." Tuyet Huy asks, intensely curious. "An order?" Thien Hao continues, revealing his knowledge. "There are 4 tests: body, speech, writing, and knowledge. I do not know the full sequence, but I know for a fact that the body test is the final one." Hearing that, his entire body freezes up completely. "You and I both know what that means. He picked the wrong order." Tuyet Huy is so horrified he grabs Thien Hao right by the collar, totally losing his cool and yelling, "What? This is the final test?" Getting grabbed like that, he panics and stammers back in absolute fear. "Yes, yes." Tuyet Huy is stunned, realizing an impossible truth. His brain feels like it just got slammed by a hammer, flipping his whole reality upside down. He breathes out heavily. "So the test I did in my past life. What was that speech test I chose after finishing this body test? What even was it?" Thien Hao keeps feeding info to stay alive. "I only learned this after arriving here. I heard the manager of this place specifically designed special zones, so that one single person could completely monopolize every single item available." Tuyet Huy is absolutely shocked. He blankly lets go of Thien Hao's collar, piecing together all the bizarre things he had experienced so far. "So that is why. There is a ton of treasure here, but from the start until now, I have not met anyone stronger than me. That is because they take this test last." He grits his teeth bitterly, pushing his messy hair back. This is literally earth-shattering news, leaving him so stunned that for a brief second, his mind goes completely blank. Ngoma also said the real experts would arrive tomorrow morning. Tuyet Huy recalls everything he heard from Ngoma earlier. Once tomorrow hits, people on an entirely different level of power are going to show up right here. He flashes back to the places he grabbed treasures, connecting all those broken pieces of information together perfectly. This place was designed so someone could defeat people way stronger than them, just by using all the hidden treasures found inside here. It is built so that even weak fighters can risk their lives and fight back hard. This place, it is the military's body test. He clenches his fists, looking completely horrified. So what do you and I make of this? This whole place is a brutal slaughterhouse for the weak. He rubs his neck, exhaling slowly. All right, I will trust you for now. Stick with me here, why wouldn't you just run away while you still can? Tian Hao didn't hide anything, laying out his exact plan. I plan to do exactly that, but only if I can't grab the items I want before midnight. This time, our main character's curiosity was completely hooked by that response. He stared blankly at Tian Hao like a deer in headlights, blurting out, "Why?" Tian Hao was completely speechless at his clueless expression. Right then, he thought to himself, "You really don't know a single thing, do you?" So, without holding back, he spilled everything he knew. By tomorrow morning, the ones who cleared all 3 of those tests will be arriving here. I plan to leave if I still can't find the specific items needed to completely crush them by then. Hearing this, Xich Hui carefully raised a very crucial question. Just how strong are they? Tian Hao paused, answering, "Well, you could say they are fully recognized by the 5 sects and 9 halls of this demonic academy. Specifically, Shen Fei Lang, the Black Gold Team captain under Taihong, is coming. The guy Tian Hao mentioned is a young man rocking long silver hair, wearing a heavy iron headband, sporting a sharp scar right across his nose, eyes glowing with pure killing intent, lips curling into a savage, twisted smile." Xich Hui's face instantly darkened as he muttered that exact name, Shen Fei Lang, once just a lowly grunt under Taihong. Of course, our MC knew exactly how insanely overpowered this guy was, and just how terrifying his cultivation base truly was. Now watch closely, because the system suddenly dropped an epic alert nobody saw coming. Major quest discovered. Do you accept the mission to completely eliminate Shen Fei Lang? The ultimate reward for success is 1 flying heaven pill. Xich Hui's eyes went wide with pure shock the second he received this unexpected quest. He literally just heard the guy's name and hadn't even met him face to face once. Yet this crazy hidden mission was somehow already triggered. He was stunned, thinking, why would a major mission to kill Shen Fei Lang pop up out of nowhere? More importantly, he locked his eyes on the absolutely massive reward being offered. Flying Heaven Pill details. An elite elixir crafted by legendary heavenly scholars. Effects? Plus 16,000 health, and plus 17,000 inner force. Shocked, he recalled the exact look of this super-tier divine medicine he had seen before. He couldn't believe it, wondering internally, is this the legendary flying dragon pill I already know about? In pure disbelief, Xich Hui covered his mouth, staring at the quest window like he was looking at some kind of bizarre alien creature. He screamed loudly in his own mind, "Holy crap, an entire combo of massive health and inner force boosts. Why even think twice about it? No matter what happens, I absolutely have to clear this quest." A flash of pure madness sparked in his eyes, totally driven by the insanely overpowered reward attached to this mission. Even though deep down he knew exactly how absurdly strong Fei Lang's martial arts really were, raw greed had already completely hijacked his entire heart. Major quest accepted. The aura of Shen Fei Lang, the most trusted fighter of the Taihong faction, has now been fully activated. Captain of the Black Gold Team of the Taihong faction. Details: the Black Gold Captain is literally one of the absolute best martial artists among the faction's 7 elite squads. Currently, he is serving in the military, directly taking orders from the terrifying Sima Gui Taihong. Status window will now activate. Suddenly, our main character's personal status board popped up right in front of him, even though he didn't summon it at all. Xich Hui, health 7,300, inner force 3,600, combat power 30,000. He stared intensely at his own status board, quietly trying to figure out the exact reason for this sudden pop-up. He guessed that maybe because his mind-reading proficiency had finally leveled up, his status window just decided to automatically trigger itself completely out of nowhere, along with that new combat power stat. But you and I are about to see why his face just went pale like he saw a ghost. His eyes widened in pure terror as cold sweat poured down. Right next to our main character's status board, the system also summarized and displayed Fei Lang's terrifying personal status window. Shen Fei Lang, martial arts level near the absolute peak, health 15,000, inner force 12,000, combat power 70,000. Just one quick glance was more than enough to see that the huge stat difference between him and this monster was literally double. Xich Hui couldn't even hold back his shock, blurting out, "It looks like his stats are higher than mine by 40,000. Just look at these absolutely insane numbers. Can I really actually defeat someone who has basically reached the absolute peak of power?" The exact second those depressing and regretful thoughts popped into his mind, our main character immediately swatted them completely aside, choosing instead to place all his hope on the other unique advantages he possessed. No way. If I can just manage to weaponize my own insanely good luck, I might actually be able to catch this guy. Tian Hao, who had been waiting this whole time for his next reaction, thought it was taking too long and asked, "Do you have absolutely anything else you want to ask me?" Shui Hui pondered for a second, letting out a quiet hum, before throwing out his next question. "Do you know anything else about the remaining tests?" Tian Hao immediately replied, "I do know that the branch test is for judgment. From what I've heard, after a specific amount of time, they will release a special kind of poison. If you manage to succeed within the time limit they give you, you pass. But if you fail, that's going to be a complete dead end for you. As for the word test, I heard someone will ask you a question, and if you don't give him an answer he likes, you will literally die." Shui Hui suddenly remembered the terrifying moment he actually died in his previous life during that exact word test. He couldn't help but panic, instantly reaching up to touch his currently fully intact neck. Tian Hao shared more intel, completely unsure about the last test. "Trust me, we're in for a wild ride. Alright, stick with me here. You get a test book, write your answers down, and just hand it back in. That is literally all I know. We are completely done here, right?" Tuyet Huy was still totally overwhelmed by the insane info dump about this test. Tian Hao's voice finally snapped him back to reality. "Ah, right. That guy did not waste a single second, immediately moving out to finish his stated goal. So I am heading out first. Got to grab as much treasure as humanly possible." Tuyet Huy stood completely frozen. His face darkened instantly. Killing intent boiled over inside him as he cursed silently. "Ku Van, you dog!" He gritted his teeth so hard his jaw popped. That jerk gave zero info just so he would fail. His pure hatred for that monkey-faced Siu Van just kept digging deeper every single day. With bone-deep rage and ice-cold eyes, Tuyet Huy made a vow. "I will survive, get stronger, and end you no matter what it takes." Total darkness had fallen before he even realized it. Right now, he is hiding out on the roof training, gearing up to fight the Taihong sect's absolute strongest. With his remaining time, he flipped the Golden Hall upside down for loot. His inventory popped up items, pills, 1 dry ration, 2 golden cores, 1 iron blood antidote, 1 silver heavenly armor, and 1 epic moonlight dagger to top it off. 1 grenade as a secondary weapon, plus scrolls and the 4 ghost seal art. Military map 7 out of 7. The grenade is the real prize. Pay close attention here. Plenty of loot left, but those absolute freaks are closing in. For him, recovering energy through breathing comes first. If only he had a top-tier chi technique for faster recovery, that would be a game saver. Tuyet Huy perfectly adjusted his breathing rhythm. His internal energy started ticking upward, bit by bit. Health at 7,426. Internal energy steadily rising up. Before long, the sun peeked over the horizon. A brand new day, and he was still calmly cultivating up there. Dawn broke. He opened those glowing red eyes with pure calm. Time to get moving. Suddenly, miserable, bone-chilling screams erupted from the camp below. "Ah!" Tuyet Huy snapped out of his trance, face completely drenched in cold sweat. He did not just sit there. He sprang into action instantly, leaping forward to check the chaos down below. Horrific, tragic cries kept echoing up from the main base camp. "Ah!" You feel that panic too, right? Tuyet Huy stared down in pure shock. Had it started? Was he too focused on his breathing? He had no clue they even arrived. The cultivation level of these 5 sect-acknowledged monsters is on a terrifyingly different tier. So high that neither the system radar nor our main character sensed a thing. That truth made him grit his teeth. Letting out a low growl, he dove straight toward the execution ground below. "I have to go. Stealth is active." He quickly hugged a nearby pavilion to scope out the bloody scene. Then he vaulted right across the rooftops to get a crystal-clear look at the massacre. He swiftly glided from roof to roof, hunting for the perfect vantage point. Finally, he hugged a wall, watching closely. He was so terrified he gasped for air. His heart hammered wildly, pushing his already fried nerves to the absolute limit. Suddenly, a totally panicked figure sprinted out of the pavilion, directly into his line of sight. The guy ran blind, screaming in a desperate attempt to survive. But out of nowhere, boom! A vicious chi blade slashed right into his back. His broken body tumbled face first into the pond, his back dripping bright red. That crystal-clear water instantly dyed a sickening crimson. It was an absolutely horrifying sight to witness. Watching this whole slaughter unfold, Tuyet Huy froze in pure terror. Eyes blown wide, jaw completely dropped. Right at that exact second, a shaking, chubby guy hiding behind a rock caught our main character's eye. A massive brute casually strolled by with a giant broadsword on his shoulder. He walked slowly, soaking in the deadly vibe. The terrified chubby guy hugged his trembling body in pure horror. Face dead pale, he muttered desperately to calm his own racing heart. These guys are absolute monsters. How can I ever beat freaks like them? That massive blade, practically dripping with blood-red chi, lifted high into the endless night. Then swoosh, a brutal, merciless downward strike with zero hesitation. The hiding guy was totally clueless, sweating buckets. He just kept shivering and lying to himself about being safe. I will just hide here. But man, was he wrong. His cowardice and his life were both cut short in one single, devastating chop. It all went down so lightning fast, he only managed to let out one confused little grunt. And that is where we leave it. The giant brute knew he was there all along, flashing an absolutely unhinged smile. Zero hesitation. He swings down at the guy hiding like a scared rat, unleashing a sword aura, so incredibly fierce, it slices the massive boulder completely in half. He licks his lips like an absolute maniac, soaking in the pure thrill of the kill, before letting out two deeply satisfied, twisted laughs. Stick with me here, you and I are watching the craziest final trial ever. That attacker? One of only 3 guys who actually survived the first 3 brutal tests. He casually pockets one hand, resting his massive sword right on his shoulder. A completely unhinged, brutal smile twists his lips while a ridiculously overpowering aura explodes from his body. His pupils shrink down. Pure madness flashes in his eyes, but that deeply amused, sick smile never leaves his face. He mocks them coldly. You pathetic fools. Up above, Tuyet Huy watches this entire bloodbath unfold. He quickly covers his mouth. Absolute, gut-wrenching horror completely takes over his face after witnessing that brutal scene. His heart hammers wildly in his chest from pure terror. It is all so insane and gruesome that he violently shivers, thinking to himself, damn it, this is literally a human hunt. Suddenly, a massive explosion rips through another pavilion, instantly grabbing our main character's attention. Weak bodies are tossed out from the upper floors like literal garbage, screaming in absolute horror. Gah! Meanwhile, the monster who caused this carnage just stands tall, casually watching through the hazy smoke and bone dust left from the blast. They look exactly like creatures of the dawn, silently blending into the quiet, dark night air and that heavy metallic smell of blood. The person standing atop that mansion is a very familiar figure. Pure amusement paints his face as he watches these weaklings drop from thousands of meters high, only to be completely crushed into meat. The whole scene is so ridiculously horrific that he mentally screams, This is just a completely one-sided massacre. Now, watch closely, this gets wild. A bold target marker suddenly appears right above Than Phi Lang's head. Tuyet Huy jolts, eyes completely wide. His face is drowning in fear and absolute horror. Will he actually back down and lose the nerve to target Than Phi Lang now? Boom! The massive mansion explodes with a deafening roar that threatens to tear the sky apart. Thick, choking smoke rises, completely hiding the explosion's center. Tuyet Huy panics internally, wondering how on earth. He dashes inside the mansion where Phi Lang is staying, using martial arts to blur past the corridors. How could he possibly survive among these absolute monsters who can kill without spilling a single drop of blood in his previous life? Raw tension is written all over his face. Massive drops of cold sweat roll straight down his cheeks. But even so, his gaze stays razor sharp. His willpower doesn't waver for a second, despite the insane gap in pure strength and basic humanity. Tuyet Huy presses himself against a nearby door frame, moving super carefully to avoid detection. Was it all thanks to his stealth skill? Let's pause right here. We both know stealth alone couldn't hide him. Suddenly, across the doorway, something shocking appears, a bloody hand tightly gripping the wooden wall just to stay standing. That person wears clothes identical to our main character. Hand tightly gripping a sword, they lean heavily against the wall just trying to stay upright. Outside, Tuyet Huy holds his breath, watching everything. A very familiar voice speaks up, mixed with heavy, ragged breathing. Why? Why would you do this? The guy inside is none other than the exact same person who gave him the intel about this trial. Tian Hao. He looks incredibly weak. His chin is stained dark red with blood. Every breath is a struggle, and his right hand presses the wall to stop himself from collapsing. He stares at him, thinking to himself, he still hasn't left yet? Looks like he just couldn't let go of his greedy obsession with those rare treasures. The man facing him replies with dark amusement. Maybe just a temporary whim? Yeah, that terrifying guy is none other than Phi Lang. He crosses his arms with a sick smile, totally enjoying this pathetic, weak struggle from Tian Hao. Tuyet Huy is stunned. Why are guys from the same sect fighting? Thien Hao forces every painful breath, squeezing out a desperate threat to Phi Lang to save his life. If Tai Hoang finds out about this, he will make you pay dearly for what you've done. Facing that threat, Phi Lang just casually replies, "Do you honestly believe that? What a pity. I already finished negotiating with him." Thien Hao reacts like a believer betrayed. Completely shocked, his pupils violently shrink as he blurts out, "What did you say?" Phi Lang shakes his head, slowly explaining the deal. He said, "I can freely eliminate anyone just hunting for the treasure." Terrified, Thien Hao's shock morphs into pure anger. He violently grinds his teeth, growling like a rabid dog just abandoned by its master. "You absolute bastard!" Finally snapping, he completely unleashes his boiling rage at Phi Lang, screaming at him loudly. "But you and I already know how this ends, right? Game over." In a flash, Phi Lang stands directly in front of Thien Hao. His anger vanishes, leaving only pure despair as he awaits his brutal death. One brutal palm strike to the chest blasts Thien Hao backward. He spits blood, his eyes rolling back, completely filled with popping red veins. He roars once before dying on the spot. Gah! His lifeless body collapses into the dirt, while Phi Lang drops a sickeningly arrogant, contemptuous insult. "You actually dare to call yourself a team captain? Because honestly, your combat skills are truly nothing but absolutely pathetic garbage. Stick with me. You are about to see Tuyet Huy witness an absolute one-shot massacre." The power gap was insane. Phi Lang crouched down to loot Thien Hao, still mocking him. Aside from some basic armor, this guy dropped nothing but pure trash. But honestly, it made sense he was totally weak from the very beginning anyway. Our main character had not moved an inch, his mind racing with quiet calculations. He had been watching them forever, yet that crucial weak point window still refused to pop up. Was there literally zero other way out? Suddenly, a crazy idea hit him hard. He rejoiced internally. Oh right, he still had that single grenade he looted back at the camp. His sharp eyes locked onto Phi Lang's back, quickly mapping out an epic plan to take him down. He would use this explosive to distract the guy and clear an escape path. While the villain was distracted by Thien Hao, he had to act. He probably would never get another golden chance like this. Tuyet Huy tried opening his inventory, but a system warning instantly crushed his entire plan. Item bag access completely locked down. His eyes widened in absolute shock, face draining of color. What the heck was this? The system fired another alert. The enemy detected you. Please escape his aggro zone immediately. Tuyet Huy cursed under his breath. Oh damn it. This monster actually sensed his tiny aura, even though his stealth skill was fully active. He needed to create some heavy distance right now. Without wasting a single second, Tuyet Huy sprinted away, never looking back once. Now pay attention here, heavy footsteps echoed right behind him, bringing absolute pure terror. He glanced over his shoulder to check Phi Lang's position, realizing the villain had already stepped into the hallway while he was still stuck. Pure panic covered his face while the enemy scanned the entire area, hunting him down. Tuyet Huy panicked. Game over, he was found out. But at that exact second, the perfect opportunity prompt flashed right before his eyes. Perfect opportunity? You have discovered Phi Lang's weak point. What will you do next? Hanging by a thread, the exact thing he desperately needed finally showed up. Our main character could not help but grin, looking absolutely thrilled. He cheered internally, his luck was totally off the charts. A choice panel quickly popped up while the system literally froze time. Attack, use martial arts, use items, or approach the enemy closely. Tuyet Huy used maximum brainpower to choose. Because he knew, one tiny mistake meant absolute death. Should he just blast him with martial arts? No, he was way too far for a fatal hit. You chose to approach closely. Which direction do you want to take? Finally, our hero locked in his coordinates, instantly teleporting right up to Phi Lang. Let's do this. Tuyet Huy selected north. Instantly, the system dropped him right behind the enemy, sword fully ready for a devastating stealth attack. Phi Lang sensed him and spun around, but the hero's blade was already out. Tuyet Huy roared violently, eyes sharp like daggers, burning with fierce willpower. Too late now. He unleashed a massive swing, but incredibly, the villain still managed to draw his sword to block, even as the heavy shockwave blasted him backward. I know you and I are both thinking it, how did he block that so fast? His target was violently knocked into the air, but almost instantly regained his solid balance. He pulled off a beautiful spin to land, but then he slipped, crashing down with a loud groan, and that perfect opportunity window flashed again. You have found Phi Lang's weak point. What exactly will you do right now? Tuyet Huy panted heavily, wondering why it popped up again. Because he fell down completely? This time, he skipped the approach and activated martial arts, expression turning deadly serious. He roared, unleashing a laser-like blazing fire strike straight at him. Phi Lang absolutely could not handle such a fierce attack. Even with his blade right against the beam, a devastating hit. Your powerful strike dealt 821 damage. The Black Gold Captain growled under the overwhelming pressure of our hero's insane strike. By now, his sword finally managed to block the blast, sparking with fiery red energy. That strike would have easily vaporized any normal fighter, but this guy only lost half his health bar. He was a literal, absolute monster. Enemy health dropped by 8,210. Since the main character used his blazing fire palm, his own stamina drain was pretty massive too. Tuyet Hui's stamina dropped by 2,200 points. Our hero didn't let him breathe for even a second. After that wild attack, erasing half the boss's health in one hit, he charged forward like a wild beast. "Trust me, you are going to love this," he roared, quickly covering his sword and body with the epic white light demonic art aura. "Stick with me, we're dropping right into the action." He swings hard, veins popping, but Phi Lang blocks it. It doesn't end there. A rapid flurry of savage slashes forces his enemy entirely on the defensive. Our main character roars, face completely feral, winding up for a brutal downward strike. Wild sword aura erupts from his blade, violently smashing against the weapon in his enemy's hands. Tuyet Huy grits his teeth. He growls, pouring every ounce of strength into his arm to force Phi Lang's blade down. The enemy struggles in this raw power clash, glaring up with freezing eyes. The screech of grinding metal is enough to send pure chills straight down your spine. Realizing he can't win this pure test of strength, Tuyet Huy instantly kicks him straight in the gut. He leaps up, using the exact real combat tactics he just learned from his opponent right now. Phi Lang gets blasted backward, and the sword in his grip gets forcefully knocked away too. He glares fiercely, groaning in pain. God Phi Lang's health drops down by 410 out of his 15,000 max HP. After that insane mid-air martial arts exchange, both fighters land heavily back onto the solid ground. Tuyet Huy clenches his jaw, eyes dead-locked on his target. His mind races, plotting his next move. He can't give this guy a single opening. Magic battle arm guard. Tuyet Huy strains until his neck veins bulge, his gauntlet blazing with overwhelming aura. He screams out, winding up to unleash an absolutely devastating strike right at Phi Lang. Swordwind follows his motion. A massive tornado of illusionary energy bursts out, charging forward to bulldoze right into his enemy. Taking the hit head-on, Phi Lang can only glare with pure hatred through the roaring storm, letting out a furious, beastly growl. His health plummets toward 5,000. He loses another 640 points. Now watch closely, because he's not even close to done yet. His eyes go sharp, screaming his next move. Not finished, Tuyet Huy tightens his grip, his sword blade violently erupting with a blinding, fierce green energy aura. White light magic art and sword wind. He roars, powerfully thrusting his glowing blade at the completely exposed boss. After eating that massive attack, the enemy is completely backed into a breathless, desperate corner. His blade fires off a vicious tornado, stabbing directly at Phi Lang. The sheer wind pressure violently tears a trench across the earth. Even though he draws his sword in time to block, the raw impact is crushing. His sword recoils, bleeding over 1,000 HP. God Phi Lang drops to 4,620. Yet, our hero looks absolutely stunned. His pupils shrink, his jaw drops. How did the boss actually block that insane attack? But right then, the perfect opportunity system window pops up. He finally found God, Phi Lang's ultimate weakness. What will you do next? Time instantly freezes in place. Sure, his previous attacks only dealt a bunch of tiny chip damage to Phi Lang, but they created a massive advantage by finally forcing the boss to expose his hidden flaw. He literally cannot hide the excitement on his face. Eyes shining with pure hype, a huge smirk growing, he screams internally. He actually pulled it off. You thought he won, right? Well, that joy instantly turns into absolute panic. He chokes in shock. Turns out, he wasn't the only one finding flaws. God Phi Lang just discovered our main character's weakness too. Warning, God Phi Lang found your weakness. What will you do next? Tuyet Huy mentally freaks out. What is this? A perfect opportunity and a massive warning at the exact same time. He glares, totally bewildered. Facing this insane double notification for the first time completely overwhelms him. Both fighters have to choose right now. Attack. Use martial arts. Use an item. Get in close to the opponent. Face him. Block the attack. Run away. Tuyet Huy scrambles. What should he do? The timer hitting 8 seconds makes him fiercely growl. He kicks his brain into absolute overdrive, desperately trying to survive this chaotic situation. If he could just rewind time by 3 seconds, he could safely retreat before this mess triggered. Even a tiny rewind would let him read the enemy's moves. But his own exposed weakness is a massive problem. He has zero clue how blocking, running, or facing him head-on will actually play out from here. The countdown hits 2 seconds. He grits his teeth, feeling totally sick from the crushing pressure. Finally, he is forced to make his choice. You chose attack. Please act fast. You chose face him. Time unfreezes, snapping back exactly to his sword recoiling. And trust me, you and I aren't ready for what's next. His terrifying, furious growl violently echoes out. Stick with me here. We just jumped back 3 seconds in time. Realizes his guess was dead right. He grips something tight, drops his stance, and rushes the enemy from below. This exact moment is a huge risk, but also his best chance. Since his weak spot is exposed, he stays on extreme high alert and holds back his attack. All right, how are you going to react? Phi Lang drags his pivot foot across the ground, kicking up an absolute storm. Through Tuyet Hui's eyes right now, Phi Lang looks like a terrifying, literal demon. His eyes glow blood red, locking dead onto his target. The sword in his hand violently erupts with crimson aura. Tuyet Hui's eyes snap wide open in pure horror. His pupils shrink. His survival instincts are screaming. He is coming! A blinding red light explodes, blocking everyone's vision. The deep red scarf wrapped around his neck gets shredded to pieces, scattering mid-air. Tuyet Hui's crimson pupils shrink to the absolute max. His soul feels entirely drained out. Fresh blood sprays out like a waterfall. Nobody knows whose blood it even is, but that metallic smell hangs heavy in the air. Luckily, only his cheek got sliced. The wound keeps gushing blood while Tuyet Hui just stands there, totally dazed by the insane clash. The strike was incredibly fast. Phi Lang's blade is still blazing with that intense aura. Seeing he missed the fatal blow and only sliced the face, he clicks his tongue in frustration. God Phi Lang inner energy drops to 4,230. Tuyet Huy still hasn't snapped out of his total shock. He mentally screams out, "Trust me, if he hadn't guarded against that sword aura, he'd be dead." His sliced cheek keeps bleeding while Tuyet Huy remains frozen, totally stunned. If he got lucky, maybe he could have killed him right then. But he definitely wouldn't have survived the counterattack himself. The only stroke of luck here is that God Phi Lang just burned massive energy. Even if he tries to unleash another massive sword aura attack right now, it simply won't be as devastatingly powerful as the last one, which means, looking at health and inner energy, our guy finally has the advantage. Realizing this, a confident smirk wipes away his fear. Tuyet Huy grips his blade tight. The edge of his sword flares up with an insanely strong blue aura. After getting completely overwhelmed by the main character's breathless combo, and now facing a brutal counterattack, Phi Lang finally gets a tiny second to speak. He demands, "Who the hell are you?" Tuyet Huy is actually shocked he started talking, but immediately fires back. "Who am I? I'm your daddy." Hearing that absolutely disrespectful trash talk, Phi Lang scowls hard. "Sentim, what kind of garbage are you spouting? Are you a member of the Great Emperor sect or not?" Tuyet Huy just bursts into mocking laughter. Pure contempt flashes in his eyes as he speaks up, his voice dripping with amusement. "You really don't need to know." Instantly, our main character charges straight at his target again. These two kick off an absolutely epic sword fight. Nobody backs down. Teeth gritting, they ruthlessly trade devastating strikes and heavy blocks. Tuyet Huy, health 626. Inner energy 1,672. Tuyet Hui's entire body gets wrapped in a fierce blue aura. He opens his mouth, gathering freezing energy to slow down his enemy's movements. Without a second of hesitation, he stabs straight for the head. But damn it, the guy tilts his neck and dodges. The Northern Metal Squad captain grits his teeth. Sweating bullets, he swings his blade up to block the main character's relentless assault. God Phi Lang, health 3,700. Energy 3,400. Tuyet Huy bites down hard, pushing the offense to the absolute limit so his opponent cannot even catch a breath. Even though his health is higher than God Phi Lang right now, he is still lagging way behind in total inner energy. Now watch closely. If he lets this guy land even one hit, it is game over. But honestly, there is zero time left to even think about that right now. The only option left is to charge. Roaring out loud, Tuyet Huy recklessly dashes at Phi Lang, his blade radiating a massive aura. A crazy barrage of system notifications floods the main character's vision during this absolute nail-biting comeback. Defense failed, your health dropped. Attack successful, you managed to inflict damage on God Phi Lang. Evasion failed, your health dropped. Confrontation successful. You injured God Phi Lang. Draw. Both fighters have successfully dealt damage to each other. Clash failed. Your health has dropped. Clash failed again. Your health has taken a hit. Draw. Both fighters took damage. Their heavy strikes collide mid-air, creating a massive shockwave that sends shattered debris flying everywhere. Tuyet Huy and Phi Lang land firmly back on the ground. Both are on extreme high alert, their killing intent fully locked onto one another. But here is what you and I never expected. Our main character is actually losing. He had higher stats than Phi Lang, especially after pushing him into that insane combo chain. Health 1,300. Inner energy drops to 622. The main character pants heavily, glaring coldly as his wounded thigh shows a deep, blood-soaked cut. Alright, you and I are jumping right into it. Our target is covered in brutal, bloody wounds. He is breathing incredibly heavy, pointing his completely blood-soaked blade straight at our main character. But his stats? Barely dropping. Divine Flying Wolf health at 994, losing roughly 2,000, mana at 1,900. An absolute tank. Tuyet Huy grits his teeth hard. Being pushed into a dangerous corner like this makes his stomach twist into pure anxious knots. Their health gap is shrinking fast. Suddenly, Flying Wolf notices something off. Despite his face showing complete exhaustion, a massive shift in his terrifying aura happens. Veins popping in pure rage, he thrusts his sword forward and roars loudly, "How dare you get distracted right now?" Zero time to think. He instantly throws his sword up to block the heavy strike, letting out a painful grunt as the sheer force hits. But right after that impact, something absolutely horrifying clicks in our main character's head. His pupils shrink in pure shock. That powerful thrust? It was literally just a fake-out. Flying Wolf instantly whips his blade back around, growling like a wild beast. Tuyet Huy finally realizes he got completely played by a master, screaming internally at his own massive mistake. Wait, wasn't he just trying to stab me? All of that was just bait? Now watch this crazy speed. Flying Wolf looks completely insane, launching a follow-up attack so ridiculously fast that normal eyes simply cannot track it. Realizing he acted way too recklessly, Tuyet Huy bites down hard, absolutely furious with himself. Glaring with pure hatred, he lets out a deep growl. His brain goes into extreme overdrive trying to survive this impossible spot. His desperate plan? I have to stab him first. Instead of blocking again, he goes fully offensive to steal back the heavy momentum. Using incredible footwork, he stretches out his arm, driving his razor-sharp sword straight ahead. Tuyet Huy yells out, but plot twist. The enemy standing right in front of him vanishes into thin air, leaving only a fading afterimage behind. The guy actually used his pivot foot to slide backwards, perfectly dodging the strike. Truly a monster standing near the absolute peak of martial arts. That crazy feint completely shattered our main character's expectations. His eyes shrink again, flashing with pure, unfiltered disbelief at the gap between them. Tuyet Huy lets out a confused gasp, while Flying Wolf just smirks like a demon. It is a smile of total disgust, knowing victory is his. Then, boom, a flashing red system warning instantly pops up on the screen. Warning, Divine Flying Wolf has discovered your weakness. What is your next move? In just a split second, that deadly blade is right at his face. Honestly, if the system did not literally freeze time here, that ridiculously overpowered sword strike would have instantly ended our main character's entire life. The choice menu immediately appears, forcing him to make a split-second life or death decision. Face him head-on, block his heavy attack, or run away. Tuyet Huy is extremely confused, or rather, terrified. I know what you are thinking. One hit means game over. He knows it too, screaming internally in absolute panic right now. Damn it. These three options depend entirely on the distance between them and the enemy's current skill. Facing him means he has to close the gap. Being way weaker than his opponent makes that an extremely dangerous gamble. Blocking will push him slightly further away. Since he urgently needs to maintain a safe distance from that monstrous technique, blocking is actually the most ideal option on the table. If he chooses to run away, dodging the attack would definitely become a bit easier. But the fatal flaw? Turning his back means risking a guaranteed critical hit. Tuyet Huy stays dead silent, intensely staring down the system interface options. That fresh cut on his cheek is still bleeding, mixing with the heavy cold sweat. After careful thought, he locks eyes with Flying Wolf. A look of pure determination mixed with absolute seriousness. You selected block. Time resumes. He instantly fixes his breathing to channel his energy. Here we go! Exhaling a sharp breath with a serious face, the attack hits. But Flying Wolf does not just strike once. He follows up with a crazy combo. Even though our boy manages to block, the insane residual force sends him flying backwards. Defense failed. Health decreased. He slides painfully across the ground, his boots scraping hard against the wooden floor, leaving 2 massive skid marks behind. Tuyet Huy health at 273, mana dropping down to 542. Gasping for air, he grinds his teeth while kneeling on the floor. That brutal attack was way faster than expected. Now we really see who holds the stat advantage. Divine Flying Wolf health at 994, mana at 1660. Flying Wolf casually rests his heavy sword on his shoulder. He slowly walks toward our main character, looking completely relaxed. Seeing this massive power gap, Tuyet Huy just curses out loud. Damn it all. After that crazy exchange of attacks, our health bars have completely flipped around. Hear those footsteps getting closer? Trust me, this looks bad. Flying Wolf flashes a mockingly evil smile at him. Looking down with pure arrogance, he violently mocks him. Can you finally feel the absolute despair right now? Alright, stick with me, we are dropping right into an absolute slaughter. Tuyet Huy is completely on his knees, gasping for air and grinding his teeth in pure agony. But look at those eyes. That fierce refusal to give up, mixed with a burning desire to kill. Phi Lang's cruel mockery rings crystal clear in his ears. The gap between the abandoned and the chosen is massive, but what pisses our main character off the absolute most? Every single word this guy says is actually true. He bites his lower lip hard, a sharp, bitter pain twisting deep inside his chest. The guy is definitely not bluffing. Then Phi Lang's combat power is unbelievably insane, and worse, he is perfectly trained for this. Right now, he is carrying out a top-secret mission for the Taihong faction. He is also the Black Gold Squad captain, an elite unit up for promotion. Yet despite this massive power gap, his thirst for victory refuses to die. Tuyet Huy keeps his head low, growling out, "Enough joking around. You really think you are the only chosen one here?" A dark smile creeps up his face, openly mocking that arrogant attitude. Then Phi Lang's cocky smirk vanishes instantly, his face turning dead serious as he glares. Looks like those mind games actually hit the mark. Pure murderous intent explodes from him. Phi Lang raises his blade. Your existence makes no sense, so it ends right here. His weapon surges with a blinding, blood-red aura, glowing with an absolutely terrifying energy. His pupils narrow into slits, glowing with fatal hostility. Phi Lang coldly snarls, "Just die," facing the very moment his life is about to be stolen by this arrogant bastard's blade. Now watch closely. Just as the strike falls, he looks up, flashing the eyes of an apex predator, watching its prey step right into a perfectly laid trap. Tuyet Huy flawlessly leans backward, dodging the fatal slash from the Black Gold Squad captain. But unfortunately for him, then Phi Lang had already anticipated this exact move. The energy on his blade suddenly extends, zigzagging right at him. Tuyet Hui's eyes widen in shock, completely caught off guard by this insane trick. That brutal sword energy pierces straight into our hero's shoulder, forcing a loud groan of agonizing pain. It viciously hooks and burrows right in. Then Phi Lang yells like an absolute maniac. Not done yet. The terrifying sword energy ruthlessly digs deeper into his bleeding shoulder. It feels like a living, writhing creature. It just keeps drilling further down, violently tearing the wound open and making the brutal injury so much worse. Fresh blood sprays everywhere like rain as he screams out in pure agony. Ah! His enemy swings the blade up, controlling the aura to cleanly slice right through his shoulder. An absolute game-changing strike that flips the entire battle. Then Phi Lang has just delivered a totally fatal, life-threatening wound. Tuyet Hui's body instantly gives out, completely losing balance as he slumps heavily against the wooden doorframe behind him. His health plummets insanely fast after just one hit. Tuyet Hui's stats crash: health at 243, inner energy at 542. Gritting his teeth against the unbearable, throbbing pain, Tuyet Huy tightly grips his torn shoulder, desperately trying to stop the endless fountain of blood spilling from his deep wound. Then Phi Lang casually walks right up to him, but Tuyet Hui's vision is already severely blurring from the massive blood loss. There is absolutely no way to predict his enemy's next deadly move. Panicking and gasping for air, his pupils completely lose their focus. He realizes, I am losing way too much blood. His fading vision feels like looking through a thick, watery veil, but he can clearly see that Than Phi Lang is standing terrifyingly close to him right now. Tuyet Huy struggles, exhaling short, heavy, agonizing breaths. I know what you are thinking, is this game over? His life is hanging by a thread. He either bleeds out or dies by Than Phi Lang's blade. With fading eyes, he looks up as those heavy footsteps creep closer and closer. That terrifying sound perfectly blends with his own frantic heartbeat pounding loudly in his ears. Tuyet Huy calmly tracks that rapidly closing distance, and in just a fleeting second, the villain stands right in front of him, standing tall and perfectly stable. A brutal contrast to our main character, who needs the wall just to keep his broken body from collapsing. Raising his blade, Phi Lang sneers. For a piece of abandoned trash, you actually put up a surprisingly decent fight today. Pushing me this far? I will actually give you some genuine praise for that. Tuyet Huy listens in total silence. His ears are ringing heavily, barely catching every other word, but he completely understands the arrogant, deadly threat behind them. He viciously screams inside his own mind, if it is going to end like this anyway, let's gamble everything. Resolving himself completely, it is totally obvious he is about to bet his actual life on one final desperate play in this intense showdown. His eyes flare up with an absolutely insane manic determination. Veins bulge across his fierce face. Against all logic, Tuyet Huy forcefully shoves himself backward, throwing his entire broken body right through the wooden doorframe, holding him up. Phi Lang's eyes go wide in total shock. It seems even this elite captain never predicted such a suicidal, crazy move. Our main character's body launches out, briefly suspended in midair. Gritting his teeth, he fully embraces gravity, violently dragging him down toward the earth below. Trust me on this one. If his gamble is correct, then Phi Lang absolutely will not let him escape this easily. Furious, he roars. How dare you try to run away? Without a single second of hesitation, he wraps his body in a blood-red aura and vaults right out the window, sword in hand, relentlessly hunting him down. Stick with me, you are about to witness an absolute life-or-death clash. Tuyet Huy screams internally, begging for a miracle. His brows are locked tight, eyes burning with absolute determination to survive this nightmare. Suspended midair like this, dodging or blocking is basically impossible, especially when our main character is already at a massive disadvantage. So what exactly is he waiting for? Turns out, he is betting his entire life on one tiny opening. Boom! A system window pops up. Perfect chance he finally found the weak spot of the black gold captain, Shen Fei Lang. What will you do next? Pure joy flashes across his bloody face as a wild grin appears. It is finally here. An options menu flashes open. Attack, use martial arts, or use items to close the gap completely. Time completely freezes, leaving him floating midair. He cheers inside the weakness window is active. No matter how awful the situation is, triggering this window does not require any special tricks. It only appears when the enemy gets sloppy and exposes a fatal flaw. Just as he predicted, Tuyet Huy smiles, tasting absolute victory. From the moment he gambled on the system, he planned for this exact scenario. If he just charged in blindly, he would be a dead man instantly. Plus, he is way too exhausted for that anyway. So he selects items, and the system immediately asks what to use: recovery potions or gear. Now watch closely. This gets wild. He picks potions, bringing up his stash half-eaten dry rations and 2 gold medicines. He was actually thinking about using his secondary grenade weapon, but staying alive to win is the absolute priority right now. Ultimately, Tuyet Huy consumes the gold medicine to heal his battered body. Item consumed. Time instantly resumes its normal flow. His health shoots up, and those brutal wounds finally stop bleeding. Surviving that deadly drop, he breathes a huge sigh of relief. Right now, his physical state completely overshadows his exhausted opponent. Stats update, health 1055, rising fast. Internal energy recovering beautifully. Facing Fei Lang and his boiling, murderous rage, Tuyet Huy stays ice cold, blocking every single strike with perfect stability. The villain definitely never expected that the arm he just slashed open could still swing a sword perfectly. With his face covered in blood, our guy smiles confidently. His eyes are burning with an insane desire to win. They both land flawlessly, completely ignoring the fact they just fell thousands of meters. Shen Fei Lang stares in absolute shock. His mind is spinning because that fatal wound stopped bleeding, and the kid is moving like nothing happened. You saw that too, right? The terror in his voice as he screams, "How are you alive?" Tuyet Huy slowly stands up, tossing the villain's own mocking words right back at him. "I told you, I am a chosen one too." He grips his blade tight, and an incredibly overpowering aura erupts from his entire body. And honestly, he is not lying. Among thousands of warriors, he is the only system player. The deafening clash of weapons shakes the entire testing arena. The two fighters launch into a brutal sword duel, where only the winner gets to breathe. This captain is terrifyingly strong. Even at the absolute bitter end, he refuses to yield and throws a deadly counterattack. Gritting his teeth, Tuyet Huy unleashes a relentless barrage of strikes. This is no longer just a sword fight, it is pure endurance. The captain desperately blocks the onslaught, roaring in total frustration at this persistent kid. His whole body violently shudders every single time their heavy blades crash together. But he cannot hold out forever. Pushed entirely on the defensive, all he can do is raise his weapon to survive. Pure dread takes over his face as the raw, terrifying instinct of death creeps in. Our guy feels zero sympathy. He coldly delivers a massive strike, completely disarming the captain and sending his weapon flying. Biting his lip in pure denial, the captain feels dizzy from blood loss. Then, he hears the main character speak with a freezing tone. Time to finally drop the curtain. Dropping his stance, his blade glows with intense sword aura. He lunges forward and drives the steel straight into the captain's chest, ending him instantly. The heavy impact literally lifts his massive body clean off the ground. Blood and energy explode from the fatal wound as the blade pierces clean through. Zero resistance left. With bloodshot eyes, he coughs up a mouthful of red and groans out. And trust me, you and I just witnessed an epic comeback. A battle that seemed completely hopeless ends with our boy standing tall. The black gold captain collapses right at his boots. Enemy health drops to 0 out of 15,000, while Tuyet Huy pants heavily. Let's dive into an absolute bloodbath of a battle that you and I thought was never going to end. Tuyet Huy collapses to his knees on the hard dirt. That mid-battle health boost is practically gone now. Health 243, energy 242. Taking down a guy way stronger than him makes him burst into loud, crazy laughter. Haha, his whole body is physically shaking from pure, unadulterated hype right now. To be totally fair, Shen Fei Lang was still the stronger fighter here. Winning this deathmatch was honestly just a huge stroke of luck. He violently clenches his trembling hands, balling them into tight fists just to suppress the intense adrenaline absolutely rushing through his veins. The system suddenly chimes in with an epic alert. Mission complete! And his massive reward is a single heavenly dragon pill. Tuyet Huy goes wide-eyed with total shock, a brilliant spark flashing deep in his eyes. He stares directly at his inventory screen as a brand new item materializes. One heavenly dragon elixir. Just seeing that legendary item makes his eyes sparkle like crazy, even though his face is still completely covered in blood. Unable to hide his joy, he breaks into a huge smile and gasps. Wait, this cannot actually be a dream, right? Holy crap, it is the heavenly dragon pill. This elixir boosts stamina and energy by nearly 10,000 points, making it way more valuable than normal treasure. Tuyet Huy still cannot fully believe his insane luck as he brushes back his completely messy hair. He got the heavenly dragon pill, so he seriously has zero regrets left in this life. Now he must quickly loot Shen Fei Lang and get out of here immediately. But watch closely, because right then, a soft voice behind him makes everything 10 times crazier. Oh wow, Shen Fei Lang actually got killed. He immediately whips around, staring at the newcomer with a look of pure, unadulterated panic. The person speaking is a stunningly beautiful girl, her jet black hair tied neatly at the nape of her neck, fluttering gently in the wind. Her rosy red lips curve up into a perfectly gentle smile as she casually steps right up to where Tuyet Huy is standing. That super soft voice echoes out once again, noting that the guy does not look like he died from some random sneak attack after all. So epic. She never expected someone with this kind of raw power. Tuyet Huy is still totally dumbfounded by shock. He just gapes at her, eyes practically sparkling. Suddenly she steps even closer to him, pouting in pure confusion before directly asking, "Wait, are you actually a member of Taihong?" Tuyet Huy finally snaps back to reality. For a split second, he was totally mesmerized by her sharp beauty, and he just awkwardly blurts out a yes. She covers her mouth and giggles softly. "Goodness, you are definitely not going to survive long in the military like this." She brushes right past our main character with zero hesitation. He glances at her retreating figure and desperately calls out, "Hey, even so, you still called me the elite expert who killed Shen Fei Lang." But the girl just glances back with a totally enchanting gaze and softly says, "I really hope you reconsider that." After leaving that cryptic advice for our hero, she leisurely turns around to walk away, dropping a very casual goodbye. "Well then, see you later, I am super busy." Tuyet Huy just stands frozen, staring at her back while secretly overthinking everything. You saw that too, right? He is just staring at her for way too long like an absolute fool. Honestly, he just has no clue what to do right now, his eyes totally glued to her. Turns out, the real reason he is so shocked is because he just saw her absolute monster of a stat window. It is literally double the stats of the mighty Shen Fei Lang. The same boss, our hero barely beat, using massive effort and pure luck. Her status is a demonic academy commander. Physical strength at 28,000 out of 28,000. Energy 24,000. Combat power 90,000. Because honestly, even after finally defeating Shen Fei Lang, he would never dare dream of catching up to those absolutely insane monster stats. Nighttime once again covers the deadly exam grounds. Tuyet Huy is currently hiding under the exact same tree he used for shelter in his previous life. And thanks to that huge brain move, he managed to avoid disaster back then and dodge those terrifying monsters completely. He hid here in his past life before joining the military, and now he practically has 2 lives. He stares silently at his incredibly pathetic, bottom-tier stat window. Health 243, Energy 242. Tuyet Huy tightly grips his sword, wondering if he should just eat the Heavenly Dragon Pill right now to buff up, or save it for the future. Consuming the Heavenly Dragon Pill would give him abilities totally surpassing Shen Fei Lang. But those enemies that will spawn at dawn, if they team up and attack him together, he will definitely fail this exam, and his next life would absolutely suck big time. Forget about passing. He probably would not even have the stats to hunt down Shen Fei Lang again. So should he seriously bet everything on the unknown future? He blankly watches a random rabbit happily hopping around outside. It turns its head to stare at him, and Tuyet Huy boldly stares right back. Looking back on it, how the heck did he even pass this exam last time? He already knew there were hidden enemies out there, the exact targets he had to eliminate. After surviving a full day out here, walking back to the military camp triggered 0 punishments whatsoever. Tuyet Huy stays totally silent, desperately thinking hard to figure out this crazy hidden rule. So what do you and I make of this mystery? Honestly, it is so confusing that he cannot even figure it out right now. Stick with me here. Tuyet Huy just runs his hand through his hair. He figures he should stash his Phantom Battle Gauntlet into his inventory before planning his next move. This is the absolute strongest weapon he got from the military, so he has to protect it, even though it does not really suit a guy who mostly uses swords. But this thing has saved his life so many times. He clenches his armored fist tight, staring down at it with a super serious expression. His 8-element body armor is completely shredded, so no need to pack that away. He tries to summon his inventory bag, but suddenly he realizes something is very wrong, gasping internally. What is going on? The inventory simply refuses to appear, no matter how frantically our main character keeps calling for it. Absolute panic immediately floods his mind. He frowns hard, wondering why it will not open. Suddenly, a strange voice echoes out, cutting right through his confusion and plunging him into pure, utter shock. What just happened? A massive, blood-red slash of sword energy violently rips right into his hiding spot. Luckily, Tuyet Huy instantly dodges using his agility. Gritting his teeth, his pupils shrink to pinpricks as pure terror completely takes over his face. Now watch closely. A mysterious figure is calmly walking right toward our boy. It is a massive guy carrying an absolutely gigantic blade. The exact same monster who caused that horrific massacre back at the mansion during the early trials. He still has that crazy but relaxed vibe going on. Dragging his weapon closer, Tuyet Huy screams in horror about him hiding there. The guy smirks brutally, praising the kid's speed before his status screen pops up. Cao Tuyet, Demon Academy Captain. Health 25,000, Mana 23,000, Power 63,000. While not an absolute god-tier beast like that girl from before, these stats easily make him a top-level monster. Cursing through gritted teeth, Tuyet Huy realizes he is doomed. The system blocked his inventory because his life is actively being threatened. His stats are exactly like Then Phi Lang, but in his current trash condition, he is totally screwed. After quickly doing the math, he just gives up. Just looking at those insane stats compared to Tuyet Huy's completely battered and broken state right now. Following that last fight, the winner is obvious. The enemy mocks him, asking if he is scheming to stay alive. He laughs like a maniac, overwhelming aura exploding everywhere as he raises his blood-stained blade and roars. You are dead anyway. Tuyet Huy stays silent, but a serious, blazing spark of hope suddenly ignites in his eyes. Even knowing his chances are basically 0, our boy is absolutely not throwing in the towel yet. Fine, even if I die. He unsheathes his sword, choosing an all-out clash over surrender. Gripping the hilt tight, he charges straight at Cao Tuyet with lightning-fast speed. Screaming his lungs out, he swings his blade for a massive thrust. But suddenly, you expected a clash, right? But the entire world turns gray and freezes, completely stunning him. A system warning suddenly pops up, making his eyes widen in pure shock. Warning! Cao Tuyet found your weakness. How will you respond? Face him head-on, defend, or run? He frantically tries figuring this out. Is the power gap between them really just that massive? He clearly initiated the attack, yet the warning triggered before his sword even moved. His arm freezes midair, shaking as he grits his teeth in utter frustration. The only choice left. You have selected defense mode. Processing now. Time instantly rewinds to the exact second he left the cave and faced his enemy. With a single step, the boss teleports right in front of him, way too fast to block. Chills run down his spine, hairs standing up as he can only stare in absolute terror. Boom! A devastating kick lands straight in his gut, sending him flying back 100 meters. His internal organs feel like they just exploded. He screams out in agony, violently coughing. But it is not over. Yet another strike comes crashing down towards his face. A brutal, cold-blooded kick to the jaw completely paralyzes him, launching his entire body high up into the air. After eating that soul-crushing strike, our boy completely loses his balance and violently rolls across the dirt. He lies there groaning weakly, totally helpless, while the monster casually approaches with that giant blade. That jaw kick basically ended him. Trust me, his mind goes completely blank. Let's dive into an absolute bloodbath. Our main character is completely paralyzed, unable to move a single finger. Then boom, another brutal kick slams right into his back, forcing a painful scream. Ah! A system alert instantly pops up. Direct hit. Tuyet inflicted severe damage, dropping his health by 235 points. Tuyet Huy drops to 8 health points. Internal energy critically low. It is honestly a miracle he is even breathing. Taking that many ruthless kicks would have easily killed anyone else on the spot. Tuyet Huy refuses to give up. His pupils shrink in pure rage as he gasps and growls. Coughing violently, his entire body trembles, but his hand still firmly grips his sword hilt. From above, Tuyet stares down at his dying body, looking at him like he is nothing more than a pathetic bug. Seeing his stubborn hand refusing to let go of that weapon, the villain stays silent before letting out a sickening, mocking laugh. Ha! Still not ready to give up? What could a piece of trash like you possibly do to act so damn arrogant? He steps right into his face, constantly spitting out the most toxic, insulting trash. Tuyet crouches down with a totally savage grin. With his eyes glowing a sinister red, he looks completely twisted, like an absolutely vicious demon. He violently grabs his hair, forcing Tuyet Huy to look up so he can watch his exact reaction to this ultimate humiliation. Scum like you are only good enough to be my loyal, obedient little dog. Hearing that, Tuyet Huy sighs internally. Tuyet happily yanks his head down with pure disgust, ready to crush him underfoot whenever he pleases. He tells himself that no matter how many times he has to revive, did he ever really think he was just going to fade away? Watch closely. The humiliation is not over. He jerks his head around like a dirty rag, coldly telling him that he has no choice but to accept death. Tuyet Huy frowns, grinding his teeth against the agonizing pain of his scalp nearly ripping off in the villain's harsh mockery. He quietly asks himself why he needs to get stronger. The villain's pupils shrink, glaring down at him with a truly terrifying intensity, a brutal smile still glued to his face as he whispers deadly threats. But Tuyet Huy simply blocks all of it out completely. Right now, he is searching for his own reason to fight back. Why must he drag himself out of this muddy puddle? Because stopping means instant death. It means living as nothing more than their perfectly obedient, pathetic lapdog. Even hovering on the borderline of life and death, his eyes are strangely calm. His heart beats wildly, but not from fear, from something entirely different. Inside, his soul screams with absolute resolve. He must become stronger. His brows furrow, crimson eyes blazing with intense desire and raw power, teeth clenched so hard his veins pop. You have activated the lightning sword. You and I both know what comes next. He glances at his glowing blade, surprised himself, let alone the enemy standing right there. Tuyet looks over in total shock. He never expected to actually take damage from a guy who is practically a walking corpse. Our main character's sword erupts with insane energy. He looks up at his tormentor, eyes flashing with deep hatred but remaining completely, chillingly calm. Boom! An ultra-powerful strike is unleashed. The sheer force is so massive that pale blue sword aura floods the entire area like crashing ocean waves. Tuyet's giant blade violently scrapes across the ground, carving out a massive trench. Suddenly, blood falls like heavy rain, completely soaking a nearby patch of green grass. Tuyet's battered body is completely wrecked. He groans, coughing violently before vomiting a thick pool of metallic blood. Critical hit, his health drops to 3,170, losing massive internal energy points too. That single attack was so devastating it instantly wiped out over half of the villain's health bar, draining a ton of his internal energy. Who knew this move was so insanely overpowered? Thick smoke from the shockwave rises up, completely blanketing the area and hiding his figure. Right now, Tuyet Huy is smiling, not a confident smirk, but a complex grin overflowing with surging, chaotic emotions. His pupils reflect that brilliant blue sword aura, hand still gripped firmly around his weapon. Taihong collapses, stabbing his blade into the dirt to prop up his heavily injured body. Taking critical damage, he glares at Tuyet Huy with pure venom, veins bulging fiercely. The villain clutches the deep, massive gash across his chest, letting out an agonizing groan. Ugh! With his stamina dropping rapidly and his mouth flooded with the heavy taste of blood, he frowns deeply and snarls out, "What is this?" Tuyet Hui's stamina hits rock bottom after throwing everything he had into that brutal strike against the man who just arrogantly mocked him. Tuyet Huy cannot hold back his thrilling laughter. Ha ha ha, is this really how the Earth Sword works? He wipes the blood off his face, throwing a look of pure contempt. You should have known your limits. So what do you and I learn from this? If this idiot just went for the kill instead of torturing him, he wouldn't be dying right now. Tuyet Huy thinks to himself, surprised his head can even move at all. Stick with me, you are about to see this villain absolutely lose his mind. He roars like a wild beast. How dare you? Tuyet Huy just glances at him, feeling a sting of regret. His stamina is completely zeroed out. He cannot even swing his sword straight anymore. But our main character just smirks. A cold, mocking laugh escapes him. You are not walking out of here alive, he whispers. He casually drops to the dirt, acting like death does not scare him at all. But secretly, he is already planning for his next life. A thrilled smile crosses his face, even though he is dizzy and his ears are ringing. Breathing heavily, he refuses to back down. No way the others will let a heavily wounded guy like you survive, he taunts. You are dead. Taihong grinds his teeth so hard they might crack, growling and cursing him out. His massive hands grip the heavy blade, thick green veins bulging from his skin. Roaring like a monster, Taihong readies his sword. Pure energy coats the edge. Killer intent floods the air as he glares daggers at Tuyet Huy. Veins throb across his forehead. His muscular arms flex, looking like an absolute demon. Facing that suffocating aura, our hero just smiles in satisfaction. He already landed a brutal stab. Is this really how it ends? He wonders. This life was not totally useless. At least he managed to secure the heavenly dragon pill and the cannon sword. Right now, he lacks the strength to even hold his weapon, letting it fall to the dirt. But wait. Now pay attention. Right as he accepts his fate to reset, the perfect opportunity window pops up. He spotted Taihong's fatal flaw. Time completely freezes in place. Only our main character keeps his consciousness intact. He stares at the sudden system notification, completely baffled. Do not tell me I have to fight when I cannot even lift my sword. Panting heavily, Tuyet Huy gives the screen a helpless look, but then it hits him a total game-changing realization. That hopeless gaze suddenly sparks with life. Wait, speaking of weapons, the system asks, you access the item bag. Which item will you use? Tuyet Huy coldly states, Thunderbolt grenade. The system confirms, you use the Thunderbolt grenade. He smiles confidently. He had saved this explosive to deal with then Phi Lang, but never actually got the chance to throw it. Time resumes. Taihong is instantly in his face, mid-swing, roaring like an absolute maniac. Die. His face is distorted with pure rage. Facing that deadly slash, Tuyet Huy just looks up, his eyes burning with unyielding determination. A single grenade launches into the air. The fuse is already burning down. It flies straight toward Taihong. The moment he spots it, absolute terror strikes his heart. Boom! A massive explosion detonates right on target. The shockwave blasts Tuyet Huy backward while smoke and roaring flames shoot into the sky. Right at ground zero, Taihong gets completely swallowed by thousands of degrees of heat. His skin burns instantly. The awful smell of roasted flesh fills the air as he screams in pure agony. Burning to death, the worst way. Critical hit. Taihong just took a massive critical hit. Taihong is dead. But the guy who caused this masterpiece, Tuyet Huy, took massive collateral damage. Flames lick his body, making him groan in pain. His completely empty stamina drains even further. Stamina down to 2 out of 7,000. You saw that too, right? He stares at the blackened, roasted corpse on the dirt. Absolutely brutal. Taihong is basically ash. Everything in the blast radius got instantly vaporized except him. Seeing this nightmare, Tuyet Huy feels nothing but pure relief. He happily sighs, I won. But with injuries this bad, my time is running out. He drags his broken body toward the corpse, praying to score some useful loot for his next life. I have to loot his gear first. Gritting his teeth through blinding pain, he slowly crawls closer to the dead boss. His energy keeps tanking. Stamina hits 1 out of 7,708. Please, give me something. He desperately begs the system, hoping for any item that could pull him back from the edge of death. Just a tiny sliver of health is enough. Bitterness floods his mind. Dying right now means totally wasting that epic thunderbolt grenade. Suddenly, his pupils dilate. It looks like he actually found an item to extend his fading life. Right, the red bean jelly. 1 bite saves him. You used red bean jelly. Stamina recovered. Stamina at 3 out of 7,000. Even that tiny heal is enough to start looting. Tuyet Huy perks up. Just need to push a little bit further. But despite clinging to life, his energy drops insanely fast. Stamina falls back down to 1. Reaching out his shaking hand, he silently begs for a miracle. Thankfully, he touches the body just in time. The glorious loot screen pops up. Picked up 5 golden healing potions. That is where we leave it. Trust me, with this spirit blade and blood ice stone, his next run will be absolutely wild. He managed to grab a high-grade set of armor, an exam token, and an instruction sheet for the trials. Tuyet Hui's eyes went wide with pure joy and shock. His desperate crawling had actually paid off in the end. All right, you and I are about to witness the craziest regression yet. He collapsed onto the grass, panting hard, just waiting for death to take him. He let out a long sigh and closed his eyes, but then they snapped wide open. He realized he forgot something huge. He let out a sharp gasp. The Dan Lin sword. It hit him out of nowhere. His absolute most precious blade was just lying right there on the dirt. Panicking, he stretched his trembling hand toward it. If he could just touch it and toss it into his inventory, he could keep it for his next life. His pupils shrank. Pure dread washed over him. He was running out of time, but he had to get that sword back. But it was too late. His health hit rock bottom, dropping straight to 0. His final breath faded. Even in death, he couldn't find peace. Heavenly Calendar Year 95, Chapter 2. The story resets right here. Kanma's 3 life choices appeared as time rewound. In a flash, everything snapped right back to the exact starting point, right before his military enlistment. Tuyet Huy stood right in front of Kanma, facing those same 3 choices again. The system prompt flashed, please select one of the following 3 lives. Become an important warrior for Kanma, become a guard warrior for Kanma, or become a secret assassin for Kanma. Without hesitating, Tuyet Huy quietly picked the exact same option from his past life. You have chosen to become Kanma's important warrior. He gritted his teeth in pure frustration, his eyes burning with deep regret. It was painfully obvious he hadn't grabbed his precious sword in time before dying. Kanma repeated the exact same lines from the last 2 lives. That works well, so take a look at this task. Now pay close attention, this is where the timeline changes. Kanma turned to leave, but Tuyet Huy suddenly called out, freezing him in his tracks. Lord Kanma. The main character looked down, speaking up hesitantly. There is something I need to tell you. He raised his head to look at him, his eyes completely filled with cold, sharp hatred. Kanma stayed completely silent at that reaction. He just stared back, analyzing our main character. Tuyet Huy didn't even wait for permission. I stumbled onto some extra information by chance, but it might be a little hard to believe. Kanma went quiet, clearly weighing his words before finally speaking up. You are already in the same boat as me now. Don't worry about it, just spit it out. Tuyet Huy bowed his head respectfully. Understood. Inside, his mind was racing. It was a massive gamble, but he absolutely had to seize this golden opportunity. He carefully tested the waters. What if a disciple was bribed into acting as a spy to secretly monitor you, Lord Kanma? If we caught them, how should we handle it? It was exactly like Tuyet Huy planned. Even if he couldn't survive to kill Kuvan himself, he was dragging that traitor down with him into this new life. Kanma fell dead, silent at those words. He slowly turned around. He muttered thoughtfully. A spy, huh? Well, obviously, the second someone becomes a disciple of the heavenly demon, they get dragged into nasty situations whether they like it or not. I am no different from the other disciples here. Kanma flashed an unpredictable smile. He dodged the question, talking in complete riddles instead. Tuyet Huy watched him quietly, piecing things together in his head. This was Kanma, the 4th disciple of the heavenly demon, a martial artist ranked in the top 100 of the entire demonic cult. But he was a figure who had never actually revealed his true level of influence. You and I can see it just from how he talks, right? The fact that he stayed this patient means he's probably fighting a massive shadow war behind the scenes that nobody else can even predict. Kanma suddenly asked for his name again. You said your name was Tuyet Huy, correct? The main character immediately shot back. Yes, my lord. Kanma turned his back, leaving an order. If you find any clues about this spy while enlisting, report straight to me. I will be staying over at the Lu Vien Palace. The second he heard that location, his crimson eyes lit up with sudden realization. The Lu Vien Palace. The Lu Vien Palace was the exclusive resting ground for the heavenly demons. Normal warriors in the cult were absolutely forbidden from going anywhere near it. There was zero reason to wander there, because taking even one step too close meant instant death. Suddenly, Kanma added something that really caught Tuyet Hui's attention. Of course, bringing that bastard directly to me would be even better. He glanced back with a smooth, mysterious smile. Tuyet Huy immediately accepted the brutal command. He bowed deep and said, "Understood completely." His expression grew extremely serious after hearing Kanma's parting words. Dragging him back alive would be even better. Down in the Tian Pavilion basement, Tuyet Huy sat cross-legged on the floor. With his eyes closed in deep thought, he let out a very long, heavy sigh. He only mentioned the spy to dodge the military draft. In this life, he needed to take a massive detour. Those amazing treasures were still waiting, but those high-level elites were just too dangerous. I really should just go capture that snake spy, Kuvan. Tuyet Huy frowned hard, staring at his completely pathetic reset status window. Tuyet Huy, health 118, internal energy 250. But because he died, all those crazy spirit elixirs he consumed in his past life were completely wiped out. Tuyet Huy glared right at the system window. He muttered to himself, "The loot I got from Tao Nguyen, the Vu Lin blade, his exclusive weapon, the high-grade armor, an item loved by masters. The effect? It blocks a solid chunk of incoming attacks without taking damage. And that 1,000-year blood ice stone moss? Major stat boosts. That's where we leave it, trust me. You're going to want to see his revenge begin. Let's dive into this wild manhwa where our guy finds the 1,000-year dark cypress, a rare fruit grown in the dark, boosting stamina and energy by 3,000 points. Tuyet Huy stares at the system window, muttering. So there was 1,000-year dark cypress left. The system pops up. You have used the blood ice stone pedestal. You have used the 1,000-year dark cypress. Tuyet Huy drops right into a cultivation stance, eyes closed tight, waiting for the intense effects of these ancient pills to kick in. The status window ticks up. Stamina jumps to over 900. Internal energy surges right past 700. Stamina hits 4,000. Internal energy reaches 3,800. Just massive gains. But wait, here comes the real prize. Suddenly, an absolute monster of an aura explodes straight out of Tuyet Hui's body. The system confirms he swallowed the heavenly dragon pill. Stamina and internal energy absolutely explode. Stamina blasts past 20,000. Internal energy hits 21,000. A massive surge of raw power wraps entirely around our main character, fueling him. His eyes snap wide open, glowing with a terrifying, heavy light blue authority. Tuyet Huy is hyping out internally. This is too strong. It feels exactly like his body just shattered through a completely new physical limit. Countless blocked meridians inside him are violently forced open. Thanks to that, the pure cultivation power roaring inside his core grows exponentially stronger. Pure, overwhelming energy practically spills from his glowing pupils and his mouth. His entire body gets cloaked in this dark, heavy aura, standing as solid as an iron tower. His senses are completely maxed out. He clearly hears footsteps echoing from the floor right above him. The sound of objects being grabbed, even someone coughing. He hears it all perfectly. After fully absorbing every last drop of that immortal pill, his gaze turns extremely sharp, looking way more mature and dead serious. System alert, his mind-reading proficiency just leveled up. And the next skill unlocked? A brand new imitation mind-reading technique. Basic stages complete. He instantly masters the minor joy, demonic art, bare hand demonic art, the super heat countering technique, and finishes learning the heat defeat art. With the pills completely absorbed and his crazy new stats locked in, Tuyet Huy immediately gets up from his meditation spot. He steps forward, then suddenly draws his sword in a flash, muttering something under his breath. Then he does this weird activation sequence. Head down, tilts exactly 45 degrees left, shifts all the way left, then smoothly right. Just like a literal gaming cheat code. Watch closely here, because things get wild. His stance locks down hard. The Great Cannon Sword skill is activated. His head flares with pure energy. His eyes roll back completely white, flashing with an absolute, terrifying amount of raw power. The blade in his hands erupts with a chaotic, violent sword aura. Tuyet Huy drops straight into a combat stance, ready to test this insane skill. Without hesitating for a single second, he swings the sword. His internal core glows bright, unleashing a massive, overwhelming tsunami of pure energy outward. Tuyet Huy literally laughs out loud. Haha, this great earth sword is just way too overpowered. I knew it. This is exactly what I needed. This life is definitely going to be different. His face is covered in pure joy and cocky confidence. A smirk pulls at his lips, and his eyes are locked with absolute determination. Cut to the Heavenly Sun Pavilion. Deep inside the basement that our main character claimed as his personal training room, an earth-shattering boom rings out. A massive, unexplained explosion rocks the entire place, violently shaking everything around like a literal magnitude 8 earthquake just hit. Tuyet Huy stands there, hands on his hips, gripping his sword tightly. Even that signature scarf that never leaves his side has been tossed away, revealing his sweaty neck in the aftermath of that crazy strike. He exhales a heavy, exhausted breath. It took half the day just to reach this underground door. Now, his biggest problem is figuring out exactly how fast this great white sword actually is, and what its true combat effectiveness looks like. He stares down at the still glowing blade in his hands with highly cautious eyes. You and I know nothing is perfect. The demonic sword is overpowered, but holds one completely fatal flaw. First off, for a right-handed guy like him, being physically forced to swing this sword with his left hand creates some huge, annoying limitations. And no matter how he adjusts his grip, the sword's positioning during a real fight is an even bigger issue. He thinks back to that absolutely ridiculous activation sequence required just to launch this overpowered move. The setup time takes way too long. While he twists his head around, enemies in the real world are not going to just stand there and wait. Our main character glares at the sword, muttering to himself. Maybe there is some trick to actually link this up with the moves from the returned demonic art. I just need to keep practicing for now. He is so deep in thought, completely obsessed with figuring it out, that he totally misses the shadowy figure creeping up right behind him. Hey you, Tuyet Huy instantly snaps to attention, whipping his head around to see exactly who just busted in on him. Turns out, no stranger at all. It is the Heavenly Sun Pavilion clerk, Taihong, a guy who barely has any actual value around here. This basement corner is dark, gloomy, and literally piled with fresh manure from the demonic cult scammers. It is so filthy and ruined that even the rats flat out refuse to come down here. In his left hand, he is holding a half-eaten apple right alongside a small paring knife. He stares at our guy with a totally bored expression, chewing his apple. Why are you being so loud? Hearing that tone, Tuyet Huy instantly bows, politely apologizing. Sorry. Internally, his brain is racing, quickly figuring out the exact cause of that crazy noise Taihong just complained about. It was definitely his great white sword experiment creating that massive earthquake. Taihong bites his apple. Why all the noise? Trust me, you will want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me. You are about to see Tuyet Huy awkwardly rub his neck and explain the massive tremor without hesitating. Just some light training. But he completely glosses over the fact that he was actually practicing the legendary Great White Sword technique. Suddenly, his eyes widen like he just remembered something huge. Right, he almost missed it. Instantly, all the warmth drops from his face. He glares ice-cold daggers straight at Taihong. What really grabs his attention is the Life +1 text glowing right above the guy's head. Taihong, a clerk at the Heavenly Sun Pavilion, and a wild new quest pops up. Become Taihong's puppy 0 out of 8. 3,500 internal energy. Combat ability sitting at a solid 10,000. Tuyet Huy stares hard at this totally bizarre quest window, rubbing his chin out of habit while his brain works. A quest? What kind of joke is this? The glowing panel demands he become a puppy for a new combat type upgrade. Out of nowhere, Taihong starts chewing on some weird seed, his lips forming an O shape like he is loading ammo. Tuyet Huy looks up, instantly realizing exactly what this guy is doing. He lets out a confused scoff and swiftly leans sideways, dodging the absolutely vile spit projectile. The disrespect is real, a total mockery attempt. Seeing our main character dodge, Taihong snarls. Move away, you brat, you have zero respect. Now pay close attention here, things are heating up. Tuyet Huy stays silent, brows frowning, while Taihong spits another seed directly at him. This time, he doesn't move. He takes the hit. His fists clench so tight his veins pop. A faint, deadly aura leaks toward Taihong. Do you want to die? But catching himself, he loosens his grip, forcefully choking down his rage. No, killing the guy right now would be a massive mistake. He swallows his pride while Taihong's mocking laughter echoes loudly in the background. Snapping this pathetic old man's neck would be ridiculously easy. but a dead clerk would just drag in way too much unwanted trouble. Duhong is absolutely loving this power trip, smugly taking another bite of his apple. That nasty, sarcastic smirk never leaves his face, completely clueless about the brutal plans Tuyet Huy is silently calculating. Changing the timeline right now would ruin everything. Killing him simply is not the main priority here today. Playing the victim, he bows deeply. Sorry, I will put it back. But the bullying continues. Duhong spits directly into his face, leaving nasty saliva and half-chewed apple smeared right across our main character's cheek. He stands dead still, feeling the disgusting liquid drip down his skin. That bottled-up fury violently roars back to life inside him. Thinking he completely broke the kid's spirit, the old man laughs smugly. You take it well. I have had zero interest in anything lately, totally bored. People constantly walking past me just make me sick. He leans in uncomfortably close, his eyes gleaming with a twisted, utterly perverted excitement. Using a gross, gravelly voice, he whispers, "Let's get a little closer." "Heh heh heh heh. I know exactly what you are thinking. Just slice this guy's head off, right?" Tuyet Huy wants to, but aggressively crushes that smoldering anger deep down inside. He has to endure. It is all for the reward. His mind goes back to that bizarre quest to become a puppy. The number one rule in this brutal world? The weak must bow to the strong. It is the ultimate law of the demonic cult, and everyone complies without question. The strong literally own the lives of the weak. So no matter how much trash Duhong talks, fighting back simply is not an option. Cut to an outhouse near the Heavenly Sun Pavilion. Under the blazing sun, angry curses explode. Tuyet Huy brutally stomps a shovel deep into the dirt. That old bastard. I will slaughter him slowly. The scorching heat forced him to completely strip off his outer robes. Tying a scarf around his nose, his muscular arms swing the heavy shovel, with eyes burning with pure hatred. Mentally, he is punching that scum thousands of times. But hey, the misery paid off. The quest jumped to 1 out of 8 complete. Panting heavily, his heart screams with absolute frustration after scrubbing the outhouse all night. And now this morning, he has to shovel actual crap. Pushing through, he mutters that no matter how many times he revives, he cannot escape this stinky fate. Even while digging, he is already scheming about whatever that dead meat Duhong wants next. If he survives this, maybe the last 6 tasks will be a total breeze. What combat type anyway? It better be a god-tier upgrade after all this humiliation. Suddenly, rushing footsteps snap his attention away. And that is where we leave it. Perfect timing for some idiot running in to poop. Ate breakfast way too fast, huh? Let's dive right in. Suddenly, a status window pops up. Dai Fak, 3rd floor manager of the Heavenly Sun Pavilion. HP, 2400. Inner energy, 2890. Combat power, 8000. Tuyet Huy peeks through the latrine hole, trying to see who it is. He's thinking, why does the system window pop up but I can't even see the guy's face? Desperate to avoid the absolute disgusting nightmare about to drop on his head, he panics and quickly yells out a warning. Hey, there is someone down here. The guy about to drop his pants stops, looks down into the toilet pit, and actually smiles. Ah, so you are the guy Duhong was talking about? You are the new one at the Heavenly Sun Pavilion? Tuyet Huy ignores the chatter. His brain is just screaming because he is about to be in the worst possible situation. He's furiously thinking, this filthy pit gets used every single day. A pavilion manager should definitely know someone is cleaning down here. Tuyet Huy forces a painful smile, awkwardly rubbing the back of his neck. Ha ha, yeah, that is me. I am just doing my mission. But this arrogant jerk does not care at all that there is a living person down inside that pit. Watch this absolute madness. He just drops his pants, totally shameless, and says, work hard down there, buddy, because I am in a serious rush. Tuyet Hui's face instantly twists in pure horror. He cannot believe he is actually about to go through this disgusting nightmare all over again. He screams in total despair. Wait, don't. But it is way too late. The guy is already squatted right over the hole. And before Tuyet Huy can even process the tragedy, a deeply foul, entirely unholy sound echoes through the space. Toxic liquid starts splashing everywhere, and it is just vile. Meanwhile, our guy suffering the most foul torture on earth is just screaming mentally. Damn it all to hell, this guy has diarrhea. Cut to a river inside the city. Tuyet Huy is frantically scrubbing himself, one hand holding a wooden basin, the other splashing water everywhere. He dumps bucket after bucket straight over his head, desperately trying to wash off that absolute humiliation. Tuyet Huy lets out a heavy, exhausted sigh and violently slicks back his soaking wet hair. His mind is locked on one dark thought. How exactly am I going to murder those 2 bastards? He literally cannot stop imagining 100 different ways to butcher the guys who humiliated him. He wants it painful. He wants it filthy. First, beat them to a pulp, then drown them in that exact same pit until they stop breathing. Oh yeah, that sounds perfect. But then he goes dead silent. A terrifying, murderous aura erupts from his body. This raging fury inside him has completely crossed the absolute breaking point. He grinds his teeth hard enough to break them, chest heaving violently with raw, unfiltered rage. Unable to hold it back anymore, he throws his head back and screams at the sky. I swear to everything, I will absolutely slaughter you two pieces of trash. Back at the underground section of the Heavenly Sun Pavilion, freshly washed, our main character finally returns to his designated post. The second he gets back, he sees Du Hong waiting right there. The guy leans in and smirks. Oh, all cleaned up now, are we? And it is not just him. The diarrhea villain is sitting right beside him, stroking his chin, mocking him with zero shame. Didn't he look a lot cleaner just a minute ago? Ha! Du Hong glances over and chuckles. Is that so? Tuyet Huy just stands there in dead silence, staring at the two men he desperately wants to butcher, glaring at them with eyes sharp enough to kill. You and I know he wants to snap, right? But he forces himself to swallow the rage, just to keep from ripping their heads off. Looking at them, they remind him exactly of the Supreme Emperor and 5 Heavens Valley Masters. Those two old fossils pulled this exact same stunt to humiliate him before. He wants to smash their faces in so badly, but he has to endure it. He clenches his fists until his knuckles turn white. Pushing down that explosive anger, he forces his mouth into a stiff, incredibly fake smile, his jaw muscles literally popping from grinding his teeth. He uses the absolute softest, calmest voice he can fake to answer. Everything has been cleaned up perfectly. Instantly, the system quest to become Du Hong's loyal little dog updates to 2 out of 8 stages complete. Du Hong lounges back in his chair and starts barking orders. Great job. Now bring us some water. I need a bath. And grab some for my friend over here too. Tuyet Huy immediately swallows his pride, bowing his head. Of course, I will bring it right away. Right now, playing the ultimate submissive role and holding on to his sanity is the only way he survives this without killing them. Suddenly, Deja drops a sarcastic comment that makes Tuyet Huy freeze completely. Oh, make sure you wash your hands really well. We cannot have you smelling like garbage. The old man sneers with pure disgust, shooting him the most mocking look imaginable. Even though Tuyet Huy is trying his hardest to play nice, a little bit of that deadly aura leaks out. He grinds his teeth so hard the veins bulge, spinning around with a painfully plastic smile. Ha, do not worry. I will make sure everything is absolutely spotless. Hearing that pathetic answer, the two arrogant bosses immediately burst into booming laughter. Their obnoxious laughter, completely packed with pure mockery and sick enjoyment, echoes loudly through the dark basement of the pavilion. These absolute fools have zero idea just how terrifying the monster they are messing with actually is. He is just thinking to himself, just wait a little longer. I am going to find the most brutal way to massacre these two old-timers. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echo through the hall, getting closer. The moment the newcomer appears, both Du Hong and Deja jump up in pure terror. Their faces instantly turn completely pale with absolute panic. The two of them scramble frantically toward the door, tripping over themselves like they just saw a ghost. Trust me, you are going to want to see this. Tuyet Huy stares at their panicking backs, completely confused. He is wondering, who the hell has enough power to make these two arrogant jerks act like terrified little rats? Unable to hold back his own curiosity, he glances over at the doorway, and his expression instantly twists into total confusion. Du Hong and Deja bow completely in sync, shouting respectfully, "Welcome back, my lord." Tuyet Huy's eyes shoot wide open in pure shock as he finally sees who they are bowing to. Stick with me here. The vibe instantly shifts, turning gentle with a really elegant floral scent. He asks in confusion, "What is this?" Jet black hair flutters in the breeze, spreading an intensely sweet floral fragrance everywhere. The person his two worst enemies are bowing to? It is the exact same girl who once told him to rethink joining the military. Hands casually behind her back, she smiles warmly and walks straight toward them. She radiates a sweet, captivating scent that messes with your head. Tuyet Huy cannot help but wonder, what is she doing here? Crazy that this 90,000 combat power monster connects to Tien Not Quan. Her name is Tuyet Huy, from the Hongma Academy. Her physical condition is completely normal. Stamina maxed out at 22,999, internal energy capped at 21,000, and her overall combat power sits at 80,000. It looks like her stats haven't spiked like their past life trial. Meanwhile, our main character is just standing there staring blankly. His cheeks are totally flushed, completely hypnotized by her unbelievable beauty. He is so stunned his jaw literally drops, looking absolutely ridiculous right now. It definitely looks like some vague, fluttery, romantic feelings are already blooming for the girl right in front of him. Tuyet Huy steps up to those two old men and asks, "Is that person inside?" They nervously reply, "They already left for the Huvian realm." She calmly responds, "Is that so?" Then she suddenly shifts her gaze directly to him. Now watch closely, she finally notices him, curiously pointing out she hasn't ever seen this guy before. Taihong leans in close, lowering his voice to mock him, claiming he is just a nobody from the Thai Hoang Pavilion, currently stuck managing the underground storage. Tuyet Huy simply replies, "Oh, really?" While Tuyet Huy is still dumbfounded staring at her, Taihong keeps trashing him, saying he is nothing special so she shouldn't even waste her time. Deja completely agrees, saying he is just a punk who isn't worth looking at. Tuyet Huy covers her mouth, giving a faint smile and asking, "Is that so?" But then, she beams a smile so ridiculously bright it outshines 100 blooming flowers. Looking genuinely amused, she notes that he actually seems like a pretty interesting person. Hearing those words, Tuyet Huy completely freezes up. His eyes light up, though he has no idea why. His heart starts pounding like crazy. Maybe it was her compliment, that heartbreakingly beautiful smile, or both combined, but it sparks an undeniable curiosity deep inside his chest. Just like back then, he wonders who this person actually is. Just looking at her makes his heart stop. Suddenly, Tuyet Huy walks right toward him, leaving him stunned. Her footsteps get closer, while our guy just stands there completely frozen in front of her. This girl's status must be incredibly high, because both Taihong and Deja look super stressed out the second she gets close to him. Tuyet Huy gently asks, "What is your name?" Tuyet Huy totally blanks out, stuttering badly because he is just so painfully nervous and flustered. "I am Tuyet Huy," she smiles approvingly. "Tuyet Huy, that is a beautiful name." But a second later, she covers her nose, totally confused. "I don't know why you are hiding out in an underground toilet like this." I guess there must be some kind of reason. She giggles, lightly covering her mouth. Seeing her reaction, massive waves of embarrassment and shame wash over him. Biting his lower lip, his chest feels icy cold. This hits way differently than when Taihong mocked his smelly, skinny body after he had just finished killing Tikmin. He bitterly realizes she definitely smelled the awful stench coming off his body. No matter how much he washes, that terrible smell just will not go away easily. It is all those two bastards' fault, and right now they are glaring at him with pure jealousy. They clearly hate Tuyet Huy giving him attention. After a few casual questions, she doesn't stick around long and finally turns to leave. Before going, she says goodbye, promising to meet again. Tuyet Huy politely waves back. "We both know what's coming, right?" Boom, a sudden system choice window pops up, making him completely pale. Read and select. Time literally freezes. Even Tuyet Huy's hair stops. Gritting his teeth, he furiously wonders why this thing is back again. Plus, the options are beyond unhinged. "Can I see you again? Do you want a steamy night with me? Do you want to touch my abs?" The timer counts down from 9 seconds. Good grief. He has zero luck in this heavenly sun sect. The system always throws him into awful situations, especially during his first meeting. Panting heavily, Tuyet Huy glares at the choice panel with absolute rage in his eyes. Makes you think, doesn't it? With 7 seconds left, he screams internally, desperately forcing his brain to find any safe way out. This is absolutely not simple. Let us dive right in. You and I know these random choices always come back to haunt the main character later on down the line. Push him into pure hell, then dangle a massive reward. That is exactly how this twisted system works. These prompts change the whole future, not just right now. And before he even knows it, the countdown clock drops to just 3 seconds. Tuyet Huy goes completely serious, staring hard at the floating options. These answers could literally ruin his next life. With only 1 second left on the clock, a fierce, desperate look finally flashes across his eyes. He decides to gamble everything. Let us see how this plays out. System prompt selected. Can I meet you again? He ended up picking the safest looking option of the bunch. Time instantly resumes its normal flow. Forced by the system, Tuyet Huy opens his mouth and speaks the exact line out loud. Could you spare a little bit of your time for me? Everyone in the room completely freezes in absolute shock. Even Tuyet Huy is stunned. Our main character is the only one looking calm, but deep down, he is sweating bullets in pure panic. She keeps that gentle smile, lets out a soft breath, and chuckles. You really are just as interesting as I thought you would be. Tuyet Huy's eyes widen at her reaction. Inside, he is throwing a massive celebration. She smiled again, He definitely picked the absolute perfect choice here. Even after hearing something that totally lacked manners, she didn't instantly turn hostile or hate him for it. The massive weight crushing his chest finally lifts. Tuyet Huy wipes the heavy sweat off his forehead and lets out a massive sigh of relief. But watch closely, because the system never plays nice. It throws another prompt at him, and this time, only the two absolute worst options remain. Please read and select one of the following. Option 1. Do you want to spend a hot and passionate night with me? Option 2. Do you want to try touching my abs? The timer hits 9 seconds. This insane situation gives him such a massive headache he just grabs and messes up his hair. Pure frustration and sheer awkwardness are completely written all over his face. Tuyet Huy curses internally. Not this again. I am in deep trouble this time. Depending on what I pick, the outcome changes, and neither of these is remotely safe. He grits his teeth in pure anger, completely suffocated by how hard this ridiculous system is backing him into a terrible corner right now. He mutters to himself, panicking. What am I supposed to do? But then, his pupils suddenly shrink, as he realizes something incredibly crucial about this trap. Wait a minute, maybe it is not like that. He glances over at Tuyet Hui's frozen body under the system's time stop and starts thinking hard. I always try to pick the safest answer, but that safe choice is exactly what turns into the most terrible outcome possible. Isn't the worst option actually the trap? What if I just assume I am basically forced to pick every single answer it throws at me? Tuyet Huy uses every single drop of his past experience to find an angle that can actually fix this incredibly messed up situation. Seeing the clock down to 22 seconds, he takes a super deep breath to brace himself. Time to face this like a real man and see what happens. System selection. Do you want to spend a hot and passionate night with me? Instantly, the frozen flow of time returns to normal. Tuyet Huy opens his eyes, staring at Tuyet Huy with pure anxiety. But weirdly enough, right at that second, his heart pounds wildly, and his face goes totally numb, like thousands of tiny ants are just crawling all over his skin. You totally felt that too, right? Hearing that completely insane proposal, Tuyet Hui's smile vanishes into pure, dead silence. Deep in her eyes, you can see pure shock mixed with a freezing cold glare, completely different from her usual bright and energetic vibe. Meanwhile, Tuyet Huy despairs internally, knowing anyone watching would think he is completely out of his mind. He lowers his head, gathering every ounce of courage to finish his choice. He decides to spin a massive story instead of being direct. I know I shouldn't be saying such ridiculous things in a situation like this. Inside, he bitterly thinks that no matter how hard he tries to explain himself, there is probably no way to actually justify throwing a wild line like that at her. Tuyet Huy just listens in total silence. Day after day, just trying to become someone better, I have struggled endlessly, as you can see, and now I have ended up looking like this. Even right now, I am covered in absolute filth and cannot even say anything properly. Tuyet Huy quietly tells himself on the inside. No matter what happens, I just want the courage to finally speak my mind. Keeping his composure, he continues talking in a perfectly calm and steady voice. So even knowing it is completely out of line, I had to say it. I want to create my own reason to keep on living. To you, it probably sounds like a massive insult, but meeting you was honestly the greatest luck of my entire life. Even while dropping lines that basically sound like a hardcore confession, his face stays weirdly peaceful and totally unbothered. Even Tuyet Huy shows a very brief flash of surprise. But then, the heavy atmosphere between the two of them suddenly shifts into something entirely different. Even though this whole speech started as a desperate excuse for the system's prompt, it accidentally became the absolute truest summary of his entire painful life. Tuyet Huy thinks back, dying over and over again, stuck in an endless, brutal loop. Suddenly, every single ounce of his repressed frustration completely spills out at once. At first, I just wanted to calm her anger down, but I kept talking until even I lost track of what I was trying to say. I poured my whole heart out, so at least I finally feel a little relieved. So where does that leave us? He is terrified, veins popping in his clenched fists, just waiting to see how she will react to this madness. Stick with me here. We are jumping right into a wild reaction. Her gentle voice drops, and he completely freezes, eyes wide with pure shock. He snaps his head up, absolutely stunned. She patiently repeats herself just so her words can fully sink in. She tells him she is not offended at all, just that he is way too honest. Then she flashes that same breathtaking, heart-stopping smile that changes everything. Her sweet scent fills the air around them, but this time, it feels like a feather softly brushing right against his heart. It leaves him completely flustered, burning up. Even so, he still cannot wrap his head around this insane reality. Honestly, he is having a hard time believing she would react like this. I mean, He just dropped a completely out-of-line comment during their very first meeting. Does she actually mean that? Is she genuinely not bothered by the insanely bold things he just said to her face? She might be cool with it, but those two bitter old guys bullying him definitely are not letting it slide. They absolutely lose it, screaming their lungs out in pure rage, calling him trash, furious that he would dare speak that way to someone of her high status. They threaten to tear his filthy mouth right off his face this very second. While they keep spitting out these nasty insults, the girl who just said she did not care simply stands there, completely and utterly silent. Now pay close attention, because this is where the dynamic completely flips. She steps forward, telling them to hold on. Instantly, an invisible force slams into both of those old guys, sending massive shockwaves straight through their shaking bodies. In the blink of an eye, both of them collapse hard onto the ground while he watches. And this stunningly beautiful woman? She is standing fiercely behind them, dominating the room. Her sword has not even left its sheath yet. That gentle expression is completely gone. In its place is a terrifyingly cold, dead serious glare that screams danger. The old saying is absolutely right. The nicest people are always the scariest when they finally snap. The contrast is just too insane to process. Watching this go down, his eyes practically pop out of his head. Her moves were way too fast, a total blur that a normal human eye could never track. Her glossy black hair sways softly in the air, leaving that sweet scent drifting around. Just a moment later, she closes the distance and steps right up to him. He just stares at her, completely dazed. She has him so totally mesmerized that his defenses are completely down. Zero guard, just pure awe. She smiles as she walks past him, leaving him with a quiet message. She tells him he must stay strong to reach his ultimate goal. Then she turns her head to look right at him. She smiles, but it is super hard to read, totally different from her usual sweet expression. Every single word she speaks rings out crystal clear. She whispers for him to escape this hell with her. Her face leans in so incredibly close that the heavy floral scent completely takes over his senses. Caught completely off guard, he just stands there frozen. After dropping that bombshell, she does not stop. She immediately walks away, tossing one final goodbye glance over her shoulder. It is no longer just polite small talk. This time, the vibe is totally different. It is a promise to see each other again if the chance comes. Meanwhile, he silently breaks down what she just said. Calling this place hell? People from the demonic sect truly view this world in a seriously dark way. Watching her figure slowly disappear into the distance, he thinks to himself about how life is just an endless maze of intersecting choices. And when the results of those choices finally cross paths, that is what we call destiny. You and I both know destiny is usually set in stone. But right now, he feels that his entire timeline, past and present lives, is completely rewriting itself. Unlike the past, something like this has literally never happened before. Suddenly, a bright red notification pops up right over her head, totally different from anyone else he has ever met. It reads affection +3. As that prompt hovers over her, night finally falls across the Murim world. Cut to him shaking out a piece of wet cloth, flicking the leftover water droplets into the air. He hangs it up on the clothesline and lets out a heavy, tired sigh. His face is completely bruised and battered, making him wince hard. A sharp sting from his injuries flares up, forcing him to reach out and touch the wound, letting out a pained grunt. Ouch, he mutters. He saw it coming, but he definitely did not expect those scumbags to beat him quite this brutally. It still stings like crazy. He takes a deep breath, pushing the pain away. He runs his tongue over his dry lips, and then suddenly, he bursts out laughing. Ha ha! Turns out, even while getting treated like a dog on a leash, he actually managed to score some seriously high-level loot along the way. First up, the Min Vuong armor. It is a premium protective battlesuit crafted by the Royal Military Organization. The main effect? A massive, game-changing boost to his raw defense power. Next is the White Soul Powder. It is a mixed elixir passed down through a royal family, loaded with some special dye ingredients. The effect? Any enemy caught within a 3-meter radius falls into temporary confusion. Lastly, the Sword Technique Manual. It says 250 years ago, an elder learned Central Plains, martial arts, and left this secret manual behind. The effect is a huge permanent increase to his sword mastery. With hands on his hips, he rubs his chin, smirking at the item descriptions. So what do you and I take from this? Never leave epic loot lying around. Those old fools hid top-tier treasures in a broken shed, and he is absolutely cleaning house. Let's dive back in, guys. He checks his quest board, nearly halfway done with this humiliating dog mission for Duhong, 4 out of 8 complete. Tuyet Huy rubs his neck, exhales, and tries to hype himself up. Just a few more days to clear these requests. Just gotta grit his teeth and endure. But then boom, his expression shifts, instantly turning dead serious. His voice drops completely. By the way, he flashes back to Tuyet Huy's warning right before she left, whispering to himself, finally, someone who actually gets it. Demonic martial arts completely paralyze a fighter's logic, feeding off raw ambition and awakening the absolute worst human greed. Because deep down, human nature is just an endless obsession with getting stronger. Now pay attention here. Taking that dark power is basically an addiction. Demonic arts make you crave more strength until it completely brainwashes you. But what if someone could resist that brainwashing? Tuyet Huy grabs another set of clothes, using his raw energy to aggressively wring out the soaking wet fabric. He questions everything, constantly searching for a better path forward. Because sometimes, rare anomalies like that actually do happen. Besides, he just cannot picture her falling victim to that darkness. Suddenly, a massive wave of hope lights up inside Tuyet Huy's chest. He thinks they might actually cross paths again. His original goal for getting stronger was simple, just survive, without completely losing his own morals. But now, his target is crystal clear. Standing under the blinding moonlight, he lets out a heavy breath and makes a silent, absolute vow to himself. Sure, right now he is still incredibly weak, struggling like a completely pathetic underdog. But trust me, on this one day he will grab that power, and he will stand right beside Thursday. Let's jump into a wild escape. He imagined grabbing Tuyet Huy by the hand and running from this demonic cult, his heart absolutely overflowing with pure joy. Tuyet Huy smiled confidently. That day is coming soon. He gripped that piece of cloth tightly. His eyes were completely serious and determined, staring up at the stunningly beautiful night sky, perfectly lit by an absolutely mesmerizing full moon. He told himself he was truly looking forward to that day. Then, on a completely clear day at the familiar heavenly sun peak, a super excited voice echoed out. You swing like this? No, you duck your head first. Then you throw the punch like this. Taihong showed off his martial arts moves, acting like an absolute boss. Hey, I am doing it right. Just watch closely and learn. His heavy fist slammed straight into the stomach of someone tied up tightly with ropes. Taihong knew perfectly well he was hitting a living person, but he kept throwing heavy punches anyway, completely merciless, just to flex his own martial arts skills. With every single strike, the guy just laughed out loud. After beating him until he was exhausted, he wiped his forehead, let out a heavy sigh, and arrogantly asked Deja standing next to him, so how was that? Now pay attention to who is tied up. Yes, that human punching bag is actually our main character. His entire body was tied tightly to a wooden post. It honestly looked like an execution scene, except his hands were bound with heavy ropes, instead of being completely pinned down. After taking that brutal beating, Tuyet Huy's face was completely wrecked. He glared up at those two disgusting old jerks laughing weirdly across from him, his eyes burning with absolute, unfiltered hatred. Hyping up Taihong, Deja refused to just stand there and punched him hard in the gut. These villains were literally using our main character as a live training dummy. Tuyet Huy gritted his teeth. That punch definitely hurt, but it did not affect him too much. What he was really trying to hold back was the raging fire of anger burning inside. Tuyet Huy bitterly told himself to just endure it a little bit longer. He was so incredibly close. The current quest level only needed one more step to be fully complete. He had to endure this sick game to get the reward. Quest update: become Taihong's little dog. 7 out of 8 complete. Suddenly, Deja yelled and threw a wild backward kick. Smelling the intense danger coming his way, Tuyet Huy screamed out in absolute panic. Hey, wait, not like that. Hold on. His face was full of sheer terror, cold sweat pouring down as the enemy readied his next brutal move. But completely ignoring the main character's desperate begging, the guy yelled out aggressively and landed a completely devastating kick straight to his most sensitive area. The sickening sound echoed loud and clear. Tuyet Huy froze entirely. A splitting pain shot up from below, utterly destroying his sanity, and he simply could not stop himself from screaming out in sheer agony. Everything down there went numb, leaving only a brutal, lingering ache. That was an incredibly dirty, cowardly, and absolutely toxic low blow. Tuyet Huy literally passed out from the pain for a few seconds, his body going totally limp against the ropes. After landing that critical hit, Deja actually had the nerve to ask, "How is that?" Taihong angrily yelled at Deja. You might think he felt bad for him, but he was only mad because Deja did not follow his exact martial arts instructions. I did not say to hit him there. Do I have to show you myself? Taihong raised his fist with an incredibly evil smile. Hey, watch carefully and learn. Here is where it gets incredibly interesting. Watch closely. He threw a powerful punch, but this time, our main character finally tilted his head and dodged. Both villains completely froze at his sudden, unexpected resistance. Du Hong asked in absolute disbelief, "You actually dodged?" Dai Fok was even more utterly shocked. He always thought Tuyet Huy was just an obedient dog who never complained no matter what happened, so he blurted out, "Are you totally insane?" The corners of his mouth curled into a deeply satisfied smirk. Tuyet Huy simply could not hold back his chest-heaving laughter. The two jerks stepped closer, completely unaware he was about to send them straight to the afterlife. Defoch asked, "Did we hit him too much to the point he snapped?" Honestly, you really cannot blame their reaction here. Tuyet Huy was laughing like an absolute maniac right after taking a lethal shot to his most incredibly sensitive area. Turns out, the real reason he was laughing so happily was because the quest was finally complete. The moment for epic revenge was finally here. System notification become Du Hong's little dog, 8 out of 8. Quest completed. Tuyet Huy looked up at them with wild excitement, a thrilling smile spreading across his bloodied face. He had waited so incredibly long for this exact day to spit the most toxic insults right into their ugly faces. "That's right, you freaking dogs." The system officially announced that his combat mode was now fully unlocked, allowing him to freely switch his battle settings during normal combat whenever he wanted. Defoch obviously never expected a guy like Tuyet Huy to boldly curse them out and call them dogs. He instantly raged out, "What did you just say, you absolute bastard?" Meanwhile, the system displayed turn-based combat details, asking him to click here for more information. Unable to handle that absolute disrespect, Defoch completely lost his mind and threw a heavy, desperate punch straight at our main character, totally ignoring the system warnings popping up. "You and I are about to see payback." Yelling out curses, he broke free as those thick ropes tore apart completely with just one swing. Let's dive right into the madness. Tuyet Huy effortlessly blocks the punch, leaving Defoch's eyes wide with pure shock. The bully can't believe this absolute bottom-tier loser, someone they treated like a dog, is suddenly this ridiculously strong. Tuyet Huy speaks, his voice dripping with pure, murderous intent. Instantly, the entire room drops into dead silence. "Everything you guys did to me over these past 6 days," he mutters, crushing the bully's fist so hard it feels like the bones are snapping. Defoch lets out an agonized yelp. His eyes darken, flashing with raw rage as killing intent explodes from his body. Tuyet Huy grits out every single word. "I am paying you back, with heavy interest." First on the menu, returning that brutal kick to the crotch the bully gave him earlier. Flashing a ruthless smile, he doesn't hesitate for a second. He delivers a devastating kick straight to Defoch's family jewels so hard you can practically hear the crack echoing through the air. No matter how tough a guy thinks he is, taking a hit right there, that is a soul-crushing, absolute nightmare of pain. After that terrifying strike, the bully completely loses his mind, screaming his lungs out in agony. Meanwhile, Tuyet Huy smiles with twisted satisfaction, his chest heaving with wild adrenaline. He doesn't even know why he feels this way, but one thing is crystal clear right now: he absolutely loves this feeling. It honestly feels just like crushing soft tofu in his hands. There is literally no other way to explain this wild rush of power. Seeing this, Du Hong furiously raises his fist and charges straight at our main character, screaming out, "You little bastard!" Tuyet Huy just stands perfectly still facing that deadly attack. He mocks him with a smirk. "Way too slow, man." Then, faster than lightning, he throws a devastating punch right into the guy's face, hitting so hard his head almost snaps clean off. Du Hong collapses heavily onto the floor after eating that thunderous punch, while Tuyet Huy just stands there looking completely shocked. He grunts in confusion before it suddenly clicks. "Oh, you died from just that?" Du Hong lies lifeless, foaming at the mouth, eyes rolled back. Now pay attention. This is where it gets crazy. The system instantly flashes a clear notification. Du Hong is dead. Seriously, just how ridiculously high is Tuyet Huy's combat power right now if a single casual punch was enough to kill a guy? But he's not satisfied. He actually grabs the corpse by the collar and yells in frustration, "No way, wake up. You cannot die this early. I'm not even done settling the score with you. You can't just die." Right at that exact moment, a system window pops up, perfectly distracting him from the dead body. Curiosity taking over, he quickly scans through the newly displayed text. It introduces a second combat method, turn-based mode. It is a fighting style where both sides naturally expose their weak points to each other. Whenever the user, Tuyet Huy, spots an opening or senses danger, this system window will automatically activate to help him out. If time freezes, different options will pop up depending on the exact battle situation. Tuyet Huy rubs his chin. staring at the notification panel deep in thought. The pros? Once an opportunity shows up, you won't miss it. Plus, you can launch ultra-fast strikes with maximum damage and perfect efficiency. During the fight, you can even open your item inventory. But there are flaws. If you expose a weakness to the enemy, any injuries taken will be way more severe than normal, and your combat focus completely drops. You and I both know that's risky. If the enemy moves first, activation takes way too long or just fails completely. After reading the details of this second combat mode, he blurts out, "So that's how it is. This must be the controversial feature everyone talks about." Then, details about the other brand new feature instantly pop up on screen, the AI combat mode. So, what exactly is this artificial intelligence-assisted fighting style all about anyway? Basically, the AI takes over and gets full management control over absolutely everything within Tuyet Huy's system interface. The big advantage here? It analyzes his physical condition and weapons, while also instantly spotting the enemy's weak points. Because of this, it can maximize his abilities, perfectly drawing out every single drop of hidden potential lying dormant inside Tuyet Huy. And as he accumulates more battle experience, his overall combat capabilities will keep skyrocketing. The major downside? Before it delivers a final result, he literally cannot interrupt or intervene at all. Plus, when fighting multiple enemies, its judgment speed might slow down, and he cannot use his item inventory. Tuyet Huy stares at the two modes displayed on the panel. Turn-based combat mode versus AI combat mode. Looking closely, he mutters to himself, "Honestly, these actually seem like pretty solid options. I just pick one here, right? But if I do, how exactly will the fight work?" Even though he just read through the entire description for both combat styles, he still has absolutely no clue how they actually trigger in a real fight. Right at that moment, Dai-Fach finally pushes past the gut-wrenching pain. Blinded by fury, he blindly charges straight at our main character, screaming, "You little bastard!" Only now does Tuyet Huy suddenly remember this guy even exists. He turns his head and sighs in annoyance. Ah, right. There is still one more idiot left. But suddenly, the system flashes a wild alert. Even though he hasn't chosen anything yet, the AI forcefully joins the battle and starts. Tuyet Huy's eyes go wide in complete shock at this sudden twist. A faint blue glowing light entirely wraps around his body, and it seems like he is the only one who can actually see it. And the very next second, his literal soul gets violently pushed out. It floats right up into midair, leaving Tuyet Huy completely horrified, his jaw dropping at this absolute bizarre sight. Panicking from the insane invisible force yanking him into the sky, he screams out. His consciousness just hovers there in disbelief. Trust me, you and I are gonna want to see where this wild power-up goes next. Am I flying? My body is down there. Let's dive into this wild experience. Our main character watches a screaming, deeply hateful phantom rushing straight at him. Meanwhile, his actual physical body is just standing there entirely frozen, totally ignoring the deadly killing intent, heading right for it without even flinching. His consciousness is completely scrambled right now. Is his soul really getting knocked out of his body like this? The phantom shrieks, charging in with pure absolute rage. It gets incredibly close, but his body still hasn't moved a single inch from that spot. Floating up high above, his soul screams out in total desperate panic. "Move, Tuyet Huy! Come on, you are under a direct attack right now." Suddenly, his physical body slowly looks up, glaring at the phantom with chilling, absolutely deadly eyes. His face is dead serious and incredibly dark. Right as the screaming phantom's hand is about to finally touch him, the AI completely takes over his body and executes a completely flawless, lightning-fast backflip, planting one hand down perfectly for a solid pivot. It uses insane bodily agility to quickly spin and smash a brutal, devastating kick right into the phantom's jaw. His floating soul drops its jaw in pure shock as his glowing red pupils violently shrink in awe. After landing that crushing, knockout blow, the AI quickly retreats backward. It lands firmly on the solid ground as the phantom violently collapses. His soul is frozen, rigid right now, silently analyzing that absolutely insane physical movement. Rather than actual martial arts, this technique relies entirely on raw physical stats. It easily suppressed the enemy without even needing to use a single ultimate skill. Tuyet Huy finds it super weird that his soul still hasn't returned to his physical body, questioning out loud, why stop before it is over? Well, stick with me here, because you and I are about to hear a completely strange new voice answer him. This new, highly imposing voice sounds like it just stood there and witnessed everything. What the hell are you doing? His floating consciousness widely opens its eyes in total and utter shock. A mysterious man wearing a heavy brown fur coat walks right toward the main character. He is exactly the one who just spoke those words. Rocking that heavy fur coat and a bizarrely small black hat, this guy looks super weird, especially with that exceptionally long scar across one eye. His name is Biao Jian, the head manager of Tianri Dojo. His system status board shows stats resting right under the 10,000 mark. Normal body, HP 7450, MP 8909, power 30,000. He quietly glances at the dead phantom lying on the dirt, then looks back at his physical body. Did you do this all by yourself? But right now, the main character's soul is stuck completely on the outside. The thing controlling his body like a literal puppet is just the AI system. It completely ignores Biao Jian and simply stands in dead silence. Apparently, it just does not have a chat mode. Obviously, an absolute outsider like Biao Jian has zero clue about that truth. He just angrily assumes our guy is disrespecting him, silently thinking he is just refusing to speak. Seeing him stay entirely quiet, the cocky manager takes it as a full confession. Guess there is absolutely no need for any kind of interrogation. Our hero's floating consciousness is incredibly curious right now. He really wants to see exactly how the AI system is going to flawlessly handle this new, dangerous guy. Judging purely by combat power, he is not a ridiculously strong opponent, but definitely not weak either. Plus, the enemy is actively holding a weapon while the AI is completely bare-handed. What is your big move here, AI? Biao Jian violently draws his sword, planning to chop him down right on the spot. Don't blink. You and I are about to see what this AI can really do as it instantly launches forward with absolutely blinding, ridiculous speed. His opponent calmly stays in place, gripping his sword tight to silently analyze the incoming threat. Oh, you are attacking first? That is actually pretty tricky. Raising his sword up high with a deeply mocking grin, the arrogant manager thrusts the deadly blade straight at the AI while violently screaming a curse. Damn it all! Tuyet Hui's soul desperately watches from above, his eyes popping completely out and his jaw dropping. He silently thinks, it actually dodged that. Not just retreating, it perfectly predicted that exact strike beforehand. The AI swiftly backs up to maintain a safe distance from the enemy. It clearly understands that carelessly rushing in close right now is just a massive, dangerous disadvantage. Floating up high, Tuyet Huy nervously grabs his own arms, heavily frustrated and thinking to himself, I almost literally died right there just a second ago. For a brief second, I completely forgot that was my actual physical body. The AI morphs into a total battle beast, aggressively making his body charge forward once again with its eyes visibly radiating an intense, insanely powerful energy. And what about its opponent? Biao Jian stares in total utter confusion at these reckless moves. Again? Isn't charging right at me pretty stupid and entirely foolish? He locks into a fighting stance, pulling his sword arm way back for a lethal, piercing thrust. But too bad, the AI is significantly faster. It violently stomps the ground and instantly closes the gap right beneath him, startling him completely. However, Biao Jian is absolutely not the type to sit and die. Gritting his teeth hard, he furiously swings his sword, but the AI cleanly ducks low. It tightly plants its hands, crouching directly on the dirt with a completely hidden face. Showing absolutely zero emotion whatsoever, it truly turned into a complete living puppet, making it totally and completely impossible for anyone to accurately predict its next insane thoughts. Hovering high up in the air, the main character's soul curiously and nervously asks, what on earth are you actually thinking down there? Why wildly move around so recklessly like that? The AI boldly stands up again, looking exactly like it was systematically programmed to ruthlessly attack, gracefully fail, and instantly rise up to fiercely strike again. Tuyet Huy, the true original owner of this hijacked physical body, he wildly cheers inside. And trust me, you and I will never forget this cliffhanger as the AI boldly rushes in, effortlessly swinging its bare hand just like a deadly blade. Alright, stick with me here. This AI auto battle system is a literal berserker, and its crazy moves just made the supervisor absolutely furious. He swings his blade and screams, "What am I to you?" The cold sword slashes straight toward him. But too bad, the system dodges it again by ducking low. It plants his hands firmly on the ground, already locked into a perfectly prepared stance. It controls our main character's leg, launching a flying sweep, landing a brutal kick on the supervisor. Caught totally off guard, he gets knocked back, screaming in pure agony. His pupils flash with blood-red veins as the impact fully hits him. After unleashing that massive physical attack, his foot slams down, planting firmly into the dirt. The AI spins and delivers another brutal kick right to his chin, a fatal weak point. setting up the absolute perfect finishing blow. The supervisor's limp body crashes heavily to the ground after taking those two devastating kicks, while our hero stands there completely unshaken. Floating high above, Tuyet Hui's soul is completely stunned. Watching this unfold, his pupils shrink to pinpricks, so mind-blown he literally cannot even speak a single word. Suddenly, a system prompt pops up. How will you handle the supervisor? Two options appear, kill or knock out. Still terrified by what he just saw, Tuyet Hui is completely caught off guard by this message. He blurts out, "The final choice is actually up to me?" Watch closely, because right here, time completely freezes, pausing both the AI and the supervisor's broken, kneeling body. Our hero finally makes the most ruthless choice. Kill. The AI instantly takes the order and violently grabs the supervisor's head. With demon-like bloodshot eyes, dripping with cold intent and a sharp, entirely emotionless expression, the system ruthlessly snaps his neck without hesitating. A sharp crack rings out as bone shatters. Floating midair, the hero's soul is completely horrified by this, even though he literally made the final call. He lets out a loud gasp. He's clearly stunned by how brutally the AI executed the target without a single second of hesitation. Once the battle officially ends, a new notification panel instantly flashes right before his eyes. AI combat mode has ended, announcing the very first battle results. Result: Tuyet Hui lives, target dead, supervisor dead. Body is perfectly normal with 0 injuries. Stamina dropped by 12 out of 20,560. Internal energy remains full at 21,000. Tuyet Hui stares at his stats in total shock, a happy smirk crossing his face. He silently analyzes this. Killing a manager and a Heavenly Sun Pavilion supervisor cost a mere 12 stamina, and his internal energy didn't drop at all. Suddenly, his floating soul begins to fade, as if being forcibly summoned back home. Tuyet Hui waves toward his physical body in a total daze. He still cannot get used to this bizarre out-of-body sensation. He glances at the supervisor's corpse, then clenches his own fists, feeling every single physical sense returning. Unable to hide his joy, Tuyet Hui's lips curl into a huge grin. "Ah, I am finally back," he says. Taking down 2 strong opponents for just 12 stamina? I've never experienced combat this insane before. You and I both know he could never pull that off by himself. I am totally ahead of the game now, he thinks. I definitely need to use this system more. Down in the pavilion basement, Tuyet Hui sits cross-legged, staring into a bronze mirror. He buried 3 bodies, which are probably mostly decomposed by now. Even if they get found, he's leaving the pavilion soon anyway, so whatever. Looking in the mirror, he sees a number 2 floating above his head, 2 extra lives secured. At this point, I've powered up quite a bit. Now I just need to capture Ju-woon, and the Earth Demon's trust will finally be mine. Tuyet Hui smiles with absolute confidence. Let's get fully prepared, he says, instantly opening up his system window. A massively long inventory list pops up, way more packed than before. Medicinal pouch, golden wound healing powder, iron blood poison, 1 spirit recovery pill. For weapons, 1 martial spirit blade, 1 lunar scent dart, and for armor, 1 heavenly silver armor, 1 high-tier chest plate, 1 underworld war gear, plus backup spirit powder. He also checks his absolute secret manuals, 4 great demonic arts, and sword mastery books. Treasure maps showing 7 locations, and military enlistment files. Looking at this insane loot stash, Tuyet Hui can't help but praise himself. I've actually gathered a pretty decent haul, he mutters. System says, heavenly silver armor equipped. Instantly, an invisible layer of protection coats his body. You've read the basic sword mastery manual. Your total understanding of sword techniques has successfully increased. Skill levels upgraded. Basic stage joyous demonic art, basic stage red hand demonic art, and basic stage super extreme demonic art. Tuyet Hui cheers internally. With all his base stats finally restored to normal, he immediately opens up his status window to check his actual power. Tuyet Hui, squad leader. Lives remaining, 2. Body status, perfectly normal. Stamina at 20,548. Internal energy 21,000. Combat power, 10,000. Equipped with sword and heavenly silver armor. Tuyet Hui stares intently at his own status window with a dead serious expression. And this is what we've been waiting for. He finally hit Su Hui's level from their first meeting. Plus, combat mode is back to turn-based. Honestly, after witnessing that absolutely psychotic, bloodthirsty AI battle style firsthand, Tuyet Hui got a little creeped out. There's no way he's keeping that as his default setting anymore. The combat system just completely shifted from AI mode straight to turn-based. Tuyet Hui's face looks absolutely dead serious. He remembers Van, the guy who brutally humiliated him in his past life, and makes his choice. Stick with me here, we're about to trap a spy. Everything is fully prepped down in the Thien Knot martial arts basement, his usual training ground. It is also the exact spot where Van will show up to guide him into the military ranks. Today is the official disciple initiation day. Tuyet Huy has been sitting there waiting for that traitor for ages, hands tightly clasped together. He stares at the wooden door leading outside with a totally cold, piercing gaze, his expression heavy. The preparations for his absolute showdown with Van are finally completely done. Bring it on. He isn't scared at all. Actually, he is dying for him to show up. This prey is his ultimate cheat code to level up fast. You have reached a crucial story branch. Would you like to save your progress? Suddenly, the system pops up a notification saying he can actually save his current moment, leaving Tuyet Huy completely stunned. Eyes wide, he curiously wonders out loud, a crucial branch? Which branch will you save? Heavenly Calendar, Year 595, Chapter 2.1, The Life Kanma Offered. Empty save slot. An empty save slot. It makes total sense why he is so shocked right now, because this literally never happened in any of his past lives. He is quietly confused. Unlike his past lives, nothing crazy has even happened yet this time around. There absolutely has to be a hidden reason for this. And this right here is the exact reason why the thing in front of him is forcing a choice. Now, pay close attention here. Every single move from now on changes his entire future. Tuyet Huy nervously stares at the options, ultimately deciding to risk it all. Might as well test it out first. He decides to save his current progress, but the title of the save file is super weird and incredibly hard to understand. Heavenly Calendar, Year 95, Chapter 2.13, The Life Kanma Offered. Heavenly Calendar, Year 95, Chapter 2.15, Becoming a Core Martial Master. After failing the Disciple Initiation Tournament, final status. And then, an empty save slot. So that means he only has one single last chance to save his progress. The system quickly flashes a notification confirming the save is complete. He is so absolutely shocked that he blurts out loud, looking at the title of his brand new save file. What the heck is this? Heavenly Calendar, Year 95, Chapter 2.15, Becoming a Core Martial Master. After failing the Disciple Initiation Tournament, final status. He just stares right at the screen, completely confused, and blurts out loud, fail the Disciple Tournament? Plus, what does final status even mean? But right then, a super familiar shadow appears at the exact entrance leading straight down into the basement. It wasn't until he saw the tip of the guy's shoes that Tuyet Huy actually noticed his presence. His absolute worst enemy is here, still rocking that same serious, monkey-like long face from before. Tuyet Huy quietly mutters his name, Van. Exactly like his past lives, Van pulls out a grayish-white immortality pill and coldly tells him to take it. System prompt: you received the immortality pill. Such a high-tier item. Of course, our main character isn't going to turn it down, right? At the very least, it'll give his base stats a solid little boost. Even though it's complete garbage compared to the pill, this guy is secretly keeping for himself. He chews the pill, and his new stat window pops right up. A tiny increase, but whatever, he'll take it. Stamina 20,000. Internal energy 23,000. Van gives the exact same speech about the pill he just ate. Blah blah, one pill is a miracle drug that boosts internal energy by 10 whole years. Tuyet Huy instantly cuts him off. You and I both know the villain is hiding the good stuff, so our boy gets straight to the point. He drops a bomb. Aren't you giving me the flying dragon pill? His eyes turn razor sharp, glaring coldly right at Van. The guy absolutely did not expect him to know about the flying dragon pill. He freezes up, that strict expression finally cracking. Tuyet Huy instantly throws Bonat Kai under the bus as a shield, giving him the exact same excuse he used in the past to completely fool him. But this time, the vibe is totally different. He is baiting him into throwing the first punch. I heard directly from Master Kanma that you're secretly holding on to it. Van just stays dead silent at that. His mouth visibly twitches, eyes super intense and completely impossible to read. But honestly, Tuyet Huy isn't some clueless, naive little kid anymore. Plus, right now, Van is nothing but his prey. He skips the small talk and demands it straight up, hand it over now. Van keeps his mouth shut, staring him down with a heavy, searching gaze. Realizing he can't hide it anymore, he rudely pulls out the real deal, tosses him the top-tier pill, and bluntly snaps, just take it. Tuyet Huy catches it mid-air. Staring at the blood-red pill in his hand, his mind flashes back. If this was his past life, right about now, while he is distracted by the pill, Van grits his teeth and violently charges forward to attack. His massive fist swings wildly. The guy probably thinks he caught him totally off guard, but this entire sequence was part of the master plan. Exactly as predicted, he clearly remembers how in his past life, he took a devastating punch to the gut right before joining the military. Burning with frustration, remembering how utterly blind and helpless he was back then. But this time, we're about to see him casually absorb that flying dragon pill right before the strike lands. Trust me, it's gonna be epic. Let's jump straight into the madness. He casually catches the incoming strike, grabbing the wrist, not just blocking. His stats just spiked, pushing him right into monster territory with every single attribute blowing way past 25,000. Stats spike, physical 26,650, internal 23,180. A faint but absolutely massive wave of energy silently surges around his body like a raging flood. Tuyet Huy frowns, anger flashing as he demands, "Why would you do this?" Reborn never expected his attack to get completely shut down. He finally starts taking our main character seriously, choking out a gasp. "You crossed the line." His glowing red pupils narrow, glaring right at him as his voice drops into a fierce, dangerous growl. "Is this rashness the first thing your disciple taught you?" Thanks to his massive power jump, his words hit 1,000 times harder. Just one look sends chills down Reborn's spine. He stares back cautiously, his own blood-red eyes filled with absolute tension. His mind-reading skill just leveled up, jumping from the beginner tier straight to basic. Physical 26,000, internal 27,000, combat power 100,000. He crushes Reborn's wrist, locking him into that exact pose. Tuyet Huy smiles to himself. He can totally win this fight. Martial arts experience, exploiting weak points, stacked combat knowledge, refined techniques, and even the mastery of the great destructive sword method. Checking the enemy's status window, there is a clear 5,000 point gap. Reborn has 15,000 physical, 20,000 internal. Tuyet Huy thinks, watch closely now. He thinks it is an easy win, but suddenly his face morphs into absolute, pure terror. His pupils shrink. How does a guy with average base stats have such insane combat power? 190,000. That number alone proves exactly who is going to dominate this fight. Tuyet Huy instantly jumps back, putting distance between him and this absolute monster. What is going on? Combat power info unlocked when his mind reading hit the basic stage. Experience tells him the higher this number, the more insanely explosive their ability is. The Divine Wolf was at 70,000, and that was already way higher than anyone he had ever faced before. Tuyet Huy stares in pure horror. Right now, Reborn looks like an actual demon, glowing eyes and a brutally fierce expression. 190,000. Suddenly, the system window pops up warning. Reborn has found a critical opening in his defense. How will you handle him? An invisible, creeping fear completely takes over his heart. Tuyet Huy realizes he messed with the wrong guy, screaming in absolute despair mentally. It is over. With a power gap this massive, fighting head-on is just suicide. Plus, there is literally nowhere in this tight space to even try running away. You chose defense. It is his only option. Reborn stomps the ground, and instantly, he closes the gap. So incredibly fast that our guy barely leans back to dodge. His hand straightens like a blade, slashing forward with a fierce explosion of aura, but the main character tilts his head just in time. Tuyet Huy counters, knocking the hand away while desperately jumping back to create space. But this monster refuses to let up, pushing right back in, throwing another brutal hand strike. Tuyet Huy grits his teeth. There is zero room left to dodge. We all knew this was coming, right? An insanely brutal physical clash. But honestly, our guy is literally just surviving on pure defense here. They both slide backwards, neither of them dropping their guard for a single second, glaring at each other like beasts. But clearly the main character is struggling hard. He grits his teeth, cursing. But right then, a massive weak point opens up. System warning! Reborn found an opening. How will you deal with him? Eyes wide in pure shock at another system warning, he clenches his jaw, cold sweat pouring completely down his face. Damn it, things are getting really bad now. Crap, you chose to escape, but tragically, before he can even move an inch, the enemy is right there. Reborn gives him a terrifying look, pulling back his clothes to reveal a deadly, razor-sharp hidden weapon. No hesitation. He swings right at him, unleashing a violent blade aura. Even as he twists to dodge, he still takes a massive hit. A full power strike deals devastating damage. Slashed hard, our guy screams out in absolute pain before completely collapsing to the floor. Blown away by the impact, his whole body slams brutally into the hard stone. One single move deletes half his health bar. Physical drops by almost 10,000, down to 16,800. Internal mana stays full. Holding that dagger, Curvern slowly walks toward him with a terrifying dark aura. Tuyet Huy pants, teeth clenched. He struggles to look up, watching the enemy. Bitter realization hits he cannot move. The power gap is just way too undeniably massive here. Blood sprays. That metallic scent fills the air. Trust me, you are not ready for what happens next. Stick with me here. Kuvan just pierced Tuyet Huy right through the arm, blood spraying everywhere. Gritting his teeth through the agonizing pain, he screams internally. His left arm? Completely paralyzed and totally useless now. The only thing he can rely on to fight back against this beast is his physical strength and internal energy. He stares at Kuvan's murderous aura. This time, the giant isn't just going to beat him half to death like in his past life. He wants to finish the job right here. Facing the giant standing right in front of him, Tuyet Huy clutches his bleeding arm and forces himself to stand up tall. His right hand tightly grips his unsheathed sword. He channels the legendary Little Joy demonic art. Drawing the blade, a brilliant, incredibly powerful layer of sword aura erupts over the steel. He glares intensely at Kuvan, ready to unleash maximum pressure. Pure determination burns deep in his eyes. There is absolutely no way he is giving up on this life. Seeing the incredible energy radiating off our main character's blade, Kuvan freezes up for a second. His eyes go wide in pure inner shock. This kid, Tuyet Huy clenches his jaw until his veins bulge out, staring him down with an absolute fiery will to survive. Taking the initiative, Tuyet Huy instantly dashes forward to attack. He moves so fast, only a wind path afterimage remains where he stood. He violently thrusts his glowing sword straight at his chest, but the giant quickly brings up his own massive blade to block. Still, the raw power behind that crazy strike catches him completely off guard. He stares back. As for Tuyet Huy, he bites down hard, praying this desperate technique is enough to actually hurt him. He unleashes a fierce, non-stop combo, violently raining heavy strikes on Kuvan to force him into a corner and expose an opening. Glowing fragments of broken sword energy helplessly scatter all across the dirt. Now watch closely, because this is where it gets wild. Veins popping, he clashes directly with the giant in a pure, insane test of raw strength. He activates his ultimate move, the Little Joy demonic art, 3-hit combo. He aggressively throws an endless barrage of lightning-fast attacks right at Kuvan. But incredibly, the absolute beast deflects every single one flawlessly. Not a single strike even grazes his skin. That finally shatters Tuyet Huy's patience. He completely loses it, roaring out loud like a wild beast. Landing heavily back on the ground after his assault, a heavy, freezing aura still lingers thickly in the surrounding air. He rejoices internally. Perfect. The giant took the demonic energy hit. Time to keep pushing him back. Grinding his teeth, he desperately racks his brain for a surefire way to slay this absolute monster. But suddenly, another bright system warning window flashes right in his face. System warning. Kuvan has found your critical opening. How will you choose to respond to this threat? Direct combat, defend, or flee? His heart instantly turns to ice reading that terrifying prompt. The overwhelming reality of the danger hits him like an absolute truck. Absolutely frustrated, he fiercely curses himself for getting overpowered yet again. He gnashes his teeth so hard that his jaw veins practically explode with rage. He still cannot possibly comprehend this completely desperate situation. Even though his physical and internal stats are way higher than the enemy, he totally loses his cool. And you and I both know he's picking the wildest, most reckless option. Direct combat selected. Screaming out with pure, bitter resentment, he recklessly charges straight ahead. But wait, why? Kuvan's massive dagger is already raised high. Tuyet Huy stares back in absolute wide-eyed shock. Meanwhile, the towering giant glares down with dark, chillingly calm eyes that are overflowing with pure, murderous intent. The enemy's blade suddenly ignites with light, and a massive, totally unstoppable surge of power violently thrusts directly forward. That heavy dagger, completely dripping with a terrifying blood-red aura, ruthlessly pierces straight through our main character's shoulder without any mercy. The strike was so insanely fast he couldn't even put up a guard. A direct hit. Face dark with rage, Kuvan tightens his grip. The energy-coated blade hovers there, lifting his entire body off the ground, dyeing him in fresh crimson. Warm red blood uncontrollably pours down the cruel steel, heavily dripping onto the dirt below. Just one single brutal attack like that basically drops his total health to absolute zero. Tuyet Huy's stamina plummets. Health drops massively. Internal energy stays full. Coughing up a huge mouthful of blood, he groans in sheer agony. That deep stab wound is undeniably fatal if not treated quickly. The giant coldly yanks the bloodied weapon out, leaving our hero to collapse limply to the hard ground. A terrifying, lingering blade of aura remains attached to the dagger. Suddenly, the beast steps toward Tuyet Huy, looming over his defeated prey. Absolute panic begins swelling heavily inside him. He cautiously looks up at his executioner. His racing heart beats uncontrollably out of his chest, and even his own hands are shaking violently in terror. The terrifying, demonic face of Kuvan reflects clearly in his terrified eyes. The old monster's ruthless eyes glow heavily with bloodlust. He raises his massive, rock-solid fist incredibly high into the air, getting ready to deliver an earth-shattering final blow. Gritting his teeth furiously, he completely mercilessly smashes his heavy fist right into the kid's face, twisting his neck brutally to the side. It is obvious he is absolutely enraged by what Tuyet Huy tried to pull. One single punch completely knocks him out. Eyes rolled back, massively bruised face, and trust me, you are going to want to see how he survives this absolute nightmare. Alright, stick with me here. You are about to see our guy in absolute crisis mode. A dark red system warning flashes. Unconscious. Combat ability completely gone. We open in a pitch-black cave where barely any light reaches. High above, a heavy drop of water hangs on a jagged rock edge, looking like it has been trapped there forever. Finally, the weight becomes too much. It falls like heavy rain, hitting the cold ground with a sharp splash right by Tuyet Hui's motionless feet. He is barely alive, tightly tied to a wooden chair. One shoulder is completely soaked in blood from that massive stab wound left by the giant. His head hangs low, entirely blacked out. Suddenly, a massive hand slaps him hard right across the face. A rough voice barks out from the shadows. "Hey, wake up now." Dragged awake by the sharp pain, Tuyet Huy lets out a weak, confused groan. His heavy eyelids slowly flutter open. Through his completely blurry vision, he spots the hand of the guy who just hit him. Even though his body screams no, Tuyet Huy forces his eyes open, looking totally dazed. Shivering from the cold, he groans out loud. Sitting right across from him is the giant, the exact same monster who wrecked him like this, glaring with a dead serious face. The exact second he gets a tiny grip on reality, the system instantly throws up a window analyzing his life-threatening injuries. Status warning. His body is torn up in 24 different spots, including a nasty gash right on his temple. Neck spine aching. Left arm paralyzed. Stamina 85 out of 26,650. Internal energy 3,500 out of 27,180. Combat power under 10,000. Tuyet Huy scans the window, thinking, so it is this bad. Right then, a slow, drawling voice echoes out. It sounds completely different from the giant, instantly grabbing our main character's attention. Snap out of it, looks like you are finally awake. The new guy steps out of the shadows looking half asleep, while the giant just shoots him a super cold, annoyed glare. Watch closely now. The main character looks absolutely shocked, instantly recognizing this new demon's identity. He screams internally, "Wait, this guy?" The status board for this absolute monster suddenly pops up. Demon Lord Hong Ma, 8th rank of the Demon Eye Squad. Hostility level 95% dangerous. Allied with the very first disciple of the Heavenly Demon. Stamina 35,000. Internal energy 31,000. Combat power 42,000. This guy is not a stranger at all. He was the examiner for the language test. He stares at the main character with insane killing intent. A hidden word from their first meeting finally becomes totally clear on screen comprehension. +1, Tuyet Huy gasps in shock internally, quickly checking the origin of the martial arts map. Stuffing his hands into his pockets, looking bored out of his mind. The demon growls, "Watch your eyes." Meanwhile, Tuyet Huy is entirely focused on that weird floating text above his head, wondering what comprehension actually means here. Then, the guy suddenly says something the main character cannot understand at all. Makes sense. You have been a rat this whole time, lying to everyone around you. It would be weirder if you actually knew. I know what you are thinking. Wait, is our guy actually a secret spy right now? It is hilarious because the real traitor is literally standing right next to him. Hong Ma steps up real close, dropping his voice to ask, "Who exactly sent you?" Of course, Tuyet Huy has zero clue what this crazy accusation means, immediately firing back. "I have no idea what you are talking about." Hong Ma lets out a heavy, tired sigh, then suddenly clamps his hand right onto that mangled shoulder, terrifying our main character. His deep voice echoes like a literal demon. I figured talking nicely wouldn't work. He ruthlessly crushes down on the wounded shoulder. He squeezes the mangled flesh with zero hesitation. The critical stab wound instantly flares up with explosive, blinding agony. It feels like his wicked fingers are scraping right against the bone, piercing his very soul. Tuyet Huy absolutely loses it, screaming his lungs out in total agony. Ah! His pupils roll back, completely out of focus, drained of every ounce of strength from the hellish torture. After letting him taste that pure suffering, Hong Ma finally lets go of his bleeding shoulder. Completely and utterly exhausted, Tuyet Huy slumps heavily forward in his chair. He pants in absolute terror, the phantom pain still vibrating through every single muscle. Hong Ma digs a finger into his ear, looking super bored, asking one more time, "Who sent you here?" He finally lays out the exact reason why our main character is suspected of being a mole. You have skills like that inside the Supreme Emperor Pavilion, yet you serve nobody. That guarantees someone planted you here. Tuyet Huy, gasping for air, hears this logic. He lets out a spiteful smirk, realizing that no matter what he says, they will frame him anyway. So he just spits back, "Yeah, someone did send me." Hong Ma instantly demands an answer. "Who is it?" Tuyet Huy tilts his head up and mocks him. "The Pavilion Master himself put me here." Seeing him stubbornly talking trash, the demon clicks his tongue in pure irritation. Once again, he brutally crushes down on the wounded shoulder, ripping another agonizing scream from our guy. It is crystal clear now they are going to torture him until he feeds them the lie they want. The bone-crushing pain makes it almost impossible to even breathe. Tuyet Huy forces himself to take heavy, desperate breaths. His pupils shrink in panic, turning bloodshot with veins popping out in a genuinely terrifying way. After gifting him another massive wave of pure suffering, the monster violently backhands the main character. Highly annoyed, Hong Ma clicks his tongue. "Still not thinking straight, huh? We have plenty of time. Let's keep going." Tuyet Huy pants heavily, cold sweat absolutely drenching his pale face. Even after being brutally tortured to the absolute brink, it looks like he has zero intention of ever throwing away his last shred of pride. "So what do you and I make of this?" "Broken but defiant," he whispers. "Isn't it the exact opposite? Stick with me, we're about to watch him look right at them. Zero fear, just a pure, cold threat. If I'm still breathing when this martial arts test ends, I'm not the one who'll be in trouble, you will be." The Red Demon Lord, a guy who never cares about anything, finally reacted. He froze completely, hesitating before asking, "Why do you think that?" Seol Hui didn't even hesitate for a second. "Because the Goo Demon will come looking for me. By then, you'll have absolutely no choice but to let me pass this test." The Red Demon hid his shock, just probing further. "Why?" Seol Hui smirked. Total confidence. A wild, crazy look flashed in his eyes as his voice dropped dangerously low. "Because I know the Supreme Pavilion Lord's biggest secret." The Red Demon Lord wasn't laughing. He scoffed back. "Ridiculous kid. What does you knowing the Pavilion Lord's secret have to do with us?" Seol Hui kept smiling, dodging the question. "If you don't know, you should ask. Or do you just want to keep going?" He looked up, shooting them an ice-cold glare to test the waters. Whose side is the Supreme Pavilion Lord really on? Right then, he pointed out the spy hiding among the disciples interrogating him. Honestly, at this point, that explains pretty much everything. He clearly saw them flinch when he completely exposed Guyan's hidden identity as a spy. Watch closely here, because their reaction is everything, eyes wide, bodies frozen stiff, faces turning pale. My guess was right on the money. They're against me for one single reason. The spy looked like he just got struck. He foolishly screamed, "Nonsense." Seol Hui ignored the pathetic excuse, quietly analyzing and connecting all the missing pieces in his head. "First, I threatened the Death Demon's disciples. But I never actually did a single thing to threaten the Death Demon. I didn't even have the power for that. So the real target must be the Supreme Pavilion Lord." Seol Hui smirked, tilting his head to completely expose them. "Then why are you panicking so much right now?" He thought to himself, "I have a theory, especially based on the guy pulling the strings in the shadows." He recalled the intel he gathered to earn the Goo Demon's trust. The Pavilion Lord's weakness was the Nine-Sex Alliance, Mount Hua. The Goo Demon had leaked the Supreme Pavilion Lord's weakness. From then on, I guess they switched sides, connecting directly to the first disciple. The Red Demon Lord got triggered, violently grabbing his head, forcing Seol Hui to look at him as he fiercely growled. "Ridiculous. You fought Guyan, so why wouldn't we stop you from taking the test?" Our main character immediately shouted back his logic. "I originally thought I'd join since I was going to die here anyway, but I completely changed my mind. Guyan is a total spy, and I figured it all out." The Red Demon Lord's face went terrifyingly silent. He clearly knew Guyan was a spy, because they were all basically in on it together. Now pay attention here. The test order never mattered. He passed the first trial, and the second one was right there in those eyes. The Red Demon Lord, a man who was always ice cold, roared like a wild beast at the accusation. This was probably the Ghost Eye Demon and Demon Lord's plan. Getting called before the master alone at the hall had a reason. It proved they were all on the exact same side together. Even if he quit halfway, they'd still kill him. Tuyet Huy gritted his teeth, veins popping, glaring sharply at the Red Demon Lord. Based on what? This. Turns out his entire theory came from the system save title. Heavenly Calendar 95, Chapter 2. Becoming a core martial artist. The final state after being eliminated from the martial arts test. When the save slot said eliminated, it literally meant I couldn't pass this insane test. In the end, even the opponent's name, Guyan, carried a completely different, hidden meaning. Tuyet Huy lowered his voice, dropping more doubts. Just tell the truth now. I'm really curious about the guy backing me. Actually, no. You're dying to know just how much the Goo Demon told me about the Supreme Pavilion Lord's secret, right? Tuyet Huy smirked mockingly. His eyes flared with a blinding red light, having grasped the first disciple's intent through a simple system comprehension. Comprehension point acquired. One of your possessed martial arts is permanently upgraded to a higher tier. This was the very first time Tuyet Huy got something like this. He couldn't hide his pure shock, wondering to himself, what does this even mean? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. You're more interesting than I thought, but I've heard enough. Whether the martial arts test is over or not, you actually dared to threaten the Death Demon. The one who follows the Supreme Pavilion Lord like a shadow appeared the woman with absolute, unquestionable loyalty, the Black Secret. And trust me, you and I will feel his shock eyes fully dilated, mouth open, throat totally choked up. That person, Black Secret, locks her sharp gaze on him. With that face covering, it is literally impossible to guess what twisted thoughts are in her head. Her cold voice drops. He gasps her name, Black Secret. Stick with me, because you and I are about to witness pure, unfiltered terror. The sword attached to her heavy gauntlet suddenly flares up, glowing with that signature blood-red demonic aura. She shifts her stance, fully prepared to slaughter our guy right on the spot. Without a single second of hesitation, she swings a lethal strike while he is still frozen. Her deadly blade is literally inches from his eyes. His face contorts in absolute dread, eyes wide with horror. Then, instantly, the system yanks him back to his last save point. Regression triggered Heavenly Calendar Year 95, Chapter 2, 1.5. Tuyet Huy stares blankly, freezing up. He just got brutally killed without even processing it. The surrounding scenery rapidly shifts, resetting back to the gloomy Heavenly Sun Pavilion basement. He is sitting there, waiting for Ju Yun. That sudden death just proved one brutal fact: passing the Martial Pavilion's insane test is completely impossible. Tuyet Huy tightly grips his relentlessly shaking hands, desperately trying to calm down his violently pounding heart. That overwhelming terror still burns inside him, feeling sickeningly real with every single breath. He silently prays for absolutely any other alternative to fighting that absolute monster, Ju Yun. His face twists into extreme agony. With an indescribable look in his eyes, he realizes picking a harder path is his only real survival option. If a fight breaks out, his combat mode will immediately switch to the AI format. Gambling on that flawless AI combat, he stands up. Pay close attention here, this is exactly where the system completely flips the script. Just like all his previous runs, the automated AI combat mode hits way harder than his manual control. He commands his inventory to open, gearing up to counter Ju Yun. Underworld battle armor equipped, limitless blade locked and fully loaded. These system weapons instantly equip onto his body, turning totally transparent so the naked eye cannot spot them. Moon fragrance dagger on his chest. White soul powder ready. These are his ultimate unpredictable variables. The AI calculates the most optimal strategy. He bets none of these backup items will even be needed. Raw determination and survival instinct flash in his eyes. He will beat this loop, no matter what. His expression turns dead serious. Brows furrowed tight. His gaze shining with unbreakable, absolute willpower. The floating text above him reads just one point. Gripping his sword tight, he takes a deep breath to face Ju Yun. Combat preparations complete. He stares at the system window, muttering, maybe this is why I scored those proficiency points earlier. But how do I use them? Suddenly, someone enters the basement. But Tuyet Huy is too distracted, totally fixated on the proficiency points he just got from the Red Demon Lord. He completely misses the intruder. Only when the guy finally speaks does he violently flinch, realizing his worst enemy is here. Why are you holding a sword? Right then, combat mode instantly activates, and the AI aggressively takes the wheel. His consciousness gets ripped right out, leaving a completely stunned Tuyet Huy floating up in midair. The AI fully hijacks his body to fight. You saw that coming, right? He watches from above, feeling massive relief. Ju Yun casually clasps his hands behind his back. Staring at the MC's weird stance, he demands, "Why hold that?" Suddenly, the AI talks back. "I am just practicing." Tuyet Huy is utterly shocked that his autopilot can actually speak. Floating up high, his eyes go wide with pure admiration. "Wow, nice comeback." Meanwhile, Ju Yun falls completely, suspiciously silent. He sharply scrutinizes our guy from head to toe. Then, exactly like in every single past life, he casually hands over the immortality pill. Tuyet Huy breathes a massive sigh of relief. No dangerous curveballs this time. The AI handles this flawlessly. Instead of randomly attacking, it plays along perfectly, taking the magic pill and instantly swallowing it. Delivery done, Ju Yun turns his back with absolute freezing coldness. "Follow me." But the AI doesn't budge. It finishes digesting the pill, then shoots a lethally sharp glare right at Ju Yun's exposed back. It cuts straight to the chase. "Hand over the flying dragon pill you stole from the demon lady." The exact second his secret stolen loot gets mentioned, Ju Yun completely freezes up. Tuyet Huy is practically speechless, jaw hitting the floor at his own system. Hugging his knees in midair, he watches this madness, thinking, "I seriously thought auto combat only threw punches. I never expected it to drop savage dialogue and make 100% accurate judgments." As usual, Ju Yun plays dumb. He turns around and snaps. "What did you say?" The AI coldly repeats his exact past dialogue. "Trust me, you and I are going to absolutely love watching this epic payback. Let's dive into this wild scene." So, looks like he didn't get the memo. Madame Mo made it crystal clear, hand over one flying dragon pill and one immortal pill. Seeing this play out, Shui Hui literally couldn't hold back a mocking laugh. "Haha, who exactly is repeating the exact same words I just said?" Right after I said that, a massive punch came flying at me. "So what are you going to do?" While Shui Hui sat cross-legged watching his AI fight, his face suddenly twisted. His bloodshot eyes shrank down to absolute pinpricks in pure, unadulterated shock. His mouth twitched into the dumbest expression ever. Shui Hui literally couldn't stop himself from yelling out, "Huh?" What completely blew his mind was that the AI didn't hesitate for a single second. It rushed straight in for a preemptive strike, leaving nothing but a raging gale of wind behind. It blasted straight toward Ju Yun, swinging a deadly, hyper-accurate slash right at his neck. But the massive guy barely ducked in time to avoid it. Ju Yun instantly leaped backward to create some much-needed distance from him. His expression instantly darkened into something absolutely terrifying. The brute somehow maintained his cool. He let out a massive roar, yelling, "What the hell are you doing?" But before he could even finish that sentence, the black-clad figure vanished and reappeared right in his face. Ju Yun's eyes blew wide open in total, absolute shock. The AI relentlessly chained sword strikes at Ju Yun, totally refusing to give him a single second to breathe. Ju Yun gritted his teeth, desperately dodging and blocking those absolute hurricane force attacks. Their clashing blades smashed together, triggering a savage shockwave that looked like it wanted to completely wipe out every single object inside that room. Sword light shifted rapidly. Shui Hui gritted his teeth, watching the intense battle unfold. He was secretly thinking, is this AI recklessly charging straight into him just like I did the last time? Especially when seeing Ju Yun easily counter the AI's attack, even forcing it to slide violently backward across the hard ground. Shui Hui instantly groaned in pure frustration. "See that? I literally told you not to recklessly charge at him. I knew it would fail because I literally tried the same exact thing last time." But then he suddenly realized that something incredibly crazy had happened without him even noticing at all. Wait a minute, since when did this AI? Now pay close attention here, because this is wild. Without anyone noticing, the AI activated an ultimate skill. Its sword flared with brilliant aura, locking onto the enemy, preparing a totally devastating strike. Shui Hui practically screamed out in utter shock. Fighting with its left hand? It's actually using the Great White Sword. That glowing sword aura from the AI made Ju Yun freeze up completely. His face darkened as feral instincts screamed inside him, making every hair stand up at the insanely close danger. His entire hand was completely severed off by just a single, explosive slash of that sword aura. Blood splattered everywhere in wild arcs, that heavy metallic scent instantly filling up the tense air, mixing with Ju Yun's agonizing roar to create an absolutely horrifying, nightmare-level harmony. Completely stripped of his ability to defend himself, His massive body crashed violently into the giant bookshelf behind him, with thick red blood splashing and staining those pristine white pages. Our main character's soul was just floating right there in midair, looking down in absolute, pure amazement at the AI perfectly controlling his physical body down below. It used sword light, then instantly transitioned right into the great white sword at an unbelievably fast speed. The combos chained together perfectly, looking incredibly natural and flawlessly mastered. This AI's battle judgment is honestly slightly better than mine. This guy is literally calculating every single possible variable that could happen in real time. Its raw combat ability is seriously terrifying. The AI casually rested the blade on its shoulder, glaring coldly at Ju Yun through the thick dust cloud left by that insane attack. Ju Yun collapsed heavily onto the solid ground, the massive bookshelves totally skewed from the heavy impact of his giant, battered body. His voice echoed out, absolutely dripping with pure killing intent. "You're a blade user, yet you refuse to use any actual blade techniques." Let's pause for a second. Is he seriously betting his entire life on some harmless sword style? Weird kid. What exactly are you trying to do here? His eyes practically burned with blood-red killing intent. That terrifying, low, gravelly voice made every single word he spat out feel incredibly heavy and brutally imposing. Tuyet Huy gritted his teeth, secretly marveling at the insane scene. This guy is a total monster. One arm completely sliced off, yet he's still so incredibly calm. Without anyone even noticing, his remaining hand had already tightly gripped the hilt of his weapon, the blade glowing super red with surging, powerful sword aura. Ju Yun looked dead serious and said, "Whatever, I'll just figure it out as we fight." He charged straight at the AI with blinding speed. In a fraction of a second, he appeared right in front of our main character, radiating massive killing intent with that blood-red sword. The AI just stared back coldly. Because it had zero human emotions, it looked even darker and infinitely more terrifying. The two instantly clashed in a hyper-violent sword fight. Their clashing weapons were moving so fast, they created countless blurry afterimages right in midair. The AI made its blade burn a bright red, perfectly focusing pure energy right at the tip, fully preparing to blast a scarlet flame palm directly at the enemy. Ju Yun naturally could never have expected that a guy like Tuyet Huy actually possessed this crazy tier of martial arts. He froze in pure shock, watching the demonic fire fist erupt from the MC's sword tip. An insanely intense, high-pressure pillar of fire blasted out, looking exactly like a modern laser beam. But unfortunately for him, his massive opponent actually managed to dodge it. After all, this specific attack was absolutely not a wide area of effect skill, so simply tilting sideways was enough to evade. He slid dangerously across the dirt. After that godlike movement, the entire room lit up blazing bright from the intense heat of the MC's fire pillar. Ju Yun threw his head back in absolute terror. It honestly seemed like that overpowered technique had completely and utterly blown his mind. He roared loudly, launching into motion instantly. "Trust me, you and I definitely need to see how this ends. Stick with me here." He raises his massive sword high, aiming straight for the AI, screaming for blood. He actually thought an attack this huge would leave an opening. But nope. The AI uses its crazy agility, flipping backwards to dodge the strike with absolute perfection. And that wouldn't be a big deal if there wasn't a solid wall right behind it. Its foot kicks hard against the wooden wall. Time practically stops as it clings there, looking literally like Spider-Man. Kuvan is completely stunned. He is losing balance from his own heavy swing. Zero time to defend this ambush. The AI forces insane power into its legs, launches forward, cleanly slashes his shoulder, and gracefully flips through the air, flashing a totally wicked, twisted smile. It sticks the landing flawlessly after pulling off an unbelievably gorgeous aerial flip attack. Kuvan violently grinds his teeth, staring at his geysering shoulder. Veins bulge on his neck. Turning your back on an enemy is a deadly, rookie mistake. Because of that, he doesn't stay distracted long, rapidly turning his battered body to face his opponent again. Witnessing this absolute madness, the main character can't help but force a stiff, awkward smile at that insane combo. This AI's adaptability is off the charts, and its speed is unreal. How do you even get skills like that? Brushing his hair back in total disbelief, even a calm guy like him is officially confused right now. Tuyet Huy stares at Kuvan's ugly, twisted face, feeling a massive wave of pure satisfaction. He cheers inside, total victory. But pay attention now, he definitely celebrated way too early. The sword the AI holds suddenly cracks. Tuyet Huy's eyes bulge, totally frozen by this awful luck, shouting out, "Huh?" The blade Tuyet Huy pulled from his inventory to fight Kuvan shatters into pieces. leaving just the useless broken stump behind. The AI stares at it coldly. Meanwhile, Tuyet Huy, the actual owner of the hijacked body, clutches his head, gritting his teeth in extreme frustration. This is a huge disaster. It just couldn't handle the raw power of the Great White Sword. Why break at the worst possible moment? Kuvan smirks with absolute joy at this lucky break, loudly mocking him. What a pity. Now that I think about it, Guma gave you a sword you never got. So lucky. Looks like today is my lucky day. Floating in his mind, Tuyet Huy growls, damn it, I should have swapped to bare fists. But right then, the AI, which had only been mimicking his words until now, suddenly acts like a living, breathing human being. It loudly curses out, lucky? What kind of garbage is that? Kuvan is stunned, and honestly, you and I are probably just as shocked. The main character panics inside. Wait, what? Did he just hear that right? A terrifying blood-red energy suddenly coats its entire body. The AI aggressively taunts the violently panicking opponent. Just a pathetic bug crawling around like a roach. Listen closely to my words. My techniques and footwork have reached a realm your eyes literally cannot perceive. Kuvan, unable to process this, blurts out, what? But the AI violently cuts him off, oozing confidence. Don't believe me? Step up. I will smash your head. Its eyes glow a terrifying blood red. That paralyzed, deadpan expression just makes its dark aura feel 100 times more intimidating. The real owner of the body is losing his mind. Face twisting in pure confusion, he screams internally, is that really me? It seriously feels like another entire personality is living inside my body, dealing with all this humiliation. A hothead like Siuvan obviously cannot hold back anymore. He furiously charges forward, screaming, die, you bastard. One wields a heavy blade, the other swings a broken, blunt sword. They aggressively weave through obstacles, clashing in an epic dance of offense and dodging. Every ounce of Kuvan's calmness is totally gone. He completely loses it, roaring out, stop running away. He relentlessly launches kick after kick at the AI, but it effortlessly dodges every single strike. Suddenly, its back hits a solid wall, making it glance backward in surprise. Kuvan sees this and instantly gloats. Running ends right here. It is a complete trap, an angry enemy in front, and a dead-end wall blocking the back. The AI just shoots Kuvan a cold glare, realizing this is the perfect chance to bury this annoying jerk. Kuvan literally turns into a hideous monster. He raises his blade high, roaring furiously for it to die. But again, the AI smoothly dodges by tilting aside. Out of absolutely nowhere, the AI pulls out a grenade. It brutally mocks him with a deadpan face. You sick freak, getting a little too excited? Then eat this. Kuvan stares at the explosive flying at his face, completely stunned. Ah, a thunder grenade. Boom, the explosive detonates, unleashing an earth-shattering blast right on top of Kuvan, sending thick, dark smoke violently billowing everywhere. After taking such a devastating, core-shaking direct hit, Kuvan has zero strength left. He heavily collapses to the dirt floor, painfully groaning. Suddenly, a sharp throwing dart flies right at him. It nails his shoulder perfectly. Kuvan freezes, and trust me, that is where things get wild. Let's dive right in. The absolute terror of death hit him hard, gasping for air when he realized that dart missed his head. The AI calmly walked right through the thick smoke toward him. Its voice? Ice cold. Nothing special at all. Meanwhile, Xich Tung could only watch this unfold, completely stunned, jaw literally dropping to the floor in pure, absolute shock. He cheered internally, pure disbelief. He actually beat that absolute monster. But wait, hold on a second. If they do not use the Iron Blood antidote right now, this guy is absolutely going to die. The AI tightly gripped its broken sword, voice dropping low. This will not do. You dared to fight back, so now you really must pay the ultimate price. Isn't that right? Gawun reached out in pure terror under the AI's freezing glare. Yet, even facing the very end, he refused to just give up. Cursing loudly, "You bastard!" Tuyet Huy screamed out, totally helpless. "No, stop! We need to take him to Goma. That is the only way to fix this mess." But obviously, the AI ignored our main character completely, violently grabbing Gawun's head. He stared at that hand, absolutely terrified. The sheer horror of death crashed into him like a raging tidal wave. And the AI's eyes, burning bright with pure, overwhelming bloodlust. It coldly raised the sword high, glowing with dark red energy, ready to execute Gawun right then and there. Tuyet Huy screamed in absolute desperation to stop this madness. "Do not do it. Stop right now, you crazy dog." But the AI's face was completely emotionless. It was really going to butcher his only lifeline. Right at that exact second, its hand twitched, preparing to strike the final blow. Now watch this closely. A system window suddenly flashed right in front of Tuyet Hui's panicked eyes. How will you deal with Gawun? Kill or knock out? His heart was pounding out of his chest from the scare, but finally, the AI stopped its attack. Tuyet Hui let out a massive sigh of relief. Thank goodness, that was way too close. But instantly, his expression shifted, turning dead serious again. Since the whole plan was dragging Gawun to Goma so he could basically cheat his way up the ranks, obviously, he chose the knockout option over a straight execution. The second Tuyet Hui made that choice, the broken sword in the AI's hand clattered heavily onto the ground. It kept gripping Gawun's head tightly, like a butcher prepping meat, moving its hands, raising its foot, face looking utterly terrifying. Tuyet Hui cheered out loud, just thrilled that the system had finally stopped acting insane. You are back. Quick, use the Iron Blood antidote right now. And the AI so very lovingly forced the medicine down Gawun's throat. It gently kicked the pill straight into his mouth, probably shattering a few teeth in the process. Eat it, it demanded coldly. Mission accomplished, sword secured. Meanwhile, at the Ryu One Palace Garden, a place completely breathtaking through every single season, so deeply beautiful it shakes the soul. That is exactly why the heavenly demon disciples always use it to kick back and relax. You and I need to pause here. Fading petals drifted into someone's tea, creating tiny ripples on the clear green water. Bu Ilgi sat alone in the grand pavilion, silently watching the gorgeous scenery outside. His handsome face was completely calm, looking like an absolute boss. Spotting a shadow hiding by the doorframe, he casually took a sip of his drink and just asked, "So, how did it go?" That dark figure lurking at the door was Goma's most trusted right-hand man. He looked visibly panicked, rushing to report. "Master, something went terribly wrong." Hearing this, Goma stopped enjoying his tea immediately. He turned, curious. "Something went wrong?" The subordinate bowed deeply, reporting with absolute respect. "Yes, sir. While tracking the target's trail, several enemies actually managed to spot us." Bu Ilgi shot him a freezing cold glare, demanding answers. "Did you leave a trail behind?" His loyal subordinate just replied, "Please do not worry, sir. We used the bone-melting powder to completely wipe out any trace of our existence." Bone-melting powder is a lethal poison that literally dissolves bodies into bloody mush. Not a single piece of bone or flesh gets left behind. Goma scoffed loudly. "This is absolutely unbelievable. The Hidden Shadow Troop consists of pure peak-level masters, and yet they somehow ended up failing miserably like this?" His subordinate quickly added, "These were fighters not even found in the Taihong faction." Sipping his tea, Goma replied coldly, "I suppose that is true. The Hidden Shadow Troop is one of the core elite forces strictly raised by Goma, handling all his top-secret intelligence missions. Every single one of them is an absolute top-tier expert, masters of tracking and hiding. So honestly, there is zero chance they should have ever been caught. Yet somehow, it all ended up in this total mess. This is something that absolutely never happens to cultivators at the Supreme Master Realm." Qian Guang, after finishing his full report, finally voiced the dark suspicion hiding in his mind. "My lord, the timing of this feels way too strange. Why exactly would the Taihong leader send his people in at this specific moment?" Goma seemed way too used to this exact kind of situation. His voice did not even shake a bit as he replied. "Our secret intel was leaked, obviously." Qian Guang gasped in shock. "That is impossible. Did we not pay extra special attention to keeping our mouths completely shut this time?" Suddenly, Goma's voice echoed out, sounding half amused and half genuinely sad. "Kept our mouths shut? Qian Guang, just how many people are following me right now?" At this exact moment, Qian Guang completely choked on his words, just stammering nervously. "My lord, about that." Goma spoke up first, cutting right through the awkwardness. The tea rippled, reflecting his completely unreadable, mysterious face. "Other disciples have been bought out, multiplying in the shadows. Trust me, you're going to want to see the fallout next. Stick with me, the political tension here is crazy." Lord Goma sighs, blaming his fading power for this chaos. He feels guilty that his followers must serve such a weak master. Goma turns to Thien Quang, offering a heartbreaking smile. His gaze holds a heavy, complicated swirl of unspoken emotions that are impossible to put into words. Hearing this, Thien Quang panics. He immediately bows his head to fiercely disagree. He swears they never doubted him for a second. They fully believe their lord will achieve his 1,000-year grand plan just as he desired. Hearing his right-hand man say this, Goma just chuckles. A 1,000-year plan? He admits that yes, once upon a time, he did dream of a glorious future like that. But reality hits hard. the power and influence of the other heavenly demon disciples, plus the bribed elders and officials, they completely overshadow Koma if placed on a scale. There is even a dark rumor quietly spreading among the heavenly demon disciples. People say the top elders from headquarters personally visited them, bowing their heads in complete submission. Suddenly, Koma completely shifts the topic to our main character's current situation. He asks about the kid who brought them that rather unpleasant piece of intelligence earlier. Thien Quang reports he sent a second-tier martial guard to tail him. Today is the big entrance exam at the Martial Arts Academy. Now pay attention. This is where the mind games start. Thien Quang worries that the map the kid handed them might be completely fake. Koma interrupts his thoughts. The Lord lets out a long, thoughtful hum before asking his loyal subordinate a deeply loaded question. Has he ever actually seen Tuyet Huy? Thien Quang says no, knowing the guy only through his Lord's stories. Hearing that honest answer, Koma finally speaks up with a dark, amused tone. Koma is different. He did some digging and found out the kid has personal reasons to absolutely hate the Thai Hoang Pavilion Master. He calmly swirls his tea, explaining. After a moment of deep thought, Thien Quang boldly asks what that reason is. Koma hides nothing. Tuyet Huy and his soldiers snuck into the Pavilion Master's office to steal a secret martial arts manual, but they got caught completely red-handed. Hearing this wild detail, Thien Quang's jaw literally drops in absolute shock. How could mere grunts dare do something so crazy? Seeing his dramatic reaction, Koma cannot help but chuckle, agreeing that it was pure madness. But here is the catch. After the Pavilion Master caught them, he didn't kill them immediately. Koma asks him to guess why. A normal subordinate like Thien Quang obviously cannot figure out the Master's hidden agenda regarding the guy who handed them that crucial map. You are probably guessing too. After thinking hard, he honestly admits he has absolutely no clue. To clear the mystery, Koma asks a very dark question. Does he know what happened to the soldiers who followed that kid? Word is they all died, slaughtered by the Hoa Sun sect. Hearing that legendary name, Thien Quang completely freezes. His eyes widen in pure shock, blurting out what he knows in absolute disbelief. He heard rumors before that their third-tier guards got ambushed by Hoa Sun, but he never expected those victims were actually Tuyet Hui's subordinates. His voice fades out. Frowning in deep thought, Thien Quang wonders if this means the secret map they received is actually totally reliable. He immediately voices this wild theory to his lord. Just hypothetically, what if every single part of this was actually the Taihong Pavilion Master's grand scheme? Only Captain Tuyet Huy survived, and then he just happens to hand the map to Lord Koma. Then Koma sent shadow guards to spy on the Master, resulting in everyone dying exactly as planned. Bo Nat Kai just sips his tea, quietly listening to these theories. Honestly, his subordinate is not wrong. That is exactly why Koma still does not consider our main character a true ally just yet. Koma drops a heavy hint, questioning whose side the kid is actually on. Thien Quang gapes in confusion. Bo Nat Kai recalls the day the main character brought him that extremely unpleasant secret intel. That map Tuyet Huy handed over actually contained the Pavilion Master's own handwriting, documenting secret meetings with the righteous factions. Koma puts his teacup down on the table, speaking very seriously. This level of treason shakes the sect's core discipline. It is way too massive for mere low-level grunts to handle. After Trin Huang went to the Tien Not Academy, the Master realizing his map was missing makes perfect sense. Thien Quang is completely stunned. Or more accurately, he still cannot grasp what his lord actually plans to do with the kid who handed them that critical map. He immediately asks why his lord would send a kid like Tuyet Huy to the Martial Arts Academy. Isn't he just a disposable tool right now? Did they really need to give him a precious sword, spiritual elixirs, and enroll him in the academy? Hearing this, Koma gently strokes his teacup and simply says he made a promise. The kid begged for a chance to get stronger. Even with that explanation, Thien Quang still cannot figure out his master's true hidden motive, so he pushes further. With that kid's current weak skills, passing the academy entrance exam should be absolutely impossible, right? Bo Nat Kai gives a mysterious maybe. You and I need to see this. Let's dive right back into the madness. Gumo wonders, I know it is impossible, but if he survives, could I gain some vitality through that kid? He asks this, his face an absolute mess of emotions. Even with that faint smile on his lips, a weird, heavy sadness completely hides inside his eyes. His loyal aide, Cheung Wang, just stays completely silent after hearing those words, his heart aching as he secretly cries out to him. My lord, the crushing burden of being the heavenly demon's disciple means you cannot move forward, but you cannot step back either. Maybe what he sees in Tuyet Huy is a reflection of his own desperate struggle, violently fighting from the inside just to finally break free. Qiongwang quietly pictures Seol Shui's desperate face when he begged the Lord, saying, "I want to become so much stronger." He secretly thinks to himself, it is exactly like his Lord's current situation. But suddenly, footsteps echo from out of nowhere, getting closer and closer, instantly grabbing both of their attention. Feeling that all too familiar aura approaching, Gumo's expression instantly hardens, turning dead serious. His voice drops completely. Uninvited guests. Right after that, 3 shadowy figures start walking straight toward him, 1 woman and 2 dangerous-looking men. The woman steps up rocking a seriously revealing outfit, totally showing off her legs, with a loose white coat worn just to highlight that short pink dress underneath. She has perfectly delicate, beautiful features, with gorgeous wisteria purple eyes that flawlessly match her flowing hair. Her face remains completely cold and emotionless, while those long silver earrings dangle and catch the light. One of the men rocks silver hair and thick glasses, his lips constantly wearing this totally mysterious smile that makes it impossible for anyone to guess what he is actually thinking. Now pay close attention here. The last guy brings a crushing, oppressive vibe with his massive build, sporting fiery orange hair and a matching beard. He wears gold piercings in his ears, and his fiercely serious face combined with that razor-sharp glare makes him look absolutely terrifying. Meanwhile, our main character is currently hauling a weird sack right out of the Heavenly Sun Pavilion. Suddenly, the sack in his hand starts wiggling around and making muffled, struggling noises. Thump! Seol Hui immediately punches it hard, grinding his teeth as he harshly whispers, "Just shut up already." The sack flinches violently when he hits it, letting out a pathetic groan. But then, a strict voice suddenly echoes out, questioning him. "Who goes there? Who are you?" It is the gatekeeper of Ryu One Palace. His face looks completely deadpan as he stares at our boy, and instantly, his system info panel pops right up. Bangkok, Ryu One, Palace Gatekeeper, Level 7, Health 18,050, Inner Energy 1230, Combat Power 11,001. With stats leaning heavily into physical strength, his combat power is somehow an incredible 110,000. Seol Hui gasps internally. He is just a normal guard, but his stats are insane, seeing him stay completely silent. The guard angrily shouts his question again. "I asked who you are." At this point, Seol Hui finally snaps out of his daze, lets out a tiny gasp, and quickly introduces himself while stating exactly why he is here. "My name is Seol Shui, and I am here to see the 4th disciple." Bangkok looks a bit surprised by this, but still follows standard procedure. "Say what? Do you have an appointment?" Seol Hui instantly gets flustered. He honestly does not even know if what happened counts as an appointment, so he just scratches his head, stammering, "Yes, I suppose so." The gatekeeper hums thoughtfully for a brief second, then completely turns around and heads straight inside. Right before leaving, he double-checks. "Seol Hui, right? I will go in and ask, so you just stand here and wait for a minute." Our main character obediently replies, "Yes." But right then, the gatekeeper's entire tone violently shifts, becoming so much darker and heavier. "But if you are lying, your life is completely forfeit." Seol Hui instantly feels the crushing pressure, partly from the killing intent radiating off him, and partly because of that serious threat, nervously stuttering, Of course." After what feels like an absolute eternity, the imposing gatekeeper finally walks right back out. He passes the message to our boy, saying, "Hey, you can go in now. Thank God Gumo did not abandon him." Seol Hui happily replies, "Yes, sir." He throws the mysterious sack over his shoulder and finally steps inside Ryu Wan Palace. Now, we both know he has no idea what is coming. He confidently marches toward Gumo, completely unaware that a terrifying group of monsters has gathered there. Seol Hui steps onto the bridge leading straight into the tea room. His face instantly turns pale as a ghost, his eyes shooting completely wide open in pure, unadulterated terror. Almost died right there. The absolutely massive frame of that orange-haired man smashes into his view, and his status window immediately violently pops up. Everything is hidden. Just the fact that he is standing there proves his power is absolutely horrifying, creating a gap way too massive for our main character to even touch. The Blood Demon, first disciple of the Heavenly Demon, his physical strength, inner energy, and combat power are all completely off the charts. Just looking at his terrifying face, Seol Shui feels like he is staring straight at the devil himself. And makes sense, since he came here to expose the traitor Geo-1, who works directly under this guy. Our boy panics internally, screaming, "Why the hell is the Blood Demon here?" He shifts, his eyes to the silver-haired man and the woman yawning out of pure boredom, realizing all the other disciples are here too. Then, the guy he actually came to see, Gumo, turns and aggressively asks, "Why are you here?" Obviously, there is absolutely no way Seol Shui can honestly reveal his true purpose while standing right in front of Gumo's monstrous fellow disciples. He grinds his teeth, nervously thinking, "What should I do? I plan to hand Geo 1 over to Gumo, but what if the first disciple standing right here is the actual spy?" After waiting a moment and getting zero answers, Gumo furiously shouts out, "I asked you why you came all the way here." Seol Shui desperately wants to answer, but this situation is a total nightmare, leaving him stuttering in absolute terror. And honestly, I would freeze too, right as the silver-haired man suddenly asks, "Fourth brother, what is wrong?" Stick with me, you're about to watch things get absolutely wild. As everyone's eyes lock onto him, Tuyet Huy grits his teeth. What do I do? Right at that exact moment, the system suddenly flashes a choice panel, making our main character's eyes shoot wide open. Confused, he just blurts out, "Wait, what is this?" The new options slowly load up, hovering right there in front of his face. The first choice? First disciple, Sat Ma. That guy brought the butterfly snake. Mahu, step outside now if you want to live. Ah Lin, you absolute psycho. Sweating bullets and grinding his teeth, he stares at options that are basically a pure death sentence. What the hell are these crazy choices? Flashback 15 minutes before Tuyet Huy arrived at the palace. Kan Ma casually sips his tea, hiding his true emotions behind a sharp, freezing stare. He's the first to break the silence. Is everyone doing well? He looks over at the gray-haired guy, second disciple Mahu. Then he turns to the purple-haired woman, third disciple, Ah Lin. Finally, his gaze lands on the hot-headed eldest senior brother, first disciple, Satma. Mahu just smiles, waving it off. I'm doing great. How about you, fourth brother? As for the third disciple, she looks completely bored out of her mind, yawning non-stop. Kan Ma keeps that perfectly gentle smile and replies, I'm doing just fine, senior brother. But the second those eyelids lift, pure, unfiltered hostility. Second, disciple Mahu might look super friendly, but inside, he's literally as venomous as a snake. Now here's where it gets crazy. Watch this guy closely. Every move is perfectly calculated. His secret demonic cult army proves exactly how dangerous he is. Ah Lin happily waves her hand, giggling. It's been a really long time, right? Kan Ma politely plays along, saying it's been way too long since he saw his junior sister. Third disciple, Ah Lin, looks like this innocent, pure beauty. But in reality, a sinister mastermind who uses both schemes and seduction. Her manipulation skills are so legendary that she actually managed to lure and recruit all the demonic cult's training and assassination guilds to her side. She even scored backup from legendary hidden masters in the Hidden Demon Academy. Seeing Ah Lin smiling right at him, Kan Ma shoots back a totally fake smirk. Greetings done. His freezing gaze shifts straight to the massive guy leaning against the pillar in the back. The absolute strongest powerhouse in the heavenly demon cult. First senior brother, Satma. Rumor says at 18, he straight up beheaded the northern Wudang master, Tu Thien Chan Nan, right in front of his followers. By 30, he wiped out 3 Diankong sect elders, 4 protectors, and 8 top-tier disciples. In a completely fair, open duel. You and I can both agree this guy is an absolute monster. Stacking their heads into a tower made him an instant martial arts legend. And currently, at 40, he shattered the extreme demon limits, hitting a cultivation realm that rivals the absolute strongest masters in the entire world. Kan Ma speaks up first due to his lower rank. Has eldest senior brother been doing well these days? Satma just glares at him with dead, icy eyes, not even bothering to answer. Surprisingly, this actually makes Kan Ma happy. Usually, the guy pretends he doesn't exist. Today, I can definitely feel his killing intent, he thinks to himself. These are the heavy hitters he's forced to face while hunting down the rival Thai Hoang Pavilion faction. Satma doesn't even try to fake being polite. He just curses right to Kan Ma's face. You arrogant bastard. Bo Nat Kai takes the insult in complete silence, thinking fast. The biggest suspects are the eldest brother's own subordinates. Just as I thought, he figured everything out, which is why he's acting like this. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echo through the hall. A gatekeeper rushes in. I have an urgent report. Kan Ma immediately snaps his attention to the guard, asking coldly, What is it? Terrified by the heavy aura in the room, the guard squeaks out, some guy named Tuyet Huy is here to see the 4th disciple. Hearing our main character's name, Kan Ma gets shocked and blurts out, Huh? He pauses, wheels turning in his head, before ordering the guard, Let him inside. Jumping back to the present, Tuyet Huy carries the huge sack holding Ku Van straight to Kan Ma. Seeing him, Bo Nat Kai demands, Why the hell are you here? Our main character is absolutely terrified right now, completely frozen by the other insane disciples. He nervously stutters, well, you see. But Kanma has zero patience left for this nonsense and immediately screams at him. I asked you why you came here. Second disciple, Mahu, shocked to see the usually calm guy snapping, asks, what's going on, junior brother? Who got you so worked up? Tuyet Huy lowers his voice, muttering, asking who I am? Then he snaps, it's me. Why the hell ask? He doesn't even flinch, just roars back. Trust me, you'll want to see what's next. Let us jump into absolute madness. Every disciple here is stunned by his attitude. Except the first disciple. Nobody expected a complete nobody to dare curse the heavenly demon's student. You damn evil spirit. Tuyet Huy stared in pure terror at the system panel option he just clicked, secretly cursing himself because he accidentally screamed it out loud. Among all these completely insane system choices, Satma bringing snakes, Mahu come out unless you want death, you cursed Achlin. But from all the painful survival experience he has built up over time, sometimes the absolute worst choice is actually the best way to survive. This is a massive gamble in his first life, and he cannot afford to die again. Tuyet Huy slowly looked up to check the heavenly demon disciple's reactions after dropping that disrespectful line. He prayed to high heaven this was the right choice. The guy he directly insulted, second disciple Mahu, glared at him with knife-like eyes behind thick glasses and let out a low snort. That single reaction was enough to crush every ounce of hope inside him. Tuyet Huy was screaming internally. Did he pick the wrong answer? He quickly opened his mouth to explain and save his own life. What I meant, but right while he was still stuttering, trying to fix this terrible system situation, a blade glowing with blood-red aura shot forward. Watch this part closely. Just a single thrust, before even touching skin, created an absolutely massive shockwave. It made our main character feel like he was blasted off the ground. Tuyet Huy gasped, staring in terror at the red blade pointed right at his throat. His wide eyes were completely bloodshot from the sheer panic. Just a few more centimeters and his head would fly right off his neck. But the blade did not stop on its own. It was completely blocked by another sword, sparking loud metal noises. The person trying to kill him was actually third disciple Achlin, and the guy blocking that fatal strike was the exact person he just insulted, second disciple Mahu. He leaned in close, whispering to her in a completely mocking tone. Haha, I am the one who got insulted, so why is junior sister attacking him? She glared at Mahu, demanding her senior move aside. That guy annoys me. Mahu shot back. Impossible. If you kill our fourth junior brother's subordinate, how could I just sit back and watch? Kanma, the guy who summoned him here, was carefully watching this confusing situation unfold. Surprisingly, Mahu suddenly dragged Satma into the mess. He glanced at the first disciple and smirked. Look at senior brother. He is so overpowered he does not even care about that weak kid's insults. Failing her goal, Achlin clicked her tongue in extreme annoyance. The blade pressed against the main character's neck vibrated. Then it bent backwards and snapped right back into her hand, like it was never even a sharp metal weapon. Seeing this in person for the first time, Tuyet Huy was totally shocked. That weapon is a divine artifact, a sword bending exactly like a snake. Achlin now looked like a pouting child, turning away to ignore Mahu, while he just watched her with deep fondness. Tuyet Huy slowly raised his own arm. The chilling aftertaste of death was still lingering, making his entire body shake non-stop. Plus, Achlin's attack was so fast he could not even react. He did not see a thing until that blade touched his throat. Let us pause and think about this. Just how stupidly strong are these people? Can he even survive this crazy place? Tuyet Huy watched the older brother comforting his sister, secretly judging their insane strength. Suddenly, Mahu turned his focus back to Kanma. He laughed out loud and said, Haha, fourth junior, your subordinate is really entertaining, looking me dead in the eye and blasting me with insults like that. Bonat Kai was suddenly pushed into a very awkward spot. Showing a rare panic that completely broke his usual calm vibe, he stuttered, Please forgive him, senior. I will handle him myself. Tuyet Huy, who was the main topic of this deadly chat, froze up like a fish on a chopping block, his face totally pale. Hearing those words, Mahu stepped right forward. Hey, did you not hear me? I already told you there would be no killing today. That generous attitude left a good impression on him. Tuyet Huy wondered, maybe this guy is actually a decent person? If he had not stepped up to defend him, he probably would have died 10 times over by now. He looks weird for sure, but he cannot be as trashy as the Thai Hoang Pavilion Master, right? Before that demonic system panel popped up again, it suddenly sent him a notification giving 3 rewards for his crazy choice. Tuyet Huy stared cautiously at the window. It just completely played him, so obviously he was paranoid. First reward, revealing the personality types of the heavenly demon's disciples. The second disciple's personality description instantly appeared. Mahu will do absolutely anything to get what he wants. Every word is calculated. Hiding behind a harmless disguise, he always manipulates chaos to drag innocent people right to their deaths. Tuyet Huy was totally shocked. What the hell? And trust me, you and I know the nice guy image just completely shattered. He kept playing his part perfectly. But in reality, he was subtly pouring gasoline on the fire. Stick with me here, because we are about to see the real reason he walked right into this trap. What caught the main character's attention was the mocking look hidden behind that thick hair and heavy glasses. He recognized those eyes immediately. It was that sickening gaze of someone finding pure joy in absolute chaos. Didn't the Pavilion Master have that exact same look? He quickly realized the second disciple was the exact same kind of total garbage. But right now, our guy had zero time to think about that. His brain was basically in overdrive, desperately searching for a rock-solid excuse just to survive. How should he explain this? Staying quiet was not an option. Killing the second disciple's vibe would be straight-up suicide. He quickly dropped to his knees, presenting the heavy sack. He used his main reason for visiting the fourth disciple as his perfect escape route. I brought the spy back exactly as the fourth disciple ordered. The second disciple immediately looked over, completely confused. A spy? The fourth disciple stayed silent at first. Then, stabilizing his emotions, he aggressively demanded, "What spy are you talking about? Now watch closely." Without a single word, he ripped the sack wide open, exposing the beaten face inside. Look at this. The second he saw who was inside that bag, the fourth disciple completely froze in pure shock. Unable to hide his emotions, he scowled heavily and muttered, "This guy," but right then, a massive wave of killing intent suddenly aimed right at our guy, giving him instant goosebumps. He glanced over and saw the first disciple glaring absolute daggers. The murderous demon was reacting, and instantly, a character summary window popped right up. First disciple arrogant, selfish, and more than happy to slaughter absolutely anyone who gets in his way. He actually enjoys other people's pain. Gritting his teeth at that insane status window, he couldn't help but think this guy is a total monster, even though this evil sect was practically a massive gathering of pure lunatics. Who else was this deeply obsessed with murder? Hearing the word spy, the second disciple turned to his junior sister, the master manipulator, and asked, "A spy? Want to try interrogating him?" But since she was already super annoyed by our main character, she immediately shook her head. "No thanks." He kept pushing though. "Just try it once. He is a spy. You might even find out exactly who he is secretly working for." She flopped back into her chair, pouting. "Don't order me to do such annoying things." Instantly, another character summary popped up. Impulsive, incredibly flashy, and totally unpredictable. Zero empathy, extremely selfish, and highly skilled at manipulating everyone using her insane beauty. I know what you are thinking, because the main character thought it too. Is there a single normal person in this crazy place? Right then, the fourth disciple stepped up. "Why think he is a spy?" He instantly used his past life memories to explain. "Because he wanted me to completely fail the martial arts exam. He purposely hid the elixir and the sword you gave me." The fourth disciple looked suspicious. "Purposely?" he answered without hesitation. He flawlessly recounted everything this traitor had done to him in previous lives, making it sound perfectly logical. "Yes, as you know, I was in extreme danger. I told him to hand over the elixir and sword, but instead, he literally beat me half to death. And then he said this." Curiosity piqued, the disciple asked. "Said what?" He repeated the exact insults from his past life, tweaking them just a tiny bit. He said, "I would never pass anyway. Even if you pass, I will deal with you." Living weakly, hiding like rats exactly like the fourth disciple's pathetic future. Absolute emotional damage. Hearing his own name thrown in at the very end, the fourth disciple's expression instantly warped. Obviously, this was a massive lie, but looking at that twisted, furious face, it was clear he had taken the bait completely. At that exact moment, his system window popped up, way more detailed and dense than the other disciples' windows. Borderline personality disorder. If his sense of self wavers in social situations, he shows terrifying levels of self-destructive behavior. Extremely unstable and erratic emotions. Constantly torn between a superiority complex and pure inferiority, acting weak to cope. If he feels abandoned, he launches wildly unpredictable attacks. When fed fabricated suspicions, he explodes with an absolute undeniable urge to murder. Highly dependent. wildly swinging back and forth between blind trust and absolute total paranoia. And right now, he was furious, clenching his fists so hard, exactly like the system described. "So what do you and I make of this?" He watched nervously, hoping he hit the weak spot, when suddenly a familiar voice echoed. "If that's the case, do you know whose spy that guy really is?" Ma Hu asks, casually resting his chin on his hand. Stick with me here, because answering this while facing all the heavenly demon disciples is an absolute nightmare. He calculates fast. He can't just admit he has zero proof about the murder demon spy. Right on cue, the system drops the second reward, physical evidence. Tuyet Huy stares in shock as a glowing scroll suddenly appears inside Kuvan's robes. The Ghost-Eye Demon Lord's secret letter is right there. He finally realizes the massive flaw in his earlier logic. Looking closely at the prompt, he spots 3 triangle symbols alongside +3, +2, and +1. This isn't just your standard system drop, it's a situational reward perfectly timed. The Ghost-Eye Demon Lord runs the language exam. He's also the exact guy our MC met when Kuvan dragged him into that cave in his past life. Another spy? This evidence is rock solid. Tuyet Huy doesn't hesitate. Pointing straight at Kuvan, he stammers out, "The evidence is on him." His face screams anxiety and hesitation, even though he knows for a fact this is the ironclad proof needed to back up his claim. Kan Ma glares at him in dead silence. That friendly vibe is completely gone, replaced by thick, suffocating killing intent. Taking the full force of that terrifying pressure, our MC watches him with heavy dread. Suddenly, a deep voice offers a lifeline. "Bring it here." Kan Ma snatches the scroll straight from Kuvan and silently reads the contents. Without warning, he crunches the paper tight, making Tuyet Huy sweat. His heart is completely in his throat. One tiny mistake means instant death. Seeing Kan Ma so quiet, Ma Hu gets curious. "What does it say?" Kan Ma doesn't say a single word back. He just hands the scroll over. "Senior brother, read it yourself." Ma Hu grabs it, humming thoughtfully as he reads. Even Ak Lin can't resist taking a peek from over his shoulder. Meanwhile, Tuyet Huy hasn't even seen what's actually written inside that thing. He just watches them in tense silence, enduring Ma Hu's incredibly mysterious, unreadable stare. Now pay attention here. The first senior brother, who never speaks, suddenly chimes in without even reading the scroll. A spy exposing his own identity like this? Especially to fight some absolute nobody during the martial arts pavilion entrance exam? It makes no sense. Plus, even if this guy just took his first steps inside, a heavenly demon guard fighting a basic examinee, just him speaking up is enough to leave the other disciples in pure shock. Everyone freezes, completely captivated by his analysis. In this exact moment, he feels unnervingly terrifying. He glares at our MC with pure killing intent, dropping his voice. Isn't this completely ridiculous? The aura is so heavy, he can't even lift an arm. Tuyet Huy is panting, terrified. His pupils shrink, cold sweat drenching his face as his skin literally goes numb under that crushing, godlike pressure. This is a life-threatening pressure unlike anything he has ever faced before. Facing a total monster like him, can he actually make it out of this alive? Right then, the system drops the final reward. Reward number 3, a massive, next-level boost to every single one of his stats. You love a good level up, right? His refreshed status board pops up, with stats skyrocketing past 100,000. Tuyet Huy, health 100,000, stamina 100,000, combat power 390,000. Skills include mid-level demonic arts across the board. Tuyet Huy just stares at his stats, completely stunned. These new numbers finally meet the requirement for the 4-grade extreme demonic arts win tier, the exact technique he stole from Kan Ma's room. Mid-level telepathy unlocked. System confirms. Minimum conditions met to master the legendary 4-grade extreme demonic arts. 4-grade extreme demonic arts wind. Initial stage boosts neutral energy rotation by a crazy 4.5 times. Our MC's eyes light up. This reward is way beyond anything he expected. His jaw drops. Pure epicness. But before he can even celebrate, a blaring system alert completely shatters the hype. Warning. The murder demon has found Tuyet Huy's weak spot. How will you respond? His pupils widen in terror. The system instantly freezes time right as the murder demon charges him with a sword. Staring at the gray, frozen world, Tuyet Huy panics. What? Why now? What am I supposed to do? Even with this massive power-up, he's still no match for the murder demon in a direct clash. The choice board pops up. Direct combat, defend, or run. Tuyet Huy grits his teeth, weighing his options. I can't die here. He slams the run button. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. Let us jump right into pure chaos. The first disciple swung his sword with absolutely massive power, gathering insane energy right at the blade tip. It blasts straight toward our main character. Facing such a devastating strike, Tuyet Huy is completely panicked. His face is filled with pure anxiety, and his wide, terrified eyes perfectly reflect that deadly, blood-red glow of the incoming sword aura. But by some miracle, Tuyet Huy explosively leaps to the side. He barely dodges an attack that would have easily taken his life. The blazing red sword energy soaring past his body in an absolutely stunning dodge. Not daring to drop his guard for even a second, he immediately rolls across the floor and lands firmly on his feet. Still, the crazy wind pressure left by that strike alone is enough to make him groan in pain. Tuyet Huy gasps for air after barely escaping that fatal, point-blank attack. He looks down at his invisible armor, wondering if it actually tanked the hit. Honestly, he just scraped by, but he still took some serious damage in the process. Thanks to its recent upgrades, his demonic heaven armor managed to block one strike from Sat Ma. The first disciple's face darkens completely when he realizes the main character dodged his hit. The sword in his hand is still dripping with that bloody red sword aura. Just looking at it creates an incredibly heavy pressure. His expression is dead serious, and his eyes are practically boiling with raw, murderous intent as he glares at him. He slowly rests the heavy sword on his shoulder, using the fact that Tuyet Huy survived his signature move to confirm his own suspicions. You really aren't some ordinary brat. Just having the guts to show up here is enough to prove that to me. He stomps hard on the ground and aggressively marches right toward Tuyet Huy. Meanwhile, our boy is just struggling to breathe in an atmosphere completely crushed by his killer aura. His face is visibly pale, and heavy sweat is pouring down, completely soaking his face in absolute fear. My arms and legs are totally numb. I literally can't move an inch. Now, watch closely. The standoff turns brutally intense as Sat Ma shoulders his sword. He leisurely steps toward him, but just the raw, murderous aura radiating off his body is enough to make Tuyet Huy feel like his chest is being violently crushed. His breathing stops. His stiff legs tremble violently as if they are literally rooted to the ground, leaving him completely unable to even twitch. When his anger hits its absolute peak, just one single glance is enough to trigger pure panic. Every single action feels frozen. Is it really going to end like this? Things are so incredibly desperate that Tuyet Huy can't help but wonder if this is actually the final chapter of his life. And honestly, that is a completely logical thought, because the guy trying to take his head right now has cultivation levels hundreds of thousands of times stronger than his. But luckily, right at that moment, Ma Hu steps in to stop him. He smacks a paper taken from the giant directly onto Sat Ma's chest and says, "Senior brother." Sat Ma coldly glares down at Ma Hu's hand blocking his path forward. He seems to be telling him to move immediately, but Ma Hu refuses to back down, just smiling as he blocks the way. "Please stop, senior brother." Maybe because our main character still has some entertainment value to him, Ma Hu generously stepped up to interfere. Suddenly, Sat Ma shoots a sharp glance over at Kan Ma, which completely catches him off guard. Kan Ma doesn't say a word. He just watches him cautiously, his eyes showing a clear mix of sharp awareness and deep concern. Sat Ma's face remains so intensely serious that it's literally impossible to guess what he's thinking. Then, unexpectedly, he clicks his tongue in annoyance. It seems that after being blocked, he chooses to back off. Sat Ma sheathes his sword and smoothly glides right past Tuyet Huy, leaving our guy completely stunned. He glances back, watching the guy's massive back with a deeply uneasy feeling. Even though the immediate threat of death has passed, he doesn't drop his guard against the monster who just tried to end him. Only when that figure completely disappears from sight does he let his racing heart finally calm down, silently letting out a massive sigh of relief. Safe. But right after that, he suddenly notices something off to the side and immediately turns to look closer. It is the giant, Ku Van. You saw that coming too, right? The guy who was barely surviving their fight was actually killed by Sat Ma's insane attack. His body is completely soaked in blood. Fresh crimson red keeps spreading and dripping down into the river below through the gaps in the bridge. Tuyet Huy is so shocked his jaw practically hits the floor. His pupils dilate wildly as he realizes Sat Ma's sword strike wasn't just aiming at him. It was perfectly targeted at Ku Van as well. Did Sat Ma plan to kill them both from the very beginning? He truly is a ruthless monster, through and through. Ma Hu rests his hands on his hips, quietly watching Tuyet Huy with pure amusement. He is probably really enjoying the guy's completely baffled expression right now. He turns and hands the scroll over to Kan Ma, unable to hold back a comment. "How interesting, junior brother." Then he drops down near him, leaving behind a seriously confusing message. "Hang in there. Ma Hu clasps his hands behind his back and walks right past the main character without even glancing back once, while Tuyet Huy cautiously watches his every move. At this point, Lin doesn't stick around either. She runs over to Ma Hu and says, "I'm coming too." Right before leaving, she shoots the main character a super cold glare, then angrily turns her head away. She honestly looks just like a pouting child. Tuyet Huy silently watches their figures fade into the distance, his mind completely flooded with countless mysteries that nobody is willing to explain. Even if Satma is somehow involved in all this mess, what the heck was actually written on that crazy piece of paper? And why did the other disciples react like that? Right at that exact moment, Kanma also slowly starts walking away from the outdoor tea room. Right before leaving for good, he turns his head back and commands Tuyet Huy, "Follow me." And that is where we leave it. He cautiously stares at him as indescribable anxiety rises up. Tuyet Huy finally hesitates and replies, "Yes." He quietly follows right behind him, walking deep into the massive, gorgeous halls of the Liu Yuan Palace. Let's dive right in. They walk in total silence for a while, and the main character cannot help but wonder where exactly is this guy taking him. It is definitely not a trip to the study room. Thanks to his upgraded system, Shui Hui sees Bu Yiqi's insane stats. Staff Demon, the fourth disciple. Health 950,000, Stamina 880,000, Combat Power 1,000. Yang Infinity. Shui Hui just stares at those numbers in absolute shock. The Staff Demon is this strong, and what does infinity mean? Suddenly, the guy stops dead in his tracks. "We are here." Shui Hui looks around, completely confused. There is literally just a blank wall sitting right in front of them, but he says they arrived. He asks out loud, "Where are we? This is a dead end." The Staff Demon's voice echoes back, dripping with pure ice. "This is exactly where I interrogate you." He turns around, eyes freezing cold, unleashing a massive wave of crushing, killing intent. Instantly, the system window flashes wildly right before his very eyes. Warning: an unknown enemy found Shui Hui's weak spot. How will you respond? The main character's jaw drops. His eyes shoot wide open in pure panic. Cold sweat drips down his spine. The Staff Demon's dead eyes send shivers through him, and his heart violently hammers inside his chest. Now watch this closely. He chooses a direct counter, but instantly, a terrifying, massive hand materializes right in front of his face. A blinding light erupts from it, freezing him in place. Before he can even move a muscle to block, the light swallows him whole, leaving behind only his terrified eyes. Cut to an unknown room. Only a tiny crack in the ceiling lets any light inside. Dawn must have finally broken outside. Golden rays spill through the gap, hitting the main character's heavily bruised face. The Staff Demon is still there. He slams a chair down hard. A massive crash echoes across the entire room. The brutal sound rips Shui Hui awake, making him groan painfully. With his health this low, moving is basically impossible. Deaf in one ear, 6 deep scratches, and 32 minor wounds covering his body. His inner energy is chaotic. The pain is endless. Tied tightly to a chair, his body is covered in bloody wounds. Hard to believe one single strike left him completely wrecked like this. Even his system status looks pathetic. Health shattered. Stamina 30,000. Combat energy 350,000. The Staff Demon steps up, his face dark, and mutters, "So you are finally awake?" Shui Hui is completely lost. Not knowing how he ended up in this nightmare, he croaks, "Why? Why are you treating me like this?" The Staff Demon finds that absolutely hilarious. "You should be the one who knows best." Obviously, our main character has zero clue what is happening. "Why is he being interrogated like a criminal?" he stammers awkwardly. "I have no idea what you mean. What should I even know? You and I saw this coming, right?" Instead of explaining, the Staff Demon flashes the very scroll Shui Hui used to accuse Ju Yun. Inside, there is a string of bizarre characters. Shui Hui squints, muttering, "A secret code?" Losing his patience completely, the Staff Demon snaps, "If you play dumb, I will clarify." Every Heavenly Demon disciple knows the code from the Pentagon room in the 9th hall. To me, this is Ghost Eye Demon Lord's cipher. He grabs his shoulder hard, dropping his voice. If translated, it means punish the traitor. His eyes hit absolute zero, aiming pure murderous intent straight at the guy. Shui Hui freezes at those words. He still has no idea what this means. A traitor? What even is the Heavenly Pavilion? Is that not a Red Demon Pavilion secret? Total panic sets in. I really do not understand anything. But Bu Yiqi just brutally yanks his hair back, coldly praising him. Nice acting. His hair is ripped backward. His scalp screams in tearing pain. making him groan out. Suddenly, the staff demon completely loses it. He gets right in his face, roaring, "What is your mission? Who is backing you?" Tuyet Huy goes stiff. Crushed by the pressure, cold sweat drips into his open facial wounds, burning like pure acid. Using all his strength, Tuyet Huy screams out, "I know who sent it." He banks on his past life knowledge to save his skin. But just words will not make an enraged guy like the staff demon believe him. And sure enough, he does not buy it at all. He mercilessly crushes Tuyet Huy's shoulder, injecting internal energy straight in to torture him. The main character cannot take it, screaming in pure agony. Relief only hits when released. Tuyet Huy slumps down weakly, kept upright only by the ropes. He pants heavily, groaning weakly. "Trust me, this is crazy." The staff demon analyzes every detail. "Have you ever genuinely helped me? Stick with me here, because you and I are dropping right into a super intense interrogation." Kanma corners our MC, pointing out that when Taihong's men slaughtered his crew, only he survived to reach the First Heaven Pavilion and deliver that mysterious document, or rather, the map. Tuyet Huy stays completely silent, taking all of Kanma's biting sarcasm. The interrogation continues. Kanma sneers, asking if the MC really promised to get stronger just to win his favor. That was the exact reason he was sent to the martial arts pavilion. But looking at him now, his combat skills are miles above everyone else there. And because of that massive power gap, Kanma figured it all out. Kanma narrows his eyes. A terrifying, dead serious glare locks onto our main character. Facing that heavy gaze, the demon boss doesn't hesitate to drop his ultimate theory. He straight up accuses him. He says the MC never cared about the martial arts training. His real goal was just to earn trust and act as a hidden spy. Drops of blood drip from his fresh wounds, running down his jaw and hitting the cold floor. His heart absolutely freezes over. He can only silently pray for a miracle to solve this massive headache. Tuyet Huy stares at the bright red blood on the ground, watching his own blurry reflection. He starts questioning everything. Did that secret message he found actually give the order to kill the traitor? Judging by how the heavenly demon disciples reacted when they saw that code, it is highly likely to be the real deal. If that truly was the Ghost Eye Demon Lord's secret code, meant to completely deceive Kanma and all his loyal disciples, then the whole point was to frame our guy as Thien Huang's spy. Basically, Kanma's crew sensed something was wrong and started secretly hunting for the hidden spy. And the crazy part? The Ghost Eye Demon Lord totally predicted they would do exactly that. He set up a flawless trap. He planted that kill order specifically to mislead Kanma and throw everyone completely off the right track. Watch closely, because this is where the tension spikes. Once those disciples read that secret code, our MC instantly became their absolute #1 suspect. They figured he only approached Kanma to act as a mole, which means taking that hostage earlier. They just see it as a cheap smokescreen to hide his identity. As for how to handle his execution, they left that final call entirely to Kanma. Figuring all this out, Tuyet Huy finally speaks up. He looks straight at him and asks what it would take to prove he is not Taihong's spy. Bo Not Kai just frowns. He finds this desperate reaction completely ridiculous, scoffing and asking what nonsense he is talking about. Tuyet Huy does not back down. He repeats himself, saying all he needs to do is prove he is not on their side, right? Kanma is genuinely confused now. He asks if the kid can really prove it. Without a single second of hesitation, Tuyet Huy looks up with pure confidence and says yes. In his head, he smirks. As always, he had already prepared for this exact nightmare. If things went completely south, he made sure he still had an emergency escape route. He had already mapped out this exact scenario of being framed as the enemy spy, and planned his defense perfectly. Thank God Kanma is not completely hot-headed. The demon boss actually decides to let him state his case one final time. Kanma tells him to talk. The second he gets permission, Tuyet Huy decides to go all in and make a massive gamble. After all, this is his final extra life. It is way better to fight back and claw his way to survival than just roll over and die. And this crazy idea is his only answer to this deadly trap. He can only pray that his wild judgment is not completely wrong. He has always been lucky before, so this time should be no different. The system is definitely going to save his skin here. Let's pause. You and I know exactly what he's doing. He secretly opens his system inventory, grabbing the perfect item. Out of nowhere, he summons a mysterious martial arts manual and presses it right against his chest. He knows he has to act fast. Zero hesitation, or Kanma will instantly get more suspicious and kill him. He hardens his resolve and screams out, telling the boss to check inside his shirt. He is literally carving out his own survival route. Kanma grabs the manual from him, frowning in absolute shock. He demands to know what this is. How did he get it? It turns out that manual Kanma is holding is the legendary 4-grade extreme demon technique stolen straight from his study. Kanma is completely stunned. He stares at Tuyet Huy, asking how he got it. Tuyet Huy looks up with a super cautious expression. He smoothly shifts the blame, pinning the entire theft on the dead hostage to completely wash away Kanma's suspicions. He claims the item was on Kuvan's body. He argues that if he was actually the spy, there is no way he would have this manual. Kanma freezes up. He quietly stares at the secret manual in his hands, his brow furrowed as he carefully rethinks every single word our main character said. Tuyet Huy cautiously breaks the silence, asking when exactly the martial arts manual went missing. It sounds like a nervous question, but honestly, he is playing Bo Nat Kai like an absolute fiddle right now. Kanma cannot even answer. The humiliation of losing such a vital treasure is too much. His massive demon pride simply will not allow him to speak. He frowns hard at the book, pointing out that the timeline of the theft doesn't match up with when the MC first arrived. Hearing that detail from Kanma, Tuyet Huy celebrates internally. Just like he predicted, the timeline of this world has officially been altered. Ever since the exact moment he dropped that martial arts manual into his system inventory, the rules of karma completely shifted. But that alone still is not enough to clear his name. Kanma speaks up again, warning him that the Heavenly Night Pavilion would never betray him anyway. You would think he would freeze and panic, but nope. Thanks to the system throwing him into deadly traps, his acting skills are god tier. So where does that leave us? He challenges Kanma, asking if any of this would even be exposed without Heavenly Night's guidance. Trust me, the next move is insane. Let's jump right back into the tension. If we move, the enemy acts too. Kunma's hand trembles slightly around the secret manual. It looks like our main character's bold words have actually managed to strike a nerve with him. A flicker of real interest flashes in his eyes. After a long, heavy silence, he finally asks what the MC means. Tuyet Huy doesn't hesitate, immediately laying out his entire theory. The mastermind behind all this always has a backup plan ready to go. For example, if their pawn dies or gets exposed, they are absolutely going to launch a massive counterattack the second either of those things happens. He warns the master to keep that in mind. Kunma quickly sums it up, meaning this entire situation was a total setup orchestrated by them. Tuyet Huy doesn't claim his theory is completely flawless, but he points out that it's a possibility seriously worth considering. Kunma goes totally silent, staring hard at the manual in his hands. His face barely shows any emotion at all, but surprisingly, he actually admits it out loud, saying the MC always confuses him. Seeing the master waver, Tuyet Huy pushes forward, using a look of pure confidence and determination to win him over. If he really had bad intentions, why didn't he just show the 4 great supreme demonic arts to all the other disciples earlier? It looks like those words finally shattered the deep walls of suspicion inside Kunma's mind. He turns away, clearly chewing on what he just heard and rethinking his own doubts. The MC watches his hidden face and starts putting the pieces together in his head. Kunma's position at the demonic academy is already super strict. If the MC exposes the secret about this demonic art, it wouldn't just be embarrassing. The master's entire status and authority would take a massive, unrecoverable hit. Because a total nobody is holding on to the secret martial arts his own master passed down to him. Suddenly, Kunma speaks up. Looks like he finally made up his mind. He says he likes it. He turns back to the MC with a huge smile carved into his face, his sharp glare turning into a look of pure amusement. He stops standing over him and casually takes a seat in the chair right across from the MC. He still has one more question left to ask. Tuyet Huy gives him a confused look, but then instantly panics when he realizes exactly what's coming next. Why did he talk so disrespectfully back at the Lu Yuan Palace? Tuyet Huy completely chokes on his words, having absolutely no idea how to explain himself. He can't exactly admit the system forced him to pick that dialogue option. So, he desperately uses Kunma's own psychological issues as a convenient meat shield. Watch how he spins this. He claims he acted arrogant on purpose, just to represent the master's true, hidden inner feelings. While talking, Tuyet Huy carefully watches his face for any sudden changes. Luckily, the master just studies him for a second before asking what he meant by his feelings. The MC starts breaking down the personalities of the heavenly demon disciples he knows. One is a venomous snake, another is a complete fraud, and the last is just scum. He says he got so angry thinking about how many times the master had to endure these totally unhinged lunatics. Seeing him tremble beside them was the breaking point. He just couldn't hold back anymore, quickly apologizing for getting a little carried away. Surprisingly, Kunma, who was quietly listening this whole time, suddenly bursts into loud, completely unhinged laughter. This wildly unpredictable reaction actually terrifies Tuyet Huy. After all, his life is still resting right in the palm of this guy's hands. Suddenly, Kunma leaps to his feet. His voice rings out, completely packed with amusement and genuine satisfaction. He says it's exactly right. Out of all the explanations so far, this is it. He slowly steps forward and completely shocks Tuyet Huy by tightly gripping his shoulder. The soft, fading sunset light hits his hair, making it look like it's literally glowing. It makes his already handsome face stand out even more in the dim room. That usually emotionless face finally shows a shred of real humanity. A mocking smirk tugs at the corner of his lips, but his eyes are practically sparkling with pure entertainment. He doesn't hold back his praise at all, calling it his absolute favorite answer. You and I both know how stressful that was. He finally earned his trust and can breathe again, silently cheering that he actually survived. Success is literally right in front of him, but suddenly, his eyelids start feeling incredibly heavy. His vision fades into pure darkness, and the very last thing he sees before passing out is that crazy, mocking smile. Tuyet Huy snaps his eyes open in absolute panic. He looks around, totally stunned to realize he's out of the interrogation room and lying in a bed. Pale moonlight creeps through the window next to him, dimly lighting up the entire room. He sits up in a daze, his brain still struggling to process what just happened. He quickly scans the unfamiliar room and starts analyzing the situation. He isn't dead yet, but where the heck is he? The system chimes in. He consumed the blood pool, martial flowers, and white deer meat. He looks down at his own body. It was supposed to be completely battered, but now, strangely fully healed. It must be from the elixirs he absorbed while knocked out. His body is completely restored, and his health and inner energy both jumped by 10,000 points. An upgraded status screen instantly pops up. Health hits 110,000. Inner energy too. Combat power jumps to 400,000 flat. He is completely speechless. Did Kunma seriously feed him immortal elixirs? His body is literally at its absolute peak right now. He clenches his fists tightly to test out this new raw power, pure excitement flashing in his eyes. Right at that moment, he spots a bronze mirror sitting nearby. He instantly walks over to check the glowing text floating right above his head, his expression shifting into something way more serious. Only one life left, so what do you and I take from this? He's stronger now, but surviving the future is going to be wild. Stick with me here. Joining the weakest fourth faction basically guarantees endless life-threatening situations later on. He needs to secure more lives and level up on the edge of death. Now, he can finally use 4 supreme martial arts. He pulls up the martial arts menu to check. Mid-stage white light demonic art, mid-stage red hand demonic art, mid-stage extreme fire demonic art, and entry-level 4 great extreme demonic winds. He can definitely get way stronger with these. But right after, something else totally catches his eye. A flashing exclamation mark sitting right on the martial arts menu title. Tuyet Huy rubs his chin out of habit, totally confused. Ah, wait. This icon actually appeared right after he got the comprehension point. Only martial arts at the mid-stage tier or higher can actually be selected for this. White light demonic art is available. Red hand is available. Extreme fire is available, but the 4 great winds is locked. By using a comprehension point, one of the martial arts you already own will instantly upgrade to a higher tier. He recalls the system description from when the Hongma Lord gave him that point. Back then, he actually figured it meant a basic martial arts upgrade. This is absolutely insane. Should he use it on the white light art? Now watch closely. He did not have time before, but now he is completely free, so why the hell not? System upgrade complete. White light evolves into the white hand demonic art. Tuyet Huy is completely stunned, his jaw literally hitting the floor in absolute shock and disbelief. Wait, what? Our main character jumps up, totally hyped. Master the white hand demonic art, and your hands turn a pale blue. It is a signature demonic academy technique strong enough to fight deadly sword users completely barehanded. He happily stares at his hands, now wrapped in a freezing, ice-cold aura radiating pure frost. Rumor says even elite swordsmanship cannot break through this barrier. If used the right way, it could even overpower the 4 great demonic winds. Scoring a martial art this broken, Tuyet Huy obviously cannot hide his massive grin. His lips curl into an excited smirk, and his eyes are practically shining with pure, absolute hype. He opens the door and steps outside. Even though the 4 great demonic arts are famous as heavenly demon disciple techniques, nobody in the academy ever became a legend using them, so most people think it does not even deserve to be a signature sect technique. He walks completely barefoot over the cool green grass, but the white hand art is different. 20 years ago, someone actually used this exact art to solo wipe out over 100 guards, the Rebel Eliminator, Demonic Lady, Thien Lai. Time for a test run. Tuyet Huy stands a fair distance from his quarters, gathering intense frost into his hands, ready to try out his newly upgraded power. A dark technique using hidden energy that sends terrifying shivers right down your spine. Our guy clenches his glowing, frost-covered hand, gearing up for an incredibly heavy strike. His fist slams brutally into the ground. An intense freezing energy instantly explodes outward like a tidal wave, freezing the entire surrounding impact zone. You saw that too, right? A blinding light suddenly erupts, completely terrifying Tuyet Huy. His pupils shrink in pure shock. Turns out, this art does not just blast out a wave of cold aura. It actually creates razor-sharp ice spikes all around his body, easily sharp enough to brutally impale any enemy stupid enough to get caught in his attack radius. He cannot even fully control the white hand art perfectly yet. Even without using all his vitality, this level of raw, destructive power is just absolutely terrifying. Tuyet Huy cannot hide that highly satisfied smirk while looking at the frozen battlefield he just created. His eyes are glowing, literally reflecting the ice-cold demonic energy burning deep inside him. Right at that moment, Kan Ma appears out of absolutely nowhere, completely stunned. Wait, are you really Thien Lai's disciple? Tuyet Huy is caught totally off guard by his sudden presence, panicking internally. Crap, Kan Ma! I was so hyped about unlocking the white hand art that I completely ignored my surroundings. The guy stares dumbfounded at the huge ice blocks surrounding him. Then his brain starts working. Something was super weird from the very beginning. A normal guy could never catch that giant ape. Are you seriously the disciple of Thien Lai? Tuyet Huy looks at him super awkwardly. He realizes this tense vibe makes perfect sense. Turns out, after his status screen got boosted thousands of times, along with some epic rewards from his last system choice, a floating text describing his exact personality literally appeared right above Bo Not Kai's head. It reads, Kan Ma, borderline personality disorder. Tuyet Huy secretly analyzes the situation. Right now, Kan Ma still does not really trust him at all. But hey, he only showed off a tiny fraction of his martial arts. I can actually hear a hint of respect in his voice now. Maybe I can use this to my total advantage? Please become my master from this day forward. Tuyet Huy instantly plays along with the dramatic new script Kan Ma just unexpectedly handed him. He scratches the back of his neck, acting shy. Well, finally exposed. You are right. I, Tuyet Huy, am Thien Lai's hidden disciple. Hearing him admit it like that, Kan Ma immediately drops a satisfied smile. So you really are her disciple. I apologize. Please forget about my sudden outburst. You were probably trying to keep it hidden. Having doubts and being suspicious of others in this academy is completely understandable. Of course, our main character cannot ignore this massive shift in attitude. That super confident, arrogant demeanor from earlier is completely gone now. Kan Ma, totally getting played right now, casually asks, By the way, is your master still in closed-door training? I am young, so I do not know many elders here. So what do you and I make of this? Thien Lai is in closed-door training, and that specific piece of information literally changes everything. Alright, stick with me here. Tuyet Huy acts confused, but totally plays along. Yes, 10 years ago was the last time we met. She said she needed to break through and just left. No contact since then. Tuyet Huy rubs his neck, forcing a super awkward smile. Kan Ma completely buys the lie without suspecting a thing. Yeah, she was always famous for being cold in the demonic academy. You get it. Having successfully tricked Kan Ma, he secretly sighs in massive relief. Wait, is everything really going to go this smoothly? Suddenly, Kan Ma touches a nearby block of ice, totally shattering it, and cuts straight to the chase. You are absolutely right. The 19h Pavilion has never interfered with the outside world. So from this moment on, my friend, I want you joining the Hidden Shadow Legion. Stunned by Kan Ma's unexpected offer, Tuyet Huy completely blanks out and just repeats. The Hidden Shadow Legion. The Hidden Shadow Legion is literally one of Kan Ma's core factions. They handle heavy surveillance, brutal ambushes, and depending on the situation, they handle tons of brutal missions to completely wipe out any enemies. The daily training there is absolute hell, but it is the absolute best chance to power up efficiently. Obviously, Tuyet Huy is not going to reject an opportunity like this. He bows deeply and shouts out, I will work hard. Kan Ma simply folds his hands, smiles, and drops a quick word of encouragement. Good luck. Right at that exact moment, the system pops up again. You have completed the quest to become Kan Ma's highly valued martial artist. Tuyet Huy stares blankly at the floating system window. Current total stats, vitality 110,000, inner energy 110,000, combat power 400,000, toolbox martial arts. Conclusion, you are rewarded with 3 extra lives. Tuyet Huy happily looks up as the floating text above his head jumps right from 1 point to 4. He cheers out loud in pure joy. 3 more lives. From now on, simulation combat will be permanently added to your available battle modes. The sudden combat mode upgrade leaves him completely speechless. Now watch closely, because you can actually change your fighting style right in the middle of battle. For example, you can switch from turn-based to artificial intelligence to simulation right in the heat of a brutal fight. However, there is a catch. You cannot switch from turn-based to artificial intelligence and then suddenly go right back to turn-based. In simulation mode, the higher your level gets, the more weapons you can actively use, giving you a truly massive tactical advantage. Simulation is quite similar to artificial intelligence, meaning you cannot see the enemy's energy values at all. And remember, simulation is only provided one single time. When facing multiple enemies, optimal calculations will always target the strongest threat. Quick system tip. If your current life feels a bit lacking, try picking a higher difficulty, just like the 3 insane choices given by Kan Ma. Tuyet Huy stares blankly at the system window, thinking to himself, is this seriously just a reference guide? Right then, Kan Ma turns his back and leaves, saying, I have business and will be gone for a while. Stay right here until I return. Tuyet Huy immediately plays the good subordinate and replies, yes, sir. Dying and coming back to life multiple times, dealing with sudden crazy choices, and back-to-back explosive battles. His burning desire to get stronger started fading after endless forced choices and a brutal life stuck on constant repeat. It is incredibly rare for him to get a relaxing moment to admire the moon without constantly panicking about keeping his own head attached. He totally spaces out, staring at the gorgeous moon and the mysterious night sky, quietly thinking to himself, but I cannot just quit, because this is where I must get stronger. You and I know the truth without reaching the top. There is zero escape from this hellhole. Tuyet Huy tightly clenches his fists, breathing out a sigh so incredibly heavy it literally forms frost in the air. Then he chuckles softly. Ha! Better get some solid sleep first. Morning arrives with bright, blazing sunshine, and Tuyet Huy tries exhaling deeply to properly regulate his natural breathing rhythm. Sitting on a tree trunk, soaking in the warm sun while cultivating his energy, a voice suddenly rings out. Tuyet Huy, are you there? He instantly jumps down, walking up to where Kan Ma is standing, and says, yes, Lord Kan Ma, just doing some quick morning training. Kan Ma, with his hands calmly behind his back, calls out, good, come here. But right as he gets closer, Tuyet Huy suddenly spots something totally out of the ordinary and hesitates to speak up. Well, Kan Ma did not come alone. He actually brought a towering man with pitch black hair tied neatly in the back. That guy's status window immediately pops up. This absolute beast is Hak Kao, commander of the Hidden Shadow Legion. Peak condition, vitality 4 million, inner energy 2.7 million, combat power 9.8 million. Tuyet Huy is so insanely shocked he screams internally. Combat power 98 million? I cannot even begin to imagine how godlike that strength is. Thoroughly confused, he finally speaks up and asks, what exactly is going on here? Kan Ma quickly explains. To join the Hidden Shadow Legion, you must take a test, but you already easily qualify. However, since we need to pick the perfect position for you, I want you to take a very simple test. Tuyet Huy is visibly confused. What kind of test? But he completely ignores the question, pointing right at the Legion commander standing behind him and says, the examiner is right here, standing in the back. His official rank will be decided entirely by his combat skills. 1. Legion commander successfully defeat Hak Kao. 2. Legion vice commander, managed to earn Hak Kao's respect. 3. 4-man squad captain, completely surprise the monstrous Hak Kao. 4. Regular squad member, disappoint him completely. Trust me, you gotta see what happens next. Stick with me because you and I are about to watch Tuyet Huy face off against Black Dog, the Shadow Commander. Master Kan Ma demands an all-out war, so our hero confidently cracks his knuckles. Even with a massive gap in their stats, he promises himself to go totally beyond his limits. Tuyet Huy has 110,000 health and 400,000 combat power, but Black Dog, 4 million health and 9.8 million combat power. Tuyet Huy slowly draws his sword, asking if they can finally begin. Black Dog doesn't say a single word, just lazily waves his hand, signaling the kid to bring it on. He decides to activate the turn-based combat mode. Dropping his center of gravity, Tuyet Huy grips his hilt tight, completely focused on analyzing his opponent. Suddenly, a perfect opportunity window pops up right at the start, leaving him absolutely stunned. The system declares a perfect chance, exposing a critical weakness. Tuyet Huy locks his eyes right on his target. The enemy is just standing there with crossed arms during the system freeze. He whispers, "All right, let's go. I can actually pull this off." He immediately opens his martial arts menu, scrolling right past legendary skills like the White Hand and the Red Hand demonic arts. He spots the Extreme Fire demonic art, but freezes up when his absolute strongest technique is completely missing from the screen. Staring at the system window in pure shock, he realizes the 4 great extreme demonic arts are locked, probably because he is just a beginner. Plus, he can't openly use them in front of Master Khon Ma anyway. He will figure it out later. Right now he just needs to strike. Selecting the White Hand demonic art, Tuyet Huy launches himself high into the air, floating straight above Black Dog before aiming his hand straight down. Intense, freezing energy erupts from his palm, rocketing down to blast his opponent with icy fury. Black Dog just stands there, arms still crossed. He looks slightly surprised by the cool move, but his face remains totally chill and calm. Now pay close attention here. The guy isn't even trying to dodge or counterattack, just standing his absolute ground to test out our hero's raw power. His eyes lazily glance down at his feet as the ground suddenly glows. Then, in a single flash, razor-sharp ice spikes violently erupt from beneath him, a brilliant trap created by none other than our main character. After unleashing what he thought was a devastatingly powerful hit, our hero cannot hide his crazy excitement and cheers wildly inside his head. Haha, this is awesome. The White Hand demonic art wins. But that absolute hype gets crushed instantly. Black Dog easily shatters the solid ice using only his foot, without even moving his hands or taking a single actual step forward to defend himself. Tuyet Huy lands back on the ground, surrounded by shattered ice. Gritting his teeth, he glares at his target carefully, secretly analyzing how his absolute strongest martial arts attack was just brushed off so easily. The perfect opportunity system window flashes on the screen again, declaring he found another critical weakness. Seeing this, Tuyet Huy lets out a dark, confident laugh. Ha ha! If that's the case, he chooses the option to immediately close in on his opponent. This exact teleport move has dropped countless enemies before they could even blink to defend themselves. Appearing right behind Black Dog in the north blind spot, our hero screams out loud with absolutely burning determination. Ha! His pupils shrink as he violently thrusts his sword forward without a single second of hesitation. How about you try blocking this? But right before the sharp blade pierces his head, the Shadow Commander casually pinches it between 2 fingers, stopping it dead. A total surprise attack from behind using instant teleportation, and this absolute monster blocks it gently with just his fingers. He even mocks him, asking, "Are you actually kidding me right now?" Tuyet Huy is so completely terrified he cannot even speak a word. His blood-red eyes widen in absolute pure shock, right before a lightning-fast kick violently smashes directly into his defenseless face. Did you and I really think it would be that easy? By the time he registers what happened, he gets blasted away by someone with almost 10 million combat power. A single casual kick sends him flying thousands of meters away, and the enemy didn't even use any martial arts or his crazy powerful aura. Struggling to sit up, Tuyet Huy uses his sword to stabilize his shaking body, groaning in absolute agonizing pain while holding his head. Ugh. Black Dog keeps his cold, indifferent vibe, crossing his arms and throwing pure disrespect. You are supposedly a disciple of Heaven's illusion? That is absolutely pathetic. After mocking him, he turns to Master Khon Ma, shrugging his shoulders in complete confusion. Sir, why in the world do you even need someone this incredibly weak? Is there any logical reason to let him join the shadow group at all? But right then, Tuyet Huy speaks up, declaring it isn't over yet, successfully grabbing the enemy's attention. He finally decides to switch his combat mode over to the artificial intelligence. His soul actually detaches from his physical body, letting the artificial intelligence completely take over his flesh. Black Dog instantly notices the massive shift from the intense aura radiating around his body, secretly evaluating how the entire atmospheric vibe just changed. His ruthless taunting actually worked perfectly. This kid's skills aren't terrible, but he clearly has way more hidden potential to unlock. Come on, show me what you are really made of. The artificial intelligence takes full control, and the real fight begins. Without a single second of hesitation, it grips the sword tightly and charges straight toward Black Dog. Look closely. Freezing cold energy wraps entirely around the blade's edge before it viciously swings right at the Shadow Commander's neck without holding back. Thinking it's just another basic sword strike, the enemy cockily tries to block it with his fingers again. but he is immediately stunned by the brilliant, freezing light exploding from the blade. The artificial intelligence channeled raw frost into the steel, completely freezing him on impact. But trust me, you and I are going to want to see how this crazy fight ends. Let's dive right into this crazy fight. Black Dog fiercely shatters his icy prison. The second he breaks free, the AI is right in his face, sword drawn, radiating brutal energy, and staring him down with those cold, glowing red eyes. Zero hesitation, the AI unleashes an explosive strike straight at him. But right then, Black Dog drops a crazy, cryptic line. This is actually his first time drawing a sword against Tuyet Huy. Black Dog deflects the vicious attack with his blade, sending the AI flying backward. It skids hard, violently tearing deep trenches straight into the dirt. Watching from above, Tuyet Huy is stunned. A gap in combat power of several dozen times? How is this even possible? No matter who it is, the AI suddenly clicks its tongue in pure frustration. Then a voice identical to his own speaks up, shocking Tuyet Huy. It is brutally harsh. "Hey idiot, you expect me to fight with this massive level gap?" The AI locks its glowing red eyes perfectly on the main character floating above. He instantly flinches, wondering, wait, what? Is it actually talking to me? Oozing killing intent, the AI brutally scolds him without mercy. "Keep hiding in the 9 springs and watching. You know what you lack? Endless greed. Throw away that weak rule-following attitude. You need to tear these bastards into 1,000 pieces, understand?" Tuyet Huy listens to the scolding in total silence, bitterly accepting those harsh words. It is not wrong. The strongest members of the demonic cult fight exactly like that. Bottom-tier trash like me could never do the same. Seeing the AI stop its attacks, Black Dog immediately asks, "Are you giving up already?" The AI just clicks its tongue in rage, bluntly stating the cruel truth. "Tch, I cannot beat you with this weak body anyway." That statement leaves Tuyet Huy absolutely stunned, his jaw dropping wide open in pure shock. Now watch closely. The AI rapidly strikes pressure points on his body, and Tuyet Huy instantly panics. Heavenly Spirit Point. Chi Gate. Wait, is that an acupoint burning technique? Gritting his teeth, Tuyet Huy glares and curses the AI. This total maniac. He is sacrificing my actual lifespan just to force out endless potential. But why would the AI listen? It acts like a crazy beast, completely ignoring the real owner of this physical body. Luckily, at that exact moment, a system prompt pops up right in front of him. Do you wish to intervene in battle? Yes or no? Obviously, Tuyet Huy hits accept to save his lifespan. His soul snaps back into his body just before it hits one final acupoint on his neck. Tuyet Huy relaxes slightly, breathing a sigh of relief. That bastard was too close. Right as he regains control, he hears Black Dog praising him. You did well, but those words unexpectedly make his heart sink. Lowering his head, Tuyet Huy hesitates before asking, I am sorry, but can we spar one more time? The captain instantly rejects it. No need, Black Dog replies. I only came here to get a quick gauge of your abilities. Not pushing it, Tuyet Huy bows. I hope I satisfied you. Black Dog simply answers, This is enough. I fully understand your strength now. But right then, the demon lord Kanma, who was watching from outside, issues an order. Keep going. Show me everything. Use absolutely every trick you have. Both fighters immediately turn their eyes toward him. As Kanma's subordinate, Black Dog obviously cannot disobey. He turns to Tuyet Huy and says, All right then, this is the final round. The main character carefully raises his sword and respectfully replies, Thank you for the lesson. I know what you are thinking. Can he actually win? He cannot move like the AI, so beating Black Dog normally is totally impossible. He activates simulation mode. Under this combat simulation state, his third-rate martial arts are added in by default. It analyzes the best data from all martial arts and displays it via video. Analyzing 7 styles. Analyzing 32 combat techniques. Analyzing 14 different footwork methods. Analyzing exactly 5 distinct fist techniques. Analysis complete. Rubbing his chin, Tuyet Huy stares at the system window in disbelief. Done. But how exactly do I use this? Seeing him just stand there, Black Dog gets impatient. Hey, are you attacking or not? Tuyet Huy is entirely focused on this weird simulation combat mode, totally distracted. He stammers, about that. Right then, the system sends a notification to watch the video once. Suddenly, the shadow that taught him martial arts appears, completely amazing him. He cries out internally in utter confusion. The figure is way darker than before, and it is not just on his side. Black Dog has a shadow too. Tuyet Huy gasps mentally. Huh? Black Dog has one too. After preparation finishes, the system immediately announces, starting the combat simulation. Countless shadows charge at Black Dog all at once. That is where we leave it, and trust me, you want to see what happens next. These thick black bamboo shadows look absolutely bizarre. Let's dive right into the madness. Tuyet Huy stares in pure shock at this bizarre scene. His face totally drops, eyes wide with absolute disbelief. His shadows rapidly start copying his attack moves to fight against Hat Cow's shadow. But guess what? Every single one of them gets blocked. The system is literally simulating every single attack pattern he could possibly use. But not a single shadow manages to land a hit on Hat Cow's shadow. It effortlessly stops everything dead in its tracks. The guy is an absolute monster. But wait, suddenly, Hat Cow's shadow actually takes damage. A clean, sharp cut slices right across his side. One of his shadows actually pulled it off, successfully sliding its blade right past Hat Cow's shadow for a solid hit. Tuyet Huy, who has been watching this entire time, obviously spots the hit. He gasps. Internally, it actually worked. The tactic is super effective. Immediately, an entire attack summary panel is beamed straight into his mind. High strike, mid strike, then a quick shift to the right for a low slash, followed by continuous vertical thrusts. Dodge Hat Cow's massive stab, then low slash into the white elephant transformation. The results are locked in. Before Tuyet Huy can even figure out the footwork, his own body just starts moving completely on autopilot. He starts moving. The system takes over his physical body, rushing straight at Hat Cow following the exact simulation instructions. High strike, then mid strike. Tuyet Huy's body perfectly executes the combo. 2 rapid thrusts aimed right at Hat Cow, then a swift shift to the right for a low slash. His body drops low to the right, aiming for the ribs, but the commander blocks it instantly. He follows up with continuous thrusts, high and low. He quickly moves exactly as the system described, throwing a relentless barrage of attacks at Hat Cow, but the guy easily deflects every single one. Not only that, he grits his teeth. Furious, he yells out, "These pathetic, simple attacks, are you seriously messing with me right now? Now pay attention here, because things get crazy." Tuyet Huy realizes it immediately. Hat Cow is furious, and he is about to stab. Just like the simulation predicted, Hat Cow goes completely berserk. He coats his blade in a dark, blood-red aura, hissing in a deadly tone. Enough of this nonsense. But he has absolutely no clue that this was the main character's goal all along. Tuyet Huy smiles, cheering internally. That is exactly it. Hat Cow grits his teeth, eyes flaring with pure killing intent as his sword glows blood red. Suddenly dodge. He perfectly avoids Hat Cow's stab. Before the commander even realizes what happened, a clean, lightning-fast slash glides right past his side, completely slicing open his belt. Followed by a low slash. White light demonic art. Forms 6 white elephant transformation. Hat Cow snaps his head toward Tuyet Huy in shock, killing intent exploding off him. He growls, "This brat!" Tuyet Huy just watches him clutch that fresh wound. After completely boring his opponent with those basic, predictable slashes and regular thrusts, the sudden deadly shift from a harmless herbivore caught him entirely off guard. The opening was created by pure carelessness. To think the simulation ability can actually analyze human psychology like this, absolutely insane. Pure joy is clearly written all over Tuyet Huy's face as he stares at Hat Cow. You and I both saw that coming, right? Well, think again. A sudden chill runs down his spine as the atmosphere turns violently heavy. His eyes widen in terror. He actually enraged Hat Cow. The commander glares at him with eyes full of absolute rage, grinding his teeth in pure, uncontrolled fury. Hat Cow raises his massive sword, ready to deliver a devastating strike to vent his anger, while Tuyet Huy waves his hands in complete panic. "Hey, wait up!" But Hat Cow isn't listening to a single word. He swings the heavy blade down without hesitation, his savage face dripping with deadly intent. But luckily for our boy, Kan Ma instantly appears and blocks him. Even though the blade didn't hit, just the shockwave and massive wind pressure alone prove how absolutely devastating that strike was. Looking completely epic, Kan Ma effortlessly stops the out-of-control Hat Cow in his tracks. He says in a freezing tone, "Stop right there. If you attack with that much power, Tuyet Huy will actually die." Hat Cow finally snaps back to reality. Seeing Tuyet Huy standing there completely stunned with his arms up to defend himself, he immediately bows his head. "Please forgive me," he pleads earnestly. Kan Ma just waves it off. "It is fine. Even I could clearly see that Tuyet Huy was provoking you on purpose. His skills are definitely vice commander level, but he needs time to adapt to our organization." Kan Ma turns to look at him, judging his potential, before instructing the commander, "Let him start as an intern. Give him some special training first, and then officially appoint him to the vice commander position. What do you think? Hak Kao bows in complete agreement. I completely agree with that plan, sir. After finishing the discussion with the commander, Kan Ma suddenly calls out his name. As for you, Tuyet Huy, our main character instantly replies, yes, sir. His voice suddenly drops deeper, but you can hear the smirk hiding behind it. From this moment on, you are on the fast track to being appointed vice commander. Despite being totally shocked by Kan Ma's sudden decision, Tuyet Huy shouts back proudly, yes, I will work incredibly hard. The system notification pops up. Tuyet Huy has been officially selected as the Shadow Troop's vice commander. Before long, a brand new day begins for our guy. Right now, he still has to stay in the safe house Kan Ma brought him to so he can heal up. Tuyet Huy sits cross-legged on his bed, cultivating his energy to fully recover after that insane clash with Hak Kao. For the past 4 straight days, his life is just training, eating, and sleeping. Tuyet Huy, Shadow Troop Vice Commander, Health 110,000, Internal Energy 110,000, Combat Power 400,000. So where does this leave us? With one deep breath, our guy regulates his wild energy. Stick with me, here we are jumping right back in. Tuyet Huy opens his eyes to the morning sun, his mind replaying that system's brutal insults. Hey, you stupid bastard, keep hiding in the underworld and watch. Do you even know what you are actually missing? Endless greed. He quietly thinks over the harsh advice the system just threw right at him. Crazy, obsessive greed, he used to have that. But now, Tuyet Huy rolls out of bed, walks straight over to the bronze mirror, and picks it up. A wave of complex emotions hits him. He stares at the number 4 floating right above his head. Such a cruel, twisted joke, he thinks sadly. Every time his extra lives increase, his despair fades just a little. He just lacks the raw courage to fully conquer his fears. Tuyet Huy puts the mirror down, muttering, he gave me 3 years. Kan Ma promised that if he crushed the Hidden Shadow Squad training and proved his worth, he would make him the vice captain. 3 years. His face turns completely dead serious now. His eyes burn with pure resolve. In that time, he will surpass that bastard system and reach a level even it cannot predict. Tuyet Huy lets out a heavy breath, turns around, and reaches for his shirt on the bed. Suddenly, the system flashes a prompt. Do you want to save, accept, or reject? Tuyet Huy's eyes go wide in pure shock. A save prompt. This window only triggers right before or after a major special mission starts. He stares carefully at the system window, his hand completely freezing mid-air over his shirt. Pay close attention here. It popped up just as he moved. Is something insane about to happen? Better save first. His updated save files instantly pop up. Heavenly Realm Year, 95, Chapter 2.1, Kan Ma's life-changing choice. Heavenly Realm Year, 95, Chapter 2.15, Becoming Kan Ma's key warrior, enemy dead. Heavenly Realm Year 95, Chapter 3.1, Kan Ma's core warrior, 3 years of rapid progress. Tuyet Huy stares at the new title, totally confused. 3 years of rapid progress. From past experience, his life log always perfectly captures his exact current situation in crazy detail. In other words, this 3-year rapid progress means an incredibly rare, golden chance to massively level up his raw power. Tuyet Huy rubs his head. He doesn't want to overthink this and get a headache. He mutters to himself, haha, let's head out first. My mind is way too messy right now. Time to wash up and do some light training. He quickly throws on his clothes and walks slowly toward the door. Right then, another choice menu randomly flashes before him. Select schedule for month 9, year 95, 1 of 36. Learn martial arts, take a mission, fulfill warrior duty, or walk around. His hand freezes right by the door. Tuyet Huy stands there completely stunned by this random situation, wondering, what is this? Out of pure habit, Tuyet Huy rubs his chin, staring at the choice board deep in thought. Month 9, year 95 is right now, 1 of 36. He guesses that means 36 turns. Wait, the prompt mentioned 3 years of rapid growth. Since it is a schedule for month 9, the task will take exactly 1 month starting from right now. Tuyet Huy scans his options. Learn martial arts, take a mission, fulfill warrior duties, or just walk around. He mutters, well then, for my very first month in the Hidden Shadow Squad, obviously I need to learn their specific martial arts. You and I know exactly what he has to do. He picks martial arts instantly. Immediately, a new menu pops up. What do you want to learn? Hidden Shadow Squad's signature demonic art, tracking theory basics, pressure point knowledge, or basic combat guidance from the training commander. Tuyet Huy rubs his chin. As a brand new member of the Hidden Shadow Squad, The first thing to learn is obvious. He selects their signature technique, the One Origin demonic art. The second he makes his choice, the door flies open. A stranger walks right in, catching Tuyet Huy completely off guard. It is a harsh, middle-aged man. The man glares with cold eyes and asks, "Are you Tuyet Huy?" He cautiously replies, "Yes." The old man instantly introduces himself. "My name is Ba. I am your superior and the official training commander of the Hidden Shadow Squad. Starting right now, I will teach you the signature demonic art of our squad." Not giving him a second to process this, the man turns and orders, "Follow me." Tuyet Huy feels totally uneasy, but quietly agrees. Yes, but the moment he steps behind Ba, something incredibly bizarre happens that leaves him completely dizzy. Strange, incredibly vivid memories of the near future suddenly explode right inside his brain. The moment he starts, an alert pops. You have learned One Origin demonic art. Hyper-realistic memories of the training ground flood in. He can literally hear Ba praising him. "How did you master everything on your very first day?" Your understanding of the One Origin demonic art has massively increased. Now look at Ba's shocked face. He stammers, "Unbelievable, you understood it this fast?" His mastery just jumped to the next tier. Wild, right? Let's jump right into this wild story. Tuyet Huy shoots up in bed after experiencing the absolute weirdest sensation imaginable. His face is completely frozen in pure, unadulterated shock. Totally confused, he frantically looks around his empty room. He asks himself, "Wait, what in the world just happened? Didn't I literally just leave this exact room seconds ago?" Suddenly, an entire month of intense training memories floods his brain. It turns out, this isn't some crazy vision of the future. He actually just lived through 30 whole days of grinding. It all flashed by in the blink of an eye, leaving Tuyet Huy completely dazed and completely speechless. This is easily the most bizarre experience of his entire life. Right then, the system pops up with a training summary, proving that everything he just went through wasn't just some crazy hallucination. The 1-month training results announce health points increased by 10,000, internal energy up by 10,000, and combat power boosted by 20,000. The newly updated status window instantly flashes right in front of our main character, Tuyet Huy, Vice Commander of the Shadow Troop. Health points, 120,000. Internal energy, 120,000. Combat power, 420,000. Tuyet Huy just stares blankly at his own massive stat boosts. It feels so unbelievably unreal. He thinks he is trapped in an amazing dream, muttering, "Am I really sleeping right now?" Suddenly, a newly updated martial arts manual materializes directly in his line of sight. Martial arts catalog. White hand demonic art at the beginner stage. Red hand demonic art, intermediate stage. Extreme fire demon, intermediate stage. One Origin demonic art, brand new beginner stage. And the 4 great extreme demon winds, currently sitting at beginner stage. After finally processing all this insane information, he suddenly glances over at the room's door with an incredibly cautious, heavy stare. Watch closely. You do not want to miss this. Tuyet Huy steps toward the door, reaching out to test reality. Instantly, the exact same system prompt flashes before his eyes. Please select your exact schedule for the 10th month. Heavenly Realm, Year 95, Cycle 36. Options: study martial arts, accept missions, fulfill martial artist duties, or simply walk around. Everything in the room instantly freezes in place, waiting for Tuyet Huy to make his choice. Slowly, his lips curl up into a super stiff smirk. Tuyet Huy chuckles twice, shaking his head in absolute disbelief. Haha, this is definitely no dream. A whole month really passed in a flash, forcefully implanting so much crucial knowledge directly into his brain. He now knows the entire internal layout of Black Tortoise Hall, the Shadow Troop's base. He remembers exactly which squads operate there, but the clearest memory of all is the perfect martial art technique he just mastered. The One Origin demonic art he learned works like standard demonic arts by burning the user's life force to create internal energy. But its true origin actually stems from the beginning of life itself. This One Origin demonic art takes the form of traditional, orthodox martial arts, specifically the One Origin Qi, representing perfect harmony of the 5 elements. Even though its form mirrors completely normal martial arts, its foundation is completely different from typical dark techniques. That is exactly why it is superior. Depending on how you train it, you can easily avoid being corrupted by demonic energy. You and I both see it, right? A total destiny game changer. Tuyet Huy cannot hide his massive grin, his lips curving up in pure excitement while his eyes gleam with a mocking light. He clenches his fists, absolutely buzzing with adrenaline, thinking about how he used to struggle, totally self-taught and training alone. But now, Now he can get direct guidance from an absolute master like Deja. Thanks to this massive advantage, I will definitely get stronger insanely fast. This month, he chooses to study martial arts once again to fully perfect his one origin demonic art. Tuyet Huy smiles with absolute confidence, his eyes shining with pure anticipation. Let us keep going. Soon enough, several months fly by like the wind. The system instantly pops up to summarize his latest training results. Notification of your training results. Health points increased by 50,000. Combat power up by 90,000. You have officially learned the advanced One Origin demonic art. Tuyet Huy stares in pure disbelief at the notification board, his lips twitching from shock, but he cannot hide the joyful laughter in his eyes. Overwhelmed with absolute joy, he quietly asks himself, "Really?" The newly upgraded status window flashes right before his very eyes. Tuyet Huy, Shadow Troop Vice Commander. Health points, 170,000. Internal energy, 170,000. Combat power, 510,000. He gasps. The progress is insanely fast. It only took 3 months to get this incredibly strong. This is no longer just a trial run. He already knows exactly what happens next. Tuyet Huy happily jumps out of bed and walks straight toward the door. The selection menu quickly pops up right in front of him again. Please select your schedule for the 12th month. Heavenly Realm Year 95, Week 4 of 36. Study martial arts, accept missions, fulfill martial artist duties, or walk around. Looking at the options menu this time, he is not surprised anymore. Instead, he wears an obvious, arrogant smirk that he cannot even hide. This is way too fun. Leveling up feels absolutely amazing. Just how strong can I actually become? 1 year. In exactly 1 year, I am going to master absolutely everything possible. Tuyet Huy silently swears to himself with pure, unshakable confidence. He once again selects the martial arts study option. The menu quickly appears, but this time only 3 martial arts categories remain. Theoretical tracking skills at the beginner level, understanding acupuncture points at the beginner level, and finally, beginner guidance from the training commander. So what do you and I make of this? Tuyet Huy frowns, rubbing his chin at the system window. Because he fully mastered the One Origin demonic art, the Shadow Troop's signature section totally vanished. Alright, stick with me here. Our guy is unlocking crazy system skills left and right. He just mastered the Mystic Acupuncture book, a super rare manual for hand-to-hand combat techniques. Then comes the life-stealing strike, literally draining life force. Advanced pressure point knowledge, fully completed. Tuyet Huy grins at his system window, absolutely hyped. Just 3 days to master all pressure points. Next up is tracking theory. He instantly learns the barbarian step and advanced footprint tracking techniques, plus the 100-mile listening skill. He can now hear a pin drop from literally 100 miles away. He even unlocked White Night Eye, perfect vision in total darkness. He gets a scent-erasing liquid crafting recipe, and an absolutely insane bone-dislocating guide. Yep, breaking limbs is now a full system skill. With that, his tracking theory is completely mastered. Hearing the system ding, Tuyet Huy lets out a huge cheer, looking so smug. Just 1 single month to max out both his pressure point knowledge and his tracking theories. Time for the next training session. But then, the system announces it is December 31st. Tuyet Huy stares at the screen in pure shock. Wait, there is only 1 day left? He mutters to himself, deep in thought. Standing up, he walks over to his short sword, stretching out his stiff muscles. He tells himself he needs to practice his new martial arts moves more. Suddenly, a mysterious box resting on the nearby table catches his eye. Totally drawn to it, he whispers how this reminds him of the Academy treasure hunt. He expects a boring nutrition bar. But nope, the box pops open to reveal a brand new, game-changing system feature. Now pay close attention here. Combine martial arts? Accept or decline? Tuyet Huy looks at it, totally confused. He stares at the glowing window, repeating the prompt out loud. He hits accept just to see what this thing actually does. But the system flashes an error, no manuals available. Please insert a martial arts manual first. He scratches his head, letting out a confused hum as he talks to himself. He needs to put a physical manual inside? He instantly looks around the room, telling the system to hold on. Right then, a massive bookshelf stuffed with scrolls and books catches his attention. He cheers internally. But wait, the shelf has 0 real manuals. Just a bunch of completely blank books. He grabs a brush, expertly dipping it into some black ink. You and I both know his regression cheat is insane. He remembers every single move. Time to write. He starts furiously writing down every martial art he ever learned. The only sound is his brush scratching across paper. Once he finally finishes copying his entire arsenal, he stops. Rubbing his tired wrist, He counts up the new manuals he made. White Light, White Hand, One Origin, Red Hand, Fire Extreme, and 4 Great Extreme Demon Arts. 6 total. He scoops up all 6 books and rushes over to the chest. He throws them in, desperate to see what this fusion feature actually does. The system says to reference the 5 elements generation cycle and trait enhancement rules. Wood feeds fire, fire to earth, earth to metal, metal to water. He gasps at the system window. It actually works. If the traits are totally different, just follow the 5-element cycle. After thinking hard, he grabs 2 books, one with a fire trait, the other matching the wood element. Wait, he realizes White Light and White Hand are both demon arts. They both share the exact same water trait. He drops the 2 manuals into the chest. Boom, it actually fuses them together. The white body demon art is born. He catches the glowing book floating in the air, yelling out in pure, uncontained excitement. System update success. You received white body demon art, entry level. The white hand art blocked blades barehanded. But this white body version, it literally makes his entire physical body invincible to weapons. Sure, at his current low level, the effect is not perfect yet. But even at entry tier, he can use ice crystals to unleash power that rivals actual sword aura. He smiles, hyped about his shiny new manual. This is already way stronger than the 4 great demon arts. Trust me, you are looking at an absolute monster now. His new status board pops up combat power completely skyrocketed. Tuyet Huy, Shadow Troop Vice Captain. HP 170,000, Mana 170,000. Combat power 840,000 up 330,000. Tieu Linh cheers internally. His strength is visibly skyrocketing. Time to try that again. Stick with me here. Tieu Linh smiles like a madman, deciding to craft another manual. His eyes, absolutely wild with excitement. The fiery demonic fist is finally complete. Tieu Linh happily grabs the brand new skill manual hovering right there in midair. Fusing the red hand and the extreme fire arts together? Super unusual. But it actually formed a brand new fist technique. He stares at his blazing hands, completely pumped. His whole body is practically vibrating with raw hype. Even using way less internal energy, the firepower is off the charts compared to before. He opens the martial arts menu to check. First up, One Origin Demonic Art Advanced Stage. Then, White Body Demonic Art Entry Level. Next, Fiery Demonic Fist Entry Level. And 4 Great Extreme Demonic Wind Basic Stage. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he smirks at the system window. Even though the other skills did not fuse, he is incredibly satisfied. Outside, the sun is high. Brilliant rays of light pierce right through his window, blinding him for a second and forcing his eyes shut. Memories of system screens from the boundary of life and death flash back. He looks at the romantic sunrise. That giant sun radiates warm light, slowly hugging the hills and making them shine with this gorgeous, vibrant green glow, like a lighthouse in the dark. He smiles, speaking with total relief. The new year is here. The light guides his path forward. Face full of absolute determination, his eyes are shining bright. Time to grind again. Even though it is the first day of the year, he refuses to take a break. Dead serious, he straps his sword to his waist and heads for the door. A quick selection panel pops up instantly. Heavenly Realm Year 956, month 5 out of 36. Learn martial arts, take a mission, or do walking guard duty. The corner of his mouth curls up into a smirk. He decides to spend this month mastering a new skill. The system immediately asks, what exactly do you want to learn? Now watch closely. Things are about to get real. At the Black Tortoise Pavilion's mountain villa, Tieu Linh faces Jokpa, the Shadow Squad trainer, who casually rests a sword on his shoulder. Looks like the system will not be spoon-feeding him free skills anymore. Starting today, he receives direct guidance from the training commander. Entry-level commander training has officially begun. Only one thing left to do. Jokpa suddenly slams his blade hard into the floor. His status window pops up. Jokpa, Shadow Squad Commander, HP 6.6 million, internal energy 56 million, super peak realm, combat power 8.5 million. He glares at our boy sternly and speaks. I heard Lord Ganma wants you to get special training, but even Shadow Squad geniuses need 3 years for basic training, and you somehow finished it in 4 months. That is genuinely mind-blowing right there. Getting praised by a veteran absolute beast like Jokpa, Tieu Linh is naturally super proud. He bows politely, thanking him. He might be hyped about his insane learning speed, but right after that praise, the old man drops a brutal reality check. However, those fancy skills of yours cannot help Lord Ganma at all. Tieu Linh looks totally confused, instantly asking why. We both felt that burn, right? Jugpa ignores his question, asking back what is the heavenly demon disciple's true strategy. Sail Hui freezes completely. He never even thought about that stuff, so he admits he has no clue. Jugpa starts breaking down the massive war Lord Ganma is fighting against his monstrous rivals. The first disciple is Blood Demon. He commands 4 extreme demon tier experts, including himself. Absolute powerhouse. Second disciple is Demon Rot. He has 2 extreme demon experts, plus a massive army of high-level demonic warriors. The third disciple, Evil Spirit, also controls 2 extreme demon experts. No idea how he even recruited those guys. But somehow, even hidden masters who normally ignore daily politics have stepped up to support his faction. Extreme Demon Tier. Let us break down the cultivation rankings for the cult and orthodox factions. Starting from expert class in the demonic cult, Super Peak is lowest. Initial Demon is next, and Extreme Demon is highest. Orthodox faction is similar. Super Peak is lowest, then Divine, and King Tier is highest. So Extreme Demons are basically demonic gods. Did the Mount Hua sect in his past life ever even reach that insane realm? Sail Hui hesitates, asking about Lord Ganma. The commander does not hold back the cruel truth. Sadly, he does not have a single extreme demon expert. Sail Hui gasps out loud, completely shell-shocked, going into a bloodbath war against those absolute monsters without a single top-tier expert backing him up? So what do you and I make of this? Sail Hui asks the obvious question, how is he still alive? Let's dive right in. Seeing our guy ask so bluntly, Ditchba just chuckles at the sheer audacity. Interesting, he replies. This is all thanks to Lord Ganma's insane potential. Have you ever heard of the Heavenly Slaughter Star? Hearing that title, Tuyet Hui's eyes go wide with pure shock. He can't hide his surprise as he blurts out, Lord Ganma is the Heavenly Slaughter Star? The Heavenly Slaughter Star is born with god-tier martial arts bones. A legendary genius like that rarely appears even once in 1,000 years. They can master absolutely any martial art in existence. Even without trying, they'll naturally break through to the extreme demonic tier. Rumor has it, if a Heavenly Slaughter Star actually trains in demonic arts, literally nobody in the world can stop them. Tuyet Huy still finds this info totally overwhelming. He immediately brings up what little he knows to dig deeper. But wait, I heard those born under that star never live past 60. Dikba clearly isn't thrilled by that comment. He casually swings the sword in his hand, replying in a deadpan tone. Exactly true. Most of them actually die because they can't conquer their own internal madness. And that is exactly why the heavenly demon took Lord Ganma in as his 4th disciple. Lord Ganma is entirely different from all the others. A completely crazy thought suddenly hits Tuyet Huy, and he hesitatingly voices out his wild theory. So Lord Ganma could actually become the demon sect leader? But Dishba instantly shoots that idea down with absolute certainty. He explains that no matter what crazy variables get thrown into the mix, a Heavenly Slaughter Star's fate remains totally fixed. Now watch closely. When Lord Ganma unleashes all that crazy stored energy from his body, he will instantly die. But that final explosive power will definitely surpass even an extreme demon tier expert. It happens only once. Destiny is already locked in. He is fated to die the moment his full potential erupts. Hearing those razor-sharp words from the brutal training commander, it finally clicks in Tuyet Hui's brain. Oh, now I get it. He instantly remembers that glowing infinity symbol he saw earlier on Ganma's combat power stat. That symbol on Ganma's stats. So that is what infinite power actually means. Dikba spins his sword right on the floor and says, You get it now, right? Your puny skills are completely useless against Lord Ganma. Having it spelled out like that, Tuyet Huy fully absorbs the brutal reality. He quietly mutters, Yeah, I understand. He then carefully glances up at the training commander and asks the burning question. If that's true, what is the actual point of the Shadow Division? Dikba immediately drops the facts. Our main goal is purely to spread massive misinformation. This tricks the other heavenly demon disciples into figuring things out themselves, ultimately setting up an all-out, chaotic, to-the-death survival game among all the remaining disciples. Suddenly, the old man rests his sheathed sword right on Tuyet Hui's shoulder, putting him on high alert. A voice echoing from the depths of his soul rings out. You and I both know what this means. One single battle ends absolutely everything. The strategy? Impossible to lose, because there's literally zero chance to win. A brutally realistic path, yet entirely locked down by fate itself. Seeing his grim expression, Dikba offers a tiny bit of comfort. Don't be disappointed. Nobody knows how this crazy life will actually unfold. But first, if you want to be the vice captain of the Shadow Division, you are nowhere near that level yet. survive my training, and you will reach an entirely new tier. Hearing that he could actually level up his power, Tuyet Hui's eyes immediately light up. Even though his brain is still spinning from the massive lore drop, he happily accepts the brutal training, shouting loudly, "I will follow your orders perfectly." He seriously draws the blade at his waist, his resolve solidifying. Now isn't the time to stress about the future. I just need to get stronger right now, at all costs. That is all that matters. Dikba's voice suddenly booms, making Tuyet Huy flinch hard. All right, let the hardcore training officially begin. Our main character freezes at the commander's booming, overly excited tone, but gets swept up in the insane hype and screams, "Yes, sir!" Instantly, a glowing system panel popping with today's impossible daily quests flashes right in front of his face. Day 1 of becoming a supreme master. Complete everything within exactly one single day. 0 out of 10,000 horizontal slashes. 0 out of 10,000 vertical slashes. 10,000 diagonal cuts. 10,000 high stabs. 10,000 mid stabs. 10,000 low stabs. Tuyet Huy stares blankly at this absolutely extreme, back-breaking workload. His pupils shrink to pinpricks, his face completely twisting in pure horror. Right on cue, Dishba starts barking orders. Get moving! By day 2, Tuyet Huy is panting heavily, desperately grinding through a schedule definitely not meant for human beings. The training commander stands right beside him, constantly yelling, "You still can't even pull this off?" He silently fumes with intense bitterness. Unlike his other choices, time absolutely does not magically skip forward during this hellish training sequence. From day 3 to day 6, his mood shifts from reluctant acceptance to absolute, boiling rage. While sweating bullets, he curses internally. Damn it, how the hell am I supposed to finish all this in a single day? If a movement isn't perfectly flawless, the counter simply refuses to go up. By day 14, his target numbers are still basically frozen. Day 16 hits, and his face screams pure frustration. Tuyet Huy can't hold back the anger boiling inside and silently curses with pure spite. Damn it. You and I both feel his pain. 17 full days later, he finally beats that absolute nightmare of a quest. Horizontal, vertical, and diagonal slashes hit 10,000. High, middle, and low thrusts perfectly reach 10,000 too. Come along with me here. Seeing that completion screen pop up made Tuyet Huy look exactly like a completely freed slave. He tossed his sword right onto the dirt, collapsed heavily onto the floor, and tilted his head back to scream. I finally did it. But seconds later, another system window suddenly flashed before his eyes, violently dragging our guy from pure joy straight down into absolute despair. Swing skill unlocked. Side and front swings at 0 out of 1,000. Back swings require a crazy 100,000. The ruthless system instantly kicked Tuyet Hui's brief moment of happiness straight down into hell, his face completely drowned in despair. Our main character dropped his jaw and let out a miserable, agonizing groan. Oh, damn it all. Day 29. After more than 20 grueling days of relentlessly repeating the exact same sword motion thousands of times, he finally managed to clear that insanely hellish requirement board entirely. Side sword swings hit 10,000. Forward swings reached 10,000. And backward swings maxed at 10,000. Completely drained, Tuyet Huy flopped hard onto the dirt, heavily panting as he weakly muttered, "It is finally over." But right at that very second, the system fired off a brand new notification, doubling the insane quota to 20,000 times. Panting heavily, Tuyet Huy just stared at it in pure despair. He looked exactly like a completely shriveled up, lifeless tree branch, so incredibly exhausted that he did not even have the energy left to swear. When the final day arrived, the summary notification for his entire month of brutal training popped up. Unable to cope with that harsh reality, Tuyet Huy could only bitterly curse inside his own head, simply muttering, "Damn it." Now watch closely. Things are shifting. Over inside the High-End Vu management office, a tall man stood sharply before the head training commander, giving his report. As you can clearly see, they are absolutely outstanding individuals. Dishba simply rested his chin on his hand, scanning the detailed report before letting out a soft, thoughtful hum. The person giving this serious report was an old man rocking a white beard, a proud member of the training committee named Bach Luong Thien. He confidently continued speaking. "I dare to predict that in half a year at most, every single one of them will become absolute peak experts." Dishba kept resting his chin, quietly evaluating. Yes, they all received incredibly excellent scores. Bach Luong Thien immediately gave a quick breakdown of this year's elite batch of promising rookies. Tieu Linh, Xich Tung, and Long Chan already had solid reputations, so their success is easily understandable. but Tieu Lin's flawless performance went completely beyond our wildest expectations. Tieu Lin is a kid with a truly unique mindset, effortlessly fooling any ordinary person who crosses her path. That is exactly why she passed the strict test for the Vo Tam Legion. Without a doubt, Lord Kan Ma has incredibly profound vision. Bach Luong Thien immediately voiced his firm agreement. I completely agree. Dick Ba's face, which had been beaming with joy while mentioning his master, suddenly turned dead serious the moment the topic shifted to our main character. Putting that aside, is the guy who is about to become vice captain of the Shadow Squad really still drowning himself in deep meditation? Bach Luong Thien promptly replied to the commander. Yes, sir. He has been training exactly like that for 3 whole months now. The training commander frowned deeply, asking, no other forms of training? Bach Luong Thien hesitated for a split second, then answered, yes. Hearing that firm confirmation, Dich Ba merely let out another low, thoughtful hum. Suddenly, Bach Luong Thien spoke up again, voicing his own nagging doubts out loud. This is just my personal opinion, but I am really starting to wonder if handing him the vice captain seat is actually the right move here. Dich Ba did not scold him at all, calmly asking for his reasoning instead. Bach Luong Thien immediately spilled out his exact thoughts regarding the main character. You and I are probably wondering the exact same thing here. Has he not just endlessly repeated one simple drill for months? He really should switch exercises to mentally prepare for real combat situations. Is not that completely opposite to what the commander has been desperately trying to teach him? Hearing this, Dich Ba simply flashed a highly satisfied smile, slowly stroking his beard as he proudly replied, well, it seems you have completely overlooked one crucial detail. That kid is not just simply repeating a basic physical motion. With every single movement, he is flawlessly circulating his internal energy in a perfect, complete cycle. Hearing the commander's wild analysis, Bach Luong Thien instantly froze stiff in pure shock. His pupils violently shrank in pure astonishment as he blurted out, what? Circulating internal energy in a perfect cycle? The legendary technique of perfectly transferring a person's inner energy straight to the sword's blade? Unable to believe his own ears, the old man practically screamed. Are you telling me he reached that insane level of mastery in just this much time? The training commander merely smiled with an expression of absolute, undeniable satisfaction. Without directly confirming Bach Luong Thien's desperate question, he simply said, I do not know, but at least not right now. Let us go and check on him ourselves. Dich Ba walked ahead, leading Bach Luong Thien straight over to Tuyet Hui's location. You are meditating. His internal cultivation realm had skyrocketed so massively that even while deep in absolute concentration, he immediately sensed their presence. He naturally greeted them, saying, You have returned, sir. Dich Ba looked genuinely surprised by the young man's incredibly sharp senses. The old commander simply asked, Yes, but have you finally finished the mission I assigned? Our main character answered honestly, I still have not achieved it yet. Hearing that, the training commander's tone turned dead serious as he asked for the underlying reason. Tuyet Huy did not hesitate for even a second, directly explaining his underlying reason. It is simply because I am deeply pondering the true meaning behind it. Hearing that, the commander just burst out laughing. He chuckled loudly and asked point blank, So what are you thinking about? Trust me, you are going to want to hear this. Stick with me here, Tuyet Huy replies, asking if a flawless movement even exists, stating he is thinking about it. The training commander keeps pushing him, asking the real question. So, have you found the answer yet? Tuyet Huy speaks up, saying he found out that it is completely impossible. Hearing this totally unexpected answer, the commander just stays silent for a long moment before asking him again why on earth he would say he already found the answer. Tuyet Huy just drops one incredibly mysterious line right there. How exactly do you turn the impossible into the possible? He says he is thinking deeply about that question, sir. Dich Ba repeats the words, completely confused. How to turn the impossible into the possible. Tuyet Huy closes his eyes and answers seriously. Exactly. From the very beginning, perfection never existed. But if we expand our thinking just a little bit, the concept of being wrong does not exist either. Bright sunlight shines down on his solid, steady back, while a flock of birds flies freely across the sky, leaving beautifully stunning feathers drifting down around him. Tuyet Huy continues sharing his sudden enlightenment. In the end, it all depends entirely on how we understand the meaning of the answer itself. That is true perfection. Even a completely wrong answer can transform into a correct one. After hearing those profound words from our main character, Dich Ba feels a massive chill running right down his spine. Even now, his old heart is still pounding wildly, completely out of control. He turns pale and stammers out, asking if he just but the word simply cannot leave his mouth. He can only wonder silently in his own mind. I have no idea if this kid even knows it, but this is the legendary heart voice realm. Paradoxically, the closer we get to perfection, the further away from it we actually are. An enlightenment only martial artists who open their eyes to a new world experience. This is the path leading straight to a higher tier. Tuyet Huy casually stretches his muscles, totally unaware that his body is already radiating a terrifying dominant aura. Now watch this closely. Suddenly, Dikba screams out, demanding he immediately return to the standard meditation posture. Tuyet Huy stares at him in pure surprise, totally confused, and hesitatingly asks what is going on. But the training commander refuses to explain anything, just frantically urging him to follow orders. Hurry up! Keep visualizing those repeating movements in your head without stopping for a second. Tuyet Huy looks blankly at the old man, who is so hyped up he is gripping his shoulders. Finally, he just agrees. All right. He follows the commander's strict instructions, deeply focusing on those specific movements he always imagined to reach that absolute realm of pure perfection. He is completely unaware that his internal core is now glowing brilliantly, subconsciously channeling massive amounts of energy. The training commander firmly holds Tuyet Huy's shoulders, staring at him in sheer amazement. He cannot hide the huge smile on his face, thinking to himself, this crazy kid. Suddenly, the dominant aura exploding around him becomes insanely wild and fierce. The power erupts so violently that it literally shreds the clothes right off our main character's body. His entire body gets totally engulfed in immense energy pouring from his head. The shockwave blasts out so fiercely that both Dikba and Bach Luong Thien are violently pushed far back. They raise their hands to block the blinding light erupting from his body, groaning in pain. After surviving this extreme breakthrough process, Tuyet Huy powerfully stands up, showing off a seriously shredded physique. His signature scarf is completely torn to absolute shreds. You and I both knew this was coming, right? Flying through the air, his whole body is wrapped in a fierce aura, his eyes radiating pure, intense power. The upgraded system status board quickly pops up, with all his stats skyrocketing to insane levels. Tuyet Huy, Vice Captain of the Hidden Shadow Squad. HP up by 530,000. Internal energy up by 1 million. Super Absolute Peak Realm. Combat Power 5,900,000. Increased by 560,000. Congratulations! You completed the quest to become a Super Absolute Peak Master. Training results notification. You have successfully achieved the ultimate title of a Super Absolute Peak Martial Artist. Tuyet Huy sits on his bed, simply staring at the system window. He has successfully unblocked his 2 major meridian channels. He raises a hand to examine it, his body still subconsciously radiating a massive aura that he just cannot fully suppress yet. Our main character silently marvels to himself. Super Absolute Peak Realm. Honestly, it feels a bit weird. You have learned the ghost evading steps, the ultimate footwork of the 4 great extreme demonic arts. Hearing that notification, Tuyet Huy lets out a thoroughly entertained, excited little gasp. Oh wow, his epic skill board instantly flashes right open for him. Mind-reading passive skill, advanced stage, demonic arts index, first origin annihilation demonic art, flawless level, white body demonic art, intermediate stage, sun erasing fist demonic art, intermediate stage, 4 great extreme demonic winds, beginner stage. He leans back, lying down on the bed, blankly staring right up at the ceiling. This wild experience helped him learn the true secret to becoming powerful. Getting stronger is not just about having one ultimate martial art. This secret applies to so many other aspects beyond fighting. Understanding martial arts and grinding through training are incredibly important too. But mastering the basic, fundamental knowledge of martial arts should always be the ultimate foundation. Once he grasps the true essence of martial arts, he will easily reach a much higher level. Not long after that, a brand new day finally arrives. The selection board pops up in front of his eyes once again. Please select your schedule for Heavenly Realm February, year 956, part 6 of 36. Accept quest. Complete the mandatory duties of a wandering martial artist. Tuyet Huy crosses his arms, looking at the selection board, deep in thought. The martial arts training section vanished, because he literally learned everything. Next, he should probably try a quest, so what do you and I think he'll choose? Another system window instantly pops up right in front of him. Let's dive right back into the system madness. Who will give him a quest? Kun Mo, the Heavenly Demon's 4th disciple? Black Dog, Shadow Faction leader, the healer? Or just the daily meal servant? Out of sheer habit, Seal Hui rubs his chin, staring hard at the option board. He hums quietly. Who's the best pick here? Should he try his luck with Kun Mo? Finally, our guy decides to risk it with Kun Mo, the 4th disciple. And so, the interaction officially begins. Out of nowhere, the main character is already standing inside the master's study to ask for a mission. But what does he get? A very polite rejection. Kunmo looks at him. You have gotten much stronger, sure, but you still lack certain things. Right now, you cannot take any quests. Come back when you actually have the skill. Just like that, he gets kicked right out, and instantly, the quest window pops back up. Who do you want a quest from? Kunmo is now completely unavailable. Next options, Black Dog, the Shadow Faction leader, or Jekpa, the Shadow Faction training commander. Then there is the healer, and the daily servant. Sail Hui just stares blankly at the glowing system window, absolutely stunned. What the heck? Denied? Fine. If that is how it is, he selects Black Dog this time. But guess what? Rejected again. And honestly, this one stings 100 times worse than getting turned down by Kunmo. Black Dog says, I heard you opened 2 major energy channels. Impressive, but my quests are not a good fit for you at all. Come back in another year from now. Seal Shui groans, rubbing the back of his neck in pure defeat. Good grief. The board flashes before his eyes again. The system asks again, who do you want a quest from? Kunmo, the 4th disciple? Unavailable. Black Dog, the Shadow Faction leader? Also absolutely unavailable. Jake Pa, the training commander? Completely unavailable. That just leaves the healer, or the low-level servant who brings his daily meals. Watch closely, because this is exactly where things get super interesting. Rejected twice already, his hope drops to absolute 0. With a massive scowl, he figures, why not just try the bottom option? In the end, Sail Hui decides to risk it all. He selects the daily meal servant. Right at that exact moment, a voice echoes into the room, totally catching him off guard. Are you in there, sir? May this humble one enter? Sail Hui glares warily at the door. He stays dead silent for a while before finally speaking. Come in. The door swings open instantly. A man wearing light brown clothes steps inside. He bows respectfully and gets straight to the point about why he came looking for Sail Hui. I have some matters to report to you, sir. Please forgive my sudden intrusion into your room. Sail Hui instantly fires back with a question. What is it? This guy is Lu Sen, the servant exclusively attending to Elder Sima, and the exact same dude bringing him food every single day. Lu Sen looks at him hesitantly before finally speaking up. Honestly, the story goes something like this. One random day, Elder Sima went over to the Vice Sect leader's private study, but since the Vice Sect leader was totally missing, he had to wait. While standing there, Elder Sima accidentally spotted a half-burned book resting inside the charcoal brazier. At first, he hesitated, but eventually, he handed that exact book over to a trusted subordinate waiting right outside the door. The massive problem here? Word on the street is that trusted subordinate has now completely vanished. Vanished means he probably left the demonic cult entirely and ran toward the Central Plains. Sail Hui crosses his arms, pointing out his doubts. How could he possibly dodge the eyes of everyone in the cult? What if somebody already assassinated him? Or the Vice Sect leader silenced him directly? Lu Sen instantly clears up those questions for him. So far, they have absolutely not found any corpse. And most importantly, the person who actually entered that study was Elder Sima, not the missing subordinate. So the connection level drops down significantly. Right now, Elder Sima is totally stuck and cannot take any action. It is just in case the Vice Sect leader purposely planted that book to drag him down. You and I both know what this means, right? Hearing this summary, he silently guesses, is this a massive, demonic cult power struggle? He folds his arms, staring intensely at Lu Sen. So why are you telling me all this stuff? Lu Sen looks at him super cautiously, stammering out his answer. If that subordinate truly left the cult, somebody needs to chase him down and eliminate him. This lowly one is looking for a suitable person, lacking any faction ties, who moves freely. Even though the guy speaks in huge circles, it is more than enough for Sail Hui to understand his true goal. That is exactly why he trekked all the way here. It sounds perfectly logical on the surface, but the brutal truth? They just want an expendable pawn. Even if he dies mid-mission, it won't cause any huge uproar whatsoever. Sail Hui rubs his chin, quietly hiding the sarcastic smirk creeping onto his face. I have absolutely no backing, so nobody will take revenge for me. Free movement basically just means the entire cult does not care about my existence. His expression instantly turns dead serious after figuring that out. Deep down, he tells himself to push back the heavy wave of disappointment rising inside him. Fine, it does not matter anyway. Obviously, he is not taking this dangerous mission without getting something in return. Sail Hui cuts to the chase. If I catch him, will I get a reward? Lu Sen panics slightly, stuttering out his quick response. Of course, absolutely, sir. Elder Sima clearly stated, Whenever you are in need, he will gladly return this massive favor. Tuyet Huy rubs his chin again, temporarily accepting the old man's proposed prize. So what do you and I make of this? A favor from a cult elder? Honestly, that is not a bad price to pay at all. Alright, stick with me. A quest window just popped up from Lu Shen, and it is a massive one. The mission? Hunt down Elder Sima Baihun's head disciple, Yin Wuxin. The guy stole a highly classified letter and ran off to Qinghai. Time limit is exactly 1 month. The reward? Absolute trust from Sima Baihun, a rank 31 expert, plus a disguise manual, 1/4 of a secret map, and a key. Shui Hui rubs his neck, staring at the system window. A head disciple? Lu Shen called him a trusted subordinate, but this guy is clearly a super valued disciple. Catching him alive is definitely going to be way better than just killing him. He rubs his chin, thinking completely seriously. If it is the exact same disguise manual he has heard about, this crazy technique lets the user perfectly copy literally any face. He honestly thought an item like that was totally impossible. But since the reward also includes a secret map, this legendary item must actually be real. Wait a second. He rereads that extremely weird description. Head disciple Yin Wuxin stole a classified letter and made a massive run straight for Qinghai. Now pay attention here. His pupils shrink when he spots that highly suspicious name Yin Wuxin. After piecing the clues together, he carefully asks the big question. This trusted guy you mentioned, is he actually the lust demon? Lu Shen literally jumps, totally shocked that Shui Hui figured it out, but he doesn't hide it. Ah, yes, that is correct. Shui Hui violently scratches his hair, sighing as he curses mentally. Damn it, he gave a disguise technique to the lust demon? No wonder he ran. Shui Hui cuts straight to the chase. Alright, I get it. Can I leave right now? Lu Shen quickly panics and stops him. Wait, sir, there is one more thing you need to know. Shui Hui asks what? He replies timidly. Elder Sima Baihun said you must travel with a specific escort he provided. He claims this guy knows Yin Wuxin perfectly, and going with him will make sneaking out of the sect way easier. Shui Hui instantly guesses the real motive. He just wants to monitor me. He coldly asks, who is it? The companion status board appears. Stone, Carpenter. HP maximum at 300,000 points. Internal energy? 0. Tier? Super first class. Combat power? 90,000. Special note, unknown developmental disorder. He is a huge, dark-skinned man rocking deep facial scars. His booming voice echoes as he introduces himself. I am Stone, please take care of me. He bows incredibly low, speaking with total respect, making Shui Hui instantly suspicious. He hesitantly replies, yeah. He stares at him with totally narrowed eyes, secretly wondering, this guy hit super first class with 0 internal energy? A heavenly physical skeleton? Shui Hui quickly snaps back to the main issue. All right, Stone, how are we leaving? He stands stiffly. He practically yells his answer. I work right at the first barricade by the sect entrance. We can get out by saying we are picking good wood. Shui Hui crosses his arms. Fine, do that, but keep it down. Transfer to Qinghai Xining. You and I have seen some wild system features, but this time Skip leaves him absolutely speechless. He has literally no idea when he even got into this carriage with Stone, already leaving the city. The carriage speeds like an absolute bullet down the dirt trail, arriving in Qinghai in a single blink. He smiles stiffly. Despite experiencing it tons of times, he is still not used to it. Haha, this function is too convenient. The carriage accelerates. The mission window pops up again. Quest update Yin Wuxin, the head disciple of Elder Sima Baihun, stole a secret letter and fled here to Qinghai. Complete the ultimate mission by capturing him within 1 single month. Continue or return. Shui Hui checks the system window, then asks the massive guy opposite him. So even if this lust demon changes faces, we can catch him? Stone immediately gives a rock-solid confirmation and starts explaining his exact reasoning. Yes, sir. I have known him since we were kids. His face might change completely, but his filthy habits and walking style never will. It honestly seems like there is some massive, deep-rooted grudge between Stone and this lust demon. Because just mentioning the guy makes the usually enthusiastic Stone turn absolutely furious. He grits his teeth. That bastard has to die. Every single day he looks at me and says, an ugly, dirty guy like you will never, ever get a woman. Being single is not a crime. He cries to our MC, who completely ignores him, staring away in pure silence. So what do we make of this? Never underestimate a guy holding a massive grudge just over a brutal roast. Suddenly, the driver opens the hatch. We are finally here. The crowded, bustling city of Qinghai appears under a beautifully romantic sunset. Shui Hui stares down at the busy streets with incredibly nostalgic eyes. A heavy sadness hits his face. How long has it been? Born to a butcher family, orphaned early, he still perfectly remembers those brutal vendor beatings. All for one tiny steamed bun. That old man relentlessly stomped on his weak, skinny childhood body, cursing at him without a single drop of mercy. You stole my steamed bun, didn't you, you little rat? You filthy beggar, I saw you staring at it this whole time. Stick with me here, because this kid, Tuyet Huy, enduring this unfair beating, he's about to become an absolute menace to the world. Struggling to survive in this garbage world, a stranger found him with a simple question. Want to learn martial arts? Hooked by that single promise, he threw his life away and joined the demonic cult. But back then, he had absolutely no clue his future would plunge into a living nightmare, far worse than any slaughterhouse. Thinking back on it, Tuyet Huy suddenly bursts out laughing, totally confusing the huge guy beside him, Thach Dao. Captain Tuyet Huy, what exactly is on your mind? The captain just stretches his arms, completely dodging the question. I'm starving. I was just wondering what we should eat. Thach Dao, totally clueless that his captain is just trying to change the subject, nods honestly and replies, me too. How about we head over to the Taihong Inn for a solid meal? Tuyet Huy instantly agrees. Perfect. Arriving at the Taihong Inn, the moment they step inside, Tuyet Huy is stunned. The place is absolutely packed with people. Standing right behind him, Thach Dao mutters that something big is clearly going down. Turns out, two heavily armed rival groups in completely different sect uniforms are glaring daggers at each other. A guy from the gray robe faction furiously screams out, I knew this day would finally come. The opposing side wearing dotted headbands isn't backing down at all, roaring right back. We've been waiting for this too. Say it again, let's see who bows to who. They immediately lunge forward, grabbing each other by the collars and aggressively growling. The gray-robed guy fiercely declares, I said the Western Heaven sect is the #1 sword sect here. Refusing to fold, the headband guy screams at the top of his lungs. Now watch closely, this is where it gets crazy. You dare disrespect Lady to Tam? The Nine Heaven sect is the absolute best here. Tuyet Huy simply glances at the unfolding drama with dead-eyed apathy, while Thach Dao quickly breaks down the entire situation for his captain. Looks like a classic turf war between two rival sword sects. Tuyet Huy casually dismisses it. Stop staring. Let everyone else watch the fight. We are just here to eat. Their food is quickly brought to the table. Completely ignoring the intense chaos brewing around them, Tuyet Huy and Thach Dao just sit there and casually start stuffing their faces. Right at that moment, an incredibly worried voice chimes in, catching his attention. Lady to Tam, shouldn't we step in and stop them before this escalates? If this sparks a real problem, the woman who just spoke is sitting super close to our main character's table. Still munching away, he subtly shifts his eyes to watch. The girl known as Lady to Tam confidently crosses her arms and says, What problem? These guys are all spineless cowards. Once they finish barking at each other, they'll just promise to settle it next time like they always do. This Lady to Tam is seriously striking. She has perfectly refined features, undeniable cute charm, and a very stylish short haircut. Wearing a stunning long red outfit, she rolls her eyes. They just want to act tough in front of me. Doesn't make them look manly at all. Suddenly, a loud, genuine compliment about the delicious food echoes through the room, immediately catching her attention. Wow, the food here is insanely good. Captain Tuyet Huy. Her gaze slides over to the main character's table, quietly watching their interaction as Tuyet Huy points his chopsticks at Thach Dao, complaining, It is delicious, but it looks like you just swallowed 3 huge bites at once. Thach Dao awkwardly rubs his bald head, letting out a nervous laugh to totally deflect the blame. Haha, wait, did I really do that? I know what you're thinking. They're enjoying the meal, right? But right then, Tuyet Huy drops a massive reality check that freezes Thach Dao completely. Do we actually have any money? Thach Dao hesitates, still chewing his food. Well, about that. We spent all our travel funds on the carriage ride. Hearing that brutally harsh truth, Tuyet Huy goes completely silent. His chopsticks stop dead in the air. Seeing his captain's dark expression, the big guy nervously scrambles to explain himself, but right at that second, a rogue-throwing dart flies straight toward his head. Please don't worry, Captain, I'll fix this mess. Thach Dao casually blocks the flying weapon with his chopsticks like it's nothing. He jumps straight to his feet, speaking with absolute confidence. But then he wildly grabs his own arm and starts dramatically screaming, Oh my god, help! My arm is completely broken! I'm dying! Tuyet Huy just breaks into an amused smirk. Knowing exactly what kind of chaotic scam his subordinate is trying to pull, he sits back and watches the show. Furious, Thak Dao forcefully hurls his heavy wooden chair straight at the troublemakers across the room, radiating pure, murderous intent. Gripping the dart in his giant hand, he storms right up to the stunned crowd, aggressively growling, "Which one of you punks did this?" Seeing him up close, the thugs instantly panic. His massive build and terrifyingly furious face have them completely shook, but they still nervously stutter out, Who the hell are you? Stay out of our fight." But honestly, Thak Dao isn't remotely scared of these pathetic little weaklings who are all bark and zero bite. He steps right into their space and violently stomps the floorboards. A shockwave of pure energy erupts like a hurricane, slamming directly into them and sending them screaming in terror. The entire mob stares at the giant, faces completely twisted in pure, unfiltered fear. The trembling subordinates frantically scatter, automatically parting to make a clear path for Thak Dao. He walks right up to the supposed leaders. "I'll ask once more, who threw it? And trust me, you're going to love what happens next. Stick with me here. You are about to see absolute panic." The thugs desperately beg for mercy. Stone grits his teeth so hard you can see the veins popping right out of his forehead. Looking like an absolute demon, he grabs their collars and roars, "Then who did it?" With pure murderous intent radiating from him, he grinds out every single word. "Listen very closely. You two are going to pay for my meal today. And since you completely ruined the peaceful vibe for the guy I am currently serving, you are going to have to pay extra compensation for that too." Crossing his massive arms, he growls aggressively, "But I am not collecting it right now. Got it?" Obviously, the thugs do not dare to fight back. They just stand perfectly straight and obediently squeak out a yes. Right on cue, Tuyet Huy finally steps forward. He calmly tells his guard, "That is enough for now. Let us go." Stone immediately flashes this super proud grin, giving a huge thumbs up behind his back. It is his way of saying he handled the trash exactly like he promised. Tuyet Huy just smiles back, completely satisfied, without needing to say another word. But out of nowhere, the sound of slow clapping echoes through the room. Lady Tatam approaches the two from behind. She praises them for a truly wonderful martial arts display. Suddenly, a glowing blue status board pops up right in front of his eyes. Chow Tatam, granddaughter of the Van Kim Son Trang Master in Thanh Hai. Special note included 2 available quests specifically designed for martial artists. Chow Tatam smiles sweetly as the afternoon sunlight filters through the window, perfectly illuminating her beautiful features. She greets them with a soft voice. "It is wonderful to meet you strong martial artists." Tuyet Huy stares back at her with a serious expression, completely focused on that bizarre special note glowing in her character summary. "Now pay close attention here." Tuyet Huy stares at that strange special note about 2 quests, looking absolutely confused by the system description. He thinks to himself, 2 special quests? That basically means I can unlock missions straight from this rich lady. Guess I cannot just ignore her after all. Tatam suddenly steps right up to the main character, offering heavy praise. She says it has been forever since she witnessed such an incredible martial arts display, especially considering those punks are supposed to be local swordsmen. Truly amazing. Meanwhile, Stone takes one look at this gorgeous woman, and his face instantly turns bright red. He nervously stammers out, "Who are you?" At this point, Tatam suddenly realizes she just started chatting them up without even giving her name. She quickly apologizes for the super late introduction with a polite smile. Placing a gentle hand over her heart, she bows with perfect elegance. "I am the granddaughter of the Van Kim Son Trang estate master. I am Tu Tam, and not to brag, but absolutely everyone around this area knows my name." Watching this incredibly polite and formal greeting unfold, Tuyet Huy cannot help but think to himself, "They always say true beauty stands out anywhere. It is no wonder those thugs were eyeing her earlier. On top of that, she is the heiress of the Van Kim Son Trang estate, literally known as the absolute wealthiest family in the entire Thanh Hai region." Tuyet Huy just stares speechlessly at Stone, who is completely mesmerized by this girl like a total idiot. The big guy is blushing wildly, awkwardly rubbing his neck and giggling exactly like a clueless rookie in love. Seeing this embarrassing display, "I know what you are thinking, romance time? Nope." Tuyet Huy knows her name alone carries massive power here, but he stays completely unbothered. Why? Because his heart is already locked down by Thu Thuy, so her charms have zero effect on him. Tuyet Huy keeps his voice totally cold and asks, "What exactly is an important heiress doing around here?" Hit right with that blunt question, Tatam instantly gets a bit flustered and stammers, "Well, actually, whenever I run into true experts like you guys, I get really deeply interested. I just want to learn some martial arts." Hearing that excuse, Tuyet Huy shuts her down with the harsh truth, saying we are not as noble as you think. But Tam just fires back a mysterious little smile. She says, usually, the more incredibly talented someone is, the more complicated problems tend to follow them. Taking that subtle praise, Tuyet Huy smirks and secretly evaluates her. She has got some serious guts, which means this girl is actually quite brave. Without any hesitation, Tam confidently walks in a circle around him, observing closely before pointing out her main suspicion. It seems you guys are definitely not locals. Your clothes and accent do not match the Central Plain style at all. Where do you hail from? Are you from Tibet? Meanwhile, Stone is still completely under her spell. His lovesick eyes track her every single movement, while his face burns a bright cherry red. Hearing her wild guesses, Tuyet Huy thinks to himself, well, at least she has not suspected the demonic cult yet. Obviously, exposing his demonic cult identity in Thai Hong would be pure suicide. So he flashes a fake, polite smile and replies, yeah, something like that. Since meeting today must be destiny, do you think I could actually ask you for a quick favor? Tam turns around, quietly muttering about him asking for favors on day one. It is pretty clear she is heavily weighing whether to accept this or not. After thinking it over, Tam turns back and agrees, all right, let us hear about your little problem. A hot teacup steams on the table, catching the poetic, golden colors of the fading afternoon sun. The two of them have moved deeper inside a private inn-room to keep things completely and strictly confidential. Tuyet Huy skips the small talk and directly states his real purpose. Of course, he carefully leaves out any dangerous details that might accidentally expose his dark secret identity. There is a specific bastard we urgently need to catch, and having your help would make things way easier. We are total strangers to this area, but as the heiress of the Van Kim Son Trang estate, you definitely have access to a massive information network. So what do you and I make of this deal? Tam does not answer right away. She takes a slow sip of tea, carefully analyzing his words. Stick with me here. Any news? Tuyet Huy doesn't hesitate, calmly detailing everything he knows. That demonic scumbag is heavily disguised and constantly running, so we honestly have zero clue what he currently looks like. The only real lead? He travels with women and uses demonic arts. His eyes turn ice cold just mentioning that twisted martial art. At the same time, he shoots a quick glance at Lady Tam to catch her reaction, spoken like true orthodox faction. Hearing the words demonic arts, she instantly freezes. Seeing her cover her mouth in pure shock, our MC thinks to himself, Qinghai might be too far to count as the Central Plains, but their fear of the demonic cult is clearly just as intense. Tuyet Huy drops more heavy intel. This guy can completely mask his demonic nature, so unless he unleashes his full power, he blends right in. That tiny detail is enough to spark her deep suspicion. Tam panics and asks, wait, are you guys? The MC reads her mind and quickly shakes his head. Absolutely not. He figures there is no need to shoot himself in the foot, unless she is a literal grandmaster in the supreme transformation realm. He has reached the absolute peak, meaning he can perfectly suppress every last drop of his demonic aura. There is zero chance she discovers his true identity. Same goes here. Fact Dao is basically just pure physical muscle. He has zero internal energy tied to the demonic cult anyway. Now watch this negotiation closely. Tam sets her tea down, finally agreeing. But obviously, valuable intel always comes with a price tag. Fine, if I pull this off, what can you warriors do for me? She doesn't name her price, forcing them to offer first. Such a smart girl. As the granddaughter of Qinghai's richest man, ruthless business instincts run right through her blood. Backed into a corner during this negotiation, Tuyet Huy simply smiles. Lady Tam, I think you are misunderstanding. This is actually an offer, not a request. She looks totally stunned. Tuyet Huy starts rolling out the master plan he prepared. The demon causing chaos gets caught by a warrior linked to your 10,000 gold villa. Is that not enough? Tuyet Huy smiles like a winner, spinning the teacup in his hand. Sorry, but there is no way I am losing the upper hand here. If she refuses, they will just walk. But right at that moment, Tam smiles brightly and completely accepts his proposal. I will help you. Tuyet Huy stares at her, genuinely shocked she agreed so easily. He is totally thrown off. He calculates quietly. She agreed? Then I can definitely push for more. He leans in, shamelessly expanding his demands. Then be a sweetheart and do us 2 more favors. Get us a comfortable room and enough food to stuff our faces. Think you can manage that? Tam stays silent, then perfectly repeats every single demand despite hearing it just once. Is that quite enough? I know what you are thinking, but get this. Massive living expenses, full intel access, and a map. I will provide it all, unconditionally. Hearing that, Tuyet Hui's smile totally freezes. He never expected this girl to give him so much without a single string attached. He mentally praises her. So damn ambitious. She is definitely not your average young miss. But Tam still demands one extra thing to balance the scales, perfectly matching her incredibly high standards. After capturing that lust demon, come be a guest at the 10,000 gold villa. That is my condition. Seeing her crossed arms and firm demand, Tuyet Huy guesses this probably connects directly to some personal mission of hers. So there is absolutely zero reason to refuse. He instantly seals the deal. We have an agreement. With the deal locked, Tam keeps her word and provides lodging. She personally leads our duo to her Qinghai estate. Tuyet Huy stares at the absolute fortress in front of him. Okay, that is seriously impressive, truly worthy of Qinghai's richest family. Suddenly, an older servant walks up and bows. Lady Tam, the master wants you. Tam immediately looks confused. Grandfather, what is going on? The servant explains. He brought your fiancé, young Master Trin, to the house. Hearing the word fiancé, Tam freezes up, looking incredibly annoyed. Her face drops. Visibly angry, her voice actually rises a pitch as she asks, I told grandfather I am not ready to marry. Where are they right now? The servant replies, waiting at the reception pavilion. Tam turns around, embarrassed. My maid will show you to your rooms. Please get some rest. Grandfather called, so I must go. Faced with this super awkward situation, he just blankly nods. You and I know this means trouble. Getting his nod, Tam quickly spins around. She hurries off to the pavilion while Tuyet Huy watches her go. Over at the villa, her grandfather is waiting. All right, you and I are diving right into this. The villa master is happily chatting with the man sitting across from him, laughing. It seems Su Xin just stepped out for a moment. Apologies for making you wait, young Master Zheng. He has an incredibly kind face, looking like a totally gentle elder. With somewhat strange curly hair and a bald spot, he flashes a very warm, gentle smile at his granddaughter's fiancé sitting right across from him right now. His name is Zhou Huanjie, the master of the 10,000 gold villa. He actually built this entire massive empire from absolute scratch, a true powerhouse holding endless wealth and terrifying authority in his hands. Meanwhile, Su Xin's fiancé is a remarkably handsome, highly educated-looking guy, and his name is Zheng Wuyan. He smiles back with perfect manners. It is no problem at all. I just missed the young lady so much that I had to bother you, Villa Master. Right then, a woman's voice grabs both of their attention immediately. Su Xin walks in with flawless elegance and speaks up. If I knew you were here, I would have come to see you much sooner. Grandfather. The moment he sees his granddaughter appear, he instantly says, Ah, Su Xin is here. She turns to Zheng Wuyan with an icy expression and says, I did not expect you to visit without any prior notice. Wuyan instantly panics, looking exactly like a student caught slacking off by a strict teacher. He stammers nervously. Please forgive my terrible manners, young lady. I only came because I really, desperately wanted to see you today. To break the incredibly heavy, awkward silence filling the room, Su Xin's grandfather quickly chimes in. All right, that is enough. Young Master Zheng just finished a special mission I gave him and happened to return here with me. He gestures with his hand, telling them to sit down first. Zheng Wuyan rubs the back of his head, looking at her awkwardly, while Su Xin glares right back at him with absolute dagger eyes. Her face darkens for a split second, showing pure annoyance, but her status as a noble lady means she cannot let her real feelings show too much. Over at the guest quarters inside the 10,000 gold villa, where Shui Hui and Shi Tu are resting, something seems to be seriously bothering our main guy. The main character wonders to himself, how in the world do I even use this thing? He stares blankly at the system window, completely puzzled. 4 extremes demonic arts, special wind guidance, intermediate wind god tier, at a massive 4.5 times the normal speed. Shui Hui sits cross-legged on the bed, deep in thought. Because I focused way too much on perfect transmission, I have been slacking off a bit lately. What does neutral even mean? And what is 4.5 times speed? Now pay close attention here. Shi Tu beside him cannot hold back and asks, Captain, what are you thinking about so intensely? He immediately plays dumb, quickly changing the subject while mocking him. Oh, it is nothing important at all. Does eavesdropping on other people's private conversations really make you feel that incredibly entertained? Turns out, Shi Tu is pressing his massive, bulky body right against the door. Getting roasted by his captain does not embarrass him one bit. He just excitedly replies, Well, things are absolutely chaotic out there right now with rumors about Lady Su Xin's fiancé. They are whispering about the Zheng family or something, and everyone wants to gather around to take a look. Captain, are you coming? Hearing this invitation, Tuyet Huy just chuckles and asks back, totally rejecting the idea, why on earth would I go there? So, Xich Tung immediately spills absolutely everything he just managed to eavesdrop on. I knew you would say that. They say that guy is actually from the Mount Hua sect, though he probably cannot fight. But the exact second he hears Mount Hua, our main character is instantly stunned. His pupils shrink in pure shock, and he suddenly becomes incredibly agitated. He steps right up, grabs Xich Tung by the collar, and furiously shouts, Mount Hua? Did you just say he is from Mount Hua? This is the very first time Xich Tung has ever seen him this frantic. Totally caught off guard, he presses his back against the wall and replies, yes, that is what I heard. Tuyet Huy instantly remembers that absolute bastard elder from the Nine-Sex Alliance belonging to that exact faction, grinding his teeth in pure, unfiltered hatred. You and I both know exactly where this is going. Suddenly super interested in this young Master Zheng, he orders Xich Tung to lead the way. Xich Tung watches his captain's intensely determined back, utterly in disbelief, and just mutters a simple yes. Tuyet Huy arrogantly marches straight toward the door, his eyes glowing with a terrifying ice-cold glare. Tuyet Huy speaks with absolute determination. I need to see this guy's face at least once. Meanwhile, back at the 10,000 Gold Villa's VIP guest room, Su Xin has already sat down next to her grandfather just as he asked. Zhou Huanjie starts the introductions. Well then, Su Xin, let me officially introduce this young master to you. Young Master Zheng is the descendant of a highly powerful family stemming from the Mount Hua sect. He is an incredibly reliable man who truly understands justice. On top of that, he is also a famously skilled expert in the local region where he lives. Hearing this, Su Xin just casually takes a slow sip of her tea. She gives a half-hearted compliment in a calm yet freezing tone, then sharply and completely exposes Zheng Wuyan's real personality. What an absolutely wonderful, flawless person. But from what I have actually heard, the young master here is not careful at all, ruining tons of missions thanks to his own reckless behavior. Plus, rumors say he is heavily obsessed with women. Her gaze turns dangerously sharp as soon as she brings this specific topic up. Even though she is just an ordinary woman, the intense pressure radiating off her is more than enough to make anyone back down. The absolute best proof of this? Zheng Wuyan's incredibly tense, nervous face right now. Her grandfather, sitting right beside her, immediately speaks up to defend the poor guy. Su Xin, I know it feels unfortunate for you, but every great hero in the martial world will always have women flocking around them constantly. As long as they do not harbor disgusting hobbies or treat women brutally, it is honestly not the absolute worst habit a man could possibly have. That is where we leave it. Right after, Zheng Wuyan quickly speaks up to nervously defend himself. Let's dive into this wild encounter. It seems those rumors about my inexperience troubled the young lady. But trust me, none of those things you are worrying about will ever happen. I swear it on my family's honor. He flashes a super relaxed smile, dropping that massive oath without skipping a single beat. Tam just watches him in dead silence. But suddenly, his eyes shift toward the massive crowd gathering around the courtyard, right where our main character and Thok Dao stand. He narrows his eyes and asks, by the way, are these people here to see me? He scans the huge crowd and suddenly locks his absolute focus right onto our guy and his companion. He instantly freezes up, a really strange look flashing right across his face. But the master of Van Kim Villa completely cuts off that weird tension with a quick question. That is right. I heard sect leader Trin has actually improved his strength. Trin Vunyen spins around looking completely clueless. Huh? But he instantly gets his act together and replies, ah yes, that is absolutely right. But the sect leader will definitely need a lot more time to make a full recovery. Chao Huang Cat asks in total surprise. Wait, what? Just last month you sent me a letter saying he would be completely healed up soon. Caught entirely off guard, Trin Vunyen grabs his teacup, acting super awkward and nervous. Oh yeah, I totally did write that. That is right, me. Anyway, everything is going to be completely fine. Both the grandfather and granddaughter definitely sense something is incredibly off about his reaction. Suddenly, looking desperate to escape, he uses Tam as a cheap excuse to leave Van Kim Villa. It clearly seems the young lady feels pretty uncomfortable with my sudden and impulsive visit today. I promise to make it up next time, so I will be taking my leave now. Tam's grandfather immediately asks in shock, why are you leaving so incredibly fast? Young Master Trin? He just forces a super awkward smile, staying completely silent for a really long moment. I just remembered a highly important matter I have to handle right now, so I must leave. Standing hidden in the crowd, Tuyet Huy suddenly turns and whispers, Hey Thach Dao, Is that sketchy guy genuinely from the famous Mount Hua sect? Thach Dao instantly replies to him, "Oh yeah, that is absolutely what everyone around here is saying." Right then, our guy suddenly brings up the exact target they traveled all this way to hunt down. You said before that if we ever ran into Vo Tam, you would instantly recognize him, right? Thach Dao replies with total confidence, "Yeah, how could I ever forget that absolute bastard? Obviously, how could he ever forget the villain who literally mocked him for being single?" Hearing this, Tuyet Huy suddenly gets a very serious suspicion. Now pay close attention here, because this reveal is absolutely insane. He glares at young Master Trin, preparing to leave the villa, and realizes the legendary face-changing technique is actually 100% real in this crazy world. Because the system status board floating right over his head exposes absolutely everything. Target name, Vo Tam. Head disciple of Elder Tuma Bach. Honorable peak cultivation realm with 400,000 HP. Massive internal energy, and 180,000 combat power. Tuyet Huy's mind starts racing with dark theories. The real Trin Vu Nien is probably dead, his body completely hijacked by Vo Tam. I knew this guy was super strong, but 180,000 combat power is absolutely insane. And wait, what exactly is that weird stat increase on his profile? He quietly draws his weapon, gripping the hilt as he thinks. That crazy combat boost makes me a bit nervous, but taking this fraud down will not be a problem at all. I still have 2 massive quests to collect from Tu Tam. If I actually use demonic arts to fight him right now, will my quests just instantly vanish? Whatever, I already exposed his fake identity anyway. The smartest move is trailing him outside and finishing him off. But right at that exact millisecond, Tuyet Hui's gaze locks completely onto the lust demon's dead eyes. He gasps in absolute shock. He knows I see him. Seeing his captain on super high alert, Thach Dao instantly asks, "Captain, you think that guy is our target, do you not?" Tuyet Huy looks at him, totally confused. Let's pause for a second, because this timing is hilarious. As the villain casually strolls closer, Thach Dao practically yells out, "I guarantee I would recognize him instantly, but this guy is definitely not our target." Tuyet Huy absolutely panics inside, glaring at his idiot sidekick with pure disbelief, screaming in his head, "Stonehead, you fool." But suddenly, the lust demon actually steps up and praises them. He smirks, noting there are some genuinely eye-catching warriors right here. Following his creepy gaze, Tam quickly explains, "Oh, those 2 are my honored guests." The villain immediately lays on the heavy praise. Guests? It is incredibly rare to find such remarkable talent all the way out here in Qinghai. Hearing this obvious flattery, Tam asks, "Are they seriously that impressive to you?" He steps right up into our hero's personal space, grinning. "Actually, my meaning is a little bit different. Is it not, brave heroes?" Completely clueless that he is literally talking to the exact demonic villain they are hunting, Thach Dao just gives him a goofy, proud smile. We are definitely something special. They saw our epic martial arts skills, which is exactly why they invited both of us into Van Kim Villa. Suddenly, the demon's eyes glow a menacing blood red, his voice dropping into a super dark tone. "Oh, is that a fact?" Tuyet Huy instantly figures out this freak's real motive. He is trying to test their martial arts foundation. But honestly, that is not a problem at all, because his internal energy method carries absolutely 0 demonic aura. Feeling totally smug, Tuyet Huy just stands there, letting the villain probe his energy all he wants. But out of nowhere, Tam steps right in between them, loudly scolding him. How incredibly rude. What is with this malicious attitude toward my honored guests? You and I just witnessed one massive backfire. He stumbles back, fumbling for a quick excuse. Please do not misunderstand me, my lady. I just wanted to test their true strength. After being absolutely roasted by Tu Tam right in front of every single servant. All right, let us jump right in. He rubs his neck, acting all shy, begging our heroes for forgiveness. Thach Dao has 0 clue who this guy really is, just laughing it off. No worries, mate. Once he confirms they bought his act, that awkward expression completely vanishes. He bows and turns to leave. But Tuyet Huy coldly watches this entire little performance play out, secretly thinking to himself how much he absolutely hates this sneaky jerk. He drops the act instantly and calls him out. "Did you really think we would not recognize you?" His mind is set. Originally, he planned to shadow this guy and quietly take him out. But change of plans. He exposes him on the spot. Just because you hide your demonic aura and play dress-up, you think you can easily slip away? Now pay attention here. Thach Dao and the demon both freeze completely at those exact words. The demon plays dumb, letting out a confused "huh," but our main character just keeps cooking. You should have hidden better, good enough to fool absolutely everyone. He grips his sword tightly and adds, "Though even then, I still would have caught you anyway." Zero hesitation. He points his blade straight at him, overflowing with pure confidence. The perfect opening. You found a weakness of Vo Tam. What is your next move? Suddenly, the system freezes everything around them. Out of nowhere, a brand new quest window pops up right before his eyes. You and I know system prompts mean trouble. Tuyet Huy stares in shock as the details load. Fail to capture Vo Tam, and you lose the disguise technique. The system repeats the harsh penalty twice just to make sure he gets it. If you use demonic arts right now, you get locked out of the Chu Tam questline, meant strictly for martial artists. And if Tuyet Huy kills anyone from the righteous faction today, same penalty applies. Warning: Tuyet Huy takes a hit if the target avoids demonic arts, an instant failure if Thach Dao dies. Tuyet Huy, confused by the system prompt, he checks it out. Wait, a warning? This quest actually has conditions attached? What a pain. Using demonic arts definitely isn't the right move here. He scans the options popping up in front of him. Attack, use martial arts, use an item, or approach the enemy. Now stick with me here, you and I both know he is not giving up that sweet quest reward. He'll just play by the rules. Tuyet Huy selects the approach option, picking the northern direction, which drops him directly behind his enemy's back. Instantly appearing right behind the guy, he shifts into a perfect strike stance. Without hesitation, he thrusts his blade forward, but his eyes widen in pure shock as a blinding crimson light suddenly erupts right from the tip of his sword. Turns out, Vo Tam's body is completely wrapped in a blood-red sword aura shield, a classic signature of demonic arts. Even so, the brutal impact sends him flying backward. The system instantly flashes a new alert: direct hit confirmed. Vo Tam grinds his teeth, his bloodshot eyes shrinking as he glares at our MC with absolute fury. He roars like a beast. His updated status window pops up HP at 330,000, dropping 70,000, with his mana falling by 10,000. Tuyet Huy just gives him an icy stare, thinking to himself, that defense Hungad aura triggered right before the blade actually pierced him. Honestly, that attack really should have caused some absolutely devastating damage. Chaos immediately breaks out around them after that attack. The crowd of servants rushing over to see what's happening instantly start panicking and screaming their heads off. A fight broke out. That guy just attacked young Master Trin. Stop him right now, or the young master is going to die. Suddenly becoming the absolute center of attention, Tuyet Huy just flashes a highly amused smile. No problem at all, he thinks. Right then, that perfect opportunity system alert flashes on screen once again. Perfect opportunity, a fatal weakness found. Now watch closely, because you and I are about to see an absolute masterclass. He figures it out quickly. The skill gap between them is just so massive that the system keeps spamming these perfect strike alerts non-stop. Direct hit, dealing over 40,000 damage. Another strike lands, ripping away more than 30,000 of Vo Tam's health. Another massive blow deals over 50,000 damage. Tuyet Huy unleashes a relentless, brutal combo without any hesitation, forcing this guy completely on the defensive, desperately trying to survive. Every single sword swing is so incredibly powerful it whips up a literal tornado, looking ready to obliterate absolutely everything nearby. Despite that heavy demonic aura shield, he still can't escape getting sliced up. His health bar has already dropped down to half. Vo Tam's health hits 210,000, dropping 120,000, and mana falls by 30,000. Realizing he is completely outmatched, he drops straight to his knees, throwing his hands up. "Stop! Please! Stop right now! Don't kill me!" Tapping the sword casually against his shoulder, Tuyet Huy agrees. "Alright, fine. I won't end you today, but I've got a whole lot of questions for you." Vo Tam is absolutely stunned. His eyes, full of heavy suspicion, slowly look up at our MC as he blurts out, "Wait, what?" Right at that exact second, the heavy, rushing footsteps of a massive crowd echo closer and closer. They start shouting orders. "Hurry up! Save young Master Trin, right now! He's over there!" Within seconds, a whole squad of armed men completely surrounds the two of them in a tight circle. Every single one of them has their swords drawn, glaring furiously. Tuyet Huy just glances around, sighing in pure annoyance. Great, these guys are fighters from 10,000 Gold Mountain. So annoying. You're probably thinking just wipe them out, right? But he actually cannot kill these regular guards. Right then, a flood of system warnings spams our MC. Gold Mountain Fighter 1 has located a critical weakness in Tuyet Huy. Gold Mountain Fighter 3 has found a weakness. Gold Mountain Fighter 11 has found another weakness. The alerts are totally endless. Right now, our guy is literally trapped and surrounded from every single possible angle. They stand shoulder to shoulder, locking down an ironclad formation to completely block any counterattack. Meanwhile, our MC just casually rests his heavy sword on his shoulder, clicking his tongue in total annoyance at this useless roadblock. Tuyet Huy dodges all the incoming strikes from these Gold Mountain guards with absolute zero effort. However, those relentless system notifications just keep violently popping up, giving him a massive, pounding headache. Because he has no intention of hitting back, the alerts just keep spamming. It's even more frustrating knowing he physically isn't allowed to just slaughter them all. Worse still, this stupid distraction made him lose track of Vo Tam completely, and now, these annoying Gold Mountain guards are charging right back at him for another round. Finally, his patience snaps. He lets out a heavy sigh, and then brutally smashes his fist straight down into the solid ground. This triggers an explosive aura shockwave, violently blasting all those annoying Gold Mountain fighters miles away in a single second, sending them flying helplessly through the air like ragdolls. He can't help but curse out loud, calling the whole thing incredibly annoying. Right away, Tuyet Huy switches his combat style from turn-based straight into simulation mode, his expression turning dead serious. Dusting off his hands, he stares at the battlefield covered in knocked-out guards. Done, he thinks to himself. Glad those stupid alerts have finally disappeared. Finally, some peace and quiet. With the encirclement broken, Thok Dao immediately sprints over to our MC, yelling out, "Captain, are you hurt?" Noticing him, Tuyet Huy suddenly gets a bright idea. Yeah, I can just order Thok Dao to do the attacking for me. He doesn't have any of those weird system restrictions like I do. Thach Dao stands there in total shock. So what do you and I think happens next, as he asks, "Wait, was that really Vo Tam?" Tuyet Huy totally ignores the question. He just points a finger right at his face, ordering, "Too loud. You handle these guys on the ground, but do not kill them. You and I are about to watch one of the wildest manhwa fights." He smiles and accepts the mission. With the annoying guards of Van Kim Manor cleared out, he opens his system window. Alright, time for a switch. He tries to change his combat mode to turn-based, but boom, the system hits him with a massive failure warning. Denied. The system states once you activate turn-based combat, there is absolutely zero going back. Our main character suddenly realizes he is in serious trouble, gasping as reality hits him hard. Ah, right. It would be way too broken if he could just swap fighting styles whenever he wanted. Complete chaos. Plus, simulation mode completely blocks him from checking any of his skill stats. Now he has to track down his target in this massive crowd, but he lost him. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rips through the air, grabbing his absolute attention. Tuyet Huy rushes over and finds a horrifying, completely dried-up corpse lying right on the floor. He frowns, wondering, is this that infamous power-boosting ability? Energy absorption art. That monster definitely healed his body by using demonic arts to drain the life force of innocent people. This is 100% Vo Tam's doing. Gritting his teeth, he scans the packed, chaotic crowd to hunt down his target. Where is he hiding? That creep changed his face using a disguise technique, and the system window isn't picking him up. Out of nowhere, an old man screams in absolute terror, pointing frantically at the ground near his feet. Oh God, there's another dead body over here. Tuyet Huy sprints over and spots another shriveled corpse, identical to the first. Furious, he grinds his teeth together until a sudden voice calls out to him from the panicked crowd. "Sir Martial Artist, he ran over that way. Right over there, that woman." Tuyet Huy snaps to attention, eyes darting to where the voice directed. He rushes straight up to the old man who shouted and demands, "Where did you say?" Watch this closely, guys. The old man points to his right and says, "Right there." Tuyet Huy is still completely confused about what he's pointing at, desperately asking again where the guy went. But right then, a dark shadow suddenly interrupts him. He stares at it cautiously, then unexpectedly receives a system command. "Jump, jump!" The shadow instantly leaps into the air, leaving Tuyet Huy totally stunned. He stares at it in pure disbelief, blurting out, "Wait, why is my shadow?" Suddenly, something insane happens that drains the color completely from his face. His own physical body forces itself to jump up, perfectly matching the shadow. The old man who just tipped him off is actually the attacker. You can literally see the demonic energy blasting from his sudden deadly strike. Tuyet Huy grinds his teeth and sticks the landing perfectly. Veins bulge on his forehead as he growls in pure, unadulterated rage. "Vo Tam, you absolute bastard." He actually disguised himself as an innocent old man. Holding his sword, the villain clicks his tongue, annoyed his sneak attack completely failed. He doesn't stick around, immediately diving right back into the massive crowd, erasing his tracks completely so our guy can't track him. Tuyet Huy violently charges straight into the mob. He shoves terrified bystanders out of his way, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Where do you think you're going?" But the old man is already completely gone, leaving only random strangers staring at him in pure, absolute fear. Tuyet Huy intensely curses under his breath. He changed his stupid face again. This is literally the absolute worst-case scenario. He instantly dashes off to hunt down that demonic bastard. Then, out of nowhere, another terrifying scream echoes out. "Over there!" Startled, Tuyet Huy sharply changes direction and sprints toward the sound. He can't hold back a massive curse. "Damn it! I know what you're thinking, but wait." He sprints to the scream, slamming the brakes so hard his boots smoke. He frantically questions a woman holding a baby. Seeing his intense aura, she stares at him in sheer terror and numbly stammers, "I don't see him anymore." Dead silent, he drops to one knee and grabs her wrist to check her pulse, making the poor mother panic. She is not Vo Tam. There is zero trace of demonic energy inside her, and her pulse proves she has absolutely no internal martial arts power. Terrified by his tight grip, the scared mother nervously asks, "Why are you doing this, sir?" Tuyet Huy completely ignores her, his intense eyes darting frantically around the chaotic area to spot his target. "Where are you, Vo Tam?" Suddenly, right in that moment, the system's command panel flashes open once again. "Jump, jump." His shadow materializes for a second time, leaping upward while he stares at it in total, utter shock. Tuyet Huy grinds his teeth in pure frustration. His pupils shrink drastically, radiating the absolute madness boiling up deep inside him. This time, he absolutely refuses to obey the jump command. Instead, spinning with furiously angry eyes, he mercilessly slices the woman's head right off, fresh blood exploding violently into the air. The metallic stench of blood fills the air, yet somehow, something still slashes his side, tearing his flesh open and spraying blood. Tuyet Huy grabs his brutally injured side, letting out a painful groan. Staring at the woman's severed head rolling across the floor, he grits his teeth. "It wasn't the woman behind me? Then where the hell did that attack come from?" Then it suddenly hits him hard. There wasn't just the woman, there was also the baby in her arms. He instantly realizes the horrifying truth, screaming internally. The little child she was carrying. Damn it, his disguise art can actually alter his body that drastically? This absolute bastard. Clutching the gash on his side that just won't stop bleeding, he groans inwardly. Ugh, I absolutely cannot keep fighting like this. And that's where we leave it. The master of Van Kim Manor suddenly stands up, ordering everyone to stop attacking. Everyone on 10,000 Gold Mountain, martial artists and commoners alike, sat right down. Stick with me here, because things are about to get absolutely crazy. Su Xin's grandfather called the head guard over, demanding answers. He asked, "Did a demonic cultivator just show up out of nowhere?" The guard captain quickly gave him the grim report. That woman and her child were both dead, their vital energy completely drained dry. The family head frowned deeply, letting out a cold scoff. He turned right to his granddaughter. "Su Xin, that guy knew the killer was in disguise. You also mentioned he was hunting a lust demon?" Su Xin quickly explained everything. "Yes, grandfather. The very first time we crossed paths, he told me exactly that." Shui Hui just stood there silently, listening to their entire intense conversation. Suddenly, the old man remembered his granddaughter's fiancé and asked in a panic, "Wait, where is young Master Zheng? Where did he go?" The captain replied immediately. He completely vanished the second the battle started. "I am afraid young Master Zheng might be dead." Just then, a loud argument broke out, cutting him off and grabbing everyone's full attention. "Who are you?" "No, who are you?" Shui Hui and Su Xin rushed over to the chaotic scene. He spoke up, demanding to know what exactly was going on here. Then he froze, staring at the bizarre sight right in front of him. His face immediately twisted in pure confusion. Because standing right there in front of him were two identical Shi Tus. Both of them were grabbing each other by the collar, desperately trying to prove they were the real one. "Captain, he is a fake." "No, he is the fake." Su Xin stood nearby and quickly asked, "Sir Warrior, if this is the guy you were looking for, then young Master Zheng must already be dead. Now watch closely, because this is where everything changes." Shui Hui coldly dropped the brutal truth. The lust demon I have been hunting disguised himself as young Master Zheng. Realizing the man she had been talking to was an imposter, and the real one died ages ago, Su Xin panicked, covering her mouth in absolute terror. Her face was pale with horror as she stood frozen, letting out a completely stunned gasp. Shui Hui stepped closer to the arguing duo. They were still screaming their heads off, desperately trying to prove their identity to him. "Captain, hurry up. This bastard is using a dirty trick to deceive you." Shui Hui thought to himself. Yin Wuxian is definitely not some average guy. Even in a crazy situation like this, he still managed to copy Xich Tung's clothes perfectly. Even his voice sounded exactly the same, just as expected. It totally makes sense why Elder Sima Baihun took him as a disciple. His disguise technique has reached an insanely high, terrifying level of mastery. After calming down, Su Xin stepped forward and asked, "What do we do now? You need to figure out who the fake is." Shui Hui just calmly replied, "No need to figure it out." He walked right up to the two Xich Tungs and said darkly, "Yin Wuxian, I think you are misunderstanding something here. It does not matter who is who. I just need to kill one of you." He threw his sword to the ground. Shui Hui cracked his knuckles and flashed a completely unhinged smile. His glowing red pupils shrank, and the dark circles under his eyes deepened, making him look absolutely terrifying. His lips curled up into a manic, crazy grin. His voice was heavy with pure killing intent. "I am definitely going to find you, so both of you better clench your teeth tightly." The two of them stared at him in dead silence. But the one on the left was so terrified he started sweating buckets. His face began twisting in an incredibly bizarre way. He let out a strange noise that instantly grabbed the real Xich Tung's attention. "You and I both know what is coming next." The crowd started screaming. "Disguise! His face is changing! A literal demon in human skin!" Meanwhile, Shui Hui just calmly watched his true appearance reveal itself. Yin Wuxian, wearing his signature crimson robes, clicked his tongue in obvious annoyance and complained. TSK, is it a little bit off?" He smirked, placing a golden ring around his neck. "Well, it does not matter anyway." The spiked whip in his hand snapped through the air as his real face was finally exposed. He was a guy with sharp, delicate features and hair as perfectly red as fine wine. Gripping his whip tightly, he rubbed his neck while radiating an incredibly thick, blood-red aura of power. He spoke arrogantly. "Now I have absolutely no intention of running away, so things will be very different this time." Shui Hui silently noticed the demon's power had grown. He was stealing vital energy to temporarily boost his own strength. Shui Hui sighed out of pure boredom, acting like he hardly cared at all as he asked, "Haha, you really want to fight?" Shui Hui suddenly blinked and said with absolute, unshakable confidence, "I have zero problems with that." That exact cocky attitude made the villain completely lose his mind. Yin Wuxian could not hold back his rage and cursed, "You utter bastard." He raised the hand holding his deadly whip, sneering with eyes absolutely full of killing intent. In a flash, he lashed that spiked whip straight at him. But Shui Hui did not even bother trying to dodge. He literally just let the whip strike his body, making Yin Wuxian smug as hell for landing a hit. Su Xin, standing right behind our main character, was so shocked she covered her mouth, her face pale with extreme terror. Thinking he finally had the upper hand, he went completely crazy, whipping Shui Hui without a second thought. Fresh blood sprayed into the air following the whip's path, while Yin Wuxian roared like a maniac in pure excitement. "Die! Just die already!" Shui Hui stayed completely silent, letting the deadly whip repeatedly crash down on him without fighting back. 2 fresh bloody scars were already lashed across his face. "That is where we leave it for today." Xich Tung worriedly yelled for his captain, but suddenly that whip changed direction, violently swinging right toward him instead. "Stick with me here, because Yin is completely losing his mind." He curses as Stonehead blocks the attack, growling furiously. "Damn it, you bastard. He just keeps wildly lashing his whip right at our main character." He laughs like a total maniac, just a pure battle junkie shouting non-stop taunts. "Ha ha ha, do not drop too early. I have not even used my full power yet. Once you fall down, I am going to tear you apart and skin you alive." But Tuyet Huy just looks totally bored. He casually scratches his wound, noting it feels a bit warm, which makes the villain freeze completely. Yin clearly used a ton of energy whipping him, because right now, the guy is dripping with sweat, panting heavily like a dog. Not only that, our boy gives him this confusing smile. He keeps scratching that warm wound and innocently asks him, "Is this really all you have got?" Getting looked down on like that absolutely pushes Yin over the edge. He just cannot hold back his insane rage anymore and barks like a madman. "You piece of trash." His eyes flash blood red with pure killing intent, glaring fiercely at him. He leaps into the air. His whip is completely soaked in dark demonic energy as he screams out in pure, furious anger. The fighters from 10,000 Gold Mountain instantly recognize it. They point in absolute shock and yell. It is demonic aura. Dark chi is exploding right out of his body. Hearing those words, everyone steps back in fear, even Lady Du. But right at this exact moment, the system notification finally chimes in for him. Now watch closely because the tables are turning. The quest conditions are met, so he just needs to capture Yin. Tuyet Huy flashes a totally satisfied smile, thinking to himself, got you now, you total creep. My goal is finally complete. Done holding back, he rushes in and grabs him by the head with a wicked smirk. The villain panics instantly as he gets choked, screaming out, die! Tuyet Huy just raises his hand. His pupils shrink with absolute madness, and his lips curl into a savage, ruthless smile that screams one thing. Do you have any idea how long I have waited for this? His voice shakes with hype. Now it is my turn, you absolute bastard. Smack! Tuyet Huy slaps him clean across the face. First strike, he yells out, looking incredibly happy. Our guy is absolutely savoring every single second of this beatdown. Then he goes right back in and delivers another massive slap. Blood sprays right from his nose as Tuyet Huy excitedly counts. One more! He mounts the guy and just starts slapping him lovingly, over and over, unleashing an endless storm of pure violence. Yin gets beaten so badly, his entire face turns black and blue, with blood pouring out of his nose and mouth. He looks up with terrified eyes, screaming and begging for his life while desperately trying to block his hands. Please, stop it! But Tuyet Huy just stares back like a complete monster, that terrifying, unhinged smile still glued right to his face. He growls out, stop whining. Bite down hard, because every single bone in your face is about to get shattered. Seeing that, he knows all hope is gone and screams in pure horror. Ah! Tuyet Huy smiles with absolute delight, happily announcing, all right, let the real fun begin. He shrieks in total panic through a bruised, bloody face. That agonizing scream echoes through the entire 10,000 Gold Mountain Manor. Look at that. Gentle morning sunlight peeks through the window, revealing Yin tied to a wooden pole that looks just like a giant cross. You saw that beating coming, right? Well, he is still unconscious, head slumped down. Our captain walks in and asks Stonehead, how is he? Still got that fiery glare? Stonehead looks back at him from over his shoulder. He wipes away some sweat, sighing tiredly as he gives his report. This guy is a total idiot, beaten half to death and still actively threatening me. Then suddenly, the guy who looked completely dead jerks his head right up. He spits right in Stonehead's face and sneers. If I ever escape this place, you are the very first one I will kill. Getting humiliated like that, Stonehead clicks his tongue in sheer annoyance and growls. This utter bastard is covered in blood and bruises, yet he still manages an arrogant smile just to provoke Tuyet Huy. Little brat, you will not get a single thing out of me. Let me tell you, I have been through this plenty of times. Our main character watches Stonehead continuously beating him up for torture, while secretly thinking back to just a few hours ago. Yin was actually ready to confess absolutely everything to avoid pain. But the exact second I forced him to write down the disguise technique, his eyes completely changed. Maybe he thinks these light injuries cannot really break him. Tuyet Huy walks over, stops Stonehead, and asks in a super calm voice, is that so? You mean my guys hit way too soft? Inside, he is thinking, my quest is done, but I only got 2 of the rewards so far. The only thing I have not gotten my hands on yet is the Cult Master's secret map and that missing key. Tuyet Huy suddenly lifts his leg, startling the guy. He says, on my way here, I thought of a highly effective method for dealing with a total degenerate like you. Yin just stares back with a completely dumbfounded expression, slightly opening a mouth that is already missing several teeth. He asks in total disbelief, what did you just say? Tuyet Huy flashes an absolutely wicked smile. First, let us test your limits. Trust me, you and I are about to wince. Without a single second of hesitation, he kicks him right in the junk. Yin jolts up in sheer agony, his face twisting to the extreme as tears and spit instinctively fly out. A soul-crushing pain hits him so hard he practically loses his mind, letting out a shriek like he has never screamed before. Ah! Even after that massive knee strike, he cannot stop his entire body from violently shaking. His face is locked in a look of absolute horror, jaw hanging wide open. Stick with me here, you and I are about to see true ruthlessness. Tharkdo watches in absolute horror. After that earth-shattering kick, our main character finally speaks up. Ah, my bad. I aimed for both, but one slipped away. Sorry about that, but I guarantee I will not miss this time. Hearing that another knee strike is coming, Vo Tam instantly snaps back to reality. He looks up, his face covered in tears and snot. He screams in total panic. Tuyet Huy gets into a striking stance, dead serious. I promise. Vo Tam is literally scared to death. Sobbing uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face, he screams out his total surrender. Okay, I will write it down. I do not want to become a eunuch, no. Scared half to death, the villain is now sitting like an obedient dog, writing down the disguise technique while the main character watches him like a hawk. Tuyet Huy sits cross-legged, arms folded. He glares coldly, spitting out every single word. Make sure every letter is perfect, no mistakes. Vo Tam trembles violently. Now watch closely, our guy just became his worst nightmare. He stammers, I am being as serious as I can. Tuyet Huy hates this pathetic act, immediately firing back with a harsh insult. A monster who sucks people's life force dry is trying to act like a victim? Vo Tam lowers his head, looking wronged. I didn't mean to. It's all I was taught. I just wanted a fresh start. I didn't want to stay in the demonic cult and keep absorbing that stuff anymore. I just wanted to live as young Master Treen. But the main character just shuts him down with one cold, ruthless word. Nonsense. You really think a life-draining master can just live a normal, decent life? Tuyet Huy interrogates. Then why did you steal the disguise technique and run? The villain's writing hand freezes. Totally confused by the question, he looks up and blinks. Huh? What do you mean by that? Tuyet Huy coldly reminds him about the stolen manual. The exact item you took from Elder Tumam Barkhon. Vo Tam hesitates, then confirms. You are talking about the shadow body technique? Realizing his info was slightly off, our main character hides his confusion and just scoffs. Wait, so the thing he stole wasn't the disguise technique at all? Then it clicks. He remembers the child form the villain used earlier. His pupils shrink in sudden realization. So that is how. By combining bone shifting with the shadow body technique, this guy could literally reshape his muscle structure. While he is connecting the dots, Vo Tam puts down his pen. I wrote down everything. You saw that coming, right? The system chimes in disguise technique and shadow body technique unlocked. Tuyet Huy grabs the manual, his face full of absolute shock. His star is hard at the text. Disguise technique, you can change your vocal cords, gender traits, and even your voice completely. You can even force hair to grow. The only limits? You cannot change your skeleton or your eyes, but bones can be shifted using that shadow body technique. He could seriously use this combo to fool absolutely anyone. With the captain's forced assignment finally done, Tharkdo steps forward and yanks the villain to his feet. He casually orders him up. While Tuyet Huy is still obsessed with his new skills, another shiny system panel suddenly pops up. Reward received one of 4 torn map pieces for the cult leader's secret study, plus a secret room key. As he steps outside now, he realizes this has to be connected to the cult leader's vault, a heavily guarded fortress he wouldn't even dream of breaking into before. But now, with a technique that lets him squeeze through a fist-sized gap, pulling off a heist is totally possible. Right outside, something instantly catches his eye. Turns out Varn Kim's son and his granddaughter had been waiting for him this whole time. Seeing him, To Tam says, "Oh, you are finished." Tuyet Huy smiles, walking over with a polite, "Yes, I am." The head of the Varn family rushes to show his deepest gratitude. Words cannot express my thanks. Without you, Sir Warrior, today would have been an absolute bloodbath. Tuyet Huy just flashes a humble smile. No need to thank me, just doing my job. Still, the old man looks at him with heavy caution. Suddenly, To Tam nervously asks, Sir Warrior, will you visit us again? Our main character glances over at her. Or more accurately, he spots the glowing text above her head. 2 new quests for the warrior. He gasps lightly. Yeah, I will. I have my reasons. To Tam is totally lost, not understanding what he means. The demon is caught, so why come back? Trust me, you and I definitely want to see this next quest. All right, you and I are jumping right back in. Tuyet Huy just smiled, brushing past her while humming, "Yeah, something like that." Then he looked back and waved. With a gentle smile under the fading twilight, he casually called out, "See you next time, Lady De Tam." She just stood there, completely stunned by the scene, and blankly replied, "Yes." Right after, the time skip triggered, and the system announced his immediate return to base. Soon enough, our main character was sitting right back in his room as usual. If not for the quest completion alert, he seriously would have thought all of this was just a crazy dream. Elder Tumam Barkhon's affection level toward Tuyet Huy had officially maxed out to the absolute limit. He opened his eyes, letting out a deep sigh. Done. His newly upgraded status window popped up. Health points increased by 10,000. Internal energy up 10,000. Combat stats up 10,000. Health points 710,000. Internal energy 11,210. And combat power 15,910. The mission took 11 days, leaving him 17 days of total freedom. Tuyet Huy rubbed his neck, checking the system window. Wow, still got plenty of time left to burn. With that much free time, he figured he should definitely grind out his newly acquired martial arts. Tuyet Huy started practicing his new skills right away. Using the disguise technique, he literally morphed his face into a demon. He smirked at the mirror, completely amused. Then, the stealth body technique actually shrank him down, leaving even himself totally stunned. Using the white demon art, he coated his hands in pure ice like armor, radiating an insanely intense freezing aura everywhere. Things are about to get wild. He engulfed his hands in roaring flames to master the 4 great demon arts. Grinning in pure hype, he wrapped his blade in a wildly sharp and devastatingly powerful sword aura. Day after day, he meditated on his bed to level up. His internal core glowed super bright, violently absorbing the surrounding energy to massively boost his raw power. Finishing his intense training session, Tuyet Huy smiled. Those 17 days had seriously flown right by. His biggest achievement? Finally grasping the hidden time acceleration concept within the 4 great demon defense arts. He wasn't fully at the mastery level yet, but he absolutely could not hide his hype over how insanely strong he had just become. Standing up and walking to the door, that familiar schedule selection window flashed right back up in front of him. Choose a schedule for March, Heavenly Realm Year 96. Accept quest, or complete the warrior's mission. Strolling around, Tuyet Huy flashed a totally confident smile. "All right, let's go again," he declared. This time, he chose to take on another quest. The quest selection screen instantly appeared. "Who do you want a mission from?" Khan Ma, the Heavenly Demon's 4th disciple, unavailable. Black Dog, the Shadow Squad captain, unavailable. Dick Ba, the training commander, completely unavailable right now. The healer who treated Tuyet Huy. Just like last time, our guy selected from the bottom up, meaning it was finally the healer's turn. The time skip flashed by incredibly fast. In a blink, he grabbed the quest and arrived at Lason, the demonic cult's headquarters, Bach Luong Pavilion. The moonlight tonight was absolutely unreal, shining down like a glowing galaxy and painting a beautifully eerie, mysterious picture all around him. Our main character slowly walked through the Bach Luong Pavilion area. He looked around, completely stunned. Wait, we are up on a mountain? Lason was part of the demonic cult's headquarters. What was he even supposed to do here? Now, pay attention to this twist. A wild notification popped up, totally shocking him. Quest accepted from the Red Healer, plus a frantic system warning. Warning! The Red Healer is currently being hunted down by the White Blood Squad. Make contact with him immediately. Right then, heavy footsteps echoed from behind. He leaned out to look and spotted someone in white robes sprinting forward at absolute lightning speed, running for their life. That was him, the Red Healer who gave the quest. He was panting hard, running desperately to avoid getting caught. Right on his tail was a massive, aggressive mob, hunting him down flawlessly. Hiding behind a nearby tree, Tuyet Huy was honestly just totally shocked. He stayed totally quiet, watching everything unfold. Looked like this healer messed up big time. The White Blood Squad was aggressively hunting him like he was a walking treasure chest. They screamed out, fully determined to catch him before he left Bach Luong Pavilion. Out of nowhere, our guy casually blended right into their angry ranks. He hid his face and moved along with the massive crowd. Tuyet Huy figured his disguise technique worked, but what next? How was he supposed to save the Red Healer from this massive, crazy mob? He locked eyes on the squad leader up front. The guy leading the charge was an older man with a huge, nasty scar right across his forehead. The leader growled, charging full speed ahead, while Tuyet Huy calmly pulled up his status window to check his opponent's stats. Huoguang, White Blood Squad Captain, health points 12 million, internal energy over 1 million, super peak realm, combat power 4,880,000, plus a highly unstable battle aura. So what do we make of this? He realized this pavilion was packed with the cult's absolute top elites. Alright, stick with me here. Even though he is commanding an entire squad, this guy is absolutely nothing compared to the old Tichmin. Honestly, if he were alone right now, I could easily take him down. Suddenly, the whole group stops dead in their tracks, making Tuyet Huy freeze right behind them. Turns out, staring them down is a massive, incredibly gloomy forest packed with giant, creepy trees, especially out here in the pitch black. Finding the path is hard enough, let alone tracking someone. The other members instantly start barking out questions while Hua Quang just stays dead silent. Hey Captain, what is our next move? He immediately shifts the formation to sweep the entire forest. Squads 1, 2, and 3 take the left. 5 and 6 take the cave. The rest of you, follow me up the mountain. The whole group instantly obeys, shouting understood in unison. Thankfully, Tuyet Huy is perfectly blended into their ranks right now, quickly figuring out his exact placement. He is in Squad 6. Just then, He glances deep into the dark cave and catches a quick glimpse of the red healer's shadow. Thank the heavens for his system spotting the old man. His heart instantly leaps with pure excitement. Perfect, he went inside. Tuyet Huy quickly trails right behind Squad 6, pushing deeper into the cavern under the dim, flickering light from their torches. Out of nowhere, the squad commander throws up his hand to signal a sudden stop. Hold up for a second. There is a split ahead. Sure enough, the tunnel branches off into two completely different directions. Left with zero choices, they have to split the team to keep the search going. The commander barks out fast orders. Split into two groups and take both sides. If you hit another fork, pair up and just keep pushing. I will hold my position right here. This cave has absolutely no exit anyway, so everyone focus up and sweep every single inch. The rest of the guys instantly obey, shouting aloud "Yes, sir" before splitting up exactly as ordered. Tuyet Huy just smirks under his mask and thinks, perfect. Catching sight of a group marching down the right tunnel, he thinks to himself, I am getting lucky today. This is the exact same path the red healer chose. Watch what happens next. The pursuers are completely thinned out, so he has to seize this exact moment to strike. Meanwhile, Tuyet Huy's old healer is gasping for air in some dark corner deep inside the cavern. He just collapses to the ground, letting out a weak groan. My legs are completely giving out on me. Clutching that purple flower tightly in his hand, he mutters sadly, Forgive me, Lord Kanma, I really wanted to give you this. But right at that moment, a heavy footstep echoing from the tunnel outside completely catches his attention. You over there, come check this spot with me. The red healer stares at his purple dragon grass in pure agony. Guess this really is the end. I have to destroy it. He actually opens his mouth to swallow the ultra-rare herb, but a cold, sharp voice echoes out of nowhere and stops him dead in his tracks. You really should not do that. The red healer freezes. Gritting his teeth, he slowly turns to see a guard right behind him, pointing a blade straight at his chest with a deadly tone. Move 1 single inch and your head flies right off. Eating that will just make your death agonizing. Put the herb down right now, nice and slow. I know what you are thinking. Game over, right? Nope, while he is busy giving orders, our main character grabs his head. Snap! Without any hesitation, he breaks the guy's neck. The guard just twitches and drops, leaving the red healer completely paralyzed with absolute shock. Tuyet Huy drops the lifeless body, casually dusting off his hands to calm the stunned old man. Relax, take a breath. I am a friend. Pulling down his face mask, Tuyet Huy gives the old man a warm smile while literally sparking a bright fire with his own bare hand. The old guy is absolutely stunned, stammering out words. Wait, Tuyet Huy? What are you doing here? Obviously, the male lead cannot say a system quest sent him, so he plays it incredibly smooth. Why? Well, you were always the one treating my brutal injuries. Helping you out is only fair, right? Tuyet Huy drops down to one knee, keeping his voice incredibly soft. Alright, tell me everything that just happened here. The red healer goes dead quiet for a long second, then finally spills the entire crazy story without hiding a single detail. It all started when the white blood captain, Hua Quang, accidentally stumbled upon this purple dragon grass during a routine training run. With fairy herbs this insanely rare, reporting it means losing it forever, and that greedy captain wanted to keep it all for himself. But since this stuff is packed with heavy toxins and wild yin-yang energy, eating it raw is lethal. So he handed it over to the red healer to test it first. Instead, the red healer straight up booked it with the grass. In the demonic cult, all loot legally belongs to the main branch anyway. That is exactly why the white blood captain is hunting him down. He has to erase the evidence. Tuyet Huy just watches the poor guy rub his temples in pain. Red healer, why even steal the purple dragon grass? Did you seriously not know this would get you killed? No more hiding. The old man stays completely silent for a long moment, then bluntly reveals his true, crazy motive. This herb is a top-tier divine medicine. With something this insanely precious, I just had to give it to Lord Kanma. A leader I respect so much I would gladly bet my life on him. Tuyet Huy stays quiet for a second, then cuts straight to the core issue. Understood. How can I help you right now? Bam! A glowing system panel instantly pops up right in front of his eyes. New quest received from the red healer. The main branch healer Hongwei 2 is currently being mercilessly hunted by the White Blood Squad. Your mission objective? Build absolute trust with him. Success gets you direct attention from the White Dream Temple Master. And the reward? The legendary purple dragon grass itself, plus 1/4 of a secret map piece. Trust me, you and I are definitely going to want to see where that leads. Alright, you and I are jumping right into this. Tuyet Huy stares at his system window, stunned. The White Dream Hall Master is watching him? That guy is a huge deal. Plus, if he wipes out this guy's white blood squad right now, is that master going to hold a deadly grudge against him? Just then, the sound of heavy footsteps echoing from down the dark tunnel grabs Tuyet Hui's attention. He immediately yanks up his face mask, but before darting off, he makes sure to give the Red Priest a strict order to wait right there for him. Moving lightning fast, he uses a disguise art to completely mask his identity. Stepping outside, he bumps straight into one of the squad members. The guy looks serious and asks if their target is inside. But boom, right on cue, a system window pops up. A brand new quest has officially been activated. Condition 1. If you do not display absolute overwhelming power, the Red Priest will never hand over the dragon grass to you. Condition 2. Delay even a single second, and a far deadlier opponent will spawn. Hearing this, Tuyet Huy immediately drops bait to lure this clueless enemy away. I am heading deeper inside. Want to tag along? The guard, completely oblivious to the absolute danger he is in, just nods. Yeah, sounds good. But wait, a warning. If the Red Priest dies, mission failed. And to clear this quest, he absolutely cannot reveal his true identity to the enemy. The guard walks ahead to lead the way into the shadows, but suddenly, his brain finally clicks. He turns around, suspicious. Wait, what about the guy who came in with you? But our main character is lightning fast, launching a brutal strike right into his face. One devastating slap literally twists the guy's jaw. The enemy drops completely unconscious right in front of the Red Priest. Tuyet Huy stays ice cold. Time to head out. The Red Priest quickly swallows his absolute terror, putting on a serious face as he nods back at him. Now pay close attention, because this is where things get crazy for us. A voice sneers from behind. You really think it will be that easy? Torches signal a massive mob. All the scouts sent into the cave have regrouped right here. They completely block off the only exit out of this place. The Red Priest looks up at him, terrified. Meanwhile, Tuyet Huy, still hiding behind his disguise art, keeps a stone-cold expression, ready for an all-out war. Trapped right in the middle of this search party, and feeling the priest's panicked gaze, our main character starts calculating his next move. They have the numbers, sure, but he can absolutely take them. The mob leader steps up, demanding to know where he is from. Tuyet Huy answers with pure, arrogant swagger. Where am I from? Well, definitely not from your pathetic white dream hall. The leader's voice instantly drops, absolutely furious. You got some real nerve. Do you even realize the situation you are in right now? You actually think you can escape? Tuyet Huy ignores him, glancing back at his quest conditions. The reminder flashes, show absolutely overwhelming strength, or the Red Priest will never give up that precious dragon grass. And if he wastes even a single second, a much deadlier boss spawns. His hand grips the sword at his waist as he silently runs the combat math. Based on these exact conditions, he needs to end this fight with absolute crushing dominance. Then his eyes flick over to the system warning. Warning! If the priest dies, it is an instant fail. Plus, to clear this, his true identity must stay a complete secret from the enemy forces. Tuyet Huy thinks to himself, keeping up this disguise art is absolutely necessary to hide who I really am. But the problem is, this secret art drains mental energy, not just his internal chi. He cannot fight at full power. So, instead of using turn-based combat, he makes a choice. Tuyet Huy switches his combat method straight to simulation mode. The system immediately begins analyzing his available martial arts. You and I both know what happens when he uses this. A shadowy avatar appears right in front of him, visible only to our guy. Martial arts analysis is complete. The black shadow perfectly merges with his actual body. It takes total control, forcing his muscles to move in flawless sync with its calculated motions. The automated movement begins now. Traceless demon footwork. Third form is officially activated. Tuyet Huy moves like gravity does not exist, running across the cave ceiling. The enemies are stunned. He lands right behind them, stealing the initiative with a brutal horizontal slash. With dead eyes, Tuyet Huy swings his blade, effortlessly slaughtering the guards closest to him. Then, he shifts smoothly to the side. He instantly covers his arm in razor-sharp ice crystals, turning his limb into a lethal weapon for easier attacks. Stepping sideways exactly as the system dictates, Tuyet Huy mercilessly slashes through the surrounding white blood members, taking heads with fast, brutal sword strikes. Channeling the ice demon arts, his face shows absolutely zero emotion. His sharp eyes flick over to the Red Priest. The old man is completely frozen, absolutely stunned by our main character's horrifying combat power. He is so shell-shocked he cannot even form a single word. All he can do is stare wide-eyed at this completely one-sided, utter massacre. Suddenly, Two surviving white blood elites charge forward at the exact same time, screaming at the top of their lungs to attack. He activates ice crystal armor. Their desperate strikes cannot even scratch his skin. A thick, freezing layer of ice completely coats Tuyet Hui's body, perfectly blocking their combined assault. He slowly, coldly turns his head to look at them. Suddenly, a blinding, terrifying light erupts outward from his entire body. Tuyet Huy literally weaponizes his own body, generating massive, razor-sharp ice pillars. They blast forward, impaling the two attackers and violently launching them backward. An absolute master at work. Watching this insane battle, the Red Priest cannot hold back his awe. Rumor has it this kid is going to become the vice-captain of the Hidden Shadows squad. He stands there in dead silence, jaw completely dropped as the carnage unfolds. He genuinely thought this kid just had rich backers. He never expected this level of raw talent. Our main character's boots slide smoothly across the frozen ground, and just like that, the absolute slaughter is over. Simulation combat mode completely terminated. Tuyet Huy stands tall and arrogant, looking out over the absolute bloodbath he just created single-handedly. So what do you and I take from this? Never mess with simulation mode. Ice dust floats around his sword. He removes his mask, secretly thinking, this combat method surprises me every time. Alright, let's dive in. Following the system guide makes crushing these enemies an absolute breeze. Even with his disguise technique limiting his full power, taking them down is just way too easy. He turns to the medic. Listen, we have zero time to hesitate right now. We need to move. The old man nods frantically, but suddenly, a loud, aggressive shout grabs Tuyet Hui's attention. Why the hell is Squad 6 not out here yet? Hearing heavy footsteps closing in fast, Tuyet Huy curses under his breath. Damn it. Did those guys notice something was off and start regrouping already? Fighting the whole squad right now? Definitely not a smart move. He bites his nails, his brain working in absolute overdrive to find a way to handle this situation. The biggest problem here? He can clearly hear Captain Hua Quang's voice. That guy's combat power is completely equal to his own. Plus, that unknown energy technique is super annoying. Even if he gets incredibly lucky and beats them all, what comes next? Leaving witnesses behind is guaranteed to cause massive backlash. The medic behind him finally speaks up. I guess this is the end of the line. Tuyet Hui's frantic train of thought is suddenly interrupted. He looks back at the completely exhausted medic. Accepting his grim reality, the old man sighs. You know, I never should have tried escaping this place in the first place. If nobody knew, it would be over. But now those squad members are completely dead. If I don't sacrifice myself right now, you are going to be in huge trouble. Tuyet Huy stays completely silent, then firmly replies, we won't know unless we actually try. If I just cut off their heads, nobody will ever find out the truth. But the medic instantly cuts him off, his voice full of pure dread. The White Blood Squad aren't the only ones who saw me running away. Now pay close attention here. Tuyet Hui's eyes go dead cold. He realizes the medic is right. Wiping them all out will actually create way bigger problems. Not just for him, but for Lord Khan Ma too. And the medic knows it. Suddenly, the medic shoves the Tulong Thao herb into his hands. Take this. Even staring death in the face, the old man's absolute loyalty remains completely unshaken. Entrusting this priceless item to him, the old man gives a stiff smile, his eyes burning with pure resolve. Please deliver this safely to Lord Khan Ma. Can you promise me that? Tuyet Huy stays quiet for a second before finally answering. I understand. But suddenly, an unexpected system notification pops up in thin air. You have successfully completed the mission. Reward acquired. 1 Tulong Thao herb and 1 torn map piece leading to the cult leader's secret study. Piece 1 of 4. Tuyet Huy stares blindly at the system window, completely dumbfounded. Wait, what? The mission? Didn't the escort totally fail? How is it marked as a success? Was escaping with the medic never the real objective from the start? Absolutely stunned, he grips the rare herb and awkwardly watches the bleeding man force himself up. Dusting off his ruined clothes, the medic gives his final order. Get out of here while I distract them. Tuyet Huy remembers the prompt. Thinking back carefully, the actual system goal was just to earn his complete trust. You and I both know this hurts. Still in shock, he can only watch the medic's back as he walks away. Blankly listening to the old man's final request. Please, make sure this reaches Lord Khan Ma's very own hands. With his final words spoken, the medic charges straight toward the cave entrance, screaming at the top of his lungs to draw the White Blood Squad. Over here, you bastards. Tuyet Huy stands frozen in place. The squad's vicious, bloodthirsty shouts echo loudly in his ears. He is over there! Catch him and kill him right now! Right before his eyes, The white blood goons brutally stab the medic to death. Blood sprays wildly into the dark air, staining his pure white uniform completely red. His glasses hit the ground, shattering into pieces right inside a growing pool of his own blood. After a heavy, agonizing silence, our main character finally turns and runs. He refuses to let the medic's ultimate sacrifice be for absolutely nothing. The old man died so he could live, trusting him completely to deliver that too long Tao herb straight to his master. Escaping safely back to his private training and resting quarters, Tuyet Huy drops heavily onto his familiar bed. He lets out a deep sigh, his mind completely tangled with heavy emotions. Yeah, the system mission was a success, but this aftermath feels absolutely terrible. Gripping the rare, glowing herb tightly in his hands, he stares at it with a deadly serious expression. What exactly am I supposed to do with this? His mind races. This was supposed to be a special delivery for Lord Khan Ma, but the medic is completely dead. Does he really need to hand it over anymore? If nobody else knows this herb exists, he could just eat it himself and absolutely nobody would ever find out. Of course, there is always the massive risk that they already sent out a messenger pigeon. Staring at the carefully wrapped herb in his hands, Tuyet Huy quietly decides to take a massive, life-changing gamble. Let's test this out. He mentally opens his system inventory. Items stored 1 too long Thao herb safely placed inside. Better keep it hidden in the inventory for now. Next, he pulls up his save progress screen. System prompt, do you want to save the timeline? Save slot 1 Heavenly Realm Year 95, Chapter 2.1. 3 life choices. Save slot 2 Heavenly Realm Year 95, Chapter 2.15. The final enemy after failing the explosive exam. Heavenly Realm Year 95, Chapter 3.1. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, his next choice is insane. Alright, stick with me here. He stares at the system window, thinking he better save his progress just in case Kun Ma finds out about the purple dragon herb. Because even if things totally blow up in his face, he is ready. He still has 4 whole lives left anyway. He locks in the save, and the new panel flashes. Heavenly Realm Year 95, Chapter 2.1, Kun Ma's 3 choices. Heavenly Realm Year 95, Chapter 3.8, Becoming his key fighter. Year 1 of rapid extra growth. Chapter 3.1 confirmed. 3 years of rapid bonus growth successfully saved. With everything finally sorted, our main character wastes 0 time and just eats the purple dragon herb. Time to do this. He chews the bitter plant, sweating bullets. Right as he sticks his tongue out in absolute disgust at the awful taste, a sudden warning rings out. Warning. You need the extreme yang mental art to absorb this. Note, without it, the absorption process will literally take 1 year. Looking at the glowing text, he realizes he can't fully absorb the insane power right now. The system doesn't even explain its actual effects or what the heck this extreme yang art is. Suddenly, his face burns bright red. It is so insanely hot he touches his own cheeks in shock. Is this a weird side effect? He has no idea if this is good or bad. He collapses onto the bed, muttering, "Wait a year or search?" Now watch closely, because right then, a crazy alert pops up, making his eyes snap wide open. Absolute panic mode activated. White Dream Pavilion Lord. 10,000 tribulations Asura wants to meet. Accept or reject. Our guy is so rattled he bolts straight up, his heart practically hammering against his ribs. He glares at the door. Why does he feel totally doomed? The guy showing up here personally means he definitely tracked him down using his own freaking subordinates. Just reject it. He instantly hits decline, but the system straight up slaps him back. You cannot reject. He grinds his teeth, staring cautiously at the sealed door, silently cursing his awful luck. Damn it all, there is no escape. He has literally no choice but to agree. Instantly, his door swings open. An older guy strolls in, sporting a heavy beard and a snow-white cloak, smiling warmly. "Let me introduce myself," he says. "I am the White Dream Pavilion Lord, the 10,000 Tribulations Asura." But right above his head floats a bizarre text he has never seen before. Co-op ×2. This is the 29th ranked absolute titan of the White Dream Pavilion, one of the 8 branches of the legendary demonic cult. He actually came here in person. He stands up out of basic politeness. Why visit me? He is secretly freaking out over what co-op ×2 means. Plus the guy's combat power data is totally blanked out. His expression doesn't look like he is here for an execution. Actually, he is almost faintly smiling. He probes, "Why do you think I came here?" He stares at him carefully, hesitating. "I really don't know." Suddenly he steps right up close, refusing to speak plainly, forcing our guy to guess his actual hidden motive. If you don't know, try guessing. He is so stressed he can barely breathe near this absolute monster. I know what you're thinking. He is totally busted. This direct question makes him feel like somehow this guy already knows he stole the herb. Sure, the footwork traces from his escape are one thing, but he used high-level evasion techniques. I am absolutely certain I did not leave a single trace. The old man keeps pushing for an answer. Hurry up, guess. The pressure feels like a massive, heavy boulder. He stammers nervously. But boom, the system tosses out dialogue options, and they are complete garbage as usual. What is this geezer even saying? Spouting a bunch of absolute nonsense that means literally nothing. Damn, he's annoying. I am the one who took the divine herb. Got a problem? Time is ticking. The second the panel pops up, his eyes go wide with absolute terror, cold sweat completely soaking his face. Whenever this thing shows up, there is never a normal, safe option. No wonder he is so terrified. Staring at the glowing system window, he mentally screams, "What the hell are these completely stupid suicidal choices?" This reply is way too arrogant. Exactly like the Kunma incident. How can I pick either one? The countdown hits 4 seconds. He grinds his teeth, his brain going into absolute overdrive. You and I both know the worst choice is usually the escape route, but this one is just completely suicidal. Whatever. Screw it. He finally picks the worst possible choice. What is this old man even saying? Spouting total nonsense. Damn, he is annoying. Right after shouting that, cold sweat pours, chills run down his spine, and his heart absolutely explodes. Our main character yells right back. Stick with me here. The Asura stays totally silent, then actually praises him. You have real guts. He scoffs and turns away. Tieu Huy watches him leave and thinks, did that actually work? But then, the old man suddenly switches to a completely random topic out of nowhere. Sometimes when I go for a walk, my subordinates' faces turn bright red. Usually, that is a clear sign they just ate some kind of divine medicine. That symptom shows up right when the dizziness and hallucinations kick in. Tieu Huy plays dumb, pretending he has absolutely no idea what the old man means. He asks about it. Suddenly, the old man drops the act completely. He turns back, staring straight at our main character with an incredibly mysterious, piercing gaze. It is fine. I know you want to hide it. We both know exactly what divine medicine that is, right? Besides, your face is looking awfully red right now. How are you feeling? Exposed in the worst way possible, Tieu Huy violently flinches. His pupils shrink in pure terror as he stares blankly at the Asura of 10,000 tribulations. A hand shoots toward our main character at absolutely lightning speed. The Asura grabs his throat, effortlessly lifting his entire body off the ground with just one hand in a split second. Violently choked, Tieu Huy desperately gasps out, "Erg!" Veins bulge in his neck. His panicked eyes dart down to the hand violently crushing his windpipe. Now pay close attention here. The Asura growls, "Young man, if you think I will not kill you, you are dead wrong. I absolutely never ally with any disciples of the heavenly demon." He crushes the boy's throat, completely cutting off Tieu Hui's breath. Deprived of oxygen, his mind instantly starts going blurry and losing focus. His eyes roll back, nearly losing all reason. Saliva drips down uncontrollably, soaking right onto the old man's terrifying hand. His face turns completely pale. That grim, dark voice echoes one more time, "So killing you right now is really no problem at all." Without a single ounce of hesitation, he punches a hand straight through the hero's chest. A massive gaping hole instantly appears in his body, fresh blood exploding into the air everywhere. The main character helplessly coughs up blood. The thick, metallic stench of fresh gore completely floods the entire surrounding area. Drops of blood splatter all over the Asura of 10,000 tribulations. His face twists into a ruthless, teeth-baring smile, eyes glowing with a savage, brutal bloodlust while a hole remains punched right through the chest. The old man's mocking laughter continues ringing in his ears. Tieu Huy gasps weakly, staring down in absolute horror at the old man's arm. Bright red blood mixes with saliva, completely staining the corners of his mouth. His eyelids grow heavier by the second, his mind hanging by a thread. Tieu Huy can no longer hold on to his fading life. His breath weakens, and the light in his pupils slowly fades away into nothingness. Our main character is dead, killed by just one strike from that old monster. The system quickly sends him the calculated results of his remaining lives. He has exactly 3 chances left. Returning to the heavenly realm, year 95, chapter 3.8. Becoming an important martial artist for Kunma, the first year of his explosive, rapid growth phase. You saw that coming, right? Tieu Huy returns to the exact moment he saved his progress. Saving before absorbing the purple dragon herb was the smartest decision he ever made. He keeps his head down, hiding his wide, trembling eyes as his breathing gets faster and noticeably heavier with every passing second. Our guy cannot help but grind his teeth together loudly. Blue veins bulge on his jawline, making him look absolutely furious and incredibly fierce. The rage inside his heart explodes like a roaring fire, completely burning away every single other emotion he has. Tuyet Huy grips his chest tightly right where the Asura pierced him, swearing through gritted teeth. Damn it! The extra life I worked so hard to earn, lost just like that. This cursed, messed up mission is becoming such an absolute nightmare to deal with. He is so anxious, his leg shakes non-stop. In just a few minutes, the Asura of 10,000 tribulations will come knocking right at his door to say hello. Right now, he has to come up with a solution immediately. Judging by exactly how the White Dream Pavilion Master tracked him down, that guy probably already knows the purple dragon herb exists. Thinking about that, total, crushing despair instantly surrounds him completely. The main character squeezes his knees tightly, desperately trying to suppress his exploding anxiety as a completely hopeless thought suddenly flashes right into his mind. Maybe he should choose a different save point? But then he instantly brushes that tempting idea aside, continuing to search for another way out, just like he always does. Let's think carefully about this. The correct answer is definitely not the first choice. He vividly recalls the choice window that popped up earlier when the Asura asked his question. What is he talking about? Just spouting a bunch of meaningless nonsense. Damn it. This old guy is seriously so annoying. I took the divine medicine. Is there a problem? That means the second option is the key. Once again, he cannot stop his leg from nervously bouncing up and down. No, he still has to consider all the other possibilities. If he does not eat the purple dragon herb, just like the red priest said, handing it over to Kun Ma might actually be the right move. Tuyet Huy bites his lip, silently feeling that his previous decision to save the game was a truly brilliant move. Thank God he saved in his past life right after putting the purple dragon herb into his toolbox. This way, he can still choose exactly how he wants to use it. But what if he hands it over to Kun Ma, and the problem still does not get resolved at all? Everything is so incredibly messed up that he tilts his head back and sighs loudly. Ha! Tuyet Huy helplessly curses in his mind. This is just way too complicated. Even if the White Dream Pavilion Master finds out Kun Ma got the divine medicine, he definitely will not just let it slide that easily. No, even before that, if Kun Ma worries about clashing with the White Dream Pavilion Master, he could absolutely just throw our guy right under the bus without hesitation. And that is where we leave it. His time is basically up, and soon enough, that terrifying old monster will be hunting him down. Alright, you and I are back in it. The system flashes a familiar warning. White Dream Hall Master, Myriad Tribulation Asura, wants a meeting. Our main character instantly snaps his attention to the door. He smirks, thinking, so he is here? Fine. Let us carefully observe the situation first. Then we can decide our next move. Sweating a little, Tuyet Huy stares straight at the entrance. He finally voices his agreement to the terrifying meeting request from the other side. Come in. Just like what happened in his deadly past life, the old monster Myriad Tribulation Asura steps inside and casually starts to introduce himself. First time meeting, let me properly introduce myself to you. I am the White Dream Hall Master, Myriad Tribulation Asura. Tuyet Huy stays completely silent. He literally died by this guy's hands in his previous life. But he still cannot understand what that cooperate ×2 text floating above the old man means. He secretly guesses that mysterious cooperation line must have some massive hidden significance behind it. I have absolutely no idea how it works, but it is definitely connected to the purple dragon herb. Hiding his panic, Tuyet Huy cautiously greets him in a polite manner. You have arrived? The old monster stays perfectly quiet, intensely studying the main character's face. That calm attitude clearly proves he fully expected this visit. So the old man does not hold back and asks, seems like you were waiting for my arrival? In this timeline, it looks like our guy is absolutely ready to make a huge gamble. He firms his resolve, thinking, let us just try it. Tuyet Huy carefully speaks up. I have something important to discuss. The second he mentions the purple dragon herb's current location, Asura's eyes instantly turn deadly cold. He lets out a heavy humph, glaring right at him with a terrifying, strict expression. He completely did not expect the kid to bring it up first. But Tuyet Huy is determined to push forward. After calculating the risks, he made his choice. He will give the purple dragon herb to White Dream Hall instead of Kun Mo. The old man skips the useless small talk and cuts straight to the chase. Where is it? Tuyet Huy smiles bitterly to himself. He knows this choice comes with massive hidden risks. He refuses to admit he actually holds the rare herb right now. He slowly replies, but I cannot tell you that directly, sir. Now watch closely. This is where he bets everything on that floating text above Asura's head. His heart is racing. Who knows? What if triggering this cooperation totally flips my tragic fate? This crazy gamble is definitely a massive choice worth trying out. The White Dream Hall Master lets out another dark hum, making Tuyet Huy sweat even more nervously. The old man's eyes suddenly flare with an intense blood-red light. His face turns fiercely stern. Just that presence alone projects an overwhelmingly heavy pressure onto Tuyet Huy. He demands in a terrifyingly deep voice, "You want to trade? Truly a reckless punk. Why can you not just tell me the location directly?" Facing that insane pressure, Tuyet Huy panics internally. This aura is completely suffocating, but I absolutely must endure it. He clenches his fists super hard, fighting back the urge to shake in pure terror. Even while gasping for air in this suffocating situation, he forces his brain to calculate the next winning move. To flip this situation in my favor, I need to use a psychological combat method to secure my ultimate victory. And that plan means using Lord Kun Mo as my ultimate meat shield. Tuyet Huy cautiously drops some fake news to shake the old monster's confidence, because Lord Kun Mo also knows about it. Boom! Myriad Tribulation Asura reacts instantly. His body slightly stiffens up, and he asks in total disbelief, "Really? Lord Kun Mo knows too?" Tuyet Huy hesitates perfectly. "Yes, my lord." Myriad Tribulation Asura lets out another very deep, menacing hum. His sharp gaze locks onto the kid, refusing to blink or back off half a step. He is heavily weighing how trustworthy this punk's bold claim actually is. Tuyet Huy stares right back without flinching, his heart pounding like crazy under the heavy tension. But then, the Hallmaster suddenly accepts his wild plan out of nowhere. "I agree." Tuyet Huy loses his cool instantly, his eyes shooting wide open in absolute, pure shock. The old monster starts explaining his reasoning. "From the very beginning, that purple dragon herb belonged to us, right? I will handle negotiations with him. Let us cooperate together. You and I both heard that, right?" He just said cooperate. Hearing those words, Tuyet Huy is completely stunned, frantically trying to process this insane moment. "Does this mean I actually met the condition?" Tuyet Huy hesitantly speaks up. "Fine, I will give it to you." Myriad Tribulation Asura immediately praises him, cutting straight to the core issue. "Excellent. So where is the divine herb?" Unexpectedly, Tuyet Huy actually pulls out the purple dragon herb to hand over. He carefully looks at him and says, "It is here." The second Asura sees it. He lets out a chuckle. "Oh ho, so you hid it right inside your clothes. Thanks for that." Snagging the ultra-rare herb, the old guy does not stick around. He immediately turns his back to leave without a single second thought, casually dropping a take care behind him. That heavy, suffocating tension inside his chest finally fades away completely. Tuyet Huy exhales a massive sigh of relief, his racing heartbeat slowly calming down. But suddenly, an icy realization hits him like a truck. He tells himself, wait, something is very weird. Tuyet Huy sneaks a nervous glance up at the departing Hall Master. Even though they literally just agreed to cooperate, that weird floating text above his head still has not disappeared. Cooperate ×2. Tuyet Huy frantically wonders in total confusion. Why has the note not vanished yet? The White Dream Hall Master definitely said we are cooperating. If so, the note above his head should have totally disappeared by now, right? Just then, Asura stops dead in his tracks. Ah, right, there is this too. He turns around. I forgot, I need to take one more thing. Trust me, you are going to want to see this. Seol Shui completely tenses up and asks what the master wants from him. The guy glares at him with pure rage. His eyes flash with cold intent as he demands the price for his dead subordinate. You and I are about to see a crazy system warning pop up. The White Dream Hall Master found his weakness. What will he choose next? 9 seconds left. Seol Hui stares in absolute terror. His pupils shrink in panic as he furiously grits his teeth together. Bitterly, he thinks to himself, was this answer wrong too? What can he do now? Just die like this? His opponent is the White Dream Hall Master, ranked 29th in the demonic cult. Finding a better solution would be great, but right now, that is just completely impossible. The countdown timer drops to 5 seconds. Sweating bullets, Seol Hui stares at the system window. He knows this guy could send him to the grave with just one hit, but he still has to make a choice. Wait a second. Why would the status window even pop up if his death was completely guaranteed? He could not even fight back in his past life. But this screen appearing means a chance of survival still exists. There has to be some wild possibility hidden here. 2 seconds left on the clock, and he has absolutely no clue what is happening right now. The only thing he can think of is that crazy bastard. So, he chooses to attack directly. Boom! A massive explosion blasts right inside his room. Blinding light erupts, sending Seol Hui flying backwards as his body violently skids across the ground. He desperately tries to steady himself to get back on his feet. Now watch closely. Facing him is the 29th ranked monster radiating pure killer intent. But that is not Tieu Huy standing there anymore. It is the AI. Our main character just switched his combat mode to AI. The system slowly rises up from the middle of the thick smoke. Floating above, Tieu Huy watches the battle unfold, thinking to himself that this guy is his only hope. But shockingly, the AI just lets out an exhausted sigh. It turns toward where the main character is hiding and roars with absolute fury, calling him a total bastard. It seems incredibly pissed off because the main character always summons it during deadly situations to clean up his messes. Getting cursed out like that, Tieu Huy is left completely speechless. Meanwhile, his enemy is giving the AI possessing his body a very weird look. After being yelled at, Tieu Huy just stares back in utter confusion. Naturally, he cannot argue back. He just stares in shock, wondering what the AI is doing. Why is this lunatic reacting like that? It scared him. Suddenly, it starts speaking directly to the hallmaster, saying he was actually very cautious about the subordinate's death. Hearing this bizarre statement from the main character, the old man stays silent before asking in pure disbelief, "What did you say?" The AI turns to look at him with a dead cold expression, its blood-red eyes narrowing sharply. In a deep voice, the AI claims it could have slaughtered all of them, but chose not to. Up in the air, Tieu Huy cannot help but admire this maniac. Provoking that guy means the AI definitely has a solid chance of winning here, right? The AI always exceeds his expectations. He decides to fully trust it this time, clenching his fists. He watches the AI with anticipation, his eyes sparkling with pure hope. But suddenly, it screams like an absolute maniac. Even the 29th ranked master freezes in shock. Tieu Huy mentally cheers it on as the AI leaps away from its starting spot. However, its very next move leaves Tieu Huy completely beyond confused. His face twists in sheer disbelief. What? Instead of charging into a crazy battle like usual, it is using all of its strength to sprint away. You saw that too, right? It is literally screaming and running away. Exactly. The one entity the main character trusted enough to take his body is running for its absolute life from this terrifying master. This means the old man's power is so horrifying that even a battle-crazed lunatic like the AI is too terrified to fight back. But if the AI is acting like this, how can a weakling like him ever escape? And since when did the master get right behind him? Channeling his internal energy, a crimson aura engulfs his entire body. The master cannot help but mutter that he really is a madman. Without a second of hesitation, he unleashes a devastating attack right at the fleeing AI. The blazing red energy slashes the ground, carving a massive gorge as it rips right through Tieu Huy. He coldly tells him to die. One strike and he dies instantly, just like before. Only 2 chances left to return to the heavenly realm year 96, chapter 3.8. The very first year of his explosive growth side story. Helplessly rubbing his forehead, Tieu Huy sits on his bed during that fateful night, looking exactly like his previous 2 lives. Tieu Huy seems to have completely lost his mind because he actually starts laughing. A forced smile appears on his face, dripping with cold sweat. He cannot hold back a bitter curse, whispering, "Damn it, he could not even do anything. That crazy guy failed too. Wild, right?" He lets out a massive sigh and collapses onto his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. He looks completely defeated by this impossible situation, just quietly accepting his grim fate. You and I know exactly how this feels, checking another save point with only 2 lives left, wondering if we played this mission way too reckless. But even so, his final choice remains exactly the same. Having to repeat absolutely everything from scratch after turning back time is just way too incredibly frustrating. Not to mention, he absolutely cannot abandon a mission that already cost him 2 precious lives. It was pure greed. After thinking it over, Shui Hui shoots up, sitting dead straight. His eyes lock onto the purple dragon herb, the exact reason he lost 2 lives. Right from the very beginning, this thing was never supposed to be his. Not just because he never expected the White Dream Palace Lord to track it down, but because he has absolutely 0 ways to negotiate with him. If that is the case, the only option left is for Shui Hui to find Kun Ma. He decides to drop his greed, prioritize survival, abandon the purple dragon herb, and hand it straight over. The boss sees him approach and immediately asks what is going on. Shui Hui looks at him carefully, telling himself this is the only way. Using both hands, he presents the purple dragon herb securely wrapped in cloth and gives it to Kun Ma. He accepts the divine herb that our main character lost 2 entire lives trying to keep for himself. Hesitating for a moment, he says, "So you claim the Red Priest told you to deliver this to me?" Shui Hui answers him with total honesty. "Yes, His face turns even more serious when mentioning the current condition of the person who originally sent this item. Unfortunately for the Red Priest, our main character does not even need to finish speaking. Kun Ma understands the whole situation just by looking at his troubled expression. He pauses slightly and says, "I understand." Kun Ma places a hand on Shui Hui's shoulder, unable to hide a smile as he praises him. "This will be a massive help to me, and I will never forget what you did today. Do not worry. Even if the White Dream Palace Lord comes looking, he cannot just do whatever he wants." Hearing Kun Ma say this, our main character simply replies with a cold tone. "Yes, thank you, my lord." After finally settling everything, he heads straight back to his resting quarters. Shui Hui lies on his bed, staring into the dark night, and lets out a heavy breath. Whoosh, why did he pick such a difficult path to solve such a simple problem? Damn it, those were 2 incredibly precious lives. Through this mission, he learned one super crucial lesson: never let greed take over. You really cannot just hoard absolutely everything simply because the quest tells you to do it. Shui Hui rolls onto his side like he just reached enlightenment. Danger is always lurking around every corner, so he has to stay rational and completely alert at all times. He takes a sharp breath, silently reminding himself that he needs to be way more careful. But right at that exact moment, watch closely. The notification still pops up: the White Dream Palace Lord, Myriad Tribulations Asura, demands to see him again, even though he already gave the purple dragon herb to Kun Ma. His eyes snap wide open in pure horror, pupils shrinking, panic written all over his face. Shui Hui screams internally, completely confused by this. What the heck? He decides to struggle one more time by choosing to refuse, but gets slapped with the exact same system message as his last life: you cannot refuse. Left with no choice, he accepts. Just like the previous 2 times, the old man walks in and introduces himself grandly, acting like he has zero bad intentions whatsoever. "First time meeting, let me introduce myself. I am the White Dream Palace Lord, Myriad Tribulations Asura." Shui Hui is absolutely sick to his stomach of seeing this guy. This time, he does not have the item the old man wants, so he just asks straight up, "Why exactly are you here?" Inside, he is screaming his head off, feeling like he is going insane. The old man just calmly replies, "Why did I come here?" Shui Hui hesitates and says, "I am really not sure." Deep down, he figures Kun Ma must not have met with this guy yet. Hearing his answer, the old man just replies with a joking tone, "If you do not know, then try taking a guess, because for some odd reason, I bet you probably already know. You and I both know that chilling feeling, right?" A weird sensation suddenly rises up, and Shui Hui instantly realizes the horrifying reason behind it. Hold on, this exact conversation is identical to his life before the last one. This is completely impossible. Even his terrifying, pushy attitude is a perfect match. Hurry up and guess. The exact same choice window from back then suddenly pops up right in front of him. What is this guy even saying? Spouting a bunch of nonsense that makes zero sense. Damn it, this old man is so annoying. I am the one who stole the divine herb. Got a problem with that? The countdown timer starts ticking. 9 seconds left. Shui Hui grinds his teeth hard, glaring directly at the system window. Pure absolute rage is written all over his face, while cold sweat starts dripping down his jawline. Unable to take it anymore, Shui Hui roars in absolute fury. Does it really have to be this way? That bastard Kun Ma, this is completely different from his promise. Is returning to this side of the save point really a dead end with no other way to get past it? Just because he touched that damn purple dragon herb, he is now permanently stuck in this endless hell with no way out? Timer hits 2 seconds. Right now, Shui Hui feels nothing but absolute, crushing despair. He looks up at the ceiling, letting out a breath filled with pure exhaustion. Shui Hui cannot hold on any longer and decides to just let it all go. Ha! Since he is already stepping into his next life anyway, why not try a different choice? Fine, kill me. So what do you and I do when the game is rigged? We go crazy. He selects that final answer. I'm the one who took the divine herb. Got a problem? The second he says that, the old man curses him out for being arrogant. The old monster draws his sword with pure murderous intent. His eyes flash with absolute cruelty, and honestly, this is exactly what Tuyet Huy expected. Stick with me here, because you and I are about to watch him just give up. He shuts his eyes, completely helpless, waiting for the end. It looks like he has completely lost hope with this save point. He is already planning to just choose a different spawn location in his next life. But right at that exact moment, a sudden voice echoes out, completely shattering the heavy tension. Our main character's eyes shoot wide open in pure shock. He actually recognizes that familiar voice. So you were here. The man slowly walks into the room. The guy who just interrupted Asura's execution is none other than the exact same person Tuyet Huy was just silently cursing as a totally backstabbing liar. Kan Ma casually steps in, leaving both of them completely stunned. In this life, he does not have to face that ancient monster alone anymore. He just got a massive, high-level backup. Hope instantly flashes in our main character's eyes. His jaw drops open as he stares at Kan Ma. He walks in wearing that same faint smirk as always. His eyes are gleaming with this cold, mysterious vibe. Honestly, that smile looks incredibly dangerous right now. Tuyet Huy just stands there watching Kan Ma talk to the Asura. The same unkillable stalker who has been hunting him down for 3 whole lifetimes. He freezes, just watching them. Even though he cannot hear a single word, he is absolutely certain Kan Ma is finally keeping his promise. Even so, Tuyet Huy is sweating bullets. The tension is crazy, and his eyes are practically shaking. Now pay close attention here. Suddenly, the Asura turns his head and locks eyes with him, and Tuyet Huy, who was already stressed, absolutely notices it. The old man's glare is just as terrifying and intense as before. His face is completely stone cold. But this time, he actually spares him, walking right past Kan Ma and leaving. Tuyet Huy slowly stumbles forward and calls out to Lord Kan Ma. Knowing exactly what he is about to ask, Kan Ma speaks up to explain. All right, the conversation went really well, so you do not need to worry too much. As long as I am standing right here, he will not dare to touch you. Hearing that, it finally clicks. Because he was so focused on Kan Ma's looks, he completely forgot how insanely powerful this guy actually is. Our main character instantly bows his head deep. Thank you, sir, he says with total respect. After all, Kan Ma is the only reason he survived this absolute disaster. In his head, he starts wondering, was it just the terrifying authority of a heavenly demon disciple making the Asura back off? Or did those two make some kind of secret, shady deal? But honestly, whatever it actually was, just to protect his life. This guy was even willing to go and convince the White Dream Hall master. Kan Ma just smiles and praises our boy's actions. But that is not all. He literally hands him an item. You did a fantastic job this time. Go ahead, take this. Tuyet Huy looks up at him, totally confused. Take what exactly? Who would have guessed? As a reward for the purple dragon herb, Kan Ma is actually gifting him an incredibly rare, precious short sword. System alert. You have received the legendary divine weapon, the Ritual Sword. The Ritual Sword. It is one of the ancient blades used by high priests in sacred ceremonies. This exact weapon was once wielded by the Grand Priest himself. Base stats? Normal martial arts attack power increases by 70%. Pure Yin martial arts damage gets a 50% boost. You saw those stats, right? It gets crazier. Pure Yang arts jump by 50%, and the 4 great demonic arts gain 30% extra damage. Passive skill. It enhances AI turn-based combat simulations. And the special skill? Soul-chasing aura. Though the original owner's power is currently sealed away, Tuyet Huy is screaming with pure joy in his head. This is amazing! The attack power for literally every single martial art he knows just got a massive upgrade. His overall combat power and simulation battle skills just leveled up too. But above all that, a brand new special skill just unlocked. Holding this divine weapon that is radiating a razor-sharp, overpowered aura, Tuyet Huy literally cannot stop himself from smirking like an absolute madman. His eyes are sparkling as he stares at it. This is practically a turning point in his destiny. After handing over this insanely valuable reward, Kan Ma does not forget to hype our boy up one more time. He places a heavy hand on his shoulder. He speaks with a warm, laughing tone. You helped the Red Priest bring back the purple dragon herb, and you somehow managed to escape from the White Dream Hall. You absolutely have the skills to wield this blade. You have completely earned it. I am expecting great things from you. Getting such massive expectations dumped on him, right alongside this ridiculously awesome gift, Tuyet Huy definitely feels a bit of pressure. But honestly, he happily accepts it anyway. He bows his head low, speaking loud and full of energy. I will do my best not to disappoint you. After hearing that confident reply, Kan Ma does not stick around much longer and finally leaves. Walking away, he tosses back some encouragement. Very good. Keep it up. Tuyet Huy stands in total silence, watching Kan Ma's back fade away. The second the guy is completely gone, he immediately dashes to the window and throws it wide open. Tuyet Huy jumps out of the room, drawing his brand new sword to test it out, just looking at the bare blade. Even before pouring any internal energy into it, the weapon is already radiating massive power. It literally wraps around his entire body, as if it is actively pumping more strength right into our main character. Feeling all of that raw energy directly, he lets out an impressed gasp. Then, his mind goes straight to work, quietly analyzing the situation. Such an outstanding blade, originally wielded by a heavenly demon disciple. He can feel the wildly overpowering demonic energy hidden deep inside the metal. So what do you and I take from this? He's unstoppable now. Activating his best skill, Wind God, with the 4 great demonic arts? Boom. 4.5 times the speed. Alright, stick with me here. Let's see what this system can really do. Tuyet Huy excitedly follows the exact head movement instructions, tilting left and holding it neutral. Done with that, his eyes snap open fiercely as he shouts, "Ha!" He continues following the prompt on his screen. Head down, tilt left 45 degrees. His hand reaches back, gripping his blade, totally ready to swing. Finally, option A, at 4.5 times the speed, he slashes upward, unleashing a fierce, wind-green sword aura that instantly activates Wind God. A massive tornado straight up erupts from his blade. It sweeps up rocks and dirt, creating a violent storm that looks ready to wipe out absolutely everything. Even Tuyet Huy, the guy who just cast it, is totally stunned. His jaw drops open, staring at the colossal cyclone right in front of him. His pupils shrink in pure shock. Once the tornado finally fades out, a massive crater is left behind, completely standing out from the remaining green grass and dirt around it. All the earth and trees in that spot were literally wiped clean from existence. Only a cracked, barren patch of dead ground is left behind. He looks down at his sword, still radiating crazy aura, and just laughs awkwardly. Ha! He marvels inwardly to himself. This new blade is seriously a top-tier piece of equipment. Soon enough, the hellish night where he got killed for 2 whole past lives finally passes, making way for a brand new day to begin. A schedule selection window instantly pops up. Please select schedule for month 4, Heaven Realm, year 96, 8 out of 36. Accept quest, complete martial artist quest, or walk around. Tuyet Huy is absolutely beyond overjoyed seeing the system window pop up with those familiar choices again. He is so happy, he greets it like a living creature he missed dearly. He lets out a soft sigh of pure relief. Ha! He honestly thought this status window would never show up again. But after the recent crazy events, he suddenly feels super sluggish about picking the quest completion option. He also wants to cultivate Wind God to a perfect level, so picking the training route this time is definitely the better move. This month, he decides to just walk around. Instantly, a location selection panel flashes right before his eyes. What do you want to check? The 4th disciple of the Heavenly Demon at Black Tortoise Dojo's backyard? Or the Shadow Troop Captain's break room? Naturally, our MC picks the middle option, teleporting straight to the backyard of the Black Tortoise Dojo. In just a blink, he is standing right in the dojo's backyard. It is a huge, wide-open, airy space that is absolutely perfect for leveling up his martial arts. Rubbing the back of his neck, he looks around and silently wonders, wait, this is the backyard? 0 obstacles around, meaning nobody can secretly spy on his progress. Now pay attention, because you and I are about to watch him start a hardcore practice session right here. Time flies by faster than a wild dog running through a field. Before he even realizes it, April vanishes, and suddenly it is already September. The schedule window pops up again, just like usual. Please select a schedule for the month of September. Heaven Realm year 96, 13 out of 36. Tuyet Huy helplessly covers his face, secretly cursing his own absolute stupidity in his mind. For 5 whole months, he swung his sword like an absolute madman to train Wind God. Yet the success rate isn't even at 30%. In other words, he made literally 0 progress. So where exactly is the big problem hiding? He rubs his chin, staring at the system window with major hesitation, then suddenly gasps out loud. Turns out, a brand new schedule option just unlocked for this month. 1 whole year has officially passed. You can now choose a new schedule, new teaching, accept quest, or complete the daily martial artist quest. Skipping the walk-around option, Tuyet Huy instantly screams in his head. A new teaching tab just appeared. Who am I supposed to teach? Burning with curiosity, he immediately clicks to check it out. The system flashes a description panel right in front of him. Teach the currently available squad captains, or complete missions with the squad captains who are totally unavailable. Our main character stares at the description, thinking quietly to himself. The Shadow Troop squad captains. Lord Kun Ma previously mentioned wanting to formally promote him to vice captain. He said he'd promote him once he got strong enough and knew the place. I know what you're thinking is today finally that exact day. Thinking about this, he selects it without a single second of hesitation. You have chosen to teach the squad captains. Talk to Shadow Troop Captain Black Dog. Not long after, our main character arrives right at the captain's office for a little chat. Black Dog crosses his arms, giving a sharp smile. "Oh, has this day finally arrived? I heard you completely finished the vice captain training course. Thinking about how it only took you 1 single year, I seriously cannot believe my own ears. This just makes me even more certain of Lord Kunma's perfect eye for talent. You are fully capable now. Just like we discussed before, I am officially appointing you as vice captain of the Shadow Troop, starting today." Tuyet Huy can't help but feel a massive wave of pressure taking on such a heavy duty. Black Dog continues laying out the specific tasks the main character will handle next, giving him the full rundown. The squad captains in the Shadow Troop are absolute elites. Everyone was personally handpicked by Lord Kunma himself. Your main job is to command them. If you cannot suppress these guys, you will have to step down from your position. Do you understand? Faced with that dead serious threat from the captain, Tuyet Huy feels a heavy burden crushing down on his chest. The nervous tension inside him instantly skyrockets. Suddenly, the system pops up. Do you want to save, accept, or decline? And trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me here. You and I are diving straight into a completely frozen reality. He stands motionless on calm water, mind racing with thoughts. From his past experiences, hitting the save button usually means some seriously dangerous stuff is about to go down. There is no real reason to save right now, but he is just curious to see what system description pops up for this exact timeline. In the end, he decides to log his progress anyway. Saved. Instantly, the freshly updated save menu flashes right before his eyes. Heavenly World, Year 95, Chapter 2.1. Ganma's 3 major life choices. Heavenly World, Year 96, Chapter 4.1, becoming Ganma's most vital warrior, marking the 2nd year of an absolutely massive explosive growth side story. Heavenly World, Year 95, Chapter 3.1, becoming Ganma's essential warrior. A massive 3-year explosive growth side story. Shui Hui stares at the newly saved title and silently judges it. Year 2? Really? That is honestly just so boring. But suddenly, right on cue, a super weird notification pops up. Would you like to view this episode? Accept or reject. Shui Hui is about to walk away but stops dead in his tracks. He stares at the system window, totally confused, and blurts out, "An episode?" He quietly stares at the floating text with a super cautious look on his face, clearly thinking hard before making his next big choice. Ultimately, he hits accept to see what the heck this is all about. The system immediately fires back a prompt. Part 1. The Hidden Shadow Squad Captains. Here is where it gets crazy, so watch closely with me. Shui Hui's eyes go wide in pure shock, his mind completely hijacked. We cut to the captain's break room, where one of them randomly speaks up. "So, have you guys heard the latest news yet?" The guy talking is Yao Lin. Twirling a pen in his hand, he says, "That newly appointed vice commander is supposed to be arriving here very soon." His status window instantly pops up right after. Yao Lin, the captain of Squad 1. Body status is completely normal, but his martial arts realm is at the absolute peak. HP fully maxed, internal energy maxed out, combat power almost 3 million plus boosted senses. His related info describes him as the longest serving squad captain. A really tall guy quickly replies back. Chi Song speaks up. Looks like they are filling the staff positions pretty fast this time around. His status window also flashes onto the screen immediately. Chi Song, Squad 2 captain. Body status is currently totally normal. Peak realm, HP fully maxed out, crazy high internal energy, and over 3 million combat power. His related details show he has been in the Hidden Shadow Squad for 6 whole years, making him the absolute oldest among all the captains. Suddenly, a female member chimes in. "I honestly thought the new commander was going to be hand-picked from our own internal ranks. Aside from the vice commander seat being empty, rumor has it this guy actually has connections with Lord Ganma." Yao Lin immediately starts probing, "How do you know that?" The one talking is none other than Xiao Ling. You and I both remember her, right? Her freshly updated status window flashes right in front of him. Xiao Ling, the captain of Squad 4. Body status normal, and her martial arts realm, peak level. Love points +3, HP 360,000, insane internal energy, and massive combat power. Related information? The description says she is the #1 priority trainee, specially chosen by Ganma himself, straight from the Red Demon Pavilion headquarters. If Shui Hui and this girl end up falling in love, you literally gain 3 extra lives. Xiao Ling just replies with a heavily hidden meaning. People of the same kind usually recognize each other. Suddenly, another guy throws the door open, walks right in, and declares, Whether this new guy has a powerful sponsor backing him up really does not matter at all. If he is actually competent and has real skills, then we simply follow his lead. But if he is just some mediocre trash, we kill him right away. That guy is Long Zhen, Squad 3 captain. Body status is totally normal. HP and internal energy maxed. Combat power over 2.7 million. His related info describes him as the most hot-headed captain. He has a literal fiery temper, but is super honest and absolutely hates sneaky plotting. You can recruit him just by showing raw strength. With that, the opening prologue finally ends, and the real vision begins. Without even realizing it, he is suddenly standing right outside the captain's break room door. Shui Hui flinches and frantically looks around, trying to figure out where the heck he actually is. This place is right in front of their room. Whatever. If the system had not warned him, he probably would not have even noticed that he was already wearing the official uniform of the Hidden Shadow Squad's vice commander. Shui Hui checks out his current outfit. His boots have completely changed, and he is now rocking a long gauntlet that reaches all the way up his bicep. He belatedly realizes his entire wardrobe just got a massive upgrade. Alright then. Right at that moment, the system throws out another prompt, would you like to equip a mask? He stares at it, deep in thought. A mask? Does that mean I need to hide my face from Xiaoling? The first time I met her was at the martial arts dojo, but after reviving a few times, we bumped into each other again at the Heavenly Sun Inn. Back then, I was literally just a lowly scribe getting worked to the bone by my superiors, so she might actually get suspicious. Thinking about that absolute hellish time, he curses out loud what an incredibly disgusting memory to have. Ah, it is definitely better to put it on. You agreed to wear the mask. Shui Hui pushes the massive door open. He wears a fierce tiger mask covering the upper half of his face, only leaving his mouth exposed. His sudden entrance instantly makes the room's atmosphere incredibly heavy. Every single captain slowly looks up, staring right at him. So what do you and I think happens next? Trust me, absolute madness. Stick with me here, because time suddenly freezes completely, leaving Tuyet Huy absolutely stunned. He thinks to himself, wait, what? What is this? Time just stopped. A prompt says, try talking to the squad leaders. Seeing this, our main character is totally confused. The system wants him to talk to them, but everybody is literally frozen in time. How is that even possible? Out of nowhere, his legs start moving on their own. He is completely caught off guard, realizing in his head, oh wow, I can actually move right now. His very first stop is right in front of the first squad leader. The system immediately asks him, do you want to listen to Du Lam's inner thoughts? Obviously, he hits accept. Instantly, the guy's hidden thoughts start echoing right inside our main character's ears. The squad leader is thinking, ever since I got this position, I have not learned a single decent martial art. My only missions are basically walking around doing patrol duty. Because I am stuck doing garbage grunt work, all the other squads look down on me. Even worse, the vice commander and the head chief cannot even teach anything useful. I really want to learn elite skills like the White Knight Eye. Hearing this complaint, Tuyet Huy realizes exactly what that is. The White Knight Eye is a visual technique that lets the user see perfectly, even in pitch black darkness. I already learned that skill while doing my tracking training. It suddenly clicks for him. He finally understands exactly why the training commander taught him those specific martial arts techniques. He probably wanted me to pass these skills down to them to build total trust. He glances over at the remaining members, wondering, what about everyone else? Up next is the guy named Xich Tung. Turns out, his inner thoughts are pretty much exactly the same as the first guy. I am so unbelievably sick and tired of these boring, useless missions. I crave way more thrilling missions, something that actually makes my heart race. Anyone will do. I just want to hunt down strong enemies outside the sect instead of fighting internally. I really hope we get assigned a much more special, high-level mission soon. If a leader gives me that, I will gladly lay down my life anytime. Meanwhile, the next guy, Long Chan, has way more violent and aggressive thoughts going on. Damn it, we are always stuck cleaning up after the other squads. This new commander bastard is probably just some privileged kid with heavy backing. If he is an idiot, I am rebelling. Tuyet Huy just crosses his arms thinking, wow, that is a lot of complaining. And finally, he walks right over to the window where Tieu Linh is sitting. Her frozen face still shows a very clear look of pure surprise. The system sends the prompt, do you want to listen to Tieu Linh's inner thoughts? Our main character looks down at her, suddenly feeling super nervous. With all the others, he was totally relaxed, reading their minds without a single moment of hesitation. Now pay close attention here. When it comes to her, he is strangely tense. He steps toward the window, facing the one girl who somehow makes his heart beat out of control. Without warning, her hidden thoughts instantly ring loud and clear. What do I even gain from staying in an organization like this? The outcome will never change anyway. Tuyet Huy is completely stunned by her incredibly dark, confusing mindset. I need to find a way out. Otherwise, every single one of us will be slaughtered by the Thai Hoang Pavilion Master in exactly 2 years. Our main character is so shocked his jaw literally drops. His eyes widen in pure disbelief behind his mask. Thai Hoang Pavilion Master? Her chain of thought just keeps going. Does that person want to escape this absolute hellhole just like I do? Tuyet Huy is instantly filled with burning questions. That person, who exactly is she talking about? But a sudden system notification quickly cuts off his entire thought process. Complete. You have successfully listened to everyone's inner thoughts. Returning to starting position now. Resuming normal time. You and I both know he holds all the cards now. Instantly teleported from her window back to the doorway, he is standing right where he was before time froze. All the squad leaders stare at him in dead silence. The previously decent atmosphere instantly drops into something heavy. With all those intense eyes glued onto him, Tuyet Huy definitely feels the pressure. He gives a light cough to clear the air, speaking up first. You all probably know exactly who I am from the reports. Deep down, he thinks to himself that he does not exactly feel a massive wave of sympathy just because he heard their hidden complaints. After all, he spent 10 whole years struggling at the absolute bottom of the demonic sect himself. He slowly walks toward them, dropping a casual truth bomb. However, I know absolutely nothing about any of you. To be completely honest, I do not care at all. I have zero intention of giving orders or trying to change you. Tuyet Huy coldly realizes that this world is filled to the brim with disgusting people and massive injustice. Because of that, he knows exactly how to bend these guys and force them into submission. As our main character steps closer, they instantly go on high alert, getting defensive. He speaks with total indifference. Whoever wants to follow me, stay. Anyone who does not, feel free to walk right out that door. Long Chan, easily the most hot-headed guy in the group, absolutely cannot stand that arrogant attitude. He immediately snaps and starts yelling. Who the hell do you think you are acting like this? But suddenly, he completely shuts up. A terrifying wave of intimidation rolls off our main character. That raw killing intent literally freezes the words right inside his throat. Tuyet Huy glares at him, his eyes blazing with pure murder. His voice drops completely ice cold. I was not finished talking. Totally suppressed by that insane aura, Long Chan's survival instincts scream at him not to attack a monster like Tuyet Huy. He just clicks his tongue in annoyance and turns away. Tuyet Huy does not even care about that little spike of attitude. He stays quiet for a second, then finally speaks. Let us do this instead. Anyone who disagrees with me, come attack me, all at once. Trust me, you are going to want to see this fight. Alright, stick with me here. You are about to watch our boy trigger an absolute beatdown. Long Chan, the biggest hothead of the group, is the very first to rush him. Screaming in absolute rage, he calls him an arrogant bastard and winds up to throw a devastating punch. But Tuyet Huy simply switches his combat mode over to turn-based. The fight literally just started, but a perfect chance notification already pops up. Just goes to show how impulsive this guy is, leaving wide open weak spots right off the bat. The system chimes in perfect opportunity. Long Chan's weakness found. How will you proceed? Tuyet Huy makes his move, choosing to close the distance immediately. For his movement direction, he decides to loop right behind him. Long Chan realizes way too late that the guy who was just in front of him is suddenly standing at his back. His face instantly drops in pure terror. Grabbing his collar, he yanks the guy's whole body backward with insane one-handed strength. The rest of the captains are left standing there, totally stunned by how fast this clash went down. Especially the dude who just got slammed to the dirt. He pushes himself up, panting heavily, grinding his teeth while glaring back with absolute fury. Tuyet Huy rubs the back of his neck, clicking his tongue. I think I am finally starting to understand exactly why the ranged squad and the death squad always seem to ignore us completely. Seriously, think about it. When useless show-offs like you guys run around calling yourselves squad captains, do you have any idea how completely pathetic you must look in their eyes? Getting humiliated that badly pushes them over the edge. Unable to hold back anymore, they all rush straight at Tuyet Huy together. Now pay close attention here. This is where a simple sparring match turns completely deadly. Someone actually draws a sword to kill him, but surrounded, Tuyet Huy just calmly calculates his next move. Facing all four of them head-on at the exact same time would be pretty dangerous, even for him. But if he just takes them out one by one, it will not leave a strong enough impression. So he switches his combat mode over to simulation. It seems he is only planning to summon that crazy guy if he actually gets pushed to the absolute breaking point. His shadow avatar instantly appears, In his mind, Tuyet Huy makes the firm decision he is going to take every single one of them down in one strike. The system quickly feeds him a movement directive. Facing a barrage of thrown darts from Tieu Linh, the system immediately instructs him to execute a 15-degree horizontal slash. His body instantly moves to follow that exact command, using a single slash to block the incoming darts, or more accurately, borrowing their speed to deflect them right at the other two captains charging his way. Totally startled, they desperately twist their bodies mid-air to dodge. Dulam lets out a panicked scream, barely managing to avoid the flying dart. Xich Tung is not quite as lucky, thanks to his massive size. The dart pins itself perfectly into his chest, making him grunt heavily in sudden pain. Right at this moment, the main character notices a presence directly beside him. The system flashes another command, half a step back and to the left, point sword center. Tuyet Huy swiftly obeys, aiming his blade straight at Long Chan. The same guy he just slammed onto the dirt is now charging right at him with a sword. You and I knew he was strong, but ending a 1 versus 4 battle this fast? Absolutely wild. The lone wolf, Tuyet Huy, wins. He flashes a contemptuous smile, totally exposing their inner thoughts and making everyone turn pale. What? Look pretty useful now, even though I used the back door to get in? Or did you seriously think I won based on pure luck? Or maybe, just maybe, you are kicking yourselves for choosing the wrong path right from the very start. I'm going to say this one more time. Whatever garbage you are thinking, if you do not like it, you do not have to learn from me. The only person standing there completely unharmed right now is Tieu Linh. She is just looking at him with sparkling eyes, totally silent. Honestly, who knows what is going on in her head? Having made his point crystal clear, Tuyet Huy simply turns around to leave, thinking to himself, honestly, he just wants to wrap up this useless drama and find a real way to survive. Stepping up to the door, the main character looks back one last time. Only those who actually want to be here show up tomorrow. Dropping that line, he slams the door shut, completely cutting himself off from them. He leans his back against the door, letting out a heavy sigh. Acting like a tough guy is seriously exhausting. It is his most honest thought. Back in the day, no matter how insanely hard he trained, it was never enough to actually become strong. The grind was just brutal. If he did not have this cheat level status window, he definitely would not be doing this meaningless stuff. But right at that a system notification pops up that totally shocks him. The squad captain's affection levels have actually increased. Squad captain affection levels. Captain 1, Du Lam, plus 10 out of 100, curious. Captain 2, Xich Tung, plus 10 out of 100, curious. Captain 3, Long Chan, plus 10 out of 100, curious. Captain B, Tieu Linh, plus 10 out of 100, curious. Leaning back, he stares hard at the system window, muttering to himself, affection level? Does he seriously have to find a way to grind these social stats now? Ha! Maybe doing that is exactly what he needs to clear the group quest with them. Right on cue, the system sends a description proving his theory is completely accurate. When everyone's stat hits 100%, the option to complete the quest with the squad captains will finally be unlocked. He groans. So what do you and I take from this? The grind never stops. Morning arrives fast. Alright, stick with me here. Tuyet Huy is fully geared up and ready to go. He holds his mask, taking a deep, heavy breath just to steel his nerves for what's coming. Suddenly, he spots something totally weird and lets out a confused gasp. Turns out, only just now does he realize that the mask he's been wearing to meet them actually has a giant tiger pattern painted right on the forehead. He can't help but let out a super awkward laugh. Haha. Was this really drawn on here? Tuyet Huy leans against the cabinet, staring out the window. Like always, he thinks to himself the early stages are going pretty smooth, but trouble is definitely coming. This curse basically grants him all these totally different twists of fate. It can totally turn a deadly crisis into a massive opportunity, but it also creates some absolutely bizarre, unpredictable situations. A completely peaceful day could instantly turn into an absolute disaster. The absolute best move he can make right now? Pull every single one of them over to his side as fast as possible, and then crush his assigned mission with absolute lightning speed. Tuyet Huy stares right at the affection window for all the squad leaders. Squad 1 leader Du Lam is at 14% curious. Squad 2 leader Xich Tung is sitting at 16% curious. Squad 3 leader Long Chan shows 15% curious. Squad 4 leader Tieu Linh has 20% interest. He stares at the system window with a totally serious face. Or to be exact, he's locked right onto that one specific girl's affection level. Squad 4 leader Tieu Linh is super curious. He instantly remembers the exact secret thoughts of hers that he managed to overhear back then. I need to find a way. Otherwise, we're all going to die by the Pavilion Master's hands in 2 years. Tuyet Huy rubs his chin, lost in deep thought. Now watch this. The thoughts he heard from Tieu Linh, he's got this gut feeling they are completely tied to their future survival. To survive the brutal days coming up, he absolutely needs to level up his strength even more. The sun is already high up, so it's time to head out. Today is the official training day for all the squad leaders. Outside the squad leaders' rest building, Tuyet Huy stands by the door, nervously wondering if they even bothered to show up at all. He did everything right yesterday. But the second our main character opens that door, a complaining voice rings out, catching Tuyet Huy completely off guard. "You're late, boss." Every single one of them is sitting right there waiting for him. Not a single person missing. Xich Tung speaks up politely. "We've been waiting for you." Meanwhile, Deja asks with pure excitement, "So when do we actually start learning?" Even Tieu Linh chimes in. "We're really looking forward to this." Seeing this totally unexpected scene, Tuyet Huy can't help but force a smile. Haha! But suddenly, something crazy happens that completely shocks him. His body feels like it's getting sucked up by some insane, mysterious magnetic force. Day 1 of teaching the Shadow Group's signature technique. Tuyet Huy just thinks helplessly, "Here we go again, time is literally hitting the fast-forward button." Day 2. Still teaching the Shadow Group's exact same signature technique, flying right by. Day 3. Same thing. Passing down the ultimate shadow technique as the days just blur. You and I have to laugh here. Tuyet Huy just sits on his bed, smiling helplessly at this insane speed. The system quickly drops the whole month summary right in front of his face. Dulam's affection went up 4%. Xich Tung's affection increased by a solid 6%. Long Chan's affection rose by 5%, and Tieu Lin's affection jumped 10%. Tuyet Huy happily stares right at the system window popping up with everyone's brand new affection stats. Squad 1 leader Deja hits 14% curious. Squad 2 leader Xich Tung reaches 16% curious. Squad 3 leader Long Chan is at 15% curious. Squad 4 leader Tieu Linh hits 20% interest. The curiosity level for Squad 1's Du Lam sits right at 14%. Squad 2 leader Xich Tung holds 16% curious. Squad 3 leader Long Chan reaches 15% curious. And Squad 4 leader Tieu Linh shows a full 20% interest. He just can't hold back a sudden gasp of amazement. Now this is interesting. Let's keep going. Just like clockwork, the brand new monthly schedule questionnaire pops right up on his screen. Choose the schedule for October. Heavenly Realm South 96. 14 out of 36. Tuyet Huy stands at his door, checks the system, and picks training. But suddenly, the system hits him with a totally unexpected question to pick a location. Where do you want to go? The squad leader training room, the outskirts of the Black Tortoise Hall, the Central Martial Arts Arena, or the upper floor of the Black Tortoise Hall's rear training building. He stares at the system window in pure shock, realizing the options just jumped to 5. There's gotta be a massive reason for this. If you don't count crazy special events or random accidents, this sudden change is absolutely pushing towards some very specific hidden goal. Let's try picking the brand new location that just appeared. Moving to the Black Tortoise Hall outskirts. Instantly, Tuyet Huy is teleported right under a massive tree on the edge of the hall. He looks around, lost in deep thought. But suddenly, Xich Tung steps out from behind the exact same tree. "Why are you here, boss?" Tuyet Huy is totally confused, calling out a name in pure shock. "Du Lam?" Our main character can't let him see how rattled he is. He turns back around. "I'm just taking a walk. Anyway, what exactly are you doing out here?" The guy doesn't hide a single thing, just casually dropping his goal. "I just plan to get some fresh air." Tuyet Huy immediately asks him why, completely curious. He cuts him off, bowing down. "I'll take my leave. We're pausing here, but trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. Let's jump into this wild system logic." He rubs his head, watching the guy walk away. He wonders, is my favorability stat just too low for this? The guy was polite enough, sure, but definitely didn't want to chat anymore. So why was he even brought here? Just to show up for no reason? The hidden meaning behind these choices can't be that simple. Right on cue, the location selection menu pops up again. Captain's training room, middle martial arts arena, training building rooftop, or the Black Tortoise Dojo backyard. He chooses to hit the rooftop. Instantly, our guy gets teleported up there. There's a fence and a little table perfectly set up for sightseeing. Tuyet Huy quietly stares at Long Chan's back right across from him. You can see the heavy doubt in his eyes. This time it's Long Chan. Tuyet Huy takes the initiative. Beautiful weather, isn't it? The guy finally notices him, turning around respectfully to greet his leader. Tuyet Huy cuts straight to the chase. "Why are you standing out here looking so depressed?" He hesitates, starting to answer. Actually, then he just turns away, completely dropping it. Never mind, I will tell you later. Tuyet Huy watches his reaction, comparing it to the previous two guys. Yeah, another total failure. Definitely blocked by that low favorability stat. He remembers the favorability board. A whole month has passed, but their numbers are still painfully low. First Captain Deja Lam, 14% curious. Second Captain Xich Tung, 16% curious. Third Captain Long Chan, 15% curious. But Squad B, Captain Tieu Linh, 20% interested. With stats this low, normal conversation is impossible. Boom! The choice menu pops up yet again. Now there are only two options left. Now pay close attention here. He's thinking the captain's training room is the absolute last resort. If he picks the Black Tortoise Dojo backyard right now, Tieu Linh is probably waiting for him there. Unlike the others, her favorability is at 20%. Since it evolved from curious to interested, how is she gonna react? He rubs the back of his neck. Suddenly, he feels totally awkward about going to see her. Deep down, he admits it. Honestly, he wants to see her too. Her words changed his fate. He thinks back to Tieu Lin's memory of their first meeting. She told him, "Let's escape this living hell together." He just smiles. Silently, he accepts that they are boss and subordinate now. But really, any kind of relationship is totally fine with him, as long as he can see her. He instantly selects the dojo backyard. But this time is completely different. After teleporting, everything around him is pitch black, even though the sun is blazing hot outside. Tuyet Huy grumbles. Too dark. Man, this time feels weird. Suddenly, a bright light flares up, and he finds himself floating in midair in complete spirit form. A rough, angry voice echoes out. Damn it, is it this brat? You and I are probably just as confused as he is right now. What is this? Wait, isn't this exactly like when I used the eye skill? Then another voice grabs his full attention. Looks like it. A beautiful girl stands there, only one person like that at the dojo. Tuyet Huy immediately looks down and sees Tieu Linh completely surrounded by a hostile group. One of the guys turns to their leader. Captain Kwang, it's this brat. She attacked us first. Tieu Linh glares intensely. Her expression doesn't shift at all. She has absolutely no idea our main character is floating right above her as a spirit, watching in total shock. Tieu Linh is trapped by guys wearing his exact uniform. The guy called Captain Kwang steps right up and sneers. His handsome face is completely ruined by heavy dark circles under his eyes and weird freckles on his cheeks. He arrogantly snaps, I was planning to teach you a lesson anyway. Guess the time is now. I let you off before because you're pretty. But now you dare touch my squad members? Did you seriously forget your place around here? Facing this total disrespect, Tieu Linh just stays dead silent. Honestly, she's just carefully keeping her guard up. Tuyet Huy watches from above, hearing every single word of his trash talk. Let's see how long you stay arrogant. He still doesn't get why, out of everyone, he turned into pure consciousness for Tieu Linh instead of just teleporting to her like the others. Kwang turns around and orders his soldiers to take the subordinates and surround the area. His lackey instantly replies, Yes, Captain Kwang, sir. Watching this pathetic display of numbers over strength, Tieu Linh just lets out a mocking laugh. The great captain is a coward? You and I both know he's gonna snap. She totally insults his strength through his weaklings. Alright, let's jump right into the action. He just smirked calmly. Keep barking. Today, I will force that arrogant mouth of yours shut for good. Right at that exact moment, another dangerous guy stepped up from behind him. A massive dude, towering a whole head taller than Tieu Linh. He crossed his arms, dead serious. Meanwhile, Captain Kwang gloated proudly. Because squad leader Ku is going to handle this personally, suddenly, a glowing system notification popped up right in front of him. How do you want to improve affection levels? Intervene in the fight, keep observing, or completely ignore it. Everything around them instantly froze in place so our main character could make his final choice. He stared at the system window in pure shock, his face completely twisting in disbelief at its sudden appearance. Tuyet Huy quietly weighed his options, trying to find the best move. If he wanted to boost affection, jumping in to help was obviously the right answer. But looking at Tieu Lin's dead serious expression, he pulled back his intent to help. Might as well check out her real combat skills first before making a move. Tuyet Huy chose to keep observing. Instantly, Captain Q dashed toward Tieu Linh with absolutely blinding speed. In just a blink of an eye, he was right up in her face, flashing a seriously twisted smile. Up above, Tuyet Huy panicked. He is too fast, her reaction time is way too slow. But our main character was completely wrong about that. Now watch closely. The very second he closed in, Tieu Lin's dart was already inches from his eye. Sadly, Captain Q barely knocked it away in time. Still, Tieu Linh did not panic at all. Instead, she just smirked with absolute confidence, like that dodge meant absolutely nothing to her. The reason she was so confident? She had a hidden wire tightly tied to the back of her dart. Tieu Linh whipped the wire to control the dart again, sending it flying right back at him. But that guy flipped out of the way. Not just that, he sliced her wire clean in half, leaving Tieu Linh totally stunned. He landed perfectly after the flip, while her useless weapon fell straight to the ground. He gave her a super creepy look, a weird smirk creeping onto his lips. Watching from mid-air, Tuyet Huy could not help but praise how interesting this was. Sure, her hidden weapon failed, but that silver wire trick for a sneaky second strike? That was not bad at all. Right at this moment, Tieu Linh dashed forward, taking the offensive and catching her opponent completely off guard. But suddenly, that same system prompt flashed right in front of him again. How do you want to improve affection? Intervene in the battle, keep observing, or ignore it completely. Tuyet Huy stared at the glowing window, lost in thought, getting deeply curious about this weird timing. Again? He looked down at the current battle, letting out a soft, thoughtful sigh. Whatever, I will just keep watching for now. He chose to observe. Tieu Linh rushed in, swords clashing. Her smooth flowing strikes were met with raw power, sending sparks flying everywhere in mid-air. Even with that, she still totally held the upper hand. With one heavy slash, Tieu Linh knocked her opponent flying back, making him grunt loudly in pain. She gripped her sword tightly, pointing it straight at him. Her eyes were sharp and fierce as intense aura exploded all around her body. Tuyet Huy watched calmly, crossing his arms in relief. He praised her. Green aura? That is the one origin demon-slaying art. She is pretty agile, and her sword skills are way better than I ever expected. Beyond her incredibly creative sword attacks, this awesome display is clearly the result of someone who has completely mastered the raw basics of swordplay to absolute perfection. But hold on, you and I know something feels off. Is her opponent really a death squad leader? Tieu Lin's power is definitely the real deal, but him getting pushed back this easily? It makes absolutely zero sense for a leader. Tuyet Huy checked out his exhausted expression, heavily panting. Judging by his face, the guy did not look like he was hiding his strength or holding back at all. Tieu Linh stopped attacking and immediately started questioning him. What is your real goal here? Your skills cannot possibly be this pathetic. But right at that very moment, the exact same system question flashed again. How do you want to improve affection? Intervene in the fight, keep observing, or completely ignore it? Tuyet Huy just stared at it in dead silence. Getting this prompt so many times made him seriously suspicious. Our main character started thinking hard. This exact question keeps popping up on repeat, so something is definitely wrong here. Are they plotting something dark? That other squad leader, Quang, has not even joined the battle yet. This whole setup is way too sketchy. Whatever, if things go south, the interface will just warn me again. Tuyet Huy stuck with his choice to keep observing. The absolute second he picked that option, time unfroze and a massive, brutal hand smashed a palm strike right into Tieu Lin's chest. With just one heavy strike, she was violently sent flying backwards. Her clothes tore from the impact, and her sword slipped right out of her grasp. Tuyet Huy was left utterly speechless, his face dropping in absolute shock and horror. Eyes wide with panic, Tieu Linh crashed hard into the ground, groaning in pure pain as she struggled to push herself up and look at her attacker, while he just laughed out loud, completely enjoying himself. A totally sick, twisted smile with crazy eyes. He squeezed his hand, looking way too satisfied. That brutal strike was aimed exactly where he wanted all along. Trust me, we are going to want to remember this. His stats popped up. Kun Yen, Death Squad B leader, HP 3320, Energy 3350, Combat Power 2240, plus a 4% melee boost. Let us dive in. Seeing that status window, he yelled in pure shock. Wait, what? Right then, Tuyet Huy glanced over to check the other guy's stats. Hung Thert, the third squad captain from the death unit? No way. HP high, internal energy maxed out, and massive combat power. Their total stats easily crushed Tieu Linh by a massive margin. From basic numbers to raw power, Tieu Linh, 4th squad captain of the Tu Linh unit, sits at barely over 300 HP, 1220 energy, and 1120 power. He looks down at Tieu Linh panting heavily, barely able to stand, her clothes torn up across her chest from the brutal fight. And right in this moment, he finally realizes exactly what these monsters are plotting. Have they really just been using her as a human punching bag for fun this entire time? Tieu Lin's actual strength is not even half of what those absolute beasts are packing. Suddenly, That total creep, Kuei Nian charges straight ahead. He literally tosses his sword aside, ready to show off his barehanded combat skills. Or maybe he has some other twisted reason in mind. He violently unleashes heavy, lightning-fast palm strikes right at her, pushing Tieu Linh into a desperate corner where all she can do is defend. Her entire body is covered in bloody wounds, and even her hair tie snaps, leaving her hair flying everywhere in the chaos. Now pay attention here, because things get wild. Her opponent readies another massive strike. Out of nowhere, he closes the gap instantly, catching her completely off guard. Slammed again by his heavy palm strike, Tieu Linh can only try her hardest to block a tiny fraction of that devastating attack. She bites her lip, enduring intense pain. Watching from above, Tuyet Huy analyzes the scene based on his force and stance. It looks way more like physical martial arts than magic. His technique is completely focused on causing brutal external physical damage instead of internal injuries. Damn it, Tieu Linh cannot win this. Tuyet Huy finally realizes far too late that this battle has been completely one-sided right from the start. He grits his teeth and screams out loud, "System interface!" But that very interface he used to find so annoying? At the most critical moment, it completely refuses to appear, driving our main character absolutely insane. He reaches into the empty air, frantically trying to grab its invisible shape, screaming in his head, "Why? Why isn't it showing up right now? Appear, damn it, appear." So frustrating. Right as he desperately calls for it, Tieu Linh finally hits her limit and collapses hard onto the cold ground. She lets out a painful gasp. Kuei Nian looks down at her tragic state. He rolls his wrists around, flashing a deeply arrogant smile before spitting out some incredibly toxic trash talk. "You cannot even stand up, can you? Because I used Blood Path to completely block your internal energy." Clutching her chest and gasping for air, Tieu Linh weakly asks, "How did you do that?" He instantly answers the exact question she just asked. How could I possibly pull something like that off? That same nasty smirk still hangs on his lips. Tapping his own head, he explains, "It is called the shift art, a secret technique letting me literally change the location of my pressure points. Speaking completely objectively right now, we are totally different from you support losers who just chase enemies from behind." Heavily humiliated, Tieu Linh grits her teeth, her entire body shaking with pure rage as she growls out a sound full of intense anger. You feel that too, right? She knows she cannot win. She instantly drops a threat to make him back off. "If this gets out, do you really think the commander will just let you guys walk?" But he just laughs smugly and replies, "You attacked my subordinates first. Logically and emotionally speaking, we are obviously still the ones holding the upper hand right here. Besides, the commander is way too busy to interfere in petty little squabbles like this. As long as we do not kill you, it is fine." Up above, Tuyet Huy is practically going crazy from anxiety, grabbing his head and screaming desperately at this insanely tense, completely desperate situation. Ah, damn it. Suddenly, right at that moment, Tieu Linh calls out for her captain, leaving Tuyet Huy frozen as his face instantly turns completely pale. She glares up at the villain with razor-sharp eyes, speaking with absolute confidence, having zero clue our main character is watching everything. The captain of the Tieu Linh squad will never let you get away. Yet the second she brings him up, those guys absolutely lose it, bursting into laughter like they just heard the funniest joke in the world. Kuei Nian blurts out, "What? Haha, what did you just say to me?" Meanwhile, Kung Thark covers his mouth, laughing endlessly behind him. He shoots her a mocking glare and says, "You mean that absolute nobody Lord Kon Ma just brought in recently?" He suddenly crouches right down in front of her, smirking sarcastically. "Did you know he used to be a literal janitor over at the Heavenly Sun Inn?" Tieu Linh is instantly stunned. Her wide eyes lock onto him while her deeply bruised skin twitches in pure shock. Still hiding up there, Tuyet Huy lowers his head. Every single mocking word they say drills right into his ears, heard loud and clear without missing a letter. "Look at them. Every single guy who became your squad captain was an absolute idiot. It was true before, and it is true now. They know absolutely nothing." Grabbing her head, he says with sick excitement, "You should really just surrender and join us. I will give you." But Tieu Linh just arrogantly spits right in his face, shutting him up instantly. "So what do we make of this?" He chokes, cheek dripping wet, her defiant words echoing around him. "Stick with me here even if she spends her life locked up and never sees the open sky again. I will never bow down to scum like you." She flashes a totally defiant smile, eyes burning with resolve, even with her face beaten black and blue from his hits, and those deep red marks from his spear slashed right across her chest. It is still not enough to break her spirit. Her absolute pride refuses to shatter in front of a disgusting creep like him. Completely humiliated by her words, this guy just snaps. Pure rage burns in his eyes. That creepy, perverted smirk wipes right off his face, completely replaced by him grinding his teeth in pure fury. He roars out in absolute anger, calling her a bitch. But she just keeps firing right back at him. You said the hidden shadow squad leader wouldn't step in as long as you didn't kill me, right? Thanks for the reminder. He grunts, totally confused by what she means. Then Tieu Linh sticks her tongue out, looking like she is about to do something absolutely wild and completely out of her mind. She positions her tongue right by her teeth, tears streaming down her face, while the sunlight violently reflects off the heavy metal collar locked around her neck. Tieu Linh forces out a chillingly resolute voice. You are completely dead. He stares at her in pure shock, his rough hand still brutally gripping her head. The wind suddenly rustles past them, and total, heavy silence completely crashes down over their conversation. But then, he smirks smugly and tells her to go ahead and bite. Tieu Linh instantly freezes in pure shock, glaring at her with heavy killing intent. He mutters, as expected of a squad leader, you really aren't some ordinary girl at all. Luckily, I blocked your pressure points earlier. You honestly almost scared me to death right there. Tieu Linh panics. Her pupils instantly shrink down in pure terror, finally realizing that her entire body is totally paralyzed and she cannot move a single muscle. Pushed into total helplessness, she finally breaks down crying, her eyes shaking with absolute raw terror. That total bastard slowly strokes her beautiful face, wiping away her flowing tears before mocking her. Your body cannot move at all right now, can it? He flashes an absolutely disgusting, perverted smirk. His eyes glow with a sickening emotion, and his voice drops, sounding way too thrilled. Now watch closely, this is where everything flips. Just as he asks how to punish her, absolute chaos violently erupts behind him, and his whole gang screams in shock. What the hell? Who are you? Tuyet Huy slowly steps forward from the shadows. He has already crushed 3 of their guys, every single step hitting the ground incredibly heavy with absolute blinding rage. A glowing system choice panel suddenly pops up right in front of him, blocking out the sunlight. How do you want to improve your affection rating? The options? Intervene in the battle, keep watching, or just completely ignore them. The second she sees him, Tieu Linh's totally desperate face completely shifts, her crying eyes suddenly lighting up. This time, he completely chooses to jump into the fight. Tuyet Huy glares at them, his eyes sharp as bloody knives behind that tiger mask. His face looks terrifyingly dark, while the absolute fury boiling inside his chest explodes outward as raw, suffocating killing intent. Tieu Linh's totally shaking, unbelievable voice rings out, calling him her captain. Boiling with absolute resentment, he secretly asks himself, is this just a feeling? But no, he can actually hear it clearly. Her voice, usually so full of endless confidence, is completely trembling right now. He feels completely furious. Seeing the weak violently trampled right in front of him instantly triggers memories of his own subordinates getting massacred in the past. What the hell is an affection rating anyway? You and I feel his frustration, right? This damn system interface with its fate-changing text and crazy curses is absolutely pissing him off. Tuyet Huy is so insanely angry he violently bites his own lip, internally cursing the system. Are you playing with me? Motherfucker. His lip tears wide open, blood streaming straight down his chin. His pupils violently shrink, completely losing all shreds of logic as pure, unadulterated rage completely takes over his mind. He is seriously losing his grip on sanity. Seeing him stay completely silent, Quang Thach just snaps, roaring at him in absolute anger. Hey, who the hell are you? Are you deaf? Tuyet Huy slowly wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth and then drops an absolutely ice-cold declaration. One of you is definitely dying right here. Hearing that massive threat, Quang Thach just lets out this completely arrogant, surprised sneer. Tuyet Huy casually flicks his own blood straight into the air, gripping his voice to repeat himself, this time way louder and clearer. I will spare the rest of your lives for absolutely zero reason. I just think it will be hilarious having a few of you surviving cowards running back to tattle to your bosses. Furious, the villain suddenly grabs our main character by the collar, fiercely growling to show dominance. What the hell are you even babbling about? But our MC? He does not care at all. He is just silently plotting exactly how to slaughter every single one of them. He suddenly shifts his combat mode to turn-based. Using every ounce of his remaining sanity to control his rage, he promises himself not to kill them instantly. Seeing him ignore the question again, the villain gets even more pissed. His arrogant pride simply refuses to be looked down on like this. Quang Thach violently raises his fist and roars. Silence literally means death right now. Right at that second, the system flashes a bright red warning notification. Quang Thach has found Tuyet Hui's weak point. How will you choose to proceed? The options are attack, defend, or move. His blood-red eyes blow wide open in an absolute frenzy, a truly terrifying thought flashing through his mind right in that second as the pain begins to seep out. Tuyet Huy violently selects the attack option. He throws a massive punch, smashing his fist directly into the villain's knuckles to block it. This immediately leaves an arrogant bastard like Quang Thach completely shell-shocked. So what do you and I make of this? Never underestimate a quiet guy. Quang Thach absolutely never expected the MC to pack that kind of godlike strength. Stick with me here, flames just exploded from his fist, shocking the enemy and spreading straight up his arm, burning that demonic manual to ash. He screams in pure, absolute agony, letting out terrified cries before violently yanking his hand back. The hand that just attacked him is now blazing hot. The system happily chimes in with a hit notification as a new status window pops up. Quang Thach health drops by 580,000. Tuyet Huy just stands there, totally calm. His blazing fist rests as he watches the guy cry over his burning arm, flames still eating away at his flesh. Another system alert drops. Perfect chance you have exposed Quang Thach's weakness. What will your next move be in this battle? Attack. Use martial arts. Use items, or approach. Obviously, he chooses to attack. Tuyet Huy dashes forward, landing a brutal punch dead center on his face. His nose snaps completely to the side. One single devastating strike sends him flying backward. Actually, more like he flips completely upside down in midair before rolling uncontrollably across the dirt, far away from where he stood. Direct hit. His health absolutely plummets after just 2 strikes. Health drops by 990,000 down to 530. Cracking his knuckles, Tuyet Huy takes slow, menacing steps toward Quang Thach, who is just lying completely helpless right there on the ground. The guy gasps for air through his smashed nose, his entire body violently twitching. He walks up, literally grabs his hair, lifts him up, and growls, "Stop whining, I am not done with you." But right at that second, another system prompt hits. Warning, Hunien has discovered Tuyet Hui's weak point. What will be your very next choice? He realizes in absolute shock that the giant creep has been standing right behind him this whole time. The giant scowls furiously, his face twisted in rage as he readies a massive punch. Tuyet Huy turns around, flashing a wildly excited smile. His eyes practically scream, "I had not even come for you yet, but here you are, delivering yourself right to my front door. Now watch closely." Because his defense strategy, it is absolutely brutally wild. He grabs Quang Thach's head, using him as a literal human meat shield against that incoming punch. The poor guy's one good cheek instantly turns purple. Right after that brutal impact, an unexplainable, almost sadistic surge of pure pleasure rises up inside Tuyet Huy as he watches this scene. He mocks him right out loud. "So cruel! Why would you beat your own injured teammate up this badly?" Taking hit after devastating hit, Quang Thach just cannot handle the bone-deep agony anymore and completely bursts into tears. Tears stream down his face, while Kui Nien roars in total absolute fury. "You bastard!" Another prompt hits him. "Warning! You found his weakness. What is your next move?" Time basically freezes right in that exact moment. He drops his human shield to the ground. Unspeakable. Absolute terror is visibly plastered all across that beaten face, missing a few broken teeth now. Obviously, our main character chooses to strike first. He blasts straight toward the giant enemy at an absolutely terrifying speed. You and I both saw that coming, right? He moves so fast the guy completely freezes, face to face with his worst nightmare. Zero hesitation here. Tuyet Huy blasts a heavy palm strike dead center right into his chest. Blazing red demonic energy erupts from his palm. Taking the hit, Kunien drops his jaw, forehead veins bulging out like some terrifying monster. Clutching his chest, he drops completely to his knees after that brutal blow, letting out a heavy, painful groan. Tuyet Huy stares coldly at the cowering mess below him. "I just crippled your core. From now on, using internal energy is completely impossible for you." I think they call this becoming absolute trash. Hearing that, he shakes with pure rage. Bloodshot eyes glare up at him with maximum hatred. He groans in agony, hands desperately clutching his entirely shattered energy core. Ugh. The newly updated system status window pops right up. Hunien health drops by 1330. Even without his internal energy, this idiot still recklessly charges straight at our main character. Blue veins violently bulge on his forehead. He readies a desperate palm strike, screaming his lungs out in total fury. "You dog! but our guy effortlessly stops that foolish attack with a massive heavy punch straight to the face, violently twisting his jaw sideways. Qiu Nian crashes hard into the dirt, one side of his face completely bruised, nose bleeding profusely. He glares up and coughs violently. Still refusing to give up, he lunges forward to attack one more time. Roaring with insane determination, he charges, but he instantly gets a sword hilt smashed ruthlessly right into his skull. Hit so hard his skull looks visibly dented. Another savage kick sends him sprawling across the ground, yet his sheer stubbornness still has not died. Trembling wildly, he lifts his head, growling viciously like a rabid dog. Cough. Tuyet Huy, on the other hand, absolutely loves this attitude. Flashing a terrifying smile, his low voice finally drops. Good. Keep on struggling. I was not planning on letting any of you off the hook easily anyway. He grabs his head as the guy turns pale with sheer terror. And trust me, looking at that brutal smile, you know he is about to end this. Stick with me here, his arm raised the heavy steel blade, growling with pure, raw fury. You absolute trash. I'll carve you up piece by piece myself. Terrifying. Heavy thuds echoed continuously without stopping. Even standing right under the blazing midday sun, this brutal scene would send freezing chills down your spine. His health drained away piece by piece after every single heavy smash, deleting exactly 100,000 HP per hit. Venting his full rage, our MC finally tightened his grip on that heavy sword. He finally exhaled a long, deep breath and spoke looking incredibly refreshed. Man, letting all that rage out felt amazing. He strategically left the guy with just a tiny sliver of health, barely enough to survive without causing any major issues. Qiu Nian, HP, 320,000. Tieu Linh slowly stood up, clutching her trembling shoulder. Captain, she hesitated, instantly catching Tuyet Huy's full attention. Their eyes locked together. The atmosphere, so incredibly tense and heavy, complete silence fell over the area for a moment, until Tuyet Huy just couldn't take it anymore. He awkwardly looked away. From now on, there are many crucial things I must teach you. I will train you so that absolute scum like this can never humiliate you again. The entire process will be complete hell, but you must push through it. Try your hardest to learn exactly how to survive. With those harsh words, he just started walking, not giving her a single backward glance. Now watch this closely. Tieu Linh kept her eyes fixed on his retreating back and suddenly called out again. Captain, I really missed you. Hearing that single sentence, our MC was completely and utterly stunned. His pupils violently contracted, shaking. Deep down, you could clearly tell his heart just skipped a massive beat. Tuyet Huy cautiously turned his head, completely playing dumb to her feelings. What exactly do you mean? Tieu Linh stayed silent, seeing him pretend not to know her. Without any hesitation, she walked right past our clueless main character. That sweet scent from her dark hair drifted past him exactly like the very first time they ever met at the Heavenly Sun Tavern. Her slightly messy, dark hair totally hid Tieu Linh's expression in that exact moment. He couldn't even see what her face looked like, leaving him just standing there, helplessly watching her fade away. Right then, a sudden system alert popped up. Congratulations! Tieu Linh's affection level has just reached intimate. Her affection level increased by a massive 40%. Tuyet Huy's eyes went wide with absolute shock, his pupils shaking. Wait, she seriously wasn't mad that he acted like a total stranger to her? Dazed and completely confused, he immediately stared at Tieu Linh's fading silhouette walking away. His heart felt this crazy, burning tickle like those soft strands of hair had physically brushed right against it, driving him wild. Right then, as the wind blew her dark hair back, he barely caught a quick glimpse, a genuinely happy smile forming softly on Tieu Linh's beautiful, yet heavily bruised face. Seeing that exact look, our MC unconsciously smiled right back. His eyes lit up, softly watching her silhouette fade. Bam! The system dropped its usual location prompt. Where to next? He quickly selected the squad captain's training room. Tuyet Huy stretched out his stiff joints, blurting out loud since the drama was over. All right, perfect. Let's get moving. He decided to head straight toward the captain's training area. But you and I both know nothing is ever that easy. The system didn't teleport him right away. Instead, it forcefully dragged our MC's mind into pure darkness. A title flashed, Part 2, Introducing the Death Star Captain. Tuyet Huy gasped out loud in absolute shock as his entire consciousness was violently pulled to some unknown location. It looked exactly like an enemy hideout. A fat guy was kneeling, while Huang Tak and Qiu Nian lay completely beaten on the floor. That overweight guy kneeling down, that was actually the Death Star Squad's vice captain. HP, 3010, MP, 2400, combat power, 4900, plus 7% skill. The boss he was reporting to stood with hands behind his back, curious. An unexpected outsider showed up. Well, then it isn't your fault. This guy had dark hair tied back with a headband, a matching beard, and a face completely covered in nasty, jagged scars. This man was none other than Vu Quan, the Death Star Squad captain. HP 5500, MP 40, 200, Power 6370, plus 12% rage. Tuyet Huy was basically a ghost inside this office. He was completely floored. Those crazy stats almost rivaled the actual training commander. He couldn't help but marvel at this. The Death Star captain and vice captain were actually top-tier experts. Meanwhile, those beaten losers on the floor were clearly just the low-level squad leaders, Q and Phuong. Was this scene happening right after his own fight? The Death Star captain glared at the miserable losers on the floor, speaking coldly. "You guys are absolutely pathetic. Your only mission was to slightly threaten the girl, and then bring her right back here. Furthermore, that stranger's sudden appearance completely ruined our chance to step in and play the hero." Hearing this plot, our MC completely froze. Wait, they were planning to intervene on purpose? So what do you and I make of this? They staged the bullying just to fake rescue Tieu Linh? But why go to such insane lengths? Right then, the vice captain carefully bowed his head, taking the blame. "This is entirely my fault, my lord. I completely underestimated how incredibly stupid this useless bunch could be. If you just give me one more chance to fix this." But Vu Quan coldly turned away, completely cutting off whatever he was saying. "Enough," the captain finally said, his voice heavy with bitter regret. "Stick with me here. You and I are about to witness some serious villain frustration. He just realized recruiting Xiao Ling is totally impossible now. A total shame seeing pure talent left rotting in that absolute garbage zone." He clicks his tongue, ordering his crew to wipe all the evidence clean. His eyes turn terrifyingly cold the second he mentions taking out the trash. A heavy, suffocating pressure instantly leaks out of him, completely crushing the air around them. The vice captain immediately flinches. His whole body freezes in panic, his hands still gripping the two failed squad leaders who were sent to recruit her. He is nowhere near as ruthless as Vu Quan, so he carefully tries advising him. He stammers that they maybe don't need to eliminate the squad leaders like that. But the exact second he meets Vu Quan's dead, killer eyes, he instantly chokes on his own words. Whatever he was about to say gets completely stuck in his throat. Pure chills hit him instantly. With zero choices left, he nervously obeys the brutal order. "Understood, sir." Vu Quan calmly watches the vice captain haul the two useless guys away over his shoulders to be disposed of, hands resting behind his back. He mutters to himself about the mysterious guy his subordinate just mentioned. Wait, an outsider wearing a mask? Seriously? Now pay attention here, this is where it gets crazy. Suddenly, he looks straight up directly at our main character's hidden location. "Looks like I need to say hello soon." Hearing those words, and making direct eye contact with those deeply terrifying veteran eyes. Yeah, Xue Hui is definitely feeling seriously on edge right now. He grimaces at him with his pupils totally shrinking in pure shock. Then boom, the system yanks his soul up and teleports him away. A massive wave of system notifications pops up. Day 1 of teaching the epic One Origin technique. He can only sigh helplessly to himself. The crazy time skip begins again. Just like that, it is the final day of the month. Day 31, still teaching the Shadow Clan's ultimate One Origin technique. The final affection score summary board flashes right in front of him. All monthly missions perfectly cleared. Yao Lin's affection bumped up 6%. Chi Song went up 5%. Long Zhen got 4%. And Xiao Ling jumped a massive 10%. Seeing those wild affection gains, he seriously cannot help but blurt out, "Oh wow, Xiao Ling really skyrocketed by 10%. Then the Death Spirit squad leader's affection board quickly flashes up on his screen. Squad 1 Captain Yao Lin is at 20% interest. Squad 2 Captain Chi Song hits 21%. Squad 3 Captain Long Zhen sits at 19% curiosity. Squad 4 Captain Xiao Ling, 30% close. Completely unexpected that Xiao Ling jumped right from 20 to 30%. Xue Hui smiles with absolute satisfaction. Squad 4 Captain, Xiao Ling, 70% close intimacy. Suddenly, the time skip phase officially ends. He is just standing at a door. Xue Hui instantly freezes. He shifts his eyes, quickly scanning his surroundings to figure out where he is right now. Yep, definitely his own private room's door. So why the hell was he brought back here? Right then, his gaze locks onto his cracked open door. Xue Hui goes dead silent at this wild surprise. His guard instantly shoots up, realizing the door is slightly open. You and I know this means trouble. Xue Hui pushes the door. Inside, bathed in pale moonlight, a shadowy figure is just standing there waiting. He asks in a totally deadpan voice, "Who are you to break in here? What is your goal?" The guy standing across from him introduces himself with perfect, polite houseguest manners. "I am the captain of the ranged squad, Wu Quan." His crazy status board instantly pops up right in front of Xue Hui. Ranged squad captain, 5 million health points. Inner energy, 4 million. Combat power, 6,000 plus rage. He stares at our main character with absolute pure indifference. Just his presence alone creates massive pressure. You can feel his insane veteran experience radiating from those scars and eye. He speaks up with a mocking tone. "Take a wild guess, Mr. Death Spirit Captain." Xue Hui's face completely darkens, facing that heavy gaze. His pupils flash with absolute razor sharpness. Xue Hui just stands there facing Wu Quan. The room's atmosphere is ridiculously heavy with zero talking. Our guy is quietly calculating why this monster visited him at midnight. This guy totally just dropped his own identity, but I never once mentioned being the Death Spirit Captain. Looks like he knows exactly who I am. Xue Hui smiles faintly, voicing his thoughts. "I can guess 2 things from how you talk." Wu Quan immediately asks back, looking super entertained. Xue Hui reaches up, casually gripping his own mask. "Number 1, this mask I am wearing right now is pretty incredibly eye-catching. Otherwise, you definitely wouldn't have bothered finding me. The second thing, you want to ally with me." Xue Hui shoots him a warm smile, eyes curving up behind the mask to show goodwill. Wu Quan cannot hold it in, covering his face and bursting into laughter at that silly guess. He drops a sarcastic compliment. "Haha, that is truly interesting. You are a hilarious guy." Our main character accepts it with zero shame. "And trust me, you are going to want to see this next part." He totally stops laughing. His eyes turn deadly cold, glaring out from behind his hand. "All right, stick with me, you and I are dropping right into a super tense midnight standoff." Wu Quan does not hesitate, flat out stating why he showed up at our main character's door so late. He claims a major squad leader was recently murdered. Our hero just listens in total silence. This guy is literally blaming him for the exact mess his own squad caused. Those loud accusations ring right in his ears. Wu Quan claims their investigation points straight to a subordinate from the Death Spirit Squad being heavily involved in this whole bloody incident. He adds that an acquaintance of that subordinate is also totally acting suspicious and cannot escape the blame. So he basically came knocking to see if our guy had any clues. Tuyet Huy carefully eyes him from behind his mask, secretly analyzing every single word this guy says. He knows this intruder is testing him. He already knows everything but pretends to ask anyway. Our hero just rubs his neck, answering the accusation calmly. He fires back, asking if this mysterious suspect they are talking about happened to be wearing a mask. His eyes darken, flashing with a seriously sharp glare. Wu Quan does not flinch at all, staring right back without confirming anything, just muttering that he is not entirely sure. "Oh, maybe so." Hearing that vague answer, our boy mentally breaks down exactly what the rival squad leader is actually trying to pull here. The enemy thinks this is a total secret. Because he assumes only he holds this crucial intel, he definitely will not expose his master plan so easily. Our main character decides to flip the script. He will use the exact secret the enemy thinks is completely hidden. Thinking fast, he speaks up. He hints that there are traitors lurking around, not just in their Death Spirit Squad, but secretly hiding deep inside the Shadow Legion too. Seeing the guy freeze up for a split second, Tuyet Huy feels totally amused. He plans to slowly counterattack. Wu Quan definitely came here thinking our hero is the masked culprit, but his failure to answer immediately proves one huge thing: he is still just guessing in the dark. The Shadow Legion has always had outside enemies infiltrating their ranks. Honestly, that alone is more than enough to fan the wild flames of absolute suspicion. Now watch closely, this is where the mental chess game really begins. Exactly as expected, the guy plays dumb and asks for the traitor's actual name. "Who exactly do you mean?" Tuyet Huy just gives him this stiff, fake smile and shoots back a highly provocative question. Who could it be? Inside, he is sweating. He knows he cannot ask directly because he has to act like he already knows everything. But whatever answer he is missing is exactly what this guy knows. Since he has been in the Shadow Legion forever, he is bound to pick out a solid prime suspect. Time for him to think hard and accidentally reveal his whole sneaky plan. Wu Quan goes completely silent for a second before suddenly dropping a huge question. "Are you talking about the Thai Hoang Pavilion Master?" Tuyet Huy is completely stunned, screaming internally. "Wait, what the heck?" The guy strokes his chin and mutters that the master does not seem to have any real motive. Meanwhile, Tuyet Huy is spiraling into absolute panic. He has zero clue what the hidden meaning is here, thinking to himself, what on earth is Purus? What on earth is this guy saying now? I need more details. Even though he is dying to know more, he cannot alert the enemy and show that he is actually completely clueless. Sweating bullets from the crazy tension, our main character finally speaks. He says he is not entirely sure, but he knows a little about what that master is hiding. The second those words leave his mouth, Vu Quan freezes up, shooting him a super suspicious glare. He stays quiet for a long time before finally revealing his own theory. Looking back, there are way too many weird details. A total nobody from the Thai Hoang Pavilion suddenly joins the Shadow Legion and instantly becomes the Death Spirit squad leader. You and I both know his stats are fake, right? Well, Vu Quan just called out his martial arts being way higher than his files show. Tuyet Huy feels confused. He seriously did not expect the guy to react like this. Vu Quan then starts laying out solid evidence to back up his wild claims. He points out that his squad leaders are elite experts, even if their raw skills cannot match yours. It would be insanely hard to crush both of them at the exact same time. Hearing this, Tuyet Huy mentally evaluates the guy. He is no joke. While dealing with my provocation, the way he twists the conversation is completely forcing me onto the defensive. By trying to make me admit I am stronger than those squad leaders, he is basically trying to trick me into confessing to the crime. Absolutely ridiculous. I have heard this kind of cheap trash talk enough times back at the Tai Hoang Pavilion. This weak stuff is not even close to a real provocation. Tuyet Huy steps right up to him, smartly twisting his own tragic past into a solid defense. That is right. I came from the Tai Hoang Pavilion with zero connections and was treated like total trash. Above all, I definitely could not easily defeat those two guys with my current martial arts. But since you dragged this topic up, let me say something too. Honestly, looking at you right now, you are acting completely pathetic. Two of your own squad leaders dropped dead, and you cannot even deal with the actual culprit. There are also heavy rumors that those leaders stalked Tieu Linh because they could not control their own filthy animal instincts. He brushes past the guy, turning back with a wildly mocking tone. Is that just the standard personality for everyone in your entire squad? That absolutely triggers him. Boiling rage instantly turns into pure killing intent, his eyes glowing red with intense hatred and fury. Gritting his teeth, he spits out, "What the hell? Excuse me, what did you just say to my face?" Our main character tells himself to stay strong. He absolutely cannot afford to be pushed back here. He quickly checks the status window of the guy glaring at him with that massive, suffocating aura. Right now, Vu Quan shows 5.5 million health, 4.2 million internal energy, and 6,370 combat power plus 12% rage. He compares it to his own stats. The combat power is close, but the other stats? Trust me, you and I are looking at a heaven and earth difference. Tuyet Huy scans the Death Squad captain, 710,000 HP, combat power over 5 million. Stick with me, this setup gets wild. He is tense, plotting a way to win. Going all out, he could totally win this based on pure raw power alone, but here is the catch. If either of them dies or takes critical damage, the one who strikes first carries all the blame. Even with enough raw strength to fight, he absolutely cannot be the one to throw the first punch. So Tuyet Huy starts talking trash, provoking Vu Quan to make him snap and attack first. He smirks. Seeing you this mad means I must be hitting a nerve, and it works perfectly. Vu Quan is absolutely furious, his original calm and polite mask completely shattering into pieces right before his eyes. He glares at our main character with terrifying, narrowed eyes, unable to hold back a twisted sneer. "Ha! You arrogant little bastard!" Tuyet Huy thinks to himself. Sure, his inner thoughts are pretty different from the cocky act he is putting on right now. Their combat power is basically tied. But this guy has way more experience, especially since our hero only recently unlocked his true strength. The absolute smartest move would be settling this through negotiations instead of an all-out brawl. But then he remembers the brutal scene of Tieu Linh being beaten by those subordinates, and he simply cannot hold back another biting insult. They say a fish rots from the head down. So I have to ask, does the mighty captain share the exact same pathetic brain cells as his garbage subordinates? Our main character glares back with eyes dripping with pure killing intent, flashing a cold, mocking smile in his mind as he curses him. What you and your men did to Tieu Linh crossed the absolute line, you piece of trash. Just as planned, his top-tier trash-talking skills push the captain completely over the edge into pure, blinding rage. Vu Quan violently grabs the hilt of his sword, screaming and cursing him like a madman. His pupils shrink with wild ferocity as he roars, ready to draw his blade and start a deadly clash. The system alerts pop up. Opponent has activated rage mode. Combat power is rising from 6.37 million to 7 million, a 12% boost. Right here is where the trap snaps shut. Watch closely. Tuyet Huy cheers internally because his plan to make this guy throw the very first strike worked perfectly. He took the bait. Now our hero decides to fire up his combat simulation mode to properly deal with this raging enemy. The system successfully analyzes all of his martial arts. A holographic shadow representing him materializes on screen, trailing system commands as it immediately begins to move. He tilts smoothly to dodge a lethal blade aura, stepping right while activating the second stance of the Tieu Linh Ma Kong. His hand suddenly erupts into blazing flames. Tuyet Huy stares him down dead serious, preparing to unleash the legendary Hoa Long Monday. His eyes lock onto the target. He blasts a fiery palm strike forward, the intense flames soaring high and rapidly expanding into a massive inferno. It blasts out like a heavy flamethrower, and the main target is none other than the captain himself. The raw firepower violently knocks him backward. He skids across the ground, letting out a painful groan before desperately drawing his sword and slashing diagonally toward the left side. Unleashing a wave of sword aura, Tuyet Huy perfectly follows the system prompts, drawing his own blade and rushing straight at Vu Quan. Tuyet Huy swings his blade, sending a massive shockwave of sword aura directly at him. The sheer destructive power behind this strike instantly shatters the entire room window. A blinding, fierce explosion of light erupts into the night sky, looking like it wants to completely swallow the moonlight. The massive impact sends Vu Quan flying straight outside. Just like that, the entire battlefield shifts outdoors into a much wider, open combat space. Direct hit. Tuyet Huy just dealt 700,000 damage, his blazing slash carved right into the captain's thigh, drawing non-stop blood and heavy pain, brutally slowing down his movements. He stares down at his own bleeding wound, completely horrified. How is this even possible? Vu Quan HP drops down to 4.8 million. Tuyet Huy calmly switches his combat system over to turn-based mode, slowly stepping out of the thick smoke created by his own devastating blast. You and I both know he could have avoided this fight. Tuyet Huy realizes he provoked this guy partly as payback for Tieu Linh. But honestly, he was also just curious to test his newly awakened limits. Resting his heavy sword on his shoulder, he glares down at the kneeling captain with dead, cold eyes. The captain tightly grips his blade, growling in pure rage. How dare you? Even with a heavily injured leg, he desperately charges forward for a reckless strike. He moves so fast, leaving nothing but an empty shockwave of wind behind. He lunges in for a direct clash. But obviously, Tuyet Huy easily blocks the basic strike with his own blade. The guy is still absolutely fuming over the earlier humiliation. Gritting his teeth, he furiously roars that he will end his life. Tuyet Huy pushes back, their two blades violently grinding against each other, sparking bright flashes of cold light. This right here turns into a pure, intense deadlock between the two heavy hitters. But then, out of nowhere, Vu Quan completely vanishes right in front of him, with blinding speed. Tuyet Huy is stunned, trying desperately to track his sudden, unpredictable movements. His velocity is so insane that our hero barely manages to keep his eyes on him. The captain violently glides around, tracing a tight, lethal circle around him, moving so fast that only blurry, chaotic afterimages are left behind on the shattered ground. It is basically impossible to lock onto his real body for a counterattack. Suddenly, a massive wave of sword aura sweeps straight at him, completely hidden from his line of sight. Gritting his teeth, Tuyet Huy hastily swings his blade to deflect the strike, but the relentless assault does not stop. That is where we leave it for now. Countless glowing red slashes start raining down from the sky. Alright, stick with me here. This fight gets wild. Tuyet Huy can somehow still track those attacks, slashing them apart and sending massive shockwaves through the very air. Yen Jiang silently analyzes the situation. That footwork? Totally bizarre and insanely fast. Plus, with that blade aura hiding everywhere, it is basically impossible to focus right now. Pushed to the absolute limit, Tuyet Huy just grits his teeth, letting out a heavy, painful groan as he braces himself. Right at that moment, a system window pops up right in front of him. Warning, Vu Quan has successfully discovered your major weak point. How exactly will you choose to respond? Attack, defend, move. Tuyet Huy stares at the system window, clicking his tongue in pure frustration. He knows his enemy grabbed the chance the exact second he zoned out. Damn it, he decides to choose move. Tuyet Huy leans backward, narrowly dodging a massive, violent burst of sword aura. In his head, he can only think one thing: too fast. Instantly, another vicious slash comes flying right at him, carving an incredibly deep and terrifying scar straight across the solid ground. Then, the exact second he dodges that strike, 2 more energy blades come slashing toward him, leaving Tuyet Huy completely stunned. This time, there is absolutely no room to dodge or raise his sword. He can only let both vicious strikes rip right into his body, leaving incredibly deep wounds as blood splatters absolutely everywhere. Our main character just cannot hold back a sharp, painful groan. His health is hitting rock bottom. Tuyet Huy takes a huge hit, 380,000 out of 710,000. Tuyet Huy slides hard across the ground, going totally stiff. Now pay close attention here, because the guy hiding inside those speed after images finally reveals himself. He stares at our hero, who is panting and struggling from the heavy attack, letting out a cold, arrogant smirk. He mocks him, saying he talks way too big for someone lacking real skill. Tuyet Huy stays silent, quietly mapping out a brand new strategy in his head. Time to change tactics. Tuyet Huy breathes out a wave of freezing air, controlling his breath to activate the White Demon art, combining it straight with frost armor. Very quickly, his entire body gets covered by a rock-solid layer of icy armor. Intense frost violently wraps around him, completely coating his blade in a glowing, wildly powerful aura. Seeing this crazy transformation, Vu Quan tightly grips his sword hilt and speaks up. "So, you are finally playing for real? Then I should too." A massive wave of energy smoke erupts from his body, and his blade gets wrapped in a seriously extreme aura. It glows with a light that totally clashes with his dark face and freezing eyes. He drops his voice and snarls, "Let us get serious now." Turns out, those heavy hits that pushed our hero into a corner were not even his full strength. But this time, he does not rush into battle right away. Instead, he asks a question. "Since we are already at this point, I am a bit curious. Why exactly did you try so hard to piss me off?" Tuyet Huy stays completely silent in response to that question. The heavy atmosphere around him drops noticeably in an instant. Surprisingly, he does not try to hide a single thing, straight up admitting the real reason he provoked him was because he dared to touch his loyal subordinates. Everyone looks down on the Death Spirit squad, so now I want to teach you all a lesson. The guy stays quiet for a long time, then suddenly asks back, "You mean you did all this for those lowly, pathetic followers?" Tuyet Huy calmly fires back, "Think whatever you want. But from this moment on, if you ever dare lay a hand on my crew." He steps forward, pointing the tip of his blade straight at his face, his voice ringing out with a deadly threat. "Every single one of you will die." But facing our main character's dark threat, the villain just leaps right up, aggressively provoking him. "Go ahead and try." Tuyet Huy watches him start moving at absolute extreme speed around him once again, immediately going on high alert. He figures it is just the old trick. You saw it too, right? Just because it worked once does not mean our boy is falling for it again. Tuyet Huy slams his glowing, freezing sword hard into the solid dirt, his voice going completely cold, compared to before. Right now, he does not even care that the enemy is circling him with endless speed after images and terrifying momentum. His entire body is completely covered by an increasingly violent frost aura, while his sword remains firmly planted in the ground. Tuyet Huy unleashes a close-range move, but with a massive area of effect. Huge blocks of ice explode outward from his sword as the center. They branch out like a giant blooming snowflake in the dark, carrying bone-chilling frost. He roars with intense fury, yelling that things are different now. The enemy obviously cannot keep moving when the ground is covered in sharp ice spikes. Vu Quan instantly lets out a strained, painful groan, quickly jumping completely out of that freezing zone. But the moment he spots the guy who was just a blur of after-images finally exposed, he obviously will not let it slide. He roars wildly, laughing, silently hyping up that he finally caught him. Tuyet Huy does not waste a single second of this chance, instantly swinging a massive energy slash without any hesitation right at Vu Quan, who is suspended mid-air. The enemy clearly realizes the terrifying power of that strike. His blade, carrying an absolute storm-like energy, is instantly raised to block the heavy slash. The two brutal, devastating attacks smash right into each other, creating a massive, earth-shattering explosion that lights up the entire battlefield. It is strong enough to absolutely obliterate everything in the area. Both fighters get blasted backward by an absolute hurricane of force. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see how he survives this massive system damage warning. Let's jump straight into this battle. Our main character slides across the ice-covered ground after the explosion. Ice dust swirls over his head. But he is not the only one hurt here. Direct hit. Tuyet Huy just dealt massive damage to Vu Quan. Even the ranged squad captain gets violently blasted backwards, skidding hard across the dirt floor. They growl, locking eyes with teeth grinding and absolute hatred flashing in their stares. Why? Because both of these fighters just spotted a fatal flaw in the other's movement, a perfect opening. The system pops up. Tuyet Huy found Vu Quan's weak point. How will you proceed? But wait, a warning hits. Vu Quan has found Tuyet Hui's weak point. How will you proceed? Damn. It has actually been a really long time since he received 2 system messages at the exact same time. Not since his brutal fight during the military test exams. Tuyet Huy decides to strike first, rushing in to dominate his opponent. The martial art he goes for? The legendary white body demonic art technique. He unleashes a massive sword aura straight at him. First form, Glacial Moon. But Vu Quan actually blocks it. The clash triggers a violent sword aura explosion, blasting out intense shockwaves, giant glowing light beams, and a huge cloud of thick smoke. Both fighters take heavy damage from the explosion's aftermath. They groan in pain, grimacing as the impact hits them hard. Their health bars are definitely dropping fast. Tuyet Hui's health drops to 180,000. Vu Quan's health is sitting at 1 million out of 5.5 million. Just looking at this, Vu Quan clearly has the upper hand with way more HP left than our guy. As the massive explosion slowly clears, only a thick haze of smoke remains. Watch closely here. Both are panting, staring each other down. But our main character is in way deeper trouble because of his current stats. He cannot help but swear in pure frustration. Damn it. His stats have pretty much hit rock bottom, from his internal energy right down to his health. Health and internal energy critically low. Even though I can dish out insane damage, the gap in raw stamina and internal energy between us is just way too massive right now. He glares at the current status window of the ranged squad captain standing there. Even though the guy is panting like a dog just like him, his stats are way more stable. Vu Quan still has 1 million health and massive energy. He bitterly realizes his mistake a little too late. At first, I thought raw combat power was the only thing needed to survive, so I only focused on attack stats, completely neglecting stamina and internal energy. And now, I am paying the ultimate price. Gritting his teeth, he stares the enemy down. If he wants to win this now, he needs one single clean strike to end it all. Vu Quan clearly notices his terrible condition. He smirks and mocks him. You look a little tired over there. Having some problems keeping up with me? He thinks to himself. Honestly, my chances of winning this fight were pretty high, but this fatal weakness in stamina and energy has dragged those odds way down. Suddenly, the enemy rushes in for a fierce preemptive strike, making Tuyet Huy freeze completely. He grits his teeth, looking up. No more time to beat himself up over stats. Tuyet Huy roars internally. Damn it all. Their blades crash together again. Well, actually, Vu Quan is the one going full offense, while Tuyet Huy is forced into a desperate defensive stance. He groans in pain. Now, you and I know there is only one way out of this. Wind God. He remembers the ultimate art he stole. The wind demonic art. Neutral wind god stance. Speed boosted by 4.5 times. Tuyet Huy quickly calculates the insane potential. An absolute power that literally requires 0 internal energy to use. A technique that can completely flip this battle in a single blink. The problem? The success rate is dangerously low. Based on his training, it is maybe 50% at best. He absolutely needs to create the perfect opening to activate it right. Tuyet Huy desperately blocks Vu Quan's relentless chain of slashes. Inside, he is screaming for an opening, praying for just a tiny crack. But the enemy's heavy attacks just keep raining down like an absolute storm, making it impossible to find even a single opening. Tuyet Huy grinds his teeth together, letting out a painful grunt. The frantic panic inside him is boiling to the point of pure madness. With intense determination, he tells himself to just gamble it all. Tuyet Huy wildly shifts his sword grip, grabbing the hilt like he is going to throw it. And then, he actually launches his only weapon away. He hurls it straight at Vu Quan. The guy dodges it, but that split second of distraction creates the exact opening he needed. Tuyet Huy does not miss the very moment he sacrificed his blade to get. He immediately roars with triumph inside his head. Now is the time, Wind God! He screams furiously and throws a massive punch straight at the captain. That bold move actually surprises the guy, but he still leans back to dodge the punch with ease. Tuyet Huy is so stunned his jaw completely drops in silent disbelief. His heart pounds violently. The one attack opportunity he created to gamble everything on the Wind God technique has actually ended in total failure. He looks shocked that this kid threw away his weapon to fight barehanded against a swordsman. He laughs and asks, "What the hell are you even doing?" Meanwhile, Tuyet Huy is shaking with absolute rage. He screams internally in total frustration. Damn it all! Not missing a beat while his opponent is completely unarmed. Vu Quan does not hesitate. blasting a brutal, point-blank sword slash straight into him. Tuyet Huy gets violently blown backwards as a direct hit notification pops up. Trust me, you and I are definitely not ready for what happens next. Stick with me, watch our guy take a direct hit that absolutely tanks his health. Tuyet Huy groans in pure agony. His health drops from 3,200 down to 706 out of 7,000. Powerless, he collapses onto the dirt after taking that brutal strike. Meanwhile, Vu Quan keeps his guard up completely. He refuses to release the deadly sword aura wrapping tightly around his blade. Lying on the grass in absolute pain, his wounds bleed endlessly. The burning sting is so intense our main character cannot hold back a heavy cough. Vu Quan exhales a very heavy breath. He looks at Tuyet Huy lying miserably on the ground and starts mocking him ruthlessly. He sneers about how the Death Squad always throws away their swords in such an ugly, pathetic manner. Are you not feeling completely ashamed of your own subordinates? He sheathes his sword slowly and just keeps on throwing out harsh insults. If you were a real hidden assassin, you would not need that mask. Looks like you are just a pathetic loser, not even worth dirtying my blade for. Absolutely savage trash talk. Tuyet Huy is sprawled completely flat on the ground, but he does not care about the insults. His mind is racing, trying to figure out how to defeat Vu Quan right now. There is one guaranteed way to take this guy down, but he hesitates. Accidentally killing someone causes too much trouble. Vu Quan turns his back, clicking his tongue in pure disappointment. But suddenly, he freezes right in his tracks. His face instantly goes pale. It is like he just felt a massive, threatening burst of killer intent exploding right from behind him. His cold eyes instantly snap back toward our main character. He sees Tuyet Huy forcing himself to stand, but his battered body can barely handle it, making him look exactly like a staggering, lifeless zombie. Vu Quan gasps in absolute shock. He immediately screams out, "Enough already. What else can a useless piece of trash like you possibly do now?" Now pay close attention here. Tuyet Huy screams internally, "Whatever." He just switched his body straight into the AI combat mode. The AI takes over with those familiar glowing red eyes. It bites its lower lip in pure anger, locking a deadly, bloodthirsty glare right onto Vu Quan. The artificial intelligence has officially entered the chat and started the fight. Floating high up above, Tuyet Huy's consciousness watches this unfold with a very serious expression. Seeing the body still refusing to back down, Vu Quan tightly grips his sword hilt, ready to draw and attack again. His voice drops incredibly low. "If you refuse to give up, I have no other choice left. Out of respect for Lord Khan Ma, I will not kill you, but I will sever one arm." He does not even finish his sentence before the AI instantly teleports right in front of him. A terrifying lightning storm follows, making him jolt back in absolute pure horror. Massive bursts of wind god energy erupt, even though the AI has not thrown a single physical strike yet. 4 incredibly violent tornadoes form out of nowhere while the AI casually shoves its hands straight into its pockets. Those furious wind currents crash directly into Vu Quan with zero hesitation. He screams in agonizing pain before being violently blasted right up into the air. His body twists and bends in absolutely horrifying ways caught inside those massive tornadoes. When the storm finally clears, his limp body instantly drops and slams into the dirt like a rag doll. The real Tuyet Huy is so stunned his jaw literally drops. He cannot utter a single word, and his pupils shrink in pure disbelief. You saw that too, right? Tuyet Huy is completely stunned. The AI just one-shotted Vu Quan like it was nothing. He is also blown away by how effortlessly it managed to use the wind god technique. The AI keeps its hands pocketed, looking incredibly badass. It tilts its head, glaring down at the defeated Vu Quan beneath its feet, and just asks, "What kind of bug is this?" After that, the AI turns around to look at Tuyet Huy floating up in the air. It silently stares at him with an absolute, overwhelming sense of pure disgust. Tuyet Huy instantly feels a massive wave of pressure just from meeting that gaze. To be completely honest, he is fully on guard against this guy's absolute insanity. Seeing his dumbfounded expression, the AI cannot hide its intense annoyance. It turns its face away and clicks its tongue in utter irritation. The artificial intelligence officially ends the combat mode. The distant squad captain finally regains consciousness after tanking that brutal wind god attack from the AI. He snaps his eyes open in pure terror. In absolute silence, he feels the completely ruined, broken state of his own body right now. Tuyet Huy is sitting right next to him and casually asks, "Are you awake yet?" The guy notices him and quietly asks for confirmation. "Did I actually lose?" His face shows a deeply serious expression. Tuyet Huy does not give a direct yes, only replying with a simple, "Yeah, I guess so." He is still confused, so he asks about the ultimate move that defeated him. That martial art you used just now, that is one of the 4 great demonic arts, right? Tuyet Huy does not hide it at all, just answering, something like that. But he completely refuses to give him any clear explanation. Hearing that, the captain just tilts his head back to stare at the starry sky, a faint, blurry emotion flashing in his eyes. He lets out 2 dry laughs and speaks his mind. Ha ha, so it turns out you were just hiding your true capabilities this whole time. Tuyet Huy stays completely silent at that remark. Then, he lowers his voice and simply says, I just got really lucky. Deep down though, he is secretly bitter, thinking to himself, the AI did that, not me. It seems like he feels like a total failure after witnessing the wind god technique that the AI pulled off. But of course, Vu Quan cannot possibly understand the hidden meaning behind his words. He just gives a faint smile and asks, Are you trying to comfort me? Tuyet Huy is too lazy to explain anything, so he grumpily replies, Think whatever you want to think. We will pause right here. After Vu Quan wakes up, they just casually chat. Let's dive right back into the madness. He looks at the guy and says, All right, tell me more about the Supreme Emperor Pavilion Master. Vu Quan lies on the grass, hesitating before asking, Didn't you already know? The guys we sent to spy on him recently, they all ended up entirely dead. Tuyet Huy snaps his head around the second he hears that. He yells out in total, pure shock, Wait, what? His mind is absolutely racing. They are all dead? Has the bloody war with the Pavilion Master already started? Vu Quan glances over at Tuyet Huy and keeps explaining, If you really want the deeper secrets, well, when we actually tried digging around, Lord Khan Ma ordered us to stop entirely. If he refuses to get his hands dirty, even with our heavy losses, things must be incredibly dangerous behind the scenes. Hearing this, Tuyet Huy just stares at him. He can barely believe his own ears. He thinks to himself, this is not simple at all, and it probably has everything to do with him, because he was the one who handed the Pavilion Master's weakness to Khan Ma. So what exactly did the Death Spirit squad members have to face? Vu Quan cuts right through his racing thoughts. To be brutally honest, my original goal was just to figure out what kind of person you really are. If you were useless, I would just let Truong Thu steal your subordinates. Then I sent my lackeys to mess around with squad leader Tieu Linh, but who knew they'd act like absolute scumbags? I know what you're thinking, but hear me out, he actually apologizes. Tuyet Huy keeps his eyes totally locked on him, processing those exact words. Is this a genuine, sincere apology? Or is he deliberately baiting him to admit he was the masked guy from before? Tuyet Huy sighs heavily. Even at the bitter end, this guy is way too clever. Thinking exactly that, he finally decides to speak up. Well, to be honest, it wasn't exactly my most glorious, shining moment either. Vu Quan completely freezes upon hearing that, but he recovers his calm composure lightning fast and immediately says, Weren't you supposed to completely pretend you had zero clue what I meant? Tuyet Huy hears this and replies, Vu Quan, our real enemies are nowhere near here. Saying that, Tuyet Huy unexpectedly rips off the mask he has been wearing. Seeing this, Vu Quan asks, Why are you taking off the mask? Tuyet Huy turns back, flashing a faint smile, and answers him. Why am I exposing my actual face right now? I honestly wasn't planning on hiding anything from the start. It was just for a few completely unimportant reasons. Staring at the mask in his hand, he smiles. He thinks back originally, he only wore this thing for Tieu Lin's sake, and also to carefully guard against the Supreme Emperor Pavilion Master. But this guy? He definitely does not seem to be working for him. Suddenly, his system flashes a brand new notification right in front of him. Vu Quan's interest has spiked. Friendly status reached, 50/1. Seeing that, pure shock washes right over Tuyet Huy's face. He stares down at Vu Quan chilling on the grass, thinking, well, this has got to be a good sign, right? A bit suspicious since it is interest and not affection, but whatever. Having a friendly relationship in this chaotic place is a massive win. You and I would do the exact same thing. Tuyet Huy just casually drops back and lies on the grass right beside Vu Quan. He rests his hands behind his head and sighs, Man, I'm exhausted. Early the next morning, the Death Spirit squad leaders catch wind that Tuyet Huy actually defeated Vu Quan. Bam! The heavy door leading straight into the captain's lounge gets blasted completely wide open. Long Chan rushes inside like a total maniac, shouting, Did you guys hear our captain absolutely crushed Captain Vu Quan? The other three instantly freeze, totally floored by the crazy news. Long Chan rubs his chin, smirking. I had a feeling our captain was built completely different. Plus, when he was sparring with us, it seriously felt like he was holding back his true level. Right then, Xich Tung, with his twisted expression, speaks up. If the rumor is legit, that is mind-blowing. I never expected him to be that insanely strong. Could this guy actually be the legendary leader we have all been desperately waiting for? Tieu Linh, standing nearby, chimes in with her thoughts. I always got the vibe he wasn't just some average guy. We seriously need to start listening to the captain a lot more from now on. While they are all hyping him up and gossiping, only one person stays completely silent. She rubs her chin, staring at the floor in deep thought. Suddenly, she mutters mysteriously, "If it's the captain, maybe he really can pull it off." Long Chan, standing nearby, catches that and gets super curious. He asks, "Huh? Pull what off exactly?" Tieu Linh instantly tries to dodge the awkward question. "Oh, nothing at all." Cut to Tuyet Huy, his eyes snapping wide open after last night's insane battle finally ended. Right in front of him is the affection tracker for the Death Spirit captains. Status update. Squad 1 Captain, Tieu Linh, 60% friendly. That is a massive 40% jump. Squad 2 Captain, Xich Tung, 60% friendly, up 39%. Squad 3 Captain, Long Chan, 75% friendly, soaring up 56%. And Squad B Captain, Tieu Linh, 80%, very friendly, up 10%. Tuyet Huy stares at the glowing system window, completely unable to hide his giant smirk. I just won one single fight, but their affection skyrocketed. Trust me, you are not ready for what he does with this much loyalty. He tries to move his aching body, but besides his muscles painfully tightening up, he cannot even twitch a single finger. Pure exhaustion. Panic sets in. What the heck is going on with my body right now? I literally cannot move an inch. Right at that exact second, a blinding, brilliant light flashes, followed by a familiar voice that grabs his attention. "Ah, brother, are you finally awake? Let's dive right back in." He glances over and sees a completely bald head shining as bright as the actual sun. And yep, it is none other than Stonehead. The guy gives him this massive, beaming smile, holding a hammer and nails. He says he noticed the door was busted this morning, so he went ahead and fixed it. Seeing him, Snow Hui instantly relaxes a bit. He lets out a breath and says, "Oh, Stonehead, thanks for that." He gives a slightly awkward laugh, telling him to give a heads up next time, adding that he was super startled, wondering why the sun was suddenly rising inside his room. Stonehead totally misses the joke, or maybe he just did not hear him properly. He just lets out a confused, "huh." Seeing this, Snow Hui just drops it, saying it is nothing. Soon enough, the real sun rises high, officially kicking off a brand new day. Snow Hui stands up, stretching with a quiet groan. Finally managed to get out of bed, he mutters to himself. Now that he has passed that tiny hurdle, all that is left is to save his progress and start the day. He breaks into a totally refreshed smile. A new month means the schedule selection window pops up again. Please choose a schedule for November. Heavenly Realm Year, 96, 15 out of 36. The options are simple. Train, accept a mission, complete a warrior quest, or just walk around. Crossing his arms, Snow Hui stares at the glowing panel, deep in thought. Originally, he planned to just rest and grind some warrior quests. But after completely crushing Wu Quan, his subordinates' affection levels have spiked up massively. He decides to max out their loyalty as much as possible first. With that in mind, he immediately selects the option to train the Death Spirit squad leaders. Right away, the location selection screen flashes before his eyes. Where do you want to go? The teaching room of the squad leaders. Now pay close attention here. Snow Hui looks at the panel, feeling a sudden wave of confusion. Wait, what? There are 0 other options this time. Looks like things are definitely starting to change up on him. He moves to the squad leader teaching room for the month of November. Then he passes down the Phantom Troop's signature technique, the One Origin Demon Eradication art, through December. The system chimes in. The squad leader's comprehension of the One Origin Demon Eradication art has successfully increased over January and February. Watching his squad leaders put in so much hard work, Snow Hui cannot help but crack a very satisfied smile. This month's objective is officially in the bag. The system announces the Death Spirit squad leader's affection has increased. First Division Leader Duong Lam is at 80%, marked as very friendly. Second Division Leader Xich Tung, 80%, very friendly. Third Division Leader Long Chan is also sitting at 80%, very friendly. And Fourth Division Leader Tieu Linh hits 80%, very close. Snow Hui sits cross-legged on his bed, intensely staring at these new affection stats on the system window. He rubs his chin, looking completely lost in thought. Something about these squad leaders' affection levels is seriously bothering him, gnawing at the back of his mind. He silently thinks to himself, I have been repeating this training loop for 4 straight months, but the stats refuse to break past 80%. Is there some hidden condition I am missing here? Right at that exact moment, the schedule selection window for the new month flashes before his eyes once again. Please select a schedule for March, World Year 96, 19 out of 36. The usual list. Train, take a mission, do warrior quests, or walk around. He decides to stick to the plan and boost the squad leader's loyalty again. But this time, things are completely different from before. Training the Death Spirit squad leaders is literally unavailable. Completing missions with them, also unavailable. Everything involving them is completely locked out. Snow Hui stares at the system window in absolute shock, letting out a frustrated scoff of pure disbelief. You are probably wondering the same thing I did. Our main character furiously scratches his head. If the system blocks all contact, how exactly is he supposed to raise their loyalty? He blurts out in frustration, "What the hell? Does this sudden lockout have something to do with the affection being stuck at 80%? Ugh." Since he literally cannot choose training, he has no choice but to pick something else. Since taking missions and doing warrior quests have absolutely nothing to do with his squad leaders, Snow Hui decides to choose walk around for this month. A thought strikes him, the answer has to be hiding in this option. The walking location panel pops up in front of him, and there is a brand new choice. Where do you want to go? The Heavenly Demon's fourth disciple's study, the Black Tortoise Hall backyard, or the Death Spirit squad leader's rest area. He mentally cheers the second he sees that last option. Just as he thought, time to head straight there. He selects the move to the Death Spirit squad leader's rest area command. The very first place he arrives at is a grassy clearing inside the Black Tortoise Hall, right next to a massive tree. Snow Hui teleports straight to the base of the tree. Not too far away, there is a swordsman deep in practice. He quickly scans his eyes around the new environment he just dropped into. The intense sounds of martial arts training echoing from down below instantly grab his attention. Our main character glances down and spots Xich Tung completely absorbed in his sword training. With every single powerful strike he unleashes, he lets out a fierce shout. Snow Hui quietly watches him for a moment. He decides to silently approach, but completely by accident, he steps right on a dry twig, making a loud snap. Hearing the sudden noise, Xich Tung whips his head around, sees him, and immediately asks, "Oh, Captain, when did you even get here?" Snow Hui casually clasps his hands behind his back and replies, "Just now." Hearing that, Xich Tung bursts into laughter, chatting with him without an ounce of fear, which is honestly amazing. "I could not even sense your aura. You guys see that crazy power gap? Alright, stick with me here." Tuyet Huy notices the shift immediately. He figures the system's affection meter went up, since the guy's tone is totally different now. As Tuyet Huy steps closer to him, Xich Tung suddenly speaks up. "Captain, can I ask you a quick question?" Tuyet Huy clasps his hands behind his back, genuinely curious now. "What is it?" Xich Tung hesitates. "I heard you weren't always this strong. How exactly did you get so insanely powerful this fast?" Tuyet Huy just stands there in silence, carefully listening to the heavy question. Honestly, it is the absolute perfect question for anyone who is desperate to break their limits and level up. But then, boom. The system suddenly pops up with a choice window instead of letting him answer naturally. It prompts him to pick a specific response to the burning question. The options for his strength appear on screen. Pure despair, hard work, and raw guts. Maybe just an optimistic mindset, or honestly, just plain luck. Tuyet Huy stares at the glowing system window floating right in front of him, letting out a thoughtful hum as he reads. Unlike before, there are no joke answers this time. Every single option actually makes sense. He glances at Xich Tung's incredibly tense expression and starts thinking to himself, this is definitely not the time to mess around. Whichever answer he chooses here is absolutely going to change that loyalty meter. Now pay attention here, because the hidden meaning behind this choice changes everything. If he really wants to win the guy over, he has to tell his own true story. He locks in his choice pure despair. Hearing that dark answer, Xich Tung immediately asks to confirm. You mean you got strong because of despair? Tuyet Huy stays totally silent for a long moment before finally answering. Exactly. Where's your hometown? The second his hometown is mentioned, the guy's eyes completely change, and his expression instantly drops into something heavy and painful. He stammers out that he does not really remember it. Tuyet Huy just smiles, smoothly diving into his own traumatic past with a chillingly calm and gentle voice. I am just like you. It has been a long time. It is definitely not a past that I ever want to look back on. But the one thing permanently burned into my brain even now, the non-stop screaming of animals and that awful, sickening stench of fresh blood. When you slaughter cows and pigs, their dying screeches literally pierce right through your eardrums. Every single type of livestock makes a different sound, but their sheer terror travels straight into the hands of the butcher holding the blade. He thinks back to the times he would slice a pig's head clean off with absolutely zero hesitation. Those tragic screams are still echoing in his ears, while his nose remembers the heavy, metallic smell of blood lingering in the air. Tuyet Huy sniffs the air and says, "The weird part is I never got used to those sounds. Plus, having that fresh blood smell following you around is just the worst." In his mind, he is calculating his moves perfectly, using his childhood trauma and utter despair. I do not know if this can be your real reason for getting stronger, but this is my honest answer. Xich Tung. Tuyet Huy cracks a mysterious smile packed with hidden meaning, his eyes remaining perfectly calm as he stares right at the guy while saying all of this. He casually catches a falling leaf in midair. He continues his story. A butcher village is always cursed with that stench. Honestly, the smell of blood is bad enough, but there is something way, way worse. Before he can even finish his sentence, Xich Tung blurts out the answer. It is the smell of waste and urine. Now I know what you are thinking, but watch this. Tuyet Huy glances over, totally shocked that he knew the exact detail, his eyes reflecting Xich Tung's unexpected reaction. The guy is actually smiling, a calm, knowing smile, like he is listening to his own childhood. I used to be a butcher too. The main character's face instantly softens. He casually replies, I see. Tuyet Huy walks over to a nearby chair and gives Xich Tung a simple order. Take a seat. The guy immediately obeys and replies, Yes, sir. The two of them sit down, sharing stories about their brutal lives as butchers, completely looked down upon by the rest of the world. Tuyet Huy crosses his arms and asks him a question. When I was a kid, my stomach growled more times than I blinked. Did you ever have to eat the scrap meat? Xich Tung does not hide anything. Yes, usually during the freezing winters. Tuyet Huy then jumps right into his own insane survival experience. Knives could not cut through the frozen meat, so I had to use an actual axe to chop it. Xich Tung bursts out laughing, totally relating to the exact same struggle. He says, Exactly. Meat chunks went flying everywhere, and I just chewed on them raw, slowly letting them thaw out in my mouth. The MC smiles in agreement. Yeah, I remember that too. Even so, people always claimed butchers had it easy. While everyone else was surviving on grass roots and tree bark just to live another day, us butchers never had to worry about starving to death. The MC looks at Xich Tung, chuckling away. He thinks to himself, this is so much different from the brutal life and death path of a martial artist he walked. Childhood trauma really is the ultimate shortcut to making people relate to you, especially with someone who walked the exact same bloody path. Tuyet Huy smiles and continues. I was in total despair back then, and honestly, that feeling has stayed with me even now. Hearing the MC say that, Xich Tung gets confused. Then why weren't you trained in martial arts back when you were at the Thai Hoang Pavilion? From what I heard, the rumors say you had a really rough time at your old sect. Tuyet Huy doesn't hide a thing, bluntly revealing exactly why he was never taught martial arts. Because I did not have enough demonic nature. Xich Tung's jaw literally hits the floor, absolute shock completely taking over his entire face after hearing that insane reason. Trust me, we know why he is so stunned in his mind. The captain is already terrifyingly strong. Let's dive right back in. He is completely stunned that someone this strong was once the demonic cult's worst trash. He panics. What? Your control over demonic energy is this high? But how? Tuyet Huy just leans back, tilting his head with a smirk. Surprised, aren't you? Most guys lacking demonic energy end up living like mindless grunts doing manual labor. I risked everything. I ran from the Supreme Pavilion Lord to get stronger. Red Pine gasps in shock. The Supreme Pavilion Lord! His reaction makes total sense, honestly. That Pavilion Lord is legendary for being an absolute nightmare to deal with. Tuyet Huy just smiles calmly. We only get one life, right? Luckily, I found his weakness and eventually met Lord Ganma. After hearing the whole crazy story of how his captain clawed his way up to this position, Red Pine is still visibly mind-blown. He turns, hesitating before whispering, That is amazing. Your absolute desperation pushed you to do those crazy things. Betting your life with that kind of guts and ambition is exactly why you survived until now. Our main character cannot help but bust out laughing at that praise. Well, if that is how you see it, sure, ha. Pure joy lights up Red Pine's face. The corners of his mouth curve into a big smile, his cheeks actually turning a little pink. He is clearly super happy with this chat. But suddenly, an affinity notification pops up, completely catching Tuyet Huy off guard. Watch closely, this is huge, you convinced Red Pine. His affinity just hit the absolute maximum level. Squad leader Red Pine's affinity is 100 out of 100. Maximum trust level achieved. From now on, unless something crazy happens, his affinity will not drop. You can now issue direct orders to Red Pine. Awesome. His eyes literally sparkle reading that sweet system message. Seol Wee cannot hold back a very real sound of pure joy. Right then, Red Pine steps up. Captain, if you have questions, please just ask me. Too busy staring at the system window, Seol Shui barely hears him and turns to ask what. But another alert suddenly interrupts. You can get the following info from Red Pine. The future of warriors lacking demonic energy. The current tension between the Supreme Pavilion Lord and the Hidden Truth Core regarding weapons. Our guy cannot hide his excitement, laughing out loud. Looking at the status window, he figures it does not matter what he picks first. The phrasing implies he can check out all options. So the order he chooses really does not change a single thing. He clicks the first option, the dark future awaiting warriors who lack enough demonic energy. He uses it as bait to test how reliable Red Pine's info actually is. The guy immediately starts spilling everything he knows. The future for those lacking demonic energy? Just one word, hell. Brutal truth is, if you are weak, you die. That is why martial halls are usually weaker than other cult factions. Seol Hui listens in total silence. It perfectly matches what he already knows. After all, he literally lived that miserable life himself. You and I need to pay attention here. He asks about the Supreme Pavilion and the Hidden Truth Core. Red Pine looks over. Hidden Truth Core members are responsible for monitoring the Supreme Pavilion, but all 6 squad leaders suddenly vanished. To hide their identities, they probably used the bone transformation technique. If they were forced to use bone transformation, it means the enemy is intentionally targeting our side right now. The Pavilion Lord definitely knows someone is watching him. Honestly, he can easily guess who. Now, the Hidden Truth Core is in massive danger. Overall, Lord Ganma's standing is weakening fast. That means our responsibilities are about to get a lot heavier. Hearing this, Seol Shui facepalms hard, secretly blaming himself for this absolute mess. Handing over that map caused a huge disaster. Future missions are going to be so much harder now. Moving on to the final question about gear and weapons. Red Pine instantly breaks down what weapons the Corps can use and how to get them. These items are absolute game savers in real combat situations. This gear works not just for you, Captain, but even for squad leaders like me. Once everyone equips the right weapon, our overall combat power is going to skyrocket. Depending on who uses it and their mastery level, a warrior's true potential can change completely. If you help us find the perfect weapons, those brutal future missions will become way easier to survive. You can get weapons through quests, special requests, or daily activities. Or if you have cash, just buy them, though they are super expensive. Processing that huge info dump, he replies politely, "Well, that is very useful information. Thanks," Red Pine instantly answers. "You are welcome." The system immediately pops up, signaling that his explanation is officially over. His job done, he bows and leaves. That is where we pause, trust me. The next mission will be absolutely wild. I think we should stop here for today. I have some business to handle. Tuyet Huy just gives a casual nod, his eyes locked onto Xich Tung as he slowly walks away and fades into the distance. Stick with me here. He quietly processes all this new information, because what Xich Tung just shared is guaranteed to be insanely useful later on. No, not just useful, it could completely rewrite the future, no matter what kind of crazy events actually end up happening down the line. Tuyet Huy lets out a heavy sigh, crossing his arms while leaning back against the desk. There is just way too much to think about right now. He closes his eyes, listening to the leaves rustling softly in the wind. But the moment he opens them again, the scenery in front of him has completely changed. Even his perspective feels weirdly unfamiliar, making him gasp out loud in pure shock. Yeah, right in front of him is an archway leading deep inside some kind of palace. The endless green forest from just a second ago is completely gone. Suddenly, his body takes a step forward on its own. Our main character has absolutely zero control over this movement, leaving him totally freaking out inside. What the hell? Where am I? Wait a minute. This is the exact same direction Xich Tung went. It finally hits him right then and there. He has actually possessed Xich Tung, or to be more specific, he is literally sharing the exact same vision as him right now. Tuyet Huy panics, realizing this is definitely Xich Tung looking around. Right at that exact moment, someone else approaches from the shadows and calls out to him. This guy is wearing striking red robes trimmed with shining gold. Every single step he takes is slow and deliberate. You can instantly tell his status is off the charts. Xich Tung goes on high alert. He quickly glances over. Tuyet Huy, who is literally seeing through his eyes, also feels the tension spike. His eyes widen at the sight of this newcomer. Then the old man speaks, using a voice so painfully familiar it genuinely makes him sick. Watch closely now. The Pavilion Master has finally shown up. His face looks just as dark and absolutely terrifying as it always does. His status window suddenly pops up right in front of him. Samu, the Pavilion Master. Health is 30 million out of 30 million. Mana is 50 million out of 50 million. Combat power hovering around 30 million. And right at that exact moment, a choice panel flashes onto the screen. What will you choose? Try to fight or wait a bit? The countdown timer starts ticking down from 9 seconds. Tuyet Huy, who is still sharing vision with Xich Tung, starts internally screaming in pure panic. Why the hell is this guy here? Xich Tung turns around to face the Pavilion Master directly. Through his eyes, that insanely broken monster status window just sits there hovering right in front of him. Tuyet Huy grits his teeth hard. He nervously stares down that status window, cursing furiously inside his own head. The system wants me to fight this bastard right now? Doing that is literally just a straight-up suicide mission. I've been grinding non-stop. I've survived life and death situations multiple times, and I never back down from a chance to train. I've racked up so much experience and unlocked tons of new skills through countless brutal battles. But this is the Pavilion Master, the exact boss I am supposed to surpass. His power level is way beyond anything I can even imagine. Right now, our main character is literally nothing but a bug to him. No matter how hard he struggles against that monstrous stat window, this old guy could easily crush him to death, just like stepping on a helpless worm. He quietly tries to figure out this guy's goal, wondering if this whole mess is actually connected to him. Why did he even come here anyway? This place belongs to the Shadow Squad. They have absolutely zero connection with the pavilion at all. Plus, there is no way he just randomly showed up here for no reason. I definitely need to gather more info first. Finally, he decides to select the wait a bit option for this situation. As soon as the choice is locked in, everything instantly returns to the normal flow of time. Xich Tung bows his head really low, carefully asking, "Why has the great Pavilion Master decided to visit this place today?" The Pavilion Master does not even try to hide it. He just hums and replies, "Well, I have some business to take care of. Do you know the Death Squad captain here?" The moment he hears his captain mentioned, Xich Tung is totally stunned. His pupils shrink in pure shock. His whole body freezes up completely. And I know what you are thinking, our guy is absolutely paralyzed inside that body. Realizing this monster came here specifically looking for him, he panics hard. What? Why the hell is the Pavilion Master looking for me? My life choices after reincarnating were supposed to have absolutely nothing to do with the Pavilion Master. Right from the start, I transferred over to the Heavenly Sunlight Library before I even accepted any missions from him. Over there, I even made a deal with Kanma. Wait, is it because I actually killed that librarian? Xich Tung immediately replies with extreme caution. Oh, so you are looking for the captain. That sneaky old fox fakes a surprised reaction and says, "Oh, so he is your captain? Then where exactly do I need to go to meet him?" Xich Tung starts stammering nervously. He has absolutely no idea if he should reveal his location to this guy, awkwardly trying to form a sentence. Tuyet Huy, sharing his consciousness, frantically thinks about how he just met Xich Tung. They are so close by right now. If this guy gets the location, he is doomed. What do I do? If Xich Tung refuses to answer, he is in deep trouble. But then he speaks up. "I am sorry, I do not know. Honestly, you and I never expected this guy to actually cover for him." Tuyet Huy is stunned. Xich Tung bows even lower, smoothly coming up with an excuse to throw the old man off. The Death Squad captain was only appointed super recently, so I am still not very familiar with him. Alright, stick with me here, this is where things get tense. The old Grand Emperor just strokes his white beard. I see. He turns away, making it seem like he's letting Xich Tung go. But suddenly, he stops dead. A dark, chilling voice echoes from behind his long, unkempt hair. Normally, if you're faced with a question like that, shouldn't you be offering to go find him for me? His murderous aura explodes. He whips around, glaring with terrifyingly bright eyes. Just the raw pressure rolling off his body is enough to crush a man. Xich Tung completely chokes on his words. He can't even fight back against that twisted logic, leaving him just awkwardly stammering out a response. Yes, well, The Pavilion Master steps closer, sighing like he's deeply disappointed. Man, this entire place is just filled to the brim with uneducated trash. Before anyone can blink, the old man winds up and viciously backhands Xich Tung, silencing him instantly. His head violently snaps to the side. Totally caught off guard, he groans in sudden agony. That single slap packed so much force, it busted his mouth wide open. Thick drops of blood splatter onto the dirt, painting the blades of grass a dark red. Despite taking a hit that practically shook his brain, his head is spinning like crazy, but he still forces himself into a low, degrading bow. He clutched his bleeding cheek while desperately begging for forgiveness. This lowly one is so incredibly sorry, Grand Emperor Pavilion Master. You'd think the old man would just accept the apology, right? Wrong. He is not that merciful. He steps right up to Xich Tung, his voice dripping with pure mockery. Sorry? His tone drops lower. If you're truly sorry, then show me exactly how sincere you are. The Pavilion Master carelessly tosses a sword to the ground, terrifying Xich Tung. Over a tiny issue, this guy is intentionally escalating everything just to flex his absolute authority. Watching this entire scene unfold, our main character is suddenly hit with horrifying memories from his third life, that cursed timeline where he had to literally mutilate his own arm just to buy a Thien Not Quang token. He suffered endless humiliation from both him and No Thien Giak too. And now, seeing him pull the exact same sick trick to crush his subordinate makes the MC grit his teeth in absolute burning fury. Watch closely with me. He mentally curses the bastard as the choice window pops up. What's his move? Try fighting or wait a bit. Seeing the old man's mocking face just dying for a twisted show makes his blood boil even hotter. He is still using that exact same dirty tactic to humiliate people. He wants to rush in and kill him right now. But damn it, if he just stands by, Xich Tung is dead. The timer ticks down, feeding his wild anxiety. Even if this guy is the Pavilion Master, Xich Tung and I belong to the Shadow Group, and Xich Tung is my direct subordinate. But the demonic cult strictly operates on brutal dog-eat-dog survival rules, so he needs to carefully craft a solid excuse to counter this totally insane demand. The worst-case scenario might be avoidable. Let's just wait it out a second longer. In the end, he chooses to wait. Right at that exact second, he takes control of Xich Tung's consciousness. Why are you doing this to me? The Grand Emperor freezes in place. He clearly never expected a literal ant like Xich Tung to dare question him like this. He honestly can't even believe his own ears. What was that? Under the MC's direct control, he spouts the perfect defense to escape this mess. I am a Shadow Group member, fiercely loyal only to Lord Kan Ma. If my actions have truly upset you, my lord, then please report it up the chain. But violently pressuring me just because I didn't reveal my captain's location. If Lord Kan Ma hears about this, he absolutely won't let it slide. The Grand Emperor falls dead silent, his gaze completely unblinking. Tuyet Huy watches. He secretly praises him. Nailed it, Xich Tung. That logic is airtight, the single best play you could make as a Shadow Group member. But hearing those heavy threats, the old man just bursts into a creepy, manic laugh. Let's pause for a second, because this next part is wild. He calls someone out. Tuyet Huy looks up as sunlight hits her flowing hair. The Grand Emperor calls out her name. Hackby! His personal shadow instantly appears right behind him, her neatly tied hair swaying in the heavy breeze. She doesn't even need to wait for him to give a command. She quickly glides past the old man, scoops up the discarded sword, and drops to one knee. She offers the blade right back to him. He takes it and slowly draws it. Tuyet Huy is stunned. Wait, is he going to? Boom. The old man ruthlessly stabs Hackby straight through the shoulder, leaving Tuyet Huy absolutely speechless in horror. Despite getting impaled, she doesn't let out a single groan. Her body just flinches slightly as she stays respectfully kneeling before her master. After personally stabbing his own loyal subordinate, dealing a blow that basically crippled her shoulder, the corners of his mouth actually curve up into a sick, twisted smile. He stares at the blood-soaked blade and finally speaks. Now then, Hackby doesn't even need him to explain further. She glares at Xich Tung with pure killing intent. A truly loyal subordinate. And trust me, you and I definitely want to see what happens next. Let's dive right into the madness. She stands up, walking straight toward Red Pine, who's still totally paralyzed by the horror he just witnessed. Then, Taihong's cold voice drops the ultimate command, kill him. Black Secret slowly raises her arm, showing off that terrifying integrated blade. Her dead, piercing eyes lock onto him, while he stares back in pure, unfiltered terror. Suddenly, her massive status window flashes right in front of Tuyet Huy's eyes. Black Secret, the personal elite bodyguard of the Pavilion Lord. Health points? 7 million out of 7 million. Internal energy? Maxed out at 7 million. Cultivation realm? Super transcendent, with a combat power of 8.7 million. Red Pine is instantly terrified, a freezing chill violently shooting straight down his spine. His face goes completely dark, blood still continuously pouring out of his nose without stopping. An invisible, crushing pressure from Black Secret is weighing heavily on his heart. Sensing the fatal danger, he immediately backs up, desperately trying to put some distance between them. Right at this exact moment, As Tuyet Huy shares his field of vision, he watches Taihong casually enjoying the sick show in the background. Absolutely furious, he completely loses his mind and screams out loud, "Pavilion Lord Taihong, that absolute bastard!" He framed Red Pine for injuring his subordinates, just using it as a sick excuse to murder him. He is a deeply vile monster with zero humanity left. He doesn't want to kill Red Pine for rejecting his orders or even for being disrespectful. It is simply because he hates the guy and wants to take his life. He just loves torturing people, watching them drown in pure agony. Black Secret is the first one to charge forward. Now pay attention to this insane speed. Her bladed gauntlets flash, and that glowing red blade shoots straight at Red Pine like a total blur. With Red Pine's current power level, no way he dodges that. Black Secret brutally stabs right through his shoulder, lifting his entire massive body straight off the ground. Red Pine can only let out an agonizing, desperate cry of pure pain. Just that single, devastating strike is enough to make him completely lose his mind. Fresh blood gushes from the wound, making his entire head spin wildly. But Red Pine knows exactly how deadly this situation is. He immediately steps back, forcefully ripping his own body off Black Secret's savage blade. Grabbing his heavily bleeding shoulder, he stares her down, analyzing her every move. So now, both of them are essentially fighting with one arm, but don't think this battle is balanced at all. When it comes to raw power, Black Secret still completely outclasses Red Pine. While he is still clutching his shoulder in agony, she instantly teleports right in front of him. Without a single second of hesitation, she stabs Red Pine repeatedly, his blood violently spraying everywhere like dark rain. Tuyet Huy, watching this entire massacre, screams out in absolute pure rage. Damn it, Red Pine is definitely not a match for this monster. The power gap is just way too massive. Plus, this psycho could easily kill him with a single strike, but she is completely holding back. She keeps giving him new wounds, slowly draining his blood. She wants him to collapse all on his own. You and I both know what this is. It's not a fight, it's just a totally one-sided slaughter. Suddenly, right as she winds up to deliver another brutal kick to Red Pine's ruined body, that old demon finally speaks up to stop her. That is enough. He slowly steps into the middle of the blood-soaked battlefield and raises his voice. Do you know that death spirit captain you are so desperately willing to die for? In reality, he is just a coward who always throws away his own subordinates. That guy Tuyet Huy used to be nothing but a low-level grunt in the Thai Hoang Pavilion. Red Pine is instantly stunned by this sudden, dark reveal. He stays totally silent, listening to these twisted lies spilling from that evil old man's mouth. Before Tuyet Huy took over the flying guest unit, they barely even had any members left. Do you have any idea how he reacted when he first got that dangerous assignment? Seeing the danger, he pushed the deadly mission onto his men and secretly teamed up with the fourth disciple. The end result? Every single one of his subordinates died completely, while he successfully climbed up to the rank of Death Spirit Captain. Just a lucky, opportunistic piece of scum who got promoted by stepping on his men's corpses. So? Do you still want to blindly follow your precious captain? Meanwhile, Tuyet Huy is just growling, grinding his teeth furiously as he glares at Taihong. He curses aggressively under his breath. That absolute bastard, he already knows everything. When Kanma started sending people to monitor the pavilion, he probably realized his map was stolen. The old man's face clearly shows a sick, twisted sense of pure amusement, looking down at Red Pine's ruined state before casually dropping the tone. Oh man, that wound looks absolutely awful. If it isn't treated right now, you are definitely going to die. I don't have much time, so I will keep this short. Where is that Death Spirit Captain hiding? Where exactly is his little hideout? Red Pine breathes incredibly heavily, his deep wounds still bleeding out endlessly, creating a horrifying, crushing pressure inside his mind. Right now, Tuyet Huy is watching him anxiously. Deep down, he can't help but feel completely shaken. He is terrified that the solid trust he fought so hard to build with Red Pine is about to crumble. Pure insecurity flashes in his eyes, his lips pressed tightly together. But suddenly, in that exact moment, Red Pine actually speaks up, his massive eyes now completely bloodshot. This lowly one finally remembers. Taihong instantly perks up and asks eagerly, "Oh really? Where is it?" Red Pine weakly staggers and whispers, "Yeah." The old man leans in close. "What are you mumbling? Speak up." Red Pine opens his mouth, and trust me, you're going to want to hear what happens next. Let's dive into an absolute bloodbath. Blood dripping down his nose, he actually spits right in the Thai Hoang Pavilion Master's face, his voice dripping with pure defiance. Surprised? That is my final answer. Even though his eyes are completely clouded over from this brutal fight, you can still see that unbroken spark shining through. Xich Tung keeps pushing, his iron will refusing to break even a little. He says, "Just so you know, I was born a butcher. I lived a life that high and mighty royals like you would treat worse than a fly. That is exactly why I follow our captain. He is just like me. Sometimes, his life was even more miserable than mine." He points his blade right at Taihong with absolute determination, even though his arm is shaking violently out of control. Yet someone like him is standing stronger than me right now. Pretty badass, right? Could a privileged elite like you ever understand something like that? The Thai Hoang Pavilion Master is absolutely furious at these insults. His face twists up, contorting into something completely horrifying to look at. His eyes glow crimson with pure rage. And honestly, Xich Tung's hand just keeps trembling, the sword vibrating right along with it. His body is just reacting on pure instinct, terrified of an enemy hundreds of times stronger than him. But his inner will? Absolutely unshakable. His voice rings out, definitely shaking a bit, but still holding so much heavy resolve. "Captain, what you said was amazing. The word despair really has a nice ring to it." Right after saying that, his body just gives out entirely. He collapses to the ground, hands still gripping his sword tight. Meanwhile, our main character is floating outside, watching everything unfold in his spirit form. He watches the whole tragic scene quietly. Then, the system prompt pops up again. How will you choose to act next? Try fighting, or wait a bit. He stays completely silent, staring down, realizing he has always been running away, choosing the safest options just to avoid dying. But everything in this world has its absolute limit. Now pay close attention here, because this is where everything changes. Tuyet Huy grits his teeth so hard his jaw veins literally pop. Being a total coward ends right now. Just to survive, he has been letting his own squad take the fall. He glares up at the number 2 floating right above his head, roaring in pure anger. A bastard with 2 whole extra lives like him should not hide. Finally, he makes the ultimate choice to fight. His soul instantly snaps back into his physical body, waking up right at the base of the tree where he talked with Xich Tung just a moment ago. Tuyet Hui's face darkens as he stares down the old Thai Hoang Pavilion Master nearby. His expression is dead serious, his piercing gaze locked entirely onto his target, swearing under his breath, "Damn it, Thai Hoang Pavilion Master." His pupils dilate wildly in pure anticipation. He instantly draws his weapon, fully committing to step in and intervene. Tuyet Huy stares at the system window displaying the combat trial options, but suddenly, the glowing prompt shifts, leaving him completely stunned. Warning: detected more than 2 hostile enemy targets ahead. You can choose one primary target to attack. Who will you strike? The Thai Hoang Pavilion Master or Hack Bai? So I can actually pick my target, he thinks. Realizing this is his one single strike opportunity, he finally locks onto Hack Bai. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupts right in front of him. The surrounding scenery immediately starts twisting and warping around that intense light. That beam grows brighter and brighter, basically swallowing everything else into total darkness. It becomes the only blinding source of light left in this entire twisted world. Even after going through this crazy teleportation feeling multiple times, our main character still just cannot get used to it. His eyes snap wide open as the light forcefully sucks him in, dragging him straight into the intervention zone. We both knew he was going to crash this fight, right? Right at that exact second, a bizarre time rift tears open above the Pavilion Master and Hack Bai, leaving both of them completely shocked. An invisible surge of raw power crashes down right between them. It forms a massive swirling tornado, looking like it wants to devour all surrounding life force for absolute energy. Even the Pavilion Master, a guy who is always calm and has seen countless battles, is completely stunned by this terrifying flex. Let alone someone like Hack Bai. Our main character makes his epic, badass entrance right in the dead center of the shockwave. Thick waves of smoke billow up, totally blocking the vision of all 3 fighters on this chaotic battlefield. But through that heavy smoke, the brightest thing is his trusty system glowing right in front of him. The second he drops into the war zone, an epic notification pops up. Perfect opportunity unlocked. You have successfully discovered Hack Bai's hidden weakness. How will you choose to proceed next? Use martial arts. Which technique will you activate? Not Nguyen Tieu Ma Kong at max level, or Bach the Tu Ma Kong at mid-level? Tiunish Quyen Ma Kong at mid-tier, or Tudai Kuk Ma Kong Fong at the beginner stage? Tuyet Huy stands dead center between his 2 enemies, quietly calculating the absolute best martial art for this moment. No need for fist techniques when he already holds a literal sword. If we are just talking raw, destructive power, Tudai Kukma is best, but he has not truly mastered it yet. Bach the Tuma Kong is also only at mid-level. If so, he decides to go with his most reliable strike. Tuyet Huy channels massive sword aura into his blade. His face goes cold, glaring at Hack B with the icy eyes of a predator. His final choice? Not Nguyen Tu Ma Kong, perfectly maxed out. He thrusts his glowing sword straight at Hack Bai, who is still totally frozen in shock. So what do you and I take from this? Never underestimate a maxed out skill. His sword aura suddenly doubles, then triples into arrows of blinding light. Ninth form. Phantom Flying Sword. Alright, let's dive straight into the madness. Facing that massive strike, Black Secret tries to hide her shock, but she is completely caught off guard. His attack slams right into her, triggering a massive shockwave that rips the ground apart and sends debris flying everywhere. A thick dust cloud covers the battlefield. Direct hit, the sheer force blasts Black Secret entirely away. She barely manages to raise her weapon to block, but there is no escaping that kind of heavy damage. She lets out a painful grunt, sliding across the dirt to keep her balance. Just like that, her health drops down by a massive half. System alert. Black Secret loses 1.5 million out of 7 million health. Meanwhile, he is planning his next move. That makes sense. Plus, since the Supreme Emperor Pavilion Master wounded her earlier, her vitality was already down by 2 million points. Right then, the perfect window pops up. Perfect opportunity. You have found Black Secret's weakness. How will you proceed? Caught in this grim and deadly situation, what is the next step you decide to take? Our main character quietly calculates how to keep pushing her back. Use martial arts. Which technique will you unleash? 1. Origin Demon Eradication Art. Perfect rank. White Body Demon Embroidery Art. Intermediate. The system narrows it down to just 2 options, completely dictated by his current combat environment. He selects the intermediate White Body Demon Embroidery Art, refusing to give this enemy even a single second to breathe. Tuyet Huy violently slams his palm right into the ground. Jagged ice and snow explode outward, piercing straight toward her body. White Body Demon Embroidery Art. First stance, Ice River Moon lands perfectly. Freezing effect activated. Her movement speed drops by 20%. Black Secret loses another 400,000 from her 7 million total health. She frowns, glaring at him with pure hatred. But unfortunately for her, she just exposed another fatal opening right in front of him. Now pay close attention here. Perfect timing. You found her weakness. How will you choose? Tuyet Huy flashes a wicked smile, internally cheering at the notification. Awesome. Now I just need to... But in a split second, he totally forgot about the absolute monster standing right behind him. That monster is glaring at him with suffocating, killing intent. His glowing red eyes snap wide open as a new alert pops up. Warning. The Supreme Emperor Pavilion Master has found Tuyet Huy's weakness. How will you choose next? He grits his teeth, glancing back as an icy chill shoots down his spine. Is this fatal choice truly the end? Even though the distance is far and that guy hasn't moved an inch, the lethal status window is already glaring at him. He stares at the old man's twisted face, veins popping from sheer rage, those crimson eyes radiating pure, terrifying bloodlust. Truly worthy of a Super Demon Realm Master, but he absolutely cannot let this golden attack opportunity slip away. Tuyet Huy instantly switches into combat simulation mode, analyzing all martial arts and skills. Boom, analysis complete. Select attack target. Supreme Emperor, Pavilion Master, or Black Secret. Black Secret. He locks onto the system window as it calculates 3 different routes. Option 1, attack Black Secret and take 0 damage. Option 2, strong attack, take 30% damage. Option 3, ultra strong attack, but eat 90% damage in return. He quietly stares at the choices, barely even needing a second to think. I know what you're thinking. A safe move? Nope. He shockingly picks the ultra-strong attack on Black Secret, risking 90% damage. Because from the very start, his only goal was that massive +4 life value glowing above her head. He roars inwardly, fueled by absolute determination to kill her no matter the cost. Time to move. Instantly, his signature simulation shadow manifests right in front of his eyes. The exact second time resumes, the Supreme Emperor Pavilion Master blitzes toward him with utterly terrifying speed. The system barks instructions: turn right immediately, then raise sword to shoulder height. Movement speed multiplied by 5. Following the prompt perfectly, he spins around, raising his blade to block the Pavilion Master's fatal strike from behind. The old man's blazing hand radiates insane heat, engulfed in flames and ready to blow his back apart. He roars furiously. that crimson fiery palm burning just as bright as his violently glaring eyes. Right as that flaming palm art lands, use the minor origin art breathing technique from the one origin demon eradication. He lets that devastating blow smash right into his back. Fire erupts massively, trying to completely incinerate his flesh. Yet he doesn't even flinch. Gritting his teeth, he follows the system flawlessly, letting out only a muffled groan. He forces the minor origin art breathing exactly as instructed. Trust me, you're gonna love this crazy gamble. Even while burning alive at inhale, 4 of 100, spin his sword. He thinks briefly while accepting that insane system command. You and I are about to witness pure madness. He doesn't get the exact theory, but the trick is splitting his breathing into 10 parts, then having it again. Next, he uses the first origin demonic art. He gathers all the blistering heat from the Thai Hoang Pavilion Master's attack right into a single, highly concentrated point. His sword literally acts like a vacuum, absorbing the Pavilion Master's blazing flames. Every ounce of that fire funnels straight into the blade's tip, creating a blinding, fiercely burning radiance. Tuyet Huy grits his teeth. He pumps himself up silently, spinning around and violently swinging the burning sword out to the side. He focuses on breathing exactly as instructed. Using the blade, he controls the stubborn flames clinging to his body, redirecting that raging fire straight toward the target the system designated. 4 ounces deflect 1,000 pounds. That catastrophic fire has now completely transformed into his own personal weapon. Tuyet Huy controls the blast, unleashing it like a massive flamethrower. He aims dead straight at Hakbai standing nearby. Instantly, she is swallowed whole by an absolute ocean of fire. Those relentless, clinging flames wrap tightly around her body, refusing to let go. Her flesh is scorching, and her inner core and life force are burning away. Unable to endure the horrifying agony, she finally unleashes a blood-curdling, agonizing scream that echoes everywhere. That explosive strike is so unbelievably powerful that it destroys all the earth and stone in its path, reducing the entire area into a massive, ruined wasteland. Now, only tiny, fading sparks drift slowly through the empty air. Even our main character, the guy who brilliantly manipulated that massive strike into his own power to hit Hakbai, is completely stunned. His jaw drops open, and his eyes go incredibly wide in shock. He thinks back. When he was still at the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, he heard rumors of a sword technique that could steal an enemy's power. Could this be that move? By mastering the basic sword forms through proper footwork, you can wield any sharp weapon. You use 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds, so the weak can crush the strong. It is an ultimate technique that lets you use your enemy's terrifying power right against them. After completely wiping out Hakbai, the combat simulation phase finally ends. But deep down, a sliver of doubt remains in his mind. Did it actually work? But before he can even figure out what is happening, the Thai Hoang Pavilion Master violently grabs him by the throat. The old man's body is blazing with intense fire, matching the absolute fury boiling in his gut. The Pavilion Master growls, "You bastard!" In an instant, he lifts our guy right off the ground with literally zero effort. His breathing is cut off completely by a single grip. He chokes out a gasp of pure shock. The old man just snarls, glaring at him with bloodshot eyes and fiercely furrowed brows, radiating an absolutely monstrous level of blinding rage. His teeth are grinding together, thick veins popping out across his forehead. This is the very first time he has seen the old man this unimaginably furious. Here is where it gets crazy, so watch closely. Tuyet Huy is being roasted alive by the master's heat, gritting his teeth, jaw muscles bulging from a lack of oxygen. The mask he is wearing actually begins melting into a searing liquid right on his face. The pain is so blinding it makes Tuyet Huy dizzy. His skin is slowly incinerated by the boiling, melted plastic and the fire surging from the old man. Suddenly, the master freezes. His bloodshot eyes, full of killing intent, shake with absolute shock. He cries out in utter disbelief, yelling directly at him, because even while being crushed in agonizing torture, with his own body literally burning to a crisp, Tuyet Huy just flashes a cocky grin right back at him. It is the deeply arrogant smile of a true winner. As his mask completely melts away into nothing, his blazing red eyes are fully exposed, glowing with an absolutely unhinged madness. His voice rings out, super provoking. How is it? Are you feeling confused? But what can you even do about it now? Here is the reality. You can only stand there and watch your own subordinate die. So if we look at it this way, the one who abandoned their loyal servant is actually you. You and I knew that would strike a nerve, right? The master is driven completely insane by this. After all, taunting dangerous enemies is what he does best. The scorching firepower the master forces onto his body grows even more aggressively violent. The old man's eyes slant into a fierce glare, screaming furious curses at him. He calls him a royal bastard, even as his flesh, his clothes, and literally everything on his body are being painfully melted away by the relentless, agonizing heat of the old man's raging inferno. Yet that mocking, arrogant smirk on the corner of his mouth never fades away. It serves as the ultimate proof of the sheer disrespect he has for this powerful master. In the final, fleeting moments of this life, the last thing that hits his eyes is his own subordinate. Xich Tung, with a blood-covered face, is completely collapsed on the dirt. He has no idea if the guy is dead or alive, but one thing is certain: he is about to die right here by this wretched old man's hands. His bloodshot eyes glance over, wavering slightly and softening with genuine care, even while his entire body is currently being swallowed up by an intensely blazing fire. The system loads Chapter 4.5 of the Heavenly Realm 596. 5 lives remaining. Current objective: increase the squad leader's affection to the absolute maximum level. He dies again, only to snap awake once more inside the safety of his familiar resting room. So it worked. He successfully killed Hakbi, but then lost his life to the Taihong Master. After experiencing such a horrifyingly painful death, our main character is undeniably shaken to his core. His eyes snap wide open in pure terror, cold sweat drips down, his breathing rapid and heavy. His skin feels scorching hot, like that agonizing sensation of burning alive refuses to let go. The utterly sickening smell of his own roasted flesh still lingers hauntingly in his nose. Utterly terrified, Tuyet Huy hugs his own body tightly. That extreme heat from the demonic fire strike had spread through every single nerve. The pain was just completely unimaginable. This is the very first time he has endured such agonizing torture since he started rewinding time. Still, the strike worked and Hakbi is defeated. So what do you and I make of this? A brutal win. Curious, Tuyet Huy steps toward the mirror cabinet to check himself out. Let's dive in. He looks inside, staring right at those massive 5 points floating above his head. Seeing it, his stiff, terrified muscles finally relax. He lets out a massive sigh of relief. I mean, come on, how could anyone possibly one-shot a monster packing over 30 million combat power? No way. If he keeps leveling up, maybe someday he will actually pull off something that crazy. But right now, the power gap between them is just absolutely terrifying. Thinking about how helpless he is, he buries his face in his hands, totally frustrated. But then, a spark of raw determination hits him. Now is definitely not the time to fight that absolute bastard. He can't just throw his life away. After all, he already killed Hakbi and saw the Thai Hoang Pavilion Master's face twisted in pure rage. Honestly, that counts as getting half his revenge already. Here is where you and I need to pay attention. He needs an escape plan. First priority, get Xich Tung out safely. Tuyet Huy crosses his arms, tapping his foot as his brain races for a way to avoid clashing with that demon. The Thai Hoang Pavilion Master will definitely show up once he maxes out his subordinates' trust levels to the absolute peak. Then, the second that Pavilion Master arrives, all he has to do is teleport Xich Tung somewhere else. But suddenly, he freezes. He remembers a massive detail he completely overlooked. Wait a second, where is his sword? He whips his head around, scanning for that familiar weapon. I totally forgot to put it in the inventory box, he mutters. Tuyet Huy screams internally. It is not here. That wildly overpowered weapon he scored from Kan Ma? Our main character literally just left it behind at the battle arena by pure accident. You and I both know that pain, right? He flops backward onto the bed, grabbing his head with a loud groan of absolute regret. That precious sword, that incredibly sharp holy artifact, just let us jump right in. He lost a weapon boosting all stats. Can he ever find another replacement? Tuyet Huy grabs his head, sighing in pure frustration at his own absolute stupidity. But suddenly, a wild theory flashes through his mind, making him freeze completely in his tracks. Wait a second. Tuyet Huy shoots up, asking himself a massive question. Could he actually find that sword in the exact same spot where he lost it before? After all, he never obtained that weapon on his own. The Kan Ma gave him that sword, and he held on to it right up until he met the Tai Hoang Pavilion Master. If cause and effect remain unchanged, it should be exactly where he died. He must find Xich Tung anyway, so he might as well go check it. System prompt. Choose schedule for month 3, Heavenly Realm 597, 19/36. Stroll around the Death Spirit Squad captain's resting area. Instantly, Tuyet Huy is teleported to the tree near where Xich Tung was training, exactly like in his previous life. The second he arrives, he hears the intense sounds of hard work. Just like before, he walks closer to Xich Tung, who is completely focused on his heavy training. Right before he gets close, his presence is noticed. Xich Tung turns around in complete surprise and shouts out, "Oh, Captain, when did you get here?" Tuyet Huy just replies with a cold tone, "Just now." Xich Tung turns back with a smile, heavy sweat dropping from his exhausted face. He simply cannot help but let out a massive compliment. "Truly amazing. I could not even sense your aura." Tuyet Huy quietly stares at him, his expression exactly like his past life. He thinks to himself, this guy stayed loyal until the very bitter end. This was the absolute first time he ever received such heavy loyalty from a subordinate. His eyes immediately shine with deep, unhidden emotion. Xich Tung facing down the Thai Hoang Pavilion Master truly moved his heart. Our main character silently vows to keep this loyal man alive at absolutely any cost. Watch closely right here. This time, things actually change. Suddenly, Xich Tung nervously speaks up. "Oh, that is right, Captain. Please do not misunderstand me. But is this your sword?" Asking that, Xich Tung pulls out the exact sword Tuyet Huy dropped when the Thai Hoang Pavilion Master killed him. He is instantly stunned, while Xich Tung quickly explains to avoid any bad misunderstandings. "It sounds crazy, but you seemingly dropped it right here." Tuyet Huy cheers internally with pure hype. His wild prediction was absolutely on the money. Since cause and effect got twisted, his gear spawned exactly where he died. He happily grabs the legendary sword from Xich Tung, saying, "Actually, I came looking for this." Xich Tung replies, "Oh, I see." Just like in the past timeline, Xich Tung clearly looks super awkward standing in front of him. Hesitating, he asks the exact same question from his previous life. "Captain, can I ask you a quick question?" Tuyet Huy stays quiet for a second before answering, "Yeah, ask away." Everything plays out exactly like before, including how he handles it. System alert. You persuaded Xich Tung. His affection level is now maxed out. Squad 2 Captain affection level. Xich Tung, 100/100, increased by 20. Trust affection has reached maximum tier. From now on, unless a special event triggers, Xich Tung's absolute loyalty will not drop at all. You can now directly assign missions to him. Xich Tung's status information is completely finished. He repeats his past actions, but here is the pivot you and I were waiting for. He orders him to avoid the Tai Hoang Pavilion Master entirely. Xich Tung, head straight back to the classroom. Obviously confused by this super weird command, he immediately asks, "Wait, why the classroom? Do we have a new subject?" Tuyet Huy grips his shoulder tightly, his eyes showing absolute determination. Tuyet Huy uses a dead serious voice. "Stop asking questions. Just go there right now, only for today." Even though he is fully confused, Xich Tung perfectly obeys his captain's direct command. He says yes and heads straight toward the squad captain's classroom, exactly as our main character ordered him. Tuyet Huy watches Xich Tung slowly walk away, the corners of his mouth curling into a smirk. He is definitely suspicious, but with his trust maxed out, he will not resist my order. Perfect. Right after that, his expression instantly turns dead serious. Tuyet Huy shifts his gaze toward the exact spot where he fought the Tai Hoang Pavilion Master. He quickly climbs a tree to scout, immediately spotting that familiar figure in bright red robes, strolling down the exact same path from his past life. He is actually here. Keep searching all you want, but your prize is never going to spawn anywhere. Idiot. He tracks his every single step with a heavy, judging glare. Suddenly, the location selection board pops up. Where to go? Fourth Heavenly Demon Disciple Study or Black Tortoise Pavilion Backyard. He stares at the system window, letting out a huge sigh of relief. Ha! Looking at this screen, I survived. Now, where to go next? Crossing his arms, he analyzes the choices. The Black Tortoise Pavilion Backyard has a higher quest trigger chance than the study. That is where we pause. A day and a half quietly passes by. Stick with me, we are diving into an epic manhwa hunt under the moonlight, starting right on this dark roof. Tuyet Huy looks around, analyzing the entire area. This place is the Black Tortoise Hall backyard. Suddenly, heavy, rushing footsteps echo through the air. His attention instantly snaps straight ahead. The main character instantly ducks behind a nearby wall. Looking down, he spots someone running for absolute dear life. It is the third squad captain, Long Chen. He watches that desperate figure bolt past, guessing someone incredibly dangerous is chasing him. Black hair whips in the wind under the moon. That sword gauntlet burns bright red with pure demonic energy. And the chaser? Someone familiar. The exact person he already killed, costing him those massive 4 lives. It is Black Secret. Tuyet Huy stares at the scene below. Sheer panic and total shock plastered across his face. Hiding behind the brick wall, He is absolutely stunned watching this unfold. He never expected the chaser to be that evil old man's personal subordinate. He wonders why. Why target Long Chen? Then, he spots something else. The Supreme Emperor Pavilion Master appears calmly right behind her. His face? Cruel, twisted, and totally mocking. The main character screams internally, "The Pavilion Master!" Now watch closely, a system prompt pops up. Do you want to interfere? Help or just observe? No standing still this time. He makes his choice to help and moves closer. Long Chen covers his face, running like a total madman to escape Black Secret's deadly pursuit, panting heavily, exhaustion written all over him. He wonders unjustly, why the hell does she want me dead? What did I even do wrong? I have to escape. I am no match for her. Damn it. Why did I run into the Black Tortoise backyard? No training today, so literally 0 Shadow Corps members are around to help. Caught up in chaotic thoughts, a deadly sword aura slashes right at him. But with crazy agility, he ducks low. Dodging it, he grunts, staring at the energy blade that just sliced his long hair, gasping for air, veins popping everywhere. He silently calculates the distance to his terrifying opponent. So many sword auras from that far away? Something is very wrong here. She could easily kill him, but is holding back. She is just toying with her prey. Suddenly, the main character appears right behind Long Chen, jump-scaring him. He gasps loudly in pure shock, opening his mouth to yell something out. But the main character quickly clamps a hand over his mouth. Shushing him, a familiar figure stands there. He reveals his identity to calm him. It is the Death Spirit Captain. Long Chen immediately looks incredibly awkward. He stammers, "Captain, why are you here?" But Tuyet Huy instantly cuts him off completely. Glancing over his shoulder, Tuyet Huy snaps, "I will explain later. We need to move right now." Without hesitating, he grabs his collar. He yanks him forward violently. Long Chen lets out a yelp, jerked aggressively backward into the shadows. Heavy panting echoes in an empty alley. Tuyet Huy and Long Chen are hiding, totally drained from that intense chase. Long Chen still cannot process any of this, so he turns and desperately asks, "Captain, what is happening?" Tuyet Huy stays hyper-vigilant. You and I know she is close, but he just says there is 0 time to explain. She is coming. Seeing that his captain knows the female assassin, Long Chen nervously asks, "You know who she is?" Tuyet Huy answers bluntly, "Black Secret, the Supreme Pavilion Master's personal bodyguard." Hearing that insane title, Long Chen repeats it, absolutely terrified. The Pavilion Master? Tuyet Huy knows exactly what he is thinking and instantly confirms it. Yeah. Long Chen watches his captain strip, revealing a tight black undershirt, and blurts out, "Captain, what are you doing?" Taking off his clothes, Tuyet Huy commands him, "You take off your clothes too." Completely stunned, he stammers, "Captain." Tuyet Huy finishes tossing his top off and hands it over. He drops the crazy plan. "Swap uniforms with me right now. I will be the target." Hearing the wild decoy plan, he awkwardly strips off his outer layer, muttering, "Yes, sir." Deep down, he wonders, why the heck am I so embarrassed right now? Tuyet Huy watches Long Chen shyly undress, silently piecing together the real motive behind this massive manhunt. The Pavilion Master asked for my exact location right after meeting Red Pine. But since I told Red Pine to leave, he switched targets to Long Chen. There are many reasons, but the real target is me. He is threatening the Death Spirit captains to track me down, all while avoiding the Kun Demon's radar. Wiping out map clues. They swap clothes. Trust me, you and I aren't ready for what's next. Stick with me here. Long Chen looks at his captain, completely hesitating. Will this work? We look nothing alike. Shouldn't we just fight instead? But Tuyet Huy drops a brutal truth. What if the Supreme Pavilion Master shows up? If that happens, we are both totally dead. Reality suddenly hits Long Chen hard. RMC instantly activates his disguise art, morphing his face. His hair lengthens out. Tuyet Huy smirks and says, "Don't sweat the looks." He takes off the tiger mask. Right before our eyes, Tuyet Huy has perfectly copied him. He flashes a confident thumbs up, wearing the exact same face as the guy standing right there. Long Chen is so stunned his jaw literally drops. His naturally long face looks even longer now. He absolutely cannot hide his shock. "That is incredibly cool. Where did you learn that?" Tuyet Huy smiles easily. "Just picked it up." Seeing his captain sacrifice so much, guilt washes over Long Chen. "Sorry, Captain. I am totally useless." Tuyet Huy quickly reassures him. After all, it is his fault the Pavilion Master noticed Long Chen anyway. "Don't say that. I am your captain, the one leading all of you." Long Chen's eyes tear up. A small, genuine smile breaks across his face. "Thank you, sir." RMC grins with pure satisfaction. "Why? A system prompt just popped up. Max affinity reached. You have won his absolute loyalty. Affinity with Squad 3 Captain Long Chen increased by 20, hitting 100. Max trust achieved. From now on, unless something insane happens, his loyalty meter will never drop again. Now watch closely. You can assign him direct missions. Plus, you unlock his secrets, like why he visited the Black Turtle Courtyard, and combat simulation gets upgraded. Tuyet Huy stares at the glowing system window, completely confused. Wait, what does update even mean? He selects the option anyway. Boom, combat simulation is officially upgraded to level 2 right now. Acting like a literal machine controlled by the system, Long Chen immediately starts explaining how level 2 combat simulation works. Level 2 generates highly efficient tactical options, depending entirely on exactly how you want to use it. Speak your command, and the system simulates it. Fighting enemies, securing an escape route, or hitting a specific target. It adapts to any situation. Tuyet Huy smirks excitedly. Adapting to the situation and showing the ultimate path? Perfect. He stretches his muscles and orders. All right, let's go. Let's move out. Leave this place carefully. Long Chen instantly obeys the command, firing back a sharp yes. With instructions given, our MC leaps straight onto a nearby mansion roof to draw attention, scanning the area for hack by. He quickly spots her dark figure charging straight at his position at top speed. We all knew she would spot him, right? Time to start. System asks for simulation parameters. Having to make a manual choice like this? Tuyet Huy is honestly a bit panicked right now. Wait, no selection window? Thinking back, the system clearly said he literally had to speak his desire out loud. Tuyet Huy acts instantly, shouting out his exact wish right then. Show me how to escape from hack by. Analysis complete. Enemy captain located 1.3 kilometers away, drawing the guiding escape lines now. The space around him suddenly shifts into ultra-realistic video game graphics. The buildings look like digital wireframes programmed into reality. The enemy captain's position flares up with blinding light. Then, a bright red glowing line appears right before his eyes. Tuyet Huy stares at the red line. He has to follow this? Might as well test it out. He instantly uses his agile footwork, launching himself forward along those glowing red paths through the dark night. The line twists around in midair, stretching straight into the distance, perfectly guiding his every single step. The arrow over a temple roof points forward at first, but then suddenly dips, pointing straight down into the dirt. Still trusting it, he dives right down following that red trail, aiming at a crimson panel floating there. Form 4, Phantom Lightning. His foot slams the hard ground with absolute devastating force. Executing the footwork exactly as instructed, Tuyet Huy blasts forward, sticking tightly to that glowing red guiding line. He doesn't even know if hack by is still chasing, but for now, he just follows the path. It bends in perfectly calculated zigzags through the air, while a blazing red system panel tells him which footwork to use. Shadowless Demon God Step, Form 3. You'll love this. Alright, stick with me, you and I are jumping right into the escape of a lifetime. He instantly activates the third form, leaping across rooftops following that glowing red trail, totally drenched in sweat. The red line keeps acting as his guide, pointing straight to the roof across the street. Tuyet Huy doesn't hesitate and makes the jump. He lands perfectly on a glowing red circle, looking exactly like a pre-placed sniper target. Looks like the guiding system is finally done, and he has actually made it to the safe zone. Target destination reached. Still in his dragon form, Tuyet Huy is gasping for air, chest heaving after that absolutely insane chain of lightning-fast movements. Running for his life and spamming those high-level movement techniques back-to-back took a massive toll on his physical body. The strain is real. The members of the Death Snake squad standing right there completely panic at his sudden drop-in. They yell out, "What the heck is that? Who goes there?" Vo Tam steps right out of the crowd, his voice dropping an octave as he demands to know who he is and wants a name, but he gets zero response. Dead silence. He just stands there waiting for an answer. Right now, Tuyet Huy is completely focused on the absolute monster that was just hunting him. She closed the gap so fast and is standing right there on the opposite roof, but she doesn't attack. She just stands frozen, watching her ultimate target slip right through her fingers. Tuyet Huy locks eyes with her, totally on guard. His expression? Cold as absolute ice. A split second later, her entire presence just vanishes from the rooftop. The only thing left behind is a fading afterimage proving she was ever even standing there. Seeing that, our main guy finally drops his guard. He wipes the cold sweat off his forehead and breathes a massive sigh of relief. Vo Tam gets seriously ticked off by that attitude and barks out, "Hey, are you deaf? Do you really have a death wish or something?" Tuyet Huy seriously. Rop's seriously disguised technique entirely and casually says hi. He laughs. Yeah, I really don't want to fight you a second time either. Long time no see, Vor Quan. Tuyet Huy gives this awkward little wave while Vor Quan practically chokes on his own spit, yelling, Death Spirit Squad Captain. He turns to him with a super friendly smile, totally upfront about it. I only made it out of there alive because of you, man. Vor Quan has absolutely no clue what is happening right now, just blabbing out, what? Tuyet Huy is still smiling at him, face a little flushed from almost dying, when suddenly some crazy unseen force just violently sucks him straight up into the sky. It is a super familiar feeling, something he has been through way too many times before. A blink later, his vision shifts straight to the Thai Hoang Pavilion Lord. He sees Huckby standing next to the old man, who asks in pure disbelief, You lost him? You, the one assassin who literally never fails? Huckby stays completely silent, taking the scolding from the Pavilion Lord, while the old guy strokes his beard, muttering, Looks like this won't be easy. Catching this kid while staying off the radar is getting tricky. Fine, if it is going to be like this, we just use another method. His voice drops, and a seriously ruthless look flashes across his face. Now watch this carefully. Right at that exact second, our boy gets yanked back into his body, totally dazed. The location selection screen pops up right in front of his eyes again. Where do you want to go? The residence of the Heavenly Demon's fourth disciple. Tuyet Huy rubs the back of his neck, breathing a massive sigh of relief as he checks out the given location, muttering super softly to himself. Phew, looks like a good roll this time. He stares at the system window, his face turning dead serious as he calculates. So is this the final one? This has to be the last choice to boost his favorability with the squad captains. Besides, he literally only has one option left to pick from anyway. The fourth disciple of the Heavenly Demon's house. Fast forward 4 entire days, and heavy panting is echoing right in his ears. Through the blur, Tuyet Huy spots 2 figures, a guy and a girl, standing back to back. He gets curious and mutters out loud, Tieu Linh? Dieu Lum? Both of them are on maximum high alert, gripping their swords like their lives depend on it. They are breathing heavy, staring straight ahead. Turns out, they are completely surrounded by a super shady squad of people. These guys are rocking black cloaks, moving at blur-level speed, completely boxing the 2 of them right into the center. You and I both know this is bad news. Watching as a soul, he wonders who these guys are, and instantly, their insane status panels pop up. First guy, Thai Hoang Hidden Guard, number 1, 2.5 million HP, 2 million inner energy, super peak realm combat power. Guard number 2, 2.7 million HP and 1.4 million inner energy. Super peak realm combat power hitting near 4 million. The Thai Hoang Hidden Guards, an elite shadow squad handling only top secret black ops for the Pavilion Lord himself. Tuyet Huy is absolutely stunned reading that system description. His pupils shrink in pure horror, cold sweat literally dripping right down his jaw. The Thai Hoang Hidden Guards? He stares in shock as his own subordinates get backed into a corner, his mind screaming now that he knows exactly who they are. Why is a legendary organization he had only heard rumors about showing up here? Down below, Dieu Lam is aggressively shouting out threats at them. Where the heck did you creeps crawl out of? Do you even know whose territory this is? Meanwhile, Tieu Linh is totally exhausted, gasping for air. Her face is getting paler by the second. It is super obvious she can barely keep defending against this elite assassin squad. One of the assassins steps up and coldly says, That is none of your business. Just answer our question right now. Where is the Death Spirit, Captain? And that's where we leave it, you, and I know he is in serious trouble now. Alright, stick with me here, we are jumping right into absolute chaos. Hearing his name dropped, Duong Lam completely freezes, totally stunned. Tuyet Huy grits his teeth, bitterly cursing in his head. So I am their real target? Those Taihong assassins are like hungry leeches. Duong Lam refuses to give up anyone's exact location, or maybe he actually has no clue, so he furiously screams out, Damn it! How the hell are we supposed to know? The Taihong assassins are clearly used to this kind of reaction. They just draw their swords, smirking. As expected, words alone will not make you understand our point. Facing their absolutely ruthless and decisive attitude, Duong Lam just cannot hold back his furious curses anymore. Damn it, Lord Kunma suddenly called for us. So I really thought he was going to teach us some epic new martial arts or something. Hearing him complain, Tieu Linh quickly turns around and explains the brutal truth. This was their trap from the very beginning. We never actually received any direct orders, did we? Right at that moment, the enemies suddenly rush forward all at once, making them freeze in shock. They instantly drop their conversation and are forced to clash with the assassins. But obviously, being outnumbered creates a massive disadvantage, not to mention their raw power just is not on the same level. Even though both of them try their best to hold out, they are struggling heavily while completely surrounded like this. Tuyet Huy watches everything from the air, anxiety clearly written all over his face. He thinks to himself, just the two of them is not enough. They have zero chance. Right then, the quick choice system window pops up in front of him. What will you choose? Try fighting or wait a bit. Now watch closely here. The system actually shows up at the exact right time for once, leaving him completely stunned. But this time, he actually hesitates when forced to decide. Tuyet Huy stares at the system window, desperately wondering what the best choice could possibly be right now. Their target is me, but I do not want a repeat of what happened with Xich Tung. I cannot keep waiting around anymore. Finally, he chooses to fight. Tuyet Huy is instantly teleported onto a nearby tree branch. He stands proudly up there, looking down at the current situation, watching his two squad leaders fiercely fighting for their lives against the assassins. He draws his sword, getting ready to join in. Tuyet Huy leaps off, leaving the branch behind and diving straight toward one of them. A few assassins immediately notice his presence thanks to the shadow suddenly falling over the ground. The enemy looks up, only to find Tuyet Huy right in his face. Level 2 Combat Simulation Mode. How do you want to simulate? His pupils shrink wildly, neck veins bulging as he screams out. A way to annihilate every single Taihong assassin. Analysis is now complete. You will take 60% damage and inflict critical wounds on all Taihong assassin members. Beginning movement now. Tuyet Huy crashes into the ground, triggering a massive explosion that rips up the earth, turning the battlefield into an absolute storm of dust and debris. Glancing at the nearby assassin's totally shocked face, he thinks to himself, taking 60% damage makes me feel incredibly sick. While the enemy is still completely frozen in absolute shock, a razor-sharp blade slashes right at his neck. But to actually slaughter every single one of them, I definitely need the simulation's help. You saw that coming, right? Moving at lightning speed, he instantly decapitates a Taihong assassin the second he joins the fight. Seeing him appear out of nowhere and brutally kill their teammate, the other enemies furiously scream and charge right at him. Who the hell are you? He just calmly raises his sword, getting ready to strike. Tuyet Huy activates his Bach the Tu Ma Kong art, his blade unleashing a terrifying wave of freezing energy that sweeps straight through their bodies. Just one massive wide-range attack is more than enough to heavily damage the entire mob of Taihong assassins rushing him. Completely swallowed by the freezing aura, they let out painful groans and mutter in pure confusion. What the hell? Why are my movements so slow? But right after that, he immediately triggers his Vo Tam bow steps, gliding effortlessly and cleanly slicing right through their bodies. Their bodies literally seem to melt apart from the raw force he releases. Right then, another enemy swings his sword, charging at him with a savage roar. Tuyet Huy originally planned to spin and launch another blast at the crowd, but suddenly stops, giving him a cold, indifferent glare. Feeling totally annoyed, he thinks, I just took a huge step, so dodging is impossible. I just have to sacrifice one guy. Tuyet Huy spins around, accepting that the enemy's brutal slash will hit his shoulder. He lets out a soft groan as the intense pain hits, but in that exact second, he figures out how to crush his opponent. Tuyet Huy raises his weapon, letting an overwhelming sword aura completely coat the blade, preparing to strike the guy who just hit him. The enemy's eyes go wide with shock, veins popping as a blinding light erupts from his sword aura. Not Nguyen Tu Ma 9th form, Phian Kiem. He uses the exact same ultimate technique he once used against Hak Bi in his past life. His sword aura multiplies by 2, then 3 times, transforming into arrows of light that inflict massive damage all over the enemy's body. Blood explodes everywhere, painting the air a dark crimson. But do not blink, because right when you and I think he is safe, another enemy targets his exposed blind spot. While he is executing his sword technique, the guy lunges, viciously slashing his side. Alright, you and I are jumping right in. The sword drips red, proving that brutal strike actually landed. A deep gash instantly opens on his side, with fresh blood spraying out like heavy rain. He whips around and glares at his attacker with a fierce growl, neck veins bulging. In his head, he realizes so this is 60%. The guy who just attacked him jumps right up and turns his way. Meanwhile, Tuyet Huy, who is already badly injured, flinches slightly in pure shock. He quietly calms himself down. The simulation isn't over yet, so I must finish him. But right at this intense moment, Deja Lam suddenly calls out, completely cutting off his train of thought. Captain! But before he can even finish, our main character snaps his head over and shouts for silence. The guy jumps, staring blankly before stammering out a quick yes. Tuyet Huy grits his teeth, panting hard. He realizes he's their actual target, so he definitely can't risk exposing his true identity right here. But suddenly, a system notification pops up, dragging him straight down into absolute despair. Simulation failed. The movement steps don't match up at all. Tuyet Huy looks up at his enemy. That deadly aura blade is now inches from his face, and he cries out inwardly in total, crushing disappointment. Ah, damn it, I messed up big time. Pure terror completely washes over his face. Now pay close attention here. His pupils shrink wildly as he stares at the blade. He grits his teeth in anger, cold sweat barely starting to drop. Suddenly, that deadly sword completely halts right in front of him, leaving Tuyet Huy stunned. His jaw drops, staring at the bizarre phenomenon unfolding right before his eyes. Turns out, the attacker's body is suddenly twisting and totally warping. More accurately, it is bubbling up like he is being roasted alive from the inside out, radiating a truly terrifying heat. All of a sudden, his body explodes in a grotesquely unnatural way, triggering a massive shockwave that violently blasts our main character far away. Tuyet Huy skids hard across the dirt. He definitely took some heavy damage just by standing way too close to the explosion center. He struggles to steady himself, letting out a pained groan. Totally confused by the crazy scene in front of him, he wonders an explosion? Suddenly, a familiar old voice rings out, making our main character freeze absolutely dead in his tracks. His pupils shrink, showing pure, absolute shock. What a bunch of fools, actually daring to attack the hidden Shadow Legion. Tuyet Huy whips around in sheer panic toward the sound. Both of his squad captains also instantly go on high alert, completely unsettled by the sudden appearance of this demonic old man. The Thai Hoang Pavilion Master appears. It looks like he actually caused that human bomb, yet he stands there pretending he knows absolutely nothing. He openly curses the very subordinates he sent himself, calling them a bunch of worthless, despicable scum. Tuyet Huy screams internally in pure panic. Taihong Pavilion Master. Dieu Lam eyes the old man warily. And honestly, as someone from the hidden Shadow Legion, that cautious reaction makes perfect sense. He asks very cautiously, "Why exactly are you here?" The Thai Hoang Pavilion Master just gives a cold snort. He raises his hand, demonic energy swirling around it as he prepares to snap his fingers. You and I both knew this was coming, right? He snaps his fingers, making just a tiny friction sound, but immediately after, countless earth-shattering explosions violently erupt all at once. Every single one of his own men is blown to absolute pieces, leaving not even a scrap behind, right in front of our main character and his squad. Thick dust billows up with the flames, carrying a sickening smell of burnt flesh that makes everyone nauseous. Tuyet Huy stares at the ruthless old master, feeling a deep, chilling shudder inside. Is this bastard completely wiping out the evidence of those masked attackers? He definitely can't let anyone trace them back as his very own personal subordinates. Even knowing the Taihong Pavilion Master was always a complete scumbag, watching him brutally crush his own men like annoying mosquitoes proves he is a totally insane, unhinged monster. Worse still, he has the absolute nerve to casually ask, "Wow, that was dangerous. Are you guys okay?" He literally orchestrated this entire crazy theater act himself, and the darkest irony is that our heroes can't even expose him right now. Right at this moment, the old man's sharp gaze locks directly onto our main character, scanning him up and down. He finally speaks, and you, from what I have seen, you have some decent skills. Whose subordinate exactly are you? Realizing the old master has suddenly taken a weird interest in him, Tuyet Huy panics internally about his real identity getting exposed. He genuinely can't help but freeze up for a second. The pavilion master strokes his beard, his tone full of heavy sarcasm. This aura feels familiar. Have we perhaps met somewhere before this? Could you kindly take off your mask? Just consider it a proper greeting for the man who saved your life. His spine turns completely cold at that terrifying request. So this was the actual goal of his entire twisted show. He wants to force him out of hiding and expose his identity. What an absolutely cunning old fox. Tuyet Huy tenses up, facing the old man's mocking stare and that wildly amused smile. Meanwhile, Tieu Linh is just standing there, quietly watching him without saying a word. She secretly glares at the pavilion master with heavy suspicion. Seeing zero reaction from our boy, the old man instantly pushes harder. "Why are you not answering me?" Our main character is now completely backed into a dead corner. He can't just defy the old monster, but staying silent forever isn't an option either. He curses internally, "Damn it, what on earth should I do now? I can't even think of a decent way to refuse. I have to divert his attention to something else, or just run away. So what do you and I take from this?" Escaping this absolute monster is impossible, and even if I did, what happens to Tieu Linh and Du Lam? Let us jump right in. Our guy is stuck in a massive dilemma until a powerful presence steps in, warning that things have gone too far. Lord Kun Mo appears at the absolute most critical second. He stands right behind the Pavilion Master, wearing that same unpredictable, mysterious smile. Tuyet Huy freezes and calls out his name, Kun Mo. His sudden arrival completely wrecks the Pavilion Master's good mood. The old man looks visibly annoyed, literally gritting his teeth behind his beard. He shoots Kun Mo a glance filled with faint killing intent, but quickly covers it up, bowing his head respectfully just like his rank demands. So you are here. Kun Mo acts like he does not care, casually waving off the formal greeting. Meanwhile, Tuyet Huy, who just got saved by the skin of his teeth, secretly rejoices and thanks the heavens for this miracle. But suddenly, a system panel flashes on screen, revealing Part 3, the Pavilion Master's mind. Tuyet Huy stares at it in pure shock. In a flash, the scene shifts directly to Kun Mo's reception room, where he is drinking tea with the Pavilion Master. Now here is where it gets crazy. Neither of them realizes that our main character is actually watching this entire thing play out. Steam is still rising from the cups on the table, showing the tea was just poured. Kun Mo picks up his cup and gets right to it. A brawl happened outside my house. Care to tell me what went down out there? The old man lies smoothly without even blinking. It was really nothing much. Just some bastards hiding out inside the Shadow Guild, so I went ahead and cleaned them up for you. Kun Mo calmly replies. Oh really? The Pavilion Master takes a sip, answering without skipping a beat. Yes, quite coincidental. Kun Mo plays along. I see. Just like you said, quite coincidental. You asked to meet me privately somewhere else, and this happens right at our meeting time. Neatly exposing his lie, the old man stays perfectly calm. Exactly right. Kun Mo keeps sipping, openly pointing out every single suspicious detail. I need to investigate who those bastards were, and exactly why they showed up to attack my home. But suddenly all the evidence has been wiped clean. Staring down Kun Mo's knife-like gaze, the Pavilion Master stays quiet. He gives a dry laugh, acting like it was just an accident. His excuse is full of massive holes, but there is zero proof to trap him. Maybe I wasn't careful enough while helping the Shadow Guild. They took down the intruders, sure, but those guys might have still been breathing. I figured they might pull a deadly stunt before dying, so I acted a bit roughly. You and I both caught that, right? Kun Mo gently repeats his words. A bit roughly? So blowing people to absolute pieces is just acting slightly rough to this crazy guy. The Pavilion Master instantly doubles down. That is correct. But Lord Kun Mo knows my pavilion was infiltrated by spies recently, so my nerves have been a little bit on edge. He doesn't just cause chaos. He actively brings up the Shadow Guild spying on him just to subtly mock Kun Mo. And it gets worse. That fake apologetic bow is absolutely sickening. If today's incident upset you, please forgive me. Lord. The surface of the tea perfectly reflects the old man's incredibly dark, sinister expression. Without hard proof, Kun Mo obviously can't press the issue right now. He just brushes it off. Do not worry about it. Why should we sweat the small stuff? Speaking of which, why did you request this private meeting today? The old man cuts to the chase. Lord Death Demon asked me to pass a message. Hearing his first disciple mentioned, Kun Mo visibly freezes. His green eyes flash with ice-cold intensity, and his tone drops. What is it? The Pavilion Master places a single scroll on the table. I did not dare say it out loud, so I wrote it all down here. Kun Mo picks it up and reads the bold text. Withdraw everything that you are currently doing. He rolls the paper back up, his face darkening even more. He asks for confirmation. Did Senior Brother actually say this? The old man tests the waters, answering shamelessly. I merely wrote exactly what I heard. Kun Mo's voice goes dead quiet. Is that so? In a flash, that very same scroll gets returned in a much more violent way, smacked right into his pathetic old face. The scroll drops as the Pavilion Master stands there stunned. The polite hospitality? Totally gone, replaced by pure dark energy. Kun Mo's eyes are glowing with a deadly, piercing chill. He does not hold back. You say that, but if this is my answer, what will the Pavilion Master do? Getting humiliated like this, the old man's face hardens. Looks like he can't keep that shameless mask on his face any longer. Dead silence. Thanks to Kun Mo's aggressive move, the tension in the room is suffocating. So where does that leave us? Kun Mo drops all the fake manners, completely exposing the old man's thoughts. Well, feeling angry? Should I just go absolutely crazy and flip everything upside down? Let's dive right into this tense showdown. Don't tell me you haven't thought about it. This guy's martial arts aren't exactly unbeatable or anywhere near that peak tier. The Supreme Emperor Pavilion Master stayed completely silent. His face slowly darkened as Kunmo exposed his exact thoughts. Kunmo shot him an icy glare, letting out a cold smirk. It is fine. Just be completely honest. Look at that fragile body and totally average power level. Why is a weak punk like him causing so much absolute chaos right now? Honestly, isn't that exactly what is running through your head right now? The tea rippled softly, reflecting the master's face twisted and pitch black with pure, barely hidden rage. Kunmo was actually the weakest among all the Heaven Demon disciples. Besides his unique killer physique, he was completely outclassed by every single one of his fellow demonic peers. If we only look at the physical strength Kunmo showed, he was absolute prey for the Pavilion Master. So why on earth did he dare to act so incredibly arrogant right now? Kunmo just calmly sipped his tea, perfectly relaxed after expertly pissing off the Pavilion Master with those spot-on callouts. But when it came to official rank, the Pavilion Master was actually one level lower. So the old man swallowed his absolute fury and denied everything. How could someone like me dare insult you? This old man is simply carrying out his assigned mission. Seeing that fake mask still glued to his face, Kunmo immediately shot back with pure suspicion. Is that true? The Pavilion Master instantly confirmed it with a firm voice, putting on a perfectly respectful front. Yes, it is the absolute truth. When it comes to letters passing between the disciples of the revered Heaven Demon, how could I ever dare to interrupt? It looked like the old man feared that if he stayed, his boiling anger would literally choke him, so he wanted out. He stood up and neatly pushed his chair in. He kept explaining himself toward that piece of paper. For an old man like me to give a personal opinion right now would be completely out of line. My lord. He bowed down deeply in respect, then told him he would carefully organize Kunmo's reply and pass it straight along to the killing demon as requested. Kunmo stayed dead silent, just watching the old man's attitude. Watch closely here, because this is where the tension totally spikes. It was unclear if the old man was acting or just delivering mail. He turned to leave, but Kunmo ruthlessly cut him off. Have you found your missing item yet? The exact second he heard those words mentioned, the Pavilion Master instantly froze in his tracks, his already dark face turning even more absolutely terrifying. Kunmo bluntly exposed his real goal. You came all the way here looking for me just for that, didn't you? Just to see how much a bastard like me really knows. The Pavilion Master stood there in dead silence. Finally, letting his inner panic slip, he threw a nervous glance at Kunmo and played dumb. I really do not understand what you mean. But Kunmo sliced right through his lie, his voice as razor-sharp as his current icy stare. You really should not understand. Because the very second you figure it out, you will be the first to die. Absolute terror exploded in the Pavilion Master's chest, but he kept his face completely blank, only glaring at Kunmo with a highly suspicious look. You and I both know he's playing with fire now. Kunmo kept throwing wild provocations right at the master. Do you know why I haven't submitted that evidence yet? The strongest blade is way more terrifying in its scabbard than when it is actually swung. The Pavilion Master instantly broke out in a cold, nervous sweat. It seemed he completely lost his usual ability to smoothly counter those sharp words, totally helpless as he just stammered out, "Lord Kunmo?" But Kunmo brutally interrupted him yet again. And this time, no more mysterious, knife-like hints, just a straight-up savage insult right to his face. Are you completely brain-dead? You better watch your manners and your attitude right now if you do not want an early grave. His eyes suddenly flared with a terrifying, demonic red glow, narrowing dangerously as he stared the master down in a final, deadly warning. The Pavilion Master could only stand there in complete, defeated silence. He stayed completely mute even as he finally bowed in respect, clearly totally out of moves and words. He quickly spun around and escaped the room, leaving Kunmo casually enjoying his hot tea, just watching the old man's retreating back slowly disappear. He definitely never expected someone like Kunmo to have such a lethally sharp tongue. The guy was absolutely enraged, his face twisted so bad it was barely even human anymore. His pupils flared with pure hatred, teeth grinding incredibly hard as he desperately choked back the massive killing intent begging to erupt. But honestly, Kunmo seemed absolutely thrilled by all this chaos. He just kept sipping his tea, entirely relaxed and in an incredibly fantastic mood. As that memory faded, his consciousness instantly snapped back to reality. Tuyet Huy realized he was lying right in a bed, the massive slash on his shoulder already carefully bandaged up. Duel and Tieu Linh rushed over the second he opened his eyes. Duel cheered with pure joy. "Captain, you are finally awake." Tuyet Huy stayed quiet for a moment, just feeling out his body's current physical condition. Then he finally spoke up, asking what exactly happened here. That was when he noticed he was in the infirmary, and Duel quickly explained the whole crazy situation. You suddenly collapsed out of nowhere, so we rushed you straight to the clinic. Tuyet Huy instantly asked back, absolute disbelief in his voice. I collapsed? Duel Lam answered with total certainty. Yes. The wound was pretty deep, but the doctor said the treatment went perfectly, so you will be totally fine. Wait, what? Makes you think, right? Tuyet Huy quietly pondered. Let us dive right into this crazy moment. After watching that chat between Kun Ma and the Pavilion Masters, he totally blacked out. Suddenly, a wild system notification popped up, shocking him. Yao Lin and Xiao Ling's favorability levels both increased. Squad 1 leader Yao Lin jumped 20 points, hitting 100. Squad B leader Xiao Ling's trust increased by 10, reaching 90. They are very close now. Yao Lin's favorability had completely maxed out, and yet, someone with naturally high favorability like Xiao Ling turned out to be the absolute hardest person to actually gain trust from. He looked at his two subordinates. Their eyes were practically sparkling with pure gratitude as they watched him. He hesitated, asking, "Are you guys okay?" Yao Lin was quick to reply, "We are totally fine. Luckily, we took no serious damage." Xiao Ling chimed in right after, "If Captain arrived any later, we would probably be dead on the ground." Hearing that, Shui Hui just smiled, looking completely satisfied. Right at that exact moment, Yao Lin suddenly brought up the tiger mask our main character was wearing. "And do not worry, we did not take your mask off either, I swear on my very life." Shui Hui quickly touched his face, only just realizing that his tiger mask was actually still on there. He sighed, "Ah, thank you so much, Yao Lin." The guy immediately replied, "Yes, Captain." Then Shui Hui gave an order, "Can you leave me and her alone for a minute?" That random request left them both totally confused. Even though he was suspicious and on guard, Yao Lin nodded in agreement. He shot Xiao Ling a worried glance and replied, "All right then." With just the two of them left in the room, Shui Hui sat up, facing Xiao Ling. She was the final target in the Death Spirit squad he needed to conquer. Xiao Ling spoke first. "What exactly do you want to discuss?" Our main character hesitated for a second, letting out a soft, low hum from his throat. "Now watch closely. This is huge." He proactively pulled off his mask right in front of her, revealing his true identity. Xiao Ling was left absolutely stunned. Shui Hui brushed back the hair falling over his forehead, letting out a really heavy sigh. Xiao Ling did not look entirely horrified. Maybe she had vaguely guessed the truth during that previous disaster with the Death Squad. She gasped out loud, "So it really is you?" Shui Hui just smiled, calmly accepting her reaction. "Yeah, you probably figured it out a while ago. The servant working at the Tianri Inn. That stupid, weak guy." Even though she had her suspicions, she still could not help but be completely shocked by his spectacular, mind-blowing transformation. She asked in total disbelief, "Why are you here now?" From that place, but the guy immediately cut her off. "You must be confused, right? But by some crazy stroke of luck, I discovered the Thai Hoang Pavilion Master's weakness, and that is how I caught Lord Kun Ma's eye. After that, I was taught martial arts and assigned here." Xiao Ling still had her guard up, probing him. "What exactly are you plotting?" Seeing that reaction, the main character silently thought, "Yeah, it is hard to believe. A lowly martial artist turning into a powerful squad leader?" Shui Hui gave a light, casual smile and replied, "Plotting? Well, if I did not have some kind of scheme, I would not be here, right? I would not have been picked by the fourth disciple, and I wouldn't have joined his weakest unit, the Death Spirit Squad." Xiao Ling stayed quiet. "You and I know he is playing games." He did not answer, pushing the question right back. "So go ahead. Tell me what that reason is." Xiao Ling stayed silent for ages. Looking at her, he silently guessed she could not come up with anything. Why come here when he already had the means to grow stronger? Shui Hui was the one to finally break that heavy silence. "I have a reason to be here." Xiao Ling instantly fired back. "And what is it?" He did not beat around the bush. He stated his true motive to get stronger. His eyes were burning with absolute determination, and the corners of his lips curled into a confident smirk. He told her, "Someone once said to me, get stronger so we can escape this hellish place together." Xiao Ling was instantly floored by those words. She gasped in absolute shock. "What do you mean?" Shui Hui's voice dropped low, his face completely deadpan. "I will endure this hellish place with everything I have, alongside you and the squad leaders. I am going to survive together with everyone." His eyes were practically glowing with unwavering resolve. He stared right at Xiao Ling, who was completely panicked and confused. Right then, another system pop-up appeared, making his eyes waver. Xiao Ling's favorability had just gone up. Squad 4 leader Xiao Ling hit 95. A 5-point increase. They were very close. She sat down beside him, grabbing her head. Honestly, it is hard to believe you. I really thought you had some kind of twisted dark motive going on. Let me sit down. Shui Hui glanced over. Yeah, I get it. But inwardly, he sighed. Still not enough for her complete trust. Huh? Xiao Ling started questioning him again, her voice turning razor sharp. Then why did you come here? With your insane skills, you could have easily gone to a much safer, better place. Our future is obvious, but you still came. You have a plan, right? So what do you and I think? He definitely has something wild up his sleeve. All right, stick with me here. She is asking for a reliable helper, or maybe news about someone who might actually join his struggling faction. Hearing her razor-sharp deductions, Tuyet Huy literally shivers. He is completely blanking. He has absolutely zero answers for the points Tieu Linh just made. From the very beginning, he threw himself into this hellhole completely empty-handed. His only backup plan was putting blind faith in that weird system interface. A trustworthy helper? A solid plan? Yeah, those definitely do not exist. Tuyet Huy fidgets awkwardly, trying to stall for time, and stammers out, well, that is because I... Right at that moment, Du Lum bursts through the door from outside, yelling out loudly, Captain! Lord Khon Ma has arrived! Hearing the name of such a high-ranking powerhouse drops like a bomb. Both Tuyet Huy and Tieu Linh jump up in absolute shock. Khon Ma steps inside, and there is no way they can stay seated. They immediately jump up to bow, greeting him respectfully. Lord Khon Ma nods, saying, I heard the situation was incredibly dangerous back there. Tuyet Huy quickly apologizes, forcing his pride aside. He says, I let you see my pathetic weakness. I am truly sorry, sir. But Khon Ma just laughs it off. He pats his shoulder, assuring him that if things went exactly as the Thai Hoang Pavilion Master wanted, they would not have sent those elite experts anyway. You did an excellent job. He pulls out 2 glowing green pills and hands them over, telling him to take them. A system alert pops up. You have received the Anak Dung Huan. Description incoming. A premium ginseng-based pill, shaped like a tiny marble. But get this, it actually has a literal human face etched right onto it. It massively boosts health and internal energy reserves, while also packing some seriously insane healing properties. He accepts it respectfully with both hands, his eyes absolutely sparkling with pure excitement, as Khon Ma continues his explanation. This will help heal your internal injuries, and it also comes with some other hidden benefits. You have worked very hard. Tuyet Huy does not hesitate for a second. He accepts the incredible gift, bowing his head in deep gratitude. Now watch this. Someone suddenly slams the door open, cutting him off mid-sentence and completely startling both him and Lord Khon Ma. It is an old guy, rocking a wild silver-gray beard and matching hair. He rushes in completely frantic, immediately asking Tuyet Huy where he is hurt and if it is serious. Tuyet Huy has absolutely no clue who this old man is. Totally confused, he asks straight up, Who exactly are you, and why are you looking for me? Right then, Khon Ma drops a massive lore bomb, revealing the old man's true identity. It is Elder Bach Luong. At that exact moment, he spots a very familiar red-haired figure standing right behind the elder. His mind practically blue screens with complete shock and disbelief. It is Vo Tam. The elder charges straight at him, completely ignoring Khon Ma, who is literally still asking, Elder Bach Luong, what brings you all the way out here today? He grabs our main character's hand, looking incredibly emotional, and asks, Are you Tuyet Huy? Faced with this sudden intense warmth, our guy panics for a split second, hesitates, and then awkwardly confirms, Yes, that is me. Elder Bach Luong lets out a booming laugh. Is that so? Ho ho ho, this old man is late with introductions. You helped me out big time with my absolute trash of a disciple. And yet, I still have not personally thanked you for it. I have been extremely busy lately, so please forgive my terrible manners. Let us take a look. Looks like some surface wounds, but with proper treatment, you will be back to full strength in no time. You have a tough body. Tuyet Huy flashes an awkward smile and humbly replies, Yes, sir, I got pretty lucky. You and I both know how awkward this gets, right? Meanwhile, Khon Ma just stands there silently watching this chaos. Elder Bach Luong is so hyper-focused on our MC that everything else fades into the background. Only just now does he finally realize Khon Ma is literally standing right there and steps up to greet him. I was totally oblivious to my surroundings. Lord Khon Ma, please forgive my terrible lack of manners just now. Khon Ma replies with a gentle tone. Honestly, he seems pretty used to being treated like he is completely invisible, so his reaction is totally natural and chill. It is completely fine, Elder Bach Luong. Though honestly, that is kind of a sad reality for someone as strong as Khon Ma. He smoothly follows up, asking, Even so, if possible, Could you explain to me what exactly is going on here? The elder's face instantly turns super awkward and flustered. Elder Bach Luong clears his throat. Oh, right. Well, last time, Tuyet Huy helped me out with a few issues regarding my absolute failure of a disciple. Tuyet Huy forces a stiff smile, making eye contact with Vo Tam, who is standing completely at attention, all while Tieu Linh watches this entire exchange looking totally confused. The elder continues, and honestly, that matter is a bit too private, so please forgive me for not spilling all the juicy details right now. Long story short, thanks to Tuyet Huy, I finally managed to track down this absolute bastard of a disciple. I also want to sincerely thank Lord Khon Ma. Getting direct thanks from a high-ranking elder like him makes Khon Ma a little shy. He waves it off, saying, "Oh, it is nothing. Anything involving Elder Bach Luong, I will do whatever it takes to support you. Having my totally incompetent subordinate be useful to you is truly an honor." But Elder Bach Luong instantly objects to that. Incompetent? Are you kidding me? You have a genuinely outstanding subordinate right here. You are just being way too humble. It seems this old man finally understands exactly why the great Lord Tien Ma chose you as a disciple. Hearing that drops Khon Ma's jaw. The normally super calm powerhouse freezes up entirely, totally short-circuiting as he stammers out a response. Is that so? Catching that reaction, our main character looks at Khon Ma's face, which is literally glowing with pure joy. He cannot help but think about the massive weight of an elder's praise. So what do you and I make of this? Even masters love a compliment. Trust me, you and I are about to see exactly why Elder White Soul is such a big deal. In the demonic cult, he is known for insane patience and absolute willpower. Until now, the upper brass only cared about 3 specific disciples. They completely ignored Khon Ma. Not a single elder ever gave him a passing glance. Khon Ma must have been absolutely starving for validation. So when Elder White Soul suddenly shows up at his shadow squad just to praise his men, that is a huge power play. Out of nowhere, the legendary elder checks in on his current situation. He says he heard Khon Ma has been struggling lately. Khon Ma just smiles. No point hiding the truth now, so he flat out admits it. Yeah, things have been pretty rough. But then Elder White Soul drops an absolute bombshell of an offer. He tells him to report any impossible missions directly to him. He promises his old bones will personally step in to help him out. Khon Ma freezes. His pupils shrink in pure shock. He completely loses his cool and stammers out, asking what exactly he means by that. The elder just smiles warmly. No hidden riddles. He tells him to just take his words at face value. Tuyet Huy, the guy who orchestrated this whole meeting, realizes something huge. Elder White Soul is famous for staying neutral. He has never picked a side in the cult before. Is this guy really gonna back Khon Ma with 0 conditions? Did Khon Ma just secure his very first elder-level supporter? Absolutely wild. Now pay attention, because here is where the system completely shifts gears. A sudden notification pops up, leaving him totally wide-eyed. Tieu Linh has reached maximum trust. 4th Squad Leader Tieu Linh, affection maxed out at 100. Trust level increased. From now on, her loyalty will never drop unless something crazy happens. He just unlocked the ability to hand her direct missions. That is a major upgrade. He stares at her, completely clueless. Her affection just maxed out, and he literally has not even done anything yet. All Death Squad commanders have reached maximum trust. The system states he can now set daily schedules for the 4 of them: Dulam, Xich Tung, Long Chan, and Tieu Linh. Right now, she is looking at him with absolute shock and pure blind faith. Her beautiful eyes are suddenly red and tearing up. Khon Ma quests unlocked. Their skills and entire livelihood now depend entirely on him, Lord Tuyet Huy. Facing her intense gaze, he can only manage an awkward smile. He gives her a quick thumbs up and laughs it off like it is no big deal. Haha, having made his intentions crystal clear, Elder White Soul decides not to overstay his welcome. He bids Khon Ma a polite farewell and prepares to leave. I will take my leave now. Lord Khon Ma does not try to stop him, just giving a quiet nod. But right as the elder steps away, he suddenly remembers something. Oh right, Captain Tuyet Huy. The old man walks right up to our main character, throwing out a suggestion that instantly sparks his curiosity. Could this shameless old geezer actually be asking him for a favor? He grabs his disciple Vo Tam by the collar, looks awkwardly at the captain, and hesitates. Then he finally drops it. Can you take my disciple as your subordinate? Tuyet Huy just blurts out a confused yes. I know what you and I are thinking. A free, overpowered disciple? What is the catch? His eyes tremble at the crazy offer. The system instantly logs the elder's question. A prompt appears. Do you accept Vo Tam as your subordinate? Accept or decline. Tuyet Huy stares at the floating text, clearly hesitating. He glances over at Vo Tam, who is cautiously peeking back at him. Time to secretly check his status window. Vo Tam, head disciple of White Soul, peak realm, 1 million health, 12 million internal energy, and 2.8 million raw combat power. Wow, this guy's stats got a massive boost. It has been about a year, right? The first time he met this guy, he only had 400,000 health and 1 million combat power. Accepting this actually sounds like a massive win. Elder White Soul clearly values paying off his debts. If he does the Elder a solid right now, the future payoffs are going to be absolutely insane. Plus, having a powerhouse like Vo Tam around will definitely be super useful. In the end, he decides to just go ahead and accept the offer. Hearing that exact answer, the awkward tension on the Elder's face vanishes, instantly replaced by pure joy. He lets out a loud laugh. Thanks. If it is Captain Tuyet Huy, I know you can easily handle this absolute troublemaker of a kid. Just make sure to be extremely strict with him. Our main character forces a smile and waves the guy over. But the crazy rewards do not stop there. Aside from dumping his strongest disciple on him as a minion, Elder White Soul wants to give him a physical item too. He says he wants to gift him something special, asking if there is anything he specifically needs. Instantly, the system window pops up with a massive list of legendary treasures to choose from. The Elder's gift pool is making our guy's eyes completely light up. What do you want to receive? Elixir, weapon, armor, or shoes? He rubs his chin, thinking hard. Which one of these is going to be the absolute best? They all look so incredibly tempting. He can probably skip the weapon since he already has a solid sword. His health and internal energy are low, so the elixir sounds great. But shoes have literally never appeared before. Coming straight from Elder White Soul, these are definitely not your average boots. If their value matches a god-tier elixir, then it is settled. Let's just go with that. Who knows when an opportunity like this will drop again? He finally locks in the shoes. So what do you and I take from this? Never ignore free loot. The Elder looks super satisfied, pulls out a pair of boots, and happily says he expected this exact choice. System alert, you obtain the True Cloud Sea Shoes. Stick with me here, this item is insane. Crafted by the Dongdu tribe from beast leather, these cloud-patterned beauties literally cancel out special skill requirements. Tuyet Huy just stares at them, his eyes practically sparkling. His cheeks are flushed red, mouth wide open in pure shock. Bypassing skill requirements is huge. Once everything is settled, the Elder waves goodbye to our main character and heads out. I'm really looking forward to your future, Captain Tuyet Huy. He immediately replies back. Yes, sir. As soon as the Elder leaves, Vo Tam awkwardly greets his real master. Please take good care of me, Lord Kanma. He notices him and just brushes it off. Yeah, no need for formalities. Elder Bach vouched for you, so just act naturally. Then he turns back to our main character. With a bright face and a totally warm, smiling tone, he tells Tuyet Huy, I really need to say this, don't worry about all that other stuff. You did an amazing job. Even in the places where I couldn't see you fighting, I am incredibly proud of you. Hearing that massive praise from Kanma, Tuyet Huy smiles, eyes sparkling even brighter. Our boy doesn't say a word back, just bows his head deeply to show genuine gratitude. Time flies by. He spends 24 days resting in the Hidden Shadow Group's healing center. Day 7, recovering health and internal energy. Day 8, recovering his health and internal energy. Day 9, still steadily recovering both stats. Fast forward to day 25, health and energy fully restored. He finally heads back to his own place. His terrifying injuries are completely healed now, and right now, he's just chilling in his room as usual. Tuyet Huy opens his eyes, still looking a bit dazed. He flops backward onto his bed, sighing in pure relief. Ha, finally done with that. Honestly, that whole ordeal was totally creepy and overwhelming. He really needs to think things through. Now watch closely. Suddenly, remembering something, he shoots up. Forget the shoes and elixirs for a second, he needs to check this first. The Jade Face Pill. He pulls out the green immortal pill that Kanma gave him. Just like the description said, it literally has a human face on it. It looks absolutely terrifying, but to our crazy MC, he thinks it's adorable. He laughs out loud. Haha, up close. This thing is actually quite cute. Should I just eat it right now? He uses 2 pills. While absorbing them, his internal core instantly flares up with blinding light. His entire body gets wrapped in pure immortal aura, radiating straight outward from his energized core. Tuyet Huy's health and internal energy spike massively. Health jumps 490,000 to 1.2 million. Internal energy jumps up 830,000 to 2 million. Staring at his new status board, he can't hide his excitement. His eyes glow red. His pupils absolutely sparkle. Tuyet Huy can't help but cheer out loud. Finally hit the 1 million mark. So, what is next? True cloud shoes. He slips on the gear from Elder Bach Honorable. Instantly, a system alert pops up. Remove special skill limit. Which part to abandon? Wind God N middle A. 4.5 times speed. Tuyet Huy stares excitedly at the system window, laughing inwardly. Ha ha! So it works like this? You and I both know the Wind God skill always glitched out or failed halfway, right? If he can delete the most annoying part, it's a total no-brainer. He looks at the system window displaying all the removable parts of the Wind God technique, whispering quietly. He immediately decides to delete the charging motion, removing the Extreme Demonic Arts special requirement entirely. Wind God down left 45 degrees A, 4.5 times speed. Tuyet Huy looks at the brand new motion sequence and gasps. Nice, this is way easier. Wasting 0 time, he throws his window open and heads straight outside. Let's test this bad boy out right now. He vaults out the window, landing smoothly on the ground. Tuyet Huy stands on the grassy lawn outside. He regulates his breathing to execute the martial art flawlessly. Prep done, the MC opens his eyes, a deadly serious look crossing his face. He shifts his head exactly to the new Wind God formula, tilting his head left, then dropping it down, then angling left 45 degrees and finally A at 4.5 speed. He smiles wildly as raging storms wrap his fist. Wind God fist. Right where his devastating punch just connected with the air, a massive sphere of energy erupts and sweeps forward. It brings a violent thunderstorm, ready to crush absolutely everything in its destructive path. When the energy sphere finally clears, the ground is completely leveled. Nearby trees are blown into tiny splinters, leaving pure wasteland behind. It looks terrifyingly brutal, but seeing the pure destruction, he just laughs out loud, thrilled. Haha, so this is what the fist version feels like? That is one dangerously powerful attack. He clenches and relaxes his hand, still feeling the lingering aura of the Wind God's power. He evaluates it. The Wind God sword is definitely sharper. So what do you and I take from this? The Wind God fist drops massive wide-range damage. If he masters both styles without limits, he'll absolutely obliterate stronger enemies. Thrilled with the upgrade, he lifts his new shoes up. Alright, stick with me here, you are about to see a game changer. He chuckles stiffly, saying, removing just one basic piece makes these shoes a complete life-changing treasure. Planting his hands on his hips, he bursts into loud laughter at his awesome new self, muttering, if I just keep boosting my combat power and growing, the day I crush the Thai Hoang Pavilion Master is honestly not far off. Ha ha ha. But suddenly, his laughter fades into dead silence. Tuyet Huy is completely confused, thinking to himself, why in the world is he suddenly feeling so incredibly anxious right now? These crazy new powers and fate-changing treasures have absolutely made him stronger. But why does he feel so empty the further he pushes ahead? This heavy unease feels exactly like he has forgotten something super important. Is everything really going to be okay? Tuyet Huy quietly questions himself in the dark. But honestly, even he cannot come up with a solid, confident answer. Stepping forward in silence, he realizes he has no master and absolutely no guide on this path. Right now, there is only harsh reality staring him down. He stares at the total destruction he just caused, his eyes totally empty. Is there actually some higher purpose he is fighting for, besides just surviving another day? Could he ever become a beast like that guy, AI? The one who constantly pulls off the wildest, most unexpected moves. He literally crushed enemies who were supposed to be completely unbeatable. Now pay close attention here. Watching AI fight way above his tier, he wondered what kind of insane training it takes to get that strong. How do you even get combat power like that? What is AI's true identity anyway? But honestly, just chasing these life-changing opportunities right in front of him is keeping him busy enough. He drops down onto a shattered tree trunk, eventually just slumping onto the ground. Right now, this is his absolute peak strength. He does not even know when a brutal defeat or sudden death might just crash down on him. Living inside Aulava and thinking about all that, he cannot help but sigh deeply beneath the magical full moon shining everywhere. Tuyet Huy quietly tells himself to just focus on the present moment first. Our main character looks up at the glowing moon. That moon looks so striking against the pitch-black sky, even while shining all alone. He reminds himself that he absolutely has to keep pushing forward. He needs to boost his team's power, and whether it takes divine elixirs or rare treasures, he must get stronger at any cost. He needs to go even further. Will he finally be able to see them? Those hidden things that are completely invisible to him right now. His eyes sparkle, practically reflecting the moon itself, while his face drops slightly and his lips press together in pure determination. Right at that exact moment, someone steps out, spots him sitting on the ruined wreckage, and immediately asks, "What kind of crazy stuff are you practicing now?" Tuyet Huy glances up, catches that familiar face, and immediately asks in surprise, "Vu Quan, why are you here?" The guy grabs his golden hat and gets straight to the point. "I came to check on you. Feeling better?" Tuyet Huy rubs the back of his neck and replies, "Yeah, the wounds are totally healed, thanks. You actually came even though you are busy." He just answers, "Even busy. I gotta visit a fellow cultivator. We are walking the same path after all." Hearing that, Tuyet Huy chuckles and totally agrees. "Ha, you are totally right." Vu Quan walks over, sits beside him, politely takes off his hat, and asks, "So I heard those intruders were Thai Hoang Pavilion Master's lackeys. Is that true?" Hearing those words, Tuyet Huy looks visibly bummed out. He lowers his head and sighs. "Well, I cannot deny it." Vu Quan just hums thoughtfully, bringing up the Shadow Guild's real attitude toward that old devil. Last time, every single Shadow Guild member assigned to track the Thai Hoang Pavilion Master was completely wiped out. I know exactly what you are thinking. Revenge time, right? Honestly, since the bridge is burned, if the entire Shadow Guild teamed up, taking that bastard out would not even be that hard. The real headache is the massive squad surrounding him. Tuyet Huy looks super confused and asks about his inner circle. Vu Quan just calmly replies, "You know exactly who. The other pavilion master's on his side." He instantly remembers Ngo Tien Giak Tu and lets out a soft ah, showing he completely gets what Vu Quan is saying here. After catching up and checking on him, the guy does not hang around too long. He stands up, puts his hat back on, and waves. "All right, seeing you are totally fine, I am heading out." Our main character stands up to see him off, saying, "Hey, thanks for coming by." Tuyet Huy watches Vu Quan walk away, only letting his guard down once he fully disappears. He rubs his neck, sighing hard before muttering, "Man, the 5 great pavilion masters are a bunch of annoying bastards. Whatever, I will just save my progress and survive first. Forget this broken wood, I will just let Thak Dao handle the cleanup." A prompt appears. "Do you want to save?" Heavenly Realm, Year 595, Chapter 2.1, 3 Life Choices of the Ghost. Heavenly Realm, Year 95, Chapter 3.8, Becoming the Crucial Fighter for the Ghost, Year 1 in the Rapid Growth Extra Phase. Heavenly Realm, Year 97, Chapter 4.5, Maximizing the Affinity Level of the Squad Captains to the Absolute Peak. Heavenly Realm, Year 95, Chapter 2.1b, The Ghost's Life Choice. Heavenly Realm, Year 95, Chapter 3.8, Becoming the Crucial Fighter for the Ghost, Year 1 Rapid Growth Extra in the Heavenly Realm, Year 97, Chapter 5, Part 3. Thai Hoang Pavilion Master's thoughts, successfully saved. He sits on his bed, staring down at the system window, letting out a thoughtful hum. So what do you and I take from this? The Thai Hoang Pavilion Master's thoughts? Remembering the crazy scene before he blacked out, he realizes that Old Master was completely humiliated by the ghost. Stick with me here. He remembers that epic clash and mutters, he won't let this go easily. But right now, his hands are tied. He just needs to focus completely on what he can actually control first. Tuyet Huy pushes all that heavy stress aside. He crashes onto his bed, slowly shuts his tired eyes, and drifts straight into sleep. Morning comes in a flash, and just like always, the glowing schedule panel pops up right before him. Select schedule for April, Heaven Year 97. Complete the assigned mission alongside your squad captains. New ghost mission, arrange the rookie schedules, or lock in the martial artist quest. He literally gasps out loud. The options totally shifted. Basic training and walking around are gone, replaced by 2 weird new choices. He taps the system window, testing the waters. Should he check it? Complete the main mission with the squad captains, or take the new ghost quest? But a glaring red warning flashes, making his eyes go wide. Warning: accepting the ghost quest burns up your remaining 17 months completely. After that, you are forced straight into the main storyline. Tuyet Huy stares at the system screen, totally shocked, and yells out, "What? Do you wish to proceed? Accept or decline?" He glares nervously at the floating text, thoroughly confused and questioning everything in his head right now. Main story? No way. Tuyet Huy instantly smashes that decline button without hesitating. He exhales hard, wiping cold sweat from his panicked face, muttering, "Phew, almost ruined everything because I was too curious." He thinks to himself, "Man, I seriously almost threw away a whole year and a half just testing a random button." Now pay close attention, because jumping into the main story officially ends his training arc. He needs to max out his remaining time, so our guy picks the subordinate schedule. Instantly, the schedule panel for his crew pops up. What mission do you want to assign? Solo training, private coaching, searching for personal gear, the martial artist quest, or target assassination? Tuyet Huy rubs his chin in deep thought, eyeing the screen. 4 completely different command types here. He calculates the odds. To clear that ghost mission, his subordinates desperately need a major power boost. That means a ton of grinding ahead, but the clock is still on his side. Let's knock all this out at once. You have successfully assigned the self-training mission to your subordinates. Honestly, the results from solo grinding and private coaching over these past 7 months are insane. The squad's status panels show massive upgrades. Duel, Captain of Squad 1, Peak Realm, health at 1.5 million out of 1.6 million. Internal energy up 100,000. Combat power skyrocketing to 3.2 million. Next is Xich Tung, Squad 2 Captain, Peak Realm, health at 2.2 million, up 60,000. Internal energy climbing, combat power hitting 3 million, plus 200,000 aura. Ever since he taught them the perfect realm of the One Origin Demon eradication art, their stats keep exploding. Long Chan, the captain of the 3rd Death Spirit Squad, sitting at Peak Realm, health jumps 100,000, internal energy up 60,000, combat power hits 3.02 million, plus massive sense boosts. Then there is Tieu Linh, the 4th Squad Captain. Also, at Peak Realm, love points plus 3, health up 180,000, internal energy reaching 1.8 million. You see those wild stat jumps, right? That is the absolute foundation of his training. Well, except for Vo Tam. That slacker barely cares about his assigned missions. He is technically Tuyet Huy's #1 disciple, though. Peak Realm, health sitting at 1 million, just a 10,000 bump. Internal energy and combat power barely moved up at all. Honestly, his growth is absolutely nothing special. But hey, these basic stats are more than enough to keep him useful. The real surprise? Their personal gear hunting mission ended up being a ridiculously massive success. Tieu Linh is smiling so hard her face hurts. She slips on these glowing golden gloves and excitedly yells, "Captain, I found some incredible gear. This will be perfect for our next mission." She scored the heavenly armor, boosting her combat power by 15%. As for Long Chan, he is gripping a heavy battle axe. It totally contradicts the chill guy image he normally shows off to everyone. He enthusiastically reports back, "I finally got exactly what I wanted." This is awesome. He got the wooden cloud axe, raising power 18%. Meanwhile, Xich Tung scored a sword and shield. He stares at his brand new weapons with shining eyes and just has to shout, "Oh, these are going to be incredibly useful." He bagged the spirit shield and little ghost sword, skyrocketing his strength 22%. Finally, Duel. He tracks down a brilliant golden spear, holding onto it like it is a priceless artifact. Unable to hide his hype, he says, "I am thrilled. Meeting the Yang family blacksmith was pure luck. I never imagined getting a top-tier spear like this one." He unlocks the divine spear, up 44%. Trust me, this team is absolutely ready. Stick with me, we are jumping straight back into the action. Just by gearing up, the squad's combat power totally skyrocketed. Finding right weapons was everything. Of course, that idiot Vo Tam is built different. He holds up a scroll, grinning like he just won the lottery. "Haha, Captain. This past month has been totally wild. While this stuff is basically garbage to me, I actually managed to dig up some super crucial intel on the absolute top-tier figures around here." Tuyet Huy snatches the scroll with a totally deadpan expression. Instantly, a massive list of top-tier beauties flashes right before his eyes. Vo Tam actually scored contact info for Sichuan's most famous girls. He even made a huge name for himself there as the legendary Jade-Face Scholar. He stands there laughing, hands on his hips like a hero, totally clueless that our main character's face is getting darker by the second. This intel is rare. You only got it because I am simply that good. Swear it." Suddenly, leaning in close, he drops his voice to a whisper. "Captain, just name the beauty you want, and I will set it up immediately." But the main character just coldly grits his teeth and growls his name Vo Tam. While he is still blabbering about girls, our guy raises the scroll, his fist wrapped in pure killing intent. "Oh, you care about their looks? Oh ho ho, say no more. I naturally brought all of their painted portraits too." Smash. A brutal head-smacking sound echoes loudly through Haiyan Vu Quan. Time flies by like a wild dog, and suddenly, it is already the end of the month. Please select your schedule for December, Heavenly Realm year 97, 28 out of 36. Complete missions with squad leaders. Ghost mission. Arrange subordinate schedules. Accept quest. Or finish the martial artist mission. He crosses his arms, eyeing the system window. It has been a while. Watch this next move closely. Tuyet Huy rubs his chin, doing the math. 9 months left on the schedule, and after that, no more saving and no using this place. Gotta focus completely on upgrading these skills with whatever time is left. He selects a new mission this month. The system instantly prompts him to choose a specific quest giver. The Ghost, 4th disciple of the Heavenly Demon, Hack Cow, Hidden Shadow Squad Leader, or Dichba, Hidden Shadow Training Commander. Tuyet Huy shudders, remembering the infinite hell loop from taking that purple dragon herb mission. He lost 2 whole lives on the Red Priest quest. Sure, it scored him that epic holy relic sword, but man, the massive price he had to pay was way too devastating. So he needs to prepare perfectly. He finally locks in on Dichba, the Hidden Shadow Training Commander. Right then, a brand new prompt pops up. Do you want to bring your subordinates along? Go together, or go solo. Tuyet Huy does not even hesitate for a single second. No need to overthink it. Has he not been training his crew for exactly this kind of mission? A confident smirk hits his face. Decisive as ever, he clicks, go together. Cut to the commander's office. He is ready to accept the job. Intertwining his fingers, the man speaks. You arrived at the perfect time. I actually have something important to discuss with you. The main character nods. Yes, please speak. Out of nowhere, he asks if he knows where their funding comes from. You and I both know this battle maniac has zero clue. He hesitates, admitting he does not. So Dichba breaks it down. 3 locations total. The absolute biggest one is their main supply and gold management branch located straight out in Sichuan. The Hidden Shadow Squad's budget usually flows from there. But lately, a major accident has caused them serious trouble. At first, I assumed it was nothing major, so I did not bother reporting it to the Ghost. But things got way more complicated. Our faction has this guy named Kim Mak Trung. He supplies our cash through heavy loan sharking and housing rentals. Lately though, some random punk has been violently extorting him for territory protection fees. Tuyet Huy asks who it is. Dichba shares the intel he gathered. Investigation shows his name is Bach Luong Thien, the sect leader of Thuong Long Monday. Basically the absolute most famous guy in the entire region right now. Makes sense, right? Having over 300 active disciples under your command at such a young age is absolutely no joke. Tuyet Huy cuts to the chase. What is the mission? Dichba stands up, setting the strict deadline right away. You have 2 months. First, contact Kim Mak Trung. Assess the situation and see if this whole mess can be solved through simple negotiation. We can afford taking a loss in some areas, but if they dare demand too much, we will eliminate them all quietly. He turns around, his eyes totally freezing as he drops that brutal command. The main character feels the heavy pressure. He hesitates. I understand. Dichba turns away, smiling faintly. I trust you, but beware. Their martial arts are seriously next level. So what do we make of this? This guy is literally called one of the 7 dragons. Tuyet Huy bows deeply. Yes, sir. Stick with me here right after taking that warning. A sudden time skip hits, leaving our guy completely stunned. 6 days flash by in an instant, and we shift straight to the grandest inn in all of Sichuan. He suddenly finds himself sitting at a table with his squad leaders, as the system instantly breaks down their current situation. Your subordinates have heard whispers about Boss Kim Mak Trung recently. Your next objective? Make direct contact with the ruthless loan shark merchant immediately. Boss Kim. Our main character stares at the glowing status window with a twisted expression, chuckling to himself. This is getting interesting, even after going through it before. Just then, Duong Lam pulls out a scroll and reports, Captain, we're in luck. There's a local branch managed directly by Boss Kim right around here. Based on what I've managed to uncover, he usually stays holed up at his headquarters, so we can definitely catch him there. Here's a sketch of the guy. He grabs the scroll and unrolls it. It reveals a portrait of a heavy-set man sporting a distinct mustache. Right on cue, Xich Tung steps up to share the intel he managed to dig up. According to inside info from the Shadow Guild, most former members always contacted Boss Kim using a strict set of secret codes. I really think using that method is way safer than confronting him face to face. Tuyet Huy sips his tea, eyes locked on the portrait, wheels turning in his head. A secret code? Honestly, that sounds like a solid plan, definitely beats running around blind trying to hunt him down. But Longchan quickly steps in with his own take. Given our current situation, I honestly think we need to confront Boss Kim directly. Even though he belongs to the main faction, the man still takes direct orders from the Shadow Guild. There's absolutely no need for us to overcomplicate things like this. That straightforward argument actually makes our guy hesitate. Now pay close attention here. He's deep in thought, realizing both of their arguments are actually pretty solid. But in this specific scenario, Xich Tung's cautious approach definitely seems like the smartest play. Even though we all belong to the exact same organization, just suddenly popping up to aggressively demand why he hasn't paid his dues wouldn't look great. Sticking to the official, formal contact methods is just basic professional etiquette, isn't it? Right at that moment, Tieu Linh speaks up, instantly grabbing his attention. He glances her way as she says, "My perspective is actually a little different. The training commander explicitly told us to make contact with him first, but we absolutely have to account for all those unpredictable worst-case scenarios too. For instance, what if Boss Kim is secretly colluding with the Orthodox faction? Wouldn't we be walking straight into a deadly trap?" Tuyet Huy is genuinely stunned. He honestly hadn't even considered that terrifying possibility. He looks at Tieu Linh, silently admitting he dropped his guard just because the guy was on their side. He's amazed she instantly caught the massive blind spot he completely missed. Plus, Tieu Linh has that insane foresight skill. From now on, he really needs to start paying much closer attention to her advice. She really forces you to view everything from a totally different angle. Tuyet Huy smiles with pure satisfaction as he looks at his squad, secretly feeling incredibly lucky that he brought all of them here. It's not just about gathering intel. Their ability to analyze a problem from multiple different angles is going to be an absolute game changer. But then he suddenly realizes someone is totally missing from the group, immediately turning to ask Tieu Linh, "You and I both know someone's missing. Wait, didn't Vo Tam come with us?" She immediately turns around, pointing our guy in the right direction. Following her gaze, he spots Vo Tam casually flirting with two women, looking absolutely thrilled and laughing his head off without a single care. "Haha, did you really do that?" He gently lifts one woman's chin, dropping a smooth compliment that immediately makes her blush bright red. Seriously, the young lady is way too ambitious. Xich Tung instantly stands up, offering to go drag his lazy self back here. But our captain isn't bothered by his slacking off at all. He just waves a hand, signaling Xich Tung to sit back down, and says, "No, just wait a second. Vo Tam might act a little weird, but he's definitely not a simpleton, and he's certainly no fool. If he boldly chose to mess around with them instead of sitting in this meeting, he definitely must have a solid reason for it." Right on cue, Vo Tam stands up, warmly waving goodbye to the ladies. The captain immediately calls out, "So, are you finally done chatting?" The goofy excitement on his face instantly vanishes into thin air. Letting out a dramatically exhausted sigh, Vo Tam reports, "Phew, I'm back, Captain. Let's just get straight to the real business here." "All right then, what exactly did you manage to find out?" He gives a sharp nod and replies, "I got it. I tracked down exactly where Boss Kim usually stays and sleeps. I've got a list of the people he meets, plus all his recent personal hobbies. On top of that, I dug up intel on that guy, Bach Luong Thien." Tuyet Hui's expression turns dead serious as he orders him to keep talking. 5 days later, according to Vo Tam's intel, Bach Luong Thien is a self-made sect leader who originally hailed from the legendary Mount Hua. He's 38 years old, and he's rapidly making a name for himself as a rising master in the Sichuan region. His roots are in Yunnan, and since he used to be a scholar, they call him the Loyal Heart Scholar. At 20, he joined Mount Hua to master their martial arts. By age 32, he left the mountain to establish his very own sect. Long story short, everyone around here rates his combat skills insanely high, probably because he perfectly combines a scholar's mind with a warrior's strength. Rumor has it he only descended the mountain after completely crushing one of Mount Hua's core disciples. This guy is clearly no joke. So what do you and I make of this? For 5 straight days, all I did was order my crew to gather intel. Stick with me here. To make the perfect move, he needs to figure out Kim Mak Trung's exact situation. Dua Lam digs straight into the merchant's hidden assets. Tuyet Huy turns to him. "So the Hidden Shadow Squad's funds really did drop the exact day Bach Luong Thien started demanding his territory fees?" The scout immediately nods, backing it up with the solid proof he just uncovered. "Yes, Captain. Bach Luong Thien forced a new treaty, bleeding Kim Mak Trung for 200 silver taels every single month." He rubs his chin, thinking hard. 200 silver taels? That's literally half the budget they owe the squad each month. That explains why the merchant slashed his payments down from 400 taels. And if that's true, the real problem isn't Kim Mak Trung at all. The actual target is Bach Luong Thien. That's why Xich Tung was ordered to track down his exact location, the Azure Dragon sect. If things go south and they have to eliminate the guy, they need a perfect map of the base and all their guards. He looks over. "What about the sect itself?" Xich Tung replies, "Well, Captain, Out of the 322 members in the Azure Dragon sect, 200 are basic disciples, 120 are regular fighters, and the last 30, hardened veterans with serious combat experience. Tuyet Huy cuts straight to the chase. How strong are they? Answering instantly, Xich Tung slides a detailed blueprint straight into his hands. Besides 5 or 6 instructors, the rest are total garbage. And here's the prize: the complete architectural layout of their headquarters. Without missing a single beat, he immediately turns to Squad 3 leader Long Chan, asking if the merchant's massive business empire has hit any unexpected snags lately. He replies on the spot, "No problems at all, sir. In fact, everything is pulling in massive profits. I confirmed they even bought out a few more massive shops, on top of their high-interest loans and property rentals." He had already tasked Long Chan to dig deep into every single business venture the merchant was currently pushing or secretly planning to launch. Because if he understands the sheer scale of the guy's empire, tracking the actual money flow becomes a whole lot easier. Now pay attention, this is where it gets crazy. Long Chan found out the guy is way richer than before. Hearing this, Tuyet Huy goes dead silent, realizing they might have a massive problem on their hands. Because the hidden Shadow Squad clearly has no real clue just how huge this merchant's wealth and business network really are. Next up, he turns straight to Tieu Linh, demanding the exact location of the merchant's safe house. He had her tracking this guy's movements for years, just a basic insurance policy, making it easy to hunt him down and squeeze him for answers if anything ever went wrong. Crossing her arms, she replies, "Nothing too crazy, but there's one weird detail I'm honestly not sure about." The MC instantly pushes, "What is it?" She explains that for the last 2 months, his actual location has been a complete ghost story. He immediately starts firing off more questions. "You mean his actual whereabouts are highly suspicious?" Tieu Linh nods, laying out the exact reason why. "Yes, because normally these wealthy merchants absolutely refuse to ever leave their heavily guarded safe zones. But lately, he's been sneaking out of his headquarters all the time, constantly scrambling his meeting schedules to throw people off. I also noticed his entire massive squad of personal bodyguards replaced overnight in one clean sweep." Tuyet Huy hums in deep thought. Finally, he looks at the last scout in the room. "Vo Tam, does Bach Luong Thien have any dangerous connections we need to worry about?" He answers instantly, with zero hesitation. "Yes, absolutely." He had tasked Vo Tam to check the guy's contacts, knowing full well his backup could easily become their absolute worst nightmare. He presses further. Where exactly are they from? Protecting the merchant's cash flow was supposed to be their squad's job. But the scout answers grimly, "They're from the Mount Hua sect." The MC scoffs. He used to be a Mount Hua disciple anyway, so isn't that completely obvious? Vo Tam shakes his head. "Not really. Usually, when a rogue disciple strikes out alone, they cut ties with their old sect. But this guy is still constantly talking to people back at Mount Hua, including Elder Kutong Min himself. Just hearing that truly legendary name, I know what you're thinking, right?" His eyes widen in pure shock. An exiled disciple actually chatting up a high-ranking Mount Hua elder? That's insane. Snapping back to reality, he looks right at Squad 2 leader Xich Tung. "Have you sent the message to Kim Mak Trung yet?" He replies instantly, "Already done, sir. Now we just need to march straight over there." The MC immediately stands up, grabbing his legendary dragon-slaying sword, and gives him a quick nod of heavy praise. Perfect! The whole squad moves out together. With Tuyet Huy leading the charge, they throw on massive cloaks, completely covering their faces and bodies to keep their true identities hidden in the shadows. Tuyet Huy grips his blood-red scarf tightly, his voice dropping ice cold. "Let's move out." Over at the Sichuan demonic cult branch. Even though Halak is nowhere around, the cult still runs countless hidden outposts scattered all over the Central Plains. The cult workers take one look at the MC's squad walking in and immediately bow their heads in pure respect. "You're here for Lord Kim Mak Trung? Only the captain is allowed upstairs. The rest of your squad needs to wait right here on the first floor." Faced with this crazy demand, Tuyet Huy stays totally silent, just following the servant up to see the target. Besides managing their massive secret funds, they also rely heavily on this exact place for vital intel and all their daily survival supplies. But honestly, the biggest real reason these hidden outposts even exist in the first place? To act as absolute safe houses for demonic cult members whenever the righteous factions start hunting them down. The servant leads him to a room and pushes the door open. And trust me, you're going to want to see who's waiting for him inside. Stick with me here, we are jumping right in. Shui Hui takes one look and immediately recognizes the chubby guy from the portrait. Jin Mochong wipes the heavy sweat off his face, spots our MC, and immediately says, "You finally made it." Our guy walks straight up and introduces himself as the necromancer squad captain under the Hidden Shadow Guild, Tuyet Huy. Jin quickly grabs his hand, looking incredibly welcoming, and eagerly introduces himself. I already received your notice. It is a genuine pleasure to meet you. I am Jin Mochong. But suddenly, Tuyet Huy notices something standing right near the old man. Turns out, there is another guy lurking quietly just behind him. This dude is dressed in pitch black clothes from head to toe, sporting a cleft chin. Instantly, a glowing status window pops up right in front of Xu Hui, saying Tiancheng. Supreme Emperor Pavilion Rank 3, 4 million HP, 4.5 million internal energy, 7.2 million combat power, super peak realm. He glares at our MC with dead, cold eyes. But honestly, Tuyet Huy is only paying attention to the guy's actual identity. He blurts out in total confusion, Supreme Emperor Pavilion? Seeing him stare, Jin Mochong quickly jumps in. Ah, this is my personal martial arts bodyguard. Sang Tiancheng steps right up, gives a slight bow, and introduces himself simply. I am Sang Tiancheng. Now pay close attention here. Our MC stays quiet, but inside, his mind is going absolutely crazy, wondering what the heck is happening. Why on earth is a fighter from the Supreme Emperor Pavilion chilling at the Hidden Shadow Guild's treasury branch? Could this be direct revenge from their pavilion master after getting completely humiliated by that ghost? If Jin Mochong knows the truth and still teamed up with him, then this is flat-out, undeniable treason. Assuming that is actually the case, exactly when did Jin Mochong start secretly contacting the Supreme Emperor Pavilion Master? On top of that, right above the old merchant's head, floating text appears in the MC's vision. It reads, Unsealing Method Step 1. He quietly thinks to himself, that specific name floating over Jin Mochong's head. Could that really be the unsealing method for the legacy sword he has been searching for? Noticing they have been standing, Jin waves at a nearby chair and politely says, Come, please take a seat. He does not refuse, just returning the basic courtesy. Thank you. Tuyet Huy tells himself to lock down his facial expressions. Stay calm. He absolutely cannot afford to show any real emotion right here. Our MC sits down, politely holding up his teacup while the old merchant starts pouring for him. The guy laughs heartily twice and says, Haha, you arrived at the perfect time. I was just about to send a request up top. Tuyet Huy asks, A request? Jin Mochong explains, Well, you might have heard. For the past few months, our branch has been completely unable to submit enough silver to the Hidden Shadow Guild. You and I saw this coming, right? Some local sect keeps putting crazy pressure on them. Tuyet Huy cuts straight to the chase. You mean the Azure Dragon sect? Jin Mochong wipes his sweat again. Seeing the MC already knows the deal, he hesitates slightly. Exactly. Then he starts breaking down the whole situation regarding that specific sect. I think it was about 2 years ago. I actually met the Azure Dragon sect master while buying an empty dojo nearby. I do not know the exact process, but over the last few years, his sect has grown insanely fast. Probably because of rumors saying his martial arts teaching skills are incredible. The skills of several young lords and wealthy ladies improved massively after getting his direct guidance. Then it started spreading from local street thugs to random martial artists, and eventually all the merchant groups around here. Tons of people wanting to learn martial arts flocked straight to the Azure Dragon sect. Lately, it even got famous in the distant martial arts world. His eyes stay perfectly calm. Our MC points out the obvious question. They have that many disciples? So is that why the Azure Dragon sect needs so much money? Jin Mochong voices his own thoughts. I am guessing that is definitely the biggest reason. More mouths to feed means the number of protectors in the sect keeps growing too. And since their territory is expanding fast, he clearly wants to target our branches next. Our shops, high-interest loan contracts, local housing, and even the protection fees for all the merchant outposts. After hearing Jin Mochong explain the Azure Dragon sect's motives, he immediately asks, Have you tried negotiating with them? Even though it is not hot, this guy has been panting the whole time, sweating like a waterfall and constantly wiping it away with his towel. Hearing the question, he answers without a second of delay. Of course I did, but judging by his attitude, I doubt we can ever reach an agreement. How can you even call it a treaty when the cash he demands is way more than what we actually earn? Not only that, if we back down even once, that guy will absolutely push his luck even further in the future. Suddenly, Jin Mochong tightly grips his sweat-soaked towel. His voice instantly turns way sharper and much colder than before. Money is just like the demon realm. The second you show weakness, others will swarm in and tear you apart. That is why we requested help from the Hidden Shadow Guild. But the only answer we got back was to wait a bit longer. because internal problems had completely popped up inside the guild. Tuyet Huy secretly guesses that must be the Supreme Emperor Pavilion Master's incident. Jin Mochong continues talking. I really could not just sit around waiting, so I sent another request to headquarters. Luckily enough, the Red Demon Academy actually came to back us up. Since things got serious, they sent me a guard. So what do you and I make of this? Everyone is just trying to survive here. Stick with me here, we are exploring the demonic cult. The Red Demon Pavilion is their main backup, running 5 massive factions like the Supreme Emperor Pavilion. Tuyet Huy glances over at a guard from the Supreme Emperor Pavilion and asks, "Hey, you over there, what exactly is your rank in the Red Demon Pavilion?" The guard stays completely silent. Instead, Kim Mak Trung steps up and answers for him. "Oh, him? He is from the 5 pavilions, but apparently holds no special rank. I do not know the exact details, so do not sweat it. As long as we pay enough silver, he will head back once the job is done." Tuyet Huy stays quiet for a long moment, thinking it over, before finally cutting straight to the real reason he came here today. "So what do you want me to do?" Right on cue, a system quest window suddenly pops up right in front of him, catching him completely off guard. Quest received from Kim Mak Trung. The objective? Assassinate the Blue Dragon sect leader, Bach Luong Thien. The catch? You absolutely cannot leave a single witness alive. Success means unlimited funding for his operations in the Central Plains, plus the power to craft or buy literally any high-tier gear he wants. Bonus rewards include a top-tier unsealing manual and a highly classified map to the demonic cult's hidden secret library. Kim Mak Trung chimes in right then. In situations like this, the absolute best method is to just permanently eliminate the root of the problem. Do you agree? Tuyet Huy coldly points out the massive red flag in that insane request. Wouldn't pulling off a stunt like that just completely cut off our own escape route? After all, the target is directly tied to the legendary Mount Hua sect. But Kim Mak Trung looks totally confident, flashing a gold coin with a smug grin. Do not worry about it. I already bribed a few insiders. Even in the righteous factions, there are always greedy people who know how the real world works. Hearing that pathetic excuse, Tuyet Huy literally cannot help himself and lets out a cold, mocking laugh. Taking a slow sip of his tea, he secretly mocks the guy's logic. "Oh, I used money to bribe them, so absolutely nothing could possibly go wrong." Classic. Greedy, low-life scum like him are literally everywhere. Does this guy seriously think I am some kind of absolute idiot? Now watch closely, because this is where it gets tense. His eyes turn ice cold as he glares up at Kim Mak Trung, his face completely shadowed behind the teacup. He secretly thinks to himself, just kill one guy at the perfect time and all our problems magically vanish? Yeah, right. How could I ever blindly trust a lie like that? Trying to ease the heavy tension in the room, Kim Mak Trung smiles and just says it straight. "This is my one and only request, Captain." Seeing the old man acting like this, Tuyet Huy immediately deduces that Kim Mak Trung is definitely hiding some kind of massive, deadly conspiracy. Even knowing this whole setup reeks of blood and is probably packed with hidden traps, he has to test the waters. The gears are already turning anyway. Fully understanding the risks, he calmly accepts the shady job. "I understand. I accept your terms." Hearing that, the merchant bursts into a wildly creepy, flushed smile and cheerfully claps back. "Excellent. You are such an easy person to do business with." Kim Mak Trung pulls out a few rolled-up scrolls, tossing them casually onto the table. Here is the Blue Dragon sect leader's exact schedule for the entire week. All the intel on his bodyguards and patrol routes are meticulously written down right here. Once you wrap up this little assassination mission, come straight back here. He smiles that deeply suspicious, calculating grin of a veteran cutthroat merchant as he gives the main character his final warnings. Meanwhile, Tuyet Huy just stares back in complete deadly silence before finally giving a short, cold nod. 4 days later, between 9 and 11 p.m., right outside the Blue Dragon sect territory, his entire squad is already gathered up on the top floor of a high pavilion overlooking the target building. Tuyet Huy pulls his mask tight to hide his identity, poking his head out just enough to scout the perimeter guards. He watches the heavy security below, running the brutal math in his head. Based on their intel, there are exactly 2 armed guards stationed up in the watchtower built right over the back gate, 2 more holding down the outer wall corners, and 2 heavy hitters at the main entrance. Their combat stats are all sitting around 10,000. Our main character quietly weighs the insane accuracy of this intel against the actual power levels of these sect guards. He tells himself, Kim Mak Trung specifically chose this exact time frame for a reason. It is the brief window when Bach Luong Thien, the sect leader, rests, making it prime assassination time. Because get this, The secret intel says right before bed, the target meditates to circulate his inner chi. Everyone in the Murim knows a martial artist is completely defenseless against an ambush while in deep meditation. The whole master plan sounds absolutely flawless on paper. But that is exactly why it feels so wrong. If that merchant knew the guy's exact meditation schedule, why not just send his own elite enforcers to do the dirty work instead of us? Suddenly, Xich Tung, who also has his dark mask pulled all the way up, leans over and whispers his own confusion. "Captain, what are you staring at so intensely?" Tuyet Huy just looks back at his squad in dead silence, making Xich Tung nervously wonder what is going on inside his head. If I accidentally say too much right now, it is just going to ruin my squad's morale. And if they panic and make a mistake, we are all completely dead. For now, I just need to shut up and hyper-focus on this mission. He turns back to the target and mutters, "It is nothing, just running through the battle plan." Xich Tung nods, totally clueless about the massive wave of anxiety and suspicion eating his captain alive. Our MC fiercely wonders to himself, what kind of sick trap is waiting for us down there? Knowing there is a trap, but still having to walk right into it, this kind of nightmare scenario is driving him insane. Tuyet Huy glances up at the moon's position to gauge the time before finally speaking up. It is almost time. But right before giving the ultimate green light, he turns back to warn them. Everyone stay alert. The assassination begins right now. Trust me, you and I definitely want to see how this bloodbath unfolds. All right, stick with me here. The second he finishes speaking, his hand goes up to signal the attack. And the moment that hand drops, his squad captains rush forward like absolute shadows. No hesitation at all. Everyone just instantly follows his lead. Moving at blinding speed, the whole crew heads straight toward the Azure Dragon Sect gates. In seconds, Xiao Lin completely ghosts one guy with a light approach, knocking him out cold with a clean kick to the neck. Right after, Chi Song drops another guard exactly the same way. Clearly, they are keeping things totally quiet. No lethal strikes, nobody gets killed, just pure stealth. But down below, it is a completely different story. The three guys taking out the gate guards are way more brutal about it. Long Zhen lands a massive punch right into a guard's gut, dropping him from pure pain. Yin Wuxian pulls the exact same move but targets the spine instead. And the first squad captain, Shi Lin, he actually uses his weapon. Soloing two guards in a flash, he handles it cleanly without triggering a single loud noise or scream. His strikes are just too fast and deadly. Only after confirming the area is cleared does their captain finally appear. He touches down right next to Yu Lin, and the rest of the squad quickly regroups there. Shui Hui glances at his elite team waiting for orders, a proud smirk forming right under his mask. I haven't even lifted a finger yet, and the captains are already this insane. Pushing the sect door open, he calculates their window. They have roughly 7.5 minutes to reach Bach Luong Thien's quarters. But then, boom, the system suddenly fires off a prompt asking to infiltrate. It is a limited time raid. Now watch closely. He gets exactly 300 seconds. If he cannot breach Bach Luong Thien's place in time, instant death. Shui Hui internally panics at the screen. What the hell is this? Why the sudden restriction? 300 seconds makes this timeline way tighter than his original plan. The countdown officially starts, freezing him in his tracks, as his nervous energy instantly turns into straight-up panic. His pupils violently shake, and Shui Hui just cannot hold back his fury, quietly cursing. Damn it. Crossing this massive courtyard packed with patrolling guards, plus infiltrating the main target's room with a ticking clock, using normal stealth tactics, this is absolutely impossible to pull off. The timer keeps ticking down relentlessly while our main character scrambles for a plan, making him frustrated enough to swear again. With 294 seconds left, he ditches the main gate route and leaps straight onto the roof, scanning the area to assess the nightmare. The second he spots the absurdly thick layers of security, he blurts out in pure frustration. Absolute garbage. There are way too many. Even at my max speed, they are definitely spotting me. Pushing his brain into overdrive, he desperately tries to formulate any strategy for this impossible situation, needing some way, any path to dodge the surveillance and reach the target. Down below, his squad lurks by the gate, quietly watching their captain. Yin Wuxian stares up at him, totally confused as to why he jumped up there without giving orders, wondering what is wrong with him. Is he checking out some pretty girl? Meanwhile, Xiao Lin just quietly studies him from behind her dark hair. Right now, he is completely out of options. I know what you are thinking, how does he survive this? Out of time, he triggers the level 2 combat simulation to find the best route. Our guy urgently inputs his demand, asking the system for the absolute shortest path to ghost past all enemy sightlines, while simultaneously arriving right at Bach Luong Thien's doorstep. Mentally, He is begging it to work. Outside of this broken system, he has literally 0 plays left to make, pleading internally. But the system ruthlessly flashes a cold, unavailable warning, hitting him like a brutal slap straight across the face. And yeah, he basically freezes in absolute terror the second he processes that horrible notification. Boiling with rage, he violently curses out loud. But right after, the system drops an explanation. Data insufficient. Please relocate to a vantage point where the entire Azure Dragon sect is visible to begin gathering data. Snapping his head up, he immediately hunts for a spot matching that description. A place to view the entire sect? Right on cue, a massive tower dwarfing all the other pavilions completely locks his attention. Checking the raid timer, Tuyet Huy sees only 251 seconds left, realizing hesitation will definitely get him killed. Frowning with pure determination, he hypes himself up. Turning back, he contacts the squad captains, mildly startling them by randomly using telepathy, a highly classified skill that instantly beams his voice to distant targets. You and I see the panic. Breathing heavy, pupils shaking, he telepathically orders a massive change of plans. Shaolin, eliminate those 3 patrol guards right under the eaves who are hiding behind the gates. Stick with me, you are about to watch an absolutely crazy stealth mission. Staring at the 3 patrol guards, their eyes turn dead serious. Everyone is completely ready. The rest, follow me. The second that order drops, they explode into action. 0 hesitation whatsoever. Shaolin quickly reaches deep inside her clothes, pulling out her signature weapon. With just one single throw, she instantly takes down all 3 of those guards. The throwing darts hit their fatal spots dead on straight into their heads and throats. One critical strike is enough to drop them permanently, and they do not even let out a single scream. With 199 seconds left, Tuyet Huy waits up high, getting ready to move toward that towering palace building. He praises her silently. Great job, Shaolin. Then he swiftly glides across the rooftops to reach his exact target. Right then, 2 more guards suddenly pop up down on the ground level. Tuyet Huy quickly gives the next command. Dulam, who has been moving alongside him and waiting for this exact order, tightly grips his spear and charges forward for the kill. With just one clean strike, he completely slices off both guards' heads super fast and entirely silent. Leaving the bodies behind, the rest of the crew continues closely following Tuyet Huy. Time remaining is 153 seconds. Our main character confidently leaps across the other rooftops. But suddenly he freezes, completely stopping his forward momentum. His face shows clear shock and anxiety, jaw muscles bulging out because he is gritting his teeth so incredibly hard. Now watch this closely. Things are about to get intense. Right ahead, a whole group of guards are hanging out, smoking, and casually chatting together. Our main character lets out a low, frustrated groan. His pupils shrink, eyes turning bloodshot and filled with pure rage. Tuyet Huy orders them to wipe the enemies out. Instantly, his 3 remaining subordinates charge forward together, weapons in hand, without a single shred of hesitation. Long Zhen swings his massive axe, chopping down 2 guys in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Chi Song also unleashes his glowing spirit fire sword and shield combo, dealing with the enemies perfectly, and making absolutely sure no move goes to waste. Yin Wuxin efficiently handles 2 more guards using the deadly whip in her hand. Fresh blood sprays everywhere, soaking the air with a thick, sickening metallic smell. Tuyet Huy instantly dashes right through the gap his team just opened in the enemy formation, refusing to waste even a single second of their hard work. By now, the timer has dropped under 100, 93 seconds left. He pushes his limits to accelerate, panting heavily as he sprints. That specific palace building he was aiming for is finally right in front of him. Our guy does not hesitate at all, quickly jumping up there for a better vantage point, completely necessary for activating his level 2 combat simulation. 77 seconds remain, and Tuyet Huy is breathing hard. Moving constantly at this insane level of intensity is genuinely draining his body's stamina. I know what you are thinking. Will this spot be enough? He certainly hopes so. Right as the system flashes that enough data is collected and analyzing, his eyes immediately light up, and pure joy clearly explodes on his face. Tuyet Huy cheers in his mind. He found the Azure Dragon Sect space and rapidly enters the combat simulation state. It looks exactly like what happened when he first used this fighting method. Based on the simulation results, the absolute shortest possible route to Bach Luong Thien's location finally appears. Required time is 55 seconds. The system warns that there will be unavoidable enemies waiting directly along your path. You must completely eliminate all of them using only close combat. If you fail to take down enemies with a single strike, the time limit will increase. A glowing red guideline instantly pops up right in front of him. Attack time remaining is 76 seconds. Required time is 55 seconds. Please move. Our main character immediately follows that guiding red line with a dead serious face and absolutely incredible speed. Seeing the red trail point downward, he pauses for a brief second, then quickly jumps following the guide. Tuyet Huy lands perfectly on the ground, creating a tiny sound along with a faint cloud of dust. That slight noise instantly grabs the attention of two guards standing ahead, and they quickly turn their heads to look. Facing such a totally unexpected situation, he freezes for a moment, pupils shrinking from the tension. Tuyet Huy simply cannot help but silently curse, "Damn it!" Right at that very moment, the phantom avatar representing him in the combat simulation suddenly appears. He is slightly startled by its appearance, because after upgrading to level 2, its face is no longer clear at all, looking just like a ghostly shadow. It quickly merges directly into his body, guiding his exact movements so he can handle both of those guards with just a single strike. He instantly hugs the wall and rushes them at terrifying speed, startling them both. The moment he gets close, one guard gets his head sliced off immediately. The remaining guy manages to block with his sword, but our hero does not flinch, landing firmly and continuing his relentless push. In the blink of an eye, he is right in the guy's face. Tuyet Huy slams his entire body into him, forcing out a painful grunt. As the guard completely loses balance and falls backward, Tuyet Huy instantly pins him right down to the ground. The guard barely raises his sword to counterattack before our guy strikes first. The sword in his hand stabs down coldly, finishing the guard off as fresh blood splatters all over his face and clothes. After that string of incredibly precise movements and kills, his stamina is definitely starting to drain away. He drops to one knee, bracing himself while panting heavily. Ha ha. The required time increased by 5 seconds. He stares at the alert, totally shocked. And that is where we leave it, trust me. You want to see what happens next? Let's jump right into this insane system manhwa. The MC stares at the floating timer window, gritting his teeth as he curses his absolute trash luck. Damn it, his attack timer keeps dropping, while the overall time limit actually goes up. Attack time? 68 seconds. Time limit? 60 seconds. The math is literally working against him. Absolute garbage. Meanwhile, back at the starting zone of Thuong Long Mon, his squad captains are already gathering up. Tieu Linh walks right up to Du Lam. "Where is the captain?" Du Lam replies that it looks like he went completely off on his own. Tieu Linh freezes up immediately. What about their actual plan? Du Lam just shrugs his shoulders. He obviously has absolutely zero clue what is going on right now. Yeah, I really don't know either. Right at that exact moment, Xich Tung steps up beside them, ready to share his own theory on the situation. The captain must have a solid reason. If he deviates from the plan, we just need to follow his lead. Maybe he found a much faster and safer route? That is when Long Chan makes his sudden appearance. Standing up on the rooftop, he questions the whole thing. Why would the captain pull a stunt like that without telling us? The captain is insanely strong, sure, but wouldn't sticking together be way better than going completely solo? Especially since the newest member hasn't even had the time to properly bond with the squad and the captain like everyone else has. Vo Tam clicks his tongue in pure annoyance and mutters. Maybe he actually saw Bach Luong Thien moving or something crazy like that. You seriously think our captain doesn't know moving as a group is safer? Even we know that much. Assassination missions always throw completely unpredictable situations right at you. Isn't that just the truth? Bach Luong Thien could suddenly walk right back in holding a glass of wine. The captain probably saw Bach Luong Thien break from the schedule or something similar. That is my guess. But even after Vo Tam drops that logic, Long Chan stubbornly refuses to let it go. If that happened, the captain still should have warned us. But his only reply is a tired sigh and a lazy yawn from Vo Tam. Just trust the guy, he says. We just need to put our faith in the captain, simple as that. His eyes turn absolutely cold the second he finishes talking. He glares across the other captains. Everyone just stands there in total silence. Nobody dares to argue or question the decision anymore after hearing that. Now, pay close attention here. Back to our main character. He is sprinting across rooftops, going all out while following the level 2 simulation guide. Attack timer down to 24 seconds. He launches himself off another rooftop, strictly following that glowing red path guiding his every single move. He slams to a halt right in front of a massive private mansion. Because he was moving so insanely fast, hitting the brakes literally whips up a violent tornado of wind around him. That red arrow points directly at the towering iron gates blocking his path. Tuyet Huy breathes heavily, staring hard at the entrance. I just need to get through these gates. Suddenly, Those massive gates swing wide open. Two shadowy figures step out from behind them, heading straight his way, completely startling him. His pupils shrink in pure shock. Watching those two enemies getting closer and closer, he curses quietly to himself. Damn it, I was too careless. I thought I was already safe, but now it is too late to run. I am standing directly in front of Bach Luong Thien's personal residence right now. Those guys are definitely his elite guards, which means there is probably a top-tier master lurking nearby. Checking the system alert, the attack timer only has 15 seconds left. He bitterly realizes there is nowhere near enough time to fight all of them. What the hell is he supposed to do now? The simulation system goes completely silent at this critical moment. Looks like it wants him to survive this mess himself. You and I both know an MC always has a trick. He suddenly realizes there is one way out. Oh yeah, I still have that move. As Bach Luong Thien's guards swing the heavy door open, they instantly lock eyes with a lone man just standing right there in the open. Tuyet Huy perfectly used his disguise art, swapping his face to match a guy he just killed. But there was zero time to change his clothes. They look right at him, completely clueless to the trap. Hey, what are you doing back here behind the gates? And what is up with those clothes? The disguise art worked. He points quickly to the right, throwing them totally off guard. I just saw an intruder running over that way. Hearing the word intruder, these fools immediately rush out. They stare blindly into the dark alley and yell in panic. What the hell? Where did you say he went? But they had absolutely no idea he had already dropped his disguise art entirely, revealing his true face hidden right behind his mask. He casually mutters the answer to their question, right over there. Maybe noticing his voice actually changed, one guard turns around to check, but in a flash of steel, he gets his head completely sliced off. Brutal. The remaining guard sees this and violently grits his teeth in pure terror, panicking as his partner drops dead right in front of his eyes. Tuyet Huy leaves zero openings, charging at the last guy instantly. He raises his blade high, his face completely savage and dripping with killer intent. In that split second, the guard drops his guard in shock. He slaughters the guy without a single hesitation. Fresh blood sprays everywhere, soaking his face and his clothes. With both elite guards finally dead, he cannot help but breathe a massive sigh of relief. Whew! But then, a system alert pops up showing only 4 seconds left on the attack timer, completely stunning him. 3 seconds left. He desperately leaps across the rooftops toward Bach Luong Thien's room. 2 seconds. 1. Stick around, because this is where things get truly insane. Stick with me, we're dropping right into a brutal survival mission. Moving and killing non-stop without a single second to breathe is pushing him to the absolute limit. But against all odds, he actually pulled it off. The system prompt flashes instantly right in front of him. Infiltration successful. You have completed the time-limited attack mission. Reward acquired the third eye. That insane first phase of danger is finally over. His racing heart finally slows down from maximum overdrive. Our main character collapses onto the ground, letting out a massive sigh. Finally done. He stares at the glowing system window, totally confused. What exactly is this third eye? But right at that moment, he notices something entirely wrong. His sharp gaze immediately locks onto Bach Luong Thien's living quarters. Up on the ceiling, someone is perfectly hidden in the shadows, silently watching his target. Tuyet Huy peers down carefully, tracking every single move. Bach Luong Thien is pacing back and forth, hands clasped behind his back, completely unaware. The sect master's face is terrifyingly dark and intense, his pale pink hair shifting in the air. A sudden system alert pops up, catching him totally off guard. His red eyes widen in pure shock. Analysis complete. Time remaining. 212 seconds. 212 seconds until the Azure Dragon Sect martial artists discover that intruders have breached their base. He has exactly that long to defeat Bach Luong Thien. He quietly watches his target meditating below. Watch closely now, this is where the puzzle pieces snap together. Now he understands that 300-second limit. Bach Luong Thien returned way earlier than expected, and during that time, the bodies of the guards they were forced to slaughter. It will take exactly 212 seconds for the remaining forces to find those corpses. He stands up, hand gripping his sword hilt for a deadly strike. No more wasting time, he tells himself. I need to act instantly. He shifts into turn-based combat mode, but abruptly freezes in place. Pure, absolute terror washes right over his face. His pupils shrink in horror. What kind of insane combat power is this? The target is still meditating, completely oblivious to his presence. The boss's master status window aggressively flashes right before him. Bach Luong Thien, Azure Dragon Sect Master. Health 99 million. Internal energy 99 million. Super peak cultivation realm. Combat power over 12 million. His stats completely dwarf the MC. That combat power is literally double what his own squad captain has right now. Tuyet Huy, Death Spirit Captain. Health 12 million. Power just over 5 million. His eyes practically bulge out of his skull, turning dead pale. Over 10 million? Suddenly, a massive new mission prompt triggers Navigate around to intervene in the battle. You and I both know this is insane. He stares at the system, trying to decipher this impossible demand. Warning, before Bach Luong Thien is killed, you and every single one of your subordinates must survive. If anyone witnesses this battle, the mission instantly fails. Time remaining, 202 seconds. Then, a golden perfect opportunity alert appears. You have successfully discovered Bach Luong Thien's weakness. Choose your next action. Attack, use martial arts, use items, or approach. The sudden prompt makes him jolt in surprise. Maybe because he is deep in meditation, he left such a massive, glaring opening. He glares down at the boss, frozen in time, calculating his next move at lightning speed. What to choose? With his current stats, a direct clash is basically suicide. An absolute wild idea suddenly sparks in his head, but doing that is gambling everything. His eyes harden with resolve, briefly considering calling on that total psychopath AI for backup one more time. But he immediately crushes that thought. The risk is way too high for a stealth mission that requires absolutely zero noise or traces left behind. No way. If the power gap is this huge, the AI won't be able to help anyway. Hasn't something exactly like this backfired on him before? Plus, there is zero guarantee that Lunatic will even listen. Total hesitation grips his face as he weighs those massive risks. It's all or nothing now. No turning back, only striking forward. He locks in his choice use martial arts. Instantly, his entire skill menu pops up right in front of him. 1 Origin Demon Art at max level. White Body Demon Art at mid-level. He doesn't hesitate for a second and instantly moves. He dives straight toward Bach Luong Thien below, running ruthless calculations in his mind. Too much internal energy, and this whole room collapses, making a massive racket. The sword art's effectiveness will totally depend on his target's reflexes. 1 Origin Demon Art, max proficiency. That is the one. So what do you and I learn here? Always trust your max level skills for a sneak attack over flashy mid-tier moves. Now, let's watch him strike. Alright, stick with me. Our main character charges straight at Bach Luong Thien while he is meditating, his sword radiating a bright green wind aura. But the exact second he kicks forward to strike, his target instantly senses the attack. His pupils shrink in pure shock. Sadly, the slash only clips his body, while Tuyet Huy's momentum carries him rocketing straight past. He stomps hard into the ground to break, kicking up a massive shockwave of wind. Turning your back on an enemy? Yeah, that is a total death wish. Knowing this, he whips right back around to check the situation. Just as expected, that single sneak attack was not nearly enough to finish this guy off. But hey, it completely chopped his opponent's stats in half, finally evening out the playing field. The system pops up. Bach Luong Thien's HP drops by nearly 5 million. Inner power takes a massive hit, and his combat rating plummets. He glares back with pure murder in his eyes, veins popping on his neck, gritting his teeth to push through the burning pain. Yikes! Tuyet Huy curses under his breath. He aimed for a clean decapitation, but this guy's reflexes are way too fast. Sure, it sucks that the one-shot plan failed, but his enemy's combat power is rapidly draining away. Striking him mid-meditation definitely caused massive internal damage, maybe even cultivation deviation. Right then, the perfect opportunity system prompt flashes on screen. Now, pay close attention here. You have found his weakness. How will you proceed? Seeing the alert, our boy mentally cheers. Awesome. The odds of a cultivation deviation are actually sky high. Outside, he looks steady, but inside, his energy is a total mess. He confidently tells himself he can win this. Maxing out his demonic art, he instantly charges back in, stabbing his sword straight into the guy's shoulder. The enemy's stats drop again, though not by a crazy amount. HP falls to 4.5 million, and inner power drops slightly. His combat rating takes another hit, completely unable to react. All he can do is stare as the blade twists deeper into his flesh, blood spraying everywhere while he screams in absolute agony. Tuyet Huy frowns, calculating the damage. Coughing up blood from one hit? Yeah, his internals are definitely shredded. He just needs to keep pushing. But suddenly, the enemy launches a massive phantom area attack, blasting our MC backward with a furious roar. The main character gets violently blasted away from his target. He groans as he hits the dirt. Looking up, he sees Bach Luong Thien gathering energy, merging perfectly with his sword and radiating insane, killing intent. The blade in his hand glows with a blinding, signature crimson energy. Tuyet Huy quickly analyzes it. The swordplay is gorgeous but incredibly sharp, moving smoothly like he is performing a deadly blade dance. That is Mount Hua's sword technique. The enemy glares at him, growling, "Who are you? Who paid you to do this?" Tuyet Huy stays silent, body tensing up to guard against this new powered state. 108 seconds left. Getting 0 answers, the guy immediately drops into a combat stance. "Fine then. You and I both know the talking is officially over." He dashes forward, leaving nothing but an afterimage behind. Veins bulging, the enemy rushes in for a furious clash. Their blades slam together, scattering bright sparks everywhere. The attacks are absolutely relentless. He forces our MC to constantly shift position, pushing him entirely onto the defensive. Tuyet Huy stays perfectly calm. These strikes are dangerously sharp. Just blocking wastes too much time, but counterattacking is too risky right now. On the surface, he looks like he is just wildly defending. Yet every single parry is incredibly precise. The way he chains his defensive moves together is honestly mind-blowing to watch. In this brutal clash of attacking versus defending, both fighters are draining their stamina fast. The enemy's HP ticks down again. He swings his blade with insane force, screaming, "Who the hell do you think you are?" That heavy strike actually knocks the MC's arm back, carving a crimson flower-like aura straight into the air. Tuyet Huy's health drops sharply. Only 55 seconds left on the clock. With the timer ticking down, panic starts setting in. He curses internally. Damn it, time is running out and he still cannot create an opening. Even so, his luck is definitely looking a lot better this time around. Panting heavily, Bach Luong Thien pauses his assault, yelling, "What are you trying to do? What is your actual plan?" 14 seconds left. The main character slowly stands up, making his final call. No more stamina to take another hit, this is the final strike. Failure here means absolute death. The MC taunts him again, driving his enemy absolutely feral with pure rage. Instantly, a glowing warning panel flashes into view. "Warning, your weakness has been exposed. Trust me, you are going to want to see this. Stick with me. You are about to witness pure madness." He raises his sword, soaked in crimson chi, and roars, "Do you want to die?" Without hesitating even a single second, he swings the blade down like a raging storm. Facing the deadly blade inches from his neck, our MC stays completely calm, aiming for just one specific thing. As the opponent viciously tries to slice his head completely off, right when the razor-sharp blade is practically touching his throat, he can literally feel every single hair on his body standing straight up from the raw, imminent danger. Right at that exact second, he ducks incredibly low, dodging the strike. His red scarf gets sliced clean off, scattering wildly into the wind. As he dashes straight toward him, Bach Luong Thien's face turns completely pale in horror. It is probably only at this exact second that he finally realizes his fatal mistake. Completely stunned and unable to speak a single word, the MC's intensely kwai-wrapped hand slams violently right into his exposed body. Tuyet Huy screams out internally. Ducking down perfectly, the MC's hand is now planted completely firm right against his opponent's chest, right where the inner core is swirling violently. His eyes look razor-sharp and fierce as a brilliant wind aura totally erupts. Wind God Palm. The devastating strike smashes into his chest, erupting in a massive, blinding flash of pure light. The massive shockwave caused by the strike wildly explodes straight through his entire body. Taking a brutal direct hit to his inner core, Bach Luong Thien can only throw his head back. Mouth wide open in absolute agony, he unleashes a massive scream loud enough for the entire Azure Dragon sect to hear. Right after, Bach Luong Thien collapses from taking that brutal palm strike head-on, while the MC still stands tall with his hand outstretched. He thinks to himself, "Wind God Palm." He figures that by detonating a massive storm directly inside Bach Luong Thien's chest, he absolutely will not have to worry about accidentally collapsing the room or making way too much noise. Now watch closely, because this is genius. It is his very first time using the technique like this, but luckily it worked flawlessly. As he hits the dirt, his sword completely slips from his grip, Bach Luong Thien's health rapidly draining. His health hits 0. He only breathes a massive sigh of relief when the system finally confirms the mission is complete. Whoosh! Suddenly, right at this exact moment, someone calls out for the captain from the back door. His squad members quickly appear, and Tieu Linh speaks up, asking if he actually took him down. Tuyet Huy looks at them, quietly assessing the situation, thinking, everyone looks safe. Tieu Linh cautiously pulls down her mask and asks him worriedly, "Captain, are you completely okay?" The MC rubs his neck, sighing deeply before replying, "Yeah, I am fine. Let's get out of here first." Suddenly, another system alert pops up. "Emergency, a brand new supplementary mission updated." Urgent questioning suddenly echoes from right outside the room, instantly grabbing the entire squad's attention at once. "So there really are strange intruders hiding in here?" Voices keep yelling from outside the door. "Come out, we know everything. The area is completely surrounded. Do not even think about escaping." Dulam carefully glances at the heavy door, calling out to the captain while waiting for direct orders. But internally, his mind is totally panicking to the extreme. He clearly finished the entire mission well within the system's strict time limit, yet somehow, they still ended up getting completely caught by the guards. He wonders in absolute shock. Why? "I took down the main target right on time." You and I both know this makes zero sense. With no other options, he just steps outside. The second the squad emerges with the MC leading, the crowd goes totally wild, yelling about assassins infiltrating. So what exactly happened to the great sect leader? Right then, a man steps forward with a greeting. "We meet again." Tuyet Huy completely freezes seeing his face. His eyes narrow, pupils shrinking until he looks frozen in pure shock. The guy's status window instantly pops up. Tang Thien Truong, ranked 3rd in the Supreme Emperor Pavilion. 4 million health, 4.5 million internal energy, and 7.2 million combat power. This guy from the Red Demon Institute, Kim Mak Trung's personal guard, steps up with sword in hand. Tuyet Huy gasps internally. "Tang Thien Truong." The MC growls in pure rage. "You absolute bastard." Xich Tung lowers his voice, asking in total confusion, "Captain, why is that guy here?" Right then, another guy steps out from behind the guard perimeter. He speaks up, asking, "Is it them?" The moment he spots him, our MC cannot hide his absolute shock anymore. His eyes blow wide open. Tied back neatly, long dark blue hair flutters wildly in the wind, wearing slick gray robes with intricate floral patterns near the bottom hem. He violently grinds his teeth, spitting out, "These absolute thugs actually dared to break right into the Azure Dragon Sect leader's private study." His handsome, incredibly arrogant face comes into sharp focus. Delicate brows furrowed tight as he glares aggressively straight at our MC. His status window pops up right in front of him. Lai Kao Min, disciple of the Nine Sects Alliance. 4 million health, 4.5 million internal energy, and a staggering 12 million combat power. Tuyet Huy is absolutely stunned by his crazy identity, his eyes darting around uncontrollably. He cries out internally, "An actual disciple of the Nine Sects Alliance." The MC stares down the man holding this massive title standing right in front of him, thinking, Tang Thien Truong and a Nine Sects disciple together? The puzzle pieces are finally coming together. He remembers Kim Mak Trung's promise about bribing an orthodox acquaintance. So what do you and I take from this? The real betrayal is just getting started. Alright, you and I are about to dive into one of the wildest manhwa twists. Even the righteous factions have guys who catch on fast. He quietly pieces the clues together, calculating his next move. The mastermind behind this whole assassination plot? It has to be Tang Tien Chang. And that disciple was definitely bribed by Jin Mozong. Based on the deep ties between the Pavilion Master and the Nine Sects Alliance, these two villains are definitely way more than just casual acquaintances. Li Guming goes absolutely furious, veins visibly popping all over his neck. He screams, "What did you do to sect leader Bai Liangtian?" But right at that moment, the guy who was supposed to be on their side openly slanders them. Tang Tianchong steps up and smirks. "I told you already, ever since I saw them threatening old man Jin Mozong, I was super suspicious. In the end, these guys only came here for the money." His entire squad stares wide-eyed at this completely false accusation. He thinks to himself in total disbelief. Threatening him? Cold sweat starts dripping down, completely drenching his face in panic. Shui Hui furiously pieces it together in his mind. This absolute jerk wants to frame them as the exact assassins who threatened Jin Mozong and murdered Bai Liangtian. Even without stepping foot inside that room, Li Guming somehow knows the exact situation. Weird, right? He shouts with this fake righteous voice. "How dare you murder sect leader Bai? I will never let you off the hook. Men, what are you waiting for? Surround them immediately." Hearing that, the Azure Dragon Sect warriors spring into action. They shout in unison, "Yes, sir!" In mere seconds, his entire squad is completely trapped by heavily armed Azure Dragon warriors. Back to back, they form a tight defensive circle, keeping their eyes peeled on this hopeless situation. Now watch this closely, because this is where it gets insane. Shui Hui glares at that pavilion bastard standing outside the circle, and suddenly, Everything clicks into place perfectly. Tang Tianchong was the one who planned this assassination. Deep in his memory, he clearly visualizes that cleft chin guy flashing a super arrogant, mocking smirk right when they locked eyes earlier. Shui Hui silently connects the dots. He showed up here, specifically mentioned Jin Mozhong, and completely manipulated the entire vibe of the room. His entire goal? To make himself look totally innocent and completely unrelated to the brutal murder of Bai Liangtian. That guy from the Mount Hua sect, Li Guming, can now totally legally take over the Azure Dragon sect by using his disciple status and deep faction connections. Sure, it is about revenge, but he also wants power and profit. He knew there was going to be a trap. But he never expected Tang Tiancheng to backstab him this hard. What an absolute bastard. He watches him fake yell, "You won't escape," acting like some grand hero of justice. It is just pathetic. But suddenly, a system notification pops up, leaving him completely stunned. The Tang Tiancheng event has officially started. Mission objective? Eliminate Tang Tiancheng. Reward for success? Massive combat power boost and the legendary Blood Hand demonic art. Right at that moment, that fake righteous hypocrite Li Guming starts screaming at the top of his lungs just to flex his authority. "You filthy little rats are not getting out of here alive." And the moment he locks eyes with him, another system notification pops up, exactly like the first one. Li Guming event started. Objective? Eliminate Li Guming for combat power and the Plum Blossom sword art. Now, you and I both know running was his first plan. Pushed into this dead end, Shui Hui thinks about just escaping with his crew. But with his badly beaten current state, keeping himself alive while protecting them is basically impossible. If he is going to die anyway, he is dragging at least one of these bastards to hell with him. Pure, unhinged madness flashes in his eyes. He furrows his brows with savage intensity. While his loyal squad stands by for orders, Chi Song immediately speaks up. "Captain, what is our next move? What do we do now?" He stays completely silent, just slowly turning his head to look at his loyal subordinates. Staring at them with a dead serious expression, Shui Hui simply says, "All of you, run away." They completely freeze in shock, yelling together, "Wait, what?" A painful thought flashes through his mind. He flat out refuses to use his own squad as a human shield for his revenge. Especially not now, when he has already accepted his own death. He turns his back to hide his true emotions, giving them one final, absolute order. "There is zero reason for you guys to die like dogs here. The second I give the signal, you run." But his team completely rejects his solo suicide mission. Yu Lin steps up, screaming in absolute frustration. "Captain, what the hell are you even talking about?" Then Chi Song steps in, totally unwavering. "We fight this out together." Right beside him, Long Zhen tightly grips his heavy battle axe, ready for war. Totally agreeing with Chi Song, he growls. "Exactly. What kind of garbage subordinate leaves their captain behind to die while they run away? I have literally been waiting for this exact moment to fight right by your side." Even Xiao Ling, usually the calmest one in the room, tightly grips her sword hilt. She steps right up to the front line and says, "Captain, I am not running away to leave you to die. Let us show these bastards the true power of the Death Spirit Squad." Her eyes are burning with pure, unshakable confidence. Shui Hui, a guy who has spent his entire life fighting completely alone just to survive. For the very first time, he actually feels the warmth and absolute trust of his subordinates. A massive wave of emotion hits him so hard, his voice literally chokes up. You and I just witnessed true loyalty. Everyone. But suddenly, even the laziest guy steps up. "All right, let's dive into this wild battle." The guy wearing a mask complains, "Man, if I knew this was coming, I would have partied with those girls yesterday." "Captain, they were pretty cute." Tuyet Huy calls out to him, completely moved. The masked guy winks back, flashing a faint smile, rubbing his neck while speaking with total loyalty. He clicks his tongue. "I just wanted a totally normal, quiet life. But I guess that's not happening today, huh? We've already come this far, Captain. So let's ride this out together until the very end." Tuyet Huy lowers his head, letting his hair hide his face. But a sudden warmth fills his chest. Hearing those fiercely loyal words, his confidence absolutely skyrockets right then and there. He thinks to himself, "These guys are facing pure danger just for following me, yet they still manage to leave me completely impressed." Tuyet Huy sharply turns around, his voice completely solid as he declares, "I will never." A fierce, burning determination suddenly fills his entire mind. "After this brutal fight today, I swear I will never let my squad captains fall into this kind of deadly danger ever again." His entire team stares firmly at their leader's steady back. His confident voice rings out loud and clear, "Forget about you guys." He keeps a completely serious face, pure determination flashing in his eyes. A positive thought sparks in his mind. This is exactly why I need to get stronger. Suddenly, the system notification panel loudly pings. Your subordinates have joined the battle. Since this is turn-based combat, you must select the active battle strategy for all of your loyal followers right now. The available battle strategies for the subordinates under your command are as follows. Focused attack. Ignore all defense and concentrate fire on the enemy, combining the power of every subordinate to strike down a single target. Individual attack. Protect the body from surrounding dangers first, then attack the enemy based entirely on their own personal judgment and combat instincts. Now pay close attention here. Time literally freezes the second his squad readies themselves, waiting for our main character to pick the perfect combat strategy for them. Besides those two options, there are actually two more available choices, like support attack. Back up Tuyet Huy from behind. Anytime he falls into real danger, they will completely focus on protecting him at all costs. Or free attack, where you can issue literally any command that you want. Tuyet Huy grips his red scarf tightly, calculating silently. So I can also choose how my subordinates attack in this turn-based combat system. Well, since running away is totally off the table, this is definitely the best option. With that dangerous thought, he decisively picks the riskiest move, focused attack. Instantly, the system throws up the target options for him to select. Which target do you want to focus your attack on? Tang Thien Truong or Li Cao Min? Tuyet Huy quietly weighs his options. I will take Tang Thien Truong. He orders the squad to fight the stronger guy to boost their overall winning chances. Li Cao Min. Subordinate battle strategy locked in focus all attacks right on Li Cao Min. Nobody hesitates. They take the order, shouting understood before scattering quickly. All five leap through the air, weapons drawn, charging straight toward Li Cao Min. But the guy just stands perfectly still, even though he is completely surrounded. He glares at them arrogantly, smirking in disgust as he yells, "Pathetic bugs!" Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion rocks the battlefield, kicking up thick smoke and blinding. Fierce sword aura light. Over on this side, our main character lets out a slow breath, gearing up to fight despite his dangerously low remaining health bar. He coldly stares down the Thuong Long guys crowding around him, hyping himself up. Let's start. I know what you're thinking, he's completely outnumbered, right? But despite the massive power gap and their blades pointed at him, a perfect opportunity panel pops up. Perfect opportunity? Tuyet Huy spots a critical weakness in the Thuong Long fighters. 1, 2, 3. What will you choose next? Before rushing in, he wisely decides to heal up his stats first. He opens his item box, hitting the healing tab. Pill, Kim Sang Medicine 3. Uses 1 Hone Tuk pill. Uses 1 Kim Sang medicine. His body is instantly wrapped in a glowing system healing aura that only he can actually see. Even though it only restores a tiny bit of health, it is still way better than his totally wrecked state from before. Tuyet Huy. Health 331,000. Internal energy 2,040. Looks like that Kim Sang medicine is practically useless now. I won't be using it again. As for that final choice window, he boldly selects the option to approach his opponents directly. He picks the east direction, spawning right next to them so fast they literally cannot react. They stare at him in pure shock. Tuyet Huy follows the system guide, raising his sword for the strike. He finishes with an A-rank combo. Moving 4.5 times faster, he unleashes a massively heavy strike right at them. The fight just started, but green wind attribute lightning sparks violently off him, absolutely terrifying the Thuong Long sect martial artists. He frowns hard, glaring up at them with totally savage eyes. The blade in his hand glows bright with sword aura, violent energy lightning wrapping around it. Wind God Sword. As his ultimate slash drops, a savage explosion of wind energy erupts. And trust me, you'll want to see who survives this blast. Stick with me here. He completely wipes out 3 Azure Dragon fighters with 0 effort. Their drained bodies crash to the ground, absolutely lifeless, forcing the rest to stumble backward in pure terror. It is not just the fear of dying. They are absolutely terrified of his brutal, bone-shattering strikes hitting them. But honestly, that blind panic accidentally exposes a massive flaw in their formation. This right here is the perfect opportunity to strike. Tuyet Huy has completely figured out the weakness of Azure Dragon fighters 7, 8, and 9. What is your next move going to be? He instantly dashes forward, wrapping his entire body in swirling wind energy as he activates the legendary Wind God Sword one more time. He clearly wants to finish these goons as fast as possible to reach his actual prey, while also saving up his precious internal mana for the real fight. A massive windstorm erupts from his blade, violently sweeping the Azure Dragon fighters away and leaving behind a huge shockwave mixed with a blinding cloud of thick dust. Tuyet Huy calmly watches his own devastating attack, silently realizing that after his stats were optimized by the True Heaven Sea given by Elder Tuma Bach Han, the combo of turn-based combat mechanics and the ultimate 4 extreme demonic wind art is just absolutely terrifying to witness. But because he pushed that hard, he accidentally leaves a wide opening for his real enemy. Tang Thien Truong is now standing right behind our main character, gripping his sword as a dark demonic aura explodes everywhere. System warning, Tang Thien Truong has found his weakness. Confront, defend, or run. You are going to want to see this. Despite facing that insane killing intent, our guy stays oddly calm because every single thing is going exactly as calculated. He is finally here. I knew he would target me. His power level is lower than Lai Kao Min, and Lai Kao Min definitely hates accepting any help from a guy weaker than him. Plus, he figured Lai Kao Min could easily solo the captain part all by himself. Turning his head warily, he thinks to himself, not only that, but to score some cheap points with the Azure Dragon fighters, this guy will absolutely lock onto me. I am not scared at all. Even with his higher combat power, based on the results from the Bach Luong Thien fight, this gap is totally manageable. Plus, I have a secret move I really want to test out. He picks the defense option, raising his blade to block that glowing red, pure demonic sword aura slash. Even with a solid block, he still loses a chunk of health points because the sharp aura grazes his shoulder, leaving a pretty nasty cut behind. His health points drop by 10,000, and his internal energy takes a massive hit too. Knocked back hard from the heavy impact, he somehow lands flawlessly, kicking up another windstorm while tightly gripping his freshly injured and bleeding shoulder. Suddenly, freezing cold frost energy starts glowing right on his injury. He thinks to himself, so this is what the system window actually meant by defense? Ice armor. He checks his shoulder, and right where it should be bleeding from the heavy slash, the skin is perfectly intact under a thick layer of solid ice. By defending with this awesome ice armor skill, internal mana absorbs the damage instead of his physical stamina. You and I both saw that reaction, right? Tang Thien Truong has clearly never seen this before and gasps in pure shock. What is this? Tuyet Huy smirks internally. It looks like the villain is completely blindsided that his brutal sword aura could not penetrate and was actually deflected. Grabbing his shoulder, he calmly rolls the joint and casually asks, "Hey, if you rank 3rd in the Thai Hoang Pavilion, what is your actual level?" Tang Thien Truong completely freezes up, utterly shocked that his secret identity is blown, and loudly blurts out, "What?" Completely ignoring that pathetic, terrified reaction, Tuyet Huy just stares him down with ice-cold, razor-sharp eyes, coldly exposing him by saying, "Do not act so surprised. You know exactly what I am asking." His body trembles for a split second. Seeing the fearless attitude, he finally drops the dumb act and openly admits it by bringing up the old demon master. "The Pavilion Master was right about you. You really are a massive threat. There is absolutely no way I am letting a bastard like you walk away alive." His pupils shrink with pure cruelty, his face darkening dramatically as the thick veins on his jaw bulge aggressively. Tuyet Huy simply clicks his tongue, flashing a wildly disdainful, mocking smile right from behind his mask. He casually provokes him. "Tisk, did you seriously think I would be fooled by that incredibly cheap trick of yours?" The villain is utterly confused, his head full of question marks, while our main character just keeps pushing. "Then you are dead wrong. I only played along because I wanted to see your trap, and thanks to that little stunt, I already found the guy pulling your strings." Connecting the dark dots between Kim Mak Trung and the Azure Dragon sect leader, his eyes lock onto the target, his expression under the mask turning dead serious. His sharp voice rings out, completely destroying the villain by exposing every single stupid flaw he showed and all the critical information gathered from it. Our main character raises his blade, the tip radiating a chillingly cold sword aura. His words cut deep, but unexpectedly, I just discovered something absolutely insane going on here. Seeing the 9-sect Alliance disciples lurking around in this area, this has to be a secret collaboration plan between the Taihong Master and the 9-sect Alliance, right? Bingo. Those words hit the absolute sweetest weak spot, sparking a sudden reaction that is way more violent and desperate than any of his previous ones. Tang Thien Truong viciously grits his teeth, freezing up for a second before pretending to panic. "What? What the hell did you just say to me?" But in an absolute flash, he appears right in his face, forcing him to shut up instantly. While moving, he perfectly controlled his head just as the system instructed. That is where we leave it. Green wind energy violently glows above his head. Stick with me here, we're jumping straight into the clash. In a flash, he drops low, boosting speed 4.5 times. Using the Wind God sword, Tuyet Huy swings hard. A massive explosive tornado rips forward, shooting straight at Tang Tien Truong. In his head, he's already celebrating. Hell yeah, a direct hit. He thinks the guy took the full brunt of that massive attack. But nope. Absolute shock hits him. The enemy tilted his body just enough to dodge the main strike, sliding across the ground to slip right through the gap in his tornado. Still, slipping past an attack like that doesn't mean he got out completely unharmed. His perfectly neat clothes? Totally shredded. A few dark bruises are already forming on his face. Panting heavily, he glares back at him with absolute, unrestrained murder in his eyes. Tang Tien Truong's HP drops to 3.2 million out of 4 million. Seeing him stumble but somehow still stay standing, he thinks to himself. He planned to use the Wind God for a killer blow after angering him, but it wasn't enough to push this monster back. Gripping his sword tight, the enemy's voice drops dark and heavy. I don't know how you got that power, but alright, I'll admit it right now. You are way different from what the Thai Hoang Pavilion Master told me. I really was way too careless with you. Tuyet Hui's eyes go wide in shock. His expression instantly drops, screaming internally as realization hits him like a total truck. The guy's pupils shrink down to tiny pinpricks. He points his blade straight at him, completely overflowing with this blinding, intense golden sword aura. Now pay close attention to this. With sky-high killing intent, he smirks, I will treat you well to match exactly what you just showed me. Meanwhile, our MC is still completely stunned by the insane technique forming in front of him. His mind instantly screams, Bloodhand demonic art. Those crazy blood-red eyes narrow with absolute madness. In a split second, a terrifying, overwhelming force violently blasts Tuyet Hui's sword completely out of the way. His sword aura is so incredibly violent that a massive energy explosion completely erupts in midair exactly where the two blades just clashed. Right after that, he charges forward with lightning-fast movement. That dark, terrifying face is suddenly right up in our guy's personal space in a blink. Teeth gritted, he launches another brutal kick. But luckily, our main character manages to throw up a quick defensive sword strike just in time to block it. Even so, this relentless rapid-fire assault pushes him so hard that he can't help but curse out loud in his own head. Damn it! The ice armor's properties are the exact opposite of fire, so it just can't completely block this kind of damage. Sure, their arts counter each other, but the Bloodhand demonic art is fundamentally stronger. Maybe it's a gap in pure combat power, or maybe it's just a totally different level of martial arts comprehension altogether. In that crazy sword clash just now, the only thing Tang Tien Truong really burned through was his own internal energy. His HP is 3.9 million. Internal energy sits at 4.4 million. He lands a massive, heavy kick, sending our main character flying straight back. Even though he didn't lose much HP, his internal energy got slashed right in half. His core capacity was already way lower than this guy's to begin with. You and I both see the problem. Tuyet Hui's stats are tanking hard. And the craziest part? Up until now, these two have only been fighting using internal energy. Resting the sword on his shoulder, he flashes a totally arrogant, mocking smirk and speaks. About what I expected. Tuyet Huy bites his lip, absolutely furious. He lets out a quiet grunt, realizing that if he keeps taking hits, he's going to end up in a massive disadvantage from burning way too much internal energy. What now? Does he really have to use the AI here? He was saving the AI to fight Li Guming. Tuyet Huy frowns, calculating his next move super carefully, while Tang Tien Truong just stares at him with pure, unfiltered disgust. His eyes look completely condescending. The corner of his mouth twists into a nasty smirk, his voice dripping with absolute mockery. The skills of you hidden shadow bastards really amount to nothing more than this pathetic display. Tuyet Huy doesn't even care about the cheap trash talk. He's just silently debating in his head whether he should actually trigger the AI mode right now, but if he can't beat this guy, he won't be able to save his subordinates. The enemy just keeps throwing out more insulting remarks. The limits for people like you were set from the start. Trash who hasn't even learned the authentic martial arts of the demonic sect like you. He points his sword forward, the blade glowing brightly like it's reflecting the moonlight above. His mocking words ring loud and clear. You're no different from a bunch of backwards losers. Tuyet Huy just silently lowers his head, taking all of Tang Tien Truong's insults. Then, he finally speaks up just to piss him off. Are you done barking yet? A weird, almost comical look flashes across the guy's face. He's clearly super triggered by that comment, but he tries to act calm and arrogant anyway. Still talking tough, huh? Tuyet Huy grabs his own face, his whole body shaking with laughter as a deeply contemptuous voice echoes out. Just talking tough? Tang Tien Truong gets super confused by this weird behavior. What the hell are you laughing at? Tuyet Huy tilts his head way back, casually rubs his neck, and issues a freezing cold command. Shut your mouth. Tang Tien Truong thinks he literally heard that wrong. His eyes are filled with pure anger mixed with total confusion as he blurts out, "What?" Our MC's pupils have turned completely cloudy, proving the AI has officially joined the chat. It stares down Tang Tien Truong with sky-piercing killing intent and repeats in a heavy growl, "I said shut your mouth, you totally broke bastard." Combat mode activated. Tuyet Huy is actually floating in his mindscape, watching everything unfold. So what happens now? You and I are about to see Tang Tien Truong totally snap from the AI's brutal disrespect. He literally cannot believe it. What the hell did you just say? Tuyet Huy just watches him carefully from within and smiles. I'm counting on you. Stick with me here, you and I are about to see something wild. The AI actually speaks, leaving Tuyet Huy completely stunned. It glares right at him. Listen closely, it says. Just memorizing martial arts techniques is not going to help you at all. You will never escape this system if you keep playing its game. Tuyet Huy just lets out a totally confused grunt. Seeing his total confusion, the AI just shoots him a perfectly deadly look. Learn the real way. It growls out, not just by blindly relying on the system. Start directly from the absolute basics. You need to grasp the true essence of martial arts. Understand the core principles. Stop mimicking the outward forms, and learn exactly how every single move is created. You must uncover the hidden life force and intent buried deep within them. Meanwhile, the enemy is getting absolutely furious from being completely ignored. Our boy is just standing there, clueless, wondering what the heck this AI is even talking about. Suddenly, his jaw drops in pure shock, eyes flying wide open in panic. Tang Tien Truong is charging straight ahead, screaming in pure rage. What a bastard. The guy has absolutely zero patience left. The AI just calmly keeps up the lecture, even as the enemy fiercely attacks and our hero frantically yells warnings. Watch out front. But the AI stays cold, just saying, listen up closely. Watch closely now. This right here is where everything changes. Realizing this secret lets you pull off the most powerful moves imaginable. Like right now, as that fiercely glowing sword aura comes crashing down, mere inches from its head. Still casually lecturing, it swings once. A clean cut entirely splits the enemy in half. Zero flashy system skills required. Fresh blood forcefully sprays out, splashing right onto our stunned hero. Giving this brutal, flawless demonstration, it speaks up. You can easily do things like this too. The severed body hits the dirt with a thud, splashing a horrific crimson trail across his pants. Meanwhile, it stands there like an absolute boss, sword firmly in hand. Just one single strike ended a terrifying threat that he was desperately struggling to even survive against. Turning back, it grits its teeth. Burn my words into your brain. Never let the system control you. Its expression darkens, a deadly serious look flashing in its eyes as it stares him down. He stands frozen right opposite it, taking in every single heavy piece of advice. His face twists into this incredibly complex expression. You can see endless emotions swirling right in his eyes, his heart absolutely reeling in a chaotic mess of mixed feelings and completely blurry, overwhelming thoughts. Combat power increased. You have successfully claimed the epic reward from the Bloodhand Demonic Art event. Once the battle officially concludes, he snaps right back into his own physical body. Looking utterly speechless, he mutters, "Don't let the system control me? Seriously, couldn't that AI have explained things a bit better?" He stares down at the ridiculously bloody corpse on the ground, thinking hard. That kind of raw power, strong enough to slice a terrifying enemy totally in half with just one basic swing, is insane. Let that sink in for a second. If he truly masters this, he could pull off exactly what the AI just did. Only now does he finally notice the surviving Thuong Longmon fighters. They are backing away, staring at him with looks of absolute, spine-chilling terror in their eyes. His mouth twitches into this super stiff smile. Yeah, he quietly figures. There is no way in hell they are going to try jumping him now. Right now, to them, he looks like some kind of terrifying demonic butcher. He watches that thick crimson blood slowly creeping toward his boots, quietly running the calculations in his head. Normally, the system would pop up, giving him two clear choices, knock out or kill. But this time, the guy was straight up slaughtered, and absolutely zero prompt windows ever showed up. Staring down at his own reflection in that foul, metallic-smelling puddle, he starts putting the pieces together. Maybe it glitched because this was a special event? Whatever the reason, this is his golden ticket to boost his power and learn the demonic art. There is absolutely zero reason to hesitate on this one. But suddenly, it hits him. He remembers something insanely important, letting out a sharp gasp as his eyes blast wide open in sheer panic. He mentally kicks himself for letting this system stuff distract him so completely. How could he space out at a critical time like this? Spinning around in a total rush, he mutters to himself, "Gotta go fast. I need to reach my crew." He immediately sprints straight toward the brutal battle with Lai Kao Min. His rapid footsteps echo intensely. Running like a madman, he is desperately praying inside his head, "Please, guys, just hold on a little bit longer." Even if all 5 of them attacked completely perfectly together, there is no way they could ever defeat a monster with combat stats like Li Kao Min. Suddenly, a choked, horrified scream rips right out of him. The very second he reaches the fight, he spots Long Chan and Xich Tung lying completely motionless in massive pools of fresh blood. Impossible to tell if they are dead or alive. His pupils immediately shrink in utter terror. Face turning totally pale, his heart completely skips a beat. He can literally feel every single cell in his body violently trembling from the overwhelming wave of shock. He stares at the horrific tragedy ahead. And this is where we leave it. He calls out their names, clinging to the tiniest hope for an answer. Xich Tung, Long Tran. All right, stick with me here. We are dropping right into an absolute bloodbath. Dulam slides violently toward our main character, his spear in hand, coughing up blood everywhere. His heart literally stops as he sees his ally's severed arm gushing blood. Tears sting his eyes. A terrifying mix of absolute panic and crushing despair makes his blood boil. Biting his lip, he calls out his name, absolutely devastated. "Wait, do you lamb?" Meanwhile, the only guy standing without a single scratch is Lai Kao Min. He glares coldly and smirks. "So, you finally made it?" His icy gaze locks on, voice dripping with pure arrogance. A lot earlier than expected. With Xich Tung and Long Chan missing in action, the rest of the crew looks just as bad. Vo Tam took a brutal strike to the neck, bleeding out fast. He lost way too much blood to even stand up. Then, Lai Kao Min's arrogant voice echoes through the battlefield. "Your lackeys are completely pathetic. I barely used a fraction of my power, but playing with them was actually quite fun. I just started picking them off." Tieu Linh got slashed right across her forehead. Fresh blood pours down without stopping, dyeing half her face crimson and blinding her vision completely on one side. And Du Lam, missing an entire arm, blood constantly spurting out as his life force slowly drains away into the dirt. The agonizing pain makes him clutch his empty shoulder and groan. Ugh. Lai Kao Min just stares, ruthlessly dropping another verbal bomb. Even as a righteous sect member, he calls Tang Thien Trong a mere sacrifice, completely useless. "I knew you would show up after killing him. Agree?" Tuyet Huy grinds his teeth together, absolutely furious. His jaw muscles bulge violently as pure killing intent erupts, reflecting the blazing inferno of rage burning deep inside his chest. Now pay attention, because right here, he feels totally trapped in a void, his mind going completely blank from the trauma. He realizes he always treated human lives like numbers, calculating the outcomes of every single choice he ever made. This mindset slowly eroded his humanity. If his whole life was just cold math, then why should his followers dying even matter? A sudden thought flashes through his mind, making him shudder. His own calculating nature basically treats them as pawns, exactly like Lai Kao Min said. Even though his mood is sinking straight to rock bottom, the burning desire inside him refuses to fade away. His voice rings out steady. "I swear, in my next life, I will never abandon you guys like this." Tuyet Huy declares this with a deadly serious face and insanely determined eyes, a vow staked on his very life. And honestly, only a regressor who lived multiple lives could truly understand that weight. His enemy has no clue. He rests his sword on his shoulder, mocking him. What a touching speech. "Are you done yet?" Tuyet Huy just stares back silently. Getting no reply, the guy stops waiting and starts channeling his inner energy. Spinning around, he unleashes a massive wave of aura. He smiles confidently. "Ready? Let us begin." Facing Li Kao Min, Tuyet Huy thinks fast. He realizes one terrifying fact. This monster has more than double his combat power. You and I know the odds are terrible right now. He lost way too much blood earlier, and Lai Kao Min immediately dashes forward, leaving only an afterimage. His sword thrusts violently forward, violently clashing straight into our main character's blade. The intense friction creates a shockwave of aura. Plus, his internal injuries are acting up, draining whatever skills he has left. Lai Kao Min looks totally unhinged, pupils dilated with psychotic excitement. Tuyet Huy tells himself he has to win this, his eyes burning with absolute determination. The madman keeps up the assault, launching another direct, deadly thrust straight at him. Carrying a monstrous sword aura, defending with everything he has, Our hero groans in pain. Ugh. Once the attack fades, Tuyet Huy roars at the top of his lungs, charging back. Wind God's sword. He throws out his ultimate technique, betting it all on this clash. His blade unleashes a furious wind, but the villain ducks low and gets in close. Smirking, his sword radiates the signature pink aura of the Hoa Sun sect. You think I would just take that hit? He mocks. Giving him zero time to react, he swings upward with insane force, blasting Tuyet Huy backward into the air. But suddenly, freezing cold energy explodes from his entire body, leaving the villain completely stunned. Turns out, he managed to wrap himself in solid ice armor just in time. Ice origin armor. Lai Kao Min chuckles, openly mocking him. Typical demonic sect, relying on cute little parlor tricks. Coughing twice, the main character is in deep trouble. Fighting a monster with double his raw power has basically pushed him completely into a corner. Sweating profusely, he quickly runs the combat math in his head. The ice armor saved him from a fatal wound, but his energy is totally drained. One more direct hit like that, and it is game over. Now, what do we make of this cliffhanger? Lai Kao Min grips his sword, laughing like a sick predator enjoying the hunt. How entertaining. Go ahead, just keep struggling for me. Let's dive into the absolute madness. Our MC is hitting rock bottom, watching his ultimate move, the Wind God Strike, get effortlessly neutralized. Li Guming rushes in, swords clashing as violent blasts of sword chi detonate in midair. A relentless barrage of kicks forces our guy entirely on the defensive, just desperately trying to survive. He cannot even finish a single combat stance. Swinging his blade, Li Guming mocks him. I am actually disappointed. I was worried since you managed to kill Bach Luong Thien, but it turns out he was just pathetic. Makes sense, seeing how that guy only used cheap assassination tricks. Shui Hui grits his teeth, desperately trying to figure out some way to beat this monster. But a massive devastating strike sends him flying backwards, and he cannot even manage to stick the landing properly. Bouncing across the ground like a ragdoll, Shui Hui collapses to his knees, completely drained of the strength needed to stand back up. Even though his hand fiercely grips his sword, his broken body refuses to move an inch, letting out a heavy groan of pure agony. Gasping for air, Shui Hui realizes that in this battered state, he simply cannot track Li Guming's deadly blade at all. His senses are completely numb. The enemy slowly approaches his fallen body, and his mind goes totally blank on how to secure a win here. Now pay attention, this is where it gets terrifying. The villain glares down with deadly intent. Are you finished? Shui Hui desperately tries to force himself back up. His body shakes violently from absolute exhaustion, but his cold eyes still shoot literal daggers straight at the enemy. With a violently shaking frame, he stubbornly aims his blade right at him, burning with an unstoppable will to fight. Shui Hui breathes heavily, hanging by a literal thread, while Li Guming just stares right back with absolute zero respect. Eventually, his very last drop of strength vanishes, and his grip on the sword loosens. Shui Hui falls to his knees, his trusted blade finally dropping into the dirt. Seeing him completely broken, Li Guming lets out a cruel, mocking laugh. Giving up already? How boring. Our main character hangs his head, total defeat painted across his face. His dark hair falls forward, hiding those burning red eyes that used to be full of fight. Li Guming raises his blade and coldly announces, "Then let us end this." Right as that deadly pink sword Chi is about to slice him in half, something suddenly flies out of nowhere and violently smashes the villain's hand away. Li Guming scowls, his eyes narrowing with pure rage. The weapon that just threw off his fatal strike? Razor-sharp silver throwing stars gleaming under the moonlight. Seeing those stars, the MC's eyes snap wide open in shock. There is still heavy despair in his eyes, sure, but something else shifts. Deep inside his completely frozen heart, a tiny spark of hope suddenly ignites into a burning desire. It is actually Xiao Ling throwing those exact silver stars at the villain, despite her being brutally injured. Her eyes are absolutely locked in with intense, fierce determination. Blood is literally pouring down from her forehead, and her heavy breathing forms thick white mist in the freezing air. Those silver-throwing stars clatter onto the cold ground, their moonlight reflection lighting up the intense faces of all three fighters. That crushing sense of defeat vanishes completely, replaced by a roaring will to protect his friend. Meanwhile, the villain is boiling with absolute furious rage at being interrupted during his final killing blow. You saw that too, right? Both fighters immediately lock eyes onto the wounded girl who just dared to crash this execution. Our hero's eyes are still filled with panic. He weakly breathes out her name, Xiao Ling. Even standing at death's door, her fighting spirit is totally off the charts. She reaches right back into her robes, pulling out more stars to keep up the pressure. Xiao Ling flawlessly launches 2 more silver stars straight at him. They flash through the air with insane speed, but the villain casually deflects them with a single sword swing. But wait, someone is charging up right behind him for a massive tackle, catching Li Guming completely off his guard. Yin Wuxin grapples Li Guming from behind, locking him in place. The villain's face twists into pure fury, veins popping everywhere. Wuxin's eyes are totally bloodshot. He is basically fading out of consciousness, but he holds on tight and weakly mutters, "Finally caught your crazy ass." The villain struggles frantically to break free, but those bleeding arms are clamped down like literal steel chains. Absolutely furious, Li Guming starts screaming at them like they are just annoying little bugs. At that exact second, Yulin drops right in front of him. But this guy's reflexes are insane. He instantly shifts his focus from the guy grabbing his back to the new threat ahead. Holding him down, Wu Shen screams at the top of his lungs, his red eyes shrinking with pure madness. Yulin, kill him now. Yulin is standing there with only one good arm left, gripping his mighty azure spear. The tip of the blade glows bright with absolute lethal energy. With a massive roar, he channels every ounce of his remaining strength and thrusts the spear forward. Boom! A massive explosion of pure energy erupts the second that spear connects. Thick smoke from the crazy shockwave completely floods the battlefield. Yulin's entire line of sight is totally blocked by the heavy, blinding dust. He furrows his brows, his eyes locked in intense focus. So what do you and I think? Is he finally dead? The smoke clears, but only Yin Wuxin is left standing there. Vo Tam's expression goes completely dark before he suddenly collapses to the ground. Du Lam screams his name in pure panic, but it's too late. Vo Tam's severed head detaches from his body and rolls right over to Du Lam's feet. Let's jump straight into this absolute bloodbath, because things are looking incredibly grim right now. The last syllable of his name echoes out in a voice full of pure terror and utter despair. Du Lam's pupils shrink in absolute horror, forced to stare right at his dead comrade's severed head. Meanwhile, the guy who was supposed to be dead is just standing there with a minor shoulder wound. Lai Kao-min's shoulder is dripping blood. The slash looks deep enough that he actually has to clutch it with one hand. He growls, glaring daggers at them, and hisses, "I take my eyes off you worthless trashes for 1 second, and this is how you repay me?" Du Lam is still completely in shock. He looks at the guy like he is staring at a literal monster, while that cruel threat still echoes in their ears. Okay, I am finishing this for sure. But Tieu Linh reacts differently. Her eyes are filled with pure, unadulterated hatred, her face twisted in rage. "I will slaughter you all until nothing is left." Lai Kao-min spits out, radiating pure killer intent. His pupils contract like a total maniac, his whole face contorted in absolute fury. Right at that moment, Du Lam suddenly turns toward our main character. "Captain, run away right now, we will buy you some time." Tieu Linh steps back to join him and adds, "We don't know how long we can hold him off, but we will give it everything we have." Tuyet Huy just watches them in silence. His eyes are trembling non-stop, filled with a messy swirl of emotions. His chest feels tight, stinging with pain. All these nameless feelings surge so hard it feels like his insides are twisting into knots. The two of them look back at him. Their eyes are shining with absolute trust and devotion, and right behind their masks, they are actually smiling. Now, pay close attention to their final words. "Captain, please find a much bigger world out there and just keep moving forward." On the opposite side, Lai Kao-min glares at this touching little emotional display on the battlefield with intense, suffocating bloodlust. His expression just grows even colder and completely rigid. His darkened face is literally popping with veins from sheer rage. The signature dominant aura of the Huashan sect erupts, completely wrapping around his entire body. Facing that crushing pressure, the two remaining squad leaders don't flinch at all. Instead, their eyes ignite with a fierce resolve to die fighting. They charge forward at the exact same time without needing a single order. Meanwhile, our main character is still kneeling on the dirt, asking himself why do they have to go this far. Lai Kao-min forcefully blocks Tieu Lin's aerial strike with brutal ease, declaring life is over the second you die. Gritting his teeth, he twists his blade to slash her. Why sacrifice your lives like this? With just one single strike, he cleanly chops Tieu Lin's head right off. Fresh blood sprays out from her body, yet not a single speck of dust stains the enemy's grayish-white robes embroidered with plum blossoms. Unlike me, these guys only have one single life to lose. Tieu Lin's headless body crashes to the ground, but Du Lam, even with only one arm left, charges at the enemy without hesitation. He unleashes his martial arts and sword techniques right at Lai Kao-min, but the villain casually swings his blade and deflects absolutely everything. You are probably thinking the same thing I am. Why go this far? His treasured spear and his entire body get completely sliced in half by a single devastating strike laced with Huashan sword aura. Du Lam's body collapses onto the dirt, and the final person left standing on this bloody battlefield is none other than Lai Kao Min. He starts walking step by step toward our main character, Tuyet Huy, who is still left completely frozen in a chaotic mess of emotions. Lai Kao Min slowly approaches him, speaking as he walks. Now that I have finally dealt with those annoying pests, while I was fighting you wretched demonic cult bastards, I suddenly found myself feeling extremely jealous of you. He smirks with absolute contempt and says, those who embrace demonic nature are usually way more loyal to their commanders. I am jealous of that. When the time is right, you can just pick a few to save and toss the rest away, right? Tuyet Huy just stays there, kneeling completely still. He remains silent against Lai Kao Min's words. The guy keeps mocking him, though it sounds a bit pathetic. Anyway, with a captain shrinking back in total fear like this, why did you even bother making such a massive mess up until now? He viciously kicks him in the head, leaving Tuyet Huy completely numb with pain. But in his mind, only one single thought remains. His subordinates burn their lives away right down to the very last second. Unlike them, I am just a coward who didn't even dare to fight back. Even with 4 whole lives, the kick sends him crashing hard into the dirt. He just lies there on the ground, like he finally realized something crucial. Completely motionless, while his heart won't stop trembling. I have always fought purely to survive. His eyes reflect emotions that are way too hard to describe. Sadness, guilt, deep pain, total despair, spiraling deep inside him. I always tried my absolute hardest to punch right through death's doorway, never once letting myself fall straight into a bottomless pit of hopelessness. But without him even noticing it, everything started taking a seriously dark and negative turn. Even his own sword has completely slipped from his grip, lying uselessly off to the side. Meanwhile, the enemy stands tall, just watching his absolutely pathetic and crushing downfall. I always tried not to waste a single life, and even if I lost one, I would just keep on living the next life with careful and calculated plans. The villain grabs his hair, violently yanking his head up to continue this sick humiliation game. Do you know why I want to kill you? He stares right into his bloodshot, totally desperate eyes with pure amusement. That's where we leave it, trust me. You need to see what's next. Stick with me here. Look at those desperate, helpless eyes on screen. This sick villain is absolutely loving our main character's pain. Our guy suddenly remembers a warning someone whispered to him before. Do not let the system control you. Deep down, he starts wondering, what if this system isn't a ticket to change his fate, but pure, deadly poison? If so, is taking it really the right choice, or should he run away? Tuyet Huy angrily slaps his hand away, eyes sparking. But honestly, Lai Kao Min just finds this little resistance hilarious. He smirks coldly and asks, why even keep struggling? You guys are just disposable trash anyway, used and thrown away by the higher-ups trying to change the world. Remember that, and go die. He flashes a savage, mocking smile. His face goes completely dark with pure, terrifying killer intent. Tuyet Huy mutters, struggle? Yeah, I'll struggle. That means I absolutely refuse to become trash tossed out by the system. Lai Kao Min listens in total silence. He cannot understand a single word of that crazy talk. In our hero's mind, that one warning echoes loud and clear. Do not let the system control you. He glares back, his eyes burning. It means I have to at least try fighting back one time. Can I actually break out of this twisted fate the system rigged up for me? Now pay attention here. You and I are about to see him snap. Lai Kao Min glares at him, growling, what nonsense are you babbling? Tuyet Huy just smiles softly. No more hiding, he says it straight. I figured it out. The only way to beat you is betting my own life. But Lai Kao Min violently grabs his shoulder. Enough, he snarls. Done playing games, he drives his sword straight into his chest, coldly whispering, go die. His pupils shrink in pure horror as the blade pierces through. Agony explodes, forcing out a harsh gasp. Ugh, if I can't find a way to win this, then I'll just have to make one. He grips the sword tight, soaking it in his own blood. Lai Kao Min stares darkly. It ends here. Tuyet Huy shakily raises his hand toward him. The villain looks confused, shocked that he is still fighting back. Somehow, he forced his body to move exactly as instructed, keeping his arm completely steady right before him. I won't be controlled anymore. His eyes go wild, while his hand erupts with intense energy. Wind God Palm, an insane blast of power directly slams into that absolute monster. The energy flashes bright, kicking up thick smoke. Lai Kao Min gets practically erased by that terrifying strike. He never saw this brutal ending coming. He screams in pain as his cells and life force are brutally ripped away. His cold face locks in, pure determination to kill his enemy. Combat power has increased. You felt that too, right? Plum Blossom sword art acquired. The system confirms his epic victory. Only after seeing that does he finally let go, collapsing backward in exhaustion. His bloodshot eyes slowly lose focus. He whispers out, "I won." But his health bar has completely bottomed out. He's bleeding out fast. Tuyet Huy, HP is at 4 out of 12 million. Then he remembers something crucial. Right before dying, he saves his legendary sword into the safe box. He stores the sea pearl into the safe box too. His health keeps dropping, and his breathing gets heavier and heavier. Whoosh, HP at 2 million. His eyelids feel incredibly heavy. Even the wetness of his own blood fades away. HP 1 out of 12 million. Finally, in just a few short minutes, his life completely burns out. HP 0 out of 12 million. You have 4 chances left to restart. Returning to a save point, the save menu appears. Choosing the life of the demon whale. World 595, Chapter 3.8. Becoming a crucial warrior of the demon whale in the first year of massive growth. Extra story world. 597, Chapter 5.9. Successfully becoming a vital warrior with squad leader trust. He always saves every month before sleeping, just in case. He picks the closest point. World 597, Chapter 5.9. Winning after taking the heartless sound. Tuyet Huy flashes back, waking up inside his very own familiar, comfortable bedroom. He opens his eyes, totally overwhelmed. His heavy gaze drops, revealing absolute sorrow on his pale, defeated face. The brutal deaths of his teammates are still flashing vividly right in front of his eyes. Inside his mind, watching each person die plays on an endless loop, like a broken movie tape. Seeing his squad get massacred haunts him. He looks outside at the brilliant, magical moonlight covering the ground, unable to hold back a heavy, soul-crushing sigh. So what do you and I take from this? His selfish, useless nature hasn't changed one single bit. Stick with me. You and I are jumping right back in. A stiff, sad smile crosses his face as he mutters, "Now that I am back, they must still be alive. But why do I feel this heavy longing inside?" You can see the heavy nostalgia and guilt flashing in his eyes, but right behind that, absolute fiery determination. He is ready. He mutters quietly to himself, "Time to go. I have so much left to prepare." Our main character shoots up with pure resolve. He crushes those negative thoughts instantly and locks his eyes straight onto the glowing system window. Am I absolutely sure I will not push my crew into deadly danger again? His face goes dark, hidden beneath his hair, as a new system alert suddenly pops up. You have learned the Blood Hand demonic art. You have learned the Plum Blossom sword technique. He takes heavy, unyielding steps forward. His long shadow stretches endlessly across the cold ground under the pale moonlight. Desperate for more power, he clenches his fist tightly and marches forward with fierce, heavy steps through the hazy night. This time simply has to be different. His face hardens like stone, brows tightly furrowed, eyes practically burning with raw ambition. Deep down, he silently swears to heaven that he will challenge everything all over again. The dead of night is always the absolute perfect time for top-secret moves. And that is exactly what our guy is doing. He is dead serious, carefully copying his martial arts directly into a totally blank notebook. A massive task that only works inside the martial arts fusion room. It is just a wild guess, but there is something crazy he really wants to try. The Blood Hand demonic art and the Extreme Fire demonic art. From how they use demonic energy to their breath control, these two techniques are an insanely perfect match. Gripping the 2 handwritten skill manuals he just carefully created for these intense demonic arts, now watch closely. Standing before the fusion box, he mutters that combining these two might just create something absolutely epic. Xich Tung stares nervously at the floating system window. Do you want to fuse these two martial arts? The options are accept or reject. Obviously, our guy smashes that accept button without hesitation. The fire accumulation demonic art has been created. Instantly, a blindingly bright red demonic energy shoots straight out of the box, leaving him in absolute, jaw-dropping shock. He reaches his hand out, ready to grab it. Xich Hui locks his eyes entirely onto the glowing skill manual, hovering right there in midair. He literally cannot hold back a sneer and curses out loud. Damn it. He thought some crazy random skill would pop up, but he never expected the absolute best demonic art of the Supreme Emperor Pavilion Lord. The legendary fire accumulation demonic art. His face completely twists into a manic, crazy smile as he stares down at his hand, which is now radiating a brilliant pinkish red aura. You have learned the fire accumulation demonic art. Every single move of this terrifying art flashes into his mind. It uses flames of insanely high purity, famously known as the emotion flames. Among those, the purple flame is the hardest thing to control. It is basically pure hellfire. It feels exactly like witnessing a fire dragged straight out of another dimension. Gripping the skill manual, he realizes this insane level of energy can only be fully unleashed once the technique is cultivated to its absolute maximum limit. And that realization suddenly shows him just how genuinely terrifying the Pavilion Lord actually is. Right after that, he pulls open his status window to check. Tuyet Huy, Death Squad, Captain of the Hidden Shadow Troop, HP 10 million, Internal Energy 2040, Realm is Super Peak, Combat Power almost 8 million. He silently thinks to himself, you and I both know the feeling of hitting a wall, right? Getting this new art and the combat rewards from those boss kills gave him a massive boost. But compared to the real monsters out there, he is still lagging way too far behind. Even so, combat power numbers do not actually reflect a person's true, raw fighting strength. He slides hands into pockets, slowly walking over to the same window he always uses to sneak out. I have been extremely suspicious ever since that exact day. Tuyet Huy looks up at the dead, quiet night sky, lit by a mystical moon glowing behind paper-thin, transparent clouds. He thinks hard. Earth Demon was only around 1 million, and the Hidden Shadow Troop leader barely cracked 10 million. My gut tells me these random numbers are hiding the real truth. That Lee guy also felt way deadlier than his basic combat power stat suggested. Tuyet Huy turns, leaning heavily against the window frame. He rubs the back of his neck and mutters, whatever, I will figure it all out someday. First up, I learned a crazy new secret art. Then, his face suddenly turns dead serious. His gaze becomes incredibly sharp, and his brows lock into a heavy frown. Tuyet Huy marches straight to a room and calls out loudly, are you in there right now? Mu-sum. Hearing the shout, he sleepily cracks the door open. Mu-sum rubs his eyes, looking totally dazed, hair completely messy and clothes hanging wide open. Blinking sleep from his eyes, he sees the face and mumbles, Captain? He is completely clueless why his boss is visiting at midnight. What is going on? Suddenly, Tuyet Huy shoves something right into his hands and firmly orders, take this. Mu-sum stares at the item in total confusion and gasps out loud. This is. His face instantly explodes with pure shock the second he realizes what he is holding. Mu-sum literally drops his jaw and panics. Captain, is this? Tuyet Huy does not hide a single thing, nodding directly. Yeah, it is the white body demonic art and the fire accumulation demonic art. Mu-sum grips the two skill manuals, one red and one green, completely mind-blown. Why on earth are you handing me such priceless, legendary items? Tuyet Huy grabs his shoulder tight and gives a strict order. I have to leave for a while, so copy these down. Make sure every Death Squad vice captain learns them. Trust me, with his serious face, this squad is about to level up. Stick with me, we are diving into a master plan. He secretly calculated that the secret arts he handed over would help his crew survive and face the Supreme Emperor Pavilion Master soon. He absolutely couldn't neglect his subordinate's growth, and Vo Tam just stared blankly at him. Obviously, the poor guy couldn't comprehend why his captain was suddenly acting this way, so he just reacted with absolute disbelief. Yep, right after that, our captain turned to leave, making sure to drop a harsh warning for this clueless guy. I'll be back to check everyone's training progress once I'm done, so don't slack off. Vo Tam still looked like a completely lost deer, having absolutely no idea what his captain's true intentions actually were. He couldn't help but ask, where are you going? Captain Tuyet Huy kept his back turned, giving a lazy wave. I'll tell you later. Vo Tam didn't push it, just letting out a dazed response as he watched him walk away. Fast forward, morning arrives. Our main character stands right by his door, and boom, the system schedule prompt pops up right in front of him. Please select a schedule for December, Heavenly Era, Year 597. Options included: complete missions with the squad captains, take a quest from Kunma, organize the subordinate schedule, accept new tasks, or act freely as a martial artist. He silently weighed his next move to completely change his destiny. He knew he absolutely had to take a totally different path from his past life. Plus, the one option that lets him finish quests without dealing with that annoying training commander is choosing to act solo as a martial artist. His expression turned dead serious, his eyes flashing with ice-cold determination and pure killing intent. Now pay attention. Here is where it gets crazy. This time, I'm hunting them first. The system asks, where do you want to relocate? Qinghai, Gansu, or Sichuan? Obviously, He locked in Sichuan time to slaughter the bastards who caused his entire squad's tragic massacre in his past life. Target selected. Fast traveling to the capital of Sichuan. Chengdu loading now. You have arrived. Just like that, he was in Sichuan, completely skipping the travel time without a single memory of the actual journey there. He rubbed his neck, muttering his checklist. Step 1. Find a decent inn to fill his empty stomach. Step 2. Gather some solid intel on his targets. Suddenly, a woman in dark clothes with a pale pink coat caught his eye. Tuyet Huy let out a confused gasp, completely caught off guard. She had this gorgeous, glossy black hair, perfectly tied up with a simple, elegant pink bow. Her features were sharp, cold, and flawless. But the craziest part? Floating right above her head was the text, Friendly Faction +1. Tuyet Huy stared at her cautiously, his mind racing with questions. What is this? Friendly faction? Right at that moment, a random guy popped up out of nowhere, asking, Sir, do you have someone specific in mind? It was the same guy who had been standing far away, looking in the exact same direction as that mysterious woman. He definitely noticed our main character staring at her, which is exactly why he approached him. Flashing a sleazy salesman smile with 2 buck teeth, he rubbed his hands together and eagerly offered, This humble fool can help you find her. He looked him up and down, secretly judging the epic dragon-carved sword strapped to his side. Whoa, that blade looks pretty expensive. Meanwhile, Tuyet Huy was totally clueless about the hustle. Find who? The guy finally realized what was going on and replied, Boss, is this your first time visiting a place like this? He waved his hand, proudly gesturing toward the massive building right next to them. I know what you're thinking, and yep, red lanterns everywhere. Tuyet Huy finally realized exactly what kind of establishment he had wandered into. He peeked inside, taking in the chaotic scene of wealthy men laughing loudly with their arms wrapped around the women sitting beside them. Gorgeous women in very revealing outfits were casually smoking everywhere. Our main character let out an awkward "ah" as it finally clicked. His face turned completely red, and he quickly faked a cough to hide his massive embarrassment before speaking. I see. The rat-faced pimp just stood there, quietly enjoying our overpowered captain's completely flustered and shy reaction. Still blushing hard, our main character pointed straight at the stunning beauty who had just walked inside and asked, So, do you happen to know who that lady is? The sleazy guy instantly followed his gaze, spotting a breathtakingly gorgeous woman sitting alone in a stunning off-the-shoulder dress inside the tavern. He clearly recognized her, letting out an ah of understanding before double-checking. Wait, you mean her? He quickly explained. That lady? Well, you're gonna be waiting a very long time. Even if you do wait, she's already completely booked up with way too many VIP clients. Tuyet Huy frowned, totally confused, and asked, What exactly do you mean by that? The rat replied, Oh, you don't know? She's taking clients starting right from here. Catching the dirty implication behind those words, our hero just stayed silent, locking his eyes on that impossibly beautiful, cold, and incredibly alluring woman. He basically figured out exactly what this sleazeball meant. Tuyet Huy calmly strolled forward while the broker shouted from behind, By the way, boss, what kind of liquor would you like to drink? Without looking back, he casually threw out, Anything is fine. But instead of waiting, he marched straight toward the mystery woman, totally grabbing her attention right in the middle of her drink. Without a single word, Tuyet Huy boldly sat right down next to her. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly in annoyance as she demanded, What is this? Do you need something from me? But Tuyet Huy ruthlessly cut her off. No, I just feel like sitting right here. He said it with a dead serious face and eyes that were unbelievably calm. So what do you and I make of this? A smirk appeared on her face, eyes curving playfully as she whispered, Really? You're an interesting guy. Alright, let's dive into this. You and I are about to watch a wild setup. Our main character cuts right to the chase, saying he has questions, but he completely misses the massive guy walking up right behind him. The woman notices the guy and immediately hesitates. She quickly apologizes, saying she really needs to leave right now. He turns around and spots 2 absolute giants looming behind him. One is a fat dude with a thick beard, casually holding a seriously weird-looking iron chain. The lady stands up to leave, but right before going, she quietly slides a mysterious wooden token onto the table. She tells him to find her there if he is interested. Carved on it, Mingqin Pavilion, room 15. Shui Hui picks it up, silently wondering if it is some kind of name tag. She then follows those 2 huge guys out of the tavern, shooting our main character a chilling look filled with pure killing intent. She drops a short, cold farewell. Meanwhile, that bearded fat guy actually stays behind for a second, giving our guy a heavy, evaluating glare. Our main character is definitely not someone to mess with. He instantly glares right back at him. His eyes are sharp as knives, pinning the guy down. The tension in the air is absolutely suffocating. Catching that deadly stare, the big guy decides not to linger and quickly turns to follow his crew. Right at that moment, the rat-faced broker scampers over, bringing a fresh jar of wine. He brags that it is their absolute best-selling drink. Shui Hui shifts his attention to the guy, giving a polite little nod, and casually thanks him for the drink. Now watch closely, this is where it gets wild. Shui Hui takes a sip, pauses, and suddenly his eyes widen, staring at the cup in pure confusion. The rat-faced broker standing right next to him instantly leans in, asking if something is wrong with the wine. Shu Hui just mutters that he suddenly feels incredibly sleepy. Hearing those words, the broker's mouth immediately twists into a really wicked, nasty smirk. Even in his daze, our guy catches that exact look. He clicks his tongue in annoyance right before passing out completely from the heavily drugged wine. Deep in his blackout, a voice suddenly starts ordering him to wake up. And then smack! The guy literally slaps him across the face to break the drug spell. The absolute fool who just slapped him? None other than that rat-faced broker. He is looking incredibly smug, asking if our guy is finally awake. He threatens him with another brutal beating. But Shui Hui just quietly analyzes his current situation. He is tied incredibly tight to a wooden chair, and his mouth is visibly bleeding from the heavy slap. He just looks slowly upward. Calm as ever, he asks if the wine was drugged. That rat-faced broker just bursts out laughing, proudly admitting to it without a single ounce of shame. Yeah, he says his literal job is stripping naive newcomers completely blind. Shui Hui just lets out a heavy sigh. He mutters that even if he was distracted, letting a total idiot backstab him means he really needs to reevaluate his life choices. The broker instantly rages, cracking his knuckles and roaring about wanting to beat him more. But he is not alone here. There are 3 other thugs behind him, and one finally speaks up. "Oh, look who is awake!" This new guy has long hair, an insanely arrogant face, and casually chews on a piece of meat while introducing himself. "Nice to meet you for the very first time, Mr. Absolute Nobody." He says his name is Xinger. Instantly, a glowing system panel pops up. Xinger, 42nd boss of the Ming Qin army, 240 HP, 80 mana, 980 combat power. Shui Hui silently judges the stats in his head. Let's pause. This dude literally has no idea he is doomed. Unaware of the main character's contempt, he promises to spare his life in exchange for some completely honest answers. He draws our hero's sword from its sheath, admiring it. He asks where he managed to find such an incredibly high-quality blade. Shui Hui just stays totally silent, staring at his own weapon in another man's hands. Even tied up like a helpless prisoner, his expression remains absolutely calm and completely unfazed. Getting no answer at all, the boss steps closer and aggressively demands a response. Didn't he just say he would let him live if he simply told the whole truth? After a long, heavy pause, Shui Hui coldly asks if the Ming Qin army is the true power behind the place he just visited. Hearing that specific name drop, the boss visibly freezes up, then totally plays dumb. He says what? Shui Hui just replies, purely curious. Xinger forces a really awkward smile. He chuckles darkly, muttering that this bastard tied to the chair is actually one seriously weird guy. He stands up straight, still chewing his meat, and asks if our guy even understands his current situation. Shui Hui, without blinking, just calmly points out that he is tied up. The boss nods in agreement. Exactly. So does he actually know what being tied up means? Having roamed the martial world for so long, of course he gets it. Shui Hui responds with zero panic. Yeah, he knows. And that is exactly why he is happy. Everything is actually going way smoother than planned. He needed a reason to visit the Ming Qin Pavilion anyway, and stealing this boss's identity makes it so much easier. The corners of his mouth curl into an incredibly amused smile, while his sharp eyes flash with pure, unfiltered mockery. Xing Er absolutely cannot stand that arrogant attitude anymore. He scoffs angrily, cursing and wondering what kind of crazy nonsense this trash is spouting. Rubbing his neck, Xing Er steps back behind his 2 massive goons and starts giving orders. Damn it, this guy is giving him a massive headache. Whatever, just beat him up, but leave him breathing. His men shout yes to their boss, aggressively stomping straight toward our tied-up hero. The bald thug cracks his knuckles with a super vicious glare, but honestly, we all know who is about to get destroyed here. And that is where we leave it, trust me. You want to see what happens next. Our main character smirks and asks if they know the shadow stealth body art. Stick with me, you're about to watch a total massacre. Suddenly, these thugs jump like they've seen a ghost. Panic. Pure terror. Turns out, our guy casually snapped his ropes using a secret technique. Tuyet Huy gently rubs his wrist, glancing down at the completely useless ropes. Then he looks up. That confident smirk says it all. 2 massive bruisers charge him, but honestly, their actual combat skills are absolutely garbage. To these goons, the main character is basically a monster. But they throw caution out the window, roaring wildly as they rush in fists first. "Ah!" they scream, but his punch? Way faster. In a fraction of a second, he closes the gap. Boom! A devastating strike to the face snaps the first guy's head violently backward. Watching this brutal impact, the second thug literally freezes like a stone statue. Not skipping a beat, our guy pivots. He launches an absolute cannon of a punch right into the dude's jaw, squishing his facial fat into a pancake. As for that rat-faced broker who lured him into this trap, he's totally paralyzed by fear. He just watched 2 giant muscle heads get folded by single punches. Meanwhile, Tuyet Hui's footsteps are already moving lightning fast. He forcefully grips the skinny broker by the throat, pulling out a choked gasp. Holding him entirely off the ground, he gets ready to launch him like a missile. Tuyet Huy fiercely chucks the scammer straight at Han Ni, who is just casually strolling by. Only now does this arrogant leader sense something wrong. He turns his head, muttering a confused "huh," but the rat-faced broker's flying body crashes violently into him, completely destroying his balance. They both hit the dirt hard, knocking our MC's stolen sword right out of his hands. Han Ni lets out a pained groan. He desperately tries to sit up, but the unconscious broker is still pinning him down. Right at that exact second, a wildly violent kick slams down inches from his skull. Now watch closely. Terrified, he looks up at our guy standing over him, cracking his knuckles. With a totally dark expression, he says, "Well," Tuyet Huy flashes a gentle, polite smile, eyes crinkling happily. But in this exact context, to Han Ni, that innocent grin is literally the smile of the devil. His voice drops into a vicious growl. "Let's talk." Absolute zero chills run down his spine. Sweating literal bullets, the thug forces out an ugly, crooked smile. All that previous arrogance completely vanished into thin air. Han Ni gives a pathetic, cowardly laugh. "Haha, yes, my lord." Over at Thonlo Street, the ultimate hub of lust and endless desire. At night, it's blindingly bright with lanterns, but during the day, it's dead quiet. Right now, someone is walking down that crowded road, completely surrounded by cheap perfume. And that person? It's Han Ni, the very same guy our MC just completely destroyed. He mutters out loud. So, this is the Mintan Pavilion, standing before a massive, towering palace glowing under red lanterns. It blends right in with all the other flashy buildings here. You caught that, right? That is definitely not Han Ni. It's actually our main character using a high-level disguise technique to infiltrate the place. Let's rewind slightly. Back in the torture room, Han Ni, the formerly cocky boss, is now a bruised mess. He's literally got paper stuffed up his bleeding nose. One eye is completely swollen shut, the other purple. His cheekbones are totally wrecked, missing a few teeth, hair wild, clothes shredded. He's kneeling perfectly obedient on the floor, spilling every single secret. We grunts just extort money from drunk troublemakers or solo newcomers in the red light district. Every single coin we make gets funneled straight to the big boss running Mintan Pavilion. We only get to keep a tiny fraction of the cut as our actual pay. The Pavilion Master is Thuong Thuk, the absolute ruler of this entire pleasure district. He commands roughly 200 armed subordinates, sir. Tuyet Huy stays completely silent, soaking up this intel while secretly calculating his next tactical move. Jumping back to the present, our disguised MC glares intensely up at the majestic Mintan Pavilion. Suddenly, right at that moment, a staggering, totally wasted guy stumbles out and waves. "Hey, Han Ni, you made it. Did you get any good business today?" Tuyet Huy locks eyes with him, silently assessing the threat, delaying his response just a beat. It was okay. The floating text reading Kongda above the drunkard's head catches his eye. The guy keeps blabbering. "See? I told you those spots are super profitable. Outsiders always stop there. The boss is waiting inside, so hurry up." The MC coldly brushes past him. Understood. Out of nowhere, the guy throws out a warning. "Hey Han Ni, the boss is in a terrible mood today." He instantly spins around. "Why is that?" Kongda answers easily, zero suspicion. "Why else?" It's obviously because of the Thuong Longsek's recent moves. Old man Kim Mak Trung is trying to negotiate, but things look pretty bad. We can't even declare an open war right now. Hearing this, his mind starts racing. Wait, this red light district is right near the capital. If Kim Mak Trung runs this place, doesn't that mean our demonic cult is backing him? Just at that moment, he suddenly spots that gorgeous lady from earlier, walking with her 2 escorts. Meanwhile, Kongda is still rambling. "Ah, the higher-ups will handle everything. That woman," he blurts. Kongda looks too. "Trust me, you're gonna want to see what's next." So she is the newbie. Apparently, her own father sold her off to the lower 5 sect to clear some gambling debts. The boss actually dropped a massive amount of cash to buy her out from the trading house. Let us dive right in. Watching her being led upstairs, Xich Hui thinks about the lower 5 sect. It is literally a syndicate built from the absolute bottom of the barrel. Real underground trash tier. He can pretty much guess what that floating friendly faction text above her head actually means at this point. But if that is completely true, what is her real connection to the lower 5 sect? More importantly, how is this entire sect going to affect his own survival? He watches closely as the woman, with that friendly faction +1 text hovering right over her, quietly follows the 2 goons. Our main character casually glances over at the guy and asks, "Is the boss up on the 3rd floor?" The guy instantly confirms it. Xich Hui probes further, asking if any guests arrived. Instead of answering, the dude gets suspicious and questions him back. "Why do you ask?" Xich Hui plays it cool, smoothly replying that it is probably just better to know beforehand for obvious reasons. He approaches the head office of the Mingxin Pavilion. Inside sits a man who clearly recognizes the very person our guy is currently disguised as. The man turns around and says, "You finally made it here? This is the Red Light District boss. 10,000 out of 10,000 HP and internal energy. Combat power at a massive 110,000. He is none other than the master of Mingxin Pavilion, exactly like the guy he is currently impersonating told him. Xich Hui does not want to alert the snake in the grass just yet. He steps forward, bowing respectfully to the boss. The master just gives a cold grunt and asks, "Did you manage to find anything good this time?" To sell this disguise perfectly, Xich Hui actually offers up his own incredibly precious sword as a fake tribute. He presents the weapon with both hands, claiming he managed to pick up a pretty decent item today. The boss grabs the sword, letting out a genuine gasp of admiration. "Oh, this looks extremely high quality." But right at that exact moment, our hero spots something moving right behind the boss. Now pay close attention here. His red eyes instantly shrink in pure shock. That same girl he was just talking to earlier? She is beaten to a bloody pulp, completely collapsed on the hard ground. Her sharp, beautiful face is now entirely ruined by brutal dark purple bruises everywhere. She hugs her battered body, groaning in total agony. The boss notices his gaze, glances back at her trembling form, and just lets out a disgustingly arrogant smirk. "Oh, this little rat? I was planning to kill her soon anyway. Spent a fortune buying her, only to find out she dared to steal my money." He slowly draws the very sword Xich Hui just handed over. "I was going to let it slide, but then I discovered she used that exact cash to hire an assassin. Do you want to know exactly why she did that?" He rests the blade on his shoulder, asking in a casually polite tone while Xich Hui stands there, still utterly stunned. Then he licks the sharp edge like an absolute psycho, his eyes flashing with terrifying, unhinged madness. He growls with sick excitement. "Because I killed this pathetic rat's father. The cunning little snake only approached me for that exact reason." Xich Hui listens in dead silence, his expression growing extremely cautious. He definitely did not expect this bastard to suddenly point the sword right back at him with a direct order. "You execute her right now." Xich Hui breaks into a cold sweat, staring intensely at the lethal blade presented to him, his eyes completely betraying his hesitation at this brutal command. "Use this new sword. I really want to test its sharpness." The black-haired girl, who just took a savage beating from these monsters, weakly looks up at him while panting heavily. Her dark eyes narrow sharply through the heavy purple bruising. Even backed into a fatal corner, that burning fire of pure desperation inside them has never faded. You and I both know the MC is not afraid of killing. He is just hesitating because of that glowing text above her head. Seeing his slow reaction, the boss impatiently urges him on. What is the holdup? Xich Hui remains completely silent, just staring quietly at the sharp blade held in his master's hand. After a tense moment of internal debate, he finally reaches out and accepts the sword directly from the boss. Xich Hui slowly steps toward the totally defenseless woman. He stands right in front of her with the weapon, staring straight into those stubbornly unyielding eyes. Raising the sword with a dark expression, he coldly comments, "You really should have realized just how incredibly reckless your little stunt was today. Throwing away your one and only life on something like this is just pure foolishness." The girl stays silent for a second, bows her head, then replies, "In the eyes of you animals, sure. But I am not some heartless monster who can just turn a blind eye to my own father's extremely unjust murder. Even if I am just a weak woman right now, The blade carrying my deep hatred will absolutely never go dull. Her voice rings out loud and clear, without a single stutter. Her fierce, bullet-like gaze glares up at him, totally refusing to yield even an inch. Tuyet Huy just lowers his voice and states, "You have basically nailed your own coffin shut." Yet she still refuses to submit to this terrible fate. Despite death breathing right down her neck, she bravely fires back with zero hesitation. "I do not regret anything. My only regret is getting caught way too early. Honestly, even if I could somehow turn back time, I would do the exact same thing again." Tuyet Huy completely freezes at those powerful words. Somewhere deep inside his heart, the part of him that constantly lived in absolute terror of dying has suddenly been touched by her raw defiance, even though she is just a woman and currently backed into an impossible dead end. The corner of his mouth slightly twitches up into a faint smirk, his voice echoing with genuine amusement. "Trust me, this hits hard. I like your eyes," he says. Internally, he realizes her insane willpower, despite the odds, feels exactly like looking right at his own past self. Right at this moment, seeing him endlessly stalling the execution. "Stick with me here, we are jumping into some prime payback." The boss screams to kill her, but our guy just ignores him. He casually asks the dark-haired girl how much she paid for an assassin. "Avenge your father? That price tag is usually huge." He turns to her confused face, his words cutting through the noise. "But whatever, we can talk later. I am definitely not some bloodthirsty merc needing cash up front." Right then, he drops his disguise magic, shifting back into his true, original form. Tuyet Huy sighs, though. Things are getting a little complicated. Her eyes immediately shoot wide open seeing his real face, pure shock written all over her. Tuyet Huy just flashes a confident smile, points his blade right at the Mintan sect thugs, and decides to sweep them all. Those pathetic goons instantly freak out, screaming out, "Who the hell is this guy?" "That is not Han Ni." Tuyet Huy points right at them, his voice dropping cold. "You trash, heard everything clearly, right?" Equipping his True Cloud shoes, he literally waves them forward, a mocking little smirk playing on his lips. "Perfect, let us begin." Fully triggered by his absolute disrespect, the entire mob of thugs charges him at once, howling like wild animals out for blood. Tuyet Huy just stands there calmly thinking, "Oh, you guys want to go first? These losers are so horribly weak that even their intense killing aura cannot trigger a turn-based combat system." He gives them a totally disgusted smile. The second his eyes lock onto them with pure killing intent, blinding energy erupts off his body. Now pay close attention here. The battle literally just starts, and he drops a massive wind god palm to instantly crush them. He clearly refuses to waste a single second on these absolute insects. He just wants to finish up and check on the girl. The girl behind him is so completely stunned, her jaw literally drops at that crazy power. Meanwhile, Tuyet Huy lets out a heavy breath and smirks. "All right, warm-up is over." Then he glances back at her. "Start counting to 10. He turns around with this insanely cool smile, oozing pure confidence. "By the time you finish counting, everyone except one will be crushed." She just stares blankly. Still totally dazed, she actually trusts our main character and squeezes her eyes shut. Right then, the boss Thuong Thuc steps up, screaming out what they are doing. "It is just one guy." Tuyet Huy looks back with pure disgust, his lips curling mockingly. "Oh, you are not attacking me? Are you too scared right now?" His grip tightens hard on his sword. "Fine, I will make the first move. I have some new tricks to test out anyway." He blitzes toward them at a speed so ridiculous their eyes cannot even track his blur. In seconds, the Mintan sect goons are beheaded, completely destroyed by the orthodox sword techniques he scored as a reward from his past life. Every slash leaves a signature pink aura and floral illusions, the legendary plum blossom sword technique. He casually strolls up to the boss, muttering, "That was about 10 seconds, right?" Well, Thuong Thuc, the same guy acting so tough a minute ago, goes dead silent under that monster aura. His face goes pale, pupils shrinking in pure terror. "You and I saw this coming." He smiles, pressing the blade to his throat, asking if it feels sharp enough. Thuong Thuc instantly drops to his knees, begging, acts like a boss, but he is just a coward. He cries miserably, begging, "Please spare this lowly one. I was blind. I completely failed to recognize Mount Tai. I will do literally anything to survive. Just take the woman and go. I swear I will keep my mouth completely shut. No, wait. I will erase everything today from my memory. If I die here, the higher-ups will definitely send assassins hunting for your head. Of course, nobody can defeat a supreme lord like you, but that endless pursuit would still be annoying, right? I beg you." Tuyet Huy listens to this pathetic survival speech in dead silence. His eyes stay cold, but inside, he actually agrees. The guy makes a valid point. Taking out a red light district boss means the local gangs, syndicates, and their shadowy backers will put a massive target on his back immediately. And if that keeps up, he will get dragged into a massive headache, just like the coward predicted. But right at that moment, he notices the beaten woman behind him has forced herself up. Tuyet Huy says coldly, "But you know what? She wants you dead." Thuong Thuc looks up at his bruised victim. She glares down at him with absolute, pure, raw hatred. Biting her lip, her delicate brows lock in fierce anger. Desperate to survive, the scumbag boss starts frantically trying to justify his actions. "Sure, I did it, but think about it. If it was not me, someone else would have killed her father anyway." Tuyet Huy secretly admits the scumbag is actually kind of right about that fact. With a massive gambling addiction like that, if this specific boss did not finish him off, another loan shark would have buried him. So what do you and I make of this? Was it not the father's own fault for choosing the gambling life? Stick with me, you and I are about to watch absolute madness unfold. Tuyet Huy doesn't finish the guy off instantly. He just looks at the girl hiding behind him. "I will ask this lady." But suddenly, time freezes dead, and a system prompt pops up right in his face. System warning. Thuong Thuc has discovered Tuyet Hui's critical weakness. How will you choose to proceed next? His pupils shrink as Thuong Thuc reaches into his pocket, preparing to pull out some kind of hidden weapon to stab our main character. A smug, overly confident smile spreads across his face. Tuyet Huy just turns toward him, clicks his tongue, lets out a heavy sigh, and decides to face this head-on. Turns out, his secret trump card is actually a bundle of explosives. Without hesitation, he hurls it straight at the main character's face, triggering a vicious point-blank blast right on his body. Thinking the main character is completely dead, Thuong Thuc bursts into excited, maniacal laughter. He stares at the explosion he just caused and relentlessly mocks him. "Haha, how does that bomb taste, you idiot? Who do you think you are?" But as the thick smoke slowly clears out, our guy's face is completely intact, totally unharmed by the blast, causing the villain's arrogant voice to trail off. Pure panic flashes in his eyes. His entire face goes completely stiff and numb. Absolute terror. Watch closely, because this move is absolutely insane. Paralyzed, he can only tremble and whisper. Turns out, our guy used the white body demon art to instantly form a solid block of ice, completely shielding himself from the deadly shockwave. Tuyet Huy takes exactly one single damage point from that desperate attack. He coldly mutters, "What an absolute idiot," before mercilessly swinging his blade and slashing him to death without hesitation. His lifeless corpse hits the ground, head entirely severed from his neck, all under Tuyet Hui's indifferent gaze and the utter jaw-dropping shock of the lady behind him. She pants heavily, staring blankly at the corpse of the man she had desperately wanted dead. Only when she literally sees his head detached from his body does she finally breathe a massive sigh of relief. Clutching her bleeding wounds, she steps closer to him and says, "Thank you so much, great warrior." She stutters awkwardly, looking up at him. I do not have any money right now. Every single coin I had was already taken away." Tuyet Huy just bluntly shoots back. "Forget about the money. I need you to tell me something important." She cautiously glances at him, nervously asking, "What exactly do you want to know?" Under her bewildered gaze, Tuyet Huy completely skips the small talk and states his goal directly. He wants to know about her old hideout, the lower 5 gates. A spark of genuine interest lights up his face, his lips curving into a sharp smile. Cut to a nearby inn. Tuyet Huy and the black-haired girl are sitting opposite each other. On the table, right next to their tea and water, sits a very strangely shaped object. Tuyet Huy stares intently at his upside-down bowl, which has 2 chopsticks crossed directly on top of it, and asks, "So this is the secret signal used to communicate with the high-ranking members of the lower 5 gates?" The girl immediately answers without a single second of hesitation. "Yes." Tuyet Huy silently watches her casually sipping her tea, his eyes filled with an unreadable expression. By the way, her name is Ha Lan. Thanks to her dad's massive gambling debts, she was sold to a brothel at 16. But rumor has it, thanks to her striking looks, she paid it all off before turning 18. Later on, while secretly investigating the real reason why her father ever started gambling, and the dark truth behind his tragic death, she finds out Thuong Thuc orchestrated everything. Now, you and I both know she wasn't just gonna let that slide. That is exactly why she purposely approached him. After successfully stealing his dirty money, Ha Lan's master plan was to hire a famous assassin to strike. But unfortunately, Ha Lan gives him this super awkward look and explains, "I really never expected him to actually fail." Tuyet Huy curiously asks, "Wait, You mean the hired assassin was killed by Thuong Thuc? Ha-lan shakes her head, totally denying it. No, the actual assassination target was the guy collecting territory fees and handing out high-interest loans. Hearing just that specific title alone, our main character can already guess exactly who she wanted dead. Kim Mak Trung. Ha-lan continues laying out her original plan. I intended to kill Thuong Thuc right after that. Word on the street was this assassin had never failed. But then, out of nowhere, his brutally mutilated, completely unrecognizable corpse was tossed right into the middle of the street. Ha-lan literally shudders while recounting the story. Her eyes completely change, darkening as she recalls that absolutely horrifying, gruesome scene. Hearing this grim, shadowy backstory about Kim Mak Trung, Tuyet Huy stays totally silent. Deep down, he thinks her judgment and overall strategy were actually pretty spot on. Just taking out a low-level red light district boss definitely wouldn't fix the root of the problem. The strict hierarchy in this hidden underworld behind the dark alleys is maintained with absolute, brutal, ironclad order. If you kill someone at Thuong Thuc's level, the underworld hounds will 100% track your scent and hunt you down. Tuyet Huy suddenly flashes back to the exact pathetic words the guy used to beg for his life. No, please, no. I swear I will forget everything that just happened here. He analyzes the situation in his head. So, taking out the boss above Thuong Thuc first, and then finishing off Thuong Thuc himself, that is undeniably the smartest play. The only catch? The guy above him, Kim Mak Trung, is a whole different beast. It seems that Dead Assassin failed to properly scout the elite experts and heavy backup forces from the Hongma institution surrounding him. The end result? He walked right into the assassination, completely blind to their true power level, and got himself slaughtered. Pushing further, he raises another question. You hired this assassin through the lower 5 gates? Ha-lan immediately nods and replies, yes, I did. The two just keep on chatting, completely unaware that right behind our main character, a shady figure is slowly creeping up to their table. Tuyet Huy cannot help but be impressed, noting that she must hold some serious status there. Ha-lan just smiles softly, neither confirming nor denying it. She merely whispers that it is a place completely overflowing with endless betrayal. Makes you think, right? Some say that is exactly the dark romance of this place. Stick with me here. Why meet the branch master of the Hanumun? Unless the master is genuinely interested, they never get involved. Getting an audience with them is basically impossible. The main character just smiles, fully confident. But there is a hint of helplessness too. He reassures her, saying she does not need to worry about it. They will definitely do whatever it takes to find him. Ha-lan is totally confused and lets out a soft gasp. Tuyet Huy just replies that there is a specific type of person in this world. When you try to investigate them, you will find absolutely nothing. He is exactly that kind of guy. The friendly faction of the Hanuman has now been activated. Hearing that system notification, Tuyet Huy just smiles at Ha-lan. She still has absolutely zero clue what he is actually talking about. Right at that moment, a hand suddenly taps his shoulder, grabbing his attention. A square-faced, slightly heavy old man leaning on a cane stares down calmly. He tells him to follow along. The second she sees him, Ha-lan completely panics. She jumps up in total confusion, letting out a sharp gasp that instantly catches the main character's eye. That old man just glares at her and barks a simple order, "You stay right here." Sweat drips down Ha-lan's face as she stares at the old man next to him. She hesitates, then quietly agrees. Clearly, this guy has major authority in the Hanuman for her to be this obedient. After giving her that order, the old man glances over at him and says, "All right, let's go." Tuyet Huy looks right back at the old guy. His face is dead serious, his eyes turning incredibly cold and sharp. Inside the Hanuman estate, Tuyet Huy carefully follows the old man. Saving Ha-lan was just a stepping stone to get here. By teaming up with a massive intelligence network like the Hanuman, he can grasp the surrounding situation much faster and more accurately. Operating from a third-party perspective changes the whole game for him. From finding out exactly when Tung Tien Trong, subordinate of the Thai Hoang Pavilion Master, started protecting Kim Mak Trung, to tracking the hidden forces of enemies he hasn't even encountered yet. He needs to know their connection to Li Kao Min from the Hoa Sun sect, and even the ties to the Thuong Longman that Kim Mak Trung mentioned earlier. Now watch closely, he has to investigate absolutely everything. That is exactly why he came to Sichuan disguised as a martial artist. He is here to preemptively eliminate anyone who might block his future missions. Tuyet Huy steps inside the room the old man just opened. As the guy steps aside, our main character mentally vows to wipe out his enemies, one by one. His expression turns razor sharp. His eyes flash with absolute freezing intensity as he prepares to face off against a highly powerful figure of the Hanu Monday. The scene inside the room unfolds right in front of him. Across from him, someone is standing with their hands clasped, back turned to the door. It is a remarkably young guy. He has neatly tied dark hair with a blue tint. This is Nu Nok Ha, the branch master of the Hanu Monday. He turns around to face him, smiling as he says, "You have finally arrived." Tuyet Huy is honestly a bit shocked. The branch master is just a young guy around his own age. He fully expected someone much older and grizzled. Nu Nok Ha gives him a friendly smile and says he totally gets it. Everybody is always pretty surprised by his actual age. He walks over to a low tea table already set up in the middle of the room. He sits down, gesturing for him to come take a seat. Tuyet Huy moves to sit right across from him. But just as he is about to settle down, the branch master throws out a sharp question. "You are not from around here, are you?" Tuyet Huy stays quiet, analyzing him. Then he asks why the master would think that. Nu Nok Ha smiles warmly to show good intentions. He explains that even with limited time, they truly could not dig up a single piece of background information on him. The only lead they found was that he arrived here via a specific merchant carriage. So clearly, he is not a local, but someone from an entirely different region. Their intelligence network has surprisingly little on this matter. Usually, in weird cases exactly like this one, their investigation strategy shifts a bit. Instead of focusing heavily on finding the target's origins, they track absolutely every single action the person has taken since arriving here. You and I know he is sharp. Tuyet Huy just cuts straight to the final point. He asks point blank, "So what are the results?" Sipping his tea, the branch master hides absolutely nothing, laying out every single piece of data they gathered. They know he wiped out that red light district gang in Thuong Duc. Sure, it looked like he was saving Ha Lan, but his real goal was to score this meeting. This is a total 180 from the polite, friendly attitude the master showed earlier. Those sharp words hit the room as his smile completely vanishes into thin air. He says that is his final conclusion, and depending on what the main character asks, he can easily deduce his true origins. Then, quick as lightning, his face flips back. He returns to that same cheerful smile like nothing happened. Facing the intense pressure of being completely exposed, Tuyet Huy just chuckles internally. Oh wow, so they actually managed to investigate everything already? He truly lives up to his title, holding all the region's info in his hands. Rubbing his neck, Tuyet Huy gets straight to the ultimate point. He asks what the master knows about that guy Tang Thien Truong, next to Kim Mak Trung. The very second that name drops, the branch master suddenly freezes. His pupils violently contract in pure shock. Yep, he definitely knows exactly who that is. But this is all part of the plan. Tuyet Huy watches his reaction, thinking it is right on the money. At least here in the Central Plains, that demonic cult name carries some seriously heavy weight. Nu Nok Ha gasps out in absolute disbelief. Could it be you? He does not finish the sentence, but Tuyet Huy knows exactly what he means. He smirks and says, "Whatever you are thinking might just be right. Trust me, you are going to love what happens next. Let's start. You and I know this guy is absolutely losing his mind right now. Not just because he is staring down a member of the demonic cult. It is because our guy is asking questions about Tang Thien Truong, one cult member actively hunting down another. Yeah, the guy easily pieced it all together. This is a full-blown internal war within the demonic faction, and it is getting super messy." Tuyet Huy calmly stares at the branch leader's sweating, terrified face and says, "You look pretty shocked right now." He continues, "You are probably thinking that if you actually get involved, you will get dragged right into the middle of our deadly internal bloodbath. But high risk brings massive rewards. At the very least, Kim Mak Trung will be fighting on our side." The Sichuan branch leader stays completely silent. Now pay attention. This is where you can practically see his gears turning, carefully weighing whether to accept this insane commission or not. Tuyet Huy totally catches that hesitation. He knows the guy is frantically running the numbers in his head. Like it or not, the guy is already stuck deep in the demonic cult's brutal crossfire. Whichever side he chooses to back today will permanently rewrite his entire destiny. Suddenly, Nu Nok Ha chuckles twice. His voice echoes out, carrying a weirdly faint hint of pure amusement. "Haha, luck is always on my side. Mind if I ask you something?" Tuyet Huy casually replies, "Go right ahead. We both saw that coming, right?" His friendly face completely vanishes. A dark, dead-eyed stare locks onto the main character, and his voice rings out without a single tremor. "How much do you know?" The main character stays silent at the loaded question, thinking to himself, how much do I actually know? This single question is meant to determine his exact status in the demonic cult. His next answer will completely make or break the decision on whether this guy joins his side.